Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion is the noblest summoning method. Chapter 1, Amaki Hikaru. Ugh, my head. Where the hell am I? Amaki Hikaru clutched his forehead, disoriented. He scanned his surroundings, definitely not his bedroom. The walls were plastered with dark magician girl posters, and above the dormitory door hung a massive sign that read, Fusion. Then he noticed his clothes. A white and yellow uniform. It took only a second to recognize it, the RA yellow uniform from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. No doubt about it. He had transmigrated. The only question was, into what kind of world? Was this actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Or had he possessed some diehard fan at a cosplay convention? If it was the former, honestly, he'd take it. He'd always loved the game. If he had the chance to duel in a world with real solid vision systems and holographic monsters, that would be insane, in the best way. And to be fair, this world held a lot of promise. Back in his original world, Hikaru was a hardcore duelist. He'd never competed in official tournaments, but he'd consistently held master rank in Master Duel. In a world where dueling was everything, he could probably make a decent living, maybe even thrive. As his thoughts spiraled with possibility, a sudden commotion outside caught his attention. He moved to the window and looked down. A group of students in purple uniforms were gathered below, shouting passionate slogans. Fusion is the noblest summoning method. Crush the duelists from other dimensions. Make them bow before us. Well, that confirmed it. This was the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! All right. But not the one he expected. Wait a minute, is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V? Oh no. Oh hell no. That dumpster fire of interdimensional warfare? No way I was signing up for that. Was it too late to opt out of this reality entirely? He smacked his forehead to clear his panic and dove for the dorm's computer. He began furiously typing, searching for clues. At the same time, he rifled through every notebook and scrap of paper scattered around the room, hoping to piece together what world he'd landed in. Eventually, he let out a long breath. Okay, this was definitely the Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe. But not just GX. Something was off. This world had Yugi Muto, Seto Kaiba, and Joey Wheeler. It also had Aster Phoenix, Dr. Growler, and of course, Jaden Yuki, his classmate, apparently. But Duel Academy looked different. Some of the structures, terms, and student hierarchies mirrored the dimensional chaos of Arc V. The timeline was all tangled. Still, there was good news, the extremist fusion fanatics were just one faction. Most professors weren't part of that nonsense. So really, it was a blended universe, a fusion of GX and Arc V, but still grounded mainly in the GX era. He even found duel footage from the legendary first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, where Jaden defeated Growler with elemental hero Flame Wingman. That was reassuring. Maybe it was the adrenaline fading, or maybe the familiarity of it all, but Hikaru suddenly felt a wave of foreign memories. He paused. These weren't his memories. They must belong to the original owner of this body. Hikaru had been a first-year student at Duel Academy, same as Jaden Yuki. But while Jaden started in Slifer Red, Hikaru had been placed in RA Yellow, the mid-tier dorm. And in this world, Duel Monsters wasn't just a game, it was a supernatural force. Dueling wasn't mere entertainment, it was a battle of will, intellect, and mystical power. Here, duels were how people resolved conflicts. All conflicts. Whether it was fighting over the last slice of bread or saving the universe from destruction, it all came down to a duel. Even national elections were settled through duels. That's how, in this world, Trump absolutely demolished Biden in a televised match and secured 2 consecutive terms as US president. In this world, no one knew dueling better than Hikaru did. Duel Monsters had become the fabric of civilization itself. He'd even read that a research city was developing an eternal energy machine powered by Duel Monsters, a literal impossibility in physics, but thanks to dual spirits, it was somehow within reach here. Moreover, space travel, dimensional exploration, even diving into the underworld, none of it was science fiction anymore. Thanks to dual monsters and the power of dual spirits, such feats had become possible. Take Seto Kaiba, for example. The president of Kaiba Corp had long since moved past the days of childish rivalry. With Yugi Muto retired from dueling, Kaiba stood unchallenged as the strongest duelist on the planet. And what had he done with that title? He launched a full-scale research initiative to reach the underworld, blending solid vision with hyper-advanced virtual reality systems. If a god of the afterlife was hiding out somewhere, Kaiba was going to find it, with a dual disc on his arm. It was just like how once Steve Jobs turned the smartphone into an obsession, every other tech company dropped what they were doing to chase the same dream, whether it made sense or not. In this world, with Yugi Muto retired and no longer dueling, Seto Kaiba had taken the crown as the strongest duelist alive. And if the man at the top was busy building virtual gateways to the underworld using solid vision tech, of course, the rest of the dueling world would follow him, no questions asked. That's how Duel Academy ended up discovering alternate dimensions. And from that revelation emerged a new, aggressive ideology, fusion supremacy, led by the radical Leo Akiba. The original Hikaru, well, the one who lived in this body before, wasn't part of that extremist camp. But like many students, he had enrolled at Duel Academy with the dream of mastering fusion summoning and becoming a professional duelist. A steady income, recognition, maybe even championship titles. Dueling was, after all, this world's version of the civil service exam. Everyone wanted in. In theory, his plan made sense. In practice? Not so much. Sure, Duel Academy only accepted the best and brightest. Students here were supposed to be fluent in card mechanics, tournament rulings, and the endless maze of Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes. No one would just throw a bunch of shiny normal monsters into a pile and call it a deck, right? Apparently, someone would. Amagi stared at the deck the original owner had left behind. At first glance, it looked okay. But as he began sorting through the cards, his optimism crumbled. The entire deck was filled with low-level monsters, most of which were completely dependent on drawing the right fusion pairings. These weren't flexible materials from established archetypes. No, they were obscure one-off creatures whose only purpose was to combine with exactly one other card, assuming you drew both in the same lifetime. One example was a blank Emperor Dragon with 2300 ATK, decent on paper. But the only way to summon it was to fuse Guardian of the Sky, Winged Dragon and Fairy of the City Wall. The former had mediocre stats. The latter didn't even have an effect. That was one of the better examples. Other monsters in the deck were so niche and underwhelming that even Axe Raider would be embarrassed to stand next to them. And don't even get him started on the spell lineup. The deck had a grand total of 3 cards. 3 fusion spells for a deck entirely dependent on fusion summoning. Worse, most of the fusion materials were single copies. How was anyone supposed to pull off a combo with one of each low-tier monsters and only 3 chances to fuse them? Was the plan to glue them together and pray? Amagi let out a long, weary sigh. This was the deck the original owner had poured all his savings into. His entire summer break spent grinding and scraping together the cards, only to build this. It was a tragedy. To be fair, the cards weren't exactly cheap. Because they were specific fusion materials, they had limited print runs and inflated prices. He could imagine the original Hikaru putting in part-time work, scanning every duel forum, trading endlessly just to complete this monstrosity. And somehow, he had actually scraped by and passed the entrance exam into Duel Academy. But from the fragments of memory he'd absorbed, Hikaru was sure of one thing. The original deck could have been built for half the cost, maybe even less, and it would have been twice as effective. Shaking his head, he walked over to the card box, intending to pull out the deck and start reworking it. But the moment he flipped open the lid, he froze. This, isn't the original owner's deck. The very first card staring back at him wasn't some low-stat normal monster or obscure fusion material. It was Gem Knight fusion. Gem Knights? That's a real fusion archetype. A solid one, too. Especially in an environment like this. He quickly rifled through the next card, only for his eyebrows to shoot up again. Red Ice fusion. Wait, what? He flipped to the next card. Then the next. Then the next. And the deeper he went, the more confused and stunned he became. Fossil fusion, aroma blend, melodious concerto, earthbound fusion, diffusion, fusion destiny, cybernetic zone, fusion gate, branded fusion. What in the hell kind of deck was this? He flipped through one card after another. Every single card in his deck had been replaced with a fusion card. All the spell and trap cards that could fusion summon monsters were there. In fact, after seeing one particular card, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even this one. The ultimate, most powerful fusion card. Super polymerization. Chapter 2, I must join the fusion army immediately. Super polymerization. Anyone who's ever watched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX or played the game seriously has heard those two words. In certain dueling circles, its reputation even overshadows the legendary Egyptian god cards. It's more than a card, it's a symbol. The strongest fusion spell in the GX era. Amaki Hikaru stared at the card in his hand, and for a moment. Super polymerization, in the original anime, was absurdly overpowered. It didn't just fuse monsters. It could fuse dimensions. It could forcibly merge humans and dual spirits into one entity. It was the apex of fusion magic, so broken, it made even the ancient spells used to summon the sacred beasts look like stage tricks. Hikaru didn't hesitate. He snatched up the nearby dual disc, slid super polymerization into the spell and trap zone, and activated it. The disc whirred to life. It worked. It actually activated. He stared, wide-eyed. Then his gaze shifted to the desk beside him. He hesitated. Slowly, he raised a hand and pointed. Fuse the pencil and the eraser. As the words left his mouth, a strange sensation surged through him, something left his body. His skin prickled. His breath caught. His brain buzzed with static. He stumbled back and snatched up a nearby water bottle, gulping down half of it in one go. When he finally dared to look again, the pencil and eraser on the desk were now one. A perfectly fused 2B pencil with a rubber tip. His eyes twitched. It actually worked. He slapped both hands to his head, nearly knocking himself over. A stream of information suddenly flooded into his mind. This super polymerization card got to be the sole reason he had come into this world. It wasn't just a super polymerization card. It was the real thing. The ultimate fusion magic, capable of bending the rules of the game and reality. Super polymerization didn't just bring him to this world, it fused his old life, his soul, and this new existence into one. He blinked at the card again. There was a huge gap between fusing pencils and erasers and fusing the entire world into a cosmic being, but who in their right mind would complain about a cheat this broken? This was one of the most powerful artifacts in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore. Still breathless, Hikaru shoved a protein bar into his mouth, slumped into a chair, and forced himself to calm down. Slowly, his thoughts turned away from raw excitement and back to cold logic. As amazing as it was to own a deck filled with high-grade fusion spells. He had no monsters. Not a single one. What was he supposed to fuse? His socks. No matter how powerful Fusion Destiny or Red Ice Fusion might be, they were dead draws without fusion materials. Right now, his deck was all magic and no substance. Downstairs, he could hear the commotion. The fusion cultists were at it again, preaching about the glory of fusion summoning and staging exhibition matches, for anyone who would watch. His temple throbbed. He had almost forgotten about them. This bizarre world line he'd landed in wasn't purely GX. It had threads of ArcV tangled in its DNA. The Duel Academy was filled with overzealous students who worshipped fusion like it was gospel. Even though his body's previous owner hadn't been one of the extremists, he had clearly admired fusion. If things keep going the way they are, Hikaru was pretty sure these so-called fusion supremacists would end up as a roaming pack of duelists lugging around ancient Gearhound decks, storming blindly into other dimensions like XYZ, Synchro, and who knows what next. But this isn't A5. What if the XYZ dimension is actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal? With these fusion-obsessed people who have nothing else, could they really compete against Yuma Tsukumo, Shark, and Kaido? What would happen if their invasion failed and instead triggered retaliation from the other side, with hundreds of elite duelists flooding in? Now that would be hilarious. The final boss of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was already one of the most embarrassing bosses in history, who somehow almost destroyed the world. If it were someone like a 1000-year overlord, it would make duelists from other worlds laugh themselves to death. In short, this world was way more dangerous than it looked. Just because he had a broken card like super polymerization, that didn't mean he could afford to slack off. This was a world where peace was a distant memory. Still watching the fusion fanatics rallying outside his dorm, an idea hit him. Fusion is the noblest summoning method, they shouted. You know what? Sure. He could get behind that. That's right, brother. Hikaru muttered, his tone serious but his smirk wide. Fusion is absolutely the noblest summoning method. With renewed enthusiasm, he began rummaging through the leftover cards in his deck box, trying to piece together something that could actually function in a duel. The previous deck, if you could call it that, was technically built around fusion. But in practice, it was a train wreck of mismatched materials. Actually pulling off a summon required either divine intervention or the dealer taking pity on him during a hand shuffle. Aside from financial constraints, Hikaru could only think of one explanation for how his predecessor built something this bad. He didn't understand fusion at all. Some people thought fusion was just a matter of two monsters and a spell card. Wrong. Among Yu-Gi-Oh! Veterans, there was a classic joke that made its way into every forum, every local, every ranked chat box. Fusion is the noblest summoning method. Yeah, it was kind of a meme. But also, it wasn't entirely wrong. It's true that fusion was often seen as slow or complex. But generation after generation, fusion-based decks continued to dominate the meta, bursting into new archetypes, inventing new mechanics, and constantly proving that the right fusion combo could obliterate an entire field. There was a reason iconic decks, from Elemental Hero to Branded Despia, never went out of style. So honestly, Hikaru didn't mind being lumped in with the fusion fanboys. The reason fusion is so often mocked as the noblest summoning method? It has more tricks than a magician with a side hustle. Fusion from the deck, fusion from the graveyard, dimensional fusion, fusion from the hand or graveyard back to the deck, fusion with the opponent's stuff directly on the field, and so on. Fusion monsters have countless summoning methods. This is where the nobility of fusion summon lies. It's time, Hikaru said aloud, smirking. Time to show them what fusion really means. That's when the idea struck him. The Academy's fusion extremist group allowed new recruits to borrow starter decks. One of them was a simplified Ancient Gear deck. It wasn't a full-power Ancient Gear archetype, of course. Just a beginner's variant used to teach new duelists the mechanics of fusion summoning. This deck would be useless for experts and top students. But for him, a guy whose current deck consisted entirely of fusion spells and traps with 0 monsters, this wasn't a step down. It was a temporary power-up. As for joining the fusion army and the possibility of being controlled or indoctrinated. Please. Hikaru almost laughed. A flurry of knowledge stirred in his head. Memories and scattered lore from both this world and the shows he used to watch came together. The Fusion Army was formed by students under Professor Leo Akuba, a fusion purist obsessed with converting duelists from all other dimensions into fusion-only users. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, that guy was the ultimate villain. The villain among villains. Final boss material. The kind of guy who didn't just want to defeat you, he wanted to rewrite your existence as a fusion summon. Compared to that, the version here seemed almost reasonable. At least they weren't turning people into cards. Yet. But here's the kicker. Amaki Hikaru was more extreme than all of them. His deck. Literally only fusion spell and trap cards. Not a single monster. No backup plan. No side deck. Just raw fusion energy. There's no rule saying the leader of a cult has to be its founder. If Leo Akuba could lead the fusion army, then why couldn't he? He clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with mock-righteous fire. I'm signing up today. Long live the fusion army. Chapter 3, Your fusion purity is not enough. Hey, classmate, are you here to join the fusion club? Yeah, Amaki Hikaru replied without hesitation. Alright then. Just write your name here. The girl in the blue uniform gave him a skeptical look but handed him a clipboard. Someone from the club will duel you later. It's standard procedure for new applicants. They were standing in Duel Academy's official duel hall, a large arena with student-run sign-up booths on the sidelines. The girl recording his name was clearly a top student, her obelisk blue uniform said it all. At Duel Academy, student rankings were color-coded. Slifer red for underachievers, RA yellow for average to above-average students, and obelisk blue for the elite. Hikaru glanced at his own outfit, RA yellow. He still couldn't believe his predecessor's deck had been enough to qualify for middle tier. Maybe it really had been built on sheer willpower and bad luck. The girl eyed him like she wasn't sure if he was serious or insane. That was fair. After all, Duel Academy offered countless interest clubs, ranging from standard strategies to niche summoning styles. The Fusion Club had once been a casual gathering spot for students who liked fusion summoning. But that was before the discovery of interdimensional worlds. Now, the club had morphed into something else entirely, a breeding ground for radical ideology. It had become the base of the Fusion Supremacist faction, a group led by none other than Professor Leo Akuba. They weren't just fusion fans anymore. They were extremists who believed fusion summoning was the only true method and that all others, synchro, XYZ, pendulum, ritual, were blasphemy. So yeah, applying to join that group as a freshman? Absolutely insane. Which explained the look on the girl's face. Hikaru scanned the duel hall. Aside from a couple of RA yellow students and the occasional nervous Slifer red, the place was overwhelmingly blue. And then, he saw it. The jellyfish hair. The grin. Yuki Jaden. The actual protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Right there in the crowd. That was unexpected and, honestly, a little exciting. Yeah. Let's go. Juden cheered loudly as a student stepped into the ring. That was just like him. Always hyped, always ready for a duel. He probably wouldn't join a fusion cult, though Jaden liked fusion, sure, but not worship. He'd laugh off the whole fusion is the only summoning doctrine and keep playing his hero deck anyway. Hey! Quit gawking, loser. Hikaru turned, caught off guard. His opponent was already at the other end of the arena, slamming his duel disc into place. If you're scared, just forfeit already. I'm itching to upgrade to obelisk blue. From the obelisk section of the stands, a few students shouted in support. Hey Tatsuya. Show that RA yellow kid what ancient gears are really about. Ha. You don't have to tell me twice. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. It was pretty obvious now, most of the students in the Fusion Club were obelisk blue. Very few were from RA yellow or Slifer red. Even the Fusion fanatics had color-based elitism, apparently. Duel. Duel. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000. Tatsuya, LP, 4000. Both duelists activated their dual discs. The system's word to life, projecting a blue grid over the platform as the solid vision field engaged. Each of them drew 5 cards to form their opening hand. "I'll take the first move," Tatsuya shouted loudly as he yanked a card from his deck like he was auditioning for a shonen battle anime. Hikaru's first reaction: "Wait, that's a foul." He was about to call it out, but caught himself. Right. In the GX era, the first player was allowed to draw. This wasn't Master Duel or Speed Duel. He bit his tongue just in time. Still, something about Tatsuya yelling, "First move," and then immediately drawing before anyone could respond irked him. So that's how it works, huh? Whoever shouts first wins the coin toss. If that's the rule here, he figured he'd better practice his reaction speed. Imagine always going first, now that would be a real advantage. Tatsuya looked down at his cards, grinned, and barked out his next move like a theater actor on opening night. "I activate the spell card Fusion Sage." He held the card up with dramatic flair, grinning smugly. "This card allows me to add 1 fusion card from my deck to my hand." Gasps rippled through the crowd. He got fusion right at the start. Huh, that RA yellow kid is finished. Around the edges of the arena, a cluster of Fusion Club students in customized purple uniforms started cheering. Apparently, joining the club earned you a sense of superiority and bad fashion taste. ARA yellow trying to join the Fusion Club. What a joke. Ancient Gears are a deck only we obelisk students can handle. That's right. Our professor is Dr. Growler himself. And just because he lost one time to a slifer doesn't mean any random mid-tier can challenge our reputation. They were all shouting over each other, voices filled with smug energy. In the front row of the stands, a heavily made-up man in a long-tailed blue coat buried his face in his hands. Good grief. Yes, that was Dr. Growler, their so-called responsible professor. Even he looked embarrassed by his students. This was normal behavior at least, for Dr. Velian Growler. Although he wasn't exactly a supporter of the current Fusion Club's extremist ideology, the fact remained, their standard deck was based on his beloved Ancient Gear archetype. And as the world's foremost Ancient Gear specialist, he couldn't help but observe which students were given the honor of using his creation. But the moment he heard the chatter from the obelisk students in the crowd, his expression soured. His fingers clenched a silk handkerchief, biting into it through gritted teeth as he muttered, "Just watch the duel, just watch the duel." Back on the field, Tatsuya kept up the theatrics. "I normal summon, Ancient Gear Knight." Amaki Hikaru blinked. As Tatsuya placed the card on his dual disc, a hulking, rust-colored machine burst onto the solid vision battlefield. Its iron-plated frame held a cannon in one hand and a shield in the other. Ancient Gear Knight. Level 4/Earth/ATK 1800. This monster attacks without activating your opponent's spells or traps until the end of the damage step. The first monster of the duel. Ancient Gear, muttered several RA yellow and Slifer red students in the crowd. Confused expressions spread. You already have an Ancient Gear deck, so why are you even participating in the Fusion Club's entry match? Hikaru turned his head toward the Fusion Club members. They were already chuckling among themselves, as if the outcome of the duel had already been decided. A monster with 1800 attack right off the bat. Awesome! Jaden shouted from the stands with genuine enthusiasm. Yeah, getting fusion early and summoning an 1800 ATK wall on the first turn, Tatsuya's first turn is solid. Now, all he needs are the other fusion materials. We were right to lend our decks to those Slifer red students. The purple-clad Fusion Club members were practically shouting their commentary on purpose, eager to assert their dominance in front of the lesser dorms. End turn, Tatsuya declared, sneering with confidence. Hikaru just stared blankly. That's it? That's the end of your turn? This guy was giving him way too much room to work with. What's wrong? Scared? Tatsuya laughed smugly. If you're trembling already, feel free to surrender now. Fusion isn't something just anyone can wield. Hikaru's eyebrow twitched. He tilted his head, lips curling slightly at the corner. TSK. That was your big opening? No back row. No backup plan. Just one monster on the field with 1800 ATK. Not even a set trap. Even Axe Raider would have had the decency to throw on a blast with chain or something. If Tatsuya had at least set limiter removal, Hikaru might have given him a little credit. He shook his head gently and spoke with a calm, almost conversational tone. Hey. What? Tatsuya blinked. Hikaru smiled. I realized something after a long time studying this game. Huh. The more people obsess over fusion, the less they understand it. Tatsuya's eyebrows knitted together. Because everyone's always chasing after materials, searching, hoarding, planning. Just like you. You drew fusion, but all you did was stick it in your hand and normal summon something. Hikaru's voice rang out cold and sharp. With that kind of mindset, what makes you think you deserve to join the fusion army? Gasps rippled through the audience. Fusion is supposed to be the noblest form of summoning, he continued, eyes narrowing. Every extra, unnecessary action you take. That's an insult to fusion. What did you say? Tatsuya snapped, completely caught off guard. Even some of the fusion department students in the stands looked stunned. A few blinked hard, glancing at each other. Did he just say it's disrespectful to fusion to take extra steps? Bro, we just like fusion, you're talking like a cult leader. Hikaru didn't wait for their reactions. He raised his dual disc with practiced calm. My turn. Draw. He looked down at his hand. 6 spell cards. Not a single monster. He almost cursed, but stopped himself. If this were Master Duel, I'd be dead. But here. He smiled. A slow, cold smile that curled across his face like a trigger being pulled. He straightened his back, raised his arm to the sky, and declared. Fusion summoning is the noblest summoning method. So don't waste time, just fuse. I pay 1000 life points and activate the spell card, Instant Fusion. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000-3000. A glowing magical crest lit up across the field as the solid vision system powered up. I activate its effect, special summon a non-effect fusion monster of level 5 or lower from my extra deck. He slammed a card into his extra monster zone. I fusion summon, Brachioratus. From the depths of the extra deck, a blue, serpentine dinosaur roared into existence. Its body rippled with prehistoric strength as it materialized on the field in a swirl of energy and light. Brachioratus. Brachioratus, level 6 water dinosaur type 2200 ATK fusion. There was a full second of stunned silence. Wait, he didn't use any materials, a student blurted. He just paid 1000 LP and summoned it directly, another muttered. Even Jaden leaned forward in amazement. Whoa! That's so cool, he grinned. If Hero had something like that. All around the duel hall, students, whether from RA Yellow, Slifer Red, or even the Fusion Club itself, stared in disbelief. This wasn't fusion as they knew it. Even the loudmouthed upperclassmen who had mocked Hikaru earlier fell completely silent. Even Professor Growler, who had slouched in his seat with no intention of paying attention to the duel, snapped to attention the moment Brachioratus hit the field. The flicker of disbelief in his eyes mirrored the shockwave running through every fusion student in the stands. So, fusion can be played like this. Chapter 4, Can Humans Fight with Just Fusion? Many students were completely bewildered as the Brachioratus suddenly appeared on the field. They were still stuck in the mindset of summoning monsters one by one, waiting to gather the necessary fusion materials in hand before performing a fusion summon. But this method of fusion summoning with a single card like he just did, they had never seen anything like it. A monster special summoned with ready fusion can't attack and will be destroyed at the end of the turn, Hikaru added. Hearing that, Tatsuya let out a breath of relief. I thought it was something crazy. If it's just going to be destroyed at the end of the turn, then even with 2200 ATK, it's nothing special. That wasn't exactly wrong. Without effects and unable to attack, even the strongest monster was just for show. Don't be so hasty. Hikaru raised his remaining hand cards. I still have 5 cards in my hand. Huh? Tatsuya's face twisted in shock. Don't tell me. That's right. They're all fusion. A fanatical grin spread across Hikaru's face. As everyone watched, stunned, he drew another card from his hand. I activate the normal spell, Metamorphosis. I contribute a monster on my field, and from my extra deck, I can special summon a fusion monster of the same level. I tribute Brachioratus, and from the extra deck, I special summon, Golden Mammoth. Thu Doom. Brea Eng. A massive golden mammoth, lacking flesh and blood, replaced Brachioratus, appearing on S field as though evolving from its predecessor. Golden Mammoth, Dark Zombie 2200 ATK Fusion. This. Another fusion monster summoned without any materials. Jaden jumped up in excitement. That's so cool. Special summoning a fusion monster of the same level directly from the extra deck. At first, Growler was just shocked when he saw Ready Fusion. But after seeing Metamorphosis, he was no longer just shocked, he was absolutely horrified. As a veteran duelist who had been teaching for years, he immediately recognized that this was a fusion card far more absurd than he had ever imagined. Of course, that was only natural. Hikaru stared at the summoned mammoth, his mind recalling the card Metamorphosis. In his world, this card was banned. And not just recently, it had been on the ban list for over a decade. As an old-school player, even he had barely gotten the chance to use this spell card a few times. Now, being able to use it in this real-world duel monsters setting with actual solid vision holograms, he had to admit, it felt pretty damn good. Too bad, though. If he could, he would have much rather used this card to special summon something like Cyber Twin Dragon, Cyber End Dragon, or Chimeratech Over Dragon. That'd be way cooler than summoning a Golden Mammoth. But unfortunately, his extra deck didn't have those kinds of monsters. As mentioned before, his previous self's main deck had been entirely converted into a fusion deck. Although he had managed to tweak it slightly and add a few monsters, the deck still had to be 40 cards, which meant it was overwhelmingly filled with spell cards. The good news was that his fusion cards included some seriously powerful effects. Ready Fusion and Metamorphosis were both legendary cards that had long been infamous on ban lists. This turn, although he didn't draw instant fusion, Ready Fusion could also be considered a monster card and a substitute nerfed version of instant fusion in his deck. The bad news was that his extra deck was utterly tragic. Whether it was Brachioratus or Golden Mammoth, normally fusion summoning them would be a massive waste of resources, trading 3 cards just to summon a 2200 ATK monster. That was worse than just stuffing his deck with goblin attack force. But there was no helping it. Super polymerization didn't exactly gift him a better extra deck. Besides, even fusion monsters with no effects could have their uses. I activate the equip spell card, Spirit Illusion. Hikaru wasn't in the mood to stall. He needed to join the fusion club quickly, so he pressed forward without hesitation, activating another spell card. An equip spell. Does that count as fusion too? Despite Tatsuya already being shaken by Hikaru's back-to-back fusion summons, he still refused to back down. Seeing Hikaru activate an equip spell, he immediately shouted, "And you call this only fusion? How dare you?" Relax, Hikaru shook his head, raising the equip spell card in his hand before explaining. Spirit Illusion is an equip spell that can only be equipped to level 5 or higher fiend, or zombie-type monsters. Once equipped, I can activate its first effect, once per turn, I can use a monster from my hand or field as fusion material to perform a fusion summon. An equipped spell that lets you fusion summon. Jaden was so excited he nearly jumped down from the stands to take a closer look at the card. Also, Hikaru continued, there's a second effect. Instead of fusion summoning, I can choose to special summon a doppelganger token with the same type, attribute, and ATK as the equipped monster. Come forth, doppelganger token. A dark shadow emerged from Golden Mammoth, enveloping it like a mist. The shadow then peeled away, slowly drifting to the side before twisting and morphing into a pitch-black giant elephant. Doppelganger token, level 5 Dark Zombie 2200 ATK token. Again. Tatsuya was at a loss for words. At this point, he had only one thought left in his mind. Damn it. Even so, it doesn't matter. As long as I survive until my next turn, I can gather my fusion materials and summon the Labyrinth Heavy Tank with 2400 ATK. There won't be a next turn. Hikaru's eyes flashed, his right hand slashing through the air as he shouted. Battle phase. Golden Mammoth attack Ancient Gear Knight, and I activate the effect of Spirit Illusion. When the equipped monster declares an attack, I can activate this effect. The opponent's monster loses ATK equal to the equipped monster's ATK. Dark mist coiled around the robot, and in an instant, its body was covered in rust and corrosion. Ancient Gear Knight, ATK 1800. He was doomed. Tatsuya stared at his knight, now reduced to 0 attack points, his heart sinking into despair. It's over. He had been defeated by someone who only had fusion spells. Could it be? Could it be that? The skeletal mammoth crashed through, sending the robot flying, and, as if adding insult to injury, slammed straight into Tatsuya as well. Could it be that fusion is really meant to be played this way? Another round of thundering hooves. Thud. Just like he had truly been trampled by a massive elephant, Tatsuya was sent flying, landing flat on the ground. He stared blankly at the sky as if questioning his entire reality. You played well. I look forward to our next duel, Hikaru said instinctively. For some reason, the moment he won, he felt a strange surge of energy flow into his body, making him feel just a little bit stronger than before. He lost. Even though we gave him a solid deck. Is it actually possible for a duelist to win using nothing but fusion? Does this even make sense? The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Even some of the fusion club members were scratching their heads. They believed that fusion is the most noble way to summon, but wasn't this a bit too extreme? That was a beautiful win. What an exciting duel. On the other side, Jaden had already stood up, clapping excitedly and cheering for Hikaru. He felt that, after today, he had learned so much. Metamorphosis. He wanted to try it out himself. Not bad. Although he's from the yellow dorm, if he wants to use the Ancient Gear deck, that's fine, Professor Growler couldn't help but nod in approval. Moreover, Hikaru had said, fusion is the most noble way to summon, and any means other than fusion is unnecessary. Looking at it this way, he could see that, in wanting to use the Ancient Gear deck, was truly on the same level. My goodness, what insight! Professor Growler had always been very tolerant toward those who were not failures. The duel had been quick. Hikaru had always followed the mindset that if he could finish the duel, he would do it immediately, never wasting a single unnecessary move. Just as Amaki Hikaru was reflecting on the duel, he suddenly felt his deck box heating up. Quickly, he reached into his spare cards. And there was a new card, glowing with a brilliant purple light. Super polymerization was about to print a card for him. Chapter 5, Isn't it normal for super polymerization to print cards? Hikaru held the card gingerly between his fingers, feeling the residual warmth radiating off it. A faint purple glow pulsed across the surface. The monster's illustration flickered, distorted, as if it hadn't fully rendered yet. The card's name shimmered strangely, with a stroke across it, incomplete and unstable. It had been printed, but not fully materialized. Not yet. Super polymerization. The end of all fusions. The final word. It was the ultimate fusion spell, capable of bypassing effects, defenses, and even the opponent's will. In terms of power, it might not rival something like Numeran Chaos Ritual from the alternate dimensions, but in the realm of fusion, this was the Red Dragon Archfiend. A terrifying kingpin. So the fact that it was starting to create its own monsters was not actually that shocking. But how? He stared at the unfinished card again, then glanced toward his fallen opponent. That was when it clicked. That strange warmth he had felt after the duel ended had flowed into him just as victory was declared. It was the duel. Ryu's side. Fusion Club members, especially the self-proclaimed fusion supremacists, were suddenly shouting for Hikaru. Ryu's expression twisted. He could feel the mood shifting. Even students who had supported him before were now questioning their loyalty. TCH. He clenched his fists. That damn yellow freshman had flipped the room. Exposed his tricks. Made him look like a fool in front of Professor Growler and the entire club. And now, the crowd was turning. Even if I win, he realized grimly, they might not let him leave the club anymore. Chapter 8, Stuck in Response. Most of the Blue Dorm students initially supported Ryu out of instinct, loyalty to their own dorm, and the desire to preserve the prestige of Obelisk Blue within Duel Academy. But if this duel kept going the way it was going, well, that was another story. Yes, they were Obelisk Blue students, but they were also members of the Fusion Club, and if the club wanted to stand out during the upcoming dimensional exploration trials, they'd naturally prefer someone who could truly carry the torch of fusion supremacy. Ryu realized that. He clenched his jaw. If he won, maybe he could salvage this. If he lost, he'd be out, humiliated, and forgotten. He wasn't some first-year rookie. He was a second-year duelist, and he'd enhanced his deck with several powerful cards he'd earned through grinding, trading, and sheer survival. Even if his fusion monster got interrupted, he still had 3 cards in his hand. I activate the field spell, Gear Town. A digital skyline of towering, gear-laden factories surrounded the arena. Sparks flew. The metallic echo of machinery thundered from all sides. Gear Town, a field that reduces tribute requirements for ancient gear monsters, Hikaru noted aloud. Planning to bring out an ancient gear beast, senior? Ryu flinched, then gritted his teeth. He revealed a card from his hand. Exactly. I normal summon ancient gear beast, without a tribute. A steel-plated, canine-like machine burst out of the Gear Town skyline, snarling with grinding gears for fangs. Ancient Gear Beast, Level 6/Earth/Machine/2000 ATK. Battle. Wait. Hikaru's voice cut through the air like a blade. I activate my face-down card, Salamandra with Chain. Gasps swept the crowd. A new variant. This card has 2 effects, Hikaru announced clearly. First, I equip it to a fire monster on my field, Flame Swordsman. Flames surged upward as the trap's holographic effect activated. A chain of fire wrapped around the Flame Swordsman's arm, linking it to the card's burning aura. Flame Swordsman gains 700 ATK, rising to 2,500. Flame Swordsman, ATK 1,800-2,500. And second, he continued, I target one effect monster on the field and flip it into face-down defense position. What? A massive burning chain snaked across the arena, lashing around Ancient Gear Beast. With a forceful tug, Flame Swordsman yanked the chain, and the towering mechanical hound slammed to the ground, its card image flipping face down with a harsh metallic clank. Ancient Gear Beast, set in defense position. You get it now, right? Hikaru's voice turned cold. Fusion summoning isn't about brute strength. It's about tempo. Setup. Precision. Damn it. Damn it. Ryu cursed, slamming his fist against his duel disk. He'd never felt this kind of helplessness before. Not even against upperclassmen. Only once, when he caught a glimpse of Zane Truesdale, the Kaiser of Duel Academy, in action, had he felt something even close to this. This kid, is he at Kaiser's level? No. Impossible. Kaiser was the pride of Obelisk Blue. That wasn't something just anyone could touch. I end my turn, Ryu growled. His voice was tight, forced. He had one card left in hand. Nothing else to play. But that didn't matter. The Labyrinth tank had 2400 DEF. Ancient Gear Beast had 2000 DEF. Neither monster would be easily destroyed. Even if Flame Swordsman had 2500 ATK right now, it didn't matter. As long as one of his monsters survived the next turn, and he drew Ancient Gear Golem, he could tribute summon it. With a massive 3000 ATK, comparable to Blue Eyes White Dragon, Ancient Gear Golem was far beyond most ordinary monsters. My turn, drawl. It was Hikaru's turn. He glanced at the card he had just drawn and chuckled. Senpai, it seems even the cards are displeased with you. Question mark. Though it may not mean much, fulfilling the wishes of my monsters is the least I can do. So, I normal summon, Ancient Gear Beast. Whoa. Ah. Seeing a massive mechanical hound, its body formed of ancient gears and steel, appear before him, Ryu visibly flinched, unconsciously taking a step back. The effect of Gear Town allowed both players to tribute summon Ancient Gear monsters with one less tribute, so even Hikaru could summon Ancient Gear Beast without tributes. Wait, wasn't his deck supposed to be all fusions? No. Even in fusion decks, you still need materials, right? Exactly, and besides. Some of the red and yellow dorm students had a certain face-down card on the field. They didn't say anything, but their expressions made their thoughts obvious. This was a world where dual spirits existed. For someone like Ryu, who was outright rejected by his own cards and even beaten down by them, it was nothing unusual. It was clear that the Ancient Gear monsters were utterly displeased with him. Next, I activate over Future Fusion's effect. I reveal the Labyrinth tank and send Gigatech Wolf from my deck to the graveyard. Then, I immediately activate over Future Fusion's second effect. By banishing monsters from my graveyard as fusion materials, I can fusion summon one Dark Machine fusion monster. Fusion summon, Labyrinth tank. Ruumble. Charging into the battlefield once more, was Labyrinth tank. Damn it. Wow, I see now. So over Future Fusion works like this. Doesn't that mean he can fusion summon a Dark Machine monster every 2 turns? That's insane. He's using the same tribute and fusion monsters, so why does it feel like this guy's deck is way stronger? Cough, cough, don't say that out loud, some of the blue guys are looking this way. Ryu's lackeys shot daggers at the ones talking, but even they had to admit it, their boss really wasn't on Hikaru's level. Time to battle. Hikaru shrugged. Flame Swordsman, attack Labyrinth tank. Labyrinth tank, attack Ancient Gear Beast. And finally, Ancient Gear Beast, attack directly. Such a shame, if I had limiter removal in my deck, this would have been lethal. Then, with a smile that seemed almost friendly, he added, your turn, senpai. Ryu's hand trembled as he reached for his deck. His hand was down to one card, Ancient Gear Engineer. Completely useless in this situation. Sure, he still had Gear Town on the field, but Hikaru obviously wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't destroy Gear Town and let Ryu trigger its second effect. Was there anything left in his deck that could turn this around? There has to be something. He drew his next card with a trembling hand. Then, as soon as he saw it, he felt his whole body go weak. His knees gave out. He collapsed onto the ground. It was an Ancient Gear Golem. It was over. He could already see what would happen to his reputation and standing in the academy from now on. His cards slipped from his hands, scattering across the ground. His duel disc automatically registered his defeat. From a distance, Hikaru took one last look at him and let out a small, amused chuckle. "Senpai, weren't you looking for a giant monster? Well, here it is. If you don't respect or cherish your cards, they naturally won't respond to you." Hikaru continued, "Someone like you, do you truly deserve to perform the noble art of fusion? Your uniform may be purple, but in your heart, you have no unity, no camaraderie, and certainly no fusion." Just then, he felt a warm energy surge within him. He didn't know where it was flowing, but one thing was certain, it was way more than what he got from the entrance test. At least 3 or 4 times as much. If Flame Swordsman took 3 to 4 days to manifest, at this rate, he'd be getting another fusion monster by tonight. Meanwhile, Professor Growler had made his way over, stopping before Hikaru. He took a deep breath. "Amaki-kun, your duel was incredibly refined. Truly astonishing. Thank you, Professor. Take this card. Keep it well." Professor Growler handed him an ancient gear golem. "This is not just some temporary loan from the Fusion Club. This card is a gift from me, Valiant Growler, a true user of the ancient gear deck." "Wah! Professor." The Fusion Club members, especially the Duel Academy students, all gawked in envy. The ancient gear cards they used were just loaners from the academy. Once they graduated, they'd have to return them. But a card personally gifted by Professor Growler was a lifetime keepsake. And it was Ancient Gear Golem, a monster rivaling the Blue Eyes White Dragon. "Thank you, Professor." Hikaru didn't hesitate one bit. "I should be the one thanking you." "Huh. Thank you for showing me through today's duel that framing others really isn't the way to go." Professor Growler sighed and wiped his tears with a handkerchief. "Wait, is this related to Jaden? I only approached you, because in my memory you're the highest-ranking professor here." Of course, he didn't say it out loud, this was a convenient misunderstanding. "I'll take this student away. There will be an official report and disciplinary action later. You all can continue your club activities." Growler, deep in thought, left with the student. Professor Growler was actually a good teacher. In the original story, he was someone willing to sacrifice himself to protect his students, so Hikaru was more than happy to build a good relationship with him. As for the other students, they went back to their own business. Some who had been thinking of challenging Hikaru saw that even an upperclassman had lost and decided not to make fools of themselves. Meanwhile, a few students from the red and yellow dorms rushed over to cheer Hikaru on. After wrapping up his social interactions, Hikaru found a quiet place to sit down and take a proper break. Ever since earlier, he had been feeling a sense of unease, but couldn't quite figure out where this unease was coming from. He flipped through his deck, searching for the ancient gear golem he had just obtained. In this era, this card was still pretty. "Wait, what the?" His eyes widened. "No, don't." Inside his deck, Ancient Gear Beast and Ancient Gear Golem had already stuck together. But it wasn't the kind of sticking caused by moisture or glue, it was slowly merging, gradually turning purple, and transforming into a fusion monster. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. The two cards had fused on their own. Chapter 9, Fusion Deck. In the evening, Hikaru returned to his dormitory, carefully examining the card in his hand. Ancient Gear Golem and Ancient Gear Beast had completely fused into a single card, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine Type. Fusion Materials, 1 Ancient Gear Golem plus any 2 Ancient Gear Monsters. Abilities, inherits the standard Ancient Gear effect, opponent cannot activate spell or trap cards when it attacks. Retains Ancient Gear Golem's ability to deal piercing damage to defense position monsters. Gains a unique effect, if destroyed, special summon 1 Ancient Gear Golem from the graveyard, ignoring its summoning conditions. As the ace card of Professor Growler in the original series, its rarity far exceeded that of the regular one. After all, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, many duelists own 3 copies of Ancient Gear Golem, but Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem had seemingly only ever been used by Professor Growler. Its raw power was naturally superior to that of the regular Ancient Gear Golem. And at any rate, any Ancient Gear deck aimed to fuse an Ultimate, Megaton Golem, or Chaos Giant as the final goal. Ancient Gear Golem was merely a material for these greater fusions. But the real problem was, where the hell is my golem? Hikaru ruffled his hair in frustration. Obtaining a higher level, rarer card was an absolute win in this world. Any duelist would take this deal in a heartbeat, with no losses involved. Any Fusion Club member would be ecstatic to make such a trade, but for Hikaru, this was completely unacceptable. He finally got his hands on an Ancient Gear Golem, intending to build new strategies around it with fusion plays. And now it got auto-fused. Without Ancient Gear Golem in his deck, how was he supposed to fuse Ultimate Golem now? Wait. A sudden realization struck him. He quickly grabbed his deck and flipped through it card by card. After a thorough check, the expression on his face became truly spectacular. Damn. I knew it. I've been drawing no monsters for the past few days, but today, I suddenly drew an Ancient Gear beast. So it turns out. To increase his deck's consistency, Hikaru had included plenty of usable monster cards, including some hero monsters to support fusion summoning. But now that he carefully flipped through his deck, where were all the monsters? Everything had fused. No wonder all those Flame Swordsman-related fusion cards showed up in my opening hand today. The low-level monsters had been super polymerized into fusion monsters. That's why the Salamandra cards increased in number, raising their draw rate. It took Hikaru a moment to process this realization. Not that he could have helped it, how was he supposed to know his deck would change on its own mid-duel? I was wondering. I duel every day, and I can feel the power flowing into my body, yet I have only ever got one Flame Swordsman. That's the issue. Hikaru scratched his head. It seemed Super Fusion didn't distinguish between useful and needed cards. It would gradually fuse his deck's cards into new fusion monsters over time. No, maybe not. Hikaru pulled out Cannon Soldier and Gigatech Wolf from his deck. If that's the case, then fusion materials shouldn't be affected, right? The only reason Golem and Beast fused was probably because I didn't have Ultimate Golem in my extra deck, so they naturally merged into one. If that was the case, then this wasn't so bad after all. A smile crept back onto his face. Now that he understood the fusion printing logic of super polymerization, he could start building his deck more efficiently. One day, he'd create a smooth, powerful deck, instead of constantly drawing 2 or 3 completely unplayable cards at the start of every duel. What a shame, they took away that guy Ryu, and I might not get a chance to duel him again in the future. That's one less way for farming energy. Sigh, what a shame. However, looking at the Fusion Club, there were still plenty of Blue Dorm students who weren't happy with him. There would be no shortage of people to farm energy from in the future. Just as he was thinking about the Fusion Club. At the top floor of the Fusion Club, inside the Dimensional Research Room, a violent burst of purple light flashed. 3 students and 2 teachers, all dressed in purple uniforms, stood silently in front of a massive mechanical structure. There was a giant purple ring, continuously rotating on the machine. At the center of the ring was a swirling mass of black and white, twisting chaotically like a void. After a few moments, a man draped in a massive cloak stepped out from within. Professor. Everyone welcomed him. He was a stern-looking bald man. His uniform was more elaborate than the others, featuring a wide collar and heavy golden epaulets and medals. He didn't look like a professor, he looked more like a soldier. He was the leader of the Fusion Absolute Supremacy faction within Duel Academy, a professor at the academy, Leo Akiba. Professor Akiba, how did the joint exploration with Kaiba Corporation go? A Fusion Club teacher eagerly stepped forward to ask. Leo Akiba shook his head. It was not the underworld that Kaiba Corp's president was searching for, unfortunately, but we had some luck. It was a broken world with spirits. Interdimensional travel was a large-scale and global initiative led by Kaiba Corp, with participation from all over the world. It was said that Seto Kaiba had been searching for an unnamed pharaoh, hoping to finish a duel from many years ago. To that end, he had devoted all his energy to exploring parallel worlds and even space itself, so much so that he hadn't updated his deck in years. Although Seto Kaiba was a peerless genius, unmatched in a million, capable of unraveling the mysteries of both machinery and parallel dimensions on his own, he was still just one person. Searching for the one and only underworld across infinite dimensions was an overwhelming task. To speed up the search, he even established dimensional gates within his company's departments and with various partners' facilities, all working together to explore different dimensions toward a united main goal. Originally, each branch of Duel Academy had its own dimensional gate. At regular intervals, students would interact with these broken, minor dimensions, engaging with the spirits or duelists that resided there. Of course, this was limited to small, broken dimensions. Larger dimensions, especially those inhabited by human civilizations, were beyond Duel Academy's authority to explore on their own. Thanks to Leo Akiba, who, with his scientific expertise, improved the dimensional gate, earning Seto Kaiba's recognition and securing an exclusive dimensional gate for his department. Because of this, the Fusion Club gradually rose to prominence, becoming a new power within Duel Academy. This was also why the Fusion Club had so many ancient gear monster cards. They had obtained them from an old, decaying mechanical world. Has anything happened in the Fusion Club lately? Yes, yes. Professor. A teacher eagerly stepped forward. Recently, a particularly outstanding talent has emerged, an absolute prodigy. His entire deck is fusion-based. In the grand scheme of things, in the Fusion Club, what was the ultimate symbol of loyalty? The answer, of course, was a fusion deck. All fusion. Even Leo Akiba paused for a moment. What's this? Can a deck like this even win? The three student representatives, with the teachers, had different expressions. The red dorm student wore a smug smile, the yellow dorm student showed a proud look, and the blue dorm representative appeared downcast. The two teachers excitedly told Leo Akiba the entire story, from the club entrance test to today's duel with Ryu. They were quite impressed with Hikaru's understanding of fusion and his resonance with the monster cards. They were just ordinary teachers at the academy, without any particular affiliations. Having an excellent student in their department would help improve their teacher ratings in the future, so they were naturally pleased. I see you discovered a new dimension, Professor Akiba. Should we call him? No. Huh. Everyone was stunned by Leo Akiba's words, waiting for his next words. Call that Ryu here. Professor Growler has already disciplined him, there's no need for more punishment, right? The blue dorm representative quickly spoke up. Leo Akiba glanced at him, shook his head, and said, what I mean is, bring him here, to this new broken dimension. Huh. Not just the other students, the blue dorm representative, and teachers were also completely confused. What does this mean? Leo Akiba didn't explain anything further. With a flick of his cloak, he turned and walked away. It's a simple matter. The Fusion Club, as a purple department of the Duel Academy, even has its own dimensional gate. It has the opportunity to completely detach from the three dorms, so why has there always been discrimination based on color? Why has Leo Akiba, as the head of the department, never interfered? Because, it is, tacit approval. Chapter 10, Broken Dimension. Not bad. Looking forward to our next duel. After shaking hands with his opponent in the Fusion Club, Hikaru greeted him cheerfully. Dueling with Amaki, I feel like I've learned a lot. The end of Fusion's road is indeed farther than I imagined. Not at all, I'm still way far from the end or anywhere close to there, Hikaru quickly waved his hand. The duel a few days ago made Hikaru famous in the Fusion Club. After all, Ryu was a senior student, and defeating him with the same, theoretically weaker deck was truly a rare achievement for many lower-year students. After all, aside from color discrimination, seniors also tend to bully lower-year students. However, even so, most of the students who primarily interacted with Hikaru were from the red and yellow dorms, with few from the blue dorm. Most were simply drawn to him by his deck, just like this student. Watching the passionate student leave, preparing to modify their deck, Hikaru felt a surge of ambition. Well, maybe not that much. But everything was going according to his plan. Due to his influence, the students in the Fusion Club were indeed moving in a direction he hoped for, though not many, there were still some. After a week in the Fusion Club, he increasingly felt that this club was very strange. There were too many bizarre rules and ideas in it. Although they were overall moving toward the ultimate goal of fusion summoning, the internal conflicts were even more severe, and duels in the form of gambling battles occurred far more often than in the outside world. The fusion army was being deliberately trained to become more extreme, fanatical, and crazed. To Hikaru, it was simply unacceptable. What kind of school does this? If this continues for a few more years, the fusion army might really become like that certain A5 group, turning anyone into cards, no matter their age or gender. Joining the Fusion Club was truly a wise choice. Not only were the duels intense, but they also allowed him to keep a close watch on this bomb that could explode at any moment. Yo! Amagi! A passionate voice sounded in Hikaru's ear. Jaden? Hikaru, who was nibbling on some bread in the corner, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he was surprised to see Jaden. How did he end up in the Fusion Club? Did the Fusion Club students actually let him in? Hikaru was quite surprised because, in the original story, Jaden went to the Blue Dorm dormitory to find Zane Truesdale, but he was pushed to the ground by the students guarding the Blue Dorm and even had a bucket of cold water thrown on his head. But then he thought for a moment. Although this world resembled GX, it was still different. For example, there were far more Red Dorm students in this world compared to the original story, there must be close to 100. Plus, since he had become somewhat well known in the Fusion Club, it wasn't strange for someone to bring him in if they were looking for him. Wow, Amagi, you look so cool in that uniform. Jaden exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Hikaru's outfit. Hikaru was already good-looking, and with the purple uniform's longer hem, he looked even more elegant and handsome. Jaden, this isn't really the time to talk about that. Cyrus, who was standing next to him, commented. Before going crazy, Cyrus had been an ordinary, weak-willed boy, even giving off a bit of a sidekick vibe. Ah, right. Amagi, are you interested in joining a tag team duel? Tag team duel? With who? The Paradox brothers? Hikaru instinctively said. In the original, Jaden, Cyrus, and Alexis had entered the old school building they were in today, even encountering a shadow duel and being punished by the school, which required them to participate in dorm duels or be expelled. And in the anime, Jaden and Cyrus ended up facing the Paradox brothers, the legendary duelists, who had once troubled Yugi and Joey, as their opponents. This is where reputation management comes in. Though these two could hardly be called weaklings, they were definitely not anywhere near as powerful as Yugi and Joey and just gained popularity because they dueled them once at the start of their journey, yet they still are called legendary duelists, even more ridiculous than claiming to have battled the first Hokage. Amagi, you heard about that too? Cyrus said excitedly. Did you watch the duel back then? Back then? Hikaru quickly picked up on it. I see, the time I'm in is after that duel has already ended. But if that's the case, then why look for teammates? Hahaha, Amagi, do you know? Jaden showed off. The Dimensional Gate. Dimensional Gate. It's the Dimensional Gate that Kaibacorp invented to search for the underworld. Cyrus quickly explained from the side, unable to hold back. After their explanation, Hikaru finally understood the fundamental difference between this world and the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, he remembered. So it's the Dimensional Gate. An. It seems this world is a fusion of the 20th anniversary Yu-Gi-Oh movie, The Dark Side of Dimensions. From Jaden and Cyrus, Hikaru roughly got the gist of it. Every dorm, every grade, can use the power of the dimensional gate every so often to visit broken dimensions that have already been explored. According to Kaiba Corp's research, these broken dimensions should be the remains of worlds where the spirit worlds perished or small dimensions built by fleeing spirits, and everything inside them is basically just the remnants of spirits. As long as you defeat them, you have a chance to gain their recognition and receive cards from them. Besides, the energy generated from dueling them can also maintain the existence of their dimensions. This makes it a good deal for both sides, which is why Kaiba Corp and many of them have signed contracts with many of them. Furthermore, they are worlds used for elite students to practice. Sounds pretty good. But, a broken world? Fleeing spirits? This world feels even more dangerous than I imagined. The world we're challenging this time is said to be a dimension of warrior tribes for tag team duels. So, what do you think? Interested? Jaden gave a thumbs up and recommended it to Hikaru. Hikaru was indeed very interested. After all, this seemed to be the most fundamental anomaly in this world. Besides, he had never heard of this in the yellow dorm, so when Jaden invited him, he was naturally pleased. But there were still some things that needed to be clarified. As a student from the yellow dorm, can I even participate? Why not take Cyrus along? He also participated in the tag team duel with you, right? Cyrus lowered his head, looking a bit regretful. My big brother dueled with Jaden for me earlier, and then he found me. He told me not to go to the dimensional gate so easily. He said. I wasn't ready for it yet. Zane, protecting Cyrus? It seems the other side of the dimensional gate really isn't stable. Don't worry, students from different dorms can team up together. Jaden didn't even realize what Hikaru was concerned about. I asked Teacher Banner, and he said that this year, only I, from the red dorm, am qualified to enter the dimensional gate. So I can team up with students from other dorms. If you're not interested, then I guess I'll have to ask Alexis. Of course, I'm interested. Hikaru quickly agreed, then added, but just in case, I'll need to adjust my deck. Awesome. Jaden jumped up and, at lightning speed, said his plan. We'll meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. in front of our dormitory. Chapter 11, Where did this come from? Before Red Dormitory, Professor Banner pushed a massive machine while sticking out his tongue to cool himself down. Struggling to stand upright, he greeted Hikaru. Hikaru-kun, hello. He looked utterly exhausted. Professor Banner's full name was unknown, only that either his surname or given name was Banner. He had black hair, wore a white shirt with a tie, and sported glasses. His ever-present smile made him seem warm and approachable. Hello, Professor Banner. This professor was not only the faculty advisor of the Red Dorm but also its cook and a part-time teacher of alchemy at the academy. Despite his seemingly timid demeanor that often made him appear easy to bully, his actual status in the academy was far from low. But Hikaru knew, Professor Banner was not as weak as he seemed. In fact, he was a truly formidable individual, a genuine heir to the art of alchemy, and even a top-tier duelist capable of creating the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Even across all the academy's dormitories, north, south, east, and west, he was probably amidst the strongest duelists, the owner of the card that struck fear into countless duelists, Macrocosmos, his exclusive card. Professor Banner, why didn't you ask us to help you carry these? These look way too heavy. A student who resembled a sloth spoke up. He was Jaden's dorm mate, Chumley Huffington. Well, I got a little excited, meow, since students from other dorms are visiting. Hearing a grown man suddenly say, meow, at close range was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Oh, right, Hikaru-kun, come over and test your spirit adaptability. Spirit adaptability? Yet another new term. Hikaru stepped forward curiously and extended his hand as Banner scanned him with a machine. Just as I expected. He muttered softly while looking at the values on the machine before flashing another smile. Hikaru-kun also has a 4-star spirit adaptability, just like Jaden. You'll have no problem participating in the simulation, meow. Wow, the same as Jaden. Hikaru, I knew there wouldn't be any issues. Hikaru was still confused. So, what does this actually mean? It's basically a measure of how well you adapt to spirit duels. The higher your adaptability star level, the better the rewards you receive, the less mental strain you suffer, and the shorter your recovery time when returning to our dimension. It's said that Mr. Yugi Muto has a 12-star adaptability. No matter how powerful the spirits are, they all bow before him. Even if he duels in other dimensions, he never feels fatigued when returning to our world. He's the true king of duels, meow. Alright, come now, Jaden, Hikaru-kun, step in front of the dimensional gate. I'm starting the teleportation, meow, Banner said while pressing buttons on the gate, muttering to himself. Professor Banner, this machine looks way too old. Cyrus couldn't help but voice his concern. And rightly so. At a glance, the machine was similar to the Fusion Club's dimensional gate, but its exterior was visibly aged and worn. Rust covered several parts, and the components rattled noisily as if it were a retired, outdated model, completely incomparable to those in the other dorms. I can't help it, meow, the red dorm only has this one, but don't worry, I maintain it regularly and have personally modified it. Cyrus and Chumley were still uneasy, but Hikaru exhaled in relief. Banner was a powerful alchemist. If he had repaired it, then the machine should be fine. Come, stand properly, meow. Jaden eagerly stepped in front of the machine, while Hikaru, feeling curious, stood beside him and observed. The massive metal ring began spinning rapidly. Soon, 2 strange beams of purple-white light started mixing and twisting, shining down on Jaden and Hikaru. Whoa! So this is dimensional teleportation? Jaden shouted in excitement. Hikaru watched as his body slowly changed color and turned into particles, an astonishing sight. Another transmigration. Just then. Meow. Suddenly, Banner screamed in panic. Right after that, the machine's light rapidly shifted colors, and he frantically began pressing buttons in a panic. What's going on? An error. Professor Banner. Cyrus and Chumley rushed to his side in a frenzy, watching him desperately press buttons, his face twisted in frustration. Stop it. Shut it down. I can't. Once it's activated, it can't be turned off. What? Meanwhile, the light enveloping the 2 gradually shifted from purple-white to a dazzling, intense golden glow. What's wrong, Professor Banner? Jaden became worried about him. Meow. But there was no more time. After a sharp scream, Hikaru and Jaden vanished from this world. When Hikaru regained consciousness, he immediately noticed that his surroundings had changed drastically. He and Jaden seemed to be inside a massive prison. The air was unbearably thick and murky. Hikaru waved his hand, brushing away the dust before him, feeling his breathing become labored. Cough, cough. Where are we? No idea. Maybe, the machine malfunctioned and sent us somewhere else. Hikaru hesitated. It was hard to say for sure, considering the Red Dorm's status in Duel Academy, the odds of something like this happening weren't exactly low. But on the other hand, there was also the possibility that Banner had done this to them on purpose. After all, in the original story, Banner had no shortage of moments where he tricked Jaden into facing dark duels or dueling with spirits. And since this world had such a convenient dimensional gate, it wouldn't be surprising if Banner had set Jaden up again. Alright. Hikaru, let's go on an adventure together. Even after realizing something had gone wrong, Jaden quickly accepted the situation. Anyway, as long as we win against the spirits here, we can return. By now, he had already faced dark duels, dueled against the Jinzo's spirit, and even encountered the Gravekeeper spirits, dueling the Gravekeeper's chief. Supernatural events were nothing new to him. So, even though he'd been tricked again, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he laughed and prepared to move forward. "Wait, Jaden." Hikaru was just about to call out to him when suddenly, the ground trembled violently. He steadied himself and looked to the side. Outside the massive prison walls, flames erupted with a deafening roar. It was then that Hikaru finally realized. They really were in prison. Intruders. A powerful voice echoed in their ears. The two turned to look outside and saw a towering warrior clad in jet-black armor. His helmet exuded authority, a shield in his left hand, and a sword in his right, adorned with gold and silver. His voice alone carried a force that seemed to shake the very heavens. Any duelist would recognize him at a glance. Black Luster Soldier. Hikaru and Jaden shouted in unison. And then, they saw the countless warriors gathered in the plaza behind Black Luster Soldier. Where had they ended up? This wasn't just some broken dimension. This was Black Luster Soldier's stronghold. Chapter 12, The Trial of the Warrior. Intruders, state your purpose. Ah, well, Black Luster Soldier, hello. Jaden was experienced. Having been almost mummified before, he quickly started explaining when he heard the Black Luster Soldier speak like that. Dimensional duel, I see. The Black Luster Soldier nodded. The Black Luster Soldier seemed surprisingly easy to talk to. He sheathed his weapon and introduced himself. I am the Harbinger tasked with guarding this world from invasion, the one who created it. I am also one of the guardians of the underworld. In this land of warriors, countless warriors come here intending to become the strongest, attempting to grow stronger through training and battles. He pointed to the distance, where countless warrior monsters were competing in martial arts, essentially playing cards. Oh! I'm so pumped! Jaden shouted excitedly. I will arrange opponents for you, the Black Luster Soldier continued. Most warriors may not wish to leave this world, but if there are any who do, it is their choice. Here, whether it's advancement or training, everything is decided by the most ancient of battle rituals. So, you need not worry. Hikaru nodded. As long as it's a duel, there's no problem. Already arrived before them, and all the spirits half-knelt to welcome this strongest warrior. From the card lore, it was said from the very inception a soldier undertook the baptism of light and darkness, becoming the warrior who split the heavens and the earth, the original and strongest chaos warrior. After this battle, have you not realized your own flaws? This. My lord, You and the avian both underwent the trial, but the avian seeks to make duelists more courageous and fearless, while you were merely a friend called over. Yet, until the duel ended, you never resolved your issues with the avian, always arguing with each other. I can understand your friendship, but the failure of the ritual, both of you made mistakes in your own ways. When warriors from another world make mistakes, they don't complain. Rather, they trust each other and have each other's backs with cards capable of turning the tide. You, however, activated your trap prematurely just to show off your power. You truly shouldn't leave with this warrior because your training is still far from enough. I understand now, Chaos Warrior. Gaia's face showed a hint of shame as he lowered his head and sincerely said to Hikaru, warrior from another world, this time, it was my failure. In the future, I will personally apologize. Hikaru and Jaden exchanged a glance, then smiled and said softly, it's all right. Acknowledging others is also part of fusion. To you, rituals are the most respected, and to me, fusion is the noblest. There's no real difference, just differing beliefs. So you don't need to feel embarrassed about it. After hearing Hikaru's words, Gaia lowered his head even further. Dual spirits were truly innocent. If it had been a real person hearing Chaos Warrior's lecture, they definitely wouldn't have accepted it so easily and would have at least tried to argue. Chaos Warrior gently nodded, then looked at Hikaru, extending his hand. A purple glow slowly emanated from his hand, enveloping Hikaru's body. The light gradually turned into a purple card and fell into his hand. Very well. Warrior from another world, as agreed, Gaia should have followed you. But since he cannot leave, I will personally bestow upon you the power you deserve. This fusion power within me is now yours. Jaden, who stood beside him, along with Hikaru, was utterly stunned, staring wide-eyed at the card. Master of Chaos. Its fusion materials are Dark Magician and a Chaos Ritual Monster, a fusion monster. No wonder he's the original Chaos Warrior, such power is incomparable. Immediately after, the Chaos Warrior raised his sword again and drew a circle in the air. The circle began to spin wildly, and soon, a brand new portal appeared, even showing a completely different scene on the other side. Well then, without further ado, I will personally send you back to your world. May I ask, Chaos Warrior, how will you send us back? Hikaru asked, a little curious. At that moment, the Chaos Warrior finally smiled slightly. You don't think you were sent to this world and are now in prison, do you? Ha! Ah! When the two of them followed the Chaos Warrior to a door, they finally understood. It turned out they had been intercepted during their transfer by the Chaos Warrior using his own power. Now, all they needed to do was enter the dimensional gate and return to their world. Warriors from another dimension, I welcome you to come again sometime, said the Chaos Warrior before they left. However, guarding the underworld is also my duty. I hope that when you return to your dimension, you do not speak of the secrets of this world. Don't worry, Mr. Chaos Warrior. Jaden raised his right arm and bent it, patting his bicep with his left hand, confidently saying, we'll never speak of this world's secrets. Jaden and Avian are quite familiar, so we can just say we came from a world of heroes. Hikaru also looked up, stroking his chin as he thought of an excuse. The Chaos Warrior nodded gently. Then, farewell. Warriors who seek a higher realm. Chapter 16, Adaptation. Passing through the door, Hikaru felt countless beams of light pass through his body. His body seemed to shatter into countless pieces, being scrambled, until the sunlight reappeared, and his body began to reassemble, eventually becoming a person and landing on the ground. Ugh! Hikaru landed on the ground, his legs gave way, and he almost collapsed. So heavy. So heavy. He felt his body and limbs suddenly become countless times heavier. The sky seemed to have entered dusk, and the time flow of the two dimensions seemed to be the same. Jaden. Hikaru. While Hikaru was still feeling dazed, someone had already rushed over to them, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Oh. I'm fine," Jaden said casually. Hikaru shook his head hard and looked at Cyrus and Chumley. After a brief pause, he spoke, "I'm fine too, just a little dizzy." "It's a normal phenomenon, meow." Teacher Banner pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "Jaden has extraordinary adaptability, so he's fine coming back to the real world, but Hikaru, your adaptability isn't that high, so you'll need to rest for a while. And it's an old model, so it's a bit more damaging to the body. Normally, people would need 5 or 6 days to recover, meow." "Is that so?" Hikaru nodded, understanding. It makes sense. Jaden wasn't exactly a normal human in the original story, he was the reincarnation of the Supreme King. For him, this kind of thing wasn't much of a problem. Moreover, while Hikaru felt unwell, it was just dizziness and a heavy body, and after a few deep breaths, it seemed he was getting better. It felt like running a kilometer. It seems super fusion isn't just helpful in dueling after all, huh? "Ah, I'm so glad you're back, meow. Otherwise, I would have had to let the academic affairs take you away." Seeing that they were fine, Teacher Banner patted his chest, wiped his tears, and had a sense of relief. Academic affairs? Hikaru looked over and saw a row of people in dark green uniforms and military hats, looking at them seriously, as if they were soldiers. The leader, a woman, spoke coldly after hearing Teacher Banner's words. "Teacher Banner, there were no accidents this time, so academic affairs won't be punishing you. However, the dimensional gate will be taken by us and handed over to the council for repairs, and as for your salary this month, you should get ready. Hikaru remembered that in the original story, these were the people who arrested Jaden after he broke the school rules. They were the soldiers on the Duel Academy island, directly under the council. How could this be, meow? Teacher Banner said with a mournful face. It's all Teacher Banner's fault. If he hadn't pressed the buttons randomly, Jaden and Hikaru wouldn't have almost not made it back. Syra said. Teacher Banner, though I'm also sad, Cyrus is right. Even Chumley, the good-natured one, felt that Teacher Banner had gone a bit too far. I just thought it was a bit old, so I tried adding some things. Teacher Banner sulked for a while, then suddenly remembered something and asked Jaden, by the way, Jaden, where did you guys go? Hikaru, where did we go again? Ha ha ha. Jaden instinctively scratched the back of his neck, grinning like a fool. Before merging with Yubel, Jaden was still too funny. We went to a hero's dimension. The spirits there were very welcoming to Jaden, and it even seemed like they were old acquaintances of Jaden. Hikaru said without hesitation. Yeah. Jaden quickly followed up. Jaden, what's going on? Cyrus asked in confusion. Jaden scratched his face with his finger, thought for a moment, then chuckled. Actually. While it might seem a bit unbelievable, I know Jaden better than any of them. For example, while Jaden could happily eat the homemade dishes Banner-sensei made, even being the only first year in Red Dorm who could finish 2 big bowls in one sitting, he wasn't a kid from a poor family. On the contrary, his parents were high-ranking executives at Kaiba Corp and talented researchers in advanced technology. Cyrus's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Jaden's words. Years ago, Kaiba had started exploring alternate dimensions, searching for a gateway to the underworld. As part of a promotional event, Kaiba sent cards and drawings made by children into the first interdimensional portal, scattering them randomly across countless worlds. And those cards and drawings were Jaden's. Chumley was dumbfounded. I heard about that. I even signed up for it. It was obvious, whether in talent, spirit power, or family background, that someone like Chumley could never compare to Jaden. So, what does that mean? Even Banner-sensei leaned in curiously. That hero is. Yeah. Jaden opened his deck and pulled out an unusual card, a nostalgic smile on his face. He experienced many things in another dimension, gained new strength, and transformed into a new form. But when he saw me again, he still returned to how he used to be. He is my partner and my friend. I see. Congratulations, Jaden. Hikaru, who had been listening, nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed in this world, instead of cards sent into space like in the original, Jaden's cards had been sent to another dimension. No wonder that feathered hero was so close to him. In any case, the matter was settled. Neither Jaden nor Hikaru would ever speak about their trip to the Gate of the Underworld. And, after reuniting with his feathered hero, Jaden understood his future goal, to find and reclaim all of his lost partners. Unfortunately, the dimensional gate required energy to recharge in the first place, and since Red Dorm was the lowest tier dorm, it received the least energy allocation each quarter. In the first place, it wasn't used much, and now that the Academic Affairs Department had taken it, it was unlikely that anyone could use it for some time. Jaden and others happily prepared to go to the cafeteria to wait for Banner to cook, while Cyrus and Chumley kept asking Jaden more details. Banner had been explaining things to the teachers from the Academic Affairs Department for a long time before he finally returned exhausted to the dormitory. He greeted Hikaru and thanked him for agreeing to participate in the tag team event. After watching Hikaru walk away, Banner slowly opened his eyes. I wasn't wrong. That student indeed has an extraordinarily high talent in alchemy. Alchemy, the science of those seeking immortality, but in this card world, it also had another name, fusion. He rubbed his eyes and felt a bit emotional. I never expected to meet a student with such talent at the final stage of my life. At the same time, at the highest level of the fusion club, a figure stumbled out of the dimensional gate, falling to the ground and coughing violently. Beside him stood the emotionless head of the fusion club, Leo Akuba. Can you stand up? Of course, I can, Professor. The student struggled to push himself up with his hands and stood up with effort. Good. In a few days, when your body has fully recovered, go and finish what's in your heart. Don't disappoint me. Wait for me, Hikaru, I'll have my revenge. The student's eyes blazed with fire as if he could burn someone alive with his gaze. He struggled to get up, leaning against the wall to barely stand, while his mind had no other emotions, only one thought, revenge. As for Hikaru, at this moment, just a few minutes after exiting the dimensional gate, he no longer seemed dizzy or uncomfortable. He casually bought a bread loaf and ate it while thinking about his deck and cards, and was already full of energy and bouncing around. Chapter 17, Win. The human world is different from other dimensions. Spirits do not have a physical form here, and although Hikaru has the power of superfusion, unlike Jaden or Chaz Princeton, who can directly see them, he can only barely hear the voices of the spirits. However, even just hearing their voices is quite impressive because, in the original story, Aster Phoenix, the Destiny Hero user who also had spirits, couldn't even hear them. After stepping through the dimensional gate, Hikaru resumed attending his classes as usual. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Professor Banner, who used to be the only one talking at the podium while the students below either isolated themselves or slept, frequently asked him questions during class. But lately, when teaching Hikaru, Banner was especially enthusiastic, often asking Hikaru for his opinion after explaining a section of the lesson. Hikaru felt somewhat confused. In this world, alchemy was a real thing. As a super alchemist who had actually created the Philosopher's Stone, a top-tier alchemist who had truly achieved immortality, it wasn't strange that Professor Banner wanted to find an heir. After all, his immense talent had no successor. In the original story, he discovered the main character, Jaden, had an extraordinary talent for fusion, so before dying, he passed on the fruits of his life's work to Jaden, a card that in the anime, was considered the strongest fake card, the Philosopher's Stone. It could be transformed into any card the duelist imagined. This card had dwell, yet, Banner's knowledge and skills, those had no one to inherit them. If Jaden could craft a real Philosopher's Stone like Banner, who would even dare duel him afterward? Let's not mention that Hikaru was already focused on studying, taking exams, and striving for a scholarship to improve his impoverished life. Now, noticing that Banner was eager to teach him, he naturally didn't hesitate. He focused his mind and studied seriously. He wasn't sure if it was because he had gained 2 spirits after visiting another dimension, or if his super fusion power had further recovered, but the alchemy that had been completely incomprehensible to him when he first crossed over was gradually making more sense, and he was even able to follow Banner's explanations. As his knowledge of alchemy grew, he also gradually discovered something: he had slightly improved his control over superfusion. For example, the day he first crossed over, he could only fuse an eraser and a pencil, but now, he could fuse a ballpoint pen. A remarkable improvement. You seem to be really interested in alchemy. After the alchemy class one day, Hikaru was still furiously writing notes. It wasn't until he finished that he noticed someone in a yellow school uniform had appeared beside him. The person politely greeted him after he finished his notes. "Who are you?" Hikaru looked confused at the stranger beside him. Cough, cough. The stranger, seemingly surprised by Hikaru's response, continued, I heard you and Jaden went to another dimension. Did that big-mouth Jaden start bragging again? Or was it Cyrus?" Hikaru tidied up the stuff on his desk, casually brushing off the question. "Yeah, that happened, doesn't matter, we just went to play cards. Nothing new." He acted impatient. On the one hand, it was true that many students had been asking him such questions lately, and he was getting a bit annoyed. On the other hand, this was an effective way to prevent further questioning and avoid letting anything slip. He had promised not to speak about certain stuff and intended to keep that promise. Ah. Is there something else? Did you know Yellow Dorm also has a dimensional gate? Oh. Who are you? It's been this long, and you still haven't remembered my name. The boy looked speechless. Oh, I remember now, you're Korei Shino. Bastion Misawa. Hikaru, of course, didn't forget. In fact, this character in the original story was probably positioned as the third male lead and was the top freshman at Yellow Dorm, though he lost all presence in the later parts, so his name was often used for jokes. But for Hikaru, he was a great enemy. Because he was the top of the grade, a master of cultural courses. Since Hikaru wanted to win a scholarship to improve his life instead of just eating bread, dry and lonely, every day, Bastion was a challenge he had to overcome. After a brief conversation, Hikaru learned Bastion's purpose. Every year, Duel Academy has a friendly match with North Academy, and for some reason, this year, Professor Growler recommended Bastion to be the representative. Oh, I've heard of it. Jaden was recommended by Zane as the new student representative, right? Hikaru remembered the plot and casually said, "Ah, I get it. So you want to settle things with him, but you don't know what cards he got in another dimension, so you want to fish for information from me? Are you offering next month's Yellow Dorm dimensional gate usage as a reward?" "I didn't expect that, Bastion-san. You're quite devious." Bastion broke into a cold sweat. "What are you talking about? Why are you thinking so dark?" "Huh. Isn't that right?" "I was already going to say it," Hikaru was surprised. Bastion struggled for a while, then finally took a deep breath. "That's not it, it's just, the Academy suddenly changed its policy." "Why?" Another plot difference from the original made Hikaru curious. "It's like this, North Academy is offering an extra prize, apparently a newly discovered dimensional coordinate. I heard it contains cards of monsters from the magician race that have never been discovered. The winner of the Academy competition gets to go explore there." Monsters from the magician race? Actually, it fits the logic of this world. But what does this have to do with me? Hikaru still didn't understand. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Bastion was a bit speechless, rubbed his hair, and said with some hesitation, "Professor Leo Akuba from the Fusion Club recommended you." "Huh? What the? I've never even met him. What is this idiot up to? This is a conspiracy." Hikaru immediately realized that the old man surely had bad intentions. Otherwise, why would he recommend someone like him, someone he barely knew? That guy was undoubtedly not the good teacher type. Speaking of which, in the original, the final prize of this duel was Ms. Dorothy's kiss, which essentially meant the two principals of the academies had been constantly pursuing the welfare officer, so they were both very invested in this. In reality, it didn't really mean much to the academy students. That's why Hikaru had never paid attention to it before. But if there was another dimensional gate challenge reward, he would be interested. But a three-way battle is not allowed, so Professor Leo Akuba recommended a second-year student to test your qualifications. If you lose, you'll lose your eligibility. If you win, you'll be able to duel with me. With you? Hikaru raised an eyebrow and sized up Bastion. Bastion put on a confident smile. "I'll surely beat Jaden." Hikaru took a sharp breath. "Beat him? That Jaden? You?" By the way, Professor Sartor said that this duel is also the second round of selection for Yellow Dorm's top spot, Bastion said, his eyes gleaming with focus. Sartor was the head teacher at the RA Yellow Dorm, at least in title as he had almost no presence. Top spot, huh? Hikaru mused. "I won't let you have the top spot," Bastion said firmly, crossing his arms. "Thanks, Bastion, for coming over and telling me all this. You're actually a good person, Hikaru said, feeling a bit emotional. His gaze suddenly turned firm as he looked at Bastion. By the way, whether it's the top spot or the first in the grade, I'll take it. Hikaru's eyes blazed. I'm going to win that scholarship, Shino. Otherwise, surviving on bread for a whole year would be impossible. It's Bastion. Bastion shouted angrily. Just wait. After I defeat Jaden, I'll make sure you remember my name. Chapter 18, Ban Order. Battle, Elemental Hero Great Tornado, Attack. Wah! We won, that was an interesting duel. The strong wind blew, and the 3D holograms on the battlefield gradually faded. Bastion didn't have the hard-fought battle with Jaden like in the original and was defeated by Jaden in just 3 rounds with a powerful new card he obtained from another dimension. So that winged guy evolved into the elemental hero Great Tornado in another space. Elemental hero Great Tornado, it's a potent fusion monster. Hikaru saw Bastion, looking dejected, walking off the duel field and approached him. Pfft. Hikaru laughed. Did he win? Of course, he lost. His talking big were all fleeting moments yesterday, and today he just lost to Jaden. Yo, Bastion. Huh, why didn't you ask me yesterday? Jaden realized one fusion card wasn't enough in the other dimension, so he added more fusion cards to his deck. If you had known, you wouldn't have been so foolish today, sealing only a single fusion. Bastion had sealed a fusion card with a counter trap, preventing Jaden from using fusion throughout the duel. But Jaden wasn't the same as before, he had already placed Fusion Gate into his deck. Bastion wasn't in the mood for jokes anymore, he shot Amaki a glare and sighed, Amaki, do your best. Win back for our Yellow Dorm's honor. Bastion was a good sportsman. And because Bastion was a good guy, Hikaru was happy to tease him, making him feel a bit better. Hikaru shrugged. It's not that easy. I don't even know who my opponent is. Yeah, after all, it's a second year. Hikaru adjusted his outfit, put on his duel disc, and walked up to the duel field. In the audience, Jaden and the others, who had just finished their duel with Bastion, immediately waved their hands enthusiastically and cheered for him. Go for it, Hikaru. Yeah, Amaki-kun. Good luck. Professor Sartor, I'm ready. Hikaru said to Sartor, who was acting as the referee. In the original, after Bastion lost to Jaden, this professor was quite upset because Bastion was his recommended student, and one remark from the principal made him even more upset. Why couldn't Yellow and Red Dorm cultivate excellent students? It was questioning Sartor's abilities and capacity as a professor. And now, seeing Hikaru step onto the stage in his purple school uniform, Sartor felt even worse. Why was there such an outstanding new student even in the Fusion Club? He had utterly lost all motivation to think about heartening underperforming students, and was reflecting on how much of a failure his own educational career had become. Now, as recommended by Professor Leo Akuba, from Obelisk Dorm's second year, student Ryu, please step up. Hikaru noticed a student in a blue uniform with dark circles under his eyes, looking like a junkie, shakily stepping onto the stage. Is this for real? Can he even duel with that body? In this world, dueling isn't just a game, there is real physical damage. Professor, is this really okay? Senpai's body looks a little off, Hikaru spoke up. Humph, stop pretending to be kind, Hikaru. Ryu said harshly. The way I am today is all because of you. Don't act like you're being considerate. I'm here to get revenge on you today. Hikaru fell silent for a long while. After hesitating for quite some time, he finally asked, You are? Don't joke around. With the question, You are, Ryu completely lost his composure, nearly charging forward to punch Hikaru. He gritted his teeth and muttered, half a month ago, Fusion Club, theft. Hikaru's gaze instantly turned sharp. He remembered now. So it's you. Hikaru dueled with different students every day, especially those from the Fusion Club, and ever since he defeated the senior from Blue Dorm, he gained tremendous popularity among Fusion Club students from Red and Yellow academies. Day in, day out, morning to night, students would challenge him for a duel. With so many people, he couldn't remember every single one. Forgetting someone was perfectly normal. Hearing Ryu's words, he immediately recalled. So it was this guy. Then, today might be tough. Don't think that defeating such an opponent is easy. On the contrary, since he's already been defeated, the opponent is more familiar with his deck and is more likely to set up counter cards. But he's looking like he's caught a serious illness. It's indeed strange, though. Hikaru looked around, only to see several students wearing protective goggles and purple uniforms, crowding around a big guy in a purple cloak who walked into the venue and sat in the back row, expressionless, staring at the stage. Leo Akuba. Hikaru frowned. So, was it him who caused all this? What exactly is this guy thinking? What are you looking around for? Ryu yelled. Fine, Hikaru responded. Duel. ×2. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Ryu, LP, 4000. As a senior, I'll let you go first. Here we go again. Fine. My turn, draw. Hikaru glanced at his hand. He wasn't sure what deck his opponent was using this time. Usually, he wouldn't even draw a monster, but this time, he drew an ancient gear monster. Master, it seems like the opponent isn't very popular among my colleagues, Hikaru heard the flame swordsman's comment. Hikaru nodded but didn't explain. Instead, he decided to make his move. I set a monster and a card face down, ending my turn. Heh, what about your fusion? Can't use it, or do you have another plan? Ryu glared at Hikaru, a cold smile on his face. Ha, whatever, because I've already seen through you. My turn, draw. I activate the quick play spell card, Tornado. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, and the set card on Hikaru's field was instantly swept away, revealing its true form. Flame Swords Dance. Ryu revealed a grim smile. So you plan to use this card for support when I special summon my monster, huh? Too naive. Do you think I'm still the same as before? And, I activate the continuous spell card, Prohibition. Prohibition? The audience gasped in surprise. Who would actually play something like that? I can declare a card name, and as long as this card is on the field, neither player can activate, summon, flip summon, or special summon this card, change its battle position, or use it as material for a special summon. I declare, Flame Swordsman. Ryu revealed a manic grin. That is a counter card. Who would use a card like this? Oh no, bro, the monster Hikaru mainly uses for fusion is the Flame Swordsman. Cyrus remembered this detail. Be careful, Hikaru. Jaden stood up instantly and cheered for Hikaru. Wow, master, what's this guy doing? Even the spirit of Flame Swordsman shouted in Hikaru's ear. Originally, he hoped to have a nice fight in the human world, but just as he was about to make his move, this happened. It's not over yet. Ryu continued his harsh movements, drawing forcefully as if he were trying to tear the cards apart. You've always said fusion is the best, right? Well, let me show you an even stronger fusion. I activate the spell card, Absorb Fusion. Absorb Fusion. Hikaru was truly shocked. A Gem Knight card? Where did this come from? Did he find the DT, dual terminal? Ha ha ha, the main surprise is yet to come. During the turn I activate Absorb Fusion, I can only special summon Gem Knight monsters, and by its effect, I can add Gem Knight Tourmaline from my deck to my hand. Then, Absorb Fusion's effect resolves again, and I can banish monsters from my hand or field to perform a fusion summon. Wow, such an amazing fusion, not only can he search for a card from the deck, but he can also fusion summon. I heard he's an elite of the Fusion Club. Then why is he wearing blue clothes? That harsh comment deeply wounded Ryu. He roared and flicked his hand, glaring fiercely, causing the student who spoke immediately shut up. Humph, I'll fuse 2 Gemnite Tourmaline in my hand to fusion summon. Gemnite Topaz. The gemstones flew out from 2 cards, clashing, shattering, and shining, eventually transforming into a brighter night. Gemnite Topaz, level 6 Earth Thunder 1800 ATK. Gemnite Topaz can attack twice in one battle, and when it destroys an opponent's monster, it inflicts damage equal to the destroyed monster's attack points. Wow, so powerful. Uh-oh, if Amagi's monster has over 1000 attack points. Next, I'll summon in attack position, Ancient Gear Knight. Ancient Gear Knight, level 4 Earth Machine 1800 ATK 500 Def. Whoa, now if the Fusion Club student's monster has below 500 attack points, it's definitely over. That's amazing, no wonder they're from the upper grades. Ryu sneered. Because of you, I've been ordered to leave the Fusion Club and faced criticism from others. If it weren't for you, I would never have. Alright, enough with the nonsense, Hikaru interrupted him. In the end, you were the one in the wrong. Now you're bothering me, it's completely unreasonable. Even if you want to win to change your reputation, can we just have a proper duel? You. Ryu's face flashed with anger. Grinding his teeth, he shouted at Hikaru, you can only maintain that face for now. Let's go into battle. I'll attack your face-down monster with Topaz. Hikaru. Amagi. As everyone shouted, Hikaru's lips curled downward as he pressed the dual disc. I activate the effect of a trap card. What? Where did you get a trap? Trap card, Flame Swords Dance. During the opponent's battle phase, I can banish this card from my graveyard and tribute one of my face-down monsters to activate it. Then, I can special summon a monster from my deck or extra deck that has Flame Swordsman in its name. Senpai, I told you about this effect. Even so, the prohibition sealed off Flame Swordsman. I send my face-down Ancient Gear Knight to the graveyard to special summon from my extra deck. Dark black flames rose around Hikaru, illuminating him like a dark deity. I've emphasized this many times, Senpai. You don't deserve fusion. Come forth, Dark Flare Knight. The pitch-black fire spread throughout the field, and a warrior with a red shield and golden sword calmly walked to Hikaru's side. He even had time to look at a space and smirk. Dark Flare Knight, level 6 DRK Warrior 2200 ATK. Fusion materials are Dark Magician and Flame Swordsman. Chapter 19, Not Sticking to Your Own Fusion Material. Although prohibition prevents the summon of the Flame Swordsman, as an upgrade of the Flame Swordsman, the Dark Flare Knight is free from that ban. Of course, generally speaking, without a fusion between Dark Magician and Flame Swordsman, Dark Flare Knight cannot be summoned in this world. But Hikaru's trap card dealt Ryu a severe slap across the face, as Dark Flare Knight doesn't have Flame Swordsman in its name, and Flame Swords Dance can also special summon a monster that mentions Flame Swordsman aside from its name. A fusion card that can be activated from the graveyard? That's amazing. No, that's beyond amazing. Using a card from the graveyard and a monster on the field to bypass the normal fusion process to summon a fusion monster. That's just too strong. Beside them, Jaden, who had been a bit worried earlier, now saw that Hikaru not only took no damage but even restricted his opponent, and immediately high-fived Cyrus in celebration. TCH. I set a card and end my turn. Ryu wiped the sweat from his forehead and glared at Hikaru through gritted teeth. My turn, draw. Hikaru examined his hand, and let out a wow. Good. It looks like I am going to fuse again. Although Ryu's face showed tension, deep down he already had a winning strategy prepared. His set card was the Sacred Shield, Mirror Force. Ever since he lost to Hikaru, ever since he was kicked out by the Fusion Club, ever since Professor Growler publicly criticized him, he has been thinking day and night about how to defeat Hikaru. In his view, the yellow dorm is just the yellow dorm, and the blue dorm should be riding on the yellow dorm's head, even if they are all members of the fusion club, it should be so. So he never felt that he was at fault. It was Hikaru who dared to defy him, it was that guy who didn't know gratitude and Professor Growler who didn't stand up for him. And after receiving help from Professor Leo Akuba, he finally got the chance for revenge. Following Professor Leo Akuba's teachings, he went to another dimension and searched for several Gem Knight cards, but these were only secondary. What was truly important was the boundless, dark power hidden in that dimension. According to Professor Leo Akuba's teachings, he imbued his deck with shadow. As long as he defeated Hikaru, he could make Hikaru lose his arrogant confidence, even directly erode it into his own power. And this trap card is the strategy he painstakingly devised after many days of contemplation. Hikaru can duel with a full fusion deck, which is indeed very formidable, but as everyone knows, these fusions do not have the effect of destroying cards. No matter what fusion monster it is, as long as it attacks. Senpai? Question mark. Hikaru examined the card in his hand, gently twirling one card while gazing at the sky as if deep in thought. Actually, after that, I also thought for a long time, sometimes wondering if I had done something wrong back then. At this point you finally realize you must apologize to me. After thinking for half a month, I finally concluded. Hikaru refocused his gaze on his opponent, and smiled. I was not wrong. I was absolutely right. I pay 2,000 life points to activate the spell card, Lullaby of Obedience. What is that? Hikaru stroked his chin. I originally intended to use this when dueling Jaden. After all, heroes are extremely high-quality fusion materials. Hey, Hikaru, what are you saying? Are you trying to steal my hero? From below, Jaden raised his fist to protest Hikaru. This is also called. Enough, stop talking. I know what you're trying to say. Hikaru interrupted him. Is this even called fusion? That's too narrow-minded, senpai. In a duel, it's never been said that only one's own monsters can serve as fusion materials. You're standing here today, talking nonsense, saying something about revenge, even bringing cards specifically to counter my deck. Then, if I'm not mistaken, you must want to return that line to me, right? That line, if you don't respect and take care of your cards, the cards naturally won't respond to you. So, you surely brought that card with you. I declare, Ancient Gear Golem. Ugh. Ryu was so startled that he stepped back. Hikaru's Lullaby of Obedience declares one card name, and the opponent must check their deck. If they have the declared monster card, they must either give it to the player who activated the card or ignore the conditions to special summon it onto the field of the player who activated this card. It's the same type of card as Prohibition. What's this called, an eye for an eye? I think that is a great move. The crowd below began discussing loudly. Hurry up and check senpai, you must have it, right? Hikaru said. TCH. Ryu flipped through his deck, found a card, and threw it with force, tossing it into Hikaru's hands. Hikaru caught it and chuckled lightly. If you don't want me to special summon, that means. I don't care, I activate a spell card, Ready Fusion, paying 1,000 life points to special summon a level 6 or lower non-effect fusion monster from my extra deck. I special summon, Brachioratus. Next, I will use the Dark Flare Knight and Brachioratus on the field as a tribute to tribute summon, the Ancient Gear Golem. The Dark Flare Knight shrugged and his body dissolved into golden light. He was happy to make way for the Ancient Gear Golem, even though he couldn't truly show himself. Boom! The mechanical giant made of steel and gears slowly stood up, turning its head to look at Ryu, its eyes glowing with crimson light. Ancient Gear Golem, Level 8 Earth Machine 3000 ATK. Why does it look a little strange? Hikaru, subconsciously asking, glanced at the somewhat darkened Ancient Gear Golem beside him. It's the Ancient Gear Golem. A tribute summon. Didn't Hikaru-kun say he was going to fusion summon everything? Don't rush. Hikaru-kun's fusion moves have already exceeded what I imagined. Maybe there's still something big to come. Yes, Hikaru-kun, now you actually haven't fused, right? Ryu was still struggling. So naive, Hikaru shook his head. It's precisely because you misunderstand fusion, your foolish ideas about fusion, and your blind hatred for me that you ended up like this. I don't know what you've been through these days, but it doesn't matter. What does that have to do with me? Fusion is not that simple, senpai. Don't think that just because you got a fusion card and summoned a monster, you can compete with me. You and your monsters don't communicate thoughts, your understanding of fusion is rigid, you don't know how to reflect after failing, and you don't have a decent play. Yet you dare talk to me about fusion. Let me show you now the power of fusion. I activate the spell card, Ancient Gear Fusion. Ancient Gear Fusion. What's that? I've never heard of such a card. Oh my god. Even Professor Growler couldn't help but run to the edge of the duel stage, gripping the edge and leaning forward. He didn't even know what this Ancient Gear Fusion was. As the name suggests, Ancient Gear Fusion is a fusion card specifically for Ancient Gear monsters. You can use monsters from the field or your hand as fusion materials to fusion summon an Ancient Gear Fusion monster. However, when using an existing Ancient Gear Golem on the field as a fusion material, this card can also use monsters from the deck as fusion materials. From the deck. A monster from the deck. Fusion. Everyone watching gasped in astonishment. We know you like fusion, but isn't this a bit too powerful? It's starting. Hikaru raised his right hand, pointing at the sky. I will fuse the Ancient Gear Golem on the field, the Ancient Gear Golem and Ancient Gear Knight from my deck as fusion materials, and perform a fusion summon. Countless steel and gears flew out of the deck, soaring into the sky, flying towards the Ancient Gear Golem, assembling more parts to its body. He clapped his hands loudly in front of him and shouted, "Fierce hunting hounds, Iron Knights, now, transform your bodies and merge with the ancient giant to become the ultimate machine. I fusion summon, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem." A massive giant with 4 legs, and arms that became enormous and incredibly tough, overshadowed the entire duel arena. Countless students looked up, unable to see the full scope of the giant. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine 4400 ATK. My goodness. It's the Ultimate Golem. Professor Growler naturally recognized the card, but, how would an ordinary student get such a card? Whoa, it's huge, Cyrus exclaimed, staring in terror at the monster. Such high attack. Chumley swallowed nervously, Jaden, be careful of this monster. Meanwhile, Jaden was cheering, so cool, fusion. This monster is the fusion of the Ancient Gear Golem, inheriting its effect. When it attacks, the opponent cannot activate spell or trap cards until the end of the damage step. Ultimate Golem, attack Gem Knight Topaz. Wait, Ryu stared at the enormous robot, stepping back in fear. He noticed that the massive robot was also surrounded by a black, ominous aura. It was probably because its fusion materials were his own cards. He remembered Leo Akiba had told him that the higher the attack power, the greater the impact it would cause. Ultimate Gear Strike. Hikaru shouted. With 4,400 attack points, the Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem struck down, and Ryu's body. No, don't, no. Boom. One punch landed. Hikaru was about to continue with his turn, but suddenly he tilted his head, becoming confused. Why had the 3D hologram disappeared? Professor Growler quickly jumped onto the dueling platform, rushed to Ryu's side, checked his breath, quickly performed CPR, shook his head, and then turned to shout, "Ryu has lost consciousness, the winner is Hikaru. Quick, call the Academy doctor." Hikaru stood frozen, stunned. Did I just knock someone out by playing cards? Chapter 20, Too Pure. Things are even more serious than Hikaru had imagined. It wasn't that someone got knocked unconscious from playing cards. They ended up hospitalized. At first, Hikaru thought that Ryu's poor condition was due to overwork over many days, and he initially wanted to persuade him to stop playing cards and just rest. He even assumed that the physical damage from the holographic image had knocked Ryu out. However, according to the school doctor's investigation, that wasn't the case. There was a strange dark power in Ryu's deck, a power that could damage both the body and the brain. The real reason his condition was so dire was that this dark force had been constantly clinging to his deck. Thanks to the emergence of the dimensional gates, this world isn't unfamiliar with dual spirits or spiritual power. In fact, it's quite well known, and it's said that in a certain major eastern country next door, civil engineering projects have even started using various large monsters' spiritual energy to assist in construction, making life much easier for countless construction workers. In short, due to the development of the world being somewhat different, the doctors in this world, especially the experts at Duel Academy, are very familiar with this kind of situation. So, does that mean that because I used his monster as material, that one punch delivered a huge blow of dark power to him? Hikaru listened to Professor Growler's explanation, nodding in understanding. So is he going to be unconscious for a while? How long? Do I have to pay his medical bills? I can't afford that. He truly had no money before coming to Duel Academy. He had spent all his savings on cards. He subsisted on nothing but dry bread daily. He was indeed broke. There's no such thing. Professor Growler shook his head. It was he who voluntarily added that card to his deck. According to Kaiba Corp's rules, of course, it's entirely his own responsibility. Kaiba Corp's rules. How ideal this world is. In a nutshell, Ryu had only himself to blame. Even if he got lucky, he'd be unconscious for a year or so, and there'd be no way he'd dare trouble Hikaru again. Moreover, because of what happened, today's duel simply couldn't continue. Of course, Hikaru welcomed it. He could only farm energy once a day. On account of that inexplicable dark power, his duel with Ryu had netted him quite a bit of energy, but it certainly couldn't compare to dueling Jaden. Dueling again tomorrow sounds like a good idea. Hikaru, I'm very pleased that you've managed to make it this far using the ancient gear deck. Once the formal discussion was over, Professor Growler turned back and leaned close to Hikaru, whispering, "Just now, the principal even praised me for your use of the ultimate ancient gear golem. Well done, you've earned extra points in the grade evaluation with my authority." "Whoa, thank you, Professor." Hearing that he'd get extra points, Hikaru immediately grew excited. "If the principal asks, I'll say it's all thanks to you." "Good, good." Professor Growler's whole face contorted into an expression of intense eagerness as he repeatedly exclaimed his approval. Previously, the principal had indirectly criticized him for the poor quality of Blue Dorm students this year. He had racked his brains for an excuse, but then he thought, hey, look at Hikaru. Even though he's a student in the Fusion Club, his trump card was given by me. He didn't even know where Hikaru's ultimate golem came from, and he couldn't possibly ask his students about private matters, but everyone knows this is his, Professor Growler's, ace card. That's why the principal thought he had taught Hikaru. When did he ever teach Hikaru? It was more like Professor Banner who did, but he still accepted it. There was nothing he could do, he simply had too much pride. Yet Professor Growler never expected Hikaru to be so easygoing. It seems I haven't paid enough attention to students from other dorms. There are many good students in the other dorms, too. He had been reflecting on his failures in education these past few days. Perhaps red and yellow aren't hopeless cases, it's just that he'd never really focused on them. Professor Growler then announced that the final qualification tournament would be held tomorrow. The students serving as spectators cheered and discussed among themselves who had the best chance to win. Some believed that the attack power of the ultimate golem was unbeatable, others argued that attack power was only one aspect and that the elemental hero Great Tornado could reduce the ultimate golem's attack by half, possibly overcoming it. Opinions were mixed, and no one could reach a consensus. Congratulations, Hikaru. It seems you've come further than I have. After Hikaru's turn ended, Bastion was the first to congratulate him. It's just luck, since the opponent still has one more turn. If he draws some really powerful card, I might not even be able to win. Excessive self-deprecation only makes people angry. Bastion continued laughing. Hikaru glanced around. Where's Jaden? After hearing of your improvement, he rushed out, saying he needed to adjust his decks. Hikaru nodded. Dueling isn't just about on-the-spot performance, adjusting your deck before a duel is also a crucial step. Speaking of which, I have some cards I can lend you. Do you want them? Bastion scratched his cheek a little awkwardly. Even though he had lost to Jaden, he still wanted to join in on the fun and participate in some way, just to get a feel for it. If his cards ended up defeating Jaden's, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. No, never mind. Bastion was a very wealthy person, not in terms of family background, but in terms of his card collection. In the original work, he owned 6 complete decks, each representing earth, water, fire, wind, light, and dark. And, beyond those 6, he even had a 7th deck. He was, in every sense, a card hoarder. Compared to the protagonist, who had spent all his savings just to put together a single deck, Bastion was truly rich. For someone like Hikaru, who lacked lower-level monsters and even had to borrow an ancient gear golem from his opponent, Bastion was an excellent source of support. But Hikaru was afraid that, mid-duel, he'd accidentally fuse Bastion's cards with super polymerization. If he couldn't return them afterward, that would be pretty embarrassing. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. His deck no longer had Ancient Gear Golem. His copy had already been completely fused into Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. In tomorrow's duel against Jaden, there was no way he could just miraculously draw Lullaby of Obedience and pull an Ancient Gear Golem from Jaden's deck, right? Well, at least that was a minor issue for now. By the way, Bastion, did you see where Professor Akiba went? Hikaru asked thoughtfully. He left as soon as you fused into the Ultimate Golem. He seemed busy. Bastion frowned in confusion. He was a sharp observer and had noticed many details. To be honest, it's strange. Aren't you the representative of the Fusion Club? He didn't seem too happy about it. What kind of scheme is that old man up to? Hikaru furrowed his brows. Why did that bald egg use Ryu to target him? He began recalling his past actions in the Fusion Club, trying to pinpoint anything that didn't align with standard fusion principles, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. He was practically the purest fusion duelist there was. Leo Akiba had already returned to the Fusion Club's headquarters. That was amazing, Professor. Hikaru's performance was astounding. This time, our Fusion Club has a real shot at becoming the Academy's representative to duel against the Northern Branch students. A special dimensional coordinate, just hearing about it gets me fired up. Leo Akiba sat in his swivel chair, leaning back, his face expressionless. He let out a cold, indifferent brushing off the praise. Professor, should we go watch tomorrow's match as well? The representative of the Yellow Dorm asked eagerly. Hikaru was, after all, a student from their dorm, and he felt a sense of pride in his success. Leo Akiba glanced at him. That glance alone carried an almost murderous intent, instantly scaring him into silence. Leo Akiba leaned back slightly, his cold gaze fixed on the large floor-to-ceiling window before him. Through the glass, he stared at the dueling arena, as if he were watching Hikaru himself. He had never been a man without purpose. Establishing the Fusion Club, becoming its lead instructor, and guiding students toward fanaticism and extremism, it was all for his own ultimate goal. What he needed were soldiers, absolute followers of his purpose, a strict hierarchy where everyone knew only how to obey. When he gave an order, they would follow it without question. What he didn't need was a student who truly, purely believed in fusion. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, that's not a card an ordinary student could get their hands on. Did that old bastard Growler notice something? As expected of a legendary duelist, he really couldn't be underestimated. Fine. I'll let you have this victory for now. Once the exhibition match is over. Bam! He slammed his fist onto the desk, creating a loud, resounding impact that made the entire room tremble. Everyone around him instantly froze in terror, too scared to utter a single word. Chapter 21, The Opening of the Representative War. The next day. Hikaru was feeling a little groggy. He had stayed up too late last night, making several adjustments to his deck in preparation for this duel. Honestly, even if he lost to Jaden, it wouldn't be anything to be ashamed of. After all, Jaden was the original protagonist. But if you're going to duel, you have to aim for victory. Even if his opponent had supernatural abilities like psychic powers, the Supreme King's might, or the power of darkness, Hikaru refused to back down. I duel to win. Yua, across from him, Jaden also looked a little drowsy, yawning. Last night, not only had Cyrus and Chumley dragged him into deck discussions, but even Avian and Winged Kuriboh had been pestering him, pointing at cards in his deck and offering their own opinions. They all knew that Hikaru was not an easy opponent to deal with, especially since the two of them had traveled to another dimension together and dueled side by side. They had at least some understanding of each other's thoughts, which only made the duel even more difficult. Targeting, understanding, predicting, calculating, these were all crucial aspects of dueling. When dueling a stranger, with no knowledge of their habits, you could only rely on instinct and intellect to anticipate their next move. But when dueling a familiar opponent, a friend, even if you didn't know what cards they had in hand, you could still make a rough guess about their tactics. For example, if Hikaru were to duel Seto Kaiba, he wouldn't even need to open his eyes to know that Kaiba definitely had 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons and a polymerization in his hand. And that kind of familiarity only made dueling more difficult. Be careful, Jaden. That guy, Hikari, harbors an incomprehensibly vast power. He's not an opponent you can take lightly, give it your all. As Jaden and Hikaru greeted each other and the Academy's medical staff scanned their decks for any irregularities, the Phantom of Avian appeared beside Jaden, whispering a warning. Kuriai, Kuriai. At the same time, a floating, Winged Kuriboh appeared beside Jaden's face, cheering him on. Jaden was long accustomed to interacting with spirits. Hearing his two partners' words, he grinned excitedly and said to them, "Yeah, that's exactly what makes this even more fun." Meanwhile, Hikaru was also checking his deck. After carefully going through it twice, he finally felt at ease. Who is that? On the second floor of the duel arena, a tall, handsome young man asked in a low voice while watching the two duelists. He was the pride of Duel Academy, the undisputed king of Obelisk Blue, the top duelist of the third-year students, and the Academy's strongest duelist, known as Kaiser, Zane Truesdale. Beside him, a blonde girl heard his question. Resting her arm on the railing, she furrowed her brows slightly. He's Hikaru, a first-year from RA Yellow. I heard he's a friend of Jaden's. Last time Jaden went to another dimension, he brought him along. There was a hint of complaint and resentment in her tone as if she was displeased that she hadn't been invited. Her name was Alexis Rhodes. Because her brother was friends with Zane Truesdale, she often joined him in searching for her missing sibling, making the two of them fairly close acquaintances. In terms of both looks and figures, she was an undeniable beauty. Her long, slender, porcelain-white legs often attracted the gazes of the boys around her. There was even an incident where the captain of the tennis club publicly confessed to her. That said, for some reason, the boys she was actually familiar with, like Jaden and Kaiser, were completely uninterested in her appearance or figure. Instead, they were far more curious about her dueling skills. Are you talking about the partner who went to another dimension with Jaden? Zane's expression suddenly darkened considerably. Back then, Atticus and I were also partners exploring another dimension. He recalled the past. Brother. At the sound of his brother's name, Alexis fell silent in sorrow. It's all right. One day, we'll find him. Zane shook his head. Now, let's watch the duel. Did Jaden choose that partner? Surely, it will bring us an exciting duel. Both sides, prepare yourselves. On the field, Professor Growler raised his hand and shouted, I declare the start of the final representative battle. Duel. ×2. Jaden LP, 4000. Hikaru LP, 4000. Oh. The cheering from the spectators erupted immediately. Come on, Jaden. Watch out for Hikaru's fusion. Hikaru, bring honor to our fusion club. On both sides of the audience, distinctly separated by color, sat students in red, yellow, and blue uniforms, while others wore pure purple. Although there were far fewer students in purple uniforms compared to the normal ones, their shouts were no less loud. They had all, to one degree or another, conversed with Hikaru. They weren't exactly his best friends, but then again they were definitely on good terms as members. Today, they had all set aside their individual dorm identities and sat together as one. The members of the Fusion Club and others enthusiastically cheered on Hikaru, the representative of the Fusion Club. Among the many purple uniformed students, the only one, Bastion, under pressure, sat on that side, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while cheering for Hikaru. How strange, why do the looks coming from the other side seem as if they're saying I'm a traitor? Bastion mused in bewilderment. After thinking for a while, he finally came to himself, forget it, whatever. Go for it, Hikaru, win it for us. Wow, such passion. Jaden was taken aback by the students directly opposite him. Hikaru, you are really popular. Haha, of course. I am the purest fusion duelist. Hikaru laughed heartily, feeling that his hard work in the Fusion Club had not been in vain. In the entire Fusion Club, who could fuse more than him? Well then, I'll take the initiative. Hikaru didn't even bother with courtesy toward Jaden. Since I can go first, who needs to flip a coin? My turn, I draw a card. He scanned his hand. Unfortunately, he didn't draw any ready fusion or ready style fusion, not even a card from the Flame Swordsman domain. However, his hand did contain other cards that could be used, and they were quite useful. I set one card, and end my turn. Only one set card. What an ordinary turn. It feels like he's going to suffer a loss for nothing. And that opponent is Jaden. He might get OTK'd. The students of the Fusion Club were somewhat worried. Meanwhile, the students on the other side were not any happier. Be careful, Jaden, watch out for his face-down card, it's definitely a trap. Yeah, Jaden, it might be Flame Swords Dance. Chumley also shouted. Jaden drew a card, glanced at the field, and didn't rush. Then, I'll normal summon Elemental Hero Wildheart. Elemental Hero Wildheart, Level 4 Earth Warrior 1500 ATK. Ah, Wildheart won't be affected by trap cards. Chumley, who aimed to be a card designer, immediately recognized it. That's it, Jaden, now test it. Jaden decisively nodded. I attack directly with Wildheart. Wait. Hikaru swiftly flipped over his face-down card. Quick play spell card, Scapegoat. With this card's effect, I can special summon 4 level 1 sheep tokens, each with 0 attack and defense, from my side of the field. In the next instant, 4 3D images of yellow, blue, pink, and orange fluffy sheep appeared in front of Hikaru. The battle continues, destroy 1 sheep token. The Wildheart spun and casually chopped down a pink sheep token. Huh. Why Scapegoat? No way, could Hikaru have not a good hand? Are the 4 sheep tokens just for stalling? The Fusion Club didn't see a fusion summon, but instead saw Scapegoat, making them a bit tense. Great, Jaden, it looks like Hikaru has a bad hand. Go for it, Jaden. Jaden's fan club cheered. Strange, that Hikaru doesn't seem like someone who has a bad hand. Zane frowned in confusion. Jaden looks really nervous. Jaden. Be careful. Meanwhile, unknown to everyone, the avian appeared beside Jaden and urgently shouted at him, "It's a level 1 monster." "Ah, I know." Jaden's face turned serious, showing no hint of smugness. "Then I'll set 2 cards and end my turn." "Heh. My turn, draw." Hikaru took the card from the far left of his hand. "Now, I activate Metamorphosis." "Oh no." The avian gasped. "It's Thousand Eyes Restrict." Chapter 22, Testing and Interaction. Metamorphosis. You must tribute a monster on your field to activate this card. Special summon a fusion monster from your extra deck that is the same level as the tribute monster. I'll tribute the blue sheep on my field. I fusion monster, Thousand Eyes Restrict. The blue sheep's body emitted a violent collision, followed by a twisting motion. Its body began to crack apart, gradually sprouting eyes, appearing distorted and disgusting. Thousand Eyes Restrict, Level 1 Dark Spellcaster 0 ATK 0 Def. Oh my god. What? What is that? What a disgusting monster. That's Thousand Eyes Restrict, the legendary monster, Mr. Pegasus's card. Wow, can you really use a token as fusion material to summon a monster of that level? Soon, some members of the Fusion Club recognized the monster and realized their previous worries had been unnecessary. This was a legendary monster. Thousand Eyes Restrict. Zane stepped forward. I remember, this monster's effect is. I'll activate the effect of Thousand Eyes Restrict. Once per turn, I can equip one monster on your field as an equipped card and gain that monster's attack and defense. Thousand Eye Restrict's eyes glowed with eerie purple light, casting it upon the Wildheart. A moment later, Wildheart screamed, turned into a shadow, and merged with Thousand Eyes Restrict's body. Thousand Eyes Restrict's ATK, 0-1500. Oh no. This way, Jaden's open to a direct attack. While everyone around him was panicking, Hikaru noticed that Jaden wasn't worried at all. Instead, he seemed even more fired up. A face-down card? Unlike Hikaru, Jaden was known in people's minds as the fusion symbol, but in the original, heroes were more of a deck that worked back and forth with spell and trap cards, and it wasn't until Space Hero Neos arrived that fusion deck became what it is today. So, it wasn't surprising for Jaden to set a card. After all, he had even used Sakuretsu armor before. I'll attack directly with Thousand Eyes Restrict. Hikaru didn't continue playing but directly attacked with Thousand Eyes Restrict. I activate my trap card, a hero emerges. Seeing Hikaru's attack, Jaden immediately flipped over his face-down card. It can be activated when an opponent's monster declares an attack. The opponent chooses one of my hand cards, and if it's a monster, I can special summon it. Oh. So that's what this is, then, you must have a monster in your hand. Huh, guess. Then it's the one in the middle. Jaden looked at the card in the middle, grinned, and happily revealed it. The card in the middle is Elemental Hero Sparkman. BZZZZZ. A flash of intense electricity lit up, and a warrior charged onto the field, crackling with electricity. Elemental Hero Sparkman, Level 4 Light Warrior 1600 ATK. I see. Well then, I'll retract my attack and end my turn. Hikaru, seeing that the opponent summoned a higher attack monster, didn't panic. Rather, he simply set another card. Let's end it here. He appeared remarkably calm. That was an exciting clash. Although the attack points weren't as high as in the previous duel, every move was well thought out, and neither Jaden nor Hikaru seemed surprised by their opponent's actions. Bastion, watching from the stands, took a deep breath and remarked, both of them have already planned out various scenarios in advance. No matter what the opponent plays, they'll both have an advantage. He realized that, as someone who only targeted specific cards, he probably wasn't as skilled as the two on the field. My turn. After drawing a card, Jaden was once again guided by the avian. Jaden, if you don't solve Thousand Eyes Restrict this turn, it will swallow another monster next turn. You must figure out a way to deal with it now. Ah, I understand. Jaden didn't hesitate and immediately activated the card he drew. I'll start with the spell card, Pot of Greed. He activated the forbidden card. Hikaru looked at Jaden playing this card and felt a bit envious. You bought so many cards in your past, why the heck didn't you buy a Pot of Greed? Hikaru rebuked his past self inwardly. Next, I'll flip over my face-down card, Polymerization. As expected, he set a spell card to activate a Hero Emerges effect. I'll fuse the Sparkman on the field and the Clayman in my hand. I fusion summon, Thunder Giant. TZZZZZT. Clay rose from the ground, continuously merging into the thunder, and soon, a towering warrior crackling with electricity appeared. Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, Level 6 Light Warrior 2400 ATK. Thunder Giant's effect allows me to discard one card from my hand to destroy a monster on the field with lower attack than it. The monster I destroy is, of course, Thousand Eyes Restrict. Lightning struck down, and the hero defeated the evil god. Huh. Why not have Thunder Giant attack directly? On the stands, Cyrus asked a rather silly question. Thousand Eyes Restrict has the effect of preventing battle destruction when it's equipped with a monster, Chumley, who was very familiar with this card's effect, explained to Cyrus. Then you could use two monsters to attack and destroy Thousand Eyes Restrict, right? That would deal more damage. Maybe, but in Jaden's eyes, it might be more dangerous to leave a material on Hikaru's side than to deal damage. Also, I remember that with Thousand Eyes Restrict on the field, other monsters can't attack. So, this was the best choice. Ah. I see now. Thunder Giant casually electrocuted a sheep, but Jaden didn't end his turn just yet. I activate the continuous spell, Mirage of Nightmare. Then, I'll set a card and end my turn. Hikaru squinted, watching the continuous spell on the field, and sighed. Another forbidden drawing spell. Past me could have gotten powerful cards, instead of buying useless stuff. What a pain. My turn, I draw. During your standby phase, the effect of Mirage of Nightmare activates, and I draw up to 4 cards in my hand. Then, I flip over my face-down card, Quick Play spell, Emergency Provisions, sending one spell or trap card from the field to the graveyard and restoring life points equal to the number of cards sent to the graveyard multiplied by 1000. Jaden, LP, 4000 5000. Amazing. You've replenished your hand after fusion summoning and even regained life points. Jaden is truly amazing. In the stands, Banner, holding a cat, stroked it thoughtfully. Ah, whether it's Jaden or Hikaru, I want to cheer for them both, but it's so hard to choose. Should Jaden win, or Hikaru? Go, Hikaru. Show that Red Dorm kid how great fusion can be. Don't give up. Many students in the audience were cheering for Hikaru. After all, his fusion monster had just been destroyed, but Hikaru was completely unfazed. In return, he smiled and glanced at the card he had drawn, then looked up at Jaden. Jaden, through trap, spell, and monster effects, you've destroyed Thousand Eyes Restrict, but now, all you have left on the field is a single 2400 ATK monster. Jaden gulped upon hearing this. Yes, even though 2400 ATK seemed high to others, he knew very well that a single Thunder Giant wouldn't be enough to stop what was coming. Then, I activate the continuous spell, Flame Sword's Realm. Finally, it's here. Flame Sword's Realm. Seeing this card, Avian solemnly turned to Jaden. The real duel is just beginning, Jaden. Ah, I understand. Jaden said enthusiastically, this is getting more and more exciting. Chapter 23, Strategy and Progress. At first glance, the current situation didn't seem favorable for Hikaru. Jaden's hand had 4 cards, and he had a monster on the field with 2400 ATK. Hikaru had 5 cards in hand, but only some leftover derivatives and a face-down card on the field. But all of this changed after Hikaru activated a spell card. Blazing flames surrounded Hikaru, and everyone who knew this card and had seen Hikaru use it cheered. It seemed the long wait was finally over, and the counterattack moment had arrived. Continuous spell card, Flame Swordsrealm's effect allows me to send a monster in face-up attack position from my hand or field to the graveyard, then special summon one Flame Swordsman from my extra deck as fusion summon. Hikaru revealed a monster from his hand. I'll send Gigatech Wolf to the graveyard and perform fusion summon. Here it comes, Flame Swordsman. Boom! The fire intensified, and a heroic warrior stepped through the flames. Finally my turn to appear. Flame Swordsman, Level 5 a Fiery Warrior 1800 ATK. No need for fusion materials, fusion summon can be performed directly, here it is. Hikaru's fusion deck. The fusion group began to cheer. It's not over yet. Next, I immediately activate another continuous spell card, over future fusion. Hikaru quickly revealed another card from his hand. This card's two effects can each be used once per turn. Following its effect, I'll first show the fusion monster from my extra deck, Labyrinth Tank. Then, I'll send Cannon Soldier from my deck to the graveyard. This turn, I can't special summon Cannon Soldier or use its effect. Then, I immediately activate the second effect of over future fusion. Once per turn, I can banish monsters from my graveyard as fusion materials to fusion summon a Dark Attribute Machine-type fusion monster. I'll banish Cannon Soldier and Gigatech Wolf from the graveyard and fusion summon, Labyrinth Tank. Back again. A handy little tank. Labyrinth Tank, Level 7 D'Arcade Machine 2400 ATK. Oh. Now its ATK is equal to Thunder Giants. Hikaru looked at his face-down card. The card he set last turn was the Salamandra with Chain, which if activated now, could boost the Flame Swordsman's ATK and deal more damage. However, he didn't plan on doing that. Dueling is an interactive strategy, and even though his hand didn't contain any monsters earlier, he wasn't in a rush to use his cards. Gradually dismantling the opponent's strategy, step by step, was what he thought was the best tactic in this world. There was no other choice. If this were his deck in his world, he would have already gone through various fusion summons and used them all up. Since there's no limit to the number of cards, he would simply overpower and win much more easily. But there was a challenge in this world since over future fusion only gave him fusion and fusion monsters, not destiny heroes or lower level fusion monsters. These powerful fusions couldn't even be used. So, slowly dismantling the opponent's field, using existing cards, and forcing the opponent to make moves was his best option against Jaden. Now, battle. The ATK is the same. Jaden said fearlessly, "Are you going to activate your face down?" "No need. I attack with Labyrinth Tank, and simultaneously, I activate Flame Swordsrealm's first effect. Once per turn, when a monster declares an attack, I can activate it. I'll target one warrior-type monster on my field. Until the end of the turn, that monster's ATK decreases by 1000, while all other monsters on my field gain 1000 ATK. Flame Swordsman, ATK, 1800-800. Labyrinth Tank, ATK, 2400-3400. Now it exceeds Thunder Giants. Jaden braced himself with his hand, trying to block the barrage. Now, I attack with Flame Swordsman. Jaden, LP, 5000 4000 3200. A steady counterattack. On the stands, Zane nodded gently after watching Hikaru's counterattack. As the strongest duelist of the school year's storyline, and someone who had once defeated Jaden, Hikaru knew Jaden's dueling style very well. He was passionate and always went all in, yet he could chain together moves beautifully. At first glance, it might seem reckless, but in reality, every action was well thought out and prepared. When dueling Jaden, you must never be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor, thinking he will act impulsively or lose his cool. The best strategy is to gradually pressure Jaden, forcing him to struggle with dismantling the opponent's field, and then strike decisively when the moment arrives, just like he was doing now. Especially because it seemed like Jaden had become significantly stronger since then. Hikaru wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt a long-lost excitement, the pure joy of playing cards again. In his world, playing cards was truly just a pastime, either playing against an opponent with no hand traps, continuously making moves or surrendering immediately when the opponent made their plays. He hadn't experienced such a pure, straightforward battle in a long time, particularly with images around him almost seeming tangible, making his heart race. Is this the pure joy of the game? And to think, the current Jaden was still far from his final form. The turn is over, the two monsters' ATK returned to normal. Jaden seemed to be affected as well. He drew a card, looking at the picture on it, his face lighted up with excitement. As expected, when dueling you, I have to use this card. Oh. Back when we were dueling in the alternate dimension, we won thanks to you pulling out this card. That's when I realized you think ahead more than I do. Jaden smiled brightly. Now, I finally have the chance to face you head-on. I activate the spell card, Miracle Fusion. Miracle Fusion. Seems like he got the idea from Hikaru. Hikaru was surprised as well. Where did you get that from? I pulled it from a pack at Tomesan's shop, and just happened to get it. So rich, so lucky, so damn lucky. While Hikaru was about to run out of money for bread. Then, based on Miracle Fusion's effect, I'll banish Avian and Wildheart from the graveyard to perform a fusion summon. Graveyard Fusion. Seems like he learned it from Hikaru. I fusion summon, Elemental Hero Wild Wingman. Elemental Hero Wild Wingman, Level 8 Earth Warrior 1900 ATK. Avian, that was the card discarded by Thunder Giant last turn. Hikaru had previously checked Jaden's graveyard, so this didn't surprise him. According to Wild Wingman's effect, I discard one card from my hand and destroy one spell or trap card on the field. I choose your face-down card. Hearing this, Hikaru immediately flipped over his trap, then, I activate my face-down, Salamandra with Chain, equipping it to Flame Swordsman. Based on its effect, it boosts Flame Swordsman's ATK, and then I'll change one of your effect monsters to face-down defense. I'll cover Wild Wingman. No problem. Jaden didn't mind at all. Go, Wild Wingman. The chain covered in flames wrapped around Wild Wingman, and he howled as he shot countless feathers, colliding with the chains. In the end, Wild Wingman was covered, the chain shattered by the feathers. So, it was that face-down card. Jaden was not at all surprised when he saw it. You gave up on dealing more damage to me because you didn't want to waste the powerful effect of your face-down card. Just like how you stopped me from using Sakuretsu armor before. Heh, that's right, Jaden. You learn fast. Hikaru said with a smile. And now, you have no protective cards left on the field. Jaden's eyes lit up, and next to him, the black-winged hero floating in the air nodded in agreement. Then, I activate the field spell, Fusion Gate. Jaden placed the card into the dual disc's field slot, and immediately, the entire duel arena began to change colors, gradually turning into a pure black sky, with only some green grids showing any color. The materials for the fusion are Elemental Hero and Wind Attribute Monster. Even a face-down monster can be used as material. This is fusion. Jaden shouted excitedly. I activate the effect of Fusion Gate, and fuse the Elemental Hero Wild Wingman on the field, and this, second Avian in my hand. The second Avian. The dark-colored, fierce, and fully unheroic sprite flew out of the card under Hikaru's gaze and fused with the monster on the field. I fusion summon, come forth, my old friend, Elemental Hero Great Tornado. A roaring gale swept through. A massive tornado engulfed the entire duel arena. Many students started holding on to nearby objects to keep themselves grounded, while some standing girls struggled to shield their skirts, letting out surprised shrieks. Within the howling wind, a battle-worn warrior slowly revealed himself, tossing his cloak aside and glaring coldly at his opponent. Elemental Hero Great Tornado, Level 8 WND Warrior 2800 ATK. The effect of Great Tornado: when this card is fusion summoned, all monsters on the opponent's field have their ATK and def reduced by half. Flame Swordsman, ATK, 1800-900. Labyrinth Tank, ATK, 2400-1200. Wow! What a powerful monster! Goodness, even 5,000 life points would have to bow down before him, right? Battle, Great Tornado, Attack Flame Swordsman. The gale sucked and blew. Flame Swordsman struggled for a moment, but was kicked to pieces by Great Tornado. However, afterward, Great Tornado glanced at Hikaru, casually waved his hand, and didn't direct the attack at him. Hikaru, LP, 4000-2100. Heh, end turn. Hikaru rubbed his shoulder. Avian had talked tough, but even so, it wasn't too bad. It hadn't really dealt any heavy blows, so it didn't hurt in the least. In turn, Hikaru's competitive spirit had been thoroughly ignited. He drew a card from his deck, glanced at it, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jaden, I admit, you've become even stronger since then. But on the road of fusion, I will never lose. Final turn. Chapter 24, The Final Round. Hearing the declaration of final turn, all the spectators became revved up. They were greatly curious about why Hikaru could be so confident, calling it the final turn. Interesting, Hikaru, he's full of confidence. Zane crossed his arms, watching him with a gleam of joy in his eyes. More and more excellent duelists were appearing in the academy, and though he was about to graduate, he still felt pleased. Although Jaden had already begun showing some talent, through his eyes, Jaden was still far from his level. Now another person of his interest showed up. How could that not excite him? The thrill of the cards was taking over. But, with insufficient hand resources and all the monsters on the field having their ATK reduced by half, how can he possibly turn the situation around? Alexis's question was the same as that of most of the students. With not enough cards in hand, monsters having their ATK halved, and trap cards destroyed, it seemed like a dire situation. In such a case, even fusion seemed almost useless. After all, even if he wanted to fusion summon the ultimate ancient gear golem, looking at the field and hand, it seemed he wouldn't have enough resources. Albeit Hikaru knew better than anyone his deck didn't even have ancient gear golem. It was impossible to fusion summon the ultimate golem. Jaden, Hikaru's field looks awful. If you can just hold on, you've won for sure. Chumley cheered Jaden on. At this point, could this guy possibly have other tricks? Even elemental hero Great Tornado couldn't understand. How was Hikaru going to defeat Jaden in such a desperate situation? It wasn't that he was boasting, but with his evolved form, he was confident he could defeat even Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. Even though the effect had already been activated, the Labyrinth tank, with just 1200 ATK, was nowhere near his level. Jaden didn't understand either. Yet, the thrilled beat of his heart made him look forward to Hikaru's next move. Alright, bring it on, Hikaru. Let me see your fusion. Okay, Jaden, let me tell you why you'll lose. It's because you're challenging me in my area of expertise. I activate the spell card, Lullaby of Obedience. That card. The students who had seen the duel yesterday immediately recognized the card. I pay 2,000 life points, I declare the name of a card. If that card is in your deck, you must choose, add it to my hand or special summon it to my field. Hikaru, LP, 2100-100. Jaden was confused. At this point, why pay 2,000 life points? So, what are you declaring? Elemental Hero Burstinatrix. Hikaru smiled and pointed to Jaden's dual disc. I've checked your graveyard, and since you haven't used Burstinatrix since the duel started, she must be deep in your deck. Ah, that's right. Jaden pulled out his deck, checked, and found Burstinatrix buried at the bottom. He took her out and threw her to Hikaru. Once Hikaru got the card, he didn't rush to use it. He then activated the effect of his Flame Swords realm on the field. I'll send Labyrinth Tank to the graveyard and fusion summon the second Flame Swordsman from my extra deck. I'm back. Although one of the Flame Swordsmen was a regular card and the other was a spirit possessing the card, the Flame Swordsman's spirit could travel between the two cards. Now, with the opportunity to appear, he cheered and puffed out his chest towards the Dark Flare Knight in his deck, not on the field. The Labyrinth Tank's ATK and def are reduced, and leaving it on the field would just make it a target. Using it as fusion material is definitely the right move, Zane nodded. But, what did it mean? Now, the final preparation, Jaden. Hikaru pointed to the continuous spell on his side. I activate the effect of over future fusion. Jaden froze. That card is supposed to fusion summon Labyrinth Tank, right? He was a tad slow to react. According to the effect of over future fusion, I reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck and send one of its fusion materials to the graveyard. This turn, I can't special summon that monster or activate its effects. Hikaru pulled out his extra deck, looked for a card, and smiled as he spoke. What I'm showing is, this one. He raised a purple, fusion monster card for everyone to see as clearly as possible. What? Holy cow. Jaden. Even Zane took a few steps forward in shock and exclaimed, it's that card. Jaden slowly opened his mouth and then speechlessly revealed an excited expression, Flame Wingman. Yes, the fusion card Hikaru showed was Flame Wingman. I send Avian from my deck to the graveyard. Hikaru opened his deck and showed Avian from his deck before placing it in the graveyard. Seeing this, Great Tornado felt an indescribable unease. It's over. He'll be hit from the side by his own move. You've been carrying this card all along. Jaden suddenly realized. Yesterday, during the duel, you told a senpai you would use this card to fuse my monster. That's right. Since I returned from the dimension, I've always had this card in my deck. In fact, it was that day when Super Fusion fused two elemental heroes from his deck into this one. Jaden gasped, it's not just fusion materials, even fusion monsters. Hikaru spread his arms wide and boldly proclaimed, fusion is the noblest form of summoning in the world. As a duelist who pursues the ultimate fusion, as a member of the fusion army, as a fusion duelist. Not just fusion materials, but even fusion monsters must be fully mastered. Now, I normal summon, Burstinatrix. And, sorry, Jaden, I win. Fusion spell, Miracle Fusion. From there, no explanation was needed. The fusion materials were Burstinatrix and Avian, while a winged warrior with a gigantic dragon head growing from his right arm descended into the blazing fire domain. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, Level 6 WND Warrior 2100 ATK. When it destroys an opponent's monster by battle, it deals damage equal to that monster's ATK to the opponent. The Flame Swords Realm domain can reduce the ATK of a warrior-type monster on the field, raising all other monsters' ATK by 1000 points. The attack of Flame Swordsman is 1800. 800 and 3100, a total of 3900, while Jaden's life points are 3200. Although Jaden was not at his full strength and was just a newly enrolled protagonist, there was no doubt, Hikaru had won. Battle Phase. Flame Wingman attacks, activating the effect of Flame Swords Realm. Hikaru wore a smile on his face. Defeating the real protagonist, for him, was quite the challenge. Seeing his favorite monster charging at him, Jaden didn't regret not using Wild Wingman to destroy the Flame Swords Realm earlier. That would have greatly increased his chances of winning. Right now, he only had one thought. What a fun duel. He happily raised his fist, facing his favorite monster. Come on, Hikaru. Whoa. Fusion. 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 Hikaru. Hikaru. The dual image slowly faded. The field became bright again. A thunderous cheer and applause echoed through the duel arena. They had witnessed a true duel, one with no loser. No one could have imagined that, in the end, it would be hero versus hero. The winner, Hikaru. Chapter 25, Gift Card. After the duel ended, even Professor Growler, who had always looked down on Jaden, didn't make any sarcastic remarks. Instead, he happily joined in the applause. A spectacular duel always resonates with duelists, of course. Another important reason was that the principal had already eagerly stepped forward to congratulate Hikaru and encourage him to keep winning. That was truly an excellent duel. I watched the entire match between you two. The principal smiled while clapping. Jaden, Hikaru, your passionate dueling spirit even made my blood boil a little. Jaden, though you lost, don't be discouraged. I believe today's performance has already lived up to Zane's recommendation of you back then. Oh, right, that happened. Jaden suddenly remembered and looked into the distance, spotting Zane, the Kaiser. He quickly waved and called out an apology. After all, he was able to stand on this representative duel stage because of Zane's recommendation. Heh. Zane chuckled. You're actually laughing, Zane? Alexis asked in surprise. Even though Jaden lost. Originally, the Academy representative match should have featured the strongest student duelist, Zane Truesdale. However, since the Northern Branch chose a freshman, even though Principal Shepard was desperate to win, he couldn't just bully them. So he let Zane recommend a student. Naturally, Zane chose Jaden, a promising freshman he had once dueled and met briefly. Though not on his level yet, Zane believed Jaden's potential was extraordinary. But now that he had lost, his reputation might even take a hit. It doesn't matter. Zane smiled again. A duelist no less talented than Jaden, perhaps even purer in their passion for dueling, has appeared. Isn't that something to be excited about? Seeing that familiar duel addict expression on Zane's face, Alexis could only sigh again. Why are all the men around me like this? Hikaru, do you have confidence in defeating your upcoming opponent? Principal Shepard kindly held Hikaru's hand and asked warmly. If Hikaru hadn't known the truth, he might have thought the principal was purely concerned about the Academy's honor. That depends on the situation. Hikaru didn't give a straightforward answer. I can only say I'll do my best. After all, duels are ever-changing. Until the last moment, no one can guarantee the outcome. Oh. Principal Shepard was a bit surprised by Hikaru's response. He had expected a young duelist who had just won to be full of arrogance, but to his surprise, Hikaru remained composed. Besides, based on his experience, both Jaden and Hikaru seemed like duelists destined to win. Looking at Jaden and Hikaru chatting and laughing, along with the approaching Bastion and the others, he nodded in approval. Stay humble in victory, and resilient in defeat. It seems the Academy's future rests in the hands of these students. In truth, despite defeating Jaden, Hikaru knew well that, at this stage, Jaden was still quite ignorant. Though he was unmatched among first years, at this point, he had once been utterly crushed by Zane, practically getting beaten down one-sidedly. Later on, after experiencing the 7 Stars incident, he was beaten again by Kaibaman. Even when facing the sacred beasts, he barely won using a near-broken card like Philosopher's Stone. It was only after going through all of that, he finally managed to fight Zane to a draw by the end of the semester. Then again, how strong had Zane become after graduation? Against a pro-duelist even younger than Jaden, Aster Phoenix, he was defeated without even forcing out Aster's real deck. After that, his confidence was completely busted. Until he finally let go and pursued pure victory, he didn't win even a single match. Any pro-duelist could bully him at that point. While defeating the protagonist was thrilling, Hikaru couldn't let his guard down. This world was full of abnormalities, and he had to stay sharp. This was no time for arrogance. The real crisis of this world hadn't even surfaced yet. In the following days, Hikaru noticed that his school life became noticeably smoother. On one hand, Professor Sartor from Yellow Dorm became even more cordial with him, and he even got the opportunity to have free meals in the school cafeteria. On the other hand, the Fusion Club saw a wave of students mimicking his style. But these weren't just the usual students who wanted to spar with or learn from him. Instead, they were legit trying to copy him, attempting to build full fusion decks. That was completely unnecessary. Hikaru only used this type of deck because it was the only one he had, and could use. Even so, he had still packed his deck with low-level monsters to make it playable, yet he barely ever drew them thanks to super polymerization. For others to copy his deck style would just make their own lives miserable. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the students to realize that trying to mimic Hikaru was almost impossible. Even if they filled their decks with fusion cards, they couldn't even reach the 40-card minimum. Hikaru simply had far too many fusion cards, and moreover, they lacked enough actual fusion materials. So, pretty soon, the trend died out within the Fusion Club. On the flip side, at the same time, a new rumor began circulating. When the smoke cleared, it turned out, building a full fusion deck was incredibly difficult. Since some had tried and realized the hardships Hikaru must have faced, their admiration for him only grew stronger. He had overcome all these difficulties just to wield this kind of deck. The Academy's representative, the pride of the Fusion Club. Now, even Blue Dorm students looked at him with enthusiasm. Well, except for some of the upperclassmen, whose expressions toward him seemed rather odd. It was strange. Based on his achievements, he should at least be considered the first-year representative of the Fusion Supremacy fanatics, right? So why were the senior students, who were supposed to be more fusion-friendly, looking at him like that? Beyond that, of course, came another classic moment. The night before the exchange duel. Hikaru, do you want to take this card? In the now mostly empty Academy duel arena, Cyrus approached Hikaru eagerly, handing him a card. Steam Gyroid, one of Cyrus's favorite cards. A fusion monster, level 6, machine type with no effect. Hikaru, my Master of Oz is a fusion monster with 4,200 attack points. You want to use it? Chumley recommended his ace monster, the level 9 fusion beast type monster, Master of Oz, boasting a whopping 4,200 ATK and no effect. And how about this? My water dragon. Bastion also jumped in excitedly. Hey, their cards are one thing, but your water dragon isn't even a fusion monster. Hikaru rolled his eyes. Daichi, you're making this difficult for me. Look, chemical reactions can be considered fusion, right? You love alchemy, don't you? Bastion stubbornly insisted, so desperate to be involved he didn't even mind being called the wrong name. To be honest, Hikaru was actually inclined to accept these cards. Aside from the impractical water dragon, the other two had special applications. If nothing else, the Master of Oz's 4200 ATK was certainly useful, and his deck did have a way to suddenly mutate it into play. But there was still one problem. He was terrified that super polymerization would end up fusing away his own allies' cards. Ah! Hikaru, guys, you're all here. At that moment, Jaden entered the duel arena and spotted the group. What are you all up to? Jaden, Cyrus quickly explained. With the duel happening tomorrow, they all wanted to help Hikaru win while also hoping their ace monsters could appear in battle. After all, Hikaru was so good at material-free fusion that their monsters might actually get summoned. Oh, I see. Speaking of which, Hikaru, here, take this card. As if suddenly remembering something, Jaden rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a purple-colored monster card, handing it to Hikaru. Hikaru looked down at the card, his pupils contracting slightly as he took it. Is this Evil Hero Inferno Wing? Avian asked me to give it to you. Jaden grinned, pointing his thumb to the side. Take my power with you and win, Hikaru. In Hikaru's mind, he pictured that cold-faced, black-winged avian and nodded. So this was its dark counterpart split off. That made accepting this card feel much easier. That's so unfair, Jaden. Yeah, seriously, Jaden. Ha ha ha. Jaden scratched the back of his head, then promptly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, on my way here, I saw the North Academy's representative. Did you know? His beard is so long and thick, and he's our age. Beard? That description didn't match Hikaru's memory at all. Wasn't it supposed to be Chaz? He clearly remembered that in the original timeline, the second main rival had gone to the North Academy. What are you talking about, Hikaru? Chaz went to Kaiba Corp for training, remember? Huh. Chapter 26, Fast. Winner, Hikaru. He, looks like our academy has won again this year. Damn it. Just you wait, next year I'll definitely get my revenge. Hikaru stood in the duel arena, still a bit dazed, his eyes filled with confusion. Was it over? By the time he came to his senses, the two academy principals, who had been arguing over Anti-Tome-san, had already finished their quarrel. The final reward for the Duel Academy exchange match, Anti-Tome's kiss, had landed on Principal Shepard's face. Only then did Hikaru recall what had happened. His opponent had been a complete stranger, someone he had no impression of whatsoever, which made him nervous at first. After all, an unknown duelist could be using any kind of deck. If they had something like the cursed seal of the forbidden spell or a fusion-restricting trap, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. But his opponent had simply summoned an armed dragon LV3 with 1200 attack points and ended their turn. Not even a single set card. Hikaru patted his face to shake off his daze. His deck contained plenty of next-generation fusion cards, but since he had to find and assemble his own lower-level and extra deck monsters, he never felt like he was overpowering anyone. When dueling well-known characters, he always played cautiously, carefully planning every move. But today, for the first time, he didn't even have to think, he just steamrolled with future fusion, over future fusion, and similar cards. Even the spectators were annoyed. What the hell was that? Come on, I wanted to see an intense duel like the ones from the past few days. Many students left disappointed, while Jaden and Hikaru's friends sighed in relief and congratulated him. However. Ha ha ha. So weak. Is this really the Branch Academy? I told you, the Branch Academy is trash. Hikaru frowned as he noticed some upperclassmen from the Fusion Club mocking the Branch Academy. The Fusion Club's problems were serious. Originally, he thought his opponent would be Chaz Princeton. In the anime, after dueling Jaden and Bastion, Chaz was expelled due to shady behavior. Left with no choice, he went to the North Branch alone and eventually became its king, returning to Duel Academy as its representative. Although Chaz was supposed to be the deuteragonist, he was constantly overshadowed by Zane Truesdale, Aster Phoenix, and Jesse. Still, he was technically Jaden's rival, and at this point in the story, he was on the same level as Jaden. Hikaru figured dueling him would at least let him absorb some good energy. But to his surprise, Chaz had never gone to the North Branch in this world. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Until yesterday, he had assumed his opponent would be Chaz. He never expected that, in this world, Seto Kaiba's obsession with other dimensions had led the Chaz Family Corporation to intervene, investing in Kaiba Corp's various projects. As a result, Chaz had been forced into Kaiba Corp and somehow achieved what his manga counterpart hadn't, becoming Kaiba's disciple. Of course, in the anime, he had always been portrayed as a Kaiba tribute without any real connection. According to Cyrus, after losing to Jaden, Chaz's pride took a huge hit. So, he returned to Kaiba Corp, training seriously with the goal of coming back to Duel Academy for a rematch during midterms. And judging by the timing, that was soon. Hikaru could only wish him luck. As far as he could recall, Chaz almost never beat Jaden, though there was that one time during the Gen X tournament when he managed a win, under rather unusual circumstances. Ha ha ha. Well done, Amagi. Shepard grinned ear to ear, repeatedly praising Hikaru while saying, Professor Growler really taught you well. Yeah, is that so? Growler, standing nearby, was sweating nervously. Oh, right. Hikaru, this is the stable dimension coordinate the North Academy discovered. The principal cheerfully took out a card and handed it to Hikaru, instructing him to keep it safe. Hikaru took the card. It only had an image, a blurry three-dimensional cube. He could only sigh in admiration. As expected of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, even space-time coordinates could be marked on a card. Next, we'll have Yellow Dorm. Principal. Just as the principal was beaming, a voice interrupted him. And you are? Principal Shepard, instead of getting annoyed, looked curiously at the student. Principal, I am Kaname Shinrin, a third year from the Fusion Club. Fusion Club. Principal Shepard furrowed his brows slightly. Now that he thought about it, why hadn't Professor Akiba come to watch the match, despite Fusion Club students being the ones representing the academy? To be honest, he didn't actually know much about Leo Akiba. All he knew was that Akiba was personally appointed by the council, so much so that even as principal, he could hardly give him orders. In past years, aside from annual exams, he had never even seen Leo Akiba. So when Akiba recommended a student as a representative this time, Shepard thought maybe he was finally ready to socialize with the other professors. Turns out, he was just as reclusive as ever. Principal, the professor says that for members of the Fusion Club, being chosen as representatives and defeating the North Academy isn't just an honor for Amagi but for the entire club. Kaname Shinrin continued, his expression unreadable. A student who has achieved such merit shouldn't just receive academic credits but also recognition from the Fusion Club. That way, all students will feel more motivated to study and duel with enthusiasm. Professor Akiba actually thinks that way. The principal looked surprised but pleased. Standing to the side, Hikaru rolled his eyes. No wonder you didn't do anything when Professor Growler was making a mess in the early part of the original series. You really are too kind, Principal. But he understood, this was clearly aimed at him. Our Fusion Club also has a dimensional gate. There's no need to waste Yellow Dorm's monthly energy quota. We can use our own gate to send Hikaru instead. This way, in the future, he can still use Yellow Dorm's gate to travel to other dimensions. How thoughtful, Professor Akiba. Principal Shepard nodded continuously before turning to Hikaru. Well, Amagi, what do you think? Of course, I'm fine with it. Hikaru answered without hesitation. He had never been able to figure out what that bald guy was up to, and now was the perfect opportunity. That is, after all, an unknown dimension. Although the North Academy has guaranteed its safety, we can't let our guard down completely. Principal Shepard didn't approve the plan immediately. Instead, he continued, let's follow tradition, 2 people in a team. One will explore, and the other will be responsible for safety. That way, if necessary, they can use emergency equipment to retreat. The Fusion Club student hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in agreement. Alright then, Amagi, do you have any friends you'd like to recommend? The principal had barely finished speaking when several students who had been eavesdropping immediately stood up. Among them, besides Fusion Club members drawn in by Hikaru's dueling, Jaden and Cyrus raised their hands instantly, waving to get his attention. If it's for safety, then can I ask if Professor Growler can go? Sweet mother of Pharaoh. Me. The professor yelped, pointing at himself. But when he noticed the principal's skeptical gaze, he immediately straightened up, putting on a serious, dignified expression. His face grew solemn as he adopted the demeanor of a great master, nodding. Don't worry, Principal. I will absolutely ensure Amagi's safety. Chapter 27, Growler, so terrifying. The principal personally led Hikaru and Professor Growler, following the Fusion Club students to the top floor. Upon seeing Leo Akuba, he greeted him warmly. Faced with his direct superior, Leo Akuba remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was far from calm. Growler? That old fossil. Outwardly, his face was unreadable, but inside, emotions churned. Having his own grand plan, he had accepted the Duel Academy chairman's invitation, becoming a professor and proceeding exactly as planned. To him, it was effortless. After all, Duel Academy's students were easy to deceive. The professors were engrossed in their own dueling philosophies, and Principal Shepard, famously kind, was easily swayed by his teachers. In a place like this, executing his plan was as easy as flipping his hand. But he never expected this. His eyes narrowed as he studied the ridiculous-looking old man, sweating nervously and wiping his forehead. Valiant Growler. Stingy, picky, petty, vain, cowardly, obsessed with appearances. Akuba had never considered him worth his attention. A so-called legendary duelist. Was this really all he amounted to? From what Akuba had heard, during the entrance exams, Growler's student had lost to a mere yellow dorm freshman while using his own deck. And yet, this man dared to be mentioned in the same breath as him. So it was all just a facade. Not only had Growler arranged for his disciple to stir up trouble in the Fusion Club, but the moment he realized Akuba intended to move against that disciple, he had rushed here himself. Humph. A legendary duelist indeed. However, it won't be that easy. Akuba pondered briefly, a new idea forming. Originally, his plan was simple: throw Hikaru into that chaotic dimension, leave him there for 2 or 3 days, and then send someone to rescue him. By then, Hikaru would have been unconscious for at least half a year, his influence in the Fusion Club gone. But now that Growler had involved the principal and come in person, he must be using this as an opportunity to investigate the Fusion Club's secrets. Like hell, I'll let you get away with that. Akuba slowly turned his gaze toward Hikaru. Hikaru, background unknown, parents untraceable. He had used a haphazard fusion deck in the entrance exams, achieving only average results. Yet now, he had suddenly become the Academy's first-year representative. Someone had to be backing him. Akuba scrutinized him before speaking insincerely. Amaki, congratulations on winning the exchange match. The Fusion Club is proud of you. Roughly 175 centimeters, not particularly tall, but among first years, he was on the taller side. Handsome, his looks were in an entirely different league. Maybe that was part of Growler's scheme, choosing a good-looking disciple so no one would associate them. His attire was plain, with little thought put into it. The only striking detail was the accessory around his neck. A seemingly opaque card case. About half a centimeter thick, with what looked like a sealed card inside. He couldn't see what card it was. At first glance, the boy seemed unremarkable, but the more Akuba looked, the stranger he felt. I almost fell for your trick. With a plan forming, Akuba turned to the nearby Fusion Club instructor. The instructor nodded and then addressed Hikaru and Growler. Amaki, Professor Growler, please come this way. We'll begin the teleportation now. Why yes. Growler was visibly nervous. Timid and averse to trouble, he had never actually used a dimensional gate before, despite holding authority second only to the principal. Now, about to be teleported, his legs trembled, throwing off his steps. This only made Akuba even warier. What a deep act. Just to maintain his disguise in front of so many students, he was willing to go this far. Hikaru, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Leo Akuba truly abandoned all shame, he might throw him into another dimension without hesitation. Who knew how many years it would take to return? That's why he had asked the principal if he could bring a professor along. According to the principal, professors had access to a device that let them teleport back instantly. No matter what Akuba schemed, there would be a way to return. But now that he was here, it seemed there was nothing to worry about. Though Akuba was clearly against him, he wouldn't act in front of the principal. Instead, he put on a professional demeanor. He even went as far as to compliment him. Someone unaware might actually think Leo Akiba was just a strict but well-meaning professor. The Fusion Club's dimensional gate was far newer than the one in Red Dorm. Or rather, they weren't even from the same technological era. As a brilliant scientist with extraordinary research capabilities, Leo Akiba improved Kaiba Corp's dimensional gate technology, earning a special gift from the company. Naturally, this machine was far superior to Red Dorm's outdated model. Not only could it teleport to precise locations, but its shielding was stronger, keeping portals open longer and more stable. Additionally, energy generated from duels wouldn't dissipate as easily, making negotiations with interdimensional spirits much smoother. The supervising instructor took the North Academy card from Hikaru and inserted it into the machine's control panel. The dimensional gate spun rapidly, a swirling purple vortex forming, revealing a vague image. The machine could only display a rough silhouette, a pitch-black figure, likely a surviving spirit from that dimension, but even this was leagues ahead of Red Dorm's outdated tech. A monster in a wizard's hat, holding a staff, draped in a large robe, with flames surrounding it. Likely a spellcaster type. It matches North Academy's description, the principal noted. Then, please. The instructor gestured toward them. Hikaru took a deep breath and stepped forward. Seeing this, Growler quickly mustered his courage and moved to stand directly before the portal. Under the glow of purple light, the two became transparent, slowly departing from this dimension. Leo Akiba's lips curled into a smirk. Got you, Growler. You never expected I had already planted a card inside the dimensional gate, did you? Even if I couldn't modify the teleportation coordinates as planned, as long as I release the darkness I obtained from that dimension into this one, it will be enough to hinder Hikaru. Chapter 28, Attack. When Hikaru returned to his senses, his feet were already on solid ground. The air was thick with gunpowder scent and an odd, indescribable smell. The sky was oppressively low, seemingly devoid of a sun, with only faint flickers of firelight illuminating this world. Everywhere he looked, there were crumbling ruins, and the world felt as closed off as a narrow box. This was Hikaru's first time in a true, broken dimension. Seeing the devastation around him, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the world itself felt suffocatingly low. Mamma mia! Professor Growler had just landed when he seemed to step on something. Letting out a terrified shriek, he flailed wildly, grabbing onto anything nearby and clinging for dear life while screaming. Professor, that's a bone you're holding. Ayaha! Another round of chaos ensued. What's with all the noise? You're so damn annoying. Growler's increasingly terrified screams seemed to finally provoke the locals of this place. A furious voice roared in frustration, "Who the hell are you? Screaming like that, can't you see I'm busy?" Following the voice, they saw a bonfire flickering with an eerie glow. A massive cauldron sat atop it, and a shadowy figure was stirring something inside with frantic movements. Professor Growler shouted in horror as if he had just seen a ghost. Ha! Humans! The shadowy figure finally noticed the two of them, momentarily pausing its movements before grumbling again, "Didn't I say not to bother me unless you can solve my problem? Can't you people wait, what? Amagi, watch out!" Just as the spirit began speaking, Flame Swordsman suddenly materialized at Hikaru's side, his searing flames illuminating the entire world. It was only then that everyone realized a massive, pitch-black entity was rushing toward them. Seeing the danger, Dark Flare Knight also burst forth, drawing his weapon. The two spirits fought fiercely, knocking away the dark mass. However, the others were not as fortunate. Amid the screams and panic, Professor Growler wailed in terror. He tried his best to dodge, but one of the fragments struck his head, sending him flying backward before he collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Amagi! Run! Just before losing consciousness, he hurled the object he had been clutching tightly toward Hikaru. My stove! Meanwhile, the unknown spirit also wailed. The black mass had struck his cauldron, shattering it completely. The contents, strange green and purple substances, spilled across the ground, clearly rendered useless. Professor Hikaru had never expected such a sudden crisis the moment they arrived. He caught the emergency escape device, but he still hadn't fully grasped the situation. "You're not leaving until you compensate me for my stove." Amagi, dodge. Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight both shouted in alarm. They saw it, an even larger mass of pitch-black energy, far greater than the previous fragments, was charging straight at Hikaru. Hikaru's expression turned cold. Flame Swordsman rushed in, attempting to push Hikaru out of the way and take the hit himself. But in that instant, Hikaru yanked off the pendant around his neck and held it in front of him. The moment the dark mass collided with the pendant was crushed by the immense energy. However, the card inside remained completely intact. Under the astonished gazes of the spirits, the pitch-black energy melted away like ice cream under the sun, vanishing without a trace. In its place, a cracked card slowly descended from the sky. Hikaru caught it effortlessly. Fragment fusion. A flurry of thoughts raced through Hikaru's mind. What was that? The local spirit witnessing the scene jumped back in fear. What an incredibly powerful card. Is this the hidden strength Amagi has been keeping all this time? Flame Swordsman didn't recognize the card in Hikaru's hands, but he refrained from asking. If Amagi had never placed this card in his deck and instead kept it on his person, then he must have had his reasons. Amagi, your teacher is only unconscious. Meanwhile, Dark Flare Knight had finished checking on Professor Growler and reported back. Hikaru casually stowed away fragment fusion and turned his gaze toward the source of the dark energy. There, within the shadows, a figure was slowly emerging. The world was so dark that Hikaru had been unable to see it clearly all this time. After all, the figure itself seemed to be black, blending perfectly into its surroundings. Hikaru gripped super polymerization, lightly flicking the card to disperse some of its heat as he remained on guard. Even though he had just gained a card from the opponent's energy and fended off its attack, it was still an unknown entity that had attacked them without warning and had caused his teacher to fall unconscious. He couldn't let his guard down. On the other side, the unknown spirit raised its staff, and the core mechanism at the tip began spinning wildly before bursting into a brilliant flame, illuminating the entire world. And with that, Hikaru finally saw it clearly. A wizard's hat, a magic staff, a sorcerer's robe, just from these descriptions alone, one might really mistake him for a spellcaster-type monster. But a closer look immediately revealed something off. His entire body wasn't clad in a mage's attire at all. Instead, it was made of technology. He was reforged warrior, Full Metalfo's Alcest. How could this be a spellcaster-type monster? A psychic type? Then, what about the other one? Hikaru quickly turned his gaze, only for his pupils to contract. Armor covering his entire body, crystal-laden pauldrons, his entire form shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Even though his body exuded black mist, making him look unnatural and completely darkened, Hikaru wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. This was Gem Knight Crystal. Why was Crystal in the same dimension as the Alcest? Weren't they from entirely different worlds? For a moment, Hikaru was utterly confused. Then, it hit him. It must be that damn Egghead's doing. That Egghead had previously given Ryu a Gem Knight card. Everything suddenly clicked. Krarhar. Gem Knight let out a furious roar, the black mist around him surging wildly. Although he seemed to have lost all reason and was seething with aggression, he didn't dare rush toward Hikaru. His instincts were screaming at him that Hikaru held a terrifying power he could not contend with. Wah! Alcest yelped in fright. What's going on? Were these monsters sent to kill me? I just wanted to find a quiet place to experiment. He still hadn't figured out the situation. Originally, Alcest had planned to quickly collect his materials while the fire was still burning. But upon seeing this, he immediately shouted. "Hey! That human over there! Get rid of him for me, and I'll follow you out of here." Upon hearing those words, Hikaru's eyes lit up. He flipped over, landing beside Professor Growler. Without hesitation, he reached into the professor's duel disc, pulled out his deck, and swiftly spread it open. After quickly picking out a single monster card, he decisively inserted it into his own deck. Then, without hesitation, he activated his duel disc, facing the Gem Knight head-on. Click, clack. The duel disc automatically unfolded. "Don't call me that human over there. My name is Hikaru. Come on spirit, let's duel." On the other side, as soon as Hikaru activated his duel disc, Gem Knight froze for a brief moment. Then, crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as his left arm fractured, black crystals bursting forth before reforming into a dark crystal duel disc. A deck materialized within it. Hikaru smirked. Good. Even without reason, as long as a duel challenge was issued, it would be accepted. That meant, no matter what, as long as they could duel, everything was fine. Gem Knights was a fusion deck. And for Hikaru, that meant there was no way he could lose, whether it was the Gem Knight series or the Alcest, they were both excellent fusion-related cards. Professor Akaba, I'll gladly accept this gift you've given me. Chapter 29, The Different Dimensions of the Country Alchemist. My turn. Roa. Just as Hikaru was about to use the technique he'd been practicing, I'll secure the first move, the Gem Knight crystal before him wrecked all conventions, simply drawing a card from his deck and howling wildly. Wait, you can do that? Hikaru had to admit, he just learned something new. Seeing his opponent's crazed state, he knew this wasn't entirely intentional. But since the duel disc hadn't flagged it as an illegal move, it meant this method of seizing the first turn was technically allowed. Kra. Crystal revealed a card from his hand, projecting it into the air for all to see. Summoner's Art. Hikaru recognized it, a spell card that allowed the user to add a level 5 or higher normal monster from their deck to their hand. A glow emanated from Crystal's deck. In the sky, a massive, smoke-emitting white gemstone coalesced. With a sharp crack, the card shattered, revealing its true form. Gem Knight Crystal. He added himself to his hand. Gra. Crystal immediately set 2 cards face down before playing another spell card. Card Destruction. Both players had to discard their entire hands and draw the same number of new cards. Hikaru glanced at his hand, rubbing the cards between his fingers before smoothly placing them into his duel disc's graveyard. The device ejected 5 new cards, which he drew in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Alcest, now reduced to a spectator, peeked at Hikaru's deck. What the hell? Instant fusion, future fusion, flash fusion, diffusion, even a metal foes fusion. Your entire deck isn't just these kinds of cards, is it? He was so baffled he didn't even question why Hikaru had a metal foes card. Instead, he clutched his head and screamed, I'm doomed. I'm dead. Why did I have to run into a duelist fresh on the road to mastery at a time like this? Hey, show some respect. Hikaru pursues the pinnacle of fusion. Flame Swordsman snapped. It's true. But don't judge me by appearances, I'm an alchemist. I know more about fusion than you do, the alchemist shot back. To complete alchemy, you need materials and a process. If your deck is all spell cards, without any materials, how are you supposed to create an alchemical product? Heh. Then watch closely, you backwater alchemist from another dimension. Dark Flare Knight, usually reserved, had a venomous tongue when he chose to speak, leaving the alchemist momentarily speechless. Hikaru wanted to chime in, but his focus remained on his opponent. Since Crystal wasn't speaking, he had to watch closely for any sudden loophole abuse or cheating he might otherwise miss. After using card destruction, Crystal flipped one of his previously set spell cards. Monster Reborn. Hikaru had no objections, any set spell card could be activated on the same turn. As the glow of Monster Reborn filled the battlefield, a black smoke-covered crystalline warrior, identical to the duelist himself, slowly rose from shattered gemstones. Gem Knight Crystal, Level 7 Earthrock 2450 ATK Normal. A powerhouse with 2450 ATK, only 50 points lower than the base monsters of most protagonists. In this world, taking it down wouldn't be easy. And that wasn't all. On top of the one existing set card, Crystal set another before letting out a final roar, signaling the end of his turn. A front line with a 2450 ATK monster and 2 unknown back row cards, this kind of opening hand could wipe out a North Academy representative or a second-year senior in no time. Even Jaden himself would struggle to deal with a 2450 ATK monster, just 50 points higher than Thunder Giant, meaning he'd have to rely on Tornado Guy to deal with it. And that's not even considering the spell and trap support. No wonder that Bald Egg wanted to use this to trip me up. My turn, draw. Hikaru looked at his hand and actually felt pretty good. I activate the spell card, En Wave. Craft. Just as Hikaru was about to play his spell, Crystal abruptly flipped one of his set cards. Under his thunderous howl, the revealed card was none other than the counter trap, Solemn Judgment. Oh no, that's a counter trap that can negate and destroy a spell or trap. The alchemist clutched his head in horror, muttering despairingly, "It's over, it's all over." The fusion cards meant for material setup are gone. Even instant fusion, such a powerful card that enables direct fusion summoning, got discarded. We're all doomed. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have argued with my master. I should have just stayed at the base and attended my lessons. And now, look at this. We can't return to our world, we've run into what seems like invisible, flesh-eating zombies, and humans here are useless for help. We're completely screwed. It seemed this poor alchemist had sneaked out alone, gotten stranded in this broken dimension, and had been conducting endless experiments in a desperate attempt to find a way back, only to end up in his current predicament. Snap! Watching his continuous spell get destroyed, Hikaru could only shake his head helplessly. Hey Alcest. Huh. The alchemist instinctively responded upon hearing Hikaru call his name, then blinked in confusion. Wait, how do you know my name? It's just one card being negated. No need to panic. Seeing Hikaru remain as composed as ever, Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight exchanged glances before grinning in unison. This was the master they had sworn to follow. This was the one who wielded them. Fusion is the most noble form of summoning in the world. Don't let your own understanding limit your imagination. It's just one fusion getting negated. There are countless ways to obtain materials. And who says we even need them? Let me show you, then you can follow me out of this dimension without any second thoughts. I activate the effect of Metal Foe's Fusion in my graveyard. If this card is in the graveyard, I can shuffle it back into the deck, then draw one card. As the familiar energy of a fusion spell ignited, Alcest momentarily froze. No wonder those two spirits were so loyal to this human, it was not without reason. But talking was cheap. If Hikaru couldn't pull it off, then everything would be over. Next, I activate the normal spell Fusion Armament. Hikaru revealed a spell card with an illustration of Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight in the background. This card can only be activated once per turn. I can reveal one fusion monster from the extra deck, then special summon one of the fusion materials listed on it from my extra deck or graveyard. A monster special summoned by this effect cannot attack and has its effects negated until the end of the opponent's turn. I reveal Dark Flare Knight from my extra deck. Flame Swordsman, it's your turn to enter the stage. Oh. My lord, my blood is boiling. Flame Swordsman cheered, leaping from the spectator area onto the field, raising his sword as he faced the towering knight before him. Flame Swordsman had no indecision in serving as a stepping stone or as the overworked and sacrificed unit. He brandished his sword excitedly. A material-less fusion. Alcest removed his hat, revealing his eyes as he stared at the battlefield. So, do you see it now? Dark Flare smirked. Our master will surpass your imagination. Chapter 30, Duel in the Strongest Form. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Hikaru looked at his hand, mentally calculating his next moves. The discarded cards had altered his original plan, with the biggest factor being he couldn't immediately deal with Crystal this turn. But perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. Based on his calculations with his previous hand and the current one, the new cards in his deck gave him more stability, plus he had already drawn 1 extra card. It was now Crystal's turn. With a roar, Crystal normal summoned a monster. A crimson gem split, and from the shards emerged a knight cloaked in dark mist. Gem Knight Tourmaline, Level 4 Earth Thunder 1600 ATK. Crystal pointed toward the opponent, and Gem Knight Crystal leaped forward, charging toward Flame Swordsman. I flip my set card, Salamandra with Chain. This card can be equipped to a fire attribute monster, boosting its ATK by 700 points. Flame Swordsman, 1800-2500. Though Hikaru could have set them face down, it was more efficient to destroy the opponent's monster directly. Rarark. Flame Swordsman swapped his large sword for a chain and swung it, knocking Crystal's knight. With a painful scream, the knight was sent flying. Gem Knight Crystal, LP, 3950. Crystal took the hit from the flames, shook his head, and the dark mist surrounding him lightened slightly. But it didn't affect his movements. He turned around and flipped over a set card. Trap card, Fragment Fusion. This was the same card Hikaru had super fused earlier, so he wasn't surprised. It was a trap card that allowed him to banish a Gem Knight from the graveyard for a fusion summon. Crystal banished Gem Knight Tourmaline on the field and a monster from the first turn that had been discarded, performing a fusion summon. 2 gems appeared on the field, colliding and shattering continuously. Finally, from the rubble emerged a knight with dull colors. A knight cloaked in a cape, wielding massive gauntlets and exuding a fierce aura. Gem Knight Zirconia, Level 8 Earthrock 2900 ATK. Fusion materials, Gem Knight, and a rock-type monster. It far surpassed Flame Swordsman in strength. This is it, we can't stop it now. Don't let your knowledge limit your thinking. I activate my trap card, Flame Swords Dance. Hikaru activated the card, unable to suppress a satisfied grin. In truth, this card was one of the most versatile in his deck currently, combining defense, summoning, and sustainability into a fusion. However, since he first used it against Ryu, everyone had been wary of it and prepared for it. The last time he used it, he had only activated its graveyard effect. If a monster is special summoned, I can special summon 1 Flame Swordsman or a fusion monster mentioning it from my extra deck with level 7 or lower. Then, change a monster on the field to face down defense position. Dark Flare. Yes. Dark Flare Knight charged forward promptly. As he entered the field, dark flames swept across, enveloping the massive knight. The 2 warriors now stood side by side, creating an imposing image on the field, guarding it, and preventing any harm to Hikaru. Cool. The alchemist finally sighed in awe. Now, when the turn ends, that monster should be destroyed by its own fusion trap. Powerful cards always come with risks. It's over, we've won. Heh. Heh. Ha. The alchemist jumped in shock, goosebumps rising on his skin. He stared at the dark misty night, Hikaru's opponent, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could he still be smiling? No, how could this already insane guy still have the consciousness to smile? As the battle phase ended, Crystal slowly reached into his hand and pulled out a fusion. The most basic fusion. Normally, the monster summoned by fragment fusion would be destroyed at the end of the turn, but even without his consciousness, Crystal was still a powerful warrior, acting on instinct. He sent Zirconia and Tourmaline to the graveyard, and a knight, with 7 parts identical to him, purple lightning wrapping around him, and wielding a gun shield, slowly descended beneath the thunder. Gem Knight Prismora, Level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Another form of crystal. He laughed wildly, pointing at Flame Swordsman. Flame Swordsman instinctively pointed at himself, still confused about what was happening, when Crystal discarded a card from his hand. Then, a massive surge of electricity slammed down, sending Flame Swordsman flying off the field in an instant. Once per turn, Prismora can discard one Gem Knight card from the hand to the graveyard and target one face-up card on the field. That card is destroyed. Hikaru stroked his chin. Even though he's lost his sanity, he can still skip the side effect before it triggers and destroy the field with perfect timing. Pretty impressive. Flame Swordsman, are you alright? I'm fine, my lord. Flame Swordsman's body flickered, becoming somewhat ethereal. It was clear that the destructive effect of dark mist had left him in discomfort. Fortunately, Hikaru hadn't lost any LP, so he was fine. He drew a card, looked at it, and smiled. Right now, he was in his strongest form. He was stronger than when he dueled Jaden. I activate my field spell, Gear Town. Hikaru placed the card on the field zone, and the sound of gears rapidly spinning filled the air, resembling music and creating an unusually pleasant noise. As long as this card is on the field, both players need one less tribute to summon ancient gear monsters. I will now tribute the Dark Flare Knight on the field and summon Ancient Gear Golem. The mechanical gear giant strode out from Gear Town. Wow, it's here. Flame Swordsman, who had been clutching his shoulder in pain, cheered with the Dark Flare Knight, both celebrating. The Dark Flare Knight nodded proudly. His lord summoned Ancient Gear Golem using the Dark Flare Knight, yet it was still incredibly astounding. Now, I activate the spell card, Ancient Gear Fusion. Oh! The two warriors clenched their fists spiritedly, leaving the alchemist completely confused. Seeing his blank expression, they eagerly started explaining the effect to him. When using Ancient Gear Golem on the field as fusion material, any monster from the deck can be used as the fusion material. That's so strong. For an alchemist, materials were everything, and in this closed space, even the materials were obtained from humans. So, even though he didn't understand much about dueling, he knew if he could freely use the alchemic materials from the alchemic base in this dimension, he could easily conduct all sorts of experiments. Amidst the astonishment, Hikaru slammed his hands together to initiate the fusion. I fusion summon, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. A gigantic mechanical being appeared, its massive form seemingly too large to fit within this narrow, enclosed dimension. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine 4400 ATK. Hikaru grinned and shouted, Ultimate Golem, attack. Ultimate Gear Strike. Now, I activate the Quick Play spell, Battle Fusion. When a fusion monster I control battles a monster on your field, that monster's ATK is increased by the ATK of the opponent's monster until the end of the damage step. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, ATK, 4,400. 6,850. 6,850. The alchemist gaped, shocked to the point of being dazed. As the attack commenced, Hikaru took out Super Fusion and held up the card amidst the thick smoke. Ultimate Golem raised its fist, its eyes glowing red. Its massive fist swung through the air, growing larger as it approached. Prismora, with electric light sparking from it, tried to resist, but in an instant, it was pulverized. In the next moment, Crystal's dark aura surged and directly faced the golem's attack. He was instantly driven into the ground like a nail, his eyes clearing in the process. Just as the dark mist around Crystal seemed about to spill over and escape, a powerful suction pulled it toward Hikaru, who grabbed it in his hands. The card still wasn't fully formed, with only black dotted lines on its surface, suggesting that more dark mist-bound spirits were needed to complete it. But just seeing the few words on it already excited Hikaru. El Shaddal Winda. There was no other possibility, it had to be her. What a bountiful harvest today. Chapter 31, Professor Akaba is still a honest person. Oh. You woke up. Carefully putting Winda's rough draft away, Hikaru walked toward Gem Knight Crystal. The two flame swordsmen quickly positioned themselves beside Hikaru, vigilantly watching the knight stuck in the ground. Crystal struggled weakly for a while, trying to pull himself out of the earth. Unfortunately, after being thoroughly beaten, he had no strength left. After trying 2 or 3 times, he gave up and stopped struggling. Instead, he looked at Hikaru and solemnly said, "Thank you for saving me. I am Crystal, a knight of the Gem Knight Order." Seeing the knight seem to have regained some of his sanity, the two flame swordsmen relaxed a bit and lowered their guard. "How did you end up here?" Hikaru asked curiously. "Sorry, I don't remember." Crystal wasn't sure either. "I only remember I was leading a team to clean up pollution. I remember now. I was controlled by the power of shadows, almost becoming their puppet, and if my comrades hadn't forcibly expelled me from our world, I would have infected the others." Expelled? Banished? Hikaru couldn't quite understand what he meant. He then explained the recent events to Crystal, causing Crystal's head to drop lower and lower, almost as if he wanted to bury himself in the earth. Only then did Hikaru ask about Crystal's past. Through this, Hikaru learned a new piece of information, or rather, remembered something he had never cared about before. As everyone knows, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card has not only text but also an important part, the card art. Otherwise, just holding a bunch of papers filled with text wouldn't be very interesting. The card art connects different cards. For example, Gaia evolves from a knight into a chaos warrior, the story of Beast King being beaten by various beasts, or the tale of an angel who had no self-awareness playing with various sacred artifacts and eventually being punished by the gods. These are all classic small stories. Outside of these, there are also large series. Such as the DT world where the Gem Knights exist, and the Dragon Swordsman world where the alchemist resides. These large continuous stories often involve many related characters, factions, and events, filled with death, separation, friendship, and terrifying disasters that threaten the survival of entire worlds, and so on. The DT world, where the Gem Knights exist, is especially fraught with disasters, with apocalyptic-level catastrophes appearing one after another. From the first episode to the grand finale, there are hardly any disasters smaller than the destruction of a clan. At the very least, they can wash the surface of the planet. However, the story Crystal spoke of was different from what Hikaru knew. According to Crystal, he was just one of many Crystal Knights. Although he was a captain, he was certainly not the same Crystal Captain Hikaru knew, who was at the Stardust level. His usual job was handling various pollutants and training new knights for combat, which meant dueling. And this was the biggest difference between card art stories and dueling spirits. In the DT world, there were no cards and no duels, people fought with real weapons. If you didn't fight well, you'd die. But duel monsters were different. They were about training to play cards. The relationship between the two is like origin legends, and the fairies born from those legends. To put it simply, the crystal from before is like King Arthur from ancient legend, regal, mythic, and steeped in tradition. But the one in front of Hikaru now? He's more like Saber from Fate/Stay Night, same origin, but reimagined into a whole different battlefield. Connected in spirit, not in substance. However, the path of evolution for spirits is no longer singular. This crystal could also become the savior of the DT world or even maintain his current state forever. Similarly, the alchemist from the other world was in the same situation. And, this kind of thing was also depicted in the original work. For example, in the original, the Shadow Realm in the spirit world was full of evil and misdeeds, but in the card art story, the Shadow Realm actually had 2 factions, one good and one bad. Hikaru-sama, thank you for waking me up. After Crystal finished speaking, it seemed like he had regained some strength and struggled to pull himself out of the earth. He knelt on one knee and said to Hikaru, I am willing to offer my strength to you and become your knight. However, my comrades are under attack by shadows and darkness. I cannot let them survive alone. Hikaru didn't mind much. Whether or not he got the knight didn't matter. But the alchemist, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to show his worth. Do you know how to get back? Ah. From what you said, your knight order has encountered this situation before. You would send the infected creatures to a different dimension to isolate them and then slowly figure out how to cure them. So I ask you, do you remember which dimension you were sent to? Do you even know which dimension you're in now? You were sent to a broken dimension for unknown reasons, then discovered by a human, and after many twists and turns, you ended up in this dimension where I am. How did you find your way back? Did you just crash into a dimensional wall? Crystal was sweating profusely, unsure of what to say. In my opinion, you might as well follow this human. The world this human comes from has already developed dimensional exploration technology. Perhaps one day, they might find your home, don't you think? Ah, you have a point. Crystal nodded in confusion, then bowed again to Hikaru. Hikaru-sama, please allow me to offer you my strength. Good. Of course. Hikaru responded cheerfully. It felt nice to have someone speak for him. Immediately, in front of Hikaru, Crystal's body emitted a dazzling white light. His body began to slowly shrink, transforming into a brilliant gem, and in the end, into a card. Gem Knight Crystal. Crystal's physical condition wasn't good, so he could only revert to card form to recover. How rare, Hikaru thought, catching the card and putting it away. It was rare to obtain a usable monster for his main deck. Hikaru looked toward the alchemist, who gave a slight bow. He didn't appear to have any overwhelming power, instead exuded elegance. Rest assured. As an alchemist, I am more than happy to follow a greater fusion master. Besides, we've already agreed to a deal. Fusion master. As a spirit, the alchemist always followed his word. Since Hikaru saved him, he naturally wouldn't break his vow. After watching Hikaru's duel, he realized Hikaru was truly a fusion master, beyond his expectations, making him even more satisfied. That's why, when Crystal wanted to leave, he spoke up to keep him from going. He didn't follow the usual practice of dueling Hikaru to settle things before following him. Not at all, not at all. I'm still far from that level, Hikaru humbly replied. Compared to the plain Crystal, this alchemist was an entirely different kind of monster. Fullmetalfo's alchest was a fusion monster with 0 attack and defense, besides a level 1 monster. The fact that both his attack and defense were 0 would likely make many seasoned card players uneasy, yet being a level 1 fusion monster only highlighted how terrifying he truly was. Actually, in Hikaru's eyes, even considering his currently unusable Master of Chaos and the ultimate ancient gear giant which could only be used occasionally, none of his fusion monsters were as strong as this alchemist. Above all, he was essentially a Thousand Eyes idol that could activate its effect during the opponent's turn. He could turn the opponent's monsters into his own equipment during their turn. Truly a master among monsters. Although summoning him was more difficult than summoning Thousand Eyes idol due to the condition of must fusion summon, there were always other ways. So, his final haul consisted of a Crystal Knight, a Psychic Alchest, and a rough draft of Winda. A truly bountiful return. Far exceeding Hikaru's initial expectations. All thanks to the man who sent them. Heh, Professor Akuba is such an honest person. Alchemist, do you have any healing potions? Realizing this broken dimension probably had nothing else, Hikaru moved to Professor Growler's side, first returning the cards he had previously borrowed from him to his deck, before helping him lean against a large rock, furrowing his brow. How long has it been? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Although Growler was often unpredictable, when danger struck, he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he prioritized handing over anything that could save his life to Amaki, ensuring his safe escape. No matter his educational level, at least in some respects, his teacher's morals were absolutely outstanding. He definitely didn't want to leave the professor unconscious like this. Don't worry, I checked your companion's body. He should only be unconscious for another 2 hours at most. He just has low adaptability. Alchemist shrugged. I see. Hikaru nodded, finally feeling relieved. In the later stages of the original story, Growler could be considered the best professor. But in the early stages, beneath his comical and ugly appearance, his protection for his students had already shown through. For instance, although he was almost forced to participate in shadow duels, before facing death, his thoughts weren't filled with resentment. Instead, he used his final moments to teach his students that no matter how strong the darkness is, it can be overcome. Don't be afraid and face death calmly. He was a teacher who would be willing to die for his students, so even though he was often disorganized, Hikaru, who knew the future, didn't hold any ill will toward him. He had invited the professor mainly because of the professor's high status, the forced exit device, and most importantly, ancient gear golem, one of the best fusion materials currently in his deck. According to his thoughts, 2 of them could at least dominate the battlefield, if not be invincible. Who would have known that the dark powers would control Gemnite Crystal and make him attack them without dueling first? Taking advantage of the current situation, Hikaru asked about the alchemist. How did he end up here? He asked and learned that the alchemist disagreed with his teacher's views, so he decided to leave the Alchemy Academy, to work alone and prove his theories through his own hands and experiments. So what's the problem? The Philosopher's Stone, Alchemist replied. The Philosopher's Stone? Amaki Hikaru stared at Alchemist in surprise. What's so strange about that? My mentor said the ultimate pursuit of alchemy is Philosopher's Stone, and stuff like immortality and universal medicine are mere byproducts. Alchemist tapped his staff on his back, shaking his head. I had a big argument with him because I thought he was talking nonsense. Alchemy's ultimate pursuit should be gold. The Philosopher's Stone is just a tool to turn ordinary metals into gold. Wow, a fundamentalist alchemist. Hikaru glanced sideways at the various equipment around them, narrowing his eyes, and cautiously asked, So, you're just making gold here by yourself? Ha! I've already used up all the materials I brought with me, and yet nothing has come of it. Alchemist scratched his head and sighed. But I do have some byproducts which I have no use for. Master, would you like them? He rummaged through a nearby box and pulled out a large pile of items, handing them all to Hikaru, who took and carefully examined them. In no time, Hikaru recognized them. They were all low-level monsters without spirits, normal monsters. He raised an eyebrow. That works too. The fusion materials for the full Metalphos Alcest are precisely normal monsters, so it's not surprising to have a bunch of them with him as materials. Although most of them were useless, it wasn't a big problem. They could be used for super fusion. Sweet. Saved some money. Hikaru thought as he put the items away. After a while, once Professor Growler woke up, he simply told him that the duel was over. Professor Growler was slightly confused about what had happened. He only remembered being knocked out by a rock, but after hearing Hikaru duel with his cards and gaining recognition from the spirits, he didn't dwell on it and even felt pleased. Mamma mia! I don't have to face the spirits directly, thank goodness. After a short rest and giving the professor time to fix his hair, Hikaru and Growler stepped into the dimensional gate and returned to their own world. Compared to last time, Hikaru didn't feel as bad this time. He was just a bit tired, far from the feeling of running a full few kilometers as before. It seemed there was a difference between the 2 dimensions. The Chaos Warrior's dimension was just too strong. Great heavens! Professor Growler stepped on the familiar school floor, took out a handkerchief, wiped his forehead, and sighed long. Meanwhile, the principal, who had been waiting for them, kindly walked over to greet them. How did it go, Professor Growler? Everything's okay, right? Huh? No, everything's fine. Growler clasped his hands in front of him, rubbing them vigorously and acting flatteringly toward Principal Shepard. It felt completely ordinary and effortless, as easy as breathing. Sleeping through the entire thing was too embarrassing. Before he had promised Hikaru if he performed well on this exam, he would guarantee to give him extra points in exchange for keeping his own situation a secret. So, Hikaru just kept nodding in agreement. All right, then, Hikaru, have you gained the recognition of that spirit? Hikaru nodded. Hahaha, it seems next year, that guy from the north will only have the new students challenge in a friendly match, and definitely won't let the second years participate. Principal Shepard laughed heartily. Well then, thank you for your hard work, Professor Growler. Looking at the three of them laughing and talking, Leo Akiba, standing on the other side, wore a gloomy expression so heavy it could drown the room. No surprises? Nothing unusual? As easy as breathing? What does that mean? Growler, are you hinting my methods are useless and making you laugh? His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, clenched into fists. What does Growler's ridiculous smile mean? The Gemnite crystal, which he had recovered in the strange ruined dimension with the help of employees from Kybercorp, was accompanied by a few other Gemnites, all with strange darkness. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the people from Kybercorp were no fools. The darkness of the Gemnite crystal far surpassed that of any other Gemnite card. How could two ordinary people survive so quickly and safely? Even if Hikaru had been to another dimension, how strong could his spirit be? Wasn't it just the flame swordsman? How long could it hold up? Could it be? Just then, Growler turned around with a smile, looking at him. The grin was strange and massive, frozen on his face, looking almost like a giant lustful jar, making it very eerie and abstract. He's mocking me. Leo Akiba felt as if he might explode with anger. Did he already expect this scene? Did he even plan this step? Could it be that he has the spirit of the ancient gear golem? That would indeed counter the Gemnite crystal. What a damn old man. No, calm down, don't get angry. At least now, I learned about one of Growler's trump cards. He took a deep breath, exchanged a few words with the others, claimed he still had work in his department, turned around to leave the teachers to their tasks, and stormed off. He feared he wouldn't be able to hold himself back from directly fighting Growler. No, I can't expose myself, I can't let my plans be hindered. Mamma mia, what's wrong with him? Seeing Leo Akiba storm off, Growler was a little confused. He lowered his voice and asked Hikaru, could it be I offended him somehow? Professor Akiba might just not be good at chatting with people. Hikaru guessed a little of Leo Akiba's thoughts. He figured his plan had fallen and Akiba was upset, but he didn't mind. He had already figured it out. Leo Akiba was unworthy of being the leader of Fusion. Deliberately provoking internal conflicts, treating students like trash, militarizing student management, and secretly plotting against students, trying to trap them in another dimension. How could Fusion go well in such a department? He deserved it. Hikaru had decided that in the future, he would hollow out the Fusion army and create a new Fusion club for himself. As for now, the midterm exams are approaching. He began planning in his mind. The Duel Academy exams were divided into two parts. One was a written test, the other, obviously, was practical combat. His goal was, of course, the scholarship. So now, he needed to fully immerse himself in his studies. Chapter 33, The Arrogant Duel. A few days before the exam, at the airport on Academy Island, a boy with an odd hairstyle resembling a windmill jumped off the plane. He flicked his hair, took a deep breath, and gazed at Duel Academy's high tower, heaving a sigh. I'm back, Duel Academy. His name was Chaz Princeton. A first-year student from Obelisk Blue. Good luck, Chaz. The president's always watching over you. I'll be rooting for you in the exam too, the pilot shouted to Chaz from the plane. Chaz nodded but didn't respond. Would the president really be watching me? He was doubtful. Stepping forward, he walked toward Duel Academy's high tower. Just before reaching it, he paused, hearing the surrounding chatter, and fell into deep thought. He, Chaz Princeton, was Seto Kaiba's disciple. Through a certain twist of fate, he obtained a card with a spirit inside it, leading him to believe he was chosen by the heavens. He began participating in various beginner-level tournaments, winning one after another since he was a child, and through family connections, he even met Kaiba Corp's president, Seto Kaiba, and became his disciple. After that, he smoothly became a student of Obelisk Blue at Duel Academy. But he was beginning to doubt himself more and more. Many people doubted his abilities, believing he was only in his position thanks to the power of the Princeton Group and Kaiba Corp, using money to climb up, which made him question himself even further. Could it be my victories in all those beginner-level leagues were because of my older brother's secret assistance? Could it be I only caught my master's attention because my deck had the spirit he longed for? The power of doubt tortured him. He swore to show those who looked down on him and didn't recognize him that Chaz Princeton never relied on anyone. He swore to make others acknowledge him. He swore to remain undefeated at Duel Academy. Then, that day, he saw Jaden Yuki, the chosen one, who had never even been to another dimension, yet still gained the approval of a spirit. He lost, in a friendly duel, to Jaden Yuki of Red, destroying all his prepared strategies. In deep pain, he chose to leave the academy, claiming he needed to train, but truly just ran to Kaiba Corp to hide. Unexpectedly, during his self-imposed isolation, his master passed by, saw him, called him a fool, dragged him into the simulation duel room, kicked him, and made him duel a crazy AI using a hero deck. I won't be afraid anymore, Jaden. He silently encouraged himself. Now, he was terrifyingly strong. Wow, Hikaru, let me copy your notes. Bro, so sly. I wanna see it too. Before entering the classroom, Chaz was about to dramatically kick open the door and announce his return loudly, but he heard intense discussions coming from inside. Standing at the door, he blankly watched Jaden Yuki, Cyrus Truesdale, and many other students he didn't recognize or only vaguely remembered gathered around a desk, chattering. Amagi-san, where's the alchemy formula on the page? Amagi-san, what's this mercury secret? What the? Chaz stood stunned. The first to notice him was Winged Kuribo, floating beside Jaden, chirping, "Kuri-kuri." Hearing its voice, Jaden spontaneously turned and looked toward the door, spotting Chaz. Oh. Chaz, you're back. Chaz, you're back. Cyrus looked over and politely greeted him. What's going on here? Chaz, who had planned a grand entrance, was caught off guard. He was fuming but instinctively asked. Isn't the exam coming up? Ugh, the academic courses are so troublesome, Jaden scratched his head. Especially alchemy. No one understands it except for Cyrus and Amagi-kun. Exams. Chaz felt a little nervous. Unlike Seto Kaiba, who was a natural genius, Chaz wasn't quite so versatile. He hadn't attended many classes, and even though Kaiba Corp's teachers were tutoring him, he might have missed something. Besides, lately, he'd been dueling robots every day, leaving him with little time for class. So, this Amagi guy is really good at alchemy? I have no memory of him at all. Come to think of it, why is alchemy even part of the academy exams? I thought it was just an interesting class. He didn't understand it at all. It wasn't just him, in fact, very few students at the entire school understood alchemy. Even Bastion was completely clueless about it. The only reason he could help other students by drawing knowledge points for them was simply because he was very good at studying and had an excellent memory. This was also one of the reasons why Hikaru had set his goal as scholarship. Not to mention Jaden and Cyrus, who also fell asleep in other classes, and even the students in Blue Dorm who were unable to stay awake during alchemy class. Therefore, Hikaru had a huge advantage in this course and could use it to boost his score. Apart from that, Duel Academy didn't test things like literature, math, chemistry, or physics. Their exams were very simple, cards and rules. After all, it was Duel Academy. The former involved card names and effects, while the latter was about various cards and the rules of duels. In the original, Professor Growler had taught related courses and explained the details of things like field spells to students. The teachers at Duel Academy were eager to break down every detail of dueling and explain the deeper meanings behind them. In short, Hikaru had no confidence in taking cultural exams, having not taken one in 5 or 6 years, but if it was a Duel Academy exam, he was confident about scoring well. What? Jaden lost to that guy? After initially being confused, Chaz asked about the recent events at the academy. It was only then that he realized Jaden had lost to Hikaru, making Hikaru the representative for Duel Academy's exchange duel. He first stared in shock at Hikaru, who appeared to be a kind and gentle person, studying alchemy, then immediately turned around and glared fiercely at Jaden. How could you lose to someone else? What's wrong with you? It's dueling. Isn't losing and winning normal? Jaden scratched his head, confused when he heard Chaz's words. Besides, Hikaru is really strong. That's nonsense. Only I can beat you. But you lost to me. Shut up. Stop talking. Chaz slammed the desk furiously. It's settled. This exam, I'll defeat Hikaru for you. Come and see my new power. On the other side, Hikaru couldn't hold back any longer. Why is he acting like some kind of story boss? Chapter 34, Chaz. The written exam lasted for 3 days, and in the meantime, Hikaru felt pretty good. Most of the questions were ones the teachers had already covered. The few, advanced, questions were actually just old problems in a different form. For Hikaru, a student trained in a rigorous education system previously, these questions were easy once he familiarized himself with them. And although he could confidently guarantee even Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges sometimes get confused by the rules of many Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, at least Duel Academy exams didn't have that kind of thing. Additionally, there was the alchemy course. Not only did Hikaru have a natural talent for alchemy, but even without that talent, he could always ask an alchemist for help. Of course, if anyone found out, it would definitely count as cheating. However, he wasn't the type to cheat just for the sake of grades, but it did make him feel more at ease. After a few days of written exams, Hikaru was now fiddling with his deck, thinking about today's practical exam. While the written exams were important, in Duel Academy, practical performance naturally held more weight and could contribute more points. Since his goal was to be number 1 in his grade, he naturally aimed to win. And his opponent, unsurprisingly, would surely be Chaz. Although the academy was generally fair, sometimes, certain students made things more fair for others. In the anime, Chaz was fine, he would be immediately expelled if he cheated. But this world's Chaz, who was a disciple of Kaiba Sito, could undoubtedly count on his teacher's connections if he wanted to face Hikaru in a practical exam. The teachers would probably be more than willing to help him out. Honestly, if it was the Chaz from the original facing him, he would probably be just fine. Firstly, as a duelist, Chaz's energy was naturally high, so he was definitely worth being a daily opponent. In the original, although he was positioned as the second male lead, he was always overshadowed by other characters. Early on, he was overshadowed by Cyrus, then by Aster Phoenix in the middle, and later by Jesse. Despite being the second male lead, most of his moments were taken by others. So, as an opponent, Hikaru's chances of winning were innately higher, making it easier to earn a scholarship. However, in this world, Chaz had become Kaiba Sito's disciple, just like in the manga, because of a different historical development. Hikaru shuffled his main deck and extra deck. First, his main deck. After 2 months of iterations, he had already removed some useless fusion cards. The remaining cards mostly consisted of easy and simple fusions, strong fusion monsters, and flame swordsman-related cards. Although his main deck still didn't have as many monsters as other people's decks, he no longer worried about not having enough monsters. In addition, Cards that had remained in the deck without being fused, like Cannon Soldier, Gigatech Wolf, and Burstinatrix, meant his deck was, in a way, half monsters. However, his main deck still had some abstract cards that were relatively difficult to use. Beyond that, his extra deck had become much more luxurious than before. Removing cards like Brachioradus and Golden Mammoth, his extra deck had been almost completely replaced. The core cards included 2 Flame Swordsmen, 1 Dark Flare Knight, Flame Wingman, Inferno Wing, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, and even some newly added cards like Cyberblader, and the exciting but currently unused Master of Chaos. This also brought along some new problems. That was, his extra deck was almost full, and he would need to remove some older fusion monsters. Hikaru hadn't thought about this before because, in his memory, the extra deck in the anime could have as many cards as needed. But after being reminded by his teacher about the number of cards in the extra deck, he remembered that in the original, Jaden had also worried about what to remove in order to add Shining Flare Wingman. He shuffled his extra deck. It was still almost full, but not quite. Even if he added full Metalfo's Alcest he had just acquired, the extra deck still wouldn't be full. Even counting the Cyber Dragon fusion monster that had been created through super fusion after a duel, it was still enough. However, it was essential to plan ahead. Next match, Obelisk Blue Chaz, versus RA Yellow Hikaru. Please head to the designated arena to prepare. Hearing his name, Hikaru promptly packed away his deck and went to the exam hall. On the other side, Chaz had been waiting for a while. Ah, Hikaru's opponent is Chaz. Go for it, Chaz. Why are you cheering for me, you idiot? Then, Hikaru-kun, go for it. Just you wait, Chaz shouted angrily at the audience. Then, he turned and looked at Hikaru. Honestly, Hikaru's appearance made him a bit uneasy. Students in purple uniforms were members of the Fusion Club, their reputation among regular students was very bad, they were mostly considered crazy. Behind Hikaru, there were also a few Fusion Club students following him. When they saw Hikaru's opponent, they started gossiping. Is Hikaru's opponent that Chaz? Isn't he the guy who got through by the back door? I heard that after he lost to Jaden, and after the battle, he ran away. How dare he come back? To be in the same dorm as a guy like him is really depressing. Good thing I switched to purple. Go, Hikaru. Go for it, Hikaru, show that guy who's boss. Chaz frowned and clenched his fists, yet didn't argue or say anything. Hikaru, on the other hand, immediately dropped his face and yelled to the students behind him, "Stop making me look like the villain." The Fusion Club students were still heavily influenced by the atmosphere of the activities department. He turned around, put a smile on his face, "Chaz, long time no see, I'm Hikaru from the first year of the Fusion Club." Although still annoyed, seeing Hikaru like this made Chaz feel slightly better. Don't call me Chaz. I am, Chaz Lightning. He raised his hand high and yelled at the students behind Hikaru. Okay. Hikaru hadn't expected that, although the timeline had changed a bit, Chaz's level of delinquency hadn't changed at all. Duel. ×2. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Chaz, LP, 4000. My turn. Chaz, eager to show off and prove himself, drew a card at lightning speed. That was fast. Hikaru thought. I normal summon, Armed Dragon, the Armored Dragon. A dragon warrior with copper-green scales and red armor flew out of the card. Armored Dragon? When he saw that the North Academy still used armed dragons, he thought Chaz wouldn't be using them in this world. Moreover, he didn't expect there to be another series of cards for them. Armed Dragon, the Armored Dragon, Level 4 WND Dragon 1900 ATK. A 1900 attack, Level 4 monster. Sure enough, that guy must have used Kaibacorp's influence, how else could he have easily gotten such a rare card? The surrounding students began to discuss in hushed voices. This only made Chaz more irritated. However, Hikaru took a deep breath, raised his duel disc, and shouted, "I also have a card that everyone doesn't have. The key is, whether or not it's used well. Otherwise, everyone will just be like that senior Ryu, holding on to powerful cards but not knowing how to use them." The Fusion Club students came to see him, whether to idolize him or simply to learn some techniques. Since they were already there watching, he had to take responsibility and put on a great performance. He looked at Chaz, who was a bit confused, and snapped his fingers lightly. "Come on, Chaz, let me see you duel." Chaz stood there, frozen with his card for a while, before finally taking a deep breath. Now he understood why Jaden lost to Hikaru, but he didn't get discouraged. In fact, he seemed quite happy. So, there were people like this in the Fusion Club too. Humph, it's Chaz Lightning. Chapter 35, Feeling. Even though this man in purple didn't seem as detestable as he had imagined, Chaz hadn't forgotten, this was the person who defeated Jaden Yuki, the one he had to take down. So, after focusing entirely on the duel and blocking out external distractions, he quickly set 2 cards in his spell/trap zone. "I set 2 cards and end my turn. Then, it's my turn." Hikaru swiftly drew a card and immediately revealed a spell card from his hand. "I activate the normal spell, Instant Fusion." "Fusion already?" Chaz was taken aback. "By paying 1,000 life points, I can special summon a level 5 or lower fusion monster from my extra deck as a fusion summon. However, the summoned monster cannot attack and will be destroyed at the end of the turn. Hikaru, LP, 4,000-3,000. I fusion summon, come forth, 1,000 eyes restrict." A grotesque, eyeball-covered eldritch god emerged from the card. Just looking at it made one's skin crawl and stomach churn. 1,000 eyes restrict. Chaz hesitated briefly upon seeing it but didn't waste a second to flip over one of his set cards. "Wait, during your special summon, I activate my trap card, Burst Breath." Under the watchful eyes of all the examinees and instructors, the wind-armored dragon took a deep breath, unleashing a furious torrent of flames. "This card allows me to tribute a dragon-type monster on my field and destroy all monsters on the field with defense points lower than that monster's attack. Armored Dragon's attack is 1900, and 1,000 eyes restrict has 0 defense, so it's destroyed." The emerald flames engulfed the eldritch god, reducing it to dust. At the same time, the dragon, seemingly exhausted, dissolved into light and vanished from the field. Huh? Why did Chaz use that trap card? Cyrus, who had nothing better to do due to his low ranking, watched the duel, asking. 1,000 eyes restrict couldn't attack anyway, so wouldn't it have been fine just letting it get absorbed? No. That wouldn't do. Someone interrupted his train of thought. Misawa, you're here. I've been here the whole time. Bastion's forehead twitched in annoyance. Hikaru claims to be competing with me for the top spot in our grade, so of course, I have to watch this. Then why did you say that just now? Wouldn't not using Burst Breath save a card? No, you're thinking too simply. Misawa shook his head. If you know this, then Hikaru obviously does too. Instant Fusion is a powerful card with drawbacks. As a fusion duelist, Hikaru understands this better than either of us. That means he must have a way to take advantage of it. Like Flame Sword's realm. Jaden suddenly interjected. I've seen him use that combo before. Oh. Cyrus finally understood. But, Chaz doesn't even know who Hikaru is. Bastion crossed his arms, deep in thought. Does he know what cards are in Hikaru's deck? To make such a decision at that moment. He really is Kaiba's disciple. It's instinct, pure instinct. Jaden beamed from the side. A duelist's natural reaction. That's the Chaz I know. Yes. Chaz's play just now had been entirely based on instinct. He recognized 1,000 eyes restrict and knew what it could do. Logically speaking, there had been no real need to react so aggressively. Regardless, he chose to destroy it anyway because something in his gut told him if he didn't, things would only get worse. Hikaru glanced at his hand and helplessly shook his head. Then, I activate the continuous spell card, Future Fusion. Hikaru stroked his chin. I'll set one more card and end my turn. In that case, at the end of your turn, I flip over my set card. Quick play spell, Armed Dragon Flash. I special summon Armed Dragon LV3 from my deck. Let's go, Armed Dragon. Grah! At Chaz's call, a small dragon flew out from the depths of his deck. Next, it's my turn, draw. Now, I activate Armed Dragon LV3's effect. During my standby phase, I can send this card to the graveyard to special summon an Armed Dragon LV5 from my hand or deck. Evolve, my dragon. Roar. The small dragon clenched its fists, raised them toward the sky, and let out a cry. Its youthful voice deepened as its body grew larger and more muscular. Armed Dragon LV5, Level 5 WND Dragon 2400 ATK. Moving on, I normal summon, Masked Dragon. Masked Dragon, Level 3 FIRE Dragon 1400 ATK. That's it. Now, Armed Dragon, Direct Attack. Hikaru, LP, 3600. Next, Masked Dragon, Direct Attack. Chaz's excitement grew. If this attack landed, he would win. Too naive. I flip my set card, Quick Play spell, Scapegoat. The four classic, fluffy, and smug goats, red, blue, yellow, and pink, appeared. Seeing them, the thrill of victory and the thought of having defeated Jaden vanished from Chaz's mind. It was as if he'd been doused with cold water, bringing him back to his senses. Each sheep was essentially a shield with 0 ATK and 0 DEF. Scapegoat. Chaz tensed up as he saw the four ghostly sheep standing on the field. You could have used Scapegoat right away to reduce damage, but you didn't. You knew about Armed Dragon's effect and wanted to prevent it from evolving, didn't you? Hikaru nodded and looked upward. A student from North Academy used an Armed Dragon deck before. His performance wasn't great, but afterward, I specifically studied the effects of the Armed Dragons. So I know if Armed Dragon LV5 destroys a monster in battle, it evolves into LV7, right? Ugh. As expected of Hikaru, Bastion exclaimed. Even I didn't know about Armed Dragon LV5 before. Knowing your opponent as well as yourself is part of fusion tactics. Jaden, that sounded really cool just now. Cyrus looked back at Jaden in admiration, surprised he could say something so impressive and logical. Hahaha, Jaden scratched the back of his head. Hikaru said that back in the alternate dimension. Yeah, that makes sense. Cyrus awkwardly turned back to watch the duel. In any case, since he couldn't achieve an OTK, Chaz had no choice but to have Masked Dragon destroy one of the pink sheep. Just in case, I set a card and end my turn. As expected of a duelist capable of defeating Jaden, he was no pushover. Knowing your opponent as well as yourself, huh? He overheard Jaden and the others talking, but he had no interest in chatting during a duel, nor did he want to rely on reminders from others. However, he recalled his previous training and started to sweat a little. Despite having trained for a month with his company's AI, the AI only ever used a hero deck. It's my turn. Hikaru drew a card. I also activate an effect in my standby phase. According to Future Fusion's effect, on the first standby phase after activation, I reveal a fusion monster to both players, and the materials listed on that card will then be sent from my deck to the graveyard. Hikaru revealed Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Shortly thereafter, Chaz suddenly perked up. Wait, yes. This was the feeling. Chapter 36, Fusion is all I see. Flame Wingman was a card that left a deep impression not just on Chaz, but on the other students as well. The reason was simple. During the entrance exam, Jaden had put on a show for the entire school, using Flame Wingman to tear through a professor's defenses. As a result, most freshmen were familiar with the card and knew its effect. However, Chaz's memory of it was even stronger because he had almost been defeated by it himself. Since it was a hero card, he immediately felt much more at ease. On the other hand, Hikaru was in a bit of a predicament. Sheep tokens couldn't be used as tribute for Flame Sword's realm. The effect of Flame Sword's realm required sending a face-up monster from the hand or field to the graveyard to special summon a Flame Swordsman fusion monster from the extra deck. Since sheep tokens couldn't be used for tribute summons and couldn't be sent to the graveyard, they were useless as fuel. Additionally, the hand he had just drawn was rather awkward. A complete hand brick. There was no way to clear the field, and his opponent still had a set card. However, if he switched to another strategy, he might have a chance to end the duel in one blow. But he needed to hold on to some of his hand cards, which could be risky. Also, it depended on whether Chaz would play into his plan. He glanced at Chaz, only to find Chaz glaring fiercely at Jaden, who had been cheering him on. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. No problem, victory was certain. I activate the continuous spell, Flame Sword's Realm, and use its effect, sending Gem Knight Crystal from my hand to the graveyard to special summon Flame Swordsman in defense position. Flame Swordsman, Level 5 Fiery Warrior 1600 Def. If possible, Hikaru would have preferred to use the sheep as a tribute to normal summon crystal. With 2450 ATK, it could easily crush Armed Dragon LV5. But for now, this was the best he could do. He's passing the turn. Looks like Hikaru's hand isn't great, Bastion chuckled. Otherwise, he would have at least normal summoned a monster to take advantage of Flame Sword's Realm's effect, boosting Flame Swordsman's attack by 1000 to destroy Armed Dragon LV5. That's true, Cyrus nodded. But next turn, he'll be summoning Flame Wingman. Once that's on the field, with Flame Sword's Realm's effect, the duel will be decided in an instant. Chaz wasn't interested in listening, but his ears still caught every word. So that Flame Sword's Realm had such an effect. He felt relieved. Holding on to his trap card had been the right decision. Ha 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 ha, Jaden, looks like this time, I'm the one who's going to win. Watch closely. He burst into laughter, his Chuyuni energy overflowing. My turn, draw. I normal summon X-Head Cannon. X-Head Cannon, Level 4 Light Machine 1800 ATK. Battle. Armed Dragon LV5, destroy Flame Swordsman. Flame Swordsman couldn't resist and was instantly shredded by the dragon's claws. Next, you two, take down those annoying sheep. The yellow and red sheep were wiped out, leaving only the blue one trembling on the field. Battle phase ends, I activate Armed Dragon LV5's effect. I discard Paladin of Felgran from my hand to destroy one of your monsters with a lower ATK. I destroy your last sheep. Chaz felt better the longer the duel went on, his mood was soaring. He had already planned out the next steps, and even though Hikaru kept using fusion cards, that didn't bother him at all. Because in the end, no matter what, he would have to rely on fusion monsters, right? Having fought against hero decks for so long, he had already memorized all their fusion monsters. I end my turn. Now, Armed Dragon LV5's effect activates. During the end phase of the turn it destroys a monster in battle, I send it to the graveyard to special summon Armed Dragon LV7 from my hand or deck. Armed Dragon roared again as countless pieces of steel flew in from a distance, snapping into place like armor, making it appear even more imposing. Armed Dragon LV7, Level 7 WND Dragon 2800 ATK. Wow, it got even stronger. So scary. Many students from the Fusion Club looked uneasy. What do we do? That armed dragon keeps getting stronger. And Hikaru's field is completely empty. Ha, I told you this guy wouldn't get far just relying on fusion, didn't I? Look, I was right. Bullshit. Next turn, Hikaru's Flame Wingman will hit the field. With Flame Sword's Realm, it'll be an instant kill. Chaz frowned slightly. So, Hikaru wasn't fully accepted by the Fusion Club. He had assumed that, as the club's rep, Hikaru would have the full support of its members, but it seemed quite a few people didn't acknowledge him. Then again, that was only natural. There would always be those dissatisfied with Hikaru, whether from Blue Dorm or students with their own ideas. It was impossible to be liked by everyone. Not that Hikaru cared. He was here to win duels, not to make friends. My turn, draw. I activate Future Fusion's effect. During the standby phase, I fusion summon the monster revealed the last turn using its materials from the extra deck. Come forth, I fusion summon. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Flames surged as Jaden's favorite hero made a dazzling entrance. Whoa! It's Flame Wingman. Jaden cheered, even more excited than the duelists themselves. Ha! Now's the time, I activate my trap card. Thonian Polymer. What? That card. Jaden's excitement instantly cooled. Thonian Polymer. That's a trap that lets you tribute a monster upon fusion summon to take control of the opponent's fusion monster, the perfect counter to fusion decks. Bastion frowned. Damn, Hikaru's Flame Wingman. I tribute X-Head Cannon on my field to take control of your Flame Wingman. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, Level 6 WND Warrior 2100 ATK. Hey, that's too underhanded. Yeah, exactly. You bastard, are you deliberately targeting our fusion club? Now, not only Hikaru supporters but even those who usually wanted to see him lose protested. Ha ha ha. Fools. What do you mean underhanded? A card's effect is a card's effect, there's no such thing as cheap in a duel. Chaz shouted. And call me Chaz Lightning. Well, Jaden, looks like I've got this in the bag. But Hikaru doesn't seem to think so. Jaden pointed at Hikaru. What? Chaz immediately turned to look at Hikaru, only to see him simply rubbing his chin, without a trace of tension. Huh. Honestly, even though I already predicted what you would do, seeing it happen still feels a bit disappointing. What do you mean? I've long considered the possibility of my fusion monster being stolen. Hikaru shrugged. At the end of the day, every kind of tactic exists in a duel. What I'm after is the ultimate fusion, so I've always been prepared for the day I'd see my own monster standing against me. Whoa! Some of the Fusion Club students felt their fighting spirit reignite. My only regret is that you actually activated your set card at this exact moment, exactly as I predicted. Wait, what? Listen up, Chaz-kun, you keep looking at Jaden while dueling. Hikaru pointed a finger at his opponent. Ah. Chaz was startled and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Too narrow-minded, Chaz-kun. Your goal is only to defeat Jaden, but my goal is the pinnacle of fusion. To achieve victory through fusion, no matter what. Hikaru declared, raising a spell card in his hand. I activate the fusion spell, Dark Calling. I banish monsters from my hand and graveyard as fusion materials to fusion summon a monster that can only be special summoned through Dark Fusion. I banish Avian and Burstinatrix from my graveyard. Transform into a demon that will shred everything to pieces. I fusion summon, Evil Hero Inferno Wing. A sinister yet striking anti-hero emerged from the darkness. Evil Hero Inferno Wing, Level 6 FIRE Fiend 2100 ATK. Inferno Wing. Wasn't it supposed to be Flame Wingman? Aside from Jaden, almost everyone stared in shock. Next, I activate the equip spell, Spirit Illusion. This card can only be equipped to a level 5 or higher fiend or zombie monster. Once per turn, it allows me to special summon or fusion summon a doppelganger token with the same stats as the equipped monster. It's the fusion equip card he used on the day he joined the club. Oh, I remember. When this card's equipped monster attacks, it reduces the opponent's monster's ATK by the equipped monster's ATK. Someone recognized the card. That means it's a 2100 versus 700. Huh, by the way, Inferno Wing also has Flame Wingman's effect, Jaden laughed, explaining the ability with pure joy, relishing the fact that while everyone else was confused, he fully understood. Chaz's face turned pale. It also has Flame Wingman's ability to deal damage equal to the destroyed monster's original ATK. Battle. Inferno Wing, incinerate the dragon. Pitch-black flames engulfed the steel dragon, shrinking it down to an even smaller size than when it was first summoned. Then, it was ruthlessly slaughtered by the demonic hero. Immediately after, the dark flames surged toward Chaz, who screamed in pain as he desperately tried to dodge, and collapsed onto the ground. Instant kill. Chapter 37, Top of the Class. Evil Hero, it actually looks pretty cool. As expected, men still love the darkness, huh? Even 2 days later, people at the academy were still talking about Evil Hero. On one hand, it looked fine. On the other, as that student said, men just love the darkness. Before transmigrating, Hikaru also liked Black Myth, Wukong, though unfortunately, he hadn't finished the game before crossing over. Chaz-kun, here's your report card. Take it. The teacher handed out report cards and evaluations one by one. Chaz looked at the miserable numbers on his report card and felt like smashing his head into the floor. He had disgraced his master. Staring at the evaluation, he recalled what had happened 2 days ago. After losing to Hikaru, while the Fusion Club students were either cheering or mocking him, Hikaru had simply collected his deck and told him calmly that his dueling wasn't pure enough, at least, not that day. If you want to defeat Jaden, this won't be enough, Hikaru's words still echoed in his mind. All you think about is beating Jaden. But Jaden, he's thinking about becoming the strongest duelist. Shame burned through him. He finally remembered how, that day, his master had dragged him to the AI training room, cursing at him with a cold snort. You fool! If you don't want to become the strongest duelist, you'll be nothing but a mediocre nobody for the rest of your life. Get that through your head. Unfortunately, back then, his mind had been filled with the frustration of losing to Jaden and the pain of being ridiculed. But that Hikaru. He turned to look in Hikaru's direction. Despite being the Fusion Club's representative, opinions about him within the club were highly polarized. Those who respected him really respected him, while those who disliked him absolutely despised him. Outside of the club, while ordinary students were amazed by his dueling style and deck design, they found it hard to approach him. After all, he was a Fusion Club member. How'd you do, Jaden? Ha ha ha. Over 80 in practical exams. Jaden laughed heartily, conveniently hiding his written test scores. An 80 in practical exams. Chaz felt like he'd been struck by a hammer. He only got 40. Overly fixated on using ace monsters to decide the match. Should first use low-level monsters to test traps. Trap card usage is highly inconsistent, sometimes brilliantly disrupting the opponent's strategy, other times recklessly taking control of a monster like Flame Wingman without considering the situation. Extremely disrespectful toward opponents, spending the entire duel looking at the audience. Only focused on heroes, completely ignoring everything else. With a loud slap, he smacked himself in the face. Staring at the evaluation and the points deducted, his face was filled with despair. Don't tell me. Am I going to lose to Jaden even in exam scores? If Master finds out, he'll kill me. Hikaru, how did you do? Bastion, sitting behind Hikaru, leaned forward curiously. He still hadn't forgotten what Hikaru had said earlier. Ah, don't bring it up. I didn't do well. I messed up. I shouldn't have done that at the time. Ah. Bastion's face was full of question marks. Ah, Hikaru, you didn't do well either. Ha ha ha, well, it's fine. Let's work hard together next time. Hearing Hikaru say that, Jaden's face instantly lit up. He eagerly patted Hikaru on the shoulder, laughing cheerfully, almost as if this somehow erased the fact that his own written exam score was trash. Jaden, Cold sweat ran down Bastion's forehead. No matter what, we all saw that duel that day. There's no way Hikaru's dueling could have been bad, right? Yeah, Jaden. Even I wouldn't believe that. Hikaru-kun must be joking with us, right? Jaden was stunned. Wait, Hikaru, you lied to me. What reason would I have to lie to you for fun? Hikaru shrugged, pulling out his evaluation sheet and showing it to them. Look, only 97 points. Question mark. Wasn't the full score 100? The evaluation says I precisely capitalized on my opponent's mistakes, immediately recognized monster effects and evolutions, was willing to take direct attacks from powerful monsters for the sake of victory, accurately noticed my opponent's lack of focus, seized on their psychological shifts and executed a flawless reversal, securing an instant kill with no room for counterplay. Couldn't find him, so I brought Misawa from Yellow Dorm instead. Huh. So I'm the extra one. Bastion nearly stumbled. Hikaru stood to the side, thinking. It seemed due to him, Bastion's experiences had been altered from the original. But that wasn't much of an issue after all. In the original, Bastion became more and more like a background character as the story progressed. His only concern was whether this would affect Bastion's future relationships. The group entered the principal's office and listened to the reason they were called. The 3 Sacred Beasts cards. Jaden repeated in surprise. Yes, 3 ancient cards sealed on this island. Huh. This school has such a long history. Jaden looked up. Principal Shepard smiled as he explained, actually, this school was built upon the very location where those 3 cards were sealed. What? Hikaru snapped his fingers. Ah, just like when I was a kid, people always said schools were built on graveyards. Upon hearing Amagi, the principal laughed heartily and right away continued explaining, according to the island's legend, when those cards re-emerge on the surface, the world will be engulfed by monsters, and chaos will consume everything. The darkness that corrodes human hearts will be unleashed, and soon, the world will be destroyed. These cards are said to hold such power. The students swallowed hard. That sounded terrifying. But Hikaru knew the legend was not a mere exaggeration. Although the events wouldn't unfold exactly as the students imagined, and the reasons behind the sacred beasts' unsealing differed from their assumptions, the power of the sacred beasts was undeniable. One thing had to be clarified: the strength of a card's effect and the strength of its card spirit were not directly comparable. For example, the invincible Tearlament's deck, considered one of the most powerful unrestricted decks, could be severely weakened against the sacred beasts. This was because, in their setting, Tearlaments were merely the enslaved fragments of Visa's negative emotions. They couldn't even compare to Visa's full emotional avatars, let alone Visa's himself. Yet, in actual gameplay, Visa's card effects couldn't even match a Havness. The Sacred Beasts cards, while unimpressive in competitive plays, possessed GX's strongest, supernatural, abilities such as age reversal, spirit's absorption of all cards in the world, and forcibly turning them into blank slates. Against monsters of this caliber, ordinary cards didn't stand a chance. Furthermore, even the so-called legend Principal Shepard mentioned would eventually come true. This meant that the power of the 3 sacred beasts far surpassed that of any ordinary card or even most card spirits. So, challengers seeking to unseal these cards have appeared. Who exactly? Zane asked in confusion. The Shadow Riders, Principal Shepard continued, they are a complete mystery, and one has already arrived on this island. As he spoke, he took out a box and revealed its contents: 7 objects that looked like keys. The 7 massive stone gates of the spirit doors protect these cards, the only way to open them is with these 7 keys. Therefore, I hope you all can safeguard these 7 keys. Even if you say that, how do we protect them? Chaz asked. Of course, by dueling. Ha! Everyone was startled. Well, what else did they expect? Hikaru really wanted to ask that. In this world, what else could they do besides duel? Were they seriously considering guns and weapons? In the duels to seize the keys, you must win. Only then can the spirit doors be opened. That is why I am entrusting them to you, the Academy's top duelists. The principal glanced at Growler and Banner. Though to be honest, some of you are just here to fill numbers. Well then, Principal, in that case, why don't I give my spot to Misawa? Banner stroked his cat and smiled. Well, Misawa. No problem, I accept. In short, Professor Growler stepped forward, picking up one of the keys. Just think of it like some thugs challenging our school and trying to take our signboard, right? No need to be scared, Principal. Ah, well, that's one way to look at it. The sequence of events was slightly different from Hikaru's memories. He picked up a key from the edge and hung it on his hand. The details might be off, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that as long as he held one of the 7 keys, one of the Shadow Riders would inevitably come after him for a shadow duel. In other words, energy would come knocking on his door. However, looking at the key in his hand, Hikaru contemplated the future. Since this world had alternate dimensions, he couldn't guarantee that the Shadow Riders were the same ones from the original, but regardless of who they were, their ultimate goal remained unchanged, to unseal the 3 Sacred Beasts cards. It might seem counterintuitive, but on the flip side, Principal Shepard had actually been deceived by Chairman Kajimaru. From the get-go, the 3 Sacred Beasts cards were entrusted to the Principal by Kajimaru himself. Even so, at that point, they weren't ready to be unsealed. Only when all 7 keys had absorbed enough duelists' passionate fighting spirit, could they be activated, thereby unsealing the 3 Sacred Beasts and allowing Kajimaru to regain his youth. So, whether the Shadow Riders won or lost, the seals would eventually be broken. But that didn't really matter. After all, Jaden would just defeat Kajimaru in the end, right? He only needed to use this opportunity to accumulate energy. That night, while studying his cards, Hikaru suddenly noticed that the world around him had lost its color. His entire surroundings were enveloped in a strange blue aura. Immediately after, the environment grew intensely hot and brilliant. A volcano? He surveyed down in shock. Somehow, he had been transported inside a volcano, standing right above the crater. Where is this? Not far away, another person appeared, screaming in surprise. Alexis? Hikaru glanced at her before lowering his gaze again. Beneath their feet was a massive transparent floor. It seemed to be made of some strange energy as if it could vanish at any moment. In that instant, a gigantic fire dragon emerged from the magma, spun around, and then landed with a roar. Slowly, it transformed into a masked man. Who are you? Alexis instinctively shouted. I am Darkness, one of the Shadow Riders. According to my investigation, Hikaru, you are the representative duelist of this school. As my debut battle, you will be my first opponent. First, Hikaru didn't waste any words. He revealed his dual disc at once, which activated and shuffled automatically. This'll be your last. Chapter 40, All About Fusion. Heh, not bad spirit. Darkness sneered upon hearing Hikaru's words, then took out a blank card from his cloak. However, before we begin this duel, we need to make it clear, this is a shadow game. A shadow game? Alexis Rhodes said, shocked. Am I dreaming? The soul of the loser will be sealed in this card. I see. Hikaru was not surprised by it, it's finally here. A card that turns people into cards. After agreeing to the duel, both sides began. Darkness took the first turn. Though he wore a mask, Hikaru knew he must be the long-lost brother Alexis had been searching for, Atticus Rhodes. In the original, he was guided by a certain fragment and chose Jaden as his opponent. But soon after seeing him, Hikaru noticed he wasn't carrying that artifact. So he just picked a pretty strong opponent to duel. This world had many differences from what he remembered. Duel. ×2. Darkness, LP, 4000. Hikaru, LP, 4000. My turn, draw. I normal summon, Black Dragon's chick. Black Dragon? Alexis's eyes widened, recalling something. Could it be? Yes, it's exactly that, could it be? I activate Black Dragon's chick's effect, sending it from the field to the graveyard. From my hand, I special summon, Red Ice Black Dragon. Boom! Blazing flames surged beneath the duelist's feet, spreading across the sky. A scorching dragon of fire emerged from the magma, then landed on a floating platform, scattering molten lava to reveal its true form. Red Ice Black Dragon, Level 7 DRK Dragon 2400 ATK. That legendary dragon. Alexis looked concerned. Amagi's ace is Flame Swordsman, right? This is really. Both Red Ice Black Dragon and Flame Swordsman were cards of the legendary duelist Joey Wheeler. However, compared to Flame Swordsman, Red Ice Black Dragon was undoubtedly the true ace. This duel was clearly unfavorable for Hikaru. I set one card and end my turn. Simply summoning a 2400 ATK monster with just 2 cards was actually quite strong in this world. After all, Jaden had to top deck Polymerization, Clayman, and Sparkman just to fuse Thunder Giant, which also had 2400 ATK. My turn, draw. Without hesitation, Hikaru activated a spell card. I activate the normal spell, Fusion Deployment. This card can only be activated once per turn. The turn this card is activated, I cannot special summon non-fusion monsters from the extra deck. I reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck and special summon one of its listed fusion materials from my hand or deck. I reveal Labyrinth Tank and special summon Cannon Soldier from my deck. Next, I activate Cannon Soldier's effect. I tribute one monster to inflict 500 damage to you. Cannon Soldier transformed its own energy into an explosive shot, launching a cannonball straight at Darkness. Ugh. Darkness, LP, 3500. Upon taking damage, Darkness staggered backward, his clothes slightly torn. But now, you have no monsters on your field. Hikaru revealed his spell card. I activate the continuous spell over future fusion. I reveal Labyrinth Tank from my extra deck and send Gigatech Wolf from my deck to the graveyard. Then, I immediately activate the second effect of over future fusion. By banishing Gigatech Wolf and Cannon Soldier from my graveyard, I fusion summon Labyrinth Tank. Clang! Clink! The classic battle tank rolled onto the field once again. Labyrinth Tank, Level 7 DRK Machine 2400 Def. Amazing! Alexis, observing closely, exclaimed. Not only did he deal damage, but he also special summoned a defender with 2400 DEF. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Humph, 2400 DEF. Darkness smirked at the field. Naive. Don't think that just because your defense matches Red Ice, you can stop me. My turn, draw. Ha, perfect. I activate the normal spell, Inferno Fire Blast. The turn this card is activated, Red Ice Black Dragon cannot attack, and it inflicts damage equal to Red Ice Black Dragon's ATK. Oh no! Watch out! Alexis warned urgently. Just 500 damage had already left Darkness visibly injured, 2400 damage was unimaginable. I activate my set card, Counter Trap, Fusion Guard. A counter trap. A fusion counter trap. Both duelists reacted in surprise, Darkness at his strategy being thwarted again, and Alexis marveling at how even his counter traps incorporated fusion. When a damage-inflicting effect is activated, this card negates that activation and effect. Then, I send one random fusion monster from my extra deck to the graveyard. A massive purple fusion symbol appeared before Hikaru absorbed Red Ice Inferno like a fist striking cotton. TCH. Darkness clicked his tongue. Hikaru glanced at his graveyard. The monster I sent is Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Not good. Alexis tensed up. That was the worst possible choice. Well. It didn't really matter. Hikaru didn't mind at all. That said, considering his current relationship with Professor Growler, he could probably tell him his card had evolved and request another Ancient Gear Golem without issue. Haha, great power always comes with risks. Looks like you've lost a strong ally. Darkness laughed, clenching his fists. I end my turn. Hikaru exhaled in relief. Unlike the original Jaden, he didn't have superhuman endurance, better to take fewer hits if possible. My turn, draw. Oh. He drew a powerful card. Scatter Fusion. Phew, lucky draw. I activate the continuous spell, Scatter Fusion. Scatter Fusion. Another brand new fusion card. Alexis watched as Hikaru played yet another fusion-related card, her amazement growing. She had only seen Hikaru duel Jaden during the representative selection tournament. At the time, she was impressed but couldn't fully grasp it. Now, she realized his pursuit of fusion was truly extreme, and so far in this duel, every single card he played was fusion-related. She sighed deeply. And how about herself? Did she have that pure duelist's heart? No, perhaps what she truly wanted was to find her brother. She looked across the field. If her brother were still here, he'd be just as tall as that man. Noticing Alexis looking at him, the masked duelist grinned eerily. Hikaru's duel was indeed more formidable than he expected, albeit that may be true, he had a surefire way to win. Chapter 41, The Black Dragon That Burns Away Life. The effect of Scatter Fusion can only be used once per turn, and it's only activatable when the opponent has a monster on the field. You can send the materials required for a non-rock type Gem Knight fusion monster from your deck to the graveyard to fusion summon a fusion monster from the extra deck. After this effect is activated, until the end of the turn, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck except for Gem Knight fusion monsters. Hikaru opened his extra deck and revealed a tall and valiant knight. Then, he sent Prismora and a yellow Peridot from his deck to the graveyard. Brilliant diamonds slowly descended from the sky, accompanied by a steady cracking sound as an evolved, Captain Crystal, made his dazzling entrance in a lightning strike. Gem Knight Prismora, Level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Leave it to me, Lord Hikaru. Prismora swung his massive lance, manifesting in this world for the first time. I switch Labyrinth Tank to attack position. Labyrinth Tank, ATK, 2400. Battle. Prismora, attack Red Ice Black Dragon. TCH. Darkness let out a cold snort. At the moment, Crystal's noble 50 ATK advantage demonstrated its value. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! A single point of ATK is enough to dominate. Although 2400 and 2450 differ by only 50 points, Prismora could still suppress and pummel Red Ice Black Dragon. The fire, Red Ice Black Dragon was shattered into pieces, falling into the magma below. Darkness, LP, 3500-3450. Next, Labyrinth Tank, direct attack. The wheels and spikes of the modern, stylish combat vehicle began spinning wildly. At Hikaru's command, it rammed straight into Darkness with full force. Darkness, LP, 3450-1050. Ha! Darkness was struck by the powerful drilling tank and sent flying. He bounced a few times on the blue energy floor before barely landing at the edge. He struggled to stand up, his clothes tattered, and blood started to seep from his body. Ha, that was quite the pain. It seems your spirit power is not weak either. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Why hasn't he used his set card yet? He found it odd. A set card that couldn't be used, what kind of card was it? He glanced at his own set card, a trap card, Salamandra with Chain. Since he hadn't drawn any cards related to Flame Swordsman or any fire monster, it had just been sitting there, unused. And what about Darkness? Alright, with this, we've seriously reduced Darkness's life points. Alexis let out a sigh of relief on the sidelines, her inner tension and unease resembling that of thunder giants striking waves. A shadow duel, such a thing was still too surreal for an ordinary schoolgirl. I activate the effect of Overfuture Fusion again, revealing Flame Wingman and sending Avian from my deck to the graveyard. Hikaru hadn't forgotten to continue compressing his deck using Overfuture Fusion's effect. I end my turn. Ha, 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 ha. Though he had fallen into a disadvantage, Darkness showed no signs of worry or fear. Instead, he started laughing maniacally. You've made me feel pain. Is he already going crazy? Hikaru thought. That didn't sound like Atticus at all. Was he pulling a Zane Truesdale act? My turn, draw. I activate the spell card, Pot of Greed, drawing 2 cards from my deck. He glanced at his draw, then laughed again. I flip my set card, Call of the Haunted. Why Call of the Haunted? Alexis immediately sensed something was off. If it was this card, why didn't he use it during the previous battle phase? Even if Labyrinth Tank and Red Ice Black Dragon had the same ATK, it was unlikely that he would let them destroy each other, right? Besides, even if they did, he wouldn't have lost much. He could have even preserved 2,400 life points. Hikaru frowned, observing. Life points didn't matter as long as they didn't hit 0. Saving the more crucial cards and executing deeper strategies and exchanges was the mindset of a wise duelist. From this perspective, Darkness had been willing to endure the pain and preserve his Red Ice Black Dragon. That was indeed something reminiscent of Joey Wheeler back in the day. The monster I'm reviving is, of course, Red Ice Black Dragon. Next, I activate the spell card, Inferno Fire Blast. A second one. Unlike before, Hikaru had no fusion guard to protect him. He immediately shouted for Alexis to step back while he raised his arms to shield himself. Ha ha ha. Vengeful Dragon, let your blazing fire incinerate the enemy. Black Fire Bullet. Red Ice Black Dragon gathered energy into 1 point and then unleashed a massive black fireball. I'll block it. Prismora lived up to his title. Even though he was merely one manifestation of Crystal's long saga, Gem Knight Prismora still leaped out unflinchingly, transforming into a phantom covering Hikaru. Powered by his gemstones and body, he shielded Hikaru from the scorching flames, protecting him from the searing heat. Hikaru, LP, 4,1600. Ugh. Even with Prismora's protection, Hikaru still dropped to one knee, feeling a searing pain spread across his body. He could faintly smell something burning. It wasn't from the volcanic magma, but his uniform was scorched. Thank you, Captain. Alexis, seeing her classmate's unfortunate state, realized the true terror of a shadow duel. It made her even more aware of the danger of this match. Hikaru, are you alright? She hurried over, trying to help him up, momentarily forgetting about any reservations. Don't come over. Hikaru shouted. The duel wasn't over yet. After activating Inferno Fire Blast, Red Ice Black Dragon cannot attack. However, I tribute Red Ice Black Dragon to special summon Red Ice Darkness Dragon. Grower. The flames surrounding the Black Dragon intensified, heating its scales to a metallic sheen. When it reappeared, it had completely transformed into something else. This card can only be special summoned by tributing Red Ice Black Dragon, and for each dragon monster in my graveyard, it gains 300 ATK. Red Ice Darkness Dragon, Level 9 DRK Dragon 2400 3000 ATK. It's actually on par with Blue Eyes White Dragon. Alexis gasped. An ATK of 3000 was a significant benchmark in Yu-Gi-Oh! A monster with the same ATK as Blue Eyes White Dragon was nearly an insurmountable obstacle for ordinary duelists. Battle. Red Ice Darkness Dragon, take down that self-righteous Dimensional Knight. Darkness, who could clearly see spirits, extended a finger and arrogantly pointed at Prismora, commanding his Dark Dragon. Darkness Dragon roared and charged at Prismora, shattering it with a powerful strike. Ugh! Hikaru felt as if his stomach had been pierced, letting out a groan while coughing up blood. Hikaru, LP, 1610-50. Hikaru. Alexis rushed over to support him, preventing his collapse. Heh, now both of our LPs are equal. Darkness laughed as he set a card. I set one card and end my turn. Hikaru took a deep breath. After resting for a moment, he said, "Thank you, Alexis," then let go of her hand, bracing himself as he looked firmly at Darkness. My turn, draw. He glanced at the card he drew and smirked. Here it is. As expected, it was finally time to use this. I activate the continuous spell, Flame Sword's Realm. Are you sure about this? Upon seeing the card, Darkness smirked, suddenly asking. What? Hikaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at Darkness. Ha. Or perhaps, you're more familiar with this voice. Darkness turned to Alexis and suddenly spoke in a calm voice. Alexis? Alexis was struck as if by lightning. That familiar, casual tone, that voice, wait, that figure. Darkness spread his arms wide, leaving himself completely open, still wearing a smile as he chuckled. The owner of this body seems to be called, Atticus Rhodes. Are you sure you want to continue? What the, no way. Hikaru's eyes widened, and his hands froze, stunned in place. It wasn't a mind-controlled, amnesiac Atticus Rhodes, or Dark Atticus. It was the real Darkness. The final boss of all of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Damn it. Chapter 42, I'm going to become the strongest fusion duelist in the multiverse. Darkness, literally translated, just means, darkness. But in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, it's not just a noun, it's a real, living, being. Its true form is a six-winged, goat-headed demon that embodies the law of the world, darkness. Its actual identity? Humanity's future downfall. That's right. Its very existence is the end of humanity. In terms of power, no early game character even comes close to matching it. Actually, even in the late game, no one can really touch this thing. With abilities like brainwashing, erasing existence, reading memories, rewriting memories, and absolutely zero shame, it stands unchallenged. Even Jaden Yuki only avoided being brainwashed and thrown into the shadow world because, by that point, he had two souls in one body, which kept him safe. This brings up something that many people might misunderstand. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, duels don't decide everything. You have to first survive the energy clash. If you can't withstand it, you'll be obliterated before you even get to play a card. In the original series, as well as GX, 5Ds, Zexal, the trend is clear: supernatural threats can't kill people, so they use dark duels, which definitely can. Also, originally, Atticus was brainwashed by darkness due to an accident, lost his memory, and started calling himself Darkness. He became one of the Shadow Riders, aiming to unseal the sacred beasts. It wasn't until 2 years later, when the world began to change drastically, that he sought to recover his lost memories and asked Jaden for help. In the end, he came to understand that the world was truly on the brink of destruction. Seems like because of how things are diverging into alternate dimensions, the final boss decided to drop in early using an alt account. Hikaru frowned and looked toward Alexis. She looked extremely conflicted, completely torn. Seeing this, Hikaru wasn't surprised at all. Sure, darkness acts all high and mighty, like some unbeatable final boss later on, but why do fans call him the most embarrassing boss? Simple, because he's shameless to the core. In the story, plenty of characters who dueled him actually had a chance at victory. Take Axel Brody for example, he could have won. But darkness manipulated his memories, made him believe he killed his mother, and caused him to suffer in agony. This thing. Nothing it does is surprising anymore. Alexis, are you really going to sit back and watch your brother fall again without lifting a finger? Darkness placed a hand on his chest. You saw it, didn't you? Alexis felt the world was spinning, her body wobbling. Yes. I did. Back then, her brother walked into that dimensional gate and never returned. It was an unknown space. Why didn't she stop him? But, why didn't I remember this until now? If you had stopped him, your brother could have come back. You understand that, right? Darkness lowered his voice. No matter what method you used. Alexis clutched her head, trembling all over, and looked at Hikaru with pained eyes. Hikaru clicked his tongue. Figures. In the original, Alexis got pulled in when Jaden was transported. Now. The reason Alexis is even here is that he planned it. I activate the effect of Flame Sword's realm. Hikaru was completely unfazed, revealing a card from his hand. I send Ancient Gear Knight from my hand to the graveyard to fusion summon, Flame Swordsman. Wait, Hikaru. Please, Alexis reacted on instinct. She jumped forward and clutched his arm, pleading desperately. Rhodes. You know this is a shadow game. Yes. Alexis looked so fragile now. But there must be another way. There has to be. That's my brother's body. She was about to drop to her knees and say, I'll do anything. Hikaru yanked her back up. Listen, Rhodes. This is a shadow game. The soul of the loser will be sealed inside a card. I know that. Then haven't you realized yet? Realized? That's your brother's body. Darkness's expression turned impatient as he called out, Alexis. Do you want this bastard to keep controlling your brother, hurting others, turning you into his pawn, and stopping the next person who tries to duel him? Or do you want me to take him out right now, seal his soul in a card, and save your brother's body? Even if the body's battered and broken, it's better than having it stolen, right? Alexis wiped the tears from her eyes. Her gaze regained clarity before the fog of darkness that had clouded her mind began to fade, and she returned to being the proud elite of Obelisk Blue. She let go of Hikaru's hand, turned around, and slapped herself hard twice, forcing herself to stay sharp. I understand now, Hikaru. Please, you have to defeat it. Please, bring my brother back. She wiped away her tears with determination. Then, maybe to ease the awkwardness from before, she blushed and nodded, adding, even if you have to beat my brother up a bit, it's fine. It is his fault for leaving without a word. Looks like she finally shook off the mind control and made her own choice. Hikaru shook his head. This darkness, its clone abilities are still lacking. Otherwise, there's no way she would have snapped out of it so quickly. Don't worry. You little. Darkness's face darkened completely. A girl was clinging to your arm, and you were thinking about something else. As a master of romance, I'm offended. He's still pretending to be Atticus. What nonsense. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. I'm going to be the strongest fusion duelist in all dimensions. Romance just gets in the way. Silence. I activate the effect of future fusion. I send Burstinatrix from my deck to the graveyard. Then, I activate Miracle Fusion. I banish Burstinatrix and Avian from my graveyard to fusion summon Elemental Hero, Flame Wingman. But my monster still has higher ATK. Flame Sword's Realm's effect, when a warrior-type monster attacks, you can reduce another warrior's ATK by 1000 and raise the ATK of all other monsters by 1000. This is it. Flame Wingman, attack. Flame Wingman leapt into the air and charged at Red Ice Darkness Dragon. Darkness clicked his tongue and slammed down a card. Even so, I can still win. I activate the trap card, Metal Morph. This card equips to one monster and increases its ATK by 300 points. Heh. Seeing that card, Hikaru laughed. Sure, Darkness had supernatural powers beyond imagination. But he had one huge weakness. Why did he always rely on cheap tricks during duels? Because he seriously sucks at playing the game. What's even the point of setting that card? Then I activate my trap card, Salamandra with Chain. This card can also be used as an equip spell on a fire monster. I equip it to Flame Swordsman. And with its effect, I flip your Red Ice Darkness dragon face down. The dragon, just about to get a power-up, was caught off guard. A chain yanked it down as it was flipped face down, reduced to a faded card. TCH. In the blazing inferno, Darkness's face twisted into a cold sneer. Amaki Hikaru, was it? I won't forget you. Boom. Darkness, LP, 1050. Big brother. Alexis saw the glowing floor panel begin to fade and shouted in panic. The next moment, a flash of white light scattered. By the time Hikaru regained his senses, he was already back at the beach near the academy. Hikaru. Rhodes. Several classmates and teachers who came looking for them due to the key rushed over. Alexis ran to her brother, knelt beside him, and was relieved to find he was still breathing. Cunning, devious, full of dirty tricks, terrible at dueling, but at least Darkness kept its word. Hikaru smiled and stretched. In the distance, dawn was breaking. Even if it was just a clone, a duel against someone of that caliber should yield a good amount of energy, right? Sure enough, he could feel a warm current building inside. Heh, thanks for the, wait, huh? Wait a second. His body started burning up, getting hotter and hotter until it was boiling. Even just a clone, Darkness's energy was too much. He staggered. Hikaru. Thud. Just before passing out, one final thought ran through his head, at least. I can try printing a card again. Chapter 43, Battery. Professor, how's Amaki doing? In a haze, Hikaru seemed to hear a girl's voice. Even Amaki went down. Guess that proves it, shadow duels really are dangerous. That was an overly dramatic male voice. Shadow duel. Hikaru struggled to open his eyes and looked toward the bedside. I already told you, Amaki just fainted from extreme exhaustion. Shadow duel. Are you kids seriously still believing in that kind of thing? The school nurse in charge stood with one hand on their hip, clearly baffled by the students' beliefs. Well. Bastion looked unsure how to respond, but before he could say anything, Jaden had already noticed Hikaru waking up and leapt to his side. His brow was furrowed, and gone was the usual carefree smile. He looked unusually sharp and serious as he asked, Hikaru, how do you feel? See? I told you all to keep it down. Now you've gone and woken the patient. The nurse scolded them with a frown. Hikaru rubbed his head, slowly regaining clarity. He felt a bit parched. Glancing around, it was Alexis, ever attentive, who reacted first and handed him a glass of water. Thanks. Hikaru took a sip. I'm all right. Nothing too serious, I think. As he drank, Hikaru quickly pieced together what had happened. He knew his own condition better than anyone. He hadn't fainted from damage taken during a shadow duel. Sure, it hurt like hell, but his body had already been enhanced by super polymerization, and when he took that direct hit from fire, Captain Crystal had shielded him. The pain was nowhere near as bad as what Joey Wheeler suffered from Ra's flames. It shouldn't have knocked him out. What knocked him out was the sheer volume of fusion energy. Even if Darkness was using an alt, it was still a manifestation of ultimate darkness. That kind of energy, even partially absorbed, was enough to overwhelm him. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone that. Getting Ice-Guide into this world and even having an actual super polymerization card, there was no way he could casually explain any of that. What about your brother, Rhodes? The nurse said his injuries weren't too serious. He'll need a bit of recovery time, but then he'll be fine. Alexis still seemed a little shaken. She couldn't understand it, why she'd done those things she'd never do under normal circumstances. How could she have hurt others, just for her brother's sake? Once Jaden was sure Hikaru was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the others with a serious expression. Alright, everyone, let's go. Let Hikaru get some rest. His voice was firm, totally unlike his usual self. The classmates who had come to check on Hikaru exchanged glances and, realizing there was no need to stay any longer, all nodded. Rest up, Hikaru. Bastion had even brought a gift, which Hikaru politely accepted. Though they all wanted to know more about the shadow duel, they figured they could always ask Alexis later. They left behind some fruit and followed Jaden out. Still, their expressions were somber. Even Hikaru couldn't handle the power of a shadow duel without collapsing. What about the rest of them? Especially Jaden, his heart was weighed down with responsibility as he walked faster and faster, ignoring Cyrus calling out from behind. Once everyone else had gone, Alexis remained behind, as a caretaker, perhaps. She was incredibly grateful to Hikaru for saving her brother. Zane had Cyrus to take care of him, so she wasn't worried there. Jaden and Bastion had both offered to help, but Alexis had insisted on staying. Rhodes, you don't need to feel guilty about what happened. Hikaru reached for his dual disc, took out his deck, and glanced at her. If I'm not wrong, that guy had some sort of memory reading or mind control ability. Otherwise, he couldn't have imitated your brother so perfectly or known things only the two of you would know. As he spoke, Hikaru started shuffling through his deck quickly, checking each card one by one. Midway through, his eyes lit up. Winda, halfway complete already. That was way faster than he expected. Even more surprising, his deck now included an 8-star fusion monster, Meteor Black Dragon. Wait, this thing's useless, isn't it? No. It's useful. He suddenly remembered something. Huh. Alexis blinked, then gave a faint smile. Thanks, Hikaru. I didn't expect you to be this good at comforting people. She still looked like she was wrestling with guilt. Oh well. Hikaru shrugged. What about that soul-sealing card that guy mentioned? You brought it back, right? Ah, here. Alexis quickly dug it out and handed it over. Hikaru took the card. There was no text on it, only an image of Darkness's mask, bound in chains. In the original, Atticus could even use that thing on himself to transform into Dark Atticus and wield the Red Ice deck exclusive to Darkness. Basically, once mastered, it was like a Kamen Rider transformation device. But in his hands? Totally different. Hikaru's face lit up with excitement, making Alexis shudder unconsciously. She rubbed her arms. The grin on his face was too sinister, like someone who just stumbled across a weapon of mass destruction. Because, that's exactly what it was. This was a clone of Darkness. Just dueling it had released so much energy, so what about this card? To Hikaru, this wasn't a card. It was a battery. A philosopher's stone. Material for super polymerization. Hell, it might even help him forge Red Ice Black Dragon itself. Hikaru stayed in the infirmary for 2 days. After confirming there were no lingering issues, he was finally discharged. The moment he got out, he raced straight back to his dorm to begin his grand alchemy. For days, with the help of several spirits, Hikaru worked tirelessly to forge new cards. And in that time, he confirmed several things. First, he really could print cards using super polymerization. His spirit energy still wasn't that strong, but with effort, and a little help from Darkness, he was finally seeing results. He now had hope. Second, if he tried to perform targeted fusions on his own, the result would always be low-level monsters. When he tried to fuse bigger ones, Alchemist would stop him, calling it suicide. So for now, he had to let super polymerization handle it randomly. Third, handcrafting cards was freaking awesome. Looking at the newly created, Predaplant Chlamydosundu, crafted from all his saved materials, Hikaru couldn't be prouder. Even if the card was totally useless, now Hikaru could truly call himself an alchemist. One day, he'd craft the philosopher's stone with his bare hands. He was practically giddy with excitement. And this was just the first of the 7 Shadow Riders, there were 6 more to go. Chapter 44, Camula. Hikaru, the teacher is really happy to see you back in class, meow. A new day. Professor Banner saw Hikaru return to class and greeted him with a smile. Feeling better? Ah, I'm fine now, Professor. Hikaru responded energetically. Then, without further delay, come, Hikaru. Banner gestured toward the platform. Today we're doing the pulverization experiment, meow. You can try it yourself. In front of the whole class, Banner directly changed the original lesson plan and had Hikaru take the stage. He guided Hikaru through the process, clearly giving him special treatment. One of the principles of alchemy is destruction and regeneration. Breaking materials down completely, then distilling or grinding them into components for crafting new materials, that is the goal of alchemy. The rest of the class was already used to this. Apart from Bastion still diligently memorizing everything, many students had basically given up on actually learning alchemy. Rather than trying to master the subject, it was more fun to watch what crazy chemistry experiments Professor Banner and Hikaru would do next. Campus life seemed unchanged. The fears Jaden had about losing classmates or friends because of shadow duels hadn't come to pass, or at least, not yet. Even in the original series, the Shadow Riders took a while to show up, and the gaps between their appearances weren't fixed intervals. During this period, Hikaru went to Professor Growler to apply for another ancient gear golem. His reasoning? The one he had mysteriously became the ultimate golem. Previously, Growler would have never believed in the supernatural. But after being attacked by gem knights in another dimension, learning about the sacred beasts from the principal, and hearing about the shadow duel incident from Alexis. Now, when he heard Hikaru's request, he was at least willing to half believe it. Besides, Growler had gained a lot of support from the principal by backing Hikaru as their poster student, so he was happy to oblige. After discovering an alternate dimension full of ancient gears, the Academy had obtained an increasing number of ancient gear cards. Handing one out through official channels to an Outstanding Student Award was easy enough. Of course, Hikaru didn't plan to just freeload cards. Since Growler had granted him such privileges, and considering Hikaru wanted to recruit him later as the faculty sponsor for his future Neo Fusion Club, he gave Growler an ancient gear fusion in exchange. That might be the most natural progression for a card game, trading and collecting. That day. Hey, did you hear? There's a Western-style mansion that suddenly appeared over the lake on the west side of the island. What? A mansion? Yeah. No one knows when it showed up. It might have just appeared overnight. I heard some students are already planning to go explore it. Maybe there's some vampire nobleman inside. Don't joke. I heard several students have been passing out recently. Maybe it was because of a popular TV show, but the girls seemed pretty excited. Wait a second, passing by, Jaden suddenly realized something. You can't do that. Ever since Hikaru's hospitalization, Jaden had developed a strong wariness toward shadow duels. Now sensing this could be a new threat, he hurriedly grabbed his 2 friends and rushed to the principal's office. There, Principal Shepard and the keykeepers discussed the situation and quickly concluded. A new enemy had arrived. Everyone rushed to the lake. At some point, a thick mist had settled, and a giant mansion sat alone in the center of the lake, its shape barely visible. As the group approached, a long red carpet unrolled from the mansion, completely ignoring the laws of physics, extending across the water to the shoreline. Is this an invitation? The student stared seriously at the red carpet. Hikaru instinctively stepped onto the carpet. The next moment, Jaden grabbed him back. Wait, Hikaru. You just recovered. You can't take part in this kind of duel. Yeah, Hikaru, Alexis chimed in. Let me. But before they could finish, there was a light thud. Missing from anyone's attention, Professor Growler had already stepped onto the red carpet. The students watched him in shock. As the only teacher present, he straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Ahem, as the only professor here, allow me to handle this duel. Professor. Bastian and Chaz stared in disbelief. Even Zane looked surprised. Was this really the same Growler? Wasn't he usually cowardly and sleazy? As expected of Professor Growler. A true role model. A teacher worthy of respect. Well, of course. Growler turned back around, coughed again, then stood up straight and declared solemnly, a red carpet is the path of gentlemen, which means it is the path for a proud noble like myself. Besides, I absolutely won't allow unknown thugs to harm my students within these school grounds. Hikaru clapped from the side. Lately, quite a few students have been attacked and rendered unconscious, supposedly by a vampire. So it made sense for the professor to say such things and even volunteer to go first. Then again. The building looked just like Hikaru remembered. Which meant this time's opponent was Camula, the Shadow Rider. In the original, Camula defeated Growler easily by peeking at his deck and hand ahead of time. She also possessed a card called Illusion Gate that could directly control someone's soul and wipe out all their monsters. However, the loser of a duel involving that card would have their soul sacrificed to the sacred beasts. Camula used her vampire powers to control Cyrus, making him a decoy. So Zane had no choice but to forfeit the duel, turning him into a doll. Thinking about that, Hikaru got a bit excited. The illusion was good. He could just force through with super polymerization and absorb the energy. That way, he wouldn't suffer, and he'd get a fusion monster too. Just as he thought this, several figures emerged from the red carpet. They all had similar features, pale skin, bat-like wings, dressed as butlers or maids, bowing respectfully toward Hikaru and the others. After them, a green-haired beauty walked forward with elegant steps. You are the key keepers. Ah, yes. Growler stood up straight. You're the one behind all the incidents lately, aren't you? You must be the one chosen to duel. The green-haired beauty frowned, ignoring his question and glancing at Zane and Hikaru. At the very least, pick someone more pleasant to look at. Huh. No way I'm letting someone like you sully the lady's eyes. The lady. I am the vampire Camula, she suddenly screeched, her face grotesquely enlarging and her tongue slithering out like a snake. Come, human. If you wish to disturb the lady's slumber, then first you must face me in a duel. If you lose, surrender a handsome boy to the island. If I lose, I'll release the students I bit and left unconscious. Humph, gladly. No more words were needed. In front of all the students, they activated their duel discs and began an intense duel. Meanwhile, Hikaru stood to the side, utterly confused. Wait a minute, this Camula isn't even a Shadow Rider. Chapter 45, Light Dispels Darkness. Some time later. Surrounded by several vampires, Camula wore a smug expression, half her face split open, letting out a sinister giggle. Camula, LP, 2800. On her field were a vampire sorcerer with a 1700 ATK, a castle of dark illusions with 1000 ATK, and a vampire genesis with 3200 ATK. On the other side, Professor Growler had only an ancient gear golem with 3000 ATK and one set card. Originally, Vampire Genesis's ATK should have been equal to that of the ancient gear golem, but with Castle of Dark Illusions on the field, all zombie-type monsters gained 200 ATK, tipping the scales against Growler. Professor Growler, LP, 100. Oh ho ho ho, your life points are hanging by a thread. No hand, only a single set card on the field. What could you possibly do? Camula pressed her hand to her cheek in a noblewoman's laugh, saying, to be honest, I'd still rather bully those two handsome boys beside you. If you want to swap out, I wouldn't mind letting the others proceed to the castle. Professor Growler struggled to stand. The pain of a shadow duel was far worse than he'd imagined, especially the stabbing sensation all over his body, like being pricked with needles. Don't be ridiculous. Growler clenched his fist and shouted, "They're my most important students. I won't let you lay a finger on them." Professor Growler. Zane stepped forward in concern. Hikaru clenched his fists. "You got this, Professor. I always believed in you." Growler turned back to look at his students, smiling. "Besides, I am the actual highest authority at Duel Academy. I absolutely cannot condone shadow duels. But you're already severely injured." Chaz protested. "Dueling is light," he smiled at Chaz. "Watch me use a righteous duel to banish the darkness." TCH. Camula clicked her tongue. "Whatever. Your life points are hanging by a thread. These fancy speeches should be left to the pretty boys." Battle. Vampire Genesis, attack. This ends it. I activate my set card, negate attack. Your attack is stopped, and your battle phase forcibly ends. A futile struggle. Camula extended her long tongue like a demon, snarling, "You have no cards in hand, only one monster on the field. What else could you do?" "I have a way." Growler raised his hand to the dual disc on his chest and said, "There is one method." "What?" Chaz asked in shock. What kind of method could possibly work now? "I see." Zane crossed his arms and nodded slightly as if recalling something. "Ah, I get it too." Alexis's eyes lit up, and she looked at Hikaru. "Oh." Jaden suddenly grew excited. Cyrus and Hasselberry looked at each other, realizing it as well. "What? What are you all talking about?" Chaz felt completely left out. "It's fusion," Bastion kindly explained. "If he draws that Ancient Gear Fusion card." Ancient Gear Fusion? Camula frowned. "Never heard of it." Hikaru observed silently. He had watched the entire duel, and one particular thing caught his eyes. No bats flying around spying. Camula is actually playing fair. In the original, she used bats to spy on her opponent's decks and hands. He hadn't expected this Camula to have such sportsmanship. A shame, truly. Hikaru sighed inwardly. If she hadn't been fair, they'd already be inside the castle. Even if you have such a card, can you actually draw it? Growler smiled confidently. "I can. I absolutely can." The dual disc automatically ejected a card. He gently pulled it out and smiled. During this time, he learned a lot from his students. He realized his past mistakes, came to believe in supernatural forces, and this deepened his understanding of his responsibilities. His previous attitude toward Jaden and the students of other dorms had been too wrong. It wasn't until he met Hikaru and saw new possibilities through his efforts that he finally understood. Students shouldn't be suppressed with malice but understood and guided. This card was a symbol of that new possibility. I activate the spell card, Ancient Gear Fusion. This card is a fusion spell specifically for Ancient Gear monsters. But you don't have the materials to fusion summon. He, Growler wagged his finger in front of her, such foolishness. Fitting for a relic of the Middle Ages. As Hikaru says, fusion is the noblest form of summoning. Ancient Gear Fusion allows me to use monsters from the deck as materials when fusing an Ancient Gear Golem on the field. What? You're amazing, Professor. Jaden cheered. Watch closely, everyone. With a noble duel, defeat the darkness. I fusion summon. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Rumble. The giant mechanical warrior rose from the ground, its mighty steel arms seemingly able to crush any foe. ATK, 4400. Camula stared at the monster in shock and stumbled back. Battle. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, attack the Castle of Dark Illusions. Ultimate Crush. AF. Camula LP, 2800. He, now you see the strength of Duel Academy's highest authority. Growler stood proudly, fists on hips. But isn't the highest authority the principal? Cyrus asked, missing the mood. We can talk about that later. Jaden looked skyward. On the other side, Camula staggered up with the help of a few vampire maids. She looked at Growler, huffed in frustration, and said, "Fine, not a looker, but your words were stylish enough. You may be worthy of meeting the young lady." "Huh?" Growler asked. "Wait, isn't this over? Aren't you one of the Shadow Riders?" "Professor, she never said that." Bastion wiped sweat from his brow. "Mamma mia. Then all that damage I took, Growler screamed, clutching his face. His spirit compatibility was low, meaning he couldn't enter other dimensions alone. The damage from a shadow duel hit him far harder than the chosen students, and just standing was difficult now. One more duel, and he'd probably faint halfway through. Still, he had to stand. "Professor Growler." Zane quickly moved to his side, supporting him. "Please wait. Your body can't endure another duel." "But let me handle it," Zane said solemnly. "The fledglings must eventually leave the eagle's nest. You're our role model. We'll defeat the darkness and bring light to the academy." "That's right, Professor." Hikaru nodded gently at his side. "Leave it to us." Looking at Hikaru, Growler smiled warmly. "You're right." He trusted Hikaru. After all, he had survived in the other dimension and even defeated the darkness alone. In Growler's eyes, Hikaru was among the most outstanding first-year students, just like Zane. "Geez, why didn't you just say that sooner?" Camula muttered, annoyed. "Made me take a punch for nothing. Hey, don't forget to wake up my students." Growler yelled as she turned. Yeah, she replied, uninterested. She waved over a maid and ordered her to handle it. "When you meet the young lady, show some respect." She led the remaining students onto the red carpet, walking into the manor. All the curtains on the mansion's windows were tightly shut. Whoa! As everyone looked around in awe, soft breathing and gentle footsteps echoed. A beautiful girl with bat wings on her back, burgundy eyes, and dull golden hair descended slowly from the second floor of the manor, holding a parasol. Ah! Chaz, Cyrus, and the others stared in a daze, making Alexis's forehead twitch in irritation. "So you've arrived?" The girl yawned as if she'd just awakened. "Then, hand over the key." "There's no way we're handing it over," Zane retorted. She tilted her head in thought. "You're going to lose anyway. We haven't even dueled yet." "How do you know we'll lose?" Jaden shouted. "Is that so?" Her eyes gleamed red as a large bat flew in, landing beside her and transforming into a tall, silver-haired female vampire who knelt before her. "Gathering them one by one is too slow." "You mean?" Hikaru realized her intent and immediately stepped forward to take position. "In that case, tag duel it is." She gently closed her parasol, pressed a hidden switch, and it transformed into a dual disc shaped like bat wings. "Let's end this quickly." Chapter 46, Fräulein. "I'll go." "No, let me." "Jaden, I promised Professor Growler, this duel should be mine." "Zane, Hikaru, and I have tag duel experience. I'm more suited to be his partner." "Ah." While Zane and Jaden argued, Fräulein yawned and lazily tugged the curtain. Moonlight seeped into the manor, making her seem even more sluggish. "So none of you thought about both of you going together?" Alexis sighed. "Hikaru just got out of the hospital a few days ago." "But he already stepped forward." Jaden scratched his head. "Yeah." Zane nodded. Since he had already stepped up, they couldn't exactly pull him back now. "Ugh, that's what I mean when I say duel-obsessed boys are so hard-headed." Alexis looked even more exasperated. Jaden, no matter what, Professor Growler entrusted this to me. I must take responsibility, just like he did, Zane said seriously. Jaden hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't argue with Zane and stepped aside. Ever since Hikaru's injury and hospitalization, Jaden had been deeply worried that shadow duels could hurt his friends. Seeing Growler barely able to stand today despite winning confirmed that fear. Even though his spirit affinity was only 4 stars, Banner once told him his spirit power far exceeded the norm. Even in a shadow duel, he'd bounce right back. So, he felt it was his duty to protect his classmates. Still, he couldn't ignore the professor's last request. Maybe, he'd wait and see. Have you decided? Yes, Zane replied. Then I shall explain the rules of the shadow duel. Camula cheerfully assumed the role of referee. This will be a 2v2 tag duel. In the first turn, you cannot attack. From the second turn onward, attacks are allowed. Teammates share one monster zone, spell/trap zone, graveyard, and banished zone. Only the current turn duelist's deck may be used. Both teams start with 8,000 life points. Turn order: Lady Vamp, Blue Cutie, Lady Fräulein, Purple Cutie. The losing team's souls will be sealed into cards. Any objections? Everyone nodded. Only Hikaru shivered slightly at the Purple Cutie comment. Gross. Good luck, Hikaru, Zane. Jaden cheered. Then, duel. ×3. Vampire Team, LP, 8,000. Blue-Purple Team, LP, 8,000. I'll take the first turn. The silver-haired vampire swiftly drew a card. Humph, I activate the continuous spell, Vampire's Domain. Once per turn, I can pay 500 LP to normal summon a vampire monster in addition to my normal summon. I normal summon Vampire Lady, then tribute her to tribute summon, Vampire Dragon. A sinister dragon with a single eye and bat wings flew out from the castle's shadows. Vampire Dragon, Level 5 Dark Zombie 2400 ATK. Vampire Team, LP, 8,000 7,500. 2,400 attack. That's nothing for my brother. Cyrus confidently boasted. I end my turn. My turn, draw, Zane drew and immediately revealed his hand. I special summon, Cyber Dragon. There it is. Cyber Dragon. Hikaru nodded repeatedly. He'd never forget that line, forget all the meta stuff, play the unbeatable Zane-style Cyber deck. The most stylish fusion deck around. Cyber Dragon, Level 5 Light Machine ATK 2100. Then I activate the effect of Cyber Dragon Veer in my hand. When I successfully summon or special summon Cyber Dragon, I can special summon Veer in defense position. A small purple-jointed Cyber Dragon shot out of his hand. While Veer is on the field, all Cyber Dragons I control gain 500 attack and defense. Cyber Dragon, ATK, 2100-2600. Cyber Dragon Veer, Def, 1600-2100. Nice. It's stronger than Vampire Dragon now. Battle. Cyber Dragon, Attack Vampire Dragon, Evolution Burst. The mechanical dragon fired a blast of white flame, vaporizing the undead dragon. Vampire Team, LP, 7,500-7,300. When Vampire Dragon is sent to the graveyard after a tribute summon, I can add a level 4 or lower monster from my deck to my hand. Vamp revealed the effect, then searched her deck. I add Kazuki. So she can special summon a zombie monster. Zane, being top of his class, recognized the card instantly. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Looks like nothing special. Cyrus cheered. My brother's got this. Cyrus. Jaden scolded with a rare frown. The duel just started. That creepy vampire lady hasn't even played yet. He, that's right. You haven't seen Lady Fräulein's power yet. How can you be so confident? Camilla laughed. Ha! Fräulein yawned, drew a card, and let her duel disc unfold. I activate the field spell, Vampire Kingdom. With a tremendous rumble, the surroundings became distorted. As the students looked on in shock, Gothic clock towers, castles, and graveyards rose from the ground, bathed in blood-red light and mist. A blood moon hung high in the sky. What is this card? Zane exclaimed. As a top student, it was rare for him not to recognize a card. During Growler and Camilla's duel, he knew every vampire card she played. But this one? Careful, Zane! Hikaru shouted. While Vampire Kingdom is active, all zombie monsters gain 500 ATK during battle. Not only that, if one of our cards is sent to the graveyard from the deck, they can send a vampire from their deck to destroy one of our cards. That effect is strong. Zane was even more shocked. In their era, gaining a few hundred ATK was already a big deal, let alone destruction effects on top. I normal summon, Vampire Lady. Ha ha ha. Vampire Lady, previously tribute, reappeared, flying into the duel field. Vampire Lady, level 4 Dark Zombie 1550 ATK. Battle. Attack Cyber Dragon. What? Everyone but Hikaru shouted. Attacking a 2600 ATK Cyber Dragon with 1550 ATK Vampire Lady. She must not know how to duel. Fräulein glanced sideways at Cyrus, then pulled a card from her hand. During the attack declaration, I activate my effect, special summon myself in defense position. Yourself. She revealed a card from her hand and placed it on the duel disc. With a flap of her wings, she flew into the monster zone herself. Most students had never seen anything like this. But they had to admit, up close, she was stunning. So cute. Cyrus muttered with a dreamy look. Vampire Fräulein, level 5 Dark Zombie 2000 Death. My effect lets me special summon myself in defense position during an attack declaration. Next, Vampire Lady attacks Cyber Dragon, and I activate my own effect again, pay 3000 LP. 3000. Ha! To duelists used to 4000 LP, this was nearly suicide. Vampire Team LP, 7300 4300. According to my effect, zombie monsters gain ATK equal to the LP paid, up to 3000. She bit her finger delicately, flicking some blood onto the green-haired Vampire Lady. Vampire Lady, ATK, 1550 2050 5050. F5000. Chaz nearly fell over. It's stronger than my brother's Cyber End Dragon. Empowered by the Fräulein's blood, Vamp Lady roared with new strength and leapt forward, slashing through Cyber Dragon. Ah! Crimson blades of blood pierced through Hikaru and Zane, leaving wounds and forcing them back. Blue-Purple Team, LP, 8000 5550. Meanwhile, Vampire's Domain's effect restores LP equal to the damage dealt. Vampire Team, LP, 4300 6750. Vampire Lady's effect activates after dealing damage, I declare monster, spell, or trap. You must discard one of that type from your deck. I choose monster. Ugh. Zane paled, recalling Hikaru's earlier explanation. I send Proto-Cyber Dragon to the graveyard. Then, Vampire Kingdom's effect. The Fräulein flapped her wings. I send Vampire Sorcerer from my deck to destroy your set card on the right. A giant blood moon glowed ominously as a red beam shot down and blew the set card apart. It was Monster Reborn. Clearly prepared for Hikaru's use. So strong. Cyrus swallowed hard. That beautiful, elegant face now looked more like a devil's. And maybe Dark Magician Girl is still the best. Wait, what am I thinking? He slapped his cheeks and turned back to Zane. The enemy was far too powerful. Could Zane and Hikaru really win? Hikaru took a deep breath. Of course. When he heard the words, Lady Fräulein, he knew this would happen. Unlike Darkness's meddling clone, this vampire Fräulein was clearly a powerful dual spirit from another dimension, an expert duelist. But, trying to outpower cyber dragons, huh? Just wait, my deck has also been upgraded. Chapter 47, When Fusion Fights Back. Before the turn ends, I activate this continuous spell, Blockout Curtain. A green-bordered spell card appeared on Vampire Fräulein's field. Its artwork showed her yawning while gently drawing a curtain, surrounded by swarms of bats, blocking out the moonlight. Elegant yet playful, just like Vampire Fräulein herself. Turn end. See now. You're not even on the same level as the Lady Fräulein. She's from the Vampire Diamonds. Camilla. Fräulein called softly. Ah, I know. Camilla caught herself and quickly shut up. Though honestly, she didn't even need to say it. Some sharp minds in the crowd had probably already figured it out. If a dual spirit is dueling in person, there's a 99% chance they're a spirit from another dimension. My turn. Draw. Hikaru glanced over his hand, his expression contemplative. This is bad. Bastion, focused entirely on the duel and not at all on Fräulein's looks, suddenly spoke up. Huh? Bastion, what's wrong? Jaden and Chaz quickly asked. Everyone knows Hikaru's deck is a fusion-focused build that uses spell and trap support with minimal fusion materials. The others nodded. To maximize those few fusion materials, Hikaru's go-to continuous spells are Flame Swords Realm and Future Fusion. Let's leave Flame Swords Realm aside, but Future Fusion requires sending monsters from the deck to the graveyard. Same goes for that Scatter Fusion Alexis saw earlier. So what? Jaden asked. Ah. Chaz gasped. Vampire Kingdom. Exactly. Because Vampire Kingdom is in play, Hikaru's fusion plays are heavily restricted. Then what now? My brother can't take them on alone. Don't panic, Cyrus. Hikaru will think of something. Hikaru finished scanning his hand. A plan was forming in his mind. I activate the continuous spell, Future Fusion. Ah. I told you not to use Future Fusion. Cyrus cried from the stands. Zane likewise looked puzzled by Hikaru's move. I activate Future Fusion's effect, I reveal Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem from my extra deck and send Ancient Gear Golem from my deck to the graveyard. Zane's pupils narrowed. Ancient Gear Golem. Your friends were warning you, you know. Fräulein opened her deck with confusion. I activate Vampire Kingdom's effect. I send Vampire Vamp from my deck to the graveyard and destroy your Future Fusion. Ha! That annoying golem won't be coming out now. Camilla, still bitter about being punched by it last duel, laughed with glee as Future Fusion was destroyed. Heh, then I activate the continuous spell, Brilliant Fusion. When this card is activated, I send Gemnite fusion materials from my deck to the graveyard, reduce my fusion monster's ATK/def to 0, then fusion summon it from the extra deck. If this card leaves the field, that monster is destroyed. I send Gemnite Crystal and Thunder Dragon from my deck to the graveyard to fusion summon, Gemnite Prismora. Gemnite Prismora, level 7 Earth Thunder 1400 def. Huh. Cyrus blinked, too stunned to form words. Strange, why? Chaz furrowed his brow. Two things don't make sense. Vampire Kingdom's effect only activates once per turn, Hikaru explained. And it's mandatory. That means if I send cards from my deck to the graveyard, it has to trigger and destroy something. So I just had it destroy the first one. Fräulein looked up slightly, her eyes glowing faint red as she examined Hikaru. I get it now. Bastion punched the air in excitement. Prismora's effect lets you discard a Gemnite card to destroy one face-up card on the field. You can take out Vampire Kingdom, Vampire's Domain, or even vampire Fräulein herself. If only it were that simple. Hikaru sighed inwardly. I activate Gemnite Prismora's effect. I discard Gemnite Fusion from my hand to destroy Vampire Kingdom. Captain Crystal raised his lance, charging it with energy like a laser cannon, and fired a white beam. No, you don't. Fräulein thrust out her hand. Bats swarmed and formed a giant curtain. Block out curtain's effect. I send it to the graveyard to prevent the destruction of one card I control. The light beam struck the curtain, rippling uselessly. No way. Cyrus's spark of hope quickly faded. Even Hikaru didn't recognize that card. Bastion shook his head. If his plan worked, first forcing the destruction, then summoning Prismora to destroy Vampire Kingdom, their situation would have been a lot better. Hikaru set 2 cards and glanced at Zane. Zane blinked in surprise. Turn end. Zane had a hunch, Hikaru was trying to signal him. If Vampire Kingdom's trigger was guaranteed, then why did Hikaru choose to send Ancient Gear Golem to the graveyard? He had other options, like Ancient Gear Cannon. Sending a fusion material like Ancient Gear Golem seemed wasteful. Unless... Zane realized something. Hikaru is the Fusion Club rep, after all. A smile tugged at his lips. Didn't expect you to be smiling in this situation, Vamp chuckled. My turn. I normal summon, Gazuki. The monster vampire Vamp had fetched earlier, now hit the field. Then I activate Gazuki's effect, send myself to the graveyard. Next, I activate Monster Reborn to revive myself. Vampire Vamp, level 7 Dark Zombie 2000 ATK. She flapped her wings, ready to fly onto the field like Fräulein, but just then, Hikaru flipped a card. Trap card activate, Flame Swords Dance. When a monster is special summoned, I can special summon a Flame Swordsman or a level 7 or lower fusion monster with its name listed from my extra deck in defense position. I special summon, Dark Flare Knight. Then, Flame Sword Dance's effect flips Vampire Vamp face down in defense position. Startled, Vamp froze mid-flight, dropping face down onto the field without complaint. She didn't want to get buried in the duel arena either. TCH, Pathetic Resistance. Gazuki, attack Dark Flare Knight. Vampire Lady, attack Prismora. She didn't dare switch Fräulein to attack position. With only 600 ATK, commanding her to change battle modes was unthinkable. I set a card. Turn end. It's your turn. Stop struggling already, it's almost time for the Lady Fräulein's nap. This is bad, even though they survived the turn, the field is full of zombies. With Fräulein present, every monster becomes almost unbeatable. Bastion frowned deeply. Aw, bro. Cyrus clawed at his hair. Come on. Zane, Hikaru. Humph, naive. Ridiculous. On stage, Zane grinned. Hikaru, thank you for protecting my Cyber Dragon Veer. I understand what you were trying to do. And now I'll use the card you left for me. My turn. Draw. At this moment, I activate the trap, Cybernetic Revolution. Cybernetic Revolution. What's that card? I think Hikaru left it behind. I tribute a face-up Cyber Dragon to activate it. I special summon a fusion monster from my extra deck that lists Cyber Dragon as material. Here we go. Zane flashed a confident smile. My partner, Cyber End Dragon. Chapter 48, 5 consecutive fights. It's Cyber End Dragon, my brother's ace monster. Cyber End Dragon, level 10 Light Machine 4000 ATK. It was a colossal mechanical dragon with 3 heads, each glowing with bright electricity. On top of its usually sleek body, wings had emerged, giving it a more balanced and powerful appearance. Only 4000 ATK. Vamp scoffed, spreading her arms with a smirk. With the mistress on the field, 4000 is nothing. Is that so? Humph, quick play spell, limiter removal. Zane immediately revealed the card in his hand. This spell doubles the ATK of all machine monsters I control. Nice one. Bastion immediately said from the stands. Cyber End Dragon will now have 8,000 ATK. Even if Vampire Fräulein boosts her def by 300, that'll only be 5,000, she can't withstand the attack and won't be able to absorb LP like vampires usually do. Plus, Cyber End Dragon inflicts piercing damage. Even in defense position, she'll take the hit. If she loses 6,000 LP, even if Vampire Fräulein revives, she won't have the upper hand anymore. So you're saying my brother and Amaki can win? Cyrus asked excitedly. Bastion shook his head. Powerful cards come with risks. After limiter removal's effect ends, Cyber End Dragon will be destroyed. Battle. Cyber End Dragon, attack Vampire Fräulein. I won't let you hurt the mistress. Vamp snapped, activating her face-down card. Trap card, Wabaku. This turn, our monsters can't be destroyed by battle, and we take no battle damage. She flew out, emitting a sinister black aura, shielding Vampire Fräulein from the dragon's white-hot breath. Oh! No way, Gah! Cyrus shut his eyes. It's over. Zane's monster will be destroyed now. Even Cyber End Dragon can't break through. How strong is this Vampire Fräulein? Looks like we're up next, Jaden, Chaz muttered with a sigh. No. Jaden stared intently at the field, shaking his head. Zane and Hikaru haven't given up. Even if they haven't, this field situation. Heh. Zane chuckled, completely unfazed by the failed attack, as if everything was going exactly as planned. I set one card and end my turn. Now, your monster will be destroyed. Vamp shouted. It's fine. That destruction is only the prelude to reunion, Zane replied calmly. Ah, no. My brother's field is empty now. My turn. Vampire Fräulein drew a card. She frowned. Something felt off. I flip summon, Vampire Vamp. Vamp finally got to stand beside the mistress and quickly flew to her side. Then, Kazuki's effect, once per turn during the main phase, I send a zombie monster from the deck to the GY. I send Vampire Grace. Next, spell card, Book of Life. I banish your Cyber End Dragon from the GY and special summon Vampire Grace. She followed her instincts. Vampire Grace, level 6 DRK zombie type 2000 ATK. Vampire Grace's effect activates once per turn, I declare a card type. Your deck sends one of that type to the GY. I declare, spell. Polymerization, Zane declared, sending a spell card from his deck. Weird, why not a monster this time? Bastion murmured. Now, Vampire Kingdom's effect activates. Vampire Fräulein raised her hand. A thick mist enveloped the area as her crimson eyes glowed eerily. I activate my trap, threatening roar. Zane flipped his face-down card. You can't declare attacks this turn. Then I send Vampire Baby from my deck to the GY and destroy your last face-down card. With a cracking noise, a red glow shattered Zane's face-down, another polymerization spell. One monster reborn, one polymerization, Zane really had his teammate in mind, Bastion nodded. But the combo of Vampire Kingdom, Vampire's Domain, and Vampire Fräulein is too terrifying. Camula cackled, her tongue unfurling. You're finished. How can you win now? Vampire Fräulein, however, seemed uneasy. She could feel it, she'd been tricked. She just didn't know how. Fräulein glanced at the smugly grinning Camula and sighed inwardly. Maybe the decision to duel tag team was a mistake. Turn end. This is it, Bastion whispered, swallowing. Everyone knew. If they couldn't turn the game around now, Zane and Amaki would lose. 5 zombies on their field. Even Alexis looked uneasy at the sight, and they were real vampires. You might as well surrender, my lovelies, Camilla said sweetly. If we surrender, does that count as only half a loss? Cyrus asked. Cyrus. Jaden snapped. Cyrus, Zane sighed. Watch carefully, this duel between Hikaru and me. This turn, we end this Hikaru, just like we planned. Yeah, leave it to me. Hikaru drew his card. Zane, perfect in every way. As a senior, he guided Jaden, as a friend, he searched for Atticus for a year, as a student, he fulfilled his teacher's hopes, as a duelist, he was the Academy's best. And yet, despite all that glory, he had a little brother. The only flaw in Zane's perfection was Cyrus. Hikaru looked at his hand and revealed the card he drew. I activate the spell, Fusion Deployment. I reveal Labyrinth Tank from the extra deck and special summon Cannon Soldier from my deck. Then, I activate Cannon Soldier's effect, I tribute itself to inflict 500 damage. Vampire Fräulein blocked with her left arm, her expression unchanged. Vampire Team, LP, 67,56,250. Meh, that did nothing. What's the point of that? Camilla said. Heh. Zane chuckled. You've got a lot to learn about real duelists. Huh. Ah. Don't tell me. Jaden's eyes lit up. From turn 2, Hikaru, Zane, you planned this. Zane nodded. Ever since that ancient gear golem, he saw it coming. That's why he built this moment for Hikaru. Hikaru wasn't a duelist who made moves for no reason, and he even set cybernetic revolution. Exactly. Hikaru revealed his card. Spell card, Overload Fusion. Overload Fusion. This lets me banish fusion materials from my field and GY to fusion summon a Dark Machine fusion monster. I banish Proto-Cyber Dragon, Cyber Dragon Veer, Cyber Dragon, Ancient Gear Golem, and Cannon Soldier. Fusion Summon. Chimera Tech Over Dragon. A whirlwind of metal erupted from the GY, rapidly assembling into a massive mecha dragon with 7 heads. Chimera Tech Over Dragon, Level 9 D'Arche Machine. ATK. When summoned, I must send all other cards I control to the GY. Hikaru sent Brilliant Fusion to the GY. It gains 800 attack and defense for each fusion material used. ATK, 4000. Same as Cyber End Dragon. Battle, Chimera Tech Over Dragon, attack Vampire Fräulein. What, they gasped. Even if its attack is 4000, it can't beat Vampire Fräulein. Cyrus cried out. I activate my effect, pay 3000 LP. Vampire Team, LP, 62,53,250. Vampire Fräulein, Def, 2,000 5000. The mechanical dragon's blazing metal breath was casually deflected by Fräulein's dress. Hikaru took battle damage, staggering as he lost LP. Blue-Purple Team, LP, 54,550. Vampire Team, LP, 54,250. It's useless. Heh, Chimera Tech Over Dragon can attack as many times as the number of fusion materials used. Hikaru said, despite bleeding. Second attack on Vampire Fräulein. I pay 3000 LP again. What's the point? Cyrus yelled. No, Cyrus, they've won. Jaden exclaimed. Huh. Bastion said, to protect herself, Fräulein pays 3000 LP and recovers 1000, losing at least 2000 LP each time. They started with 6250 LP, at most, they can do it 3 times. After that, they'll only have 250 LP left. Actually, if Fräulein hadn't banished Cyber End Dragon earlier, Hikaru and Zane might have won even easier, Bastion added, shaking his head. They could still try sacrificing Fräulein to survive, but it looks like they won't. Fräulein seemed to realize this too, but she didn't regret it. She raised her chin slightly, finally understanding what had felt off before. What a fun duel. I underestimated you. Triple attack, go, Chimera Tech over Dragon. I pay 2,100 LP. This time, Fräulein couldn't easily brush it off. She gritted her teeth and held her ground. That was her pride. Fourth attack. Fräulein was finally blown back, landing on the second-floor dueling platform of the castle. Fifth attack. Final strike, Chimera Tech over Dragon, attack Vampire Vamp. End this. Vamp jumped in front of Fräulein, shielding her from the final blast. The battlefield faded, leaving only their silhouettes. Ding. Vampire Team, LP, 0. Winners, Zane and Hikaru Team. Chapter 49, Dimensional Crisis. Beautiful, a perfect finish. So cool, Hikaru, Kaiser. The battle over, Hikaru let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, his body gave out, and he nearly collapsed, only to be quickly caught by Zane beside him. They had mostly been on the defensive, only managing a proper counterattack in the final turn. But to execute that combo, Hikaru had crashed into Vampire Fräulein 3 times, and the bloody counter-damage left wounds all over his body. It was no wonder he couldn't stand steadily. An impressive duel. Across the stage, Vampire Fräulein's dual disc detached from her arm, slowly transforming midair until it returned to the form of a parasol. She gently caught it, propping it over her shoulder to shield herself from the moonlight. I underestimated you, warriors of humanity. Her earlier arrogance hadn't been baseless. After becoming one of the 7 stars, she had secretly observed the duels of the Academy students. Her rough evaluation had led her to believe their skills were sorely lacking, so lacking, in fact, that even the lower-ranked vampires of the Vampire Kingdom could probably defeat them. From her perspective, she alone should have sufficed. She hadn't expected the vast difference in skill between students. If given another chance, Fräulein certainly wouldn't recklessly enter a tag duel with just a minion. No, no way, impossible. There's no way the mistress could. Camula's expression twisted, looking ready to resort to violence. Camula, Vampire Fräulein shook her head, enough. That's enough. Since we lost in the sacred ritual of dueling, we must honor the agreement. Don't worry. I'll find another way to revive your kin. As a dual monster spirit, Fräulein would never deny the outcome of a duel. As she spoke, her body began to turn into golden particles. Her broken form, already as delicate as porcelain, now looked even more elegant. Very well, then. Wait. Hikaru noticed her fading and quickly interrupted, raising his voice, wait. Miss Vampire. What is it, warrior of humanity? She asked with a yawn. I'm about to fall into a long overdue slumber. Is it important? The rules of the shadow game dictated that the loser would be sealed in a card. Though Fräulein was a card spirit, and being sealed wouldn't harm her, she would still sleep for some time. But Hikaru wanted to ask something before that happened. Miss Vampire, you don't seem like someone evil. Why did you become a member of the 7 stars? Why are you trying to obtain the sacred beast seal keys? Ah! Only now did the others realize that was indeed a significant question. Hikaru remembered that in the original story, Camula had become a 7-star because her fellow vampires were hunted by humans, leaving her the last of her kind. She sought the power of the sacred beasts to destroy humanity and resurrect her kin. But Vampire Fräulein was a dual spirit, and the resurrection of the sacred beasts shouldn't be a good thing for her. So you didn't know, Fräulein said, showing a bit more interest. Very well. Camula, explain it to them. In the next instant, her form completely dissolved into particles, becoming a card one of her vampire servants reverently caught and tucked away. Simultaneously, the world seemed to dim as if her departure drained the moonlight of its luster. Another card, Vamps, floated toward Hikaru and Zane. Hikaru caught it between his fingers. Along with it came a non-spirit version of Vampire Fräulein's card. Chaz muttered, a little disappointed. That pretty girl card won't be showing up again. Still, it was just a fleeting sentiment. Lately, he wasn't too keen on spirits. Camilla, on the other hand, glared at them, looking like she wanted to lash out. But after a long internal struggle, she finally opened her mouth. From her explanation, they learned the truth: Vampire Fräulein wasn't an ordinary dual spirit. She was the ruler, or rather, the acting regent of the alternate dimension vampire kingdom. The real sovereign, Lord Zompire, had gone missing during a great upheaval. Apparently, countless years ago, the spirit world had been thrown into chaos by a terrifying civil war. The destruction caused by that conflict fractured the spirit realms, scattering them into different worlds. Although communication between dimensions still existed, Lightsworns and Dark Worlds remained enemies across realms, and Mermails continued their drawn-out war with Fire Kings. Overall, contact between different factions and races had greatly diminished. A few years ago, the Vampire Kingdom, hidden deep in darkness, was suddenly attacked by an unknown force, pushing their dimension to the brink of collapse. Lord Zompire, their strongest spirit, personally set out to investigate, only to vanish without a trace. Their world grew increasingly unstable, and they were eventually forced to fragment their reality into broken dimensions, to stave off destruction and protect their kin. Ah, I remember now, Lord Hikaru. White Crystal Captain appeared beside Hikaru, drawing Jaden's attention and startling Chaz. Hikaru has a spirit too. My world also seemed to suffer an invasion once, but only briefly, White Crystal said hesitantly. Indeed, even if a true villain looked into the DT spirit world, they probably wouldn't be interested. No big deal, they'd self-destruct anyway. After that, the mistress began dimensional exploration, searching for Lord Zompire and a way to protect the vampires. Then, she met me. Camilla's expression softened, showing rare emotion. Though I'd lost my kin and was astray, the mistress never cared about my origins and offered me protection. When she heard about the sacred beasts, as a spirit born from darkness, she immediately decided to help me, hoping to use the sacred beast's power to uncover the truth of her world. But alas, she shook her head. I didn't expect her to be such a good spirit. Syra sniffled, moved. She was so cute, of course, she was good. A spirit, huh? Chaz frowned. One-sided, if you ask me. Hikaru shook his head. Yes, she was doing it for her people. But she let Camilla send out bats to knock out students and tried to summon the sacred beasts for her world's sake. To humans and spirits of this world, it was a disaster. She had principles, but not too many. Still, that was expected. She was a spirit, after all. Humans, even if you've defeated the mistress, don't think you can relax. Camilla fixed her gaze on Hikaru and Zane. You humans, dabbling in dimensional travel without preparation, have opened Pandora's box. You've unleashed horrors, making your world increasingly dangerous. One day, you'll pay the price in blood. With those final words, Hikaru and the others found themselves back at the lake. The mansion, cloaked in mist, slowly faded from view as if it had never existed. It seemed they had returned to their own dimension. In the air, only one final lazy whisper lingered in their ears. Warriors of humanity, should you get the chance, feel free to visit our dimension. I would gladly welcome you as guests. Chapter 50, How Come I Didn't Know? Camilla mentioned an entity that invaded the spirit world, but Hikaru had no clue what that might be. After all, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe, while there aren't that many beings capable of such feats, each one that is a terrifying force beyond comprehension. Like, what if that unknown entity she spoke of was actually Yubel? In this world, Jaden hadn't launched his card into space. Instead, it had been sent to another dimension. It wouldn't be strange if Yubel had received some kind of power-up and was now stirring up chaos in the spirit world just to see Jaden again. Hikaru wouldn't put that kind of move past Yubel. But the real issue was, I can't even picture what it would look like to defeat Yubel. Before he came to this world, the mere sight of Spirit of Yubel, a fusion monster that didn't even require a fusion spell or any action beyond revealing itself with 0 ATK and DEF, had left a lasting trauma on Hikaru. All he could say was, fusion is the noblest summoning method. And if he ever had to face that version of Yubel head-on, forget dueling, he might as well fire off super polymerization and pray. In fact, in the original story, Jaden had been completely overwhelmed by Yubel and had only resolved things by forcibly fusing with her using super polymerization. Looking at the power scaling and card strength in this world, it shouldn't come to that. But Hikaru still felt a bit uneasy because Yubel's schemes were top tier even by Yu-Gi-Oh! GX standards. After the duel with Vampire Fräulein concluded, the students immediately escorted Zane and Hikaru back to the infirmary. Though Zane hadn't fought all out, he was still injured and needed treatment. Hikaru, having pulled a suicide-charging maneuver, had taken quite a few hits himself. While not as bad as his last brush with darkness, he still needed proper first aid. On the way, Hikaru paid a quick visit to Professor Growler. The guy seemed back to his usual self, proudly basking in praise from his students, occasionally sneaking in humble brags about his own awesomeness. Seeing Growler being his usual dramatic, image-conscious self reassured Hikaru. Later, Hikaru took some time to inspect his deck. Originally, after Chaz defeated the Dark Scorpion burglars, their dual spirits stuck around to tag along with him. But in this world, there was no way the vampires would let their Empire's second-in-command go off to play dual spirits, so all Hikaru got were Camula and Fräulein's cards, no Vampire Fräulein spirit. Zane wasn't interested in the cards, so he handed them over to Hikaru. One noteworthy detail was that Fräulein's card had a strange three-dimensional model on it. Hikaru guessed it might be a coordinate marker for the vampire dimension. Honestly, even though her effects cost life points, Vampire Fräulein was a very handy card in this era. Unfortunately, with how ridiculously few fusion monsters exist for zombies, Hikaru couldn't build a proper deck around her yet. Maybe someday, if he had the power and confidence, he'd visit the vampire dimension again. He wasn't especially interested in female dual spirits, but he didn't want to see Fräulein turned into some skeletal dragon or an undead warrior card. As he thoroughly reviewed his deck, he noticed a few cards had changed. Golden Land Forever. Hikaru had a general grasp on how super polymerization generated cards. It seemed to adapt based on his opponents and what he already had. So, getting a zombie-specific fusion made perfect sense. Still, back in his time, zombies only had like 7 fusion monsters total. And more importantly, he didn't even have Eldlik. Albeit, having this card did give him a bit more back row coverage, so he wasn't complaining. Wow, Master, the dual spirit in this card is seriously cool looking. The alchemist who lived inside his deck jumped out excitedly when he saw Hikaru studying it, eyes sparkling as he pointed at the golden monarch in the artwork. If you ever manage to refine real gold, you might just get to meet him. Keep working at it, Hikaru said, fully supportive. Eldlik the Mad Golden Lord was a powerhouse. If Hikaru could use him, he absolutely would. While Hikaru was fiddling with his cards and absorbing their presence, others at the top of the Fusion Club were discussing him. 2 Shadow Riders have already failed. Inside the Fusion Club director's office, Leo Akaba sat behind his desk, staring at a projection screen. He appeared to be in a video call. 2 faces were visible on the call. On the left was a massive stasis tank containing an elderly man with tubes and an oxygen mask, bubbles occasionally rising from his mouth. On the right was a figure in a cloak and mask, eyes glinting eerily gold, none other than Professor Banner. If Hikaru were here, he would have immediately recognized that masked man. Apologies, Banner said, bowing slightly. It seems the 2 Shadow Riders I chose couldn't live up to your expectations. I didn't anticipate the students would grow so strong so quickly. Lyman, I don't blame you, the elderly man's mechanical voice crackled, full of static. That unknown darkness aside, even that powerful dual spirit from another dimension was lost. I must say, I'm shocked myself. Above all, it was the same duelist involved both times. The old man looked visibly frustrated. In truth, he didn't care whether the Shadow Riders won or lost. The real issue was, why was it always the same person taking them on? May I interject? Leo spoke, fingers interlaced on the desk. Oh. What do you think, Dr. Akuba? Banner asked, curious. Both of those Shadow Rider duels involved the same student, Amaki Hikaru. And aside from him, Zane Truesdale also participated. And, the old man prompted. They are both disciples of Professor Growler. Banner tilted his head. Zane is Obelisk Blue's top student. Hikaru is a specialist in ancient gears, and he even has Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, a card only Growler is supposed to possess. Clearly, they're Growler's hand-picked protégés. Wait, really? Banner asked, utterly confused. How come I didn't know that? Hikaru is my disciple. Mine. Lyman, you haven't interacted much with Growler, so you wouldn't know. That guy may look timid on the outside, but he's got layers of schemes underneath, Leo added. Huh? Banner leaned back in disbelief. No way. I've known Growler for years. I know exactly what kind of guy he is. I could wipe the floor with 10 of him at once. And Hikaru is my student. In short, Growler may have realized something. So he sent his disciples in to make sure no one else could interfere. I can't believe my school has such a competent professor, the old man mused. So, what are you suggesting? Let's use a method they can't refuse. Block them from engaging with the Shadow Riders for now. Leo, of course, had his own private motives for this plan. I see. As expected of you, Dr. Akuba. You're the scientist I value most. The old man blew another burst of bubbles, clearly pleased. One is Lyman, his most trusted alchemist. One is Leo Akuba, his most trusted scientist. With these two, he felt his dream of immortality was assured. Very well. I understand. I'll begin the arrangements for a dimensional exchange tournament, only accessible to top-ranking students. Chapter 51, Neo Domino City. Dimensional Exchange Tournament. A chorus of students echoed the words. A few days later, inside the principal's office, Hikaru and the other keyholders stared at each other, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Only Chaz Princeton sighed in resignation, closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and put on the act of an expert. What is that? Cyrus asked excitedly, turning to Bastion. Even if you ask me. Bastion wiped the sweat from his brow. Even someone as well-read as him had no idea. Dimensional Exchange Tournament. Why bring that up now? Chaz stroked his chin in confusion. That's something Kybercorp established, a yearly event for interdimensional dueling. Although they call it another dimension, many of Kybercorp's scientists prefer to refer to it as a parallel world. Huh? Chaz, you know about this? Jaden asked in surprise. It's the Chaz. Chaz snapped back, veins bulging in frustration. So what's the full story, the Chaz? Hikaru asked. There were still many things in this world Hikaru didn't understand, and since Chaz seemed to know, he was more than happy to ask. It was 3 or 4 years ago, Chaz said, arms crossed and eyes closed in recollection. That was when dimensional exploration suffered its first setback. No matter what direction we explored, we couldn't find a new dimension. The whole project was at a standstill. Then, in a dimensional transport tunnel, someone accidentally crashed into a strange ship. Yeah, a ship, Chaz nodded. Looking back, it was actually pretty cool looking. Anyway, because of that ship, my mentor discovered a new dimension, one later named World X. To be honest, calling it another dimension is a stretch. It's basically a parallel world. And there are humans there. Humans. Cyrus and Chumley, who had never been to another dimension, exclaimed in shock and confusion, "Isn't that normal?" "In fact, up to this point, that's the only world we've discovered with humans like us," Bastian added. Now that Chaz mentioned it, I remember seeing the news back then. It was called The Discovery of the Century or a Third Kind Encounter. My mentor wasn't interested in that stuff, Chaz shrugged. What caught his attention was, he heard that world had the Dark Magician. The Dark Magician. That's Mr. Yugi Muto's ace card. Jaden exclaimed, instantly fired up. Before entering Duel Academy, he had met Yugi Muto and was gifted a winged Kuriboh by him. He held both deep respect and gratitude toward Yugi, so hearing about the Dark Magician naturally excited him. Honestly, I found it strange too. Mr. Yugi Muto isn't dueling anymore, he's supposedly transitioned into card design, but it's not like he's gone. So why was my mentor so fixated on finding a Dark Magician user? Anyway, when he heard that the world had the Dark Magician, he immediately tried to visit. Unfortunately, they wouldn't let him. So, they reached a compromise. Kaibacorp built a city in an empty dimension as a transfer station called Neo Domino City. Both sides can use it to access the parallel world. Then he shook his head, but my mentor's no longer interested. Apparently, the one he was looking for isn't there. That's right, Principal Shepard nodded, continuing. Even though Kaibacorp no longer sends invitations to that world, Neo Domino City was still completed and now acts as a bridge between the two worlds. Every year, Neo Domino City hosts the Dimensional Exchange Tournament. Our world has seen both wins and losses, or rather, aside from when Kaiba himself entered, it's mostly losses. Principal Shepard shook his head. Just recently, the chairman proposed to Kaibacorp that this year's tournament feature youth students to see how the new generation stacks up. We've mostly lost. Even Zane exclaimed. So, Principal, what's your point? Professor Growler asked. He, the principal chuckled, a glint of excitement in his usually calm eyes. Even a gentle elder like him got excited over something like this. Our academy has been chosen to represent this year's exchange tournament. Representing our world, we'll face young duelists from the other side. The whole trip will take about 20 days, a grand festival for new duelists. If you make a name for yourself in this event, it could really boost your future prospects as a pro duelist. Whoa! The students immediately rushed forward, excited. Principal. Pick me. Principal, I want in. Hey, Principal, you know I'm Kaiba's personal student, right? Hey, that's cheap, Chaz. Ho ho ho. The principal laughed, enjoying the suspense. After a moment, he finally said, all right, settle down. Kaibacorp already decided, the top student from each grade will participate. Ah. That's not fair. I wanted to go too. Alexis Rhodes's brief spark of hope quickly faded. Wait, Hikaru interrupted the commotion, frowning. Principal, what about the Shadow Riders? Ah. The group suddenly remembered. That's exactly what I was getting to, Principal Shepard said with a serious expression. First, Hikaru, Zane, you two are confirmed participants. Professor Growler, you'll be the accompanying instructor. In other words, the 3 key holders. Those of you staying behind may face even tougher challenges. The principal looked at Jaden, Bastian, Chaz, and Alexis. The group swallowed nervously while Jaden was the first to step forward and loudly vowed to protect the keys. Principal. Zane frowned. I should stay. No way. This is a world-level event. Jaden quickly objected. You're our school's ace, Kaiser. He patted his chest and said, we can't keep relying on you. Leave it to us. Yeah, Kaiser, don't underestimate us. Chaz laughed. Hikaru opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. In the original, one big reason Jaden ended up isolated later on was that he truly trusted his fellow students, never expecting the most reliable one, Zane, would be physically removed. Now, this world Zane hadn't been taken out by some vampire's dirty trick, yet was once again heading off to a faraway tournament. Hikaru had wanted to ease Jaden's burden, but realizing he was leaving too, he dropped the idea. Still, Hikaru, Kaiser, even in Neo-Domino City, you must stay on guard, the principal added. The Shadow Riders move in secret, appearing and disappearing at will. Even in another dimension, they may strike. Both nodded. That's true. Since someone like Vampire Fräulein could be a Shadow Rider, encountering other members in another dimension wouldn't be strange. Then it's settled. I'll notify the second-year top student later. Professor Growler, I'm leaving it to you. Don't worry, Principal. Growler pounded his chest with confidence. Hikaru and the others boarded a Kaibacorp plane and arrived at the company's headquarters. There, they saw the massive Blue Eyes White Dragon statue, and beneath the facility's fixed interdimensional portal, they were transported to the city in the parallel dimension, Neo-Domino City. Honestly, it didn't look all that different from the Domino City Hikaru remembered, just with some dimensional flair and multicolored decorations. And, the instant they arrived, Hikaru made a beeline for the card shop in the city. Boss, do you have any booster packs our world doesn't have? Bring them out, let me see. This is exactly what that scholarship was for. Chapter 52, Fusion is the Noblest Summoning Method. Hikaru was half-slumped in a chair, boneless like a ragdoll, in the Duel Academy lounge. Professor Growler, just returning from a meeting with Zane and another student, spotted him immediately. Seeing the messy booster packs strewn across the table, the three instantly understood what Hikaru had been doing. Mamma mia, Hikaru, you skipped the Kaibacorp meeting, saying you had a cold, just to open booster packs here. Growler wore a disappointed expression. You've been duped, Hikaru. Heh. Even Zane chuckled and shook his head. Hikaru, the professor's right. Just now, Kaibacorp's rep warned us not to buy X-Dimension booster packs casually. Many stores there just bring over leftover packs from their own world. The odds of pulling a rare card are basically zero. And even if you do get a powerful rare, like one exclusive to the X dimension, you might not even be able to use it in our world. You've been scammed. Of course I knew that. Hikaru sighed, snapping back to his senses. It's not like I was expecting to pull an XYZ monster. I just didn't think I'd get anything but commons and rares. Am I really that unlucky? His goal from the start hadn't been to pull an XYZ monster. Even if he did, super polymerization would just remind him what fusion really meant. Though if he did pull one, maybe he could fuse it into an Eldlik. What he really wanted was to get cards their world didn't have, so he could use them as fusion material. In fact, he'd managed to pull 2 cards from the Ninja series, perfect for using as fusion material with super polymerization, well worth the money spent, maybe even beyond expectations. Huh. You already knew. Zane was a little surprised. That's right, our opponent uses something called the XYZ summon method. Then he furrowed his brows, visibly puzzled. Apparently, you just need monsters of the same level to XYZ summon. Kaibacorp explained it clearly, but I still don't quite get it. Naturally. For someone like Zane, who grew up in the GX world, from age 5 or 6 till now, he'd never seen any extra deck summoning beyond fusion. Even with Kaibacorp's explanations, it was probably too much to take in at once. As for the contact with the XYZ world, Hikaru wasn't surprised. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, the first world the fusion army invaded, was the XYZ world. Even though this wasn't Arc V, it had similarities. So connecting to the XYZ world didn't feel strange. The tournament starts in 5 days, 1 grade per day, first years, then second years, and so on. Besides our academy, there'll be Kaibacorp duelists, 2 pros, and a dimensional summit. Your duels on day 10. 1 week from now. After the flight to Kaiba Corp, a full-body checkup and spirit aptitude test took another day. One more day to arrive in this world, and the rest of the time was basically tourism. Incidentally, Kaiba Corp confirmed Hikaru's dual spirit compatibility as 5 stars, no longer a 4-star low-rank spirit user but now a dignified mid-level dual spirit tamer. Hikaru nodded. Didn't expect it to be so soon. As days passed, Hikaru spotted people from other worlds here and there, but none were familiar. 1 week later, he was still worried about Jaden and the others, worried that the Shadow Games might be putting too much pressure on him. Yet, Hikaru couldn't afford to dwell on it as his duel was about to begin. The duel arena was on the top floor of a skyscraper, and according to the staff, it was modeled after the site of the legendary duel between Yugi Muto and Seto Kaiba. It sounded just like a Duelist Kingdom-style stage. Thump, thump, thump. Lights blazed from all directions onto the stage, making Hikaru squint. Countless cameras linked to the dimensional gates started broadcasting. Meanwhile, back at Duel Academy, Jaden, now with a few new scrapes and bandages, shouted with excitement. Oh! It's starting, it's finally starting. 10 days had passed, and new Shadow Riders had attacked the Academy, making him a little roughed up. For something of this global magnitude, the Academy had naturally cancelled classes so everyone could watch. An opportunity like this was once in a lifetime. Who knew if their academy would be picked again next year? Back in the arena, Hikaru saw his opponent step onto the stage, but he didn't recognize him at all. His hairstyle was pretty plain. Hello, I'm Amaki Hikaru, a first year at Duel Academy. Amagi, the other student blinked, then shook his head. Didn't expect to hear a familiar name in another world. I'm Haruto Kunigawa, a first-year student from Shinsun Duel Academy. Pleased to meet you. After a brief greeting, Hikaru equipped his dual disc while Haruto pulled a monocle-like device from his pocket and put it on. A D-gazer. Duel. ×2. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Haruto, LP, 4000. My turn. Drawl, the coin toss to determine turn order had been handled by Professor Growler and a man named Mr. Shinsun from the X dimension. Hikaru was second, Zane had gone first. Worst possible coin toss. I normal summon Rescue Rabbit. Then activate its effect, banish it to special summon 2 level 4 or lower normal monsters of the same name from my deck. They'll be destroyed during the end phase. I banish Rescue Rabbit to special summon 2 Evil's Warm Heliotrope. Whoa! Hikaru's eyes lit up. Such a classic opener, it made him a little nostalgic. He reflected inwardly. Camula had been right. Even though his world's development had outpaced the original timeline due to dimensional exploration, it was still too primitive. Connecting to a truly future world like this was incredibly dangerous. Maybe this buffer dimension wasn't just Kaiba losing interest, it might have been created to hide and protect their world. Otherwise, they'd be facing a reverse invasion from the XYZ world. For Kaiba, maybe fusion versus XYZ didn't matter. But for regular duelists, the gap was enormous. Elsewhere, students were still confused. What was the point of that effect? Sure, he summoned 2 level 4 monsters with 1950 ATK each, but if they get destroyed at the end of the turn, wasn't it pointless? Don't blink. With 2 level 4 fiend monsters, I overlay them to perform an XYZ summon. Overlay. XYZ summon. Haruto stacked the 2 cards on his dual disc horizontally, then pulled a card from his extra deck and slammed it down. I XYZ summon. Come forth, Evil's Warm Bahamut. An ice dragon resurrected from the shadows. Black armor encased it as it let out a terrifying screech. Dark mist poured from its body like a vision of hell. Evil's Warm Bahamut, rank 4 Arcadragon 2350 ATK. That, several Duel Academy students watching the stream were struck dumb. One card summoned a 2350 ATK monster, someone muttered in disbelief. XYZ. Bastion was so shocked that he almost fell out of his chair. So cool. No fusion, just straight special summon. Jaden jumped up, full of excitement. Dueling really is the best. He hadn't been this hyped since the Shadow Rider incident. Heh, how's that? This is the power of next-gen dueling. Haruto said confidently, setting one card face down. Compared to your classic style, this is progress. For years, our world has always been the victor. Before I came, Mr. Shin-sun told me, even as newbies, our duelists will always be stronger. I'll definitely win. Progress, huh? Hikaru drew a card. He had to admit, XYZ monster endboards could tear through the ban list. But that was because the monsters were strong. Then, it's my turn. First, let me introduce myself properly. I'm a first year in RA Yellow at Duel Academy, Amaki Hikaru. I'm also in the Fusion Club. And now. His eyes narrowed. With a swift movement, he drew out a spell card at lightning speed. Oh. It's happening, it's happening. Jaden cheered from the stream. Here we go. First years from the Fusion Club jumped to their feet while Leo Akuba, observing from somewhere else, scowled. Ha! On the spectator bench, Growler wore a pot of greed-level grin, while Zane just smiled and shook his head. And at that moment, across this dimension, and through the live stream, everyone joined Hikaru in shouting the same phrase. Fusion is the noblest summoning method. Chapter 53, Fusion's Blade vs XYZ's Shadow. Spell card, Ready Fusion. I pay 1000 life points to special summon a non-effect fusion monster of level 6 or lower from the extra deck. Hikaru opened his extra deck and pulled out a card to show his opponent. I special summon, Brachioratus. The dinosaur roared as winds howled, leaping straight out of the extra deck. Huh. Ready Fusion. Haruto had flinched a bit when he heard Hikaru's trademark line, but after seeing the card itself, he sighed in relief. He had been worried the opponent might pull out some insane card from a different dimension, like the Seto Kaiba duel videos he'd seen, where the guy drew 5 cards in one go like it was nothing. Absolutely terrifying. Compared to that, Ready Fusion was actually a card even their world used, and many duelists there used it to set up high-level XYZ materials. Monsters summoned by Ready Fusion can't attack and are destroyed during the end phase. What's the point of that? He shouted. It's not that simple. Hikaru revealed a second card from his hand. Spell card, Metamorphosis. What the heck is that? Haruto blinked. I tribute one monster on my field, and special summon one fusion monster with the same level from my extra deck. I tribute Brachioratus to special summon, Great Mammoth of Goldfine. Great Mammoth of Goldfine, level 6 DRK Zombie 2200 ATK. TCH. So now your monster can attack. But my monster still has higher ATK. Equip spell, Spirit Illusion. This combo. The students watching burst into smiles as they saw the 3-card setup. Jaden, who had seen it firsthand before, laughed loudly. Isn't that the exact combo Hikaru used during his Fusion Club test? Perfect way to test the waters against an X-Dimension duelist. Activating Spirit Illusion's effect. Once per turn, I can special summon a level 5 doppelganger token, that has the same type, attribute, and ATK as the equipped monster. I special summon, doppelganger token. Doppelganger token, level 5 DRK Zombie 2200 ATK. Battle. Great Mammoth of Goldfine, attack Evil's Worm Behemoth. My monster's still stronger. Spirit Illusion's secondary effect activates when the equipped monster declares an attack. It lowers the target monster's ATK by the equipped monster's ATK. Evil's Worm Behemoth, ATK, 2350-150. What? Boom. The golden elephant's twin tusks pierced the ice dragon. Haruto, LP, 4000-2050. Doppelganger token, attack. Trap card, XYZ Reborn. I target one XYZ monster in my graveyard and special summon it. Then attach this card to it as material. The recently destroyed Dragon King returned instantly, now with a black star orbiting it. Attack withdrawal. I end the battle phase. Ah, so close. Jaden shook his head in the Academy lounge. It couldn't be helped, Bastion nodded. We don't know Haruto's exact level, but he's a first-year rep from a Duel Academy in his world. No way he'd be taken down so easily. If it were Yanagi, he'd already be in Game 2, Cyrus muttered. Then he suddenly shivered, sensing a hostile glare aimed at him from somewhere. Hikaru glanced at his hand and set 2 cards. I end my turn. Your move. Phew, that gave me a scare. Haruto wiped his brow, turned to his side's camera, struck a few poses, and waved toward his homeworld. Don't worry. That was just the warm-up. Now I'm getting serious. My turn. Drawl, he turned back and wiped his brow again. Phew, thought I was about to get OTK'd. Honestly, our world has fusion too, but you're the first one who ever shouted, "Fusion is noblest," in front of us. Let me show you how outdated fusion really is. XYZ summoning is way more powerful than you think. My turn, I activate Evil's Warm Bahamut's effect. I detach one XYZ material and target your Great Mammoth of Goldfine. Then I discard one Evil's Warm Heliotrope from my hand to take control of your monster. The golden elephant groaned, but bathed in dark energy from the black dragon, it succumbed and was dragged to Haruto's side. Next, I normal summon a second rescue rabbit. Another one? Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me your deck is loaded with normal monsters. Of course. Haruto nodded confidently. I activate Rescue Rabbit's effect, banish it to special summon 2 level 4 normal monsters of the same name. I summon 2 Shining Abyss. Ah. I see. Hikaru looked thoughtful. What? Sorry, I just realized something, Hikaru said as he stared at his opponent. The constant pressure he'd felt began to ease a little. This opponent didn't truly understand XYZ summoning, he was just riding the strength of powerful XYZ monsters. Anyhow, that was normal. Even in Duel Academy's Fusion Club, many joined just because Fusion looked strong. Clearly, Haruto, being from the X dimension, had easy access to XYZ monsters and had grown overconfident, looking down on other summoning methods. Let me show you something. I activate my set card, Flame Swords Dance. Hikaru flipped over his face-down trap. This is a card I use often. When the opponent special summons, I can instantly special summon a fusion monster from the Flame Swordsman series from my extra deck. It's convenient and disruptive, so I run 3. Wait, what does that have to do with? Haruto blinked. Why was his opponent explaining his deck mid-duel? It's simple. I respect fusion. I revere it. I believe fusion is the noblest summoning method in the world, but I also fear XYZ. Summoning without polymerization is undeniably powerful. However, between XYZ and fusion, there exists an unbridgeable chasm. Flame Swords Dance effect, I special summon Flame Swordsman. Hikaru thrust his hand forward. Then Flame Swords Dance lets me set one of your Shining Abyss face down. Ah. Haruto's expression shifted. A face-down monster can't be used for XYZ material. Chapter 54, When the strategist overthinks, the fusionist strikes. Hikaru felt Haruto was playing too carelessly. Or rather, he was completely relying on the convenience and strength of XYZ monsters. Take Zane, for example. When he saw his opponent had face-down cards, his first instinct was to consider how to break through them. He'd wonder whether the opponent was baiting an attack. Sometimes, like when he tag-teamed with Hikaru, he'd even use limiter removal to eat the traps himself, making way for Hikaru to strike. That's why Zane would stop Cyrus immediately whenever he tried to use Power Bond recklessly. In the original, only after being mentally crushed by Aster Phoenix did Zane make such a rash play without preparation. Maybe that's not exactly high level, but at least it shows tactical readiness. Haruto, on the other hand, was different. Logically speaking, Bahamut's effect should have been saved for later, or rather, Bahamut shouldn't have been summoned in turn 1 at all. After all, he had another rescue rabbit and 2 level 4 monsters. Clearly, he had more options for XYZ summoning. So why lead with Bahamut? That's just poor judgment. The only explanation Hikaru could come up with was that Haruto saw Bahamut as his ace card, so, of course, it had to be shown off. Pure showmanship. He didn't even react to traps in a way any average GX-era duelist would, and it just goes to show how strong XYZ monsters were. TCH, whatever. My monster still has way more ATK than yours, battle. Haruto shook his head and called out, Great Mammoth of Goldfine, attack Flame Swordsman. Feel the power of your own monster. I activate the trap card, Salamandra with Chain. Hikaru shrugged. It equips to a fire monster, gives it 700 ATK, and I can also flip one monster on the field face down. I'll flip your Evil's Warm Bahamut. Flame Swordsman, ATK, 1800-2500. The dragon curled up and lowered its stance while the mammoth barreled uncontrollably into the blazing warrior. Ga. Haruto, LP, 2050-1750. Simultaneously, with no monster left to equip, Spirit Illusion shattered instantly. Damn. Haruto's face paled. All the cards in his hand were normal monsters. And he'd already used his normal summon. Truth be told, while both Hikaru and Haruto had their own philosophies on summoning, normal summons were clearly the most limited resource. Under standard rules, every player gets only one normal summon per turn. Haruto had already used his to summon Rescue Rabbit. He took a deep breath and sighed. Great. My friends back home are totally going to roast me for this. During the end phase, one of his special summon monsters would be destroyed, and the other one had 1800 DEF, but it wouldn't hold long. Bahamut only had 1350 DEF. He ended his turn reluctantly, hoping for a miracle draw next turn, maybe Hikaru wouldn't have another monster. However, when Hikaru revealed a Gem Knight, all that hope vanished. Fusion summon, huh? As his life points hit 0, Haruto gave a rueful smile. Looks like I've still got a lot to learn. At least he could take the loss in stride. After all, dueling always had wins and losses. In his world, a loss didn't mean everything was over. It was more about the performance. Still, it stung to have performed so poorly in what was quite literally a world-class duel. He worried whether this would affect Mr. Shinsen's new show's ratings. What he didn't know was that many duelists in his world were cheering for Hikaru. Enough with the endless XYZ this, XYZ that. This guy's got real dueling skills. Wahoo! We won. Back at Duel Academy, that was the true celebration. Jaden even jumped up onto the table, hurting his injured arm in the process. That was awesome, Hikaru. This duel had been the Academy's representation in a global event. Even if it was just friendly competition with no prizes, both students and teachers knew, if they performed well, Kaibacorp would surely invest more in them, better cards, better facilities. Hikaru's a beast. Fusion. Look. That's our Fusion Club ace, our representative. He's the pride of the Academy. Yeah. The Academy's pride. Ha ha ha. For once, the lounge was filled with nothing but cheers, no interdorm rivalries, no insults. Even some of the older Fusion Club students were genuinely moved. The Fusion Club was formed because its students feared or misunderstood other summoning methods. But when they saw Hikaru beat an opponent from another world, they couldn't help but feel excited. Even more surprising, Professor Leo Akuba, who had been watching the match, was clapping. He gently applauded, a rare smile playing on his lips, leaving the obelisk blue third years who followed him stunned. Wasn't Professor Akiba known for disliking Amaki Hikaru? But in truth, that wasn't what Leo Akiba was pleased about. He knew better than anyone the average strength of duelists from the XYZ dimension and doubted many duelists around Hikaru's age could actually beat him. Moreover, he hadn't pushed for this exchange tournament out of loyalty to that old geezer, it had always been for his own goals. Top-tier duelists weren't that different in strength, just a notch below the terrifying Seto Kaiba. Nonetheless, until now, Akiba didn't know what level the younger generation of XYZ world was at. Now it was clear, XYZ summoning monsters might be powerful and easy to use, but to this world, they weren't invincible. In fact, because that world's duelists tended to chase brute force wins, always going for more ATK and more power, their plays came off as linear. Duelists here weren't much different, but with the legacy of Yugi Muto behind them, there was at least some awareness of traps and counters. If the XYZ students had crushed Hikaru, that would have been ideal, it would lower his popularity. But if they lost, like now? Even better. It meant the XYZ world was very ripe for invasion. Perfect for his plans. Leo Akiba's smile grew sly as he laced his fingers together. Getting that old geezer to organize this exchange tournament was the right move. He'd gained valuable intel. Seeing the level of the XYZ students, this was a double victory. Growler, you'd never guess this was my idea, huh? Now, only one step remained. Take out Growler, Amaki Hikaru, and Zane Truesdale, those three, mentor and students. At the very least, keep them from returning too soon. After the broadcast ended, he returned to his office and contacted his subordinate, a bizarre-looking scientist. It's time. Let him loose. Yes, sir. The scientist saluted, then let out a creepy giggle. Beside him stood a sealed chamber, containing a monstrous, black-misted, twisted abomination. He slammed buttons and pulled every lever he could find, releasing the creature. Leo Akiba burst into laughter. Duel Academy might be your turf, but in the other world? It's my domain. Elsewhere. In his dorm room, Hikaru checked his deck, as usual. Suddenly, his hand trembled as he touched one card. The card, once just a rough sketch, had become clearer, and its purple glow had grown stronger. El Shaddai Winda. She's clearer now. After the duel against darkness, Winda's completion rate had leapt dramatically, almost a full card now. And today, she looked almost like her true self. Could it be that dueling against DT series cards boosted her progress? Did it not have to be shadow-aligned powers? No need to rush. Gotta wait full 20 days. So he'd duel Haruto every single day. Chapter 55, Parasitic Fusion Bug. 2 days later, the duels between Duel Academy and Shinsun Academy came to an end. Surprisingly, Duel Academy had won every single match. Yes, even though all the duelists from Shinsun Academy were people Hikaru didn't recognize at all, with totally forgettable hair and zero presence from either Zexal or Arc V, they were still grade leaders with modern monsters. And yet, they didn't win a single round. Not counting Zane and Hikaru, even the second-year upperclassman beat his opponent. The second year copied Hikaru's entire strategy, but packed his deck with cards like Book of Moon, and let the Shinsun sophomore thoroughly experience the pain. Another loss, huh? Haruto Kunigawa had just finished another duel with Hikaru that day, and lost again. Thinking back on how even the upperclassmen lost, he sighed. Looks like our skills really do lag behind, huh? He scratched his head. Since that day, Hikaru had challenged him to a duel every day, and Haruto never refused. On one hand, he was used to losing at the academy and wasn't undefeated or anything. On the other hand, in his world, dueling was more entertainment than a practical application. Even though their dueling had spawned absurdly advanced tech, they hadn't applied it to much else. Also, dueling Hikaru didn't cause the same physical fatigue or pain as dueling a spirit. With nothing else to do in Neo Domino City, dueling Hikaru was fun and even educational. And, of course, he was down. After 3 days of duels, he could clearly feel himself getting smarter, and every time he returned home, he was sure he'd perform way better. Only to lose again the next day. Just as the two were wrapping up their duel in Neo Domino City's arena, Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight suddenly jumped out and flanked Hikaru, startling Haruto. "My liege, something's up. My liege, the air's gone bad." "Wah! What the heck are those?" Haruto nearly jumped out of his skin. "Haruto, over here." Before Hikaru could finish, a mass of shadow leapt from the darkness. Reacting instantly, Hikaru jumped high, his body flashing with white armor, and kicked the shadow in midair. Whoa! Haruto's jaw dropped. He felt like he was in a movie. "What was that just now?" he asked, thrilled. "That was awesome." Hikaru wasn't as amused. He grabbed Haruto, scanned him quickly, and then suddenly widened his eyes. With a slash like a razor, he cut Haruto's arm using the card on his necklace. Ow! Haruto felt a sharp sting on his arm. When he looked again, he saw a disgusting worm on the ground that hadn't been there before. "Captain! Here!" A massive crystal monster blocked their front, emitting a bright light. Flame and Dark Flare both charged the shadows, swinging their blades. A swarm of creepy worms burst out, slashed and burned by the sword spirits. Their faces twisted in disgust, clearly nauseated. Then came a loud, ominous thump, thump, and a towering figure emerged from the darkness. It was covered in black fur, clad in purple armor, with blood-red eyes and countless tiny worms wriggling all over its body. Dark mist seeped off of it, a creature of unmistakable malice. "What's going on? Who is that?" Haruto still hadn't caught up. "I am, the proud gladiator beast, come to claim your life." The bear growled in human speech. "Is that gladiator beast Undul?" Flame Swordsman frowned. How did he end up like this? In the sacred warrior domain, he'd once met Undul's spirit. Though a gladiator beast, Chaos Soldier Sama had no qualms about letting him train together. This might not be the same spirit, but it still hurt to see. They'd once been comrades, after all. "Looks like he's been mind-controlled," Hikaru muttered, eyeing the disgusting parasites. He lowered his voice. "That damned bald freak must be itching to retire early." Hikaru didn't know that Leo Akuba was Principal Kajimaru's right-hand man, but he did recognize those cursed parasites. Half of Hikaru's hatred for Arc V came from these fusion parasites. They could brainwash hosts, overwrite their minds, and turn them into obedient slaves. His complete lack of goodwill toward Leo Akuba stemmed from this very reason. In the original, that Chrome Dome lunatic, under the guise of being a doting father, used this on his own daughter. How could that even be called a normal person? That's a full-blown lunatic. In this world, Hikaru hadn't heard of Selena and was still wondering what Akuba was plotting. Since he had no daughter here, surely he wouldn't need the tech. But now he was using it, on spirits. And not only that, the black mist rising from Undul was just like what Hikaru had seen on Crystal Beast Ruby Carbuncle before. That bald bastard was pulling all the tricks. This had to be part of the shadow system, right? "Come, human. Duel." Undul growled after a parasite jabbed into him. "Heh, fine by me." Hikaru snapped his arm forward, dual disc activating. "Gladiator beasts, huh? I like those." A fusion deck that didn't need polymerization, gladiator beasts. He'd been wanting to try out this higher-level fusion path. Flame, Dark Flare, guard the perimeter. Don't let a single worm through. Yes, sir. Understood. Duel. ×2. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Gladiator Beast Undul, 4000. I'll go first. Undul drew a card and looked at his hand. Defense position summon Gladiator Beast Hoplimus. A massive, armored rhino warrior appeared in defense. Gladiator Beast Hoplimus, level 4 Earthrock 2100 def. Set 2 cards. End turn. What a plain turn, Haruto said, about to poke the swordsman's blades before redirecting his focus. After dueling Hikaru a few times, he knew how strong the guy was. That opening didn't look too solid. My turn. Hikaru glanced at his hand. Spell card, Instant Fusion. I pay 1000 LP to special summon 1000 eyes restrict. Hikaru, LP, 4000 3000. The eerie-eyed god returned after a long time. Trap Gladiator Beast Charge. Activate when you control face-up gladiator beasts. Destroy cards up to the number of different names. Target, 1000 eyes restrict. Undul calmly raised his bare paw and pointed. Destroy it. Rarark. The rhino's eyes turned red as it charged forward, obliterating the fusion monster in a brutal slam. Crap. Haruto finally realized. This wasn't him dueling Hikaru. Of course, there'd be traps. A monster summoned with 1000 LP is gone in a flash. Hikaru, be careful. That thing gives me bad vibes. Hikaru understood that far better, but instead of talking, he nodded and continued. Then I activate Thunder Dragon's effect in my hand and discard to add up to 2 Thunder Dragons from my deck to hand. I add the second one to hand, then discard it to add the third. Since getting Gem Knights, Hikaru had added Thunder Dragons to his deck. After his duel with Vampire Fräulein, he'd received new cards, but hadn't used them until now. What's the point of that? Haruto asked curiously. Why not just grab 2 at once? You threw one away instead. There's a reason, Haruto. I activate the fusion spell, Thunder Dragon Fusion. Hikaru shouted, slamming a card down. It's a Thunder-type exclusive fusion spell. I return Thunder monsters from the field, graveyard, or banished zone to the deck to fusion summon 1 Thunder fusion monster. Haruto's jaw dropped. You can fusion summon by returning cards to the deck. That's right, deck recovery fusion. Behold my new power. Hikaru clapped his hands. I fusion summon. Twin-headed Thunder Dragon. Twin-headed Thunder Dragon, level 7 Light Thunder 2800 ATK. Now that was a good attack stat. Chapter 56, Ever-Changing. Twin-headed Thunder Dragon. What's going on? That's a card Hikaru's never used before. In an underground research lab, a duel under a blood-red filter played out on the main monitor. Damn it, that data wasn't uploaded into that one-eyed bear's brain. Hikaru's deck is always changing, no one knows what fusion monster he'll pull out next. That's not on you. A researcher stepped forward, coughed, and calmed the room. Besides, it's just a plain fusion monster without effects. What's there to fear? Undul is the pinnacle of our spirit enhancement program. No normal person could possibly defeat it. With the director's words, the staff breathed a little easier. While they watched nervously, a girl with a yellow bandana and a long purple ponytail peeked into the room, curiously eyeing the screen. Dueling, huh? She leaned against the doorframe, watching intently. Battle. Twin-headed Thunder Dragon, attack. Trap card, Messenger of Peace. Undul flipped a set card without hesitation. Too naive, human. Messenger of Peace makes me take no battle damage this turn, and my monsters can't be destroyed by battle. Oh, Hikaru shrugged. Main Phase 2. Now, Hoplimus effect activates. The rhino let out a roar and shimmered. At the end of a battle phase in which it battled, return it to the deck to special summon 1 gladiator beast from the deck, except Hoplimus. I special summon, Gladiator Beast Bestiari. Scree. A green armored bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Gladiator Beast Bestiari, level 4 WND Winged Beast 1500 ATK. Nice. That means next turn, he can fusion summon Jizurus. Heh, let that ignorant Hikaru learn what true fusion really is. Hikaru. The purple-haired girl tilted her head. So, was the duelist on the left Amaki Hikaru? He replaced a 2100 def monster with a 1500 ATK one. Hikaru, I think there's a trap coming. After days of systemic beatings, training, Haruto had picked up a thing or two, so seeing Bestiari, he got a bad feeling. Huh, sharp as ever, Haruto. Hikaru nodded. You're right. From what I know, Gladiator Beast Jizurus is a fusion monster that doesn't need a polymerization spell. As long as you have Bestiari and one other Gladiator Beast on the field, you can return them to the deck to fusion summon it from the extra deck. When it's special summoned, it can destroy up to 2 cards on the field. It's truly powerful. The research room fell into dead silence, thick and still as death. How does he know about Gladiator Beasts? Someone cried out. That's impossible. Only duelists from the professor's barracks have access to those cards. They're nothing like the useless ancient gear stuff on the surface. These are powerful cards reserved for barracks trainees. How does he know? The Gladiator Beast archetype wasn't publicly released, and Leo Akuba had discovered it on his own. It was strictly an internal weapon of the fusion army. Everyone, calm down. Even if he knows, so what? The director snapped. He's still going to die. He glared at the screen, eyes locked on Hikaru. Hikaru, how'd you know what it does? Haruto said. I'm a duelist pursuing the pinnacle of fusion. There's no fusion I don't know. Hikaru chuckled and spread his hands, brimming with confidence. Pinnacle of fusion. The purple-haired girl nodded slightly. Impressive. My turn continues. Main Phase 2, I normal summon Gemnite Amber. Fusion materials, Gemnite and Thunder type. I activate the spell, Fusion Substitute. Hikaru revealed a new card. Fusion Substitute. Another unfamiliar name. It's treated as polymerization by effect. So, between it and actual polymerization, you can only run 3 copies total in a deck. But that's not important. Fusion Substitute only lets you fuse using monsters on the field. I fuse Gemnite Amber and Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Ready, Captain. I fusion summon Gemnite Prismora. The dazzling, radiant night returned. Gemnite Prismora, level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Using a fusion monster as fusion material. Haruto gulped. He figured the day he could XYZ summon using XYZ monsters as materials would be the day he caught up to Hikaru's summoning mastery. Next, I activate Fusion Substitute's graveyard effect. Banish it to target a fusion monster in my graveyard, return it to the extra deck, and draw a card. Hikaru returned Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon and drew 1 card. Now, Prismora's effect. I send a Gemnite fusion from my hand to the graveyard to target 1 face-up card on the field, destroy it. Targeting Bestiari, of course. Grr. Undul growled. I'm not done. I activate Thunder Dragon's effect in my hand, discard to add 2 copies from the deck to hand. Whoa. One researcher gasped. He's come full circle, back to his original setup. And he swapped in a different fusion monster. So strong. Ahem. The director coughed. The awestruck researchers quickly fell silent. I set 1 card. Turn end. Hikaru spread his arms to finish. The director took a deep breath. Increase the dosage, raise the voltage, amplify the shadow influence, failure is not an option. This is a direct order from the professor. Yes, sir. A direct order from the professor. The purple-haired girl was even more intrigued. She tiptoed inside the lab, sat cross-legged in a chair, and stared intently at the screen. Who was this guy that even the professor was targeting personally? She had to see. Aergurgruk. Undul's body sparked with electricity. The black mist and parasitic worms writhed wildly. After a shriek of pain, his crimson eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. Triple H. I have to win, he howled. Hikaru's face darkened. Disgusting. He placed a hand on the card at his chest, narrowing his eyes. Comment. Chapter 57, The Deserved End for the Defeated. ZZZZT. Electricity crackled around Undul's body as he drew a card. Amaki Hikaru observed him closely. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the concept of training draws had always existed, like the Duel Academy in GX that trained students to draw the exact cards they needed, or Yuma in Zexal using Shining Draw, believing that true duelists draw by fate. From the current signs, black mist spreading, parasites twitching, energy surging, it was clear all of it aimed to enhance Undul's spirit power. He could barely speak before, now, he couldn't even manage words. He drew his card and immediately normal summoned a green-skinned monster that looked like a big lizard wielding a net and fork. Gladiator Beast Rishiari, Level 3 Waterfish 1200 ATK. Next, Undul activated an equipped spell. A shield decorated with skulls materialized, replacing Rishiari's fork as its weapon. Rhea. It charged forward under Undul's direction. But Prismora countered with a swift slash, easily knocking Rishiari back. The shield it held shattered in the process. Gladiator Beast Undul, LP, 2750. Looks like that shield prevented it from being destroyed in battle, Haruto said. Hikaru nodded. As the battle ended, Rishiari dropped its net and fled. Then, a minotaur clad in armor flew out from the deck. Gladiator Beast Darius. When Darius is special summoned by a Gladiator Beast effect, it can revive a Gladiator Beast from the graveyard with its effect negated, Hikaru said, unfazed. Darius appeared and swung its chain whip like a lasso, dragging a monster up from the grave. Rarg. Undul raised his claws, and the two monsters twisted and merged, returning to the deck. In their place stood a majestic, noble bird beast. Gladiator Beast Jizarus, Level 6 DRK Winged Beast 2400 ATK. Hikaru's eyes lit up. Nice. Jizarus's full hologram form was pretty slick. Gra. Undul roared as Jizarus flapped its wings, destroying Hikaru's monster and set card in a burst of explosive energy. The smoke blanketed the field like a powerful detonation. Beautiful. Nice job, Undul. In the lab, the researchers erupted in excitement as their creation finally blew away Hikaru's cards, even if it came at the cost of self-harm. This is perfect. Hikaru only has 2 Thunder Dragons left in his hand. Even if he draws a fusion card, he can only make twin-headed Thunder Dragon, it's no threat. Ha ha ha. This is the power of science. Science, really? Off to the side, the purple-haired girl tilted her head. Wasn't that just a lucky draw with a shield? Even I could do that. Still. If Hikaru lost to that, then maybe he wasn't. Wait. The entire lab fell silent as if a hand had closed around their throats, choking the breath from their lungs. As the dust cleared, Prismora was gone, but in its place stood a mightier, more magnificent dragon. That sleek mechanical finish, that flowing armor plating, that fierce roar. Cyber Twin Dragon, Level 8 Light Machine 2800 ATK. See Cyber Twin Dragon. Impossible. On screen, Hikaru revealed a card from his graveyard. Trap card, Waking the Dragon. He showed it. When a set card is sent from the field to the graveyard or banished by the opponent's effect, I can special summon a monster from my deck or extra deck. Didn't think I'd ever get to use this. Hikaru shrugged. This card wasn't in his original build. Maybe all the Tier 3 fusions made it viable, and Super Poly must have pulled it in. Sadly, his extra deck only had fusion monsters, so that's all Super Poly gave him. No way, he knew Undul would destroy his cards. He planned this. The battle phase is over, what do we do? Incredible. The purple-haired girl jumped on her seat, awestruck. That type of trap almost never triggers. 9 out of 10 times, it's dead weight. But Hikaru had set it up perfectly. My turn, draw. Hikaru didn't even glance at the card. He pointed. Battle, Cyber Twin Dragon, crush my enemies. Cyber Twin can attack twice per battle phase. After obliterating Jizarus, its second head turned toward Undul, charging up a wild energy blast. The parasites and mechanical implants on Undul were vaporized instantly. The black mist vanished as well. Gladiator Beast Undul, LP, 2750. No way. Undul lost that easily. That's impossible. He used nothing but cards we've never seen before. None of it matches the data, this needs a redo. Damn it. He normally uses Flame Swordsman. The researchers panicked like ants on a frying pan. We must stop Hikaru. That was a direct order from the professor. But he already won. Doesn't matter, charge. The director went nuts, slamming buttons, while the purple-haired girl frowned at the chaos. Meanwhile, Hikaru approached the fallen Undul. Suddenly, a disgusting worm leapt at him. His eyes widened, Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare, already poised, launched forward and shredded the parasite in midair. Bastards! You lost the shadow duel, and you still try dirty tricks. Abruptly, Captain Crystal appeared before Hikaru, radiating light like the sun, suppressing the parasites and mist on Undul. In a shadow duel, the victor has full rights over the loser. Seeing their opponent resist even after defeat, Crystal couldn't hold back, plus, he was ready to strike. Captain. Sir. He looked to Hikaru, puzzled as to why he was stopped. Crystal was ready to erase whoever controlled Undul. Hikaru's expression was dark. Losing was one thing, but trying to backstab him afterward. Infuriating. What made it worse was, he'd seen this coming. From the moment he saw the parasite, from the moment the duel started, he knew it might end this way. And now it had. Even if they didn't deserve it, he'd make his move. You parasites are filthier than sewer scum. Hikaru's voice was cold. He looked at Undul, at the worms twitching on him, staring as though they were watching the lab itself. You dare use fusion alongside me? I'll show you what a shadow duel really is. What fusion really is. What true victory means. Now, receive the ending you losers deserve. He raised a card high, shouting, Unleash ultimate power. As his cry rang out, Crystal, Flame, and Dark Flare felt an immense energy surge within them. In Hikaru's deck, Alchemist, Blade Skater, and Flame Swordsman cards, card after card, began to glow. In the sky, a massive thundercloud formed, flashing with lightning. The parasites and black mist were ripped from Undul's body, sucked skyward like reverse rainfall turned into fuel. Ag. Elsewhere, in a subdimensional lab, researchers watching the feed noticed lights flickering. Then, explosions, more and more of them. The purple-haired girl, there to spectate, took off running. The director noticed her fleeing and screamed, Miss Selena. Stop, just as columns collapsed and sealed spirits were released. They shattered their containers and control systems, escaping, eyes glowing red. It was clear, the control systems had failed. Oh no. This is bad. This is really bad. As the furious spirits advanced on him, the director's heart froze in terror. Chapter 58, Evolutionary Omen. Seriously, this is getting out of hand. Hikaru fanned away the heat from his hand and carefully tucked the card back into his deck. The spirits exchanged glances in silence. None of them said a word. Though they still had no idea what that mysterious card truly was, they had seen Hikaru use it before, during his experiments with alchemy. Back then, they could feel the terrifying power hidden within the card, but they had assumed it was just some dark magic Hikaru was too cautious to use, fearing it might hurt him or his friends. Now, they realized they had been far too conservative in their thinking. What the hell is that card? Master, Myrmidon Alchemist was the first to speak calmly. After Hikaru returned the card, he floated beside him and said, I used to think it was some sort of catalyst. Now I see I vastly underestimated it. But that also means it's even harder to control. Myrmidon pointed with his staff at the unconscious form of gladiator beast Undul. Beside it lay several scattered cards. This time, in the shadow game, because the opponent violated the sacred ritual of dueling, all the backlash was shouldered by them. Next time, you mustn't use that card so lightly. Conservatively speaking, your dual spirit compatibility would need to reach 10 stars before you can use it freely. Hikaru nodded lightly. Yeah, I understand. Myrmidon was analyzing it from a professional perspective. Hikaru, on the other hand, based his judgment on known intel. Today's events felt more exciting than my past 10 years combined, Haruto sighed beside him. Hikaru looked back and smiled, then make sure you remember it well, Haruto. This world's never been all that peaceful. Now I finally understand why our world's leaders have always been wary of dimensional exchange. Even a tournament like this is kept shallow, never allowed to go too deep. Haruto shook his head, clearly shaken. If we had to live like this every day, people back home would go insane. Dueling with dual monster spirits. Losing means death. Win if you don't want to die. Then, keep controlling monsters to attack. What kind of messed up logic is that? It's terrifying. Your world might not be all that safe either. If you ever run into trouble, be careful. Hikaru didn't know exactly what kind of world Haruto came from. But since his own was a hybrid of GX and Arc-V, then Haruto's might be something similar. Which means the existence of things like numbers isn't out of the question. And that would be very unsafe. Haruto fell into thoughtful silence and nodded solemnly. Once everything was over, gladiator beast Undul gradually woke up. Its first reaction was a roar, then a massive backward leap. It crouched with claws digging into the ground, eyes warily scanning everything around it. Once it saw Hikaru and the spirits, it relaxed a little, then, rather shamefully, started to weep, whimpering softly. It had suffered. Hikaru took a moment to gather the cards scattered around it. Ha! Hikaru tilted his head at the text and image on one of them. Where's the fusion parasite? Why does it look different? Well, whatever. He shrugged, not too bothered. To be honest, in this era, fusion parasite wasn't actually a bad card. It had the effect of substituting for one named fusion material listed on a fusion monster, basically like King of the Swamp. A pretty solid effect. At least in this world, it was surprisingly strong. But still, cards like this, aside from duelists who enjoyed chaos, weren't exactly popular. They say real duelists don't care about appearances as long as a card is strong, but even then, some cards are just too off-putting, like Fusion Parasite or, say, Ice Barriers. Even if the parasite had transformed into a bunch of other monsters, that wasn't bad. He'd gained another Thunder Dragon fusion, even picked up a vanilla Gem Knight. And many of the monsters were actually pretty valuable in the GX world. But what caught his attention most was the fusion monster, Superalloy Beast Raptinus. Whoa! Hikaru's eyes sparkled at the sight of the card. As long as this card's on the field, all Gemini monsters are treated as having been normal summoned again. A card that could enable infinite loops. A true classic. And better yet, its fusion materials were broad, just 2 Gemini monsters. And he had those, like Ancient Gear Knight. As a level 8 fusion monster, it was perfect for metamorphosis to bring out Master of Chaos. Or even Cyber Twin Dragon, it could bring that out directly. Relying on someone else to destroy waking the dragon every time was unrealistic. Having his own way to bring it out was clearly better. For an extra deck card, this thing had serious value. These guys, I think they're my companions, Gladiator Beast Undul timidly spoke up, scratching the back of his head as he stared at the cards. They were captured with me. Oh. Hikaru asked curiously what had happened. He learned that someone had been capturing spirits for experiments. Undul's memory was fuzzy, but he vaguely recalled these cards. That makes sense now. No wonder things felt so easy this time. So your companions must have contributed their strength too. Hikaru understood. Looks like when he used Super Poly, the other spirits, wherever they were, lent their power. That power was absorbed, converted, and fused into these cards. So that's why Fusion Parasite transformed. But more importantly, Hikaru reached into his pocket. Yes. Window was down to just a quarter. Maybe one more shadow game, or 10 more duels with Haruto, and she'd be complete. Can I come with you? Undul rubbed his paws nervously. I'm really grateful, but I have nothing to repay you with. Also, if I ever get the chance. I want revenge, he said quietly, head bowed. Of course. Hikaru lit up. Of course you can. Awesome. Now the Gladiator Beast deck had a proper direction too. Win-win. Just as Hikaru was cleaning up to return to the dorms, Flame Swordsman suddenly asked Dark Flare Knight beside him, "Hey, Dark Flare, why does your armor look like it's glowing? Now that you mention it, your sword's gotten wider." They were close friends and constant sparring partners. If something was off, they'd notice immediately. Hikaru rushed over. It was true. Flame Swordsman's blade looked a bit broader, and Dark Flare Knight's armor shimmered with a faint golden hue. Could it be? Hikaru quickly pulled out his deck and started inspecting the cards. As expected, the illustrations on both cards had very subtle changes. Could super polymerization actually trigger evolution? Though the changes were incredibly subtle, if you didn't squint, you'd barely notice, it was undeniable. Hikaru suddenly felt like laughing. But seeing Undul still in low spirits beside him, he held it in. No, he had to return to the academy and file a request for a new fusion club immediately. Chapter 59, Recruiting Allies. Over the course of 5 or 6 days, Hikaru and the others, accompanied by Kaiba Corp staff, returned to the real world. Seto Kaiba himself seemed quite satisfied with the exchange, generously announcing increased investment in Duel Academy and even awarding bonuses to everyone who had come along. Among the recipients, Hikaru and the other chosen students received the most, as they were the ones responsible for dueling. Just roughly estimating, even if Hikaru repeated a grade at Duel Academy for 7 or 8 years and received scholarships every year, he probably wouldn't earn this much. Truly worthy of being Kaiba. So magnanimous. Although Hikaru had never met this world's Kaiba before, his impression of Seto Kaiba had skyrocketed. With this money, he could probably clear out an entire old card shop in Neo Domino City. But there was no longer any need for that. After returning to the academy, Hikaru first went to check in with Jaden and the others to ask about the current situation, and he ended up seeing Bastion stupidly drinking hot sauce. What's going on? Hikaru stood outside the Slifer Red cafeteria, asking with confusion. Alexis looked a bit helpless, holding her head and shaking it. It's my brother's fault. Huh? Bastion got rejected in love, probably, Syra said cautiously from the side. So, what exactly happened, Jaden? Chaz. Haha, Bastion had a duel with one of the Shadow Riders, but after he lost, he's been like this ever since. Could it have been that Amazonas warrior, Tanya? Hikaru asked about their recent situation out of curiosity and soon discovered that the events in the real world were a little different from what he remembered. During this period, Jaden and the others had encountered 3 Shadow Riders, although there were actually quite a few people involved. First came the Dark Scorpion burglars, who infiltrated the academy disguised as teachers and staff. They tried to steal the keys, but when they discovered that 3 of the keys were not at the academy and had gone to another dimension, they couldn't complete their mission and were discovered by Detective Chaz. With no other choice, they dropped the keys mission and ran. While pursuing them, Jaden and the group encountered the real Shadow Rider who had been hiding, Rogue of Endymion. Off guard for a moment, Chaz lost to the rogue, and Jaden stepped up to defeat him. Endymion? As in the spellcaster deck. Yeah, those spell card tactics were pretty interesting. Jaden tilted his head in recollection. If Chaz hadn't dueled him first and revealed his ace, I would have had a tough time winning. So the Shadow Riders really had leveled up. And Chaz was playing the classic, supporting male lead sacrifices himself, plotline. Then what happened? Alexis defeated a shadow duelist named Titan. He was also a Shadow Rider, I think. Titan. What kind of deck did he use? Fiend deck. Dice rolls, Jaden said with a laugh. So, it's the same Titan from the original Shadow Riders? That's pretty weak. So the one that showed up now is the 5th Shadow Rider, right? Yeah. Jaden nodded. Chaz sighed. Who would have thought Bastion would end up like this after just one loss? Even if it was to a shadow duelist, he shouldn't be this down. He raised his hand and explained to Hikaru what had happened these past few days. It happened the day before yesterday. Suddenly, a few male students went missing at the school. Thanks to Chaz's investigation, even though he lost to the Rogue of Endymion, he was the first to notice the disappearances and immediately began investigating, counting the number of students in each class. That impressive? Hikaru looked at Chaz in surprise. Heh. Chaz gave a casual snort. Chaz really is smart, Cyrus added. When the Dark Scorpion burglars tried to steal the keys, he deduced their identities just from a few clues. It's a shame that he got ambushed by the Rogue of Endymion. If he hadn't been unwell, he might not have lost at all. A loss is a loss, don't make excuses. Chaz continued speaking to Hikaru. Through his investigation, he discovered that a coliseum had suddenly appeared in the southern part of Duel Academy Island. But he no longer had a key, so he quickly gathered the others. Guarding the coliseum was a brawny woman. After dueling with her, Bastion lost unexpectedly, and this is what happened. His face was red, absent-minded. Drinking hot sauce, pouring tomato juice. Seriously, this is the Slifer Red cafeteria. Bastion from RA Yellow showing up here was already absurd. So what's that got to do with your brother? Hikaru decided to focus on the important part first, not asking when Atticus had recovered. That idiot. The veins on Alexis's forehead popped when Atticus was mentioned. He said Bastion must be in love, so he told Bastion to confess and even tricked me out of my key. When she hadn't found her brother, she worried for his safety. But after he returned and regained consciousness, she just wanted to punch him. Don't tell me he lost again. Alexis sighed. If only. That lady duelist completely ignored Bastion, thinking his behavior was immature and lowly. That made Bastion even more spaced out. Geez, that stupid Bastion. Hikaru shook his head. If he loses his rank as second in a year over this, I'd be happy, but this is just embarrassing. Ah. Jaden nodded vigorously. That's why I decided, I'm gonna duel that person today. He looked fired up. How about it, Hikaru? You too. I have something else to do. Question mark. Hikaru, do you have something important going on? Alexis asked, puzzled. You just got back from Kybercorp. Are you feeling unwell? Want to ask the school nurse? No. I've just got some personal matters these days. Hikaru waved his hand, then pointed to his clothes. I'm quitting the Fusion Club. What? Huh. Crash. Bastion, who had been completely out of it, fell off the bench in shock, snapping back to reality. He jumped up and ran to the door, shouting loudly, "The sky is falling. The world is ending. Ha ha ha, I thought you weren't even listening to me. What the heck, Hikaru, are you crazy?" Even Chaz, who had been acting cool with arms crossed, couldn't keep it up and looked at Hikaru in disbelief. "Don't tell me, Hikaru got brainwashed in the other dimension." Cyrus clasped his hands together and started praying. "I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. Ha ha ha, you guys misunderstood." Hikaru shook his head. "Actually, I just feel like the current fusion club isn't very fused. So I want to form a new one. Let's call it the Neo Fusion Club, for now. I wanted to ask if you guys were interested. Like you, Jaden." Oh. Neo Fusion Club. Sounds so cool." Jaden's eyes lit up. He liked the word Neo as it was. "I'm not in a club anyway. Since you're starting a new one, Hikaru, I'm in." "Interesting. I'm in too." Chaz crossed his arms again, now calmed down. "Chaz, you have fusion monsters. Don't tell me you forgot about VWXYZ. You jerk." "Then, me too." The others, seeing them join, wanted to join in the fun too. After all, it was just a club, a bit of fun outside of class. Since they were familiar with Hikaru, a club he founded wouldn't be as crazy as the current fusion club. That was a good thing. Good. Hikaru smiled. This was why he had come, to recruit new members. A club can't just be one person. With Jaden and the main cast joining, how could the new fusion club not thrive? Chapter 60, Take Down Zane Truesdale. Hikaru's gone crazy, he said he's going to start a new fusion club. What? A new fusion club? Did you hear? Hikaru actually applied to leave the fusion club. Oh my god, seriously? That Hikaru? Duel Academy was particularly lively today. The academy wasn't too big nor too small, essentially just a small island. Students ran into each other constantly, so word spread fast. Any exciting news would become known schoolwide in no time. Like the mansion on the lake or the Colosseum in the forest. These things became common knowledge within a couple of days, thanks to the students' tireless thirst for gossip. What's more, Hikaru was the first-year representative, who had just participated in a world-class exchange tournament and was considered a campus celebrity. On top of that, he was a notorious fusion extremist, so extreme even other extremists called him excessive, a true fusion fanatic. Someone like that leaving the fusion club and even creating a new one, with a name already decided, application submitted, and seemingly on the verge of getting an activity room, how could that not be shocking? So, are we still staying in the fusion club? What kind of cards does Hikaru have? First-year students, especially from RA Yellow and Slifer Red, didn't have much loyalty to the fusion club. Most of them joined because of the Ancient Gear deck. Ordinary students had a hard time obtaining rare cards, which was why the fusion club had grown so quickly, even earning its own purple uniform. But if Hikaru's new club could offer similar department-exclusive deck support, they might be ready to jump ship. After all, they were already fed up with bullying from upperclassmen and obelisk blue students in the fusion club. I heard Professor Growler also gave Hikaru his approval and said they could use Ancient Gear decks too, and that's originally Growler's deck, right? Hikaru's his student, of course, he'd support him more. That makes sense. In the disciplinary office, Leo Akiba crossed his arms, frowning with clear irritation. What's all that noise outside? Speak. Akiba's brows were tightly furrowed. Those who knew him understood this was one of his rare displays of anger. Any more delay, and he might take action. Professor, we heard. Amaki Hikaru left the fusion club. Akiba turned around, confused. What did you say? The RA Yellow third year, among others who had been addressed, jolted under Akaba's gaze and quickly bowed his head. Well. Hikaru. Amagi thought the current fusion club wasn't fused enough. The students weren't pure, always involved in nonsense, even bullying others. He was dissatisfied and decided to break away and form his own. He was horrified. Leo Akaba was a man of absolute authority and cold resolve. Anyone who displeased him would be utterly destroyed. Not only had Amagi Hikaru disobeyed him, he even dared to form his own faction. Wouldn't that earn his deepest ire? And as a senior of RA Yellow, to not notice Hikaru's plans and only now report to the professor, surely, he was in for punishment. That's good news, Akaba muttered instinctively. Eh? The 3 third years all let out a sound of surprise. No, nothing, Akaba turned away. For some reason, he felt just a bit lighter. Just a little bit. Could it be that old fool Growler got scared? His mood improved slightly. In truth, his frustration wasn't actually caused by Hikaru or the commotion outside. It was Selena. Technically, she could be considered his daughter. She was currently a second-year student in Duel Academy's junior division. Once discovered by him, she was taken to his lab as a promising seedling to train her dueling abilities. Or rather, as the vessel for the revival of his true daughter. However, previously, that research lab, which had been studying parasites and spirits while carrying out his mission to duel Hikaru and obstruct Growler and the others, had encountered an unbelievable incident and completely lost contact. He had sent his soldiers to investigate, but there'd been no word since. Nonetheless, he didn't care what Selena had been through, he only needed to find her quickly. Initially, upon hearing Hikaru's name again, he had been furious and nearly considered dealing with the boy himself, but instead, he heard such wonderful news. To him, Fusion Club, Dimensional Club, or whatever name they used didn't matter. What he needed were absolutely loyal, controllable soldiers, cannon fodder who would further his grand vision. In contrast, people like Amagi Hikaru and those willing to follow him, the true fusion supremacists, were the toxic blood. If that group was willing to leave, that was actually a good thing. Which was why he instinctively said, "That's good news." Humph. He didn't know what had happened in Neo Domino City, but apparently, that old fool Growler still cared too much about his students' safety. In that sense, he was nothing like Akaba. Growler probably didn't want his student facing danger again, so he let him split off, huh? Heh 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 heh. Growler, in the end, I still win. It doesn't matter. Students are free to join whatever club they want, Akaba declared. The 3 third-year students stared at Akaba, dumbfounded, wondering if someone had impersonated him. The gloom Akaba felt over Selena's disappearance had eased slightly. But after pondering a moment, another idea struck him. He couldn't just pretend to be indifferent and let Hikaru do as he pleased. And wasn't this a perfect place to train and test soldiers? Still, who gets to decide which one is the real fusion club? Eh? You mean? You 3. Go destroy them. Us? The 3 looked at each other. Even the leader from Obelisk Blue protested, "That's impossible, Professor." They invited Zane Truesdale into the club. "There's no way we can beat him." Take down Zane Truesdale. Would they win? No chance. Zane was the undisputed emperor of the third years, not some uncrowned champion, but the formally crowned top duelist of the academy. The absolute strongest. They had all lost to him. And now they were supposed to go against him. Even setting Zane aside, Hikaru, Jaden Yuki, and Bastion Misawa were the top 3 duelists of the first years. Akaba's expression darkened as he stared at the 3. Did I not make myself clear? Yes, sir. The 3 stood at attention, terrified. I don't care if you go yourselves or recruit by the year. Get it done. Yes, sir. Chapter 61, The Name of the Club. Hikaru was tidying up in the activity room. The school had assigned them a small activity room, though small was relative, since it actually had 4 or 5 rooms, and counting the duel arena, it was even bigger than the space Hikaru had used in the Fusion Club. Even though Duel Academy was rich and powerful, usually, an activity room of this scale wouldn't be so easily granted to a student club with fewer than 10 members. But, as the Academy's highest, self-proclaimed, authority, Professor Growler's power was limitless. Right now, Hikaru was organizing the cards given to him by his teacher and a few friends. There were cards from the ancient gear archetype, as well as others, like hero cards. Jaden had a huge collection of hero cards, and Bastion had a wide variety of miscellaneous cards. They were happy to share, and if others were willing to join, even better. After all, this was a real club, where anyone willing to join could enjoy playing cards happily. You didn't even need a duel disc, like Jaden, who could sit at a random table and duel the entire day. His card addiction was no joke. Moreover, this was one of the very few places where Hikaru could freely duel with Zane without being interrupted by Obelisk Blue students, which made him like it even more. Before, when Jaden had gone to Obelisk Blue to find Zane for a duel, he was knocked to the ground and splashed with cold water by the dorm's gatekeepers. Not that it mattered much, considering his superhuman constitution, he wasn't going to catch a cold anyway. It should be fine placing it here. After putting stuff away, Hikaru wiped some sweat and spotted Syra sneaking around, looking suspicious. Cyrus? Hikaru raised an eyebrow and called out. Ah! Amagi. Cyrus jumped back 2 steps, scared out of his wits. Earlier, riding the group's enthusiasm, Cyrus had applied to join the Fusion Club, though after hearing Hikaru had invited Zane back when they were in Neo-Domino City, he became too intimidated to follow through. He never knew how to face his brother, especially since Jaden was about to go to another dimension for a tag duel, and Zane had barged into Slifer Red to order Cyrus not to follow, telling Jaden to find someone more trustworthy. That led to Jaden finding Hikaru. After seeing how interesting his duels were, the two became friends. All in all, this dimension's Cyrus was even more afraid of his brother than in the original. Whether that meant Cyrus was too timid or Zane was too protective was hard to say. After all, in the original, when Zane dueled against vampire Camula, even when he had the upper hand, Camula kidnapped Cyrus's soul to force him into defeat, and Zane willingly lost, turning into a puppet just to save his brother's life. As an older brother, he was absolutely faultless. Or rather, Zane Truesdale was someone beyond reproach. It was no wonder he retained so many fans and faithful believers, even after the original story ended. But still, as the saying went, Zane himself had no flaws, he just happened to have a younger brother. Oh, speaking of which, Hikaru suddenly had an idea. Cyrus, you want to improve your relationship with your brother, right? Yes. He had mainly come to check things out since Jaden had been hanging around lately. If his brother wasn't around, he might have considered reapplying. Then how about this? Join the Fusion Club. See, can I? I can join right now. Did you hear me clearly? I said the Fusion Club. Amagi, didn't you just leave there? Hikaru stroked his chin and said, exactly because I just left, someone needs to stay behind. I created the Neo Fusion Club because the original Fusion Club wasn't really about fusion anymore, and it had gotten too weird. The seniors there are odd, but flipping it around, those odd seniors are actually quite impressive. You think your brother always sees you as too timid, right? This could be great training for you. Is that so? Also, since I'm setting up a new Fusion Club, we can't coexist peacefully with the old Fusion Club, right? If anything happens, you'll definitely let us know, won't you? I guess. These past days, I've received a ton of applications to join, largely first-year students, even some Obelisk Blue students, and, well, a bunch of girls who adore Zane. That's not important. The important thing is, if you join the Fusion Club now, it's like sending charcoal in the snow. You're Jaden's friend, and joining will be great publicity for them. Will it? Hikaru shook his head and continued, most importantly, you've always wanted to prove yourself to Kaiser, right? Joining the Fusion Club gives you a chance to duel us directly. Oh, look, here they come. As Hikaru spoke, a group of students in purple uniforms began approaching the activity room, their faces stern, their movements neat and disciplined. Leading them was a senior Hikaru had met before, a third-year Fusion Club member, Kaname Kanbayashi. Kaname-senpai, long time no see, Hikaru greeted. Long time no see. Kaname stood tall, but the academy representatives behind him didn't look so steady. Kaname glanced at Cyrus, who was hiding nearby, and frowned. Kaiser's brother? As Kaiser's brother, a mere slifer read, he still dared to show his face at the academy? Amagi, immediately apply to disband your club. Question mark. Hikaru looked puzzled. Did you take the wrong medicine today? There's already a fusion club at the academy. There's no need to establish another. I can't believe Professor Growler approved your application. Hey, President, RA Yellow Rep quickly pulled him aside and forced a smile at Hikaru. You know, Kaname is always so blunt. It's the professor's order for us to come here. Mainly, you see, Fusion Club and the Neo Fusion Club, it's easy for students to get confused, right? Maybe just pick a different name. Like, Simple Fusion Club. Or Machine Fusion Club. Senpai, you should know why I left the Fusion Club and why I created this club. Hikaru stared directly at the RA Yellow Rep, making him nervously lower his head. From my perspective, your Fusion Club is neither about fusion nor is it a real activity club. The ones who should change their name are you guys, not me. On that note. He suddenly smiled thoughtfully. Yes, new. No, that's fallacious. I'm a freshman, but I shouldn't be the new Fusion, I am Fusion. Since you're all here, let's settle it now. From today on, you change your name. My club is the real Fusion Club. At the end, he pointed fiercely at Kaname. Why you? A few representatives stammered. Humph. Kaname snorted coldly and prepared to equip his dual disc without another word. Wait, Kaname, he's just a first year. Although they weren't certain they could beat Hikaru easily, it still felt wrong for upperclassmen to bully a freshman. My brother went to the Colosseum with Jaden today. Cyrus mumbled. Though they were indeed both dueling addicts, but also responsible, seeing Bastion drifting off even after only a few days of enthusiasm, they had even dragged him to the Colosseum. Don't get it wrong. I'm not challenging him as a student, but as a president. Kaname's eyes burned as he stared at Hikaru. Amagi Hikaru, let's duel, wagering the club's name. Zane might be the academy's #1, but Amagi Hikaru? He was just a first year and only temporarily. I couldn't ask for more. Hikaru, ignoring the RA Yellow representative's protests, lit up his dual disc and shouted at Cyrus, go call Professor Growler. Chapter 62, Armor Canine Gang. Gradually, a crowd gathered in the open area ahead of the activity room. Some were ordinary students passing by, while others were members of the Fusion Club who had heard about the situation. They divided into different factions, standing on either side. Is Kaname going to duel Hikaru? Zane crossed his arms and stood with Jaden, joining in on the fun. They had just returned from the Colosseum. Although the solo duel against that bizarre female spirit was intense, for Jaden, that level of physical combat was still somewhat child's play, so they had quickly secured victory. Meanwhile, Bastion, after realizing his beloved, Tanya, had turned into a muscle monster, had slowly recovered. Spirits are truly fascinating. Bastion mused. Even now, he couldn't forget the sight of that muscle-bound woman spirit. She had reverted to her original form after losing in a shadow game, but he still had trouble accepting it. He shook his head. A third-year dueling Hikaru? Why would he accept? What's the problem? Jaden scratched his head. I duel Kaiser all the time. It's different, Bastion shook his head. At Duel Academy, students were allowed to duel each other freely, even to wager duels, but some actions were strictly prohibited. First, wagering cards in duels. Second, duels between upperclassmen and underclassmen. The first was to prevent bullying, while the second required strict approval to proceed as a friendly match. Though upperclassmen weren't necessarily stronger, the academy still preferred first years dueling first years, second years dueling second years, and so on. Even other branches and schools like Shinsun Duel Academy and Spade Academy in Yu-Gi-Oh! RCV followed the same rule. Getting harshly beaten during growth could easily shatter a student's mentality. By rights, even duels between clubs should occur among same-year students. But the Fusion Army exploited a loophole. Duels between club presidents, symbols of the club's status, were hard for even the principal to intervene in. What's more, seeing Hikaru's determined expression, Professor Growler couldn't reject him. Then, with that, Growler said, I will act as the judge. The duel process and result will be witnessed by all students. The winner retains the name, Fusion Club, while the loser must change their club's name. Then, duel begins. Duel, X2. Kaname, LP, 4000. Hikaru, LP, 4000. I go first. Kaname, having trained his reflexes for 3 years and honed them through other dimensional experience, sees the first move far faster than the relatively new Hikaru. So shameless. A third year stealing first move against a first year. Some Fusion Club members who already wanted to jump ship to Hikaru's side began whispering openly. Ridiculous. In a duel, going all out is the right way. Kaname retorted, drawing a card and immediately moving into action. Kaname's deck, if I remember correctly, before he joined the Fusion Club, it was a ritual deck, Zane recalled. But since he's now the Fusion Club president, he must have changed decks. Could it be Ancient Gears? My turn, draw. Kaname drew a card and immediately played it. I activate the spell card, Pot of Greed, to draw 2 cards. Hikaru watched him casually use a superband card, feeling a bit helpless. He had bought Pot of Greed for a while, yet he had never used it so far. Either it had been mysteriously absorbed by super polymerization, or it simply never made it to his opening hand. Next, I normal summon Ancient Gear Hunting Hound. Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, Level 3 Earth Machine 1000 ATK. What's that? Professor Growler blurted out instinctively. An Ancient Gear card, even he didn't recognize? Impossible. He was supposed to be the Ancient Gear expert. Wait, a card even Professor Growler doesn't recognize? Maybe staying with the original Fusion Club isn't so bad. If you want to keep getting looked down on, be my guest. Ancient Gear Hunting Hound. Bastion shook his head. I don't recognize it either. Probably a new Ancient Gear monster found by the upperclassmen during dimensional exploration. Zane nodded. In my 3 years here, I haven't seen it either. Unlike the others, Hikaru was quite familiar with the card. So it's the Hound, huh? Looks like this Fusion Army really is turning into the Armor Canine Gang from Arc V. When the Ancient Gear Hunting Hound is summoned, its effect activates. Inflict 600 points of damage to the opponent. The Hound barked loudly, leapt at Hikaru, and bit his arm. Hikaru reflexively flung his arm, tossing the Hound away. He glanced at his arm. There was an actual bite mark. Looking up at the red-eyed Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, Hikaru had a clear grasp of the situation. Definitely, like the Armor Canine Gang. Hikaru, LP, 3400. It deals damage on summon. But its ATK is only 1000. Some students hesitated, still uncertain. I activate Ancient Gear Hunting Hound's effect. Once per turn, it can use monsters from the field or hand as fusion materials to fusion summon one Ancient Gear monster. I fuse my on-field Ancient Gear Hunting Hound with another in my hand. Fierce hounds, combine your power and become a twin-headed guardian beast. Fusion summon, double Ancient Gear Hunting Hound. Another hound card flew from his hand, and the two merged and reassembled into a two-headed mechanical hound. Double Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, Level 5 Earth Machine 1400 ATK. Mamma mia, another card I've never seen. It can fuse itself. Still, the ATK is pretty low. Some students even began cheering for Hikaru. Nice, Hikaru. Just summon a monster with 1500 ATK or higher, and you can beat it. Feels like a weak first turn. Yeah, not hard at all. Naive, Kaname smirked, setting a card face down and ending his turn. My turn, draw. Hikaru drew a card. Instead of rushing to attack, he calmly observed the double-headed hound. Double Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, once per turn, if the opponent summons a monster, it can place a gear counter on it. During the start of the damage step, when that monster battles, it can be destroyed. Am I right? Kaname's smile instantly froze. No way. How could Hikaru possibly know that effect? Whoa, judging by his reaction, Hikaru guessed right. No, that's not a guess, Hikaru obviously knows this card. Weird, why doesn't Professor Growler know it then? Maybe he was just fooling us. The students turned to look at Growler, who wore an awkward, very unnatural smile, trying to maintain his composure. Mamma mia, how does Hikaru know it? And why don't I know it? Phew. That was close. Good thing Hikaru knew the effect, or he'd have fallen for it. Of course, Hikaru knew, he's the ultimate fusion duelist. No way he'd fall for a trick like that. Even the reps behind Kaname instinctively nodded, only to be glared at by Kaname, quickly straightening up. Then, I special summon, Cyber Dragon. Next, fusion summon. I fuse your double Ancient Gear Hunting Hound with my Cyber Dragon. Hikaru laughed boldly. Double Hunting Hound? Cyber Dragon? Fusion summon. Kaname was dumbfounded. Fusion. Countless students gasped in astonishment. Chapter 63, Dripping with Sweat. A multi-headed mechanical dragon, its body almost entirely composed of tires, appeared on Hikaru's field through the smoke. In its place, both double Ancient Gear Hunting Hound and Cyber Dragon had vanished. What? My double Hunting Hound. What just happened? Hikaru raised the monster card on his field. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon's fusion materials are Cyber Dragon and one or more machine monsters. It sends itself and the opponent's listed fusion materials from the field to the graveyard to special summon itself from the extra deck. It needs neither polymerization nor the opponent's consent. And its ATK equals the number of fusion materials times 1000. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, Level 8 Dark Machine 2000 ATK. You bastard. Kaname clenched his fists, trembling all over. Even when Hikaru scolded him earlier for being neither fusion nor true to his club spirit, it hadn't hurt like this. The double Hunting Hound wasn't even a soul card to him, just a tool. Still, watching his monster get absorbed without even a chance to speak left his fists hardening uncontrollably. Zane, that Cyber Dragon? Alexis asked curiously. Zane nodded. Hikaru traded a Cyber Dragon from me with a cybernetic revolution. I have tons of Cyber Dragons, original, Veer, Dre, Svi, and even several copies of the original for my brother later. Trading one for Cybernetic Revolution was definitely worth it. As for Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, Zane smiled. It's different from mine. He probably found a variant in the other dimension. In this world, it was common for cards to have alternate effects despite identical names, like Zane's Future Fusion being vastly different from Hikaru's weaker Future Fusion. And now, with the existence of parallel dimensions, different versions of cards were even more expected. So the group accepted it easily. Then, Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, Direct Attack. TCH, Trap Card, Mirror Force. Activate. Bomb. The mechanical dragon dismantled to pieces in a bright, blinding flash of light. Ah, so close. Hikaru almost dealt massive damage. Mirror Force, if not for that. Now Hikaru's field is empty. Hikaru shielded himself with his left arm, watching his cyber dragon vanish. He sighed slightly, and shrugged. Watch carefully, Cyrus, Zane suddenly said. Watch Hikaru's next move carefully. Startled, Cyrus hurriedly focused. Main Phase 2, Hikaru suddenly pressed the field spell button, making the dual disc automatically eject a field zone. I activate the field spell, Fusion Recycling Plant. Clank clank, whir. A mass of bizarre machinery rose from the ground, replacing the surrounding, default forest field. A giant factory appeared behind Hikaru, scanning the area continuously. What is that? A fusion field spell? Fusion Recycling Plant's effect, once per turn, I can discard a card to add, polymerization, from my deck or graveyard to my hand. Cyrus tilted his head. Then why not use Fusion Sage? Kaname also frowned in confusion. I discard a fusion substitute from my hand to add a second fusion substitute from my deck to my hand. Except for Zane, Jaden, and Chaz, who instantly understood, nearly everyone else was completely baffled by Hikaru's move. Discarding a fusion to fetch another fusion. Why? But soon, Bastion, blessed with extraordinary memory and eager to explain, sighed, I see, fusion substitute's effect lets you banish it from the graveyard to return a fusion monster to the extra deck and draw one card. Fusion monster, Kaname muttered, his face suddenly changing. Exactly. Hikaru snapped his fingers. You get it now, right? I return Chimeratech Fortress Dragon to the extra deck, banish fusion substitute, and draw one card. Kaname's face darkened. What could be worse than knowing your opponent has a fusion monster in the extra deck that can devour all your machine monsters as you watch him recycle it right before you, clearly preparing to do it again next turn? Damn it! Damn it! Hikaru's face darkened even more hearing that. Who's the one who's damn it here? Calling you, senpai, out of respect is fine, but with no respect, you're the one who's damn it. Fusion Club is full of bullying, interdorm hatred, a club meant for researching fusion turned into military training. How can people like you dare call yourselves part of the Fusion Club? Since I have the chance today, I'll show you my resolve. Fusion should mean unity, cooperation, connection, and collaboration. Not what you guys are doing. I set 3 cards face down and end my turn. 3 face downs. That's so heavily layered down. Today, Amaki Hikaru was all about torturing his opponent. Kaname's hands trembled. 3 face downs, what could they be? Meanwhile, some first years, already leaning towards Hikaru, voiced their support, some even airing their grievances about their miserable days in the Fusion Club. Honestly, this sort of thing wasn't rare at Duel Academy. Even outside the Fusion Club, bullying was rampant between dorms. The Academy's division system wasn't like Hogwarts houses, they were supposed to be equal. Yet, even in Hogwarts-style systems, bullying existed. Even so, Fusion Club stretched it even worse, and that's unforgivable. Kaname reluctantly drew a card. Always strict with himself, he was now drenched in cold sweat, wiping it from his forehead, no longer caring about appearances. He had long known that Amaki Hikaru was a true fusion extremist, but having never faced him directly before, he hadn't realized just how pure Hikaru's ideals were, making him feel insignificant. How could this be? He was a 3rd year. He should be much stronger than Hikaru. Wiping his sweat again, he gritted his teeth. Don't think it's over yet. Indeed, next turn, Hikaru could use Cyber Dragon to destroy all his machine monsters. But, as long as he won this turn, it wouldn't matter. Because he knew, ancient gear monsters, when they attack, prevent the activation of spell or trap cards. Chapter 64, You've Fallen for It. I activate the continuous spell card, Ancient Gear Castle. Rumbling, a classic medieval castle slowly rose behind Can-Aim. Professor Growler, seeing the familiar card, finally let out a small sigh of relief. As long as this card is on the field, each time I normal summon, it gains 1 counter. Also, while it's on the field, all Ancient Gear monsters gain 300 ATK. I normal summon Ancient Gear Hound in attack position. Ancient Gear Hound, ATK, 1300. Can-Aim normal summon the Hound from his hand, making it bite Hikaru again. Hikaru, LP, 3400 2800. Can-Aim stared at his hand, frowning deeply. The Hound had 1300 ATK, to win this turn, he'd need at least 1500 more points of damage. He still had 2 monsters and a double summon. The monsters were Ancient Gear Tanker and Ancient Gear Wyvern. The Tanker, upon normal or special summon, could special summon another Ancient Gear monster from the hand, ignoring conditions. The Wyvern, upon summon, could add an Ancient Gear card from the deck to the hand. However, he looked at Hikaru's 3 face-down cards. When he normal summoned the Hound earlier, Hikaru didn't react at all, not even checking the cards. So they were probably still the same ones. Flame Swords Dance. Or is it that trap card that sets an opponent's monster when special summoning Flame Swordsman or Dark Flare Knight? Heh, I activate the spell card, Double Summon. I can normal summon again this turn. Can-Aim laughed and revealed a card from his hand. I normal summon Ancient Gear Wyvern and activate its effect to add Ancient Gear Tank from my deck to my hand. However, during the turn I activate this effect, I cannot set cards. A mechanical wyvern covered in gears landed before him. Ancient Gear Wyvern, Level 4 Earth Machine 1700 2000 ATK. Good, with Ancient Gear Tank's 600 ATK boost, this turn he could definitely. Foolish. Chaz crossed his arms and snorted lightly, shaking his head. Chaz, what do you mean? Syra said. Bastion shook his head. That Can-Aim guy fell for it. Hearing their discussion, Can-Aim instinctively halted his actions. Cyrus, you remember, right? Bastion, always eager to teach, explained, what's Hikaru's favorite trap card? Of course, Flame Swords Dance. It can not only fusion summon monsters but also set an opponent's monster face down, and even if destroyed, it can special summon Flame Swordsman from a set monster. It's Hikaru's soul card, right? Exactly. It's a trap that combines fusion and disruption, representing Hikaru's fusion trap mentality. Chaz nodded. Clearly, Can-Aim thought of this too, which is why he chose to normal summon rather than special summon. He fell into the trap. Hikaru probably didn't set that card at all. What? Kan-Amin's eyes widened. Hikaru loaded his deck with Cyber Dragon and Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Last turn, he even recycled Chimeratech Fortress Dragon into his extra deck, meaning he plans to continue fusing machine monsters on the field. Face-down monsters can't be used as fusion materials, Zane added. Then, Cyrus looked at Hikaru's face-down cards. No way. Whatever. I activate the spell card, Ancient Gear Tank, equipping it to Ancient Gear Wyvern. Its ATK rises by 600. Then, battle phase. Can-Aim gritted his teeth, if I attack successfully, I win. I've been waiting for this moment. I activate my face-down card. Hikaru's mouth curled into a smirk as he flipped a card face-up. Gladiator Beast United. Gladiator Beast. Kan-Amin's face changed drastically. The Academy reps behind him also turned pale. They knew about Gladiator Beast. What's happening, that face-down card? This card can only be activated once per turn. During the battle phase, I can shuffle the fusion materials listed for a Gladiator Beast fusion monster from my hand, field, or graveyard into the deck to special summon that fusion monster from the extra deck. No way. He stared at Hikaru's hand in horror. That's right. Hikaru swung his arm. I shuffle Gladiator Beast Undul and Gladiator Beast Darius from my hand into the deck to special summon Gladiator Beast Jizarus. A warrior in full armor with a feathered helmet, fierce and ready, appeared. Gladiator Beast Jizarus, level 6 DRK Winged Beast 2400 ATK. No way. Kaname knew exactly what was happening. Your hand only had 2 cards, meaning. Exactly. Activate Jizarus's effect. When it's special summoned, it can destroy up to 2 cards on the field. I destroy your Ancient Gear Castle and my own set card. Bomb. The classical castle collapsed, and simultaneously, one of Hikaru's face-down cards exploded, revealing itself as Fusion Substitute. What a bait. Chaz shook his head. Even with Ancient Gear Wyvern summoned, it all fell apart. Now then, Kaname-senpai, with your castle destroyed, your monster's ATK reverts to normal. Hikaru waved his arm. Your 2300 Wyvern can't match Jizarus. Also, you can't set cards this turn, though you don't have any anyway. My turn. Hikaru showed no mercy, drawing a card and immediately playing another set card. I reveal my set card, Fusion Armament. Its effect lets me reveal a fusion monster, Cyber Twin Dragon, then special summon a fusion material from my deck or graveyard. Come back, Cyber Dragon. Fusion Armament, another fake. This ends now. Hand over your machines. Descend, Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, ATK, 3000. Direct attack. Fall before the true fusion. Crash. Kaname, LP, 4000. Chapter 65, The Golden-Clad Figures. Under the blow of the holographic projection, Kaname knelt painfully on one knee. Only after the projection faded did he grit his teeth, stand up, cast a cold glance at Amaki Hikaru, click his tongue, and leave without a word. If it were under Leo Akuba's command, he wouldn't necessarily obey the winner's conditions even if he lost. But since this duel had the recognition of professors and other students, he couldn't refuse. Although the Fusion Army had hidden secret forces on Academy Island, compared to the majority of students, they were still vastly outnumbered. Now, all he could do was return and accept punishment. He won. Then doesn't that mean Amaki's club is now the new Fusion Club? No, Amaki is the Fusion Club. But I've always been a member of the Fusion Club. Honestly, Senpai lost pretty badly. And in the end, he chose to attack with monsters instead of fusion, even though he had Ancient Gear Hound on the field. Exactly. Fusion means believing in fusion all the way. If the president himself doesn't believe in it, why should we listen to him? Hikaru lightly combed his hair with his hand. It felt refreshing. Congrats, Hikaru. Bastion came up to congratulate him. Haha, if this isn't Subaru. You're back. My name's Bastion. Bastion shook his head helplessly, then smiled and nodded. Losing to a spirit had caused some changes in his mindset. Thankfully, with Hikaru and the others' help, he hadn't fallen into despair. So, from now on, we're officially the Fusion Club. Jaden joined in. That's a bit of a shame. I still think Hero Fusion Club or NEO Fusion Club sounds cooler. Cyberflow Fusion Club is the best. Fusion what? Chaz, yours doesn't even make sense. Hikaru laughed. Meanwhile, Cyrus finally understood why Zane had told him to watch this duel carefully. He remembered when he was still an elementary schooler. Back then, Zane had given him a power bond, a machine-exclusive fusion spell card that could double a fusion monster's ATK. Trying to fight back against his bullies, he dueled one of them. When he drew power bond, he thought he would finally win, but Zane arrived in time, surrendering on his behalf. Zane had revealed the opponent's set card, showing that if Cyrus had activated power bond, it would have been negated, resulting in massive damage and defeat. Since then, Zane forbade him from using Power Bond and sealed it away. Recently, after defeating the Paradox brothers with Jaden, Cyrus thought he had earned his brother's approval. Yet, Zane still didn't allow him to go to the other dimension. Turns out he hadn't even noticed the trap Hikaru set. He lowered his head. Then, he remembered something Hikaru had said before. Joining the Fusion Club, well, maybe it couldn't be called Fusion Club anymore. Even Senpai fell for it. Though, if it was Hikaru, wouldn't he have set another trap beforehand instead? Well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Cyrus tilted his head, struggling. Hey, Cyrus, what are you thinking about? Jaden threw an arm around Cyrus. Come on, Hikaru's treating us. Zane's coming too. Everyone's happy, let's go. They dragged Cyrus off. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Professor Banner adjusted his glasses slightly. He had watched everything secretly. Lately, he had closely observed Hikaru and the others. Even when Hikaru and Jaden left for Neo Domino City, he had people collecting info. In his eyes, the student's growth had become very impressive. Jaden, who once fought alone, now had reliable friends. Chaz, though still aloof, had grown closer to Jaden thanks to their common enemy, Hikaru. Zane, after finding Atticus, had also begun to open up, guiding younger students and even talking more with his brother. Jaden's fusion abilities had progressed even faster than he had predicted, thanks to Hikaru's influence. But what about Hikaru? He looked at Hikaru. His closest student, known as Professor Growler's disciple, to the world, his pursuit of fusion and exploration of alchemy, was it mere talk, or had he truly embraced it? The ultimate fusion, honestly. Banner pushed up his glasses, smiling ever brighter. He pulled out a thick book and flipped through it. The 4 stages of alchemy. Blackening, representing the burning and purification of raw materials. Whitening, refining the blackened matter, symbolizing purification. Yellowing, adding new materials, deeply fusing the essence of gold and silver, further sublimation. Reddening, final synthesis of a dense, fragile, easily melted purple-red material, symbolizing the ultimate goal. Hikaru, right now, was he still whitening, or had he already begun yellowing? Looks like it's time to find and arrange a stronger opponent. Banner stroked his chin thoughtfully. After some thought, he decided to go through with it. He squeezed the book lightly. The book suddenly opened without wind, pages spinning wildly until it landed on one glowing with golden light. I'm counting on you, old friend. Interesting, a new generation of alchemists. Very well, I accept this request. Like the ringing of bells or metal clashing, a voice echoed from the book to his ears. He could almost see it, a golden spirit, clad in gold and silver, covered in jewels, resting their chin on one hand, smiling mischievously at the cross-dimensional communication. Perfect timing. I happen to have someone eager to visit your dimension. All the better. I'll create a transfer portal immediately. Banner nodded gently, closing the book. Hikaru. Do you truly have the qualifications to inherit this book symbolizing truth? Let me witness it myself. That night. For once, Hikaru, who normally wasn't fond of indulgences, spent money treating his friends to a meal. Many first-year students who had applied to join the new fusion club also attended, even some second and third year. Hikaru welcomed everyone warmly, treating it like a welcome party. For the regular students, it made no difference where they dueled or where they played. Wouldn't it be better to join a club centered around pure fusion, where everyone could duel happily together? Besides, they were the real fusion club, and as for that nameless group under Professor Akuba, please, don't steal their name. The clouds gradually cleared as if mirroring the students' hearts. The moon was exceptionally enormous and bright tonight, illuminating the academy. And then, at the highest point of the academy, a figure stood effortlessly atop a spire, arms crossed. Their entire body shone gold, dazzling like the sun under the moonlight, while a red cloak billowed in the wind. Proudly standing tall, they seemed to gaze distantly toward Hikaru and his friends. As the clouds covered the moon again and the welcome party wrapped up, Jaden, struck by a sudden craving to duel, dragged Hikaru for another match. In this instant, they found themselves standing near a cluster of towering skyscrapers. Shadow Riders. Jaden shouted instinctively. Wah! Avian popped out, startled. Wow! Alchemist also materialized next to Hikaru, his eyes sparkling. They looked ahead, two figures, fully clad in gold, were already waiting for them. Elemental hero Captain Gold. And Golden Eye's idol. Sea Captain. Avian shivered. Chapter 66, Golden Eyes. Captain Gold stood imposingly in the center of the city, arms crossed, looking absolutely majestic. He cast a cold glance at Avian and snorted, Avian. Why yes. Avian jumped in fright. I remember, the day we parted, we made a pact, whoever found Jaden first would find a way to contact the others, right? He slowly unfolded his arms, staring at Avian. So why, even after I returned to the human world, did you never contact me? Avian turned his head away, whistling. You know how it is, the connection between the human world and the other dimension is really random. The portal at Duel Academy was closed down, and I didn't get a chance. Not convincing at all. Captain Gold continued to stare coldly at him. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. No wonder this guy, usually cocky and looking down on everyone, got so nervous when facing Captain Gold. Turns out he had messed up. Trying to hog Jaden for himself, huh? Ah, you're the captain, Captain Gold, right? Jaden suddenly recognized him, getting excited. I remember. You're Captain Gold, an elemental hero. Wow, you look even cooler in person than on the cards. Captain Gold's grand pose almost fell apart. Ahem. At that moment, the many-eyed entity beside him, Golden Eye's idol, coughed. Captain Gold, don't forget the mission bestowed upon us by His Majesty Eldlik. Mission? Oh, right. Captain Gold looked at Jaden and Hikaru. Hikaru, still recalling Eldlika's name, noticed the look and grew suspicious. Because they were elemental heroes, Hikaru hadn't initially suspected anything sinister. But now, hearing Eldlik and mission, he began to rethink stuff. Could it be that Egghead was pulling strings again? No, the Egghead couldn't possibly command elemental heroes. Then. Let's do a proper introduction, Captain Gold snorted again. We are Captain Gold and Golden Eye's idol, the sixth of the Shadow Riders, here under orders, to take your keys. What? You're Shadow Riders. Jaden instantly stopped being sentimental, glancing at Hikaru, and shouted, Careful, Hikaru. Captain Gold clenched his fist before slowly relaxing it. The duel format is 2v2. You know the rules. Beside him, Golden Eye's idol carefully observed Hikaru, all its countless eyes scanning up and down as if analyzing him. Losers will suffer the curse of goldenization. Captain Gold lifted a card held between two fingers, depicting piles of gold coins. Are you crazy? Avian shouted, claws out in a battle stance. You wanna fight? He might have made mistakes, but threatening Jaden was crossing a line. Goldenization sounds amazing. Besides Hikaru, Alchemist's eyes lit up. Can I goldenize a part of him instead? Avian looked at him, exasperated. Hey, Hikaru, is your spirit friend crazy? Haha. Hikaru chuckled, then looked at Captain Gold. Despite that, you too, aren't you already goldenized? Isn't this unfair? Heh, simple. Golden Eye's idol lifted a finger. If you win, the two of us will become your cards. We've already confirmed, our abilities perfectly match your decks. Just a little, but not perfectly. Hikaru thought. Still, Golden Eye's idol could become a legal fusion material for Thousand Eyes Restrict. Plus, it was a level 1 monster, easy for metamorphosis plays. Pretty useful, actually. Not only that, but His Majesty Eldlik has prepared grand prizes for you. Golden Eye's idol stepped aside, revealing a pile of what initially looked like trash. Gems. Red, blue, yellow, all kinds, sparkling in heaps enough to dazzle anyone. Whoa! Jaden gasped. Wow! Hikaru's eyes gleamed too. With these, he could attempt low-tier gem night alchemy. Or simply sell some and buy rare cards. After all, cards in this world were ridiculously expensive. Looks pretty fair. Avian scratched his head with a claw. Even so, if you really turn Jaden into gold, our boss will make you pay. Enough talking. The captain extended his left arm, a brilliant dual disc unfolded from his golden bracer. Simultaneously, a golden dual disc flew onto Golden Eye's idol's right arm. Jaden, you go first. Captain Gold snorted. Then it's my turn. Just like back then. Jaden glanced at Hikaru. They exchanged looks and nodded. Back in Warrior's Realm, Jaden had also gone first, with Avian following. Meaning, no matter what decks or personalities these spirits had, their approach was similar. They could even guess some aspects of their decks. Alright, then it's my turn. Draw I normal summon elemental hero Clayman. Jaden drew and revealed a monster. Elemental hero Clayman, level 4 Earth Warrior 800 ATK. Clayman in attack position. Captain Gold's movement stiffened, glaring at Avian, as if blaming him for how Jaden had degenerated. What are you glaring at? Just watch, Jaden's way stronger than you think. Ahaha. Jaden scratched his face, then grew serious. I activate the spell card, Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis? Captain Gold was surprised. Its effect lets me tribute one monster to special summon a fusion monster from the extra deck with the same level. Clayman, transform into your new form. Special summon, Elemental Hero Clay Guardian in defense position. Elemental Hero Clay Guardian, level 4 Earth Warrior 2800 def. Even Captain Gold looked a little impressed seeing a familiar comrade evolve. Set one card. End turn. Captain Gold shook his head. Barely passable. My turn. Draw I activate my effect, I discard myself, Evil Hero Adusted Gold, to add Dark Fusion or a card mentioning it from the deck to my hand. Just as expected. Hikaru and Jaden exchanged glances and nodded. Everything was as calculated. Chapter 67, Cooperation of Ideas. The key trait of Dark Fusion is that the fusion summon monster can't be destroyed by effects during the turn it summoned. Jaden, noticing Captain Gold adding a card to his hand, immediately braced himself. He wasn't the same as he had been half a year ago, after traveling between dimensions, dueling alongside classmates, witnessing the strength of Zane, Chaz, Bastion, and Hikaru, and even experiencing several shadow games himself. He had gained a whole new understanding of dueling. He remembered Dark Fusion's effects clearly. Next would probably be Dark Fusion. Next, I normal summon Elemental Hero Stratos. However, the captain's next play shocked both duelists. Stratos. Stratos. Each was stunned for a different reason. Jaden was shocked because he had never seen that card before. Hikaru was shocked because, oh man, Stratos. If you had 3 Stratos, who wouldn't want to be a hero player? Elemental Hero Stratos' effect, when this card is summoned, it can activate one of 2 abilities. I choose the second, add 1 hero card from the deck to my hand. I add another version of myself, Evil Hero Adusted Gold, to my hand. What? Jaden cried out instinctively. Such a strong effect. It can freely search any hero, even evil hero cards. Heh. Seeing Jaden's amazement, Captain Gold finally allowed himself a small smile before revealing another card. Field Spell, Fusion Gate. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, a giant black hole formed of grids appeared. Skyscraper. Avian chuckled, pointing across. If it's card effect related, then the captain should already be destroyed. That comment unexpectedly tickled Hikaru. Captain Gold's effect stated that if Skyscraper wasn't on the field, he would self-destruct, the ultimate I must look cool or die personality. But Hikaru quickly refocused. No, Jaden, evil hero fusion monsters can only be fusion summoned using dark fusion, so. Ah, right. Jaden realized. Using Fusion Gate's effect, I fuse Stratos on the field with myself in hand. Fusion materials, one monster with Elemental Hero in its name, and one light attribute monster. I fusion summon, the hero who brings the light. Elemental Hero the Shining. A hero in pure white armor, masked and arms folded across his chest, descended from the sky like a sun. Mechanical golden halos shone behind him, resembling the divine radiance in myth. Elemental Hero the Shining, Level 8 Light Warrior 2600 ATK. Phew. My Clay Guardian still has higher DF, Jaden muttered. 2800 def beats 2600 ATK after all. Jaden, it has an effect, Hikaru reminded him from the side. Ah, right. The Shining's effect, it gains 300 ATK for each of my banished monsters with Elemental Hero in their names. Elemental Hero the Shining, ATK, 2600, 3200. It's like Flare Wingman's effect. Jaden then thought of another detail. And the fusion materials are similar to Great Tornado. Ah, I see now, Captain, you've evolved new powers from the other dimension too. Exactly. The Shining crossed his arms, posing just like the captain. Battle, the Shining, attack, and destroy Clay Guardian. Golden light flooded the field, Clay Guardian shattered under the attack. Jaden shielded himself against the impact, then quickly activated a trap card. Activate trap card, Hero Signal. When one of my monsters is destroyed by battle, I can special summon a level 4 or lower elemental hero from my hand or deck. Instead of acting immediately, Jaden called out, Hikaru, any monster. Anything's fine, but preferably a normal monster. Got it, Avian, you're up. Got it. Avian leapt in enthusiastically. Oh. Captain Gold paused, noticing Jaden's teamwork. As a child, Jaden's overwhelming dark power had left him few friends, only the hero cards had accompanied him, and he had always dueled thinking only of himself and his deck. While now, he actually consulted a teammate during a duel. Clearly, he had changed. Of course, maybe it was also because Hikaru was strong enough to earn Jaden's trust. I set 2 cards and end my turn. 2 face downs. Hikaru thoughtfully stroked his chin, glancing at the golden idol. I see, he murmured. Question mark. The golden idol, confused, mimicked the captain, folding its arms, trying to look profound. Draw for turn. Hikaru drew a card and instantly began talking. Captain Gold discarded himself to search Dark Fusion, then let Stratos add another copy of himself to fuse. Even though Adusted Gold is light too, why not search a more useful hero? Simple, he left that Dark Fusion for you, his teammate. The golden idol's many golden eyes spun nervously. I don't understand what you're saying. Hikaru shook his head. Even without obvious communication, these two actually coordinate pretty well. Jaden, be careful, this won't be like Gaia. Got it. Avian glared at Hikaru, stop hinting things at me. Alright, I normal summon Ancient Gear Knight. Hikaru revealed another card. Next, spell card, Fusion Tag. This card lets a monster on my field be treated as a monster listed on a fusion monster's materials. I target Ancient Gear Knight, and reveal, Full Metalfo's Alcest. Next, spell card, Metalfoes Fusion. Hikaru really hadn't expected he'd one day use this card's effect. Oh. Is it my turn? Full Metalfoes Alcest cheered. He was about to duel 2 golden spirits personally. Fusion materials, 1 Metalfoes monster plus 1 normal monster. Forge the ordinary into the universal, the alchemical product that dissolves all, descend. Fusion summon, Full Metalfoes Alcest. Full Metalfoes Alcest, level 1 Fiery Psychic 0 ATK/0 Def. In defense position. Psychic type. Captain Gold loosened his stance. Level 1, 0 ATK, 0 DF. Golden Eyes Idol nervously leaned back, starting to sweat bullets under his golden body. Especially when Alcest's eyes, hidden behind red shades, stared back at him like admiring a rare beauty, he nearly panicked. Activate Metalfoes Fusion's graveyard effect, shuffle it into the deck, then draw 1 card, oh. Hikaru looked at the drawn card and shrugged. Lucky, spell card, ready fusion. I pay 1000 life points to special summon 1000 eyes restrict. Students LP, 8000 7000. Seeing the familiar monster, Captain Gold pursed his lips and glanced at his companion. Golden Eyes Idol wiped its golden forehead nervously. This guy keeps stealing my plays. Chapter 68, Walking the Opponent's Path. Seeing the shining absorbed by 1000 eyes restrict, Captain Gold wasn't surprised. In fact, he looked like he was completely used to it. Then, I set 1 card and end my turn. During the end phase, the 1000 eyes restrict summoned by ready fusion is destroyed, Captain Gold said coldly. Shatter, false evil god. Boom. 1000 eyes restrict shattered. Hikaru didn't mind, after all, it was just a temporary field solution drawn by luck, and having fewer monsters left on his field was actually more advantageous. Now, the Shining's effect activates. Captain Gold raised a finger, a massive orb of light forming above him. When sent from the field to the graveyard, I can add up to 2 of my banished, elemental hero, monsters to my hand. I add Stratos and myself back to my hand. Wow, with that, he can fusion summon again next turn. Jaden exclaimed as he watched the dual disc update. And Stratos can be summoned again next turn to search for another hero. Jaden, looks like we'll need to find a way to destroy the field spell. Yeah. Hikaru understood the Shining well, though, seeing Captain Gold deliberately showing off to Jaden, he decided not to interrupt. Hehe, finally my turn. Golden Eyes Idol wiped the sweat from its forehead, drew a card, and chuckled twice. Normally, in tag duels, the 4th player often suffered, either because the damage was too high early on or because they just watched others play while doing nothing. Although he hadn't even played a move yet, Golden Eyes Idol already felt a bit of that frustration. Then, suddenly. I summon myself, Golden Eyes Idol. Oh. Full Metalfoes Alcest, standing opposite, cheered excitedly. Golden Eyes Idol, level 1 Dark Spellcaster 0 ATK. Seeing his excitement, Golden Eyes Idol awkwardly rubbed his arm. I activate my effect. Once per turn, during either player's turn, reveal your entire hand. So dirty. Jaden cried out. Hikaru, as if expecting this, calmly revealed his 2 remaining cards in hand. Since this is a tag duel, Jaden counts as the backup duelist, you can only view my hand. Whatever. Once it's his turn, I'll see it too hehe. Golden Eyes Idol laughed gleefully. Let's see. Miracle Fusion and Fusion Substitute. Golden Eyes Idol blinked in confusion. All fusion cards. Other than Ancient Gear Knight, everything was fusion related. So this was the pursuer of fusion that His Majesty spoke of. Golden Eyes Idol rubbed its round head. Before crossing the portal created by that terrifying alchemist, Eldlik had given them instructions. First, never provoke that alchemist, he was a supreme figure, far beyond even Eldlik himself. Second, their mission was to challenge two of the alchemist's students. Regardless of the outcome, they would not be punished and fight boldly. Third, if, during the duel, they felt inspired by the student spirit, they were allowed to follow them. These two had been handpicked by Eldlik. No wonder His Majesty told me to watch Hikaru carefully. Renaming cards, multi-layered fusion, truly impressive. Still, everything depended on what happened next. My effect continues. Until the end phase, my name becomes Thousand Eyes Idol. Golden Eyes Idol pointed at its own phantom as a transparent Thousand Eyes Idol enveloped it, then it activated a face-down card. I activate the spell card, Dark Fusion. I'll fuse Summon Skull and Scapegoat from my hand, Fusion Summon, Archfiend's Manifestation. A bullhorn demon surged out of the darkness. Archfiend's Manifestation, Level 60 Archfiend 2500 3000 ATK. While Archfiend's Manifestation is on the field, its name becomes Summon Skull, and all Summoned Skull monsters gain 500 ATK. Battle. Archfiend's Manifestation, Attack. Wait. Hikaru raised a hand, startling Golden Eyes Idol into almost rolling up into a ball. Full Metalfo's Alcest's effect activates. Once per opponent's turn, I can target an opponent's effect monster and equip it to this card. What? Golden Eyes Idol's dozens of eyes widened. He's stealing my move again. Alcest, dissolve it. I'd love to melt gold, but I'll behave during the duel. Alcest swung his staff, causing Archfiend's Manifestation to melt into liquid and merge into his armor. Alcest's def increases by the ATK of the equipped monster. Full Metalfo's Alcest, def, 0-2500. He can absorb monsters during the opponent's turn. Even Captain Gold couldn't stay silent. Stronger than you. Shut up. Golden Eyes Idol snapped. Hikaru chuckled. This was the difference between Dark Fusion in OCG versus this world's Dark Fusion. Here, fusion monsters summoned by Dark Fusion couldn't be destroyed that turn, but in the OCG, they couldn't even be targeted. If this were his own world, he wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Where's your Thousand Eyes Restrict? Captain Gold said. Hold your horses. Golden Eyes Idol retorted. Using Fusion Gate's effect, I fuse myself and relinquished from my hand, Fusion Summon, Thousand Eyes Restrict. At first, he had planned to destroy Full Metalfo's Alcest with Archfiend's Manifestation and keep himself safe to peek at Jaden's hand next turn. But that had been ruined. Thousand Eyes Restrict, Level 1 the Arcane Spellcaster 0 ATK. I won't activate my own effect, I'll activate Thousand Eyes Restrict's effect, to absorb Full Metalfo's Alcest. You eat me, I eat you, that's how dueling works, right? Golden Eyes Idol wiped the sweat from its forehead. At last, he'd reclaimed his own move. Still, seeing Full Metalfo's Alcest had 0 ATK/def anyway, the fact that Thousand Eyes Restrict stats didn't change at all made Golden Eyes Idol feel utterly miserable. Chapter 69, Perfect Cooperation. My turn. Jaden drew a card from his deck. Jaden, you have a big mission this turn. Avian warned from the side. You have to deal with the field spell and that Thousand Eyes Restrict. Really? I don't think so. Jaden showed a confident smile, flashing his hand. Spell card, Pot of Greed, activate. Hikaru smacked his lips. If he could draw a Pot of Greed every turn, he'd be confident too. Sadly, his Pot of Greed had turned into Metalfo's Fusion and Fusion Substitute. Jaden drew 2 cards and immediately had an idea. I activate Field Spell, Skyscraper. Rumble. Even though the surroundings were already filled with skyscrapers, even more rose, replacing the previously active Fusion Gate. Hikaru nodded approvingly. In this world, duel rules hadn't been updated yet, so turn-first players could draw, and only one field spell could exist at a time, replacing the old one. Captain Gold glanced around but said nothing. He liked Skyscraper. Jaden carefully reviewed the field, Hikaru's face downs, and the known cards in Hikaru's hand. His set card was that. And Hikaru's hand held Miracle Fusion and Fusion Substitute. LP, 7000, Jaden and Hikaru, versus 8000, Golden Duo. After another glance at his own hand, Jaden made his decision. I set 3 cards and end my turn. 3 cards. Captain Gold shook his head. Counting Hikaru's set card, that's 4. Isn't that a bit much? Draw. Captain Gold glanced at Golden Eye's idol. Well, what now? Don't ask me. Golden Eye's idol's many eyes darted around. Thousand Eyes Restrict was a powerful monster. It could absorb an opponent's monster every turn and locked all others from changing position or attacking. But, it had absorbed Fullmetalfo's Alcest, who had 0 ATK/def. Obviously, 0 absorbing 0 equals still 0. Thus, it remained a 0 ATK monster, unable to deal damage. What a headache. Captain Gold hadn't expected to be stuck by his own teammate. He side-eyed Avian. Ah. Not the first time. He pondered. Should he tribute the Thousand Eyes Restrict to summon something stronger? Or just wait? Captain Gold felt trapped. This was tag dueling. Once special cases happened, all 4 players could get stuck waiting for an opening. And now, because of Thousand Eyes Restrict, the opponents would surely stall until they could fight back. Just in case, I normal summon myself. Elemental Hero Captain Gold, Level 4 Light Warrior 2100 ATK. His set card was the Trap Hero Barrier, which could block one attack if he had a face-up Elemental Hero monster. Jaden's set cards were probably defense-oriented, not much to worry about. End turn. Ha. Looks like we'll settle this now, Jaden grinned. Question mark. Captain Gold froze. End phase, I activate Quick Play spell, Flute of Summoning Kuriboh, special summon Winged Kuriboh from my deck. Curry. The fluffy, Winged Kuriboh soared onto the field. Winged Kuriboh and it's a spirit. Also, so close to Jaden. Captain Gold was surprised by the new spirit's appearance. My turn. Thanks, Jaden. Hikaru said. Dragging it out will hurt us. Let's end it this turn. Impossible. You have no monsters, and we still have 8000 LP. Golden Eye's idol protested. We'll see about that. Drawl, Hikaru drew and glanced at his new card. Didn't get it, Jaden. Huh, then use mine. Jaden's eyes burned with determination. Huh, been waiting for you to say that. Since their battle in the warrior's realm, Jaden had been working hard, and though he still napped in class, his dueling instincts had sharpened dramatically. First, I activate the trap, Hero Blast. Ah. Captain Gold flinched. I target one level 4 or lower normal elemental hero in my graveyard, and add it to my hand, Avian. Hikaru returned Avian to hand. Then, Hero Blast destroys one opponent's monster whose ATK is equal to or lower than the retrieved monster's ATK. Of course, destroy Thousand Eyes Restrict. Boom! You're choosing destruction now. Captain Gold exclaimed. Next, I activate another set card, Card Destruction. Card Destruction. Golden Eye's idol gaped. What did Jaden set? Both players discard their entire hands, then draw the same number. Hikaru dumped his hand into the graveyard, drawing fresh cards. Captain Gold reluctantly discarded Stratos. With the new hand, Hikaru's eyes gleamed. Got it. I activate Fusion Substitute's graveyard effect, banish it, return Fullmetalfo's Alcest to the extra deck, and draw one card. Then, activate spell, Fusion Armament, reveal Dark Flare Knight, and special summon Flame Swordsman as a material. At last, breathing room. Flame Swordsman cheered as he landed. Well, I'm just being tribute again, he chuckled. But that's okay. Hikaru smiled too, raising his hand. Now, flame swordsman, winged Kuribo, I summon you forth. Yes. Kuri. Both monsters transformed into light, merging into a massive mechanical giant. Ancient Gear Golem. Captain Gold stared at the towering figure. Finally, I activate a continuous trap, Ancient Gear Duel. A purple trap card flipped up, Hikaru's hidden set card. If I control Ancient Gear Golem, I can banish monsters from my field and graveyard to fusion summon a monster that lists Ancient Gear Golem as material. And the summoned monster can attack 3 times this battle phase. What? 3 attacks. Wait, didn't you have 2 fusion cards earlier? Golden Eyes Idol yelled. Wrong, he also sent Ancient Gear Knight to the graveyard earlier as material. Plus, he discarded another Ancient Gear Beast just now. Captain Gold realized. Amazing, Jaden. You've gotten so good at cooperating. That's right. Thanks, Jaden. Hikaru cheered. Jaden, noticing Hikaru's set card last turn, had meticulously planned everything to let Hikaru go all out. Without Jaden's support, Hikaru couldn't have pulled off this complex combo. Moreover, Ancient Gear Duel's requirements were much higher than Ancient Gear Fusion. Dum. The giant golem stood tall, with a staggering 4,400 ATK, announcing its dominance over the field. The 2 golden spirits exchanged glances. We're doomed. Chapter 70, The Peerless Alchemist. Then as promised, these gems are yours, Golden Eyes Idol said, pointing to the pile of jewels. We'll split it evenly, Hikaru said to Jaden. I don't know much about this stuff, so let's just divide it straight down the middle. Jaden didn't think much of it as he wasn't short on money and agreed readily. We'll probably need Tomesan to help sell them, Hikaru scratched the back of his head. First, sell a portion, then, buy this world's versions of Future Fusion and Overload Fusion. He'd had his eye on Zane's cards for a long time. After the duel ended, neither of the golden spirits disappeared. Captain Gold came to Jaden's side, looking at the now-grown Jaden with pride, before pointing to a corner. Go crouch over there. Avian obediently trotted over to squat, looking less like a hero and more like a street thug. This guy, without supervision, gets worse and worse, Captain Gold shook his head, while Jaden laughed. Awkwardly. Jaden, it's been a while. You've grown far braver and more excellent than I imagined, Captain Gold praised sincerely. Facing shadow games without fear, not stubbornly clinging to pride, and entrusting victory to your companions, I'm proud of you. As the captain of the hero spirits, he deeply valued teamwork and once protected Jaden like a guardian. It was just a shame that, because of that event, they had been exiled to another dimension. Honestly, I've been changing just recently, Jaden scratched his head. It's all thanks to Hikaru. He's taught me a lot these past 6 months. Hikaru? That alchemist called Amaki Hikaru? Captain Gold looked toward Hikaru. Before coming, he'd already heard about Hikaru from Eldlik. He thought for a moment, then suddenly, several cards dropped into Jaden's hand. Elemental Hero Captain Gold, Evil Hero Adusted Gold, Elemental Hero The Shining, and Evil Hero Malicious Fiend. Jaden, entrust the power of Malicious Fiend to him, Captain Gold said. I sense a familiar, terrifying strength from him. He should be able to handle it, and consider it thanks for supporting you. I'll be with you from now on. Thanks, Captain. Meanwhile, Hikaru was more curious about why they came to this world and what mission they carried. After some explanation, he understood. They were spirits from the Golden Land, a dimension ruled by Eldlik the Golden Lord. Far ages ago, Eldlik had fallen into madness and begun uncontrollably invading other spirit dimensions, leading to devastating battles. At that critical time, a peerless alchemist appeared, curing and even elevating Eldlik, filling the missing gaps in his being, turning him into the ultimate Golden Lord. Afterward, Eldlik became friends with that alchemist and promised to offer help if needed. Since then, Eldlik ceased his invasions, while silently amassing strength and gathering spirits, preparing for something. And this time, under the alchemist's guidance, the golden spirits had come to this world. Wait, Hikaru raised his hand. You mean, that peerless alchemist built a dimensional path without a portal and brought you here? Exactly. And this fragmented metropolis dimension we're in now was also created by that alchemist. Correct. He even restored the missing parts of Eldlik's existence. I've repeated it several times now, human's alchemist. Golden Eyes Idol insisted. A legendary alchemist who traveled countless dimensions, created the Philosopher's Stone by hand, and is revered across spirit worlds. Holy! Hikaru blinked, dumbfounded. That Professor Banner? No, he shook his head to stay rational, though hard. Unlike Jaden, Hikaru had long known that in the original, Professor Banner was the true leader of the Shadow Riders. He alone had defeated all the duelists besides Jaden, waiting alone in his lab for Jaden's growth. Compared to the other Shadow Riders, Banner was undisputedly strong. Even among the current story's Shadow Riders, the original Banner would still reign supreme. No matter those fusion hero duelists, vampires from other dimensions, or early darkness avatars, none could likely defeat Banner. He was a top-tier alchemist who could forge the Philosopher's Stone. And now, hearing Golden Eyes Idol, Hikaru realized something deeper. In the original, Banner traveled the world seeking alchemical truth. In this world, if he traveled many dimensions before death, what could he have turned into? Peerless alchemist. The legendary strongest alchemist. Anyway, Golden Eyes Idol said, your duel was marvelous, flawless teamwork, better cooperation than me and that grump. Among alchemists, you're already excellent at harmonization. Please let me follow. Really? Alcest suddenly leapt forward, staring at him with shining eyes. Really, for real. Master, can I touch him? Alcest already held up a hammer, ready to knock some gold off. What the fuck? Where did this lunatic come from? Don't hit me. You'll have to ask him first, Hikaru said, watching the chaos. Accepting new fusion monsters from Jaden, and feeling the richness of his gains, Hikaru finally shook off his shock, patting his cheeks and smiling brightly. He had it wrong. Wasn't this the greatest blessing? If Professor Banner was even stronger than before, then learning alchemy from him would be even better. Chapter 71, Acquisition of Cards. Gems, Such valuable things can't just be sold casually. 2 days later, Hikaru called Jaden over, and together, they went to Tomesan's shop, asking if there was a way to sell the gems. Upon seeing the gems they brought, she immediately shook her head. At the very least, you'll need a parent's signature. Hikaru and Jaden exchanged glances. Jaden shrugged carelessly and said, it's fine for me. Hikaru seemingly had no parents in this world. Then what if we ask a teacher? If you trust your teachers, that's fine. Thus, Hikaru contacted Professor Growler. Honestly, you too. Encountering such dangerous things at night and not even telling anyone. Growler, rarely losing his temper, scolded them, Mamma mia, do you even recognize me as your professor? Sorry, Professor. That's why we're here, right? Jaden quickly pressed his hands together pleadingly. Growler shook his head helplessly and asked for an explanation. Dueling and defeating the Shadow Riders, gaining gems in the process. It was said that even the King of Games, Yugi Muto, had once participated in Duelist Kingdom and won plentiful treasures. So, such occurrences weren't rare among duelists. What worried Growler more was that these two students, at such a young age, suddenly acquired a huge amount of gems. He feared they might stray down the wrong path. Speaking of which, Jaden Yuki, if he remembered correctly, was the son of a Kaiba Corp executive from a very well-off family. Probably, no problem there. As for Amaki Hikaru, Growler recalled Hikaru's file. Background, unknown, parents, unknown, even his name was self-declared. A student with an extremely mysterious background. I can vouch for you too, but you must tell me, what do you intend to do with the money after selling the gems? Jaden tilted his head, then suddenly said, and we can renovate the Slifer Red dorm and our fusion club too. Paint it red. You are not allowed to randomly renovate Academy property. Growler grumbled, then turned to Hikaru. As for me, Professor, I want to purchase a few rare cards. Oh. Which ones? Future Fusion, Time Fusion, Scrap Fusion, and if possible, Dark Magician. Super Mamma Mia. Forget about Dark Magician. Growler shook his head repeatedly. Not only is it unavailable, but you couldn't afford it with just those gems. Yeah, that's right, Hikaru. Jaden also spread his hands helplessly. I asked my dad before. Cards like Dark Magician just aren't available for sale. Honestly, I don't really get it. Growler, however, understood. First, even if someone owned a Dark Magician, they would never sell it, the card's value far exceeded money. Secondly, Kaiba would make sure sellers understood why they couldn't sell it. The other three cards, though rare, should be obtainable, Growler mused. What about Hikaru collecting fusion spells? Very normal. It seemed Hikaru hadn't changed despite suddenly coming into wealth, and that was good. That works too. Hikaru said promptly. Those three cards were powerful fusion spells. In the original, Future Fusion was an equipped spell that, upon activation, could immediately special summon a fusion monster and send fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. Time Fusion allowed you to discard the card to special summon a destroyed fusion monster without summoning conditions in the next standby phase. Scrap Fusion could use materials from the opponent's graveyard, and even their extra deck fusion monsters, for a fusion summon. Among these, except for Time Fusion being more of a bonus, the other two were absurdly strong fusion spells, perfect for Hikaru. After hesitating a bit, Growler signed the application form for the two of them, then turned to Hikaru. If you trust me, Hikaru, I can help you collect these three cards. He puffed out his chest and patted it proudly. Your professor has many connections in the card market and is quite familiar with the card vendors. If you trust me. Of course, I trust you, Professor. Hikaru nodded at once. Professor Growler, you're the professor I trust the most in this academy. Hikaru. Of course, Professor. The day you stood in front of all of us students, you were so cool. Of course, we trust you. You delinquents. Growler spun around dramatically, biting a handkerchief, tears welling up. Mamma mia, to think. Alright, leave this to your professor. All this time, he had maintained dignity before the principal under the name Amaki Hikaru's teacher. Hikaru didn't need favors to be the top of his year by merit, and despite not using an ancient gear deck, Hikaru always respected him, maintaining his dignity. He should help Hikaru at least once. Without turning back, Growler grabbed the documents and strode away. Your teacher seems pretty nice, Captain Gold said, sighing. Indeed, although Professor Growler wasn't good-looking and his personality was a bit eccentric, as a professor, his character and abilities were absolutely sound. Even though he lost a duel against Jaden and was tricked by Camula in the original, he really wasn't a joke as a legendary duelist. In Hikaru's original world, buying new card packs was just ordering online or picking up from a card shop, maybe some out-of-stock issues, but it was mainly just courier delivery. But here, in the canon, new card packs and rare card boxes were locked in safes, escorted by dozens of planes, and guarded with anti-theft measures until they reached Duel Academy. In this kind of world, Growler could even know beforehand what rare cards were available and purchase them ahead of time, and that proved his information network was far beyond a student's reach. With a legendary duelist acting as an intermediary, whether buying or collecting cards, it would surely be far easier than Hikaru stumbling around himself. Afterward, Hikaru planned to take advantage of his free time to learn some alchemy from Professor Banner. Back in canon, Banner secretly disappeared around the 5th or 6th Shadow Rider's appearance, though here, even after the 6th Shadow Rider appeared, Banner was still happily teaching Hikaru every day. Hikaru didn't know when Professor Banner might suddenly vanish, so he studied diligently. The students finally enjoyed some peaceful days, while the first semester of the first academic year was about to end smoothly. And just as the semester was ending, the Academy's annual school festival was about to start. It was a prime opportunity for clubs to recruit new members. Moreover, there was one more thing. How did I forget about Dark Magician Girl? Chapter 72, Celebration Scenery. In this world, buying cards is not a simple matter. Even wealthy tycoons, when buying cards, could only obtain so-called rare cards that appeared impressive but were actually just high ATK normal monsters. And for those truly knowledgeable, like duelists such as Growler, there were still cards they could never buy, even if given an abundance of money. For instance, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, of which there were only 3 copies in the world, the legendary god cards known as the Egyptian Gods, or the limited edition Destiny Hero cards, completed by a designer who died immediately after their creation. Beyond these legendary and out-of-print cards, there were also cards that, though not legendary, were so popular and beloved they became icons known to everyone. Dark Magician Girl. Originally, it was a card only owned by Yugi Muto. And indeed, it was a card solely possessed by Yugi Muto, with only 1 copy existing in the entire world. It's no exaggeration to say that in this world, Dark Magician Girl was a universally adored, dual monster idol, inspiring countless works starring her each year. However, no matter how many creations emerged, no one could actually obtain the Dark Magician Girl. Because this card belonged exclusively to Yugi Muto. Even Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon existed in multiple copies, yet Dark Magician Girl was unique, meaning that whenever a Dark Magician Girl appeared, it unquestionably signified the presence of the true Dark Magician Girl, Yugi Muto's spirit, Dark Magician's disciple. Initially, Hikaru had been pondering how to fuse Master of Chaos. The simplest method would be to offer a level 8 monster as tribute for metamorphosis. But level 8 monsters in this era weren't weak, and summoning them wasn't easy. Therefore, Hikaru thought since he had obtained so many gems, he could use half of them to try. Unfortunately, Professor Growler told him he couldn't afford it. Fair enough. In his original world, the joke of 87 million copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon was absurd. In this world, well, it was probably a meme too, though in another way. After all, Seto Kaiba bought Kaiba Corp for far less. In short, the price of Dark Magician was certainly astronomical, especially after it became the signature card of the first king of games, Yugi Muto. Those who owned Dark Magician would never sell it unless absolutely desperate. However, when the school started hosting its school festival, Hikaru suddenly remembered, in canon, Dark Magician Girl's spirit once happened to pass by the school, felt the festive atmosphere, and joined the cosplay duel event. Although he wasn't sure whether, due to changes in this world's history, Dark Magician Girl would still appear. If she did, wouldn't there be some changes caused by the world's alterations? Or perhaps, even Dark Magician himself might show up. In light of that, Hikaru decided to take this opportunity to wander around during the festival. Polymerization Club? What's that? Some kind of urban-rural integration program? No, Chaz, it's fusion, polymerization. Polymerization Club is recruiting new members. Different from the original story, since Professor Banner hadn't disappeared, Jaden was lively, hanging out with Chaz at the festival. As they walked, they spotted a strange club and started chatting, drawing Hikaru's attention. Polymerization, that's sneaky, isn't it? Alexis, who had been tagging along, frowned. Even though they lost to Hikaru. Yo, Hikaru, you're here. The group waved when they saw Hikaru. Hikaru walked over and saw a bunch of students wearing purple uniforms, smiling as they handed out prizes to visitors. These visitors were actually students from various dorms, mainly female. By the way, only Obelisk Blue had female students. Hikaru glanced at the sign. Polymerization Club. So they renamed themselves from Fusion to Polymerization Club. That bald guy came up with a pretty clever loophole. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, Fusion is sometimes written as polymerization or something similar, though there's no clear distinction yet, but effectively, Fusion encompasses polymerization. Yet, after all Fusion monsters are Fusion monsters, not polymerization monsters. Jaden, what are you doing here? Isn't Slifer Red preparing for an event? Hikaru remembered that Slifer Red's traditional event was cosplay dueling, dressing up as duel monsters to duel. As Slifer Red's rep, Jaden should have been participating. Cyrus got interested. He's making a dark magician girl cosplay costume. Jaden scratched his head. What about you? Shouldn't Fusion Club be recruiting now? Well, no rush. By now, Fusion Club had plenty of members. In fact, most first-years interested in Fusion had already joined Hikaru's Fusion Club. Those remaining in the Polymerization Club were either privileged Obelisk Blue students, bullies, or a handful of bullied students Hikaru couldn't easily help. Given that, he had no reason to recruit aggressively like Polymerization Club. Ultimately, the Polymerization Club needed new members desperately, whereas the Fusion Club, with its reputation and prestige, especially after officially taking the Fusion name, was the top choice for most ordinary students. As a result, Hikaru was more focused on finding Dark Magician Girl. But suddenly, an uproar exploded from the Polymerization Club's booth. A bunch of purple-uniformed students, wearing masks and animal costumes, panicked and bolted toward the Slifer Red area. Hikaru and the others exchanged looks, realizing something unusual was happening, and quickly gave chase. When they arrived at Slifer Red's duel arena, they saw Cyrus, standing at the referee stand, holding a microphone, looking unusually energetic and lively. Wow, perfect tactics. With two Valkyria on the field, the opponent can't attack. That gives Dark Magician Girl an absolute advantage. Oh. A crowd of students had surrounded the Slifer Red arena, cheering wildly. Hee, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, in the center of the duel field, a golden-haired girl with a bright, angelic smile waved her wand happily to the audience. Hikaru even spotted Professor Growler among the crowd, shouting excitedly. That duelist actually has a real Dark Magician Girl on the field. Bastion, dressed in a tiger costume for cosplay, said in surprise. That's the real one. Zane, who was familiar with duel spirits, immediately realized. Something was strange. Hikaru promptly looked for Dark Magician Girl's opponent. If it wasn't Jaden, then. Scanning the field, his pupils contracted. Standing opposite Dark Magician Girl was a girl with her blonde hair tied in a single ponytail with a yellow ribbon, wearing a modified Slifer Red jacket. She frowned, deeply troubled by her hand cards. Wasn't that Selena? Leo Akaba's daughter. Chapter 73, Duelist Who Pursue Fusion. To be honest, before seeing this girl, Hikaru never thought he'd get to see her appear. Selena, one of Yuzu's counterparts from Arc V, the heroine of the Fusion Dimension, and the one representing the moon. In canon, she was a straightforward, bold duelist girl. Of course, that personality wasn't entirely natural, it was largely the result of being imprisoned by Leo Akaba for 3 years. What Hikaru remembered most about her was how, in Duel Links, she had an enormous number of voiced lines all relating to Fusion. Practically every card with Fusion in its name had a unique voice line, truly fitting her title as the Fusion Dimension heroine. On the duel field, Selena looked at her hand, unable to find a solution, and reluctantly ended her turn. Then it's my turn, Dark Magician Girl waved to the audience as she began her turn. Her advantage was already overwhelming, and even if Selena didn't want to give up, without Jaden's uncanny, heart of the cards, draws, she couldn't turn the tide and was forced into defeat. Darn it! Selena slammed the ground in frustration after losing to Dark Magician Girl's direct attack. Ah, so jealous, getting directly attacked by Dark Magician Girl, a perverted student muttered. Oh, oh. Everyone, Dark Magician Girl has attacked directly and won. Victory goes to Dark Magician Girl. Cyrus shouted enthusiastically into the mic, let's all cheer for Dark Magician Girl. Whoa! All the students, boys and girls alike, cheered madly. It was terrifying. Dark Magician Girl's popularity was simply too overwhelming. Are you okay, little girl? After greeting her fans, Dark Magician Girl slung her staff behind her back and prepared to approach. However, before she could get close, a large group of purple-uniformed students rushed in, surrounding Selena to block her from the crowd. Some even grabbed Selena's hand, trying to drag her away. Miss Selena, how could you be here? Come with us. Professor has been looking for you. Let go of me. Selena struggled fiercely. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Before anyone else could react, even before Hikaru or Professor Growler could move, someone dashed forward, pointing angrily at the purple-uniformed students. How can you treat such a delicate girl like that? Atticus? Brother? Zane and Alexis stared blankly as Atticus rushed forward. So Atticus-senpai had this personality? Bastion was baffled. Previously, after Bastion had lost to the Amazonas dual spirit, Atticus had encouraged him to steal others' keys to challenge her again, a suggestion Bastion, in a moment of hot-headedness, agreed to, though later deeply regretted. He had thought Atticus was totally unreliable. But today, was he actually a brave righteous man? You guys, can't you see this lovely girl doesn't want to go with you? Atticus, out of nowhere, pulled out a guitar, lightly strummed a few strings, and sang softly, you have to be gentle with girls. Ahem. Also, she doesn't seem to be a high schooler. Alexis elbowed her brother to stop his antics. She's probably a middle schooler. The teachers should send her back. Indeed. Hikaru tilted his head, trying to judge her. Selena looked too petite, probably just a second-year middle schooler. Yeah, I don't think you should force her either. Dark Magician Girl, delighting in the commotion, raised her staff cheerfully. With her backing them up, the students who normally feared the polymerization club lunatics suddenly found courage, or rather, with her support, they feared nothing. Yeah, don't bully little kids. Especially little girls. TCH. The purple-uniformed students exchanged irritated glances. Yet, even so, they unquestionably had no intention of letting go. Enough. That's enough. Abruptly, Hikaru strode out from the crowd with big steps. I thought you guys would have learned something by now. And yet here you are, even kidnapping little girls. How much further will you disgrace Fusion, the Academy, and all duelists? Let her go immediately. Hikaru shouted for everyone to hear. Amaki Hikaru. The lead student had been acting tough, but the instant Hikaru approached, he shrank back instinctively. Ha, look at that guy. Just seeing Hikaru made him look shorter, Chaz laughed, shaking his head. With that kind of aura difference, he'll never beat Hikaru in his entire life. The Polymerization Club rep's face flushed with shame and anger. He heard Chaz's mockery, yet didn't dare to retort. In the end, in every encounter between their fusion army and Hikaru, whether internal or external, official or unofficial, they had never won even once. Not losing miserably was already considered good. Even their club head was no match for Hikaru. How could he dare harbor any hope of winning? Humph, Amaki Hikaru, just because you won once doesn't mean you'll keep winning. Besides, this has nothing to do with you anymore since you've left the Fusion, no, Polymerization Club. Nonsense. Seeing self-proclaimed fusion duelists bullying a little girl is very much my business. Ugh. It was as if he was punched in the gut, left speechless. Every action, every word from Hikaru was like a blade, slicing down his dignity. One masked purple-uniformed student sighed and spoke up, "Former head, Hikaru, Miss Selena is Professor Leo Akaba's daughter. This has nothing to do with you." They slowly stepped aside, revealing Selena to everyone. Eh? Almost everyone gasped in shock. That bald old man, cough cough. Professor Akaba got married? And he has such a cute daughter. Atticus was dumbfounded. Even Hikaru was stunned. Wait, in this world, Leo Akaba openly acknowledged Selena as his daughter? That's insane. While thinking that, Hikaru continued to act and speak without pause. So what if she's Professor Akaba's daughter? That doesn't justify what you're doing. He pointed firmly at Selena, speaking even more resolutely. You're dragging her by force, even leaving red marks on her arm. What kind of justification is that? At the very least, she should be allowed to choose for herself. Humph, what's there to ask? Of course, the fusion army leader started talking confidently. Ah. You're that ultimate fusion duelist. Selena spotted Hikaru among the students, immediately recalling what she had seen in the lab earlier. Ignoring the fusion army's darkening expressions, she beamed brightly. Can I learn fusion from you? Silence. A deathly silence fell over the area, all around. Faintly, snickering could be heard among the students. Ha ha ha, Chaz was the first to burst out laughing. Looks like even Professor Akaba's daughter doesn't believe in his nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Thunderous laughter erupted all around. Chapter 74, Awkward Moments. The students' laughter was deafening. What reason was there? What could possibly make someone abandon Amaki Hikaru, the pure fusion duelist who defeated the previous fusion club leader, the first-year rep of the new generation, who boldly proclaimed, "Fusion is the noblest summoning method," even when dueling against other-dimensional duelists, to follow Leo Akaba? To the ordinary students, there was no question. If you truly pursued fusion summoning and wanted to become a true fusion specialist, then Hikaru's fusion club was the obvious choice. As for the polymerization club, they could keep playing among themselves. Though Selena was Leo Akaba's daughter, she clearly wasn't buying into any of that. That's not right, Miss Selena, a student hurriedly spoke up. You're Professor Akaba's daughter. You should join our polymerization club. We have many excellent teachers, much better than that petty fusion club. Yeah, plus, the fusion club is our sworn enemy. Joining them would be aiding the enemy. At least think about Professor Akaba. I just want to learn more powerful dueling techniques. Selena answered bluntly. I've seen his duels, he's amazing. She was always straightforward. And, of course, they knew Hikaru was amazing. The fusion army students exchanged helpless looks. Hey! Chaz suddenly spoke up, catching a detail amidst the arguing. You just said you wanted your polymerization club teachers to teach her. She's still a middle schooler. According to the rules, she shouldn't even stay on the island. You can't possibly be thinking, no way, right? Even Professor Akaba wouldn't do that to his own daughter. As he spoke, Chaz's voice grew smaller. Thanks to his reminder, Hikaru recalled, in the original, Leo Akaba did keep Selena confined at the academy for 3 years, barely letting anyone approach her. More like imprisonment than sheltering. Though in this world, Leo Akaba even acknowledged Selena as his daughter, which made it even stranger. Hearing Chaz's deduction, his friend's eyes sharpened. Despite his usual Chuyuni antics, Chaz had an amazing talent, keen observation and sharp analysis. His conclusions were often frighteningly accurate. Miss Selena, think carefully. Amaki Hikaru. What's there to think about? Selena rubbed her arm and said bluntly, we'll settle it with a duel. For duelists, deciding things through duels is common sense. Common sense. The Fusion Army students looked at each other awkwardly. You go. No, no, you go. Hey, 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 I'm a second year. I can't bully a first year. They shoved each other, dodging the responsibility. None was willing to duel Hikaru. Students in the crowd shook their heads, seeing the cowardice before even fighting. Was this it? These guys had been so arrogant before, yet now cowering at the sight of Hikaru. As expected, these phony fusion duelists needed to be taught a lesson by Hikaru. Suddenly, the Fusion Club's lead student spotted Dark Magician Girl curiously peeking around nearby. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at her. How about her, Amaki? She just defeated Miss Selena. If you can beat her, we'll step aside. Dark Magician Girl pointed at herself in surprise. Me? Alright, alright. Cyrus shouted excitedly into a megaphone. Everyone wants to see Dark Magician Girl duel again, right? Yeah. Right, right. The students got fired up. Seeing the enthusiasm, Dark Magician Girl chuckled, okay then, I'll join in. Hikaru found the logic a bit strange. In truth, the fusion students were just making excuses to escape embarrassment. Yet, unexpectedly, Selena seemed to agree earnestly, nodding. Makes sense. If you defeat the one who defeated me, by duelist hierarchy, you're stronger. So learning from you would be natural. Amachim, totally logical. Hikaru. Zane hurried to Hikaru's side, whispering, be careful. That Dark Magician Girl, she's the real thing. Yeah, Hikaru. Jaden added seriously. What if she's one of the Shadow Riders? You need to be ready. Alexis also nodded solemnly. If it's a shadow duel, students could be taken hostage. They were overthinking a bit. No way Dark Magician Girl or her mentor would be villains, right? Still, to reassure them, Hikaru called out, are you one of the Shadow Riders? Shadow Riders? I'm a 6-star, my teacher is a 7-star. I knew it. Jaden instantly grabbed his dual disc, ready to jump in. No, no, Hikaru hurriedly stopped him. He turned back to Dark Magician Girl and clarified, you mean your rank, your dual level stars. Of course, what else? She tilted her head, blinking adorably. So cute. Cyrus and a group of students cheered. If that's the case, it's actually fine, Bastion, still in his tiger costume, nodded repeatedly. Even though Hikaru claimed the Fusion Club name, there's still a rival left. If we recruit the daughter of the Polymerization Club's teacher, even if she's sent back to Middle Division later, it'll be a huge blow to the Polymerization Club. Hikaru wholeheartedly agreed. Since founding the Fusion Club, Hikaru had held resentment toward the Fusion Army. Now that he had a chance to strike at them, he wouldn't let it slip by. Cyrus swiftly cleared the dueling field, allowing Dark Magician Girl to stand atop the stage again. Go for it, Master. Selena cheered from the side. Teach me how to master fusion. Master, huh? Hikaru awkwardly loaded his deck into his dual disc. Duel. Dark Magician Girl, LP, 4000. Hikaru, LP, 4000. On the other side, Dark Magician Girl carefully scrutinized Hikaru from head to toe, then glanced at Jaden. She tapped her forehead lightly with her right hand. Oh my, it's you. Hikaru was stunned. You know me? Yup. Chaos, ahem, a friend of mine told me about you. Dark Magician Girl warmed up by lightly shadowboxing. Ah, I almost forgot about that. She said, Chaos, must be referring to Black Luster Soldier. Hikaru sighed. Since it was Dark Magician Girl, the one who had contacted her must have been the warrior from the Warrior's Realm. Apparently, unlike the original, she came to the human world because of a request from the Black Luster Soldier, and ended up distracted, happily dueling with fans. In that case, this is a good opportunity. Dark Magician Girl winked, a golden star flashing in her eye, making the crowd gasp. If you win, I'll give you a really awesome card. And, of course, I'll be serious too. Chapter 75, Attack Blockade. My turn. Dark Magician Girl swiftly drew a card with a swish, glanced at her hand, winked at the audience, and immediately slapped down a monster. I normal summon, Chocolate Magician Girl. Ehe, a tiny, adorable, blue-haired magical girl in an outfit similar to Dark Magician Girl's flew out of the card, waving cutely to the crowd. Chocolate Magician Girl, Level 4 Water Spellcaster 1600 ATK. Wah! So cute. Even the clueless onlookers and Professor Growler cheered along. Only Cyrus remained firm, showing no signs of betrayal, steadfastly believing that Dark Magician Girl was the cutest. I activate Chocolate Magician Girl's special ability, Dark Magician Girl said, gently twirling her staff. Once per turn, I can discard one spellcaster monster from my hand, then draw one card. Discarding myself, I draw. After drawing, she waved to the audience again. I end my turn. Alright. Only 1600 ATK. Now's the time to strike hard. Selena clapped her fists together, expressing her characteristic enthusiasm. Huh. The Fusion Army students focused on Hikaru, initially thinking the situation was fine, but quickly noticed something was off. Weird, this setup shouldn't be a problem for Hikaru. Why does he look troubled? Jaden and the others overheard. Bastion and Zane, both knowledgeable and sharp, immediately shook their heads. What do you mean? Classmate, Bastion shook his head, that Chocolate Magician Girl isn't just any ordinary card. Chaz nodded firmly. That monster's effect is powerful. If a monster attacks her, she can instantly revive a spellcaster monster from the graveyard, have the attacking monster's ATK, and redirect the attack to the revived monster. That's so strong. Realizing the danger, the Fusion Army finally grasped the situation. Especially with Dark Magician Girl in the graveyard now. Attacking would require at least 4000 ATK to be safe. That card was designed by Yugi Muto himself, right? I heard from my master. It hasn't even been officially released yet, Chaz said, frowning. Definitely the real deal. At first glance, it looked harmlessly cute, while it secretly packed a deadly punch. Huh, it's fine. Hikaru's deck has plenty of ways to handle it. Jaden laughed heartily. Hikaru stared at his hand. He hadn't drawn the simplest solution. If he had instant fusion, he could immediately fusion summon Thousand Eyes Restrict, absorb Chocolate Magician Girl, and go on the offensive. As for his current hand, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. I activate the continuous spell card, Future Fusion. Hikaru placed the card in his spell and trap zone. Growler hadn't yet acquired this world's Future Fusion for him, but the revised Future Fusion also had its advantages, at least now, he didn't have to fuse immediately. Then, I set 2 cards and end my turn. Not attacking. Then it's my turn. Dark Magician Girl drew a card, glanced at it, and giggled. I normal summon, Apple Magician Girl. A short-haired girl in red magician's robes, sporting wings and making a finger gun gesture, landed elegantly. Apple Magician Girl, Level 3 Fire Spellcaster 1200 ATK. Oh, this one can special summon level 5 or higher spellcasters from the hand. Chaz said anxiously. Not only that, Zane added, frowning, if destroyed, she can also recover spellcasters from the graveyard. So strong. Way too strong. Jaden exclaimed, both awed and excited. This duel's totally different from earlier. Still, the core strategy seems to be restricting the opponent's attacks. Atticus strummed his guitar lightly. Huh, if it were me, I'd have a decent advantage against this deck. Selena, eavesdropping, had a sudden realization. Of course. If it were her, she'd probably have charged in head first and lost. Battle. Magician Girls attacked directly. Wait, I activate my set card, quick play spell, scapegoat. Hikaru shouted. Four multicolored fluffy sheep tokens sprang onto the field. Oh! It's scapegoat. Dark Magician Girl recognized it immediately. She quickly covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, "Let's tread softly, don't wake them." The two Magician Girls tiptoed over and knocked out the yellow and blue sheep. With scapegoat set up, the next move should be metamorphosis, right? A fusion army student muttered. What? Use Thousand Eyes Restrict to absorb the Magician Girls. That's so cruel, one blurted out, revealing his true feelings. How can you be so cruel to magical girls? Obviously, he secretly wanted to join the crowd cheering for Dark Magician Girl. Alright then, I end my turn, Dark Magician Girl said, pressing her duel disc. My turn, draw. Hikaru drew a card, then pointed to the field. Activate Future Fusion's effect. During the first standby phase after activation, reveal a fusion monster from the extra deck and send its fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. I reveal Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, sending Ancient Gear Golem and 2 Ancient Gear Knights from the deck to the graveyard. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem? Chaz guessed. Is Hikaru planning to fight using that monster? It does have 4,400 ATK, even Havik could still fight. Bastion nodded in surprise. Using that approach instead of metamorphosis, huh? Because even Thousand Eyes Restrict can't truly deal with the Magician Girls. Even if absorbed, another would take its place, leaving Hikaru stuck on defense, Alexis said. Meaning Hikaru's real plan is to wait and unleash both Thousand Eyes Restrict and Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem together. Jaden frowned. Feels like it's not that simple. The surrounding students marveled at their analysis. Amazing. Dark Magician Girl is so strong and cute. Attack lock strategy is incredible. MHM, that's right. Dark Magician Girl nodded cheerfully, drawing another card. Quick play spell, Magical Dimension. I contribute a spellcaster to special summon another spellcaster and destroy an opponent's monster. She pictured the scene, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem appearing, only to be blasted apart by magic. Dark Magician Girl giggled quietly. If she won, surely Chaos Soldier wouldn't be mad that she forgot her mission, right? Chapter 76, Chaos is Coming. Using the two Magician Girls to destroy the last scapegoats, Dark Magician Girl set a card and passed the turn to Hikaru. Now Hikaru doesn't even have scapegoats left for metamorphosis. The fusion army suddenly got enthusiastic, as if they were the ones on the duel field. My turn, draw. Then, I activate Future Fusion's effect. I fusion summon, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. The colossal giant rose with a thunderous roar, its crimson eyes glaring at the Magician Girls. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine 4400 ATK. Here it comes. Hikaru's Ace Monster. Ooh, so that's Professor Growler's trump card, the ultimate weapon of Ancient Gears. But, if it's just that, isn't it still not enough? A student voiced doubt. Even with 4,400 ATK, once halved, it'll only be 2,200, still not enough to beat the Magician Girls. Unless Hikaru has something else up his sleeve. As if responding, Hikaru flipped a set card. I activate the continuous trap, Ancient Gear Duel. As long as this card remains, my Ancient Gear Golem and monsters that mention it are unaffected by the opponent's monster effects. Ah! With that effect, he can battle. Selena excitedly punched the air. I see, but don't underestimate me. Dark Magician Girl flipped her own set card. Quick play spell, Magical Dimension. Ah! Chaz gasped. This is bad. Bastion added. If I control a spellcaster, I contribute a monster, special summon a spellcaster from my hand, and then destroy an opponent's monster. I tribute Apple Magician Girl, special summon another Chocolate Magician Girl. Then destroy your Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. The red magician girl dissolved into particles, replaced by a second blue-haired one. At the same time, dark magician girl raised her staff and launched a black sphere, blasting the giant apart. That's not something normal dual projections can do, right? A student belatedly realized. Hikaru shielded his eyes from the dust. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem's effect activates. When it's destroyed, I can special summon one Ancient Gear Golem from my graveyard, ignoring summoning conditions. From the wreckage, a level 8, 3000 ATK Ancient Gear Golem emerged. See, Miss Selena. Hikaru's not invincible after all. Yeah, he's no different from you. No need to follow him. Our polymerization club has plenty of excellent teachers too. Annoyed, Selena shouted, so noisy. A true duelist doesn't give up easily. He still has so many cards in hand. Still, she knew Hikaru's situation was dire. Hikaru glanced at his hand and played a card. Normal summon, Golden Idol. Golden Eyes Idol, level 1 DRK Spellcaster 0 ATK. Golden Eyes Idol, several people murmured. It's a fusion material for Thousand Eyes Restrict. Jaden proudly said. Golden Eyes Idol's effect activates. I can view the opponent's hand, and its name becomes Thousand Eyes Idol. Hikaru, how can you peek at a girl's secrets? Cyrus instinctively shouted. Many Fusion Army students eagerly nodded. This newcomer has potential. Here you go, Dark Magician Girl cheerfully showed her hand. Hikaru twitched. TCH, she has Kiwi Magician Girl. Chaz winced. What card is that? Kiwi Magician Girl, when discarded, all your Magician Girls gain ATK and def by 300 times the total number of Magician Girls on your field and in your graveyard. Bastion shook his head. Even Ancient Gear Golem wouldn't be able to deal with them then. Then, there's no way to win. Alexis worried. It's not over. Hikaru said firmly, showing a card. I activate the spell, Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. But he has no scapegoats left. Metamorphosis lets you tribute a monster to special summon a fusion monster of the same level from the extra deck. Fusion holds infinite possibilities. Selena straightened up, eyes shining. I tribute Ancient Gear Golem to special summon a level 8 fusion monster. Level 8? What does Hikaru have? Bastion wondered. Cyber Twin Dragon. But that won't work. Jaden's eyes lit up. I know. One power guiding light, another guiding darkness. Hikaru pointed skyward. When light and darkness intertwine, chaos descends. Appear. Master of Chaos. Thunder boomed. Dark Magician Girl tapped her forehead with her staff. Not good. Amid lightning, a warrior clad in armor, sword and shield in hand, with a red-black cape, descended. Master of Chaos, level 8 DRK Spellcaster 3000 ATK. Dark. Magician. Chaos. The crowd gasped. A fusion of Black Luster Soldier and Dark Magician. Hikaru even has a monster like that. Several Fusion Army students nearly collapsed. Even the crowd's attention shifted entirely to the powerful warrior, forgetting about cheering for Dark Magician Girl. And I'm not done. Activate spell, Dragon's Mirror. I can banish fusion materials from my graveyard to fusion summon a dragon fusion monster. I banish 2 Ancient Gear Knights, fusion summon. Superalloy Beast Raptinus. Superalloy Beast Raptinus, level 8 Light Dragon 2200 ATK. Now, Master of Chaos's effect activates. I tribute a light and dark monster, banish all opponent's monsters. Whoa. With a slash of his sword, a crack ripped open in the duel field, and all the Magician Girls were forcefully banished. Master of Chaos, attack directly. Schwing. Dark Magician Girl, LP, 4000-1000. Amazing effect. A perfect fusion of dark magician and black luster soldier. So strong. Wiped the opponent's field instantly. Even so, the opponent still has 1000 LP left, the fusion army leader stubbornly protested. But Dark Magician Girl shook her head. There was no point resisting. Equipped spell, refusion. I pay 800 LP, revive a fusion monster from the graveyard and equip it. Dark Magician Girl, LP, 4000. Hikaru exhaled. It was hard, really hard. If dragged out, his chances would have dropped. Luckily, confirming her hand had no curabos allowed him to go all in. Meanwhile, Selena shoved away a fusion army senior trying to block her and ran straight toward Hikaru. Seeing this, Dark Magician Girl winked and called out. Everyone. Thank you for your support. Even though I lost, I really enjoyed dueling with all of you. Since that's the case, the little girl should be free to make her own choice, right? Yeah. Students and even some teachers, finally snapping out of their amazement at the Master of Chaos, loudly agreed. We support you, Dark Magician Girl. Cheers flooded the arena. The Fusion Army students, seeing the situation, hastily fled to report back. Finally, as the chaos settled, Dark Magician Girl walked over to Hikaru with a smile, waving to Jaden as well. Hello, Mr. Alchemist, she said to Hikaru. I brought you something you might be interested in, and a card too. Chapter 77, Education. No, imprisonment. The festival lasted only one day. After tonight, students would either return home or stay at school for the holiday. After meeting up with Hikaru, Dark Magician Girl greeted him and told him to bring Jaden Yuki along and meet her later that night. Once Dark Magician Girl left, most students gradually dispersed. Professor Growler contacted Miss Fonda Fontaine from Obelisk Blue to arrange temporary accommodations for Selena. Fonda was the academy's nurse and the dorm head of the Obelisk Blue girls' dormitory. Since only Obelisk Blue had a girls' dorm, and even if students from other dorms advanced to the high school division, they had to stay at Obelisk Blue, so it was perfect for her to watch over Selena. A devoted member of the Atticus Rhodes fan club, Fonda was a classic looks-obsessed individual. Although she didn't teach dueling, her dueling style, using poison stall decks, was every bit as underhanded as Atticus's, if not worse. Though a bit eccentric, under requests from both Professor Growler and Atticus, she readily agreed to help arrange a dorm room for Selena before she would be returned to the middle division. No need for such trouble, Selena said, gnawing fiercely on a roasted rib under the bonfire. That night, the school held a bonfire party. Alexis and her two friends cosplayed as the Harpie Lady Sisters, while Atticus cheered them on and snapped photos to sell to the Alexis fan club to make up for his lost living expenses over the year. Selena, brought into the group by Hikaru and company, showed no reservation and dug heartily into the ribs provided by Obelisk Blue. I just need a clean room, she muttered between bites. A table or chair doesn't matter, even no bed is fine, as long as I can close the windows. What are you saying? A girl should live more refinedly. Fonda scolded, ruffling her hair. Really? Selena swallowed another chunk of meat, confused. But duelists don't need such unnecessary things. Who told you that? Fonda snapped. Father. Chaz, Bastion, Zane, and the nearby boys exchanged shocked glances. Miss Selena, could you tell us about your past? Hikaru asked with a frown. Yeah, Selena. Jaden nodded vigorously. You need at least a bed, and tempera too. Hey, Jaden, don't teach weird things to kids. Chaz barked. My past? Selena tilted her head and began recounting. She was probably an orphan, at least, as far as she remembered. She lived in the slums for a long time until one day, a group of masked, purple-uniformed, stern-looking people found her and brought her before a cold-faced man, telling her he was her father. At first, the word father meant little to her. After wandering alone for so long, she had given up on having parents. But when she saw that man, she felt a jolt inside, an instinctive feeling of blood connection. They enrolled her in Duel Academy's middle school division, gave her new clothes, a duel disc, and taught her to duel, claiming that in this world, dueling is truth, and fusion is the noblest summoning method, while all other summoning methods were errors to be corrected. No, they don't seem to really believe dueling is everything, Bastion muttered, thinking of the fusion army's actions. Besides, even Hikaru wouldn't stop others from learning different summoning methods, Zane said, crossing his arms. He's good friends with Haruto Kunigawa, a user of XYZ summons from another dimension. They often spar in Neo Domino City. What? I'm jealous, Hikaru. Next year, I'll definitely go to Neo Domino City. Jaden shouted. Shut up, Jaden. Chaz slammed the table. Let her finish. Though puzzled, Selena continued. She was found a year ago, became a first-year student, and had been learning dueling alone ever since. Later, under Leo Akuba's orders, she went with a research team to another dimension, living there long-term. Her daily routine, nutrient packs, combat training, observing duel spirits, honing her dueling skills. The rest of the time, she stayed alone, dazing off in a sealed room. In truth, most of her days were spent in isolation. Living? Training? That's not raising someone, that's abuse and imprisonment. Chaz shot up, furious. How could he treat his own daughter like that, sending her to another dimension at her age? Right? Selena casually replied, finishing another rib, then turned her bright eyes toward Hikaru. Ah, but, during that incident, when you faced the laboratory's spirit without flinching and beat that one-eyed undul with fusion, they thought you were doomed, but you turned it around. And that, what was it, the release of ultimate power? You must be the ultimate fusion duelist. Please teach me. She hadn't witnessed Hikaru's super polymerization because the lab collapsed immediately after, but she'd heard his rallying cry and seen his duel. After escaping back to the human world, she'd been determined to find Hikaru and learn from him. Maybe, then father would be satisfied. Even if Leo Akuba never treated her like a daughter, she had done a paternity test and still yearned for his approval. A bunch of boys who technically weren't orphans yet lived like they were just stared at each other, speechless. Super Mamma Mia. Professor Growler, having listened the whole time, exploded with rage. He knew Leo Akuba was not normal, but to raise a daughter like this? You all, leave this to me. I won't allow anyone, even a parent, to violate a Duel Academy student's rights. I'll contact Kaiba the investigation committee, the academic affairs office, and the board immediately. As an educator, Growler was furious. As expected of Professor Growler. Zane praised. In times like these, Professor Growler is truly reliable, Hikaru agreed. Even if Leo Akuba had some grand scheme, without Selena in his grasp, it could only remain a plan. And if he tried pulling tricks like in Arc V, Kaiba would teach him the meaning of might. As the bonfire party ended, Fonda led Selena to the dorms. Stuffed full, she still eagerly wanted to duel Hikaru. Meanwhile, Hikaru, looking up at the night sky, called Jaden to accompany him to their promised meeting with Dark Magician Girl. Who knew what surprise the real deal would bring them? Chapter 78, News from Gaia. Hello. You made it. Hikaru heard a girl's voice calling out. He looked around and then at Jaden Yuki. Where? Right in front of you. Ah, looks like you still can't see me yet, the girl's voice continued. But soon, you will, right? Hikaru nodded. He could vaguely sense something in front of him, but unfortunately, he could still only hear the dual spirit's voice, he couldn't see her without a full materialization. First, let me apologize. Sorry. Hikaru could almost visualize a golden-haired beauty clasping her hands together apologetically. Anyway, you probably know why I'm here, right? Hikaru glanced at Jaden, who spread his hands innocently. Ah, seriously, so slow, Chaos Warrior, Chaos Warrior. Ah. You're here on behalf of Chaos Warrior. Jaden's eyes lit up. Boo. Does that mean we can go back again? It's Chaos Warrior who asked me to deliver something. Seeing Jaden completely miss the point, Dark Magician Girl couldn't hold it in anymore. She waved her staff and drew a glowing bridge in the air. A card floated down gently in front of Hikaru. Ha, isn't this that guy? Ha ha, we thought he'd forgotten. Hikaru heard Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight's voices, growing even more curious. He reached out and caught the card, taking a closer look. Holy shit! Chaos Warrior. It wasn't some variation, not some fancy edition, just plain, Chaos Warrior. Level 8, Warrior type, Earth attribute, Ritual monster. Hikaru held the card in a daze. Master, it's Gaia. 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 Oh, Jaden caught on. Gaia. You mean, that Dark Knight Gaia we once tag dueled against alongside Avian? Hikaru stared at the card. He actually evolved into a Chaos Warrior. Bingo. Dark Magician Girl chirped. After you defeated him, he worked super hard to correct his ways and, with the help of a light spirit, completed the Chaos Ritual. Though I heard he's still challenging himself and plans to personally apologize and follow you once he completes his final trial. She tipped her hat with her wand. Hikaru nodded slightly. Even without a ritual spell, even if he had nowhere and no way to use it, he still felt Gaia's sincerity. And now on to the next thing. Dark Magician Girl floated in midair, pulling out 2 more cards. Coordinates for 2 worlds. Each of you, take 1. Hikaru and Jaden each received a card. From Chaos Warrior, she explained. First, pointing at Jaden, this one leads to a dimension where a fire attribute heroine resides. Ah! Burstinatrix. Avian burst out excitedly. Jaden, we. Quiet, go squat over there. Captain Gold booted him away. Ahaha. Jaden scratched his face awkwardly. Thanks a lot. Who would have thought that the silent, fair Chaos Warrior would be so thoughtful? As for yours. Dark Magician Girl smiled sheepishly, tapping her wand against her head. I was supposed to deliver it earlier, but I got distracted by the festival and forgot. This is the coordinates to the village of spellcasters. Think of it as compensation. Please don't tell Chaos Warrior I forgot, okay? If you don't answer, I'll assume you agreed. Also, as for the reward for losing our duel, of course, I know the rules. She flashed another card and dramatically signed it. Tada! Super, ultra awesome card, Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. This is a one-of-a-kind card that only I have. Don't lose it. Whoa, what's that? I've never heard of it. Jaden's eyes gleamed as staring at the fusion monster. The card artwork depicted Dark Magician Girl in silver-white armor, wielding a sword and shield, riding a dragon Jaden had never seen before. Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. A form that could only be special summoned via Fusion Summon or Eye of Timaeus, exclusive to Dark Magician Girl. A powerful fusion monster in this era. Regrettably, super polymerization hadn't yet allowed Hikaru to create the legendary dragons level cards. At least for now, he couldn't summon legendary unnamed dragon level cards yet, probably because his spirit power wasn't strong enough. Still, this card's strength was already high enough, an unexpected gift Hikaru was very satisfied with. After finishing her deliveries, Dark Magician Girl happily left. She couldn't stay in the human world too long. If Seto Kaiba noticed her, things would get messy. Better to escape quickly before being tracked and scolded by her master. She opened a magic portal and disappeared from the world. Too bad, Jaden said, scratching his head after she left. Looks like we won't be able to explore other worlds together during the break. He had to go search for his friends and couldn't travel to the village of spellcasters with Hikaru. That's normal, Hikaru smiled. After all, time and energy are limited. Meanwhile, Selena was discovered by Growler and brought into the girls' dorm. Leo Akaba seemed unfazed by the report after returning from another world. He chuckled. Growler, you really think that capturing my daughter would make me flinch? You have no idea what I'm planning. Right then, he felt he'd intellectually triumphed over Growler. Where Selena was didn't matter. What mattered was that she lived somewhere he could monitor. Growler thought he'd uncovered some secret that would force him into a corner. Naive. He couldn't care less about such things. What mattered more was Selena calling Amaki Hikaru master, damaging the fusion army's prestige. Still, that could be used in another way. Playing politics over Selena would be a good cover for his real intentions. Also, this Cyrus Truesdale, he's Zane Truesdale's younger brother. Leo Akaba read the file. Yes. He joined our fusion army some time ago, the RA Yellow representative said. Right after Amaki Hikaru stole the fusion name. His performance today was outstanding. Fusion army members who were supposed to protect Selena eagerly chimed in. First, he convinced the female duelist to participate, then he subtly guided the crowd to pressure Hikaru, even making remarks like, peeking at a girl's secrets is wrong, to embarrass him. Unfortunately, we didn't coordinate well enough to make Hikaru slip. We await punishment. Interesting. Zane's brother siding with us at such a time. Kanbayashi Kaname frowned. At the time, Cyrus had seen how badly the fusion army was losing, wanted to change himself, and following Hikaru's advice, joined. He figured it would be good mental training in such a crazy environment and trusted Hikaru to save him if needed. Plus, it was just a club, no big deal. Why would a spy outperform our own members? Leo Akaba shook his head. I see now. No wonder we hadn't heard much about him before. Probably overshadowed by his brother, maybe he secretly resents Zane and finally saw an opportunity. An idea blossomed in Leo Akaba's mind. Since Hikaru had dealt the fusion army such a heavy blow, he could do what Growler did, create a new idol for the fusion army. Cyrus Truesdale, ambitious, capable, Zane's brother, perfect material. Once other students learned that Kaiser's own brother joined the fusion army, wouldn't they flock in droves? Chapter 79, completed, El Shaddal Winda. After the school festival ended, the academy entered a short holiday period. Most students would leave the school to return to the warmth of their homes. Of course, some students chose to stay. Some simply didn't want to go home, while others, like Atticus, who had been missing for a year and was preparing to re-enroll as a second year, had paperwork to complete. Additionally, students like Amaki Hikaru and Jaden Yuki, who held the shadow keys, absolutely shouldn't leave school during this time. It was both to protect the academy and themselves. If they left campus, they risked being ambushed by the Shadow Riders. But this wasn't a big deal for the key holders. Everyone here was a hardcore duelist. Staying on campus and happily dueling in the Fusion Club activity room without worrying about others' judgment was pure bliss. The only regret for Jaden was that Zane, preparing to go pro next year, was increasingly shifting his focus. Moreover, Hikaru wasn't around every day. Often, he'd hide in the Fusion Club president's room, tinkering with who knows what. Occasionally, there were even explosions, baffling everyone. Today was one such day. After another explosion, Hikaru activated the room's heavy-duty ventilation system, clearing the smoke. Carefully, using long tweezers, he extracted a card from a large cauldron. Ever since obtaining Eldvika's gems, Hikaru had upgraded his equipment, mostly selected by the Full Metalphos Alcest. Though it looked like a small cauldron, it was far more expensive than the gems themselves. Hikaru didn't mind the expense. Money came and went, out with the old, in with the new. Did it work? Feels like it. Hikaru heard his spirits' voices. He fanned the heat off the card, revealing it to them. Gem Knight? A comrade, huh? Is that Sapphire? So you've been synthesizing Gem Knight Sapphire these days, Master Hikaru? Hikaru nodded. When sorting materials earlier, he noticed a lot of sapphire fragments. Judging by quality and quantity, they seemed like cheaper gems, perfect for practice synthesis. His main goal, however, was to synthesize predaplant cards. Yet after 2 or 3 attempts at making Gem Knight Sapphire, Hikaru discovered something new: synthesizing Gem Knight cards could also charge Winda. This excited Hikaru. After months of dueling with Darkness's help and repeated matches against Haruto Kunigawa in Neo Domino City, his El Shaddol Winda was nearly complete. But without other dual terminal series duelists to spar with, Winda's evolution had stalled. Realizing that synthesizing Sapphire could energize Winda, Hikaru temporarily set aside attempts to make predaplant Offrey Scorpio and focused on refining Sapphire. Maybe because it was a normal monster, or thanks to Gem Knight Prismora existing in his deck, Hikaru found he could attempt it even with just a spirit compatibility of level 5. After much effort, today, Hikaru finally succeeded in creating a Gem Knight Sapphire card and carefully stored it away. His Gem Knight fusions currently only included Prismora and Seraphinite, and he had no Sapphire-aligned fusions yet. So, he'd have to wait for super polymerization to provide those. Meanwhile, Hikaru pulled out another card, a green-haired mage wielding a staff, commanding a phantom dragon. He traced the intricate patterns and gleaming etchings, feeling a surge of excitement. He slotted it into his dual disc, which responded with error. But Hikaru wasn't discouraged. He was just checking Winda's completion. In truth, he'd been unable to judge Winda's progress with his own eyes for days now. To him, it already looked like a complete real card. So, only the dual disc could confirm whether Winda was fully finished. Apparently, not quite yet. Still, no worries, he could try crafting Gem Knight Garnet next. Although more expensive than Sapphire, he wasn't pouring whole gems in each time, just powdered fragments, so the cost was manageable. The Gem Knight spirit hesitated as if wanting to say something, but fell silent. Somehow, that card, Winda, evoked a primal, ancient fear. Not fear from himself, but fear reaching back to the very origin. Master. It's time for our duel. Selena's voice rang out, accompanied by heavy knocking. Unlike Alexis, who had other hobbies and rarely stayed long at the Fusion Club, Selena truly only wanted to duel. Every day around this time, Hikaru would set aside time to duel with Selena, not serious matches, but pure, simple card exchanges. They'd shuffle together random cards, each draw a 40-card pile, and duel. Something like Master Duel's solo mode, explaining dueling thought processes to Selena. Jaden, Bastion, and others often joined in to watch or discuss strategies, and other Fusion Club members staying on campus during the break sometimes gathered too. Though Selena had insisted on calling Hikaru Master, he never refused. After all, she genuinely wanted to learn fusion from him, and that's what the Fusion Club was about, learning and enjoying fusion. Having casual gatherings like this was perfect for everyone to happily spend the school break, and also a good reason to let Selena stay. Selena, that's an extra deck monster sent to the graveyard by card effect. It wasn't properly fusion summoned, so you can't revive it with Monster Reborn. Hikaru pointed to her graveyard. Yeah, Selena, revival limits, Bastion added. Ah, right, she blushed slightly, caught trying to shortcut the rules. Hikaru noticed she really wanted to learn how he pulled out fusion monsters directly, but she often instinctively overlooked some steps. As she shifted her gaze, she happened to glance at Hikaru's deck box, and froze. For a split second, she thought she saw an eerie purple glow emanating from it. But when she blinked, the glow was gone, as if it had never existed. Weird. Earlier, Nurse Fonda had given her a full-body checkup. Overall, she was healthy, but her spirit compatibility far exceeded normal levels, a 6-star level, and Fonda suspected it was because of body modifications by Leo Akuba, recommending limited dual disc usage. Thus, Selena wasn't sure if she'd really seen anything. Still, she felt an intense, unsettling sense of danger. Chapter 80, The Herald. At night, Hikaru, as usual, organized his deck. It had become a habit. Yu-Gi-Oh! Held infinite possibilities. No matter how strong a deck was, it could be defeated by something as simple as 2 Book of Eclipse. His deck, with its infinite possibilities, could change completely from one duel to the next, even he couldn't predict what his deck would become. Previously, Pot of Greed turned into Fusion Substitute, Monster Reborn became Refusion. The latter is manageable with special combos, but the former, what a huge downgrade, Hikaru muttered while shuffling cards. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's this? Excitedly, he rechecked everything, even opened his backup card box to double-check. From the random common cards he bought at Neo Domino City and the ones Fullmetalfo's Alcest gifted him, most had vanished, leaving behind a single card. D/D Swirl Slime. Seriously? Even a card like this got printed? Hikaru tried to recall. Super Polymerization usually prints cards related to my opponent or my deck. Why this? It was an exceptionally powerful card, allowing a fusion summon directly from the hand during the main phase and, from the graveyard, special summoning a D/D monster by banishing itself. Although still a card loss, its card quality in this world was superb. The only problem, it was the only D/D card he had. Could it be? Hikaru considered, maybe because he kept messing with Leo Akuba, Super Polymerization decided to spawn this? Hard to understand. How many secrets does Super Polymerization still hide? As he pondered, something felt wrong. The room was too dark. Master! My lord! He heard his spirits shouting. Suddenly, he felt a surge of familiar power. Captain Prismora had attached himself to Hikaru, glowing to illuminate the room. He turned sharply toward his backup card box. Inside, sticky, inky shadows twisted wildly, mixed with a violet light. What the hell? Master, careful. A bit too late, a flying piece of metal struck Hikaru's shoulder. Thankfully, Captain Prismora's protection minimized the damage. Amid the violet storm, he saw his alchemy materials swirling, assembling, and merging. Before his astonished eyes, a puppet-like iron hand took shape, followed by a floating staff. Then, with a flash of purple light, a tiny figure with mechanical joints and hair made of twisted cables appeared. El Shaddal Winda. So that's it. Fullmetalfo's Alcest materialized beside him. Master, you completed the card long ago. It simply refused to awaken. In this world, some cards actively resisted recognition, only immensely powerful spirits or even gods could do that. Wait, why I can see you now. Hikaru suddenly realized. Master, your power has been enhanced. Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight quickly explained. Strange, Master's crafted cards were just normal cards. Why now? Dark Flare Knight frowned. Apologies, Master, Captain Prismora said solemnly. She must be from my spirit world. My existence must have caught her attention. Now it made sense. Hikaru wasn't some miracle alchemist, there was no way he could create a full spirit artificially. It had to be because Winda already existed. As the spirits babbled, the green-haired mechanical girl twisted her neck, moved her limbs, moving awkwardly but steadily. She wasn't a normal being. Her joints flexed unnaturally, her head jerking oddly. She glanced at Prismora emotionlessly and said. Long time, no see. Captain Prismora shivered. Then, the girl turned to Hikaru. Human, you, unauthorized, create, me. Abruptly, she glitched, slapping her own head as she adjusted her throat. Moments later, she straightened, her expression suddenly lively, even smiling brightly. It stunned Hikaru. Ugh. Prismora. Human. Winda grinned madly. Didn't expect the spirit of a card to reach the human world. Seems I have a chance to resurrect again. Wait. This wasn't the Winda. No, this was a Winda. Prismora was baffled. He had seen many Shaddol spirits, fought countless Shaddols, but none had expressions like this. Tiara? Hikaru tested. You've heard of me. Winda smiled knowingly. Seems my divine name echoes even in other worlds. Hikaru exhaled sharply. This was another darkness. Primordial deity Tiara. Tiara, source of destruction. One of DT World's 2 creators. Of course, if darkness could spawn fragments, Tiara could too. Winda, the voice of God, was Tiara's prophet. In lore, Winda was the only Shaddol without control strings, because she was directly connected. Apparently, Winda's spirit had wanted to duel Hikaru to recognize him, but Tiara had kidnapped it. Compared to the abominations of my world, humans are quite acceptable, Tiara said, nodding approvingly. Human, if you find my world and help me revive, I'll grant you the name of Adam, founder of all humanity there. Nope. Hikaru immediately rejected. Helping Tiara? Might as well revive Qin Shi Huang and be named Grand Marshal. Leave Winda's mind. She's my card now. Tiara flinched. Thousands of years, and there was still someone who dared talk back to her. Aren't you afraid of me? Hikaru smiled. From Prismora, he had learned the history. DT world was ancient, long before history. Tiara's real body had long perished. Probably fossilized into crude oil. To exert enough power, even darkness needed the 3 Egyptian gods. With just a Winda card as a vessel, what could Tiara accomplish? Did she think he didn't have super polymerization? Though Hikaru couldn't unleash Super Poly's full power, Tiara clearly couldn't either, otherwise, she'd have already crushed him. So, Hikaru calmly unclipped his card. Stop, wait. Your body can't fully unleash it. If you force it, we'll both perish. Tiara hurriedly blocked him. I have an idea, a fair duel. She smiled charmingly. You wouldn't refuse, would you? You can duel. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Not yet. But I can learn. Tiara admitted awkwardly. Heh. In this world, if you can't duel, you'll end up a laughingstock, like darkness. I have conditions, Hikaru said. What conditions? Card creation. You can do that, right? This body is weak. But if I use what you're holding, maybe. Stop reading my memories without permission. Hikaru scolded. Deal. I'm heading to the village of spellcasters soon, and I run a club, you can observe as much as you want. Excellent. Tiara beamed. Then, she realized. Wait. Wasn't my original goal, resurrection? Could exchanging card crafting delay that? But after a moment, she dismissed it. As a god, keeping promises was basic. Besides, since the new era was all about dueling, might as well learn, too. As long as she developed Hikaru into her follower, she'd revive eventually. What's 100, 200 years in the grand scheme? Chapter 81, In the Universe. This robot looks pretty cool, huh? Those lines, those gears, that chain, awesome. Oh, Cyber Dragon. Nice design, nice design. Once I get resurrected, I want to make one too. Hey, human, you could have fusion summoned Labyrinth Tank just now, right? Why'd you summon some winged guy instead? Looks way too energetic. Selena held her card in hand, blinking rapidly as she stared blankly at the green-haired spirit floating beside her teacher. She seemed completely lost on what to do. What's wrong, Selena? It's your turn, Bastion, acting as referee, asked curiously. I special summon Cyber Dragon. Snapping back to herself at Bastion's voice, Selena revealed the Cyber Dragon in her hand and placed it on the table, then sent the machine monsters on Hikaru's and her own field to the graveyard. From the shared extra deck zone, from Hikaru's card collection, she summoned Chimeratech Fortress Dragon to the field. Ooh! That design is sweet. The female spirit beside Hikaru nodded repeatedly. Should have gone with something like that for the Shad dolls. Well done, Bastion continued explaining without skipping a beat. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon not only clears the field, but it also gains 2000 ATK. While it still can't defeat Flame Wingman, at least it takes care of Ancient Gear Golem. Ah, I see. So it was to avoid Fortress Dragon that he fused into Flame Wingman. Tierra suddenly understood. Oh, got it now, got it, but that big robot still looks cooler. The corner of Hikaru's mouth twitched as he ignored her and flipped over the trap card on his table. That's one lively spirit. Jaden said, unusually sentimental. He'd seen winged Kuribo before, so he wasn't too surprised. There's spirits like this out there. Chaz was sweating slightly. His armed dragon and light and darkness dragon were both the silent type, appearing only when necessary, not as talkative as this one. After the routine duel ended, Hikaru went to get a glass of water, then spoke to Tierra nearby, can't you make it so only I can see you? Or at least leave Winda's body already? Leave? Tierra tilted her head. What are you talking about? This is my body. Question mark. Do you really think an ordinary spirit could enhance your power and let you see spirits? Tierra began explaining. From the moment you created Winda's card, when she tried to transfer her power into the human world through it, that was me behind the scenes. How else could a regular spirit reach your world so quickly? Besides, relax, the consciousness that was in this body was already sent back to the spirit world. I didn't like that chaotic world anyway. As she spoke, her eyes lit up with a sudden thought. Raising a finger, she added, you should be thanking me, actually. Without me, you would have had to duel Winda's spirit, win, and earn her approval to use the card, right? Hikaru was momentarily speechless. The gods really do whatever they want, even if they're not the card's creator, but just born from its existence, they can still exert full control. He wasn't particularly annoyed by Tierra, just a bit embarrassed since Jaden, Selena, and Chaz had all been looking at him weirdly today. Rather than irritated, he was actually kind of pleased, because Tierra apparently could forcibly enhance his spirit compatibility. Though he was currently at 5 stars, he could now see spirits, and according to Tierra, the higher his star rank, the greater her boost up to an 11-star level enhancement, second only to the legendary Duel King. Hikaru splashed his face with water and returned to the activity room, where he saw the newly arrived Zane. As always, he was dressed in his blue uniform, the 7 stars key hanging from his neck, fluttering in the wind like an accessory. Kaiser, weren't you going to another dimension with Alexis today? Hikaru asked. Oh, so this is the Cyber Dragon user, huh? Excellent taste. Tierra called out. Hikaru, already used to the voice of this mech-obsessed spirit, ignored it. Zane, however, visibly paused upon hearing it before smiling, that's right. I made plans with Alexis before the break, and I'm going to Neo Domino City during the vacation. It's relatively safe, just right for Alexis's recovery. Man, that sounds great. I want to check out Neo Domino City too. Jaden sighed, hands behind his head. Why can we only use the Dimension Gate once during break? I'd love to visit either Neo Domino or the Village of Spellcasters. It's to prevent students from excessive transfers and potential accidents, Zane chuckled. Jaden, did your application go through? It did. Just today. Jaden raised a fist with a grin. I got Chaz to go with me. Don't make it sound like I'm just some extra, Chaz scoffed. If I hadn't written it for you, you'd still be waiting. During the break, each dorm was allowed one interdimensional transfer. Of course, only the Academy's top students could apply or, like Zane, get automatic approval. That's why Jaden said he and Hikaru couldn't go to the same place. After all, there was only one chance. Jaden didn't want to miss finding his friends, and he didn't want Hikaru to waste his opportunity. So, who are you going with, Master? Selena's eyes lit up. Could it be? Selena, did you check your physical assessment report? Hikaru cut in. And you're not even a student in the Academy's high school division. I'm going with Bastion. His application got approved too, and he didn't know where to go. Ugh, Bastion. Selena frowned, visibly disappointed. You're being kinda rude, you know. Bastion said, sweating with frustration. I am second in the RA yellow dorm, after all. Ha ha ha, come on, you're still awesome, Bastion. Hikaru clapped his back, laughing. Doesn't matter if you can't hear spirits. Yeah, go for it, Bastion. Humph, I'll pray for your safety, Bastion. Jaden and Chaz's word struck a chord in Bastion. So what if my spirit compatibility is low? Who did I ever offend? I've been to another dimension too. Amid the banter, the day ended. Zane packed up his stuff, organized his deck, and arrived at Obelisk Blue's teleportation zone. Among the 3 dorms, Obelisk Blue had the most money and luxuries. Their teleportation gate was always the latest model, receiving annual support from Kybercorp. Even though Alexis had been missing for a year, and they still didn't know what she'd done during that time, she used to be a genius student on par with Zane. She was still very familiar with teleporters. She smiled and waved to her fans, then followed Zane and pressed the gate. At first, nothing happened. But just as the two were about to leave, a strange symbol emerged on the frame of the gate. It was a green circle missing a segment on the outside, with a dot in the center, resembling an Ouroboros that hadn't bitten its tail. What? The two instinctively stiffened. The gate flashed a strange green light and transported both of them to another dimension. Where are we? Zane immediately moved beside Alexis, who instinctively stood back to back with him, alert to the surroundings. This was a dimension they had never seen before. Judging by its appearance, it seemed like a massive factory filled with furnaces and strange equipment. The building had no ceiling. From the open roof above, they could see massive planets floating in the sky, incredibly close. The Sun, Venus, and a third one, with their knowledge, they could roughly tell. They appeared to be in space. What is this place? Zane, look out! Just as confusion set in, a figure emerged from the factory. Cloaked, bandaged, masked, with eyes glowing red. He squinted, then slowly raised an emblematic object. A book with a golden eyeball embedded in it. I am the 7th of the Shadow Riders, Amnal. His voice was haunting and ethereal, making both Obelisk Blue elites frown. He's targeting you, Alexis. Zane immediately grasped the situation. They hadn't encountered a new Shadow Rider in nearly 2 months, so Zane had relaxed a little. But the masked man's arrival instantly put him on edge. Sorry, Alexis. Looks like I dragged you into this. Don't say it like that. Alexis laughed, shrugged, and raised her dual disc. Honestly, dueling regular enemies isn't much fun. Don't underestimate me. Hey, Shadow Rider, I'll be your opponent. Doesn't matter, the masked man replied, unmoved. Either one of you. Or both, if you wish. Alexis and Zane's faces both darkened. 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, that's the code of duelists. Zane barked. A handicap duel? Don't insult us, you shadow duelist. Alexis charged forward unhesitantly, slotting her deck into the duel disc. Let me duel you. Zane, just watch for now. Got it. Chapter 82, The Head of the Shadow Riders. A powerful surge of electricity came crashing down, blasting a mighty dragon into pieces. Red Ice Black Dragon. No way. Alexis. Looks like I lost. Zane, be careful, his cards. Before she could finish, Alexis lost consciousness. Her body was enveloped in light, and with a forceful surge, she was flung into space, swallowed into the heart of a star. Seeing this unfold, Zane clenched his fists and strode forward. His expression turned grim as he activated his duel disc. Ha, ha, ha. Some time later. Zane, too, was absorbed into a star. Days later. Professor Banner is missing. Hikaru asked in shock. Yeah. Jaden frowned, troubled. I thought he was just busy with something, but it's been over a week and I haven't seen him. And with him gone from the kitchen, no one's giving me natto anymore. Jaden continued, frustrated. Also, Professor Growler's been missing too these past few days. What gives? Some kind of faculty exchange program or something? Hikaru, you're usually pretty close to Professor Growler. Do you know anything? Hikaru shook his head. He was indeed familiar with the professor, but that didn't mean he met with him every day. As nice as Growler was, he was still a middle-aged working man with responsibilities. But if Banner had gone missing, he had a general idea of what that could mean. Most likely, Professor Banner was about to go all in. The Shadow Riders, huh? Jaden, this might sound strange, Hikaru decided to speak up, but you need to remember, one of the Shadow Riders hasn't appeared yet. You mean Professor Banner was captured by a Shadow Rider? Jaden's face darkened. Damn it. I mean, it's possible that Professor Banner is one of the Shadow Riders. No way, absolutely not. Chumley immediately shook his head. Professor Banner is such a timid guy. How could he be a Shadow Rider? Back when that vampire showed up at the academy, he spent ages hiding in his room praying to Buddha. Jaden, I'm just saying, be prepared. Hikaru hesitated briefly, then gave a firm nod. He rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. Today was the day to search for an old friend. No time to get too down. As he saw Jaden calling over Chaz to prepare for teleportation, the usually lively fusion club grew a bit quiet, while Hikaru sank into thought. If Professor Banner had vanished, then no doubt he had returned to his true self, ready to fulfill his agreement with Chairman Kajimaru and duel them as one of the Shadow Riders. In canon, Banner was the leader of the Shadow Riders and the strongest among them. He defeated every remaining key holder except Jaden all at once, and when facing Jaden, he revealed his true form, hoping to witness his growth. This version of Banner was just as strong, maybe stronger, than the original. But then again, this world's Jaden was also more powerful, with elemental hero Captain Gold and Yvain as two additional spirits. He was clearly stronger than his original counterpart. With Jaden's skills, he should still be able to win, even if Banner's deck got a power boost. If everyone's stronger, it balances out the win/loss dynamic shouldn't change. Today, Hikaru was heading to the village of spellcasters, and he wondered if he might run into a wild dark magician. Compared to the absurdly rare dark magician girl, dark magician was actually more common in this world. With some luck, he just might encounter one there. Yo, Umi, here early today. It's Bastion, Bastion said, then straightened up and said to Hikaru, last semester, I wasn't focused enough, so you and Chaz beat me out. But don't get complacent. Heh, Bastion, you're pretty confident, huh? Just don't cross the line into arrogance. As they bantered, Hikaru slotted the coordinates card for Dark Magician Girl into the dimension gate. He casually asked, is there any particular spirit you want to find? Actually, there is. If possible, I want to find the spirit of a mathematician. He flipped through his deck and showed a card to Hikaru. Seeing the long-bearded old man who once dominated the meta, Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Ah, mathematician plus Dandelion FTK combo, huh? Good thing there's no link summoning in this world. Otherwise, Misawa might go off the rails. Joking around, they stood before the gate under the teacher's guidance. Just as they were about to teleport, Tiara suddenly jumped in and pointed at the machine. "Hey, human, someone tampered with this machine." "Wait. Don't teleport yet," Hikaru shouted. The teacher froze but didn't press the button. Hikaru inspected the machine and noticed a strange green symbol glowing on it. He recognized it at a glance, an alchemical symbol. "Alright, it's fine now. Please proceed." Having confirmed it, Hikaru felt less tense. What he feared was some unknown meddler. As he was thinking this, the dimension gate's light enveloped them. Bathed in emerald light, the two regained awareness inside a massive workshop. Above them, countless enormous planets floated in the sky, while bizarre contraptions filled the area. "Where are we? This doesn't look like a spellcaster-type place," Bastion muttered instinctively. The next second, his attention was stolen by the scene before them. Directly ahead, Professor Banner, cloaked in strange garb and wrapped in bandages, pointed coldly at Jaden, who was kneeling. "It's over, Jaden. Attack him directly." "Well done, Jaden. Forcing me to reveal my true identity, you've grown splendidly." "Ah! Jaden!" Hikaru and Bastion shouted together. Hikaru was stunned by the scene. What the hell? The protagonist lost. Lost to the mid-boss from the original story. Jaden. He heard other students shouting. Looking up, he saw the approaching planets turn transparent. Inside each one were students and teachers pounding on the edges, trying to escape and help. Professor Growler, Alexis, Atticus, Chaz, Zane. Even Cyrus and Chumley were trapped in one, yelling for Jaden. Jaden's body was wrapped in light and drawn into the sun, where he lost consciousness. This. Bastion instinctively took a step back before forcing himself to stay calm. He frantically pulled out his deck. Hikaru, I'll. Seeing his friend flustered, Hikaru stepped forward, blocking him with his arm. "Misawa, let me handle this." "Oh. He, so you choose to stand and face me instead of fleeing after seeing a powerful classmate fall?" Banner narrowed his eyes with a grin. "Then you must have realized it too, right? I am, the final Shadow Rider. Amnal of the Shadow Riders." Hikaru took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Then there's nothing more to say. Hikaru, let's see whether you fall here, or keep moving forward." Duel. X2. Amnal, LP, 4000. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Chapter 83, Higher Alchemy. Hikaru, be careful. His dueling goes beyond anything we've imagined. Zane warned as Hikaru began his duel against Professor Banner without hesitation. Hikaru gave a small nod. On the other side, Jaden slowly regained consciousness, holding his arm as he leaned weakly against a planet. Hikaru, cough, sorry. Jaden, get some rest. Don't overexert yourself. Hikaru kept his eyes on Banner, his heart filled with confusion. This makes no sense. How could Jaden have lost? Did I jinx him with too many flags? What's the matter? Aren't you going to start your turn? Banner looked utterly calm. Hikaru furrowed his brow, glanced at his hand, and drew a card from his deck. My turn, draw. He immediately revealed a card. I activate the continuous spell, Future Fusion. I reveal Labyrinth Tank and send Cannon Soldier from my deck to the graveyard. Then I activate another continuous spell, Flame Swords Realm. I discard Ancient Gear Knight from my hand to activate Flame Swords Realm's effect, Special Summon Flame Swordsman. Flame Swordsman, Level 5 Fiery Warrior 1800 ATK. Next, I set one card and end my turn. Banner watched Hikaru's plays, then chuckled lightly, pinching a fragment from his own cheek and crushing it. He spoke, Hikaru, you don't seem surprised at all by my appearance, do you? Hikaru couldn't exactly say he was a transmigrator, so he simply nodded. I had my suspicions for a while. Your alchemy has always been too real, but your usual demeanor was too meek. So that's how you figured it out. Banner nodded with a grin. As expected of the Academy's top alchemical prodigy. Why, Professor Banner? Chumley slammed against the barrier of a star, shouting. Why did you become a shadow rider? Why did you hurt Jaden? Ha, ha. Banner chuckled softly, his eyes glowing crimson. I didn't become one, I founded the Shadow Riders from the very beginning. Ah. Atticus suddenly recalled, it was you. You're the one who made me lose my memory. Exactly. Banner sneered as he drew a card. Now, my turn, draw. He glanced at his hand, his smile widening. He looked at Hikaru and revealed one of his cards. Hikaru, let me show you a secret beyond conventional alchemy. Normal summon, Alistair the Invoker. Oh crap. Hikaru's eyes went wide. No wonder Jaden lost. He's calling this alchemy too. With a swirl of wind, a robed mage wielding a staff and a magic tome appeared on the field. Alistair the Invoker, level 4 Dark Spellcaster 1000 ATK. After his summons, Banner coughed lightly. Alistair turned to glance at him, and the two nodded in mutual acknowledgement. Only 1000 ATK. Bastion relaxed slightly but then furrowed his brow. That card's not known on the market. Watch out, Hikaru. That monster's insanely strong. The sealed students began shouting. Cold sweat formed on Hikaru's brow. Like, he didn't already know how dangerous that card was. Alistair's monster effect, when this card is normal or flip summoned, I can add invocation from my deck to my hand. It's coming, human. Tierra manifested beside Hikaru with a mischievous look. I activate the spell card, Invocation. Banner revealed the card in his hand. It's a fusion spell that lets me fusion summon using monsters from my hand. But when summoning an invoked fusion monster, I can banish monsters from my field and either the graveyard as fusion materials. I banish Alistair from my field and Ancient Gear Knight from your graveyard. Fusion summon. Behold, the earth-invoked monster, invoked Magellanica. A giant clad in summoning glyphs emerged from the earth, locking eyes with Hikaru. Invoked Magellanica, level 8 Earthrock 3000 ATK. W what? Bastion gaped in shock. Wait, I activate my set card. Hikaru didn't hesitate as he flipped his trap. Trap card, Flame Swords Dance. Flame Swords Dance, Banner chuckled. It's been a while since you used those cards. You should know what it does, Professor. Ah, yes, special summon Dark Flare Knight and set my monster, right? Go ahead. Even sealed, the surrounding students and teachers could hear the unshakable confidence in Banner's tone, an aura of invincibility. Hikaru gritted his teeth. I special summon Dark Flare Knight to set your invoked Magellanica. Dark Flare Knight, level 6 Dark Warrior 2200 ATK. Banner casually allowed his monster to be hidden. Not bad defensively. But my turn isn't over. I activate the effect of invocation in the graveyard, return it to the deck to add a banished Alistair the Invoker to my hand. W what? Bastion nearly shouted. He can summon an invoked monster every turn like this. Alistair is a monster powerful enough to redefine fusion summoning. Banner glanced at the Alistair spirit beside him. The spirit looked at Hikaru and spoke. Banner, as agreed, this will be the last time I help you. That's fine. Banner nodded casually. After all, I'll be dead soon anyway. Then, in a louder voice, he declared, I end my turn. He actually ended his turn. Cyrus, clutching his knees, trembled. So confident, so scary. That monster explains it. Alexis exclaimed in fear. 3300 DEF, and summoned using light-devouring materials. Zane's expression turned grim. Even superalloy beast Raptinus or ultimate ancient gear golem would struggle against that. Hikaru took a deep breath. In the original, Banner was already a formidable foe, but here, he skipped alchemy entirely and went full invoker. He had to find a way to limit Alistair. Or perhaps, an idea suddenly lit up in Hikaru's mind. He thought of a strategy that just might work. Chapter 84, What We Saw in Another Dimension. Alright, draw. My turn. He glanced at his hand and murmured, lucky draw, before placing the card into his duel disc. Field spell card, Fusion Recycling Plant. I discard one card from my hand to add one polymerization from my deck to my hand. I discard Metal Foe's Fusion and add Fusion Substitute to my hand. Then, I activate Metal Foe's Fusion's effect, return it to the deck, and draw one card. Hikaru drew, looked at the card, then stared at his opponent. An Earth Attribute invoked monster with 3300 DEF. But, Professor Banner still had an Alistair in hand, which could boost a fusion monster's ATK and def by 1000 by discarding itself. In other words, even if Hikaru used Future Fusion to summon Labyrinth Tank, he still wouldn't be able to break through it using Flame Sword's realm. Still, he had no choice but to try. He thought hard. What was his biggest advantage against Banner? Half-baked alchemy? Too many fusion cards? No. It was that he knew Banner, and he knew what Banner's cards could do. And Banner didn't know that he knew. I activate Future Fusion's effect. I send Gigatech Wolf to the graveyard, then banish the fusion materials from the graveyard, fusion summon Labyrinth Tank. Labyrinth Tank, level 7 D'Arcade Machine 2400 ATK. Battle. Yes. Chaz cheered, slamming the star shell. Flame Sword's realm reduces the ATK of warrior monsters while raising others by 1000. Labyrinth Tank goes to 3400 ATK. That beats the invoked monster. If the hit goes through, that's 3200 and 800 damage, Banner would be done for. Bastion followed. No. It won't go through. Zane's face darkened. Damn, Hikaru fell for it. Reduce Flame Swordsman's ATK by 1000, increase Labyrinth Tank's ATK by 1000. Flame Swordsman, ATK, 1800 Dark Flare Knight, ATK, 2200 3200, Labyrinth Tank, ATK, 2400 3400. The giant rock-invoked monster began to shift, its massive form about to be pierced by the tank. Too naive, Hikaru. Banner roared. I activate the effect of Alistair the Invoker from my hand. Discard it to target a fusion monster I control, that monster gains 1000 ATK/def until the end of the turn. This effect can be used during either player's turn. Invoked Makaba, def, 3300 4300. What? Bastion gasped. This is bad, Hikaru. Ugh, Hikaru was knocked back by the ricochet, landing hard. Tierra reached out and helped him stay upright. You okay, human? Thanks, Hikaru winced, clutching his abdomen. Hikaru, LP, 4000 3100. TCH. Hikaru gritted his teeth. I set one card, switch my other monsters to defense position. End turn. Is that all you can do? Banner said with a disappointed shake of his head. Professor Banner. Jaden shouted from his transparent star prison, why can't I understand why you're doing this? He looked genuinely distraught. Hikaru glanced at him, then paused and realized something. So that's it. Because of Hikaru's existence in this world, the duels with the Shadow Riders hadn't led to any deaths or severe injuries. As it was in canon, Growler and Zane went down early, putting huge pressure on Jaden. In that world, Jaden's first reaction to Banner's betrayal was anger, then confusion. But here, he hadn't suffered the same pain, so he was just confused. Jaden, Banner said softly, shaking his head, I once traveled the world as an alchemist. He didn't seem bothered about revealing his past, in fact, he looked eager to tell it. I studied alchemy, dreaming of creating the philosopher's stone. I traveled the globe, searching ancient ruins, seeking possibilities. Like Pegasus himself, in the end, my research turned to duel monsters. That's when I discovered the legendary cards of the sacred beasts. His crimson eyes stared at the book in his right hand. Professor Banner discovered the sacred beasts. Mamma mia, I never heard about this. Banner gently flipped open the book, revealing a wealth of knowledge. Someone heard of my research and funded me, offering me a role in Kaibacorp's Dimension Gate project. I stepped onto the path of interdimensional alchemy, he said, looking at Alistair. At first, I visited simple spirit worlds, but eventually, I reached grand gatherings of spirits. The Golden Land, Village of Spellcasters, Spell Academy, Skyscraper, Vampire Kingdom, Realm of Chaos, Sky Sanctuary, and more. I explored alchemy across these realms, and gained quite a reputation. No way. Hikaru blurted in awe. Is he really? Yes, I'm the one the spirits call the Peerless Alchemist. He pointed at the sealed students. I created the true Philosopher's Stone. I saved the Berserk Summoning Master, awakened the maddened Golden Lord, and accomplished countless feats. But with all this, I discovered something, a terrifying force that threatens to fracture the spirit world, and a future full of infinite peril. What? The students were shocked. Humanity isn't ready for interdimensional contact. Too many are lured by spirit power, and the world is evolving too fast. Banner clenched his fists. This world is developing faster than it should, drawing in spirits and making it ever more fragile. Even you, Atticus, Zane, and Jaden, against monsters from beyond this world, even the best will fall. What about the others? Are they prepared for such contact? And fools like Leo Akaba, who seek to exploit other dimensions, are everywhere. Worse still, humanity's reckless exploration has caught the attention of evil beings from other realms. I once wanted to keep researching. But a life prolonged by alchemy has limits. He tapped his face, pieces of it crumbling off. Seems this world no longer allows me to live as a human. All I've learned about alchemy, and the spirit worlds I've visited, I've recorded in this recompiled emerald book. Hikaru, if you defeat me, it will be yours. But alas, it seems you may not be up to the task. Hikaru's expression turned serious. If he's saying that much, he's truly going all out today. Way more serious than in the original. My turn, draw. Normal summon a second Alistair. Yes. Hikaru silently cheered, keeping a stern face. Same as last turn, I add invocation to my hand. Then, I discard Aqua Spirit and banish Alistair from the field, fusion summon, invoked Cocytus. A blue and white dragon tethered to summoning glyphs soared down from the heavens. Invoked Cocytus, level 6 water dragon 1800 ATK/2900 def. Defense position. Chaz said in confusion. This monster can attack while in defense position, Banner smiled, returning invocation to the deck and adding Alistair from the banishment zone to his hand. Damn. 2900 DF, now it's even worse. It can attack and defend. This is invoked. I switch invoked Magellanica to attack position. Battle. Destroy his 2 knights. Banner waved casually. Forgive me, my lord. Thanks for your efforts, both of you. Always running into powerhouses and still never complaining, Hikaru felt a little bad for his monsters. I set 1 card. Your turn, Hikaru. Hikaru wiped sweat from his brow. Dueling invoked under these conditions was no joke. Good thing he had a backup plan. My turn, draw. Hikaru looked at the card, steeled his eyes, and stared back at Banner. Professor, your concerns aren't unfounded. But don't underestimate your students. Oh. Banner replied calmly. I pay 2,000 life points. Hikaru gritted his teeth as he felt energy drain rapidly from his body. The watching students gasped at his desperate move. Hikaru, LP, 3,111. I activate, Lullaby of Obedience. Lullaby of Obedience. Banner reacted with sudden shock. Don't tell me. That's right, Professor Banner. I declare, Alistair the Invoker. Chapter 85, Final Gambit in Desperation. So it really is Lullaby of Obedience? Banner chuckled and shook his head. When you dueled a member of the Polymerization Club, you said that using your opponent's monsters for fusion was also fusion. I was quite pleased by that. That's the true essence of alchemy. Still, this card's not of much use to you, is it? Banner tossed the card to Hikaru, allowing him to hold it. Right. Hikaru's extra deck shouldn't have any invoked monsters, Alexis said, frowning as she gave her take. No, this is a brilliant move, Chaz interrupted, shaking his head. That summoner's power is impressive, but no matter how strong a monster card is, no card can be included more than 3 times in a deck. That's a fundamental rule of dueling. Exactly. If we can limit Alistair from appearing, the invoked monsters will be hard to summon as well. Phew, nice one, Hikaru, Zane breathed a sigh of relief. More importantly, Atticus added excitedly. If Hikaru has Alistair in hand, he can use that effect to boost attack too. Hikaru didn't explain his plan. If he wanted to win, he had to carry out the strategy in his head, and until then, no one could know what his goal was. I activate my field spells effect, discard fusion substitute to add another fusion substitute from my deck to my hand. Then I activate fusion substitute in the graveyard, return flame swordsman to the extra deck, draw 1 card. He drew and immediately revealed his next play. I activate the effect of Thunder Dragon in my hand. Add the remaining 2 from my deck to my hand. Then I send 1 Thunder Dragon to the graveyard to activate Flame Swordsrealm's effect, special summon Flame Swordsman. Flame Swordsman, level 5 Fiery Warrior 1800 ATK. Wahoo! This time I won't let you down, my lord. Flame Swordsman cheered again. Everyone who could see the scene went silent for a moment. I activate the spell card, Thunder Dragon Fusion. Hikaru revealed the card. It lets me return monsters from the field, graveyard, or banished zone to the deck to fusion summon a thunder monster. Fusion summon, Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Hikaru slammed his palms together, summoning another monster once again. Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, level 8 Light Thunder 2800 ATK. Good. Now, Invocation can't access my graveyard monsters anymore. 2,800, still not enough. But there's still Flame Swords Realm. Battle. Hikaru took a deep breath. His plan was nearly complete, and now, it all depended on Banner's reaction. Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, attack invoked Cositus. Activate Flame Swords Realm, lower Flame Swordsman's ATK by 1000, increase others by 1000. Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, ATK, 2800 3800, Labyrinth Tank, ATK, 2400 3400. Banner hesitated briefly but chose not to activate Alistair from his hand. Then, following up. Labyrinth Tank, attack. Hikaru pointed. I discard Alistair. Banner threw the card. Invoked Magellanica, ATK, 3000 4000. Once again, the little tank rammed into the Colossus, this time, greeted by a clean, brutal punch. Hikaru, LP, 1100 500. This is bad. Hikaru's life points keep dropping, and Professor Banner hasn't taken any damage, Alexis swallowed. The situation was truly dire. If Hikaru lost, what would happen to them? Would Banner kill them? Fear flooded her mind with countless dreadful possibilities. Ugh. Hikaru felt like his chest had been pierced. Every breath felt like molten lava flooding his lungs. He gritted his teeth through the pain and sweat. Main phase 2. No. Even Hikaru is. Even Big Brother already lost, and now. Chumley, Cyrus. Don't give up. Jaden stood up, despite his battered body, and shouted through the pain, if we don't believe in Hikaru now, who else will support him? You can do it, Hikaru. Yeah, let's go, Hikaru. Professor Growler chimed in first. Rallying behind Jaden, the students found renewed spirit and began cheering for Hikaru. You alright, Hikaru? Need a hand? Bastion said. Hikaru shook his head. He could still stand. Set one more card. End turn. Is that your limit, Hikaru? Banner's expression showed slight disappointment. In that case, I suppose I won't need to use this card. His face-down card was the trap, Omega Summon, which could special summon a banished invoked monster. He had planned to use it to restore fusion capacity when he ran out of materials. But if Hikaru could only manage this much, it was unnecessary. My turn. Draw, spell card, monster reincarnation. I discard Garuda the Wind Spirit to return Alistair from my graveyard to my hand. He glanced at his hand, then declared, normal summon, Alistair, in defense position. Seeing Alistair return again, the students grew nervous, yet, Jaden's cheering kept their spirits alive. Adding invocation to my hand, I activate. Now. I activate my trap card, counter trap, paradox fusion. Hikaru coughed but raised his hand. I banish one face-up fusion monster, until the end of the second turn after activation on my field, to negate and destroy a spell or trap activation. I banish Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. A rare counter trap from you, and perfectly timed to stop invocation. You even waited until I had just one copy left, Banner smiled, still unfazed. He glanced at Flame Swordsman, then at Hikaru's face-down card. That face-down must be Salamandra with Chain, right? Banner mused aloud. Otherwise, you would have banished Flame Swordsman instead of Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Hikaru flinched. Seems I was right. Getting his set card guess surprised him more than he wanted to admit. Salamandra with Chain boosts a monster's ATK by 700. Alistair can boost by 1000. Attacking carelessly here would be foolish. So, I banished the first Aqua Spirit from my graveyard, special summon it in defense. His hand was filled with spirits of varying attributes, meant to cover different fusion types. Now, with invocation foiled, all he had were the spirits themselves. Aqua Spirit, Level 4 Water Aqua 1200 Def. End turn. My turn. Draw. Right now, Banner raised a hand, Aqua Spirit's effect activates, I force your Flame Swordsman into defense, and it can't change position this turn. Flame Swordsman, ATK DF1600 Def. Hikaru panted, clutching his cards, sweat pouring, friends cheering all around. He looked at his card draw and gritted his teeth. Didn't draw the key card? Tierra asked. I still have one more chance to draw. Hikaru eyed fusion substitute in his hand. I bite down and draw again. Then why hesitate? Tierra tilted her head. Afraid? Want more of my power? If you die, it might take ages before I find another worthy vessel. These others don't count, you know. You're special. She raised her staff, smiling. My resurrection ritual needs materials. Either you or that guy across the field could do it, but he's unlikely to agree. So. Want my help? Hikaru inhaled deeply. Should he beg a god for help in this moment? You can do it, Hikaru. Jaden cried out. Let's go, Hikaru. Zane shouted, fist raised. I don't need it. Hikaru rose to his feet. This turn decides the duel. Oh. Banner looked intrigued. I activate Fusion Recycling Plant. Discard Fusion Substitute to add my final Fusion Substitute from the deck to my hand. It was the last one. I banish Fusion Substitute to return Dark Flare Knight from the graveyard to the extra deck. Draw one card. Hikaru drew it with force, the card slicing the air, trailing a violet-black streak. Wow. Tierra watched, feeling a flicker of delight for the human she supposedly didn't care about. Amazing. So this is the new era of life? Of power? For the first time, she truly found herself interested in the rituals of this new age. Hikaru looked at the card and took a deep breath. He met eyes with Professor Growler across the star prison. Huh. Professor Banner. Take a look at my answer. He revealed his card. Quick play spell, Scrap Fusion. Nice one. Zane lit up with excitement. Scrap Fusion lets you fusion summon using your opponent's graveyard. You'd use mine. Banner tapped his book. But. Chaz worried, you need to know what's in your opponent's extra deck, right? Right, Hikaru. Do you? I select Alistair the Invoker and invoked Cositus from your graveyard. Banner's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Alchemy is destruction and recreation, refinement and transcendence. Professor Banner, you must have invoked Ogoids in your extra deck. As Hikaru shouted, his heart pounded. If Banner didn't have it, he was done. But of course, the peerless alchemist wasn't bluffing. He burst out laughing. Even my materials and my creations? You really plan to use them all? This card was bought for me by Professor Growler. Using it is part of completing your assignment, Professor. Is that okay? Hilarious. Absolutely delightful. Hikaru, you really are my best student. Banner revealed his extra deck. Very well. Go, invoked Ogoids. Crack clang. Clang. A summoner appeared on Hikaru's field, then was surrounded by metal armor and mechanisms, forming a massive, robot-like invoked beast. Invoked Ogoids, level 8 Light Fairy 2000 ATK. Ogoids? Hikaru actually knew. Hikaru knows everything about fusion. Jaden shouted from his star prison. Go, Hikaru. Ogoids as effect, when special summoned, target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Boom! Magellanica was torn apart instantly. Ah, that won't be enough to defeat me this turn, Banner crossed his arms. I activate my set card, Omega Summon. This card lets me special summon a banished invoked monster. Too bad, Hikaru. I special summon invoked Cositus, defense position. Invoked Cositus, def, 2900. Ogoids can banish a fusion monster from the graveyard to boost its ATK, but even at 4400, it can't attack directly. So this should be your finale. Hikaru closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. I activate Thunder Dragon Fusion from the graveyard, banish it to add 1 Thunder monster from the deck to hand. I choose Gem Knight Tourmaline. Huh. Then I normal summon Alistair the Invoker. What? Wait, no way. Sorry, Professor. I've been deceiving you this whole time. Banner was stunned, then recovered, chuckling and shaking his head. Well played. So that's it. In this duel of wits, I lost. Hikaru, it seems I was wrong. I shouldn't have been the one to feel disappointment. You've long surpassed my expectations. Alistair's effect, I add Invocation to my hand from the deck. Spell card, Invocation. I fuse Thunder Dragon and Gem Knight Tourmaline. Fusion requirement, 1 Gem Knight monster and 1 Thunder type monster. Shine before me, Gem Knight Prismora. Gem Knight Prismora, Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Prismora's effect, I discard Gemnite Sapphire to destroy one face-up card you control. This is it, Professor Banner. Destroy Aqua Spirit. Battle. Alistair attacks Alistair. Activate Flame Swords Realm, reduce Flame Swordsman's ATK by 1000, all other monsters gain 1000. Prismora attacks Cositus. And lastly, Ogoids, direct attack. Radiant lights burst forth like the sun, illuminating the massive cosmic space. When the brilliance faded, only a field of falling stars remained. Hikaru, the winner. Chapter 86, Legacy and the Key. Cough, cough, cough. Professor Banner. The simulated star slowly descended. As it faded, the students were released, and 3 Slifer Red students rushed over to Banner's side, led by Jaden Yuki, all visibly anxious. Though he had been their enemy, Banner never harmed them. Over the past 6 months, he had told them stories, played games, cooked for them, and even slipped them extra food. The 3 had grown truly fond of him. Especially Jaden, he had come to see Banner as a brother. And now, he could only watch helplessly as Banner's body slowly crumbled away. Hikaru, how are you feeling? Zane and Professor Growler rushed to Hikaru, worried. Bastion was already helping him stand. Though Bastion hadn't contributed much during the duel, aside from being frightened at the start, he had stood by Hikaru the entire time without retreating. As soon as the duel ended, he was the first to hold Hikaru up so he wouldn't collapse. I'm fine. Just some mental exhaustion. Hikaru exhaled and looked at Tierra, who casually waved a hand and gave him a quick status read. Though the duel had been fierce, Banner hadn't gone too far in terms of raw damage. Supported by Bastion, Hikaru slowly walked over toward Banner, and the others gathered around as well. Don't cry, Jaden. Banner smiled gently at Jaden's conflicted and pained expression. This body was just an artificial life form I created. The real me already died during my dimensional exploration. I returned to the human world in this alchemical body to bring back what I learned and to find a successor. That's why I became your teacher. He closed his eyes and laughed softly as his body began to crumble. A spirit resembling Alistair appeared beside him, stretching out a hand to gather the golden lights emerging from Banner. Jaden, Banner opened his eyes again, no longer fierce and scarlet, but soft and gentle. You're far stronger than I imagined. But you're also too gentle. You haven't truly understood the terror of shadow games. The efforts of your classmates helped ease your burden, but to become a real hero, that alone isn't enough. Then he looked to the others. Chaz, your pride fills your heart, but it hasn't helped you grow stronger. Yet you never abandoned that pride, and for that, I'm glad. Atticus, Alexis, you two have become far too complacent. Zane, your dedication to duel and honor is admirable. But duels must always have a victor. Professor Banner. Jaden's face contorted in sorrow. He was saying his final goodbyes. It was obvious. Hikaru. Professor. The book is yours. All my life's research and discoveries. The traces left behind from the spirits I've encountered, they're all yours now. Banner extended his hand and passed the book to Hikaru. They're powerful and have strong personalities. Whether you earn their recognition is up to you. Hikaru accepted the book, lightly squeezing it. Then he asked, Professor Banner, if you could create your own body, why? Why still die, right? Banner shook his head. Because I was too powerful. He laughed at his own words. I know that sounds arrogant, but I've become something beyond human. This world no longer allows someone like me to live among humans. I see. Tierra, off to the side, nodded in understanding. So he's just like me. Just like her. Even the pharaoh had to return to the afterlife for eternal rest. How could I remain in the mortal world forever? Banner closed his eyes. Professor Growler. Ah. Growler stiffened, intimidated by the now foreign figure of his familiar colleague. Please look after the kids. At this, Growler instead replied, what are you saying? I'm the noble head of Duel Academy. The children were always mine to protect. Then, that's good. With a final smile, Banner closed his eyes. His body and card slowly disintegrated. Alistair gathered the fragments into a glowing orb. The student stared as Alistair took the orb and sealed it within his grimoire. He looked around at the crowd, who tensed under the gaze of such a powerful duel monster. Warriors of humanity. As per our agreement, I will now escort Banner's soul to the village of spellcasters. He carefully stored the book. Banner's soul is far stronger than any average human's. Countless malevolent beings desire it. I must personally ensure it arrives safely, lest it fall into the wrong hands and plunge your world into chaos. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Village of spellcasters. Evil forces slipping through to wreak havoc. They didn't understand any of it. Only Hikaru and Jaden recalled their time in the warrior's realm and realized what kind of place Alistair meant. After that, the spirit turned to Hikaru again. New Era Alchemist, warrior of mankind. Your performance was commendable. Honestly, I could stay and help you further. But we spirits must honor our pacts and complete our missions. I must escort Banner's soul. And trials cannot be skipped. That, too, is our code. Once you've studied the knowledge in that book and found the village of spellcasters, I will return. Until then, let me give you this card, Banner's favorite. Raising his staff, Alistair drew a magic circle in the air. From it emerged a familiar giant, who transformed into a card and flew into Hikaru's hand. It was invoked Magellanica, the first of the 4 elemental invoked monsters Banner favored. Hikaru took a deep breath and pocketed the card. Suddenly, green runes lit up the sky and surrounding structures, bathing everyone in light. When Hikaru came to his senses, he was back in the Academy's forest. Around him, teachers and friends lay unconscious in the grass. Everything that had just happened was gone, like a dream. But the lingering voice in his ear reminded him, it was no illusion. Within Banner's book is a key to his laboratory. If you want to conduct alchemy experiments, use that key to access the artificial dimension again. Until then, goodbye. I look forward to our next meeting. The key to the alchemy lab. He opened the book and saw the key tucked between the pages, which he carefully stored. Banner hadn't stayed behind as a spirit like in the original story. It made Hikaru a little sad. He had expected this duel wouldn't lead to such a permanent parting. In the original, Banner had watched over Jaden until the very end, even joining him on solo journeys. He had been the one who cared for and protected the protagonist the most. Clearly, the appearance of another dimension had changed the world too drastically. Still, this wasn't a complete farewell. They would meet again someday. In this world, there was no need for grief. Until then, he would study the book properly. Chapter 87, Philosopher's Stone, Sabasil. With the final Shadow Rider defeated, the key holders could finally let their guards down a little. Professor Growler was especially proud this time. The card Hikaru drew to turn the duel around, Scrap Fusion, was one Growler had personally bought. For once, he truly felt involved. A rare and fulfilling moment. What irked him, though, was that cowardly Banner had the nerve to say, "Take care of the students," right before him. How insulting. The Slifer Red students, however, were visibly downcast. Jaden didn't speak or move much for days, surprisingly subdued. Having never experienced true parting before, seeing someone he cared for vanish into nothingness in front of his eyes for the first time, it hit him hard. But this too was a kind of growth, perhaps his most important one. Even his hero spirits could barely console him. Only winged Kuribo could bring the faintest smile to his face. The only one seemingly unaffected was Atticus, who had once again participated in a shadow game and been immediately wiped out by Banner. Still, this carefree guy just strummed his guitar and boasted that he'd now fought a true duelist, so Zane needn't worry about him. He was fine. He could even use Red Ice Black Dragon freely now with the mask. This differed from Hikaru's memory. Originally, even after breaking free of the mask's control, Atticus could only use Red Ice again by donning the mask and enduring great pain to channel darkness. But not in this world. Here, Atticus could wear the mask at will and summon Red Ice as he pleased. Darkness's fragment had completely left the mask. 3 top-tier rare cards, gained for free. Atticus was honestly grateful to Banner. If only he hadn't been punched so hard during the duel. Now free of immediate crisis, Hikaru returned to daily life with the Fusion Club, spending time reading through the Emerald Book that Banner had left behind. Truthfully, this Emerald Book should have been called the Book of Banner. Defend the card. Even if he never used it, it was Professor Banner's legacy. He wouldn't let anyone else have it. Tierra, however, calmly raised her staff. So, as thanks for teaching me to duel and letting me witness such a fascinating ritual, I'll use this restored power to help you craft a card. Huh. Seeing Hikaru dazed, Tierra tilted her head in confusion and playful sarcasm. Her head literally twisted with a click, flopping sideways. What, you thought I'd try to steal it? Hikaru, I am a god. I honor my deals. Though the subtext was clear, had there been no deal, she'd have no problem backstabbing him. But as a divine being, she had her own pride and dignity. Materials: a level 2 monster, a dark monster, a fiend, a fairy, a machine, a winged beast, a wind monster, normal or effect doesn't matter. Also, I need a bird feather, a gemstone, preferably purple or black. If you can't find those, shove that white crystal into the pot. You figure out the rest. Typical card crafting stuff. Got it. Hikaru blinked, then rushed off to prepare. Only now did he realize, when Tierra first told him about the stone, she wasn't being kind. If he hadn't resisted temptation, she might really have betrayed him. Only when she confirmed he had respect without greed did she abandon the thought. A god who loathed living beings, you couldn't trust her smile. Focused again, Hikaru returned to the human world. After 3 to 4 days of material hunting, he and his spirits came back to the workshop to begin crafting. Nearly a week later, he opened the furnace and pulled out a new card. Successful. A flash of excitement lit his face. It was a Shaddol main deck monster, Shaddol Falco. An unexpected bonus. He pumped his fist. Hikaru never imagined he'd get a Shaddol monster so soon, so now, all his Shaddol fusion cards would finally come into play. Chapter 89, Shocking News in the New Semester. How could this be? In a dimly lit room, a bright light shone on a lone figure. A synthetic voice echoed slowly from the speakers. Amnel actually failed. The voice was old and frail, barely carrying a trace of vitality, manipulating machinery with trembling hands. How is that possible? Obviously, he underestimated Growler and the others. A bald man sat facing him directly, expressionless, hands clasped, and spoke calmly. Leo Akiba was in the middle of a private meeting. Underestimated them, the elderly voice was still full of doubt. How could there be anyone stronger than Amnel? He knew Banner far too well. He had personally witnessed Banner's return from the dead, even learning the sacred beast's revival methods from him as repayment. It was hard to believe Banner could lose. He let his guard down and wasn't prepared. Losing wasn't impossible, Akiba still insisted. After repeatedly being obstructed by Growler, he now viewed him with extreme suspicion. He had never seen Amnel's duel, so he didn't know what had transpired. But if Amnel lost, Growler had to be involved. In a way, Akiba was right. Hikaru's victory hinged entirely on the scrap fusion Professor Growler had purchased. Akiba didn't dwell too much on the point. Instead, he furrowed his brow, anxiety mounting like a pledge of loyalty. Chairman, This means you won't be able to collect all the keys now. Should I prepare a new team to seize the cards? I still have strong duelists in my secret division. That won't be necessary. From within a life support pod, sustained by nutrient fluids and science alone, Kajamaru slowly spoke. You're mistaken about something, Dr. Akaba. Our goal was never to take the keys. It was to force the key holders into 100% all-out shadow duels. Bubbles escaped his mouth as he continued. Amnul was a peerless genius. He designed the perfect youth restoration ritual. Even without confirmation that all the key holders had gone all out, he challenged nearly all of them. All the keys were lit. That is enough. He admired his past self for having the foresight to invest in Banner. If he had been a moment too late when Kaiba Corp called for experts, he would have missed the chance to recruit someone of Banner's caliber. Even if Banner hadn't served him wholeheartedly, what did it matter? What mattered was talent. Just like Dr. Akaba. As long as they were talented, he would respect them. Now, all that remains is to duel Jaden Yuki, who possesses the strongest spirit power. That will awaken the sacred beasts, restore my youth, and through Banner's ritual, grant me immortality. I will rule the world. He shouted until he coughed, more bubbles escaping the pod. Initially, Banner had advised him to use an alchemical artificial body. It wouldn't be true youth, but it would extend his life by decades. That would have been enough. But after encountering Banner, learning of alternate dimensions, and obtaining the sacred beasts, how could he settle for less? He wanted the best, to be the strongest, and eternal life. So that means, the sealed sacred beast cards are ready to be retrieved now. Not quite yet. I still need to duel Jaden Yuki, the one with the strongest spirit power, to fully awaken them. On the verge of immortality, Kajamaru couldn't stop rambling, assisted by machines. Once awakened, they can release energy to absorb power from all dual spirit cards in the world. With that, I will instantly regain youth and become the strongest duelist, ruler of. So you can already use the sacred beasts to influence and control spirits, correct? Question mark. Kajamaru faltered, trying to explain, and no, that wouldn't be enough to completely revive them. Absorbing all dual spirits worldwide, that's too conspicuous, Akaba said quietly. I prefer using cards and humans to gather power in the shadows. Dr. Akaba? Kajamaru finally reacted, startled. Thank you, Chairman. These years working with you have been enjoyable. For once, Akaba wore a faint smile. Now then. Goodbye. With that, Leo Akaba turned, cape fluttering behind him, and walked away, leaving only a cold, merciless silhouette. What? Akaba. Kajamaru heard mechanical clicks and gurgling liquid. He was now too old to see, to hear, surviving only through machines. And now, he felt warmth draining rapidly from his body. At last, he realized. He had been betrayed. Dr. Akaba, Leo Akaba, aka, B.A. The smooth mechanical voice gradually faded into darkness. Rejuvenation. Eternal youth. Immortality. World domination. Foolish. Your ambition was far too small. Leo Akaba pulled open the curtains, narrowed his eyes toward the horizon. His ambition was farther and beyond, in every dimension. Time passed. A new semester began. Ever since Banner made his move, the academy had settled into an eerie calm. Hikaru found it strange that up until the first day of school, nothing odd had happened, no rogue spirits flying across the sky. Where was Kajamaru? Didn't he want to reclaim his youth? Confused, Hikaru passed a peaceful, fulfilling break. But on the opening day, Principal Shepard delivered a tragic announcement with a somber expression. The Academy's chairman, the centenarian Kajamaru, had peacefully passed away during the break due to complications with his life support machinery. As chairman, he had secured many benefits from Kaiba Corp for the school. Last semester's opportunity to participate in the interdimensional exchange tournament was thanks to his efforts. He loved the academy, respected education, and cared deeply for the students. Hikaru tuned out the rest. He had only one thought. Kajamaru's dead. Who was going to use the sacred beasts now? Who was supposed to be the final boss of GX's Phase 1? Could it be Banner was this world's true Phase 1 final boss? That would explain why Jaden lost to him so believably. Wait. Another thought struck him. Does that mean he doesn't have to use the Philosopher's Stone at this awkward time? Great, fantastic, no. Wait, that's wrong. Hikaru quickly stopped himself. Just because Kajamaru hadn't made a move yet didn't mean he was innocent. Still, not needing to burn the stone at this delicate time, that was a relief for both Hikaru and Jaden. Meanwhile, Principal Shepard reached the final part of his speech. Lastly, with grief but also with gratitude, because of Chairman Kajamaru's years of service and excellence, Kaiba Corp has decided to host the most magnificent commemorative event this semester. The grand prize will be a replica card of a legendary monster. Shepard himself was visibly excited. It is said to be a monster used by none other than Yugi Muto when facing the Egyptian gods. Whoa! No way! Chairman, no disrespect, but this is the best thing you've ever done. Do I really have a shot at owning a legendary monster? This academy is totally worth it. The students erupted with joy. A legendary monster once used against the gods, linked to the king of games himself, who wouldn't be thrilled? After the eventful past semester, the school year now started with yet another major competition. How could they not be excited? Hikaru, meanwhile, rubbed his chin, thoughtful. A card used to fight the gods. That range is huge. It could be Dark Paladin, Magician of Black Chaos, Black Luster Soldier, Buster Blader. Shepard's phrasing was way too vague, even to him, who Hikaru couldn't remember every detail, just the most iconic cards. But that didn't matter. Yugi's deck was full of fusion-related cards anyway. Almost every monster had a fusion form. This was an event worth joining. Chapter 90, Detective Chaz. On the first day of the new term, just after classes ended and sign-ups for the tournament began, Chaz approached Hikaru. There's something I want to talk about with you. What is it? Hikaru assumed it was a challenge. You're entering the tournament too? No. Chaz shook his head. Of course, I want Mr. Yugi's card, but if I actually joined, I think my master would be pretty upset. Hikaru personally thought Seto Kaiba wouldn't care about something so petty. It's something else I need to talk to you about. Now that was odd. What could Chaz possibly want to discuss with him? Was this like the original, where Chaz had a crush on Alexis Rhodes and needed his advice? In the original, that did end up leading to the Egyptian god's reappearance, but that couldn't be it, right? If anything, he'd go to Atticus for that. It's about Chairman Kajamaru. Chaz hesitated, arms folded, voice low. Chairman Kajamaru. Hikaru's eyes briefly widened before he composed himself and feigned ignorance. Chaz, why bring him up? He's already passed. What could still be unresolved? Chaz nodded, uncertain but serious. I once saw him at Kaiba Corp, well, not in person. I had a video meeting with him over the network. I see. He was absolutely terrified of death. My master has a terrible opinion of him, says he's worse than worthless. Every so often, his life support system would get swapped out by his company's robots. The entire process was fully automated. Logically, a mechanical failure shouldn't have been possible. Based on the reports I've reviewed, even if there was a failure, he still should have survived at least another month. Chaz. Hikaru blinked, surprised. You're saying, the chairman didn't die of natural causes? Chaz nodded emphatically. I suspect someone behind the Shadow Riders did it. He raised his hand and continued, remember what Professor Banner said. Someone was funding his research. That means at least one person knew what he was doing. Banner becoming a shadow rider couldn't have been unrelated. And Banner also said this world is filled with arrogant fools trying to exploit other dimensions, like Professor Leo Akiba. Chaz, you're a genius detective. Hikaru stared at him in awe. No wonder they called him Detective Chaz. Hikaru already knew about Leo Akiba and Kajamaru. So for him, this wasn't too surprising. He remembered clearly that Kajamaru was still alive even in the original series finale. The man could really cling to life. So once the shock of his death wore off, Hikaru started to suspect Leo Akiba might be involved. But Chaz? He deduced all this just from past details and observation. I suspect Professor Akiba might be the one behind Banner, Chaz said gravely. If that's the case, everything he did in the Polymerization Club would make sense. Though Hikaru's understanding of the timeline was different, Chaz had already reasoned to an impressive degree. You never fail to amaze, Chaz. So you weren't surprised, Chaz said, relieved. That confirms it. You suspected Professor Akiba all along, didn't you? That's why you formed the new Fusion Club and had Cyrus transfer to the Polymerization Club. Hikaru did think Leo Akiba was likely responsible for Chairman Kajamaru's death. Given his scheming nature in the original, secretly taking out a dying man would be entirely within character. But Hikaru had no knowledge of any connection between Kajamaru and Leo Akiba. All he knew about Akiba in this world was that he had once modified the dimensional gate system and earned recognition from Kaibacorp. Chaz, I have my doubts too, but I don't have a shred of proof. That was Hikaru's dilemma. He had told Growler about the attack on him in Neo Domino City. Growler even reported it to Kaibacorp. But super polymerization had erased every trace, to the point Kaibacorp couldn't investigate a thing. And the dimension where the parasite lab was hidden, Selena didn't know its location. After all, she was a prisoner, not a gatekeeper. I came to you because I needed someone I could trust and talk this through with, Chaz said seriously. If you thought it was nonsense, I might have dropped it. But since you suspect Leo Akiba too, I'll call my master myself. Ask him to investigate Akiba's connections. He feared Seto Kaiba deeply. In aura, ability, and wealth, Kaiba was like a max version of himself. Training under such a person only intensified that fear. Kaiba's words weren't exactly gentle. His physique didn't even seem human, as he once lifted Chaz with one hand to duel an AI. Without support, Chaz would never dare bother Kaiba with a hunch. I see. Hikaru wanted to keep discussing, but a teacher's voice rang out from outside. Amaki Hikaru, please report to the duel field. It's your match. Coming. Hikaru shouted, then turned to Chaz. Chaz, don't tell Jaden or the others yet. I know. That's why I came only to you. I didn't want to worry them unnecessarily. After all, this might still involve Professor Banner. Hikaru couldn't help but admire him. Chaz, trained by Kaiba, was turning out to be incredibly reliable. Maybe Hikaru could eventually share more of what he knew with him, then they could work things out together. And in fact, Chaz had reminded him of something important. Back in canon, most of the Academy students were sidelined by the later arcs. But they had potential. Chaz's deductive skills, Bastion's computational ability, these were talents that mattered outside of dueling. One shouldn't treat them like ordinary students. They all had their own value. For now, Hikaru hurried to the duel field, where his next opponent waited. A student from RA Yellow with a bizarre hairstyle. Speak of the devil, someone with a special talent. That is Dimitri, wasn't it? Dimitri, the copycat duelist. Chapter 91, This is not fusion. Dimitri. Originally a student from RA Yellow in the source material, he once lost to Cyrus from Slifer Red. Unable to bear the humiliation, he stole Yugi Muto's deck from an exhibition and challenged Jaden Yuki for a rematch, only to lose again. After his defeat, he began mimicking Jaden and started using a hero deck himself. He was quite the eccentric student. His greatest strength wasn't his deck, but rather his extraordinary memory and analytical skills, which allowed him to perfectly wield any deck he got his hands on from the moment he received it. Even more impressively, although he wasn't the top student of RA Yellow, he could still pilot a deck like Yugi Muto's with absolute precision, never bricking. When using Yugi's deck, he could nearly replicate Yugi's moves perfectly, a truly gifted duelist. He wasn't the type with sky-high potential, but he had an incredibly high floor. As a fellow student from RA Yellow, Hikaru naturally wasn't meeting Dimitri for the first time. Truth be told, they were already quite familiar with each other. He still sported that bizarre look, a scarf, hair done up just like the king of games, and a yellow and white uniform that looked rather sharp. While many students joined the polymerization club for its powerful cards, clearly, he did not need to. After all, in the original, Dimitri already had the ancient gear golem, and there was no way he'd need to mooch off a deck that didn't even include it. So the opponent was Dimitri? Thinking about it, it made sense. Dimitri could bring out the full potential of any card. If he got his hands on the King of Games cards, it was only natural that the deck would become even stronger. Moreover, Hikaru recalled something. In this world, there had never been an exhibition of the King of Games deck. It had instead been replaced by various events related to another dimension. So he really didn't get the chance to steal any deck, which meant he probably hadn't copied Jaden and picked up hero cards either, right? Then what kind of deck would he use? Duelists, ready. The instructor raised his hand. Duel. X2. Hahaha, Hikaru. Dimitri burst into laughter. I've been wanting to face you for a long time now. Seriously? Then why didn't you just say so before? Facing strong duelists provided super polymerization with better quality energy to forge superior cards. After 6 months of dueling, Hikaru had also realized that dueling against different types of duelists resulted in different card acquisitions. Barring cards like Winda, which were difficult to craft, most could be figured out in just 3 or 4 days. Dimitri was also an exceptional student. If invited to duel, he certainly wouldn't refuse. My turn, draw. Dimitri swiftly drew a card and proudly showed it to Hikaru. Equip spell, Future Fusion. Hikaru blinked. Professor Growler had managed to obtain Time Fusion and Scrap Fusion for him, but this world's version of Future Fusion was still in transit. So seeing this card now was quite the surprise. Surprised, Hikaru? Dimitri laughed triumphantly. This is the ultimate power of fusion that righteousness seeks. My Future Fusion is above yours. You little punk, Hikaru was taken aback. Don't tell me you really. I activate Future Fusion's effect. Select one fusion monster from the extra deck and send the designated fusion materials from my deck to the graveyard. I choose Labyrinth Tank from my extra deck, and send Gigatech Wolf and Cannon Soldier to the graveyard for the fusion summon. This card is now equipped. Fusion Summon, Labyrinth Tank. BZZT BZZT BZZT. A crimson version of the classic tank burst from the ground, emerging right before Hikaru. He couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Labyrinth Tank, Level 7 D'Arcade Machine 2400 ATK. See that, Hikaru? Your Future Fusion still needs to wait 2 turns for the future, but mine fuses in the present. That is the future. Dimitri boasted with pride. From the audience stands, Chaz strolled up casually to his friends and greeted Jaden and the others. That guy Dimitri, he's using Amagi's deck today, he asked offhandedly, like it was nothing new. Yep. Bastion shook his head on stage. He's so talented, and yet. By the way, isn't Hikaru's deck filled with fusion spells unique to him? How would Dimitri even build that deck? He probably combined cards from the Polymerization Club classmates. Alexis had a sharper eye. Even though Hikaru pursues fusion, he treats everyone else with respect. Ritual and XYZ users aren't looked down on. According to Zane, he gets along well with duelists from other dimensions too. Even among fusion-focused decks, it's only the older upperclassmen in the polymerization club and a few irrational students that he really dislikes. Sharp observation, Alexis. Though they were curious about the monsters that stand before gods, they all had their own decks and playstyles, so they didn't enter the tournament. Instead, they just came to cheer for Hikaru as his support team. Ever since that time, they were all locked in by Professor Banner, their bond had only deepened. If it's a duel between two Hikaru, that might actually be fun, Jaden said while leaning on the railing, cheering him on. Hey Hikaru. You got this. Ah, I got this. Dimitri turned and shouted back at him directly. Jaden slowly pulled his hand back, a bit confused. I set 2 cards face down. Your move, Hikaru. Dimitri ended his turn with a shout. Hikaru rubbed his temples. This was the first time he felt something during a duel that wasn't passion, rage, joy, pain, or helplessness. But something utterly indescribable, strangely abstract, and wordlessly dumbfounding. Whatever, my turn, draw. Hikaru glanced at his hand. Quick play spell, scrap fusion. I banish your fusion materials from the graveyard to perform a fusion summon. I fusion summon, Labyrinth Tank. A blue tank slowly rolled out from Hikaru's field, only to pause and emit a confused beep 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 upon seeing its opponent. What the hell, boss? What are we even playing today? Too naive, Hikaru. Dimitri flipped his set card. Trap card, bottomless trap hole. When my opponent successfully summons, special summons, or flip summons a monster with 1500 or more ATK, I can destroy and banish it. Boom! The freshly summoned tank didn't even get to crash into its target before the ground crumbled beneath it. It shattered into pieces and vanished from the field. That's not like a card Hikaru would use, Bastion wiped sweat from his forehead. Really not very fusion-themed. How about it, Hikaru? Got anything else up your sleeve? Hikaru lightly raised an eyebrow. Whatever, then, continuous spell, brilliant fusion. Chapter 92, A Duel Against Myself. Brilliant Fusion is a continuous spell card that allows me to fusion summon by sending fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. Dimitri crossed his arms and explained with practiced familiarity when he saw Hikaru draw the card. However, the monster summoned by this card will have its ATK reduced to 0. You remember quite well, Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Anyway, I send Gem Knight Sapphire and Gem Knight Tourmaline from the deck to the graveyard to fusion summon. Fusion summon, Gem Knight Aquamarine. A blue gemstone knight wielding a sword and shield descended onto the field at Hikaru's call. Gem Knight Aquamarine, level 6 Earth Aqua 0 Def. Aquamarine. Oh. A new Gem Knight. So cool. Jaden cheered with excitement. A brand new Gem Knight. What kind of power will this one have? Hikaru glanced at Aquamarine's card. Aquamarine was a card Hikaru had discovered in Banner's extra deck after their duel, a fusion of Sapphire and another Gem Knight monster card. Later, with Tiara's help, he managed to recreate Sapphire. Although she was clearly displeased, she still helped him craft it. Tiara had always disliked Prismora, and Hikaru was well aware of it. Then, Hikaru activated a card from his hand. Next, spell card, Thunder Dragon Fusion. This card lets me return fusion materials from the field, graveyard, or banished zone to the deck to fusion summon a Thunder Fusion monster. I return Gem Knight Tourmaline and Gem Knight Sapphire from the graveyard to the deck. Fusion summon, Gem Knight Prismora. Gem Knight Prismora has a special effect that lets you discard a Gem Knight card to destroy a face-up card on the field. Dimitri nodded repeatedly, as a fellow pursuer of fusion excellence, of course I know that. Quick play spell, Book of Moon. Before you activate Prismora's effect, Captain Prismora, be covered. With a dramatic wave, he activated Book of Moon, shouting at Prismora, then flipped it face down into a darkened card. "Hey, Hikaru, can I kill this guy?" Tierra materialized beside him, pointing at Dimitri across the field. "He's kinda gross." Hikaru twitched at the corner of his mouth, choosing not to answer. That was how Dimitri dueled, by mimicking others. However, seemingly due to a lack of his own cards, he couldn't perfectly replicate Hikaru's deck, so he blended it with other duelists' cards. Even managing to replicate the awful attitude of some students in the polymerization club. In that regard, one had to admit, he had a certain peculiar talent. Hikaru's dueling style is a combination of information warfare and psychological tactics, from the stands, Bastion commented. When it comes to information, he recognizes nearly every fusion-related card, even obscure ones. Psychologically, he has a knack for pinpointing the opponent's mindset. But Dimitri is someone capable of perfectly copying others' psyches and dueling habits. He even used Hikaru's favorite phrase, Captain Prismora. "This duel won't be easy." Everyone nodded. Psychological tactics fall apart once the opponent can predict exactly what you're thinking. And right now, Dimitri was practically dueling as Amaki Hikaru himself. He likely knew exactly what Hikaru was planning. "But that aquamarine card is new, right?" Jaden asked. "So the key might lie with aquamarine. Or maybe Hikaru will play some other card," Chaz added casually. "He hasn't used that fairy spirit card either." "Now that you mention it, true." Jaden nodded gently, glancing at Tierra beside Hikaru. Hikaru scanned the field, drew a card from his hand, and set one face down. "I set one card, end turn." "My turn, draw." Dimitri drew a card, glanced at his hand, then declared, "I know exactly what you're thinking. You believe I'll fear your set cards or your monster. Naive. I activate the spell card, Instant Fusion." "Instant Fusion. Even Instant Fusion." The surrounding students stirred. Even Hikaru's most commonly used fusion cards were being played. Was Dimitri about to prove that imitation is no worse than the real thing? With Instant Fusion's effect, I pay 1000 LP to fusion summon a level 5 or lower fusion monster from the extra deck. And the one I summon should be obvious to all of you. Yes, I fusion summon, Thousand Eyes Restrict. Thousand Eyes Restrict, level 1 Dark Spellcaster 0 ATK. I see now, a few senior students watching the duel excitedly jumped up. Since Aquamarine's effect is unknown, just use Thousand Eyes Restrict to absorb it. That way, its effect becomes visible. Exactly. Dimitri declared with confidence. Go, wicked god, devour the night. Bathed in a purple glow, Thousand Eyes Restrict radiated light, absorbing the blue night into its shadow. Thousand Eyes Restrict, ATK, 0-1400. Dimitri looked down at the card brimming with confidence, but suddenly, his face changed drastically. What's wrong? What effect does it have? Dimitri looks kind of troubled. A trickle of sweat formed on Dimitri's forehead. He wiped it and tried to compose himself, coughing to mask his awkwardness. I tribute Thousand Eyes Restrict to tribute summon. Ancient Gear Beast. Huh. Why tribute the monster he worked so hard to absorb? It's probably because of Instant Fusion's drawback. The summoned monster can't attack and gets destroyed during the end phase. If Thousand Eyes Restrict remains on the field, its effect also prevents other monsters from attacking, so Dimitri would be unable to fight at all. Then why did he look so shaken? Monster effect activate. As the murmurs continued, Hikaru shouted, Aquamarine's effect. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, I can target one card on your field, return it to the owner's hand. I choose Labyrinth Tank. According to the rules, it can't return to hand and must go back to the extra deck. From the graveyard, the Blue Knight resurfaced, eyes gleaming. He smashed his shield into the tank, sending it crashing back into Dimitri's deck. Crap, Dimitri froze. Dimitri. Hikaru raised his fist and shouted, it's an honor to be your model, but your understanding is too superficial. If you just wanted to bait out something, instant fusion into a different monster, then tribute summoning Ancient Gear Beast was the right move. Ancient Gear Beast negates the effects of monsters it destroys in battle. Dimitri flushed in embarrassment. His plan had been completely exposed by Hikaru. Huh. Ancient Gear Beast has that effect. Strange. If that's the case, there was nothing to worry about. Why prioritize fusing into Thousand Eyes Restrict? Maybe Dimitri was trying to deal more damage. In the stands, Jaden and the others shook their heads. Trying to be greedy with damage? Hikaru would never do that. Yeah, Hikaru always ends duels fast with setups designed for one-turn kills. In short, Dimitri hadn't fused well enough. Still. It doesn't matter. Overwhelmed by Hikaru's momentum, Dimitri tensed up but quickly yelled out, "Battle! Ancient Gear Beast, attack!" You can't activate spells or traps when this card attacks. Hikaru shrugged in acknowledgement. Prismora flipped face up. A giant mechanical hound lunged at him. With only 1400 DF, he was devoured before he could resist. End turn. Then, I activate this card during this turn. Hikaru pressed his set card. Trap card, Fusion Reserve. This lets me reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck and add one of the listed fusion materials from the deck to my hand. I reveal, Cyber Twin Dragon. Cyber. Ah. Dimitri paled. Cyber Dragon, huh? Jaden watched as Hikaru added the card to his hand, immediately concluding, I see. Hikaru's won. Come on. Isn't that a bit too decisive? Cyber Dragon is strong, sure, but it's not like it guarantees victory, Cyrus argued. Jaden's right, Chaz shook his head. Just look at Dimitri's face, he knows it too. He's already lost. Cyrus looked over and, seeing Dimitri's dejected expression, whoa, it's true. Weird, why? The reason's simple, Bastion tapped the railing lightly. Hikaru knows himself better than Dimitri does. Once he saw Labyrinth Tank and Thunder Dragon fusion used, he made preparations. That's why all the follow-up cards he played were Gem Knights. He didn't consider using the rest. Because if Dimitri's deck was even half like his, he couldn't afford to make the first move recklessly. Not until he confirmed Dimitri hadn't summoned a fusion monster related to Cyber Dragon. And after that, everything became simple. As several eavesdropping students stared blankly, Hikaru drew from his hand. You have a monster, and I don't, so I special summon, Cyber Dragon. Then, normal summon, Ancient Gear Knight. Hikaru revealed two monsters. Ah! Seeing those two monsters appear, Dimitri closed his eyes and cursed his luck. He vividly realized what was about to happen. I send your Ancient Gear Beast and my two monsters to the graveyard to fusion summon. Come forth, Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Rumbling filled the air. Countless wheels rose from the ground, consuming the machines on the field and assembling a multi-headed mechanical dragon. Whoa! That monster looks awesome. Tierra cheered from the side upon seeing the projection. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon gains 1000 ATK for each fusion material, so it has 3000. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, level 8 the Arcane Machine 3000 ATK. That sealed it. Dimitri internally screamed. Battle, Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, direct attack. Wah! Dimitri was blown backward. Dimitri, LP, 3000. Feels like. I'd rather duel Kaiba AI, Chaz quipped. Well done. Hikaru, that was a fun duel. Jaden shouted from the stands. Ugh. Lost again. Dimitri dropped to one knee, hands on the floor, utterly dejected. His deck did include Cyber Dragon and even Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Though slightly different from Hikaru's version, he remembered the effects of Hikaru's monsters clearly. He just never imagined Hikaru would use Fusion Reserve to fetch Cyber Dragon directly. Having never experienced the Yugi Muto deck incident, Dimitri had spent the summer researching the number 1 of his year, Amaki Hikaru's deck. His duels had gone well lately. While not exceptionally gifted, he had a knack for piloting any deck to near perfection, regardless of how abstract or gimmicky it was. Yet today, when he faced the original user, he couldn't even inflict a single point of damage. As he wallowed in frustration, Hikaru approached and extended a hand. Dimitri stood up in a daze and quickly took it. They were both in RA yellow. Hikaru was the year representative, even having dueled in another dimension for the school, and Dimitri held immense respect for him. Hi there, Hikaru. Huh, Dimitri, that was a really interesting duel, Hikaru smiled as they shook hands. I never expected to face a deck so similar to mine. I look forward to dueling you again. Though Dimitri had used Bottomless Trap Hole and Book of Moon, Hikaru knew those were mimicked from things like Flame Swords Dance. In fact, one of Hikaru's 3 Flame Sword dances had once fused with the Book of Moon. Ah, really? Dimitri trembled with emotion, nearly speechless. But next time, I hope you bring some of your own ideas. It felt a little off dueling you. Hikaru laughed while shaking his hand. Freed from the duel, Dimitri no longer bore the gloom of the Polymerization Club and felt much more normal. After all, in canon, Dimitri was a side character with low presence and wasn't truly malicious. In this world, he hadn't joined the Fusion Army either, so Hikaru didn't see him as an enemy. More than that, Hikaru was curious what card he might obtain from dueling a copy of himself. As Dimitri was helped up, he thought something else entirely. As expected of RA Yellow's pride. After this face-to-face match, I'll definitely mimic him even better next time. Chapter 93, Elemental Hero Prisma. After the duel with Dimitri, Hikaru didn't encounter any other notably strong students that day. Which wasn't surprising. After all, cards once used by the King of Games held immense allure for the average student. No matter how powerful, such cards could always bolster the overall strength of their decks. But on the flip side, the participants in this kind of competition were either duelists like Hikaru who joined to gather fusion materials, ones like Dimitri who sought to simulate the King of Games, or simply those whose decks weren't that strong. Students like Zane or Jaden, who specialized in a specific archetype, wouldn't participate in these duels. Hikaru did, however, run into quite a few members of the Polymerization Club. Some surrendered upon seeing him, while others chatted and casually sparred. To put it simply, there were extremists and moderates. Due to Hikaru's influence, second-year students from the Fusion Club had begun to counterattack against the second-year extremists from the Polymerization Club. While not overt, they had started striving for their own rights and status. Frankly, Hikaru felt they had been heavily manipulated. Most first-year Polymerization Club members with any sense had already joined the Fusion Club. Everyone had access to ancient gear decks and could learn fusion summoning. Although the Fusion Club lacked the grand building of the Polymerization Club, there were no group drills or bullying, and members simply played cards and relaxed every day. Occasionally, Alexis would even sing to liven the mood. How could that not be better than the lifeless Polymerization Club? Hikaru had considered persuading them, but they instead dramatically called themselves rebels and reformists. It left Hikaru speechless. Dark Atticus, Darkness, was always about rebellion and revolution because his world had truly been invaded by the Fusion Army and left in ruins. Countless friends and family had been turned into cards, so his desire for revolution came from the heart. But you guys? Just leave the Polymerization Club and join mine. Once it's empty, the problem solves itself. Still, Hikaru couldn't say they were entirely misguided. The courage to resist the privileged within the Polymerization Club was commendable. The first day of the new semester ended smoothly. Hikaru took some time to check his deck and noticed a few new spare cards, pleasantly surprised. A low-level monster. Tierra floated over curiously. Didn't that power usually give you fusion monsters after duels? Hikaru had always been secretive about super polymerization and didn't want anyone to know it existed, so Tiara didn't know exactly what he was hiding, but she could roughly estimate how powerful it was. Over the breaks, while observing Hikaru's duels and learning the new era's rituals, she had also received some vague explanations from him. Hikaru didn't mind sharing at that level. After all, it helped her cooperate better. Elemental Hero Prisma. Tiara folded her arms and stared at the card in thought. I see, a universal fusion material. No wonder. Elemental Hero Prisma was a level 4 light warrior, but its true strength lay in its effect. Once per turn, reveal one fusion monster from the extra deck, then send one fusion material listed on that card from your deck to the graveyard. This card's name becomes the sent monsters until the end phase. Before Hikaru transmigrated, this card still had its moments, dumping a Valence monster to the graveyard and becoming Valence fusion monster, pulling off pseudo one-card combos. To Hikaru, this card held special meaning. He had long wanted a monster that could act as a universal material, like King of the Swamp, Beast King of the Swamps, or Fusion Parasite. But despite countless modifications to his deck, even after fusing away his full Metalphos Alcest and other bulk cards he bought, he hadn't gotten the faintest trace of one. Until today, it seemed that Dueling himself might yield cards of this type. Hikaru pondered. The only problem, it wouldn't be easy. First off, judging from the card's completion rate, Hikaru could tell he'd have to duel Dimitri for several days straight to get it. While Dimitri was strong, he wasn't on the same tier as Hikaru's friends. If Hikaru had to burn his first duel chance each day just to fight Dimitri, it felt like a slight loss. Moreover, with all his deck restructuring, Hikaru's deck now ran smoother. His dual spirit compatibility had reached 6-star level, making it increasingly rare for his hand to brick. Against regular duelists, he could practically draw whatever he needed. So while Prisma was useful, it wasn't essential anymore. Not to mention, Dimitri didn't mimic just one person. And his imitation of Hikaru still wasn't perfect. If he got more accurate, maybe he could manifest cards like Fusion Parasite or King of the Swamp. Still, all things considered, this was a decent option. In the following days, Hikaru continued attending class and participating in duels as usual. He faced several powerful opponents, but without interference from Jaden and the others, he obtained the cards with ease. In fact, Dimitri seemed to have been the strongest among them, which genuinely surprised Hikaru. At the award ceremony, amid the cheers of his classmates, Hikaru received a card referred to by Principal Shepard as, used by the legendary King of Games. Dark Swordsman, also known as Buster Blader, a legendary card once used by Yugi Muto to slay a god. While it didn't have the fame or rarity of Dark Magician, nor was its presence in Yugi's deck that prominent, it was perfectly suited for students. It was strong, but not so powerful that it risked students being cancelled for winning games. A great card. On one hand, it could fuse with Dark Magician to become Dark Paladin. On the other, it had its own evolution, Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, which could force all dragon monsters on the opponent's field into defense position and negate their effects. No matter which, Hikaru had no complaints. Awesome, Hikaru. Jaden cheered excitedly. Hikaru's too strong, a regular Fusion Club member chimed in. As Hikaru basked in the spotlight and applause, a group of students in purple uniforms wearing masks exchanged quiet whispers. They sneered as they watched him. Hikaru instinctively sensed malice and turned in their direction, only to find the masked students staring back with unabashed hostility. Fusion Army. He didn't recognize them at all. Hey, Hikaru, Tiara suddenly appeared beside him, intrigued. These humans seem interesting. I can feel a strong darkness from them, even stronger than yours when you're not using any cards. What? Those nobodies? Hikaru stared at them with surprise. Interesting. Looks like they were here for him. Chapter 94, Uria, Lord of Searing Flames. Late at night. Hikaru walked along the path back to the dorm. Behind him, a figure in yellow was hiding within the trees, secretly tailing him. It was Dmitri, the same one who had lost to Hikaru just a few days ago. He had once again set his sights on mimicking Hikaru. He always felt his imitation of Hikaru wasn't quite good enough, so now he had decided to stalk him, aiming to replicate even the smallest details. Tiara glanced at him but didn't bother reporting it to Hikaru. Mortals like that didn't interest her. What intrigued her more was someone else. "You've been tailing me for long enough. Time to show yourself, don't you think?" Hikaru suddenly turned around, startling Dmitri into a jolt, nearly jumping out to apologize. But just as he was about to crawl out of the bushes, he saw another silhouette slowly emerging from the air itself, surrounded by crimson light and dim black mist. Only then did Dmitri realize, Hikaru wasn't talking to him. His realization was quickly replaced with terror. What the hell was that? What's going on? It felt like he was seeing the world for the first time. "Amaki Hikaru, you have long been a thorn in the side of our fusion army," the masked figure sneered, black mist surging from his body, so thick it was more intense than even Prismora had ever shown. "Today, let's see if you have the guts to accept my duel." Hikaru raised a brow. "I figured you were here for me, but I didn't expect you to be so direct. What's the matter? You pride yourself on being a traditional duelist, right?" The masked fusion army student grinned coldly. "So what about this most direct and simple duel? Do you have the courage to accept?" Hikaru didn't waste a word. He activated his duel disc. "If you lose, then tell me what you people have been up to lately." "Heh, of course. After all, why else come to such a remote place if not for a duel?" Compared to investigation and exploration, a direct duel was the simplest and most efficient method in this world. Hikaru wasn't even worried about his opponent reneging after losing, he always had ways of enforcing the terms of a duel. Duel, X2. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Masked Duelist, LP, 4000. With their shouts, burning red-black energy erupted from the fusion army duelist, engulfing the entire surrounding forest in a crimson mist. The fog wrapped the area in a thin haze, as if they'd entered a different realm. It'd be like a post-apocalyptic scene. Something about it felt oddly familiar to Hikaru. "Hikaru," Tiara observed with mild interest, "looks like some sort of barrier. It separates those inside from the real world. Even if it's a shadow duel, innocent bystanders won't be harmed." Hikaru nodded. Didn't expect this masked guy to be so concerned with stealth. "My turn," the masked figure shouted, drawing a card. He looked at it, then laughed loudly. "I set 3 cards and end my turn." 3 set cards. Hikaru sensed something but couldn't quite believe it. He drew. Draw phase. HM. "Now, I activate continuous trap, anti-spell fragrance." A giant cauldron appeared beside the masked duelist, releasing a ghostly aroma. As long as this card is on the field, neither player can activate spell cards unless they are set first. Until that player's next turn after setting, spells can't be used at all. Dmitri, watching from the trees, was shocked. Crap, most fusion cards are spell cards. If Hikaru couldn't use them, no, even if he had to wait a turn to use them, that was a huge restriction. Interesting, Tiara glanced over and pointed at Hikaru's hand. "So you can't use that card?" Hikaru nodded. "In response to your trap's activation, I activate quick play spell, Scapegoat." He played his card. "This summons 4 sheep tokens to my field. Under the rules of dual order, later activated cards don't care about previous restrictions, so quick plays still work as chains. Then I set 1 card and end my turn." "Heh heh heh. So even you are helpless before this card." The fusion army student laughed, resorting to stall tactics like this. "Shut up." Though seemingly the one suppressed, Hikaru snapped back without giving an inch. "You claim fusion is the noblest summoning method, yet your first move is to block your opponent's fusion. You have the nerve to preach, yet here you are using lockdowns. If you have real strength, show it already. The masked duelist flinched under his mask, then drew with rage. Humph, I'll crush that arrogant mouth of yours. He looked at his hand, then broke into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Amaki Hikaru. Witness the power I've obtained. I reveal all 3 set cards: Continuous Trap Enervating Mist, Continuous Trap Royal Prison. Ah, so that was it. Hikaru understood instantly. Sort of. Though he still found it hard to believe. I tribute all 3 continuous traps to the graveyard. Special Summon. The 3 trap cards ignited into pillars of flame that turned the grey world crimson. Simultaneously, the masked duelist screamed as his body was consumed by fire. Within seconds, he was reduced to a scorched husk, barely able to lift his limbs. A crimson-scaled, clawed, and winged dragon descended into the smoky battlefield. Its entire body shimmered with red scales, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Its golden eyes glowed like blades, frightening Dmitri into tumbling backward. The whole realm felt like it had jumped several temperature levels, causing Hikaru to frown. Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames. Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, level 10 Pyro ATK. Uriah's ATK equals 1000 times the number of trap cards in the graveyard. The masked duelist moved with undead stiffness, like a puppet. Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, ATK, 3000. Tierra tilted her head with interest. Hikaru, its spiritual status isn't bad. Nonetheless, it looks even worse off than me. She lifted her hand. Not only was it split off, but even the split fragment seems incomplete. That lunatic really does love stirring trouble, huh? Hikaru frowned at the sacred beast before him. Now he was certain, Kajamaru had definitely been killed by Leo Akuba. He glanced at the masked duelist. Half his body had been scorched away. Would he even survive this duel? Then, I activate trap card, Flame Swords Dance. I special summon Flame Swordsman in defense position from my extra deck and use it to set Uriah. Ha! Pointless. Uriah is unaffected by trap cards. Trap immunity, the masked duelist stated flatly. Uriah opened its jaws and emitted a shrill, destructive sound. Flames from Flame Sword Dance lashed at Uriah, yet not even a spark left a mark. That surprised Hikaru. The version of Uriah summoned via continuous traps was supposed to be nerfed. In the original, Uriah only required any trap card as tribute, while it lost immunity to traps and gained only 1-turn resistance to spells. That's why Hikaru had tried Flame Swords Dance to set it. But to find it still had resistance, odd. Next, Uriah, attack Flame Swordsman. Scorching Energy Devour. Flame Swordsman tried to protest, but the oncoming flames made him raise his sword to block instinctively, before he was consumed in fire. Ha ha ha. See that, Hikaru? This is the new power of the fusion army. His desiccated voice grated out, today, I will make you feel the pain I've endured. New power, huh? Humph. As I thought, you lot don't even respect duels, let alone fusion. Now you don't even care about the duelists themselves. Fine then. I'll shatter that foolish delusion of yours right here and now. Chapter 95, The Psychology of Inertia. Heh. That confidence of yours ends here. The duelist across from him set one more card. End turn. Kneel before the mighty sacred beast. Kneel. Looks more like you're the one about to fall. Hikaru shook his head, drew a card from his deck, glanced at it, then revealed one. I pay 1000 life points to activate the spell card, Instant Fusion. Special summon 1000 Eyes Restrict. 1000 Eyes Restrict, level 1 DRK Spellcaster 0 ATK. Hikaru, LP, 4000-3000. Since it's unaffected by trap cards, he'd go with monster effects instead. Haha. The masked man flipped a set card. You think you can use Thousand Eyes Restrict to absorb urea? Think again. I activate the trap card, polymerization. When a fusion monster is special summoned, I can return all fusion monsters on the field to the extra deck. Hikaru raised an eyebrow at the card. Tisk, honestly, I almost feel sorry for this demon, Tiara sneered. Polymerization? Isn't this guy from the Polymerization Club? What's he doing using that card? In this world, a duelist's approach, strategy, values, and attitude toward cards all contributed to how they were perceived by others and even spirits. Polymerization wasn't a strange card. Even Chaz used stuff like super polymerization reversing hell aggregator. But a supposed, fusion-focused, duelist actively running polymerization? That was anything but pure. With another trap card added to the graveyard, Urea's ATK increases again. Urea, Lord of Searing Flames, ATK, 3000-4000. As Urea's power surged, the masked man looked visibly worse. Hikaru shrugged at Tiara's commentary. Then, glancing at his hand, he smiled. Professor Growler had finally come through yesterday. He'd seen it in action before, but this would be his first time unleashing it himself. I activate equip spell, Future Fusion. Hikaru displayed the card. By sending fusion materials from my deck to the graveyard, I can fusion summon a monster and equip it with this card. When this card is destroyed, so is the fusion monster. I send Ancient Gear Golem and Ancient Gear Knight to the graveyard. Steel-clad Knight, merge with the Ancient Giant, become the ultimate mechanical titan. Fusion summon, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine 4400 ATK. TCH, clever, aren't you? The masked man scoffed. Future Fusion's monster can't attack on the turn it's summoned. All you can do is watch. Fair enough. End turn. My turn. I activate spell card, Pot of Greed, to draw 2 cards. The masked man then pointed. Urea, attack my enemy. Scorching Energy Devour. Counterattack, Ultimate Golem. Ultimate Slam. Urea roared and exhaled a wave of pressure, but with less ATK than the Ultimate Golem, it could only fall in defeat. He destroyed his own card. Tiara was surprised to see the Crimson Dragon punched away. Masked Duelist, LP, 4000-3600. Hikaru nodded. Looks like that Urea has that effect too. System, anyone who brought this upon themselves bore full responsibility. The duelist, in this case Hikaru, wasn't liable at all. Afterward, Hikaru chatted briefly with Dimitri. Since he showed up in such a strange place, Hikaru suspected there was a reason. A little pressure and Dimitri confessed he had been secretly tailing him. It left Hikaru a bit speechless. In any case, after scaring him a bit, Hikaru made him promise not to speak of anything regarding the sacred beast. Seeing Kanbayashi's miserable state had clearly rattled him, and he agreed immediately. He didn't even know what was really going on. If Hikaru had any part in what happened to Kanbayashi, he definitely wouldn't dare spread it around. Before they parted ways, Hikaru hesitated, then invited Dimitri to join the fusion club. Hearing that he could join without applying, Dimitri was overjoyed and nodded furiously. Worried the mortal might get silenced? Tiara asked casually as they walked back. Yeah, Hikaru nodded. Even if he was just a bystander caught in the crossfire, the enemy saw him. If he were mistaken as an accomplice and targeted later, that would be bad. At least in the fusion club, members can look after each other. It offers some protection. Back at the dorm, Hikaru turned on the light and took out his deck, inspecting it while chatting with Tiara. You think I'm wasting my time? No, Tiara shook her head. Normally, she'd be uninterested in Hikaru's random do-gooder behavior. This time was different. During her first ever duel, their opponent tried to cheat. Then, some mastermind in the background called her evil and dark, which truly enraged her. They even said she was inferior to the sacred beasts. Sacred beasts were demons. She was a god. Source of destruction, a creator. Even if she were a dead god, she was still divine. Her goal was resurrection, to reset her planet and create machines or mechanical demons that symbolized death. If that didn't work, she'd consider using humans like Hikaru as a model and create Autobot-like beings, and yet some random clown dared insult her. That couldn't go unpunished. She didn't argue with Hikaru. Instead, she hurriedly urged him to place the sacred beast card into the workshop and begin collecting spirit power with the others. Best case, they could awaken the broken card through that card's power or outright evolve it. If it came to it, she was even willing to lend some of her newly restored power, which wasn't much, still, it was perfectly compatible with sacred beasts. That said, Hikaru would have to weigh his options carefully. Whether to invest in reviving the sacred beast card or prioritize building Shadow cards would depend on the current situation. As of now, Hikaru couldn't say which held better value. Or maybe the simpler solution was to duel for a few days and see what super polymerization wanted. Over the following days, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The Polymerization Club, after amusingly trying to threaten Hikaru, shifted tactics and began pushing Cyrus into duels. Using some new cards and his naturally solid skills, Cyrus performed impressively in recent exhibition duels, and in many areas, he truly shone. The club then began using that to promote their activity group, branding Cyrus as Zane's younger brother to attract recruits. Despite their reputation being in the gutter after half a year of disgrace, a few students still joined. Zane, meanwhile, was preoccupied with planning his post-graduation pro-duelist path and couldn't interfere. Hikaru had also spoken to him before about Cyrus. In truth, Zane's protection may have also been a kind of pressure. He was simply too brilliant. Cyrus, standing beside him, developed subtle habits and complexes as a result, so in some way, Zane contributed to those. When Cyrus officially joined the Polymerization Club and donned the purple uniform, Zane initially considered confronting Hikaru about it. Despite that, over the days, Cyrus' reputation exploded. The club hailed him as the second coming of Zane, and even Zane found himself stunned. Cyrus? That's strong. Was it really Hikaru who encouraged him to infiltrate the club, or was Cyrus truly unhappy with him and breaking free? Was he trying to prove that he could surpass his brother on his own? Was all that real? Zane couldn't make sense of it. But after a few days of watching everything prosper, he decided not to intervene. If Cyrus had become the face of the Polymerization Club, and they used the Truesdale brothers' fame to draw in new members, then eventually, Cyrus would be pitted against Hikaru. And when that duel happened, all truths would come to light. As the chaotic buzz of the new term settled down, academics returned to their usual pace. At last, Hikaru could wrap up what he'd missed. The alternate dimension, village of spellcasters. During the break, because of Professor Banner's sudden dive into the Grand Universe workshop, they had been forcibly dragged there and missed the trip. Now, with the first interdimensional travel opportunity of the semester, Hikaru immediately invited Bastion to go back and finish what they started. So this is the village of spellcasters. The air is really nice here. Chapter 98, A Banned Card. Welcome, travelers from another world. Lady Mana has already explained the details. Please, this way. At the entrance of the village of spellcasters, Hikaru and Bastion stepped out from the portal. After taking a breath of the fresh air, a few spirits walked up to greet them. Leading them was a female spirit with deep blue hair and a ruby headdress. Hikaru studied her for a moment but didn't recognize her. Beside him, Bastion immediately did and politely greeted her. "Ah, you're Eldine, right? A pleasure to meet you." He was especially courteous, and Hikaru followed suit. Eldine. Hikaru searched his memory. After a while, he recalled, a level 3 light normal monster with 950 ATK. He'd seen her as one of Fullmetalfo's Alcest's byproducts. Eldine smiled, gesturing for them to follow. The village of spellcasters was a massive forest dotted with treehouses. Occasionally, golden lights floated by and circled them in the air, as if greeting them. This place was honestly wonderful. Hikaru waved and greeted the various spirits. On the way, he saw many kinds of spirits: Doriados, ancient elves, mystical elves, water magicians, high priestess of prophecies, and even dark magicians, the ones Kaiba Sito was fond of. Eldine led them to a large treehouse that appeared to be a community hub or guild. Greetings, visitors from another dimension. Good work, Eldine. At the guild reception was a winged, pink-haired magician, Injection Fairy Lily. A formidable card, at least in this world, she was quite powerful. Please write your names and details here. Hikaru and Bastion exchanged a glance. Bastion sighed. This is the friendliest dimension we've ever encountered. Haha, Lily chuckled. This village of spellcasters is a dimension open to all spellcasters, founded and stabilized by the 3 sages and many powerful mages. Occasionally, other types of spirits visit too, so it's nothing unusual. 3 sages, you mean, like Alistair? Hikaru asked casually. What? Alistair. Bastion's face changed drastically. You mean that Alistair is here? Though Hikaru had beaten Professor Banner, Alistair had left a deep impression on Bastion. To him, Alistair was a near-divine fusion-related monster who had reshaped his understanding of fusion. Before that, Hikaru had just made him admire how diverse fusion could be. You know Master Crowley? Lily blinked, then smiled. Well, that was a long time ago. He hasn't appeared in the village for ages. We don't even know where he is now. I see. So my sneaky plan to nab an invoker was a bust. You can write the name of your challenge target on this form. If the target is interested or also wants to hone their skills in other worlds, they may respond and initiate a trial duel with you. Really? Hikaru nodded. Then can I write Dark Magician? Ha ha ha, dear guest, you jest. The Dark Magician is the most powerful magician, Lily coughed awkwardly, smiling with polite restraint. First, the 3 sages, now the Dark Magician. You've got guts. Of course, you can write his name. Maybe a few will respond to your call. She didn't reject the idea outright, so Hikaru didn't hold back. He quickly filled in his name, profile, and deck, then added. Fusion is the noblest summoning method. I am a duelist in pursuit of fusion's ultimate form. If you also seek fusion, answer my call. After that, he listed a row of names: Dark Magician of Chaos, Magician of Black Illusion, Dark Magician the Dragon Knight. In short, throw out the net and see what bites. Once he finished, the paper floated into the air, hovered, and the text slowly vanished as if it had never been written. TCH, TCH. Hikaru shrugged, unsurprised. Yes. On the other side, as Hikaru failed, Bastion shouted in joy. He had written mathematician, and the paper fluttered, spun, sprouted wings, tapped him lightly, and flew off. Hikaru, I'm off, he called, then hurried to chase after his invitation. Mathematician. That old man is a kind soul, Lily said with a smile, cheering him on. Good luck out there. Hikaru scratched his head and was about to write 2 more requests when a voice called out. Hey, you there. Human warrior, right? Interested in writing my name down? Hikaru turned, and his eyes widened. A bald middle-aged man in a crisp lab coat, wearing black-lensed glasses that hid his eyes, with a confident and wildly proud smile, hands in his pockets, exuding an "I am the best" energy. Ah, Mr. Scientist. Good morning. Lily waved cheerfully. Morning to you too, Lily, he said, strolling forward. You're a magical scientist. Hikaru gasped. A forbidden card. You know me. Ha ha ha, magical scientist stroked his chin and laughed. Looks like I'm famous in the human world too. More than just famous. Hikaru's face twitched. Before he transmigrated, Magical Scientist was called the second strongest monster in history, a card so broken it defined the OCG meta. I saw on your form that you're a fusion enthusiast. Coincidentally, I'm a magician who studies fusion too, the scientist said, hands in his pockets. Though I'm not planning to leave this world, I have a ton of fusion-related experiments. Want to challenge me? That would be an honor. Hikaru accepted instantly, eagerly writing down the magical scientist's name. Chapter 99, The Puzzle of the Magic Science. Magical Scientist. A level 1 monster with only 300 ATK. It can pay 1000 LP to special summon a level 6 or lower fusion monster directly from the extra deck, with the only restriction being that the summoned monster can't attack and returns to the extra deck at the end of the turn. It left an indelible mark on Yu-Gi-Oh's history, the Magical Scientist Catapult Turtle FTK deck. With just Catapult Turtle and Magical Scientist, it could FTK the opponent on turn 1 with ease. Because of this card, Yu-Gi-Oh! Once became a coin flip game, as whoever went first won. Alongside it, cards like Black Luster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning made many players question, what's the point of LP? If you're not dead, you're fine. And it didn't stop there. As Yu-Gi-Oh! Evolved with Synchros, XYZ, and Links, Magical Scientist only became stronger. After the release of a few enabler monsters, unrestricted formats saw brutal FTK decks that required only a scientist and an extra deck to kill. Until a new era-defining archetype arrived, Magical Scientist FTKs could still reach the top 4 at high-level events. Hikaru followed Magical Scientist into a factory completely different from the rest of the village of the spellcasters. Inside, he found a familiar face seated at a desk. Bastion? Hikaru was surprised to find Bastion had ended up in the same place. Hikaru. You came too. Bastion looked up in surprise, then nodded. Ah, well, Magical Scientist is a monster that specializes in straight-up fusion. I suppose it suits you. After that, he bowed his head and started frantically scribbling on a stack of papers. Next to him, Mathematician stroked his beard, nodding approvingly. Hikaru peeked, just math problems. At this rate, he might not even need a duel. Mathematician might leave with him just for solving these. We have quite a few science-themed spellcasters here, Magical Scientist said as he led Hikaru forward. That mathematician's been cooped up too long. He's eager to get out. Down the hall, Hikaru saw more mathematicians arguing over a chalkboard. Impossible. There's a 1% success rate. Clearly, their opinions differed. Just like Dark Magician had red and black armor versions, these mathematicians weren't all the same. Mr. Magical Scientist. Director. Some passing spirits respectfully greeted them. Wait, Magical Scientist is the director of this lab? Hikaru felt both excited and a little let down. Excited, because the spirit's strength must be top tier. Let down, because spirits with leadership roles rarely leave their subordinates. If he joined Hikaru, he'd be leaving his post, which would rarely happen unless the entire crew came along or he delegated entirely. That's just how spirits worked. But since Catapult Turtle didn't exist in this world, Magical Scientist wasn't especially broken for him, so Hikaru wasn't too bummed. And since Scientist brought him here, he surely had some resources to offer. Hikaru followed him into an office full of monitors displaying data, surveillance, and statistics. On the desk, a photo frame held a picture of a monster card, Rare Metal Dragon. Nearby was a simple experimental conveyor belt. At its end were finished products. Green patterned cup noodles and yellow packaged snacks were both labeled with Fusion designs. In card lore, these represented Instant Fusion and its lesser successor, Ready Fusion. In real-world terms, these products symbolized Konami trying to make money while avoiding reprinting broken cards. They released Instant Fusion, which got hit by the ban list, and then printed ready fusion as a weaker replacement. A freshly opened noodle cup gave off an enticing aroma. If you like them, I can send you a few cases before you return to the human world, scientist offered casually. A case of instant fusion. Hikaru's eyes sparkled, then he snapped out of it. Oh, right. Not the card. The actual noodles. Still. He had always wanted to try instant fusion's flavor. Sure. Thank you, magical scientist. Of course, he knew these noodles wouldn't be free. If he didn't impress scientist, they probably wouldn't leave with him. Well then. Scientist tapped a panel. The monitors flashed brightly. The environment around them slowly dissolved into a digital grid. Panels and cards began appearing midair. A dark carpet unfurled, the card art of skyscraper. Across from Hikaru, a massive three-headed dragon appeared, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. On his side were Avian and Burstinatrix. He glanced at his dual disc. Magical Scientist, LP, 6000. Hikaru, LP, 1400. Floating before him were card projections, King of the Swamp, Premature Burial, Rescue Cat, Miracle Fusion, Avian, and Polymerization. His extra deck had Flame Wingman and Shining Flare Wingman. What's this? Hikaru arched a brow. My custom puzzle. You can view both sides' fields, GYs, and decks. You only get one turn to win, a fusion duel puzzle. There are 30 puzzles in total. Anyone who clears 10 is an elite. Clearing 20 in a short time is ultra rare. No one has ever cleared all 30. He pointed to a shelf lined with rare cards. Clear one puzzle, win a card. Clear 15. I'll trade you a super rare. Clear all. You pass my trial, come here anytime. Don't underestimate this one. The key is that you only get one battle phase. Got it. Too easy, Hikaru cut him off. He had already checked the last card in the deck, another polymerization. Discard King of the Swamp to add polymerization. Use it twice, first summon Flame Wingman, then fuse again for Shining Flare Wingman. With 4 heroes in the GY, his ATK becomes 3700. Then use Premature Burial to revive King of the Swamp, 800 ATK, normal summon Rescue Cat, 500 ATK. Since hero monsters gain 1000 ATK when attacking stronger monsters thanks to Skyscraper, and Shining Flare inflicts damage equal to the destroyed monster's ATK, we total 4700 plus 800 plus 500 is equal to 6000 exact. As he explained, Hikaru rapidly executed the combo. Tiara had just appeared, thinking she'd give it a try, only to see Hikaru blitz through the puzzle and move on. Well then. Magical Scientist fell silent, watching in awe. The puzzle wasn't particularly hard, and many spirits had solved it. But so quickly. That was rare. Hikaru felt no pressure. Because to him, this was just a duel puzzle. Konami often included these puzzles in their games. Back when he played Master Duel, he sometimes preferred these to PvP, more fun, less stressful. In the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! World, though, duel puzzles were hard. Most people had limited knowledge, didn't recognize all the cards, or lacked playstyle flexibility. In Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, when the protagonists encountered such puzzles, even pros like Crow Hogan and Jack Atlas struggled. Only Bruno solved it, thanks to his calm mind and deep understanding. And those two were among the top duelists of their world. In this world, most players freeze up at puzzles. After all, they'd never even seen Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in person. But Hikaru? He played with mechanics far harder than this pre-reincarnation. He had to work through negates and grindy boards. Compared to that, these puzzles were child's play. Chapter 100, A Duelist Born for Fusion. Watching Hikaru observe the field and start solving puzzles within seconds, Tiara, who had initially wanted to join in the fun, gradually grew bored. She knew all too well how brilliant Hikaru was, having stood beside him every day, offering commentary. From what she could tell, his skill placed him in the top 3 of the entire school, faculty and students included. So it wasn't surprising at all that he could solve these. What she really wanted was to enjoy the novelty of the riddles. Though, unfortunately, she didn't even recognize many of the cards. Things like, the last warrior from another planet, or, pear psychroid, meant nothing to her. So she casually grabbed a crate of cup noodles, opened a package, added seasoning and hot water, and began eating with a fork. Tiara's eyes lit up as she took a bite, sparkling like stars. Oh. Oh ho. As a god, she had never really eaten before, or more precisely, she never had such needs. Her current body, while not particularly powerful, was still that of a dual spirit and didn't require sustenance either, so this was her first time experiencing flavor. It felt wonderful. While she enjoyed her noodles, Hikaru had already reached the 10th puzzle. "'Sfast, so amazin', Hikaru," Tiara praised casually between bites. She didn't fully understand what he was doing, though it certainly looked impressive. After all, she had only just started learning how to duel, and her first proper duel had been just days ago. She still didn't understand many cards or what they did. She was, in a word, an outsider. Magical Scientist pushed up his glasses slightly. To an outsider, things seem amazing because they are outsiders. As an expert, Magical Scientist was beginning to feel like he should just call Hikaru Superman. Why could this guy solve puzzles after just a glance? Why did he immediately know how to answer even when the card was an ultra-rare, barely read text scan? Some of these cards shouldn't even exist in your world. Like that Elder Entity NTSS, your world doesn't have it, does it? So why did you instantly think to send it from the extra deck to the graveyard to trigger its effect and wipe the field? How can someone be this good? Magical Scientist muttered, arms crossed. At this point, he no longer doubted Hikaru would solve every riddle, he just wanted to see how long it would take. He had only noticed Hikaru by chance when Mathematician accepted a challenge request, while he was standing nearby, and got curious who would challenge every variant of Dark Magician in one go. Was it confidence? Or arrogance? And more importantly, someone who called himself a pursuer of the pinnacle of fusion. That intrigued Magical Scientist. Pinnacle of fusion. He was a dual spirit dedicated to fusion himself. He had to see what this human was capable of. So he showed himself and struck up conversation, just to test the man. Originally, his deal was, solve 15 riddles, and he'd open his lab to let Hikaru trade cards with him. He never expected this level of mastery. Some of the card info came from alternate dimensions, cards unknown even in the spirit world. Cards like Elder Entity NTSS or that Dragon Knight Dracoequist. When he first collected those entries, his lab went insane with excitement. And when he designed these puzzles, he spent hours cross-referencing everything. Yet, Hikaru solved them at a glance. Unreal, he really knows all these fusion cards. What's the big deal? Don't be so shocked, Tiara said, already digging into her second cup, waving her fork lazily. When it comes to fusion, Hikaru knows everything. At least, that's what he says. I'm inclined to believe him. You're just a spirit from some closed-off dimension, she said around a mouthful, barely pausing to swallow. Even if your realm lets you talk across worlds, the ones you see every day are just magicians. You've hardly met gods from other realms, or rare spirit types. So how can you say you know more about fusion than anyone? Tiara slurped her noodles, a subtle smile curling on her lips. Don't let your own power limit your imagination. I can see from your spirit aura that you're already a powerful spirit, probably ranked among the top here in the village of spellcasters. But you are still a spirit. He's different. Because he was born for fusion. He is the one pursuing the true pinnacle of fusion. Losing to him is no shame. Magical Scientist looked at Tiara, inhaled deeply, and said sincerely, it was arrogance on my part. Thank you for your insight, ah. That form, you're El Shaddai Winda, aren't you? A most elusive magician. Indeed, with a partner spirit like her, no wonder his perspective wasn't narrow. I really was too close-minded. As a scholar spirit, he was quick to self-correct once he realized his arrogance. Hey, who said I was his partner? Tierra's expression went cold. Also, I'm no mere spirit. Magical scientist blinked at her, confused. Nonetheless, at least he understood one thing. He'd been wrong. Truly, he had been far too limited in scope. Maybe it was time to travel again. To see what the other dimensions were like. In any case, after a short while, even with 2 or 3 retries on a few, Hikaru had completed all the riddles in a remarkably short time. A bit old school perhaps, but it had been surprisingly fun. In his current world, even though virtual duels were more exhilarating than before, the environment was still somewhat stale. Students used simple decks, and ever since Hikaru got Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, ancient gear-based builds had been suffering under his pressure. The fun had started to wear thin. However, here, he got to use cards that weren't even legal in his world, like Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, Dark Paladin, and monsters like Synchros and XYZ that didn't exist there. For someone who had been fighting the same kinds of decks lately, this was a refreshing change. Even if they were just card projections, the experience was still a blast. Impressive. Magical scientist clapped. His puzzles actually had time limits. That said, Hikaru solved them so fast he didn't even mention it. You are the first person in my lab to solve all 30 riddles. As promised, I'll give you the answer cards for all 30 puzzles. He brought over a box and slowly opened it. It was filled to the brim with cards. Starting from Crimson Sunbird and Vermilion Sparrow, to mid-tier powerhouses like Dark Flare Knight and Gaia the Dragon Champion, and finally up to truly powerful fusion monsters. But the crown jewel, the ultimate prize. Elder Entity NTSS. It really was there. Stunned, Hikaru took the box. That one card alone made the whole trip worth it. Chapter 101, Card Exchange. Elder Entity NTSS is a fusion monster from the Cthulhu Mythos series released after Elder Entity Norden. Despite being a fusion monster, it's only level 4, while boasting a solid 2500 ATK. And as a fusion monster, it has 2 effects. The first allows you to special summon a level 4 monster from your hand once per turn. The second triggers when it's sent to the graveyard, letting you target and destroy a card on the field. Unfortunately, Hikaru's current deck has no way of fusion summoning or special summoning this monster. And maybe, it never will. Because its summoning method is, send 1 Synchro monster and 1 XYZ monster from your field to the graveyard to special summon this card. So, in most cases, the actual way to use this card is to send it directly from the extra deck to the graveyard, and activate its effect to destroy a card, treating it as a simple removal tool. Although Hikaru has no means to summon this card directly at the moment, it doesn't really matter. If nothing else, figuring out a way to send it to the graveyard as a bomb card is good enough. After all, Hikaru's deck includes cards just like this. If he mills it with Fusion Guard, it's basically pure profit. Of course, it's a bit tricky to pull off now, but if he ever gets in touch with Alistair in the future, he might be able to run it through the invoked engine. There's always a chance to make it work. And beyond Elder Entity NTSS, among the 30 fusion monsters Magical Scientist gave him, there are several other cards worth using. Like Pair Psychroid and Dark Balter the Terrible, both of which have already proven themselves in endgame scenarios. Especially Pair Psychroid. Seeing that card made Hikaru feel like the whole world lit up. Although it's a machine-type monster, the moment it was added to Hikaru's deck, it instantly became the card with the easiest fusion condition. 2 machine monsters. Even though it only has 1600 ATK, it can attack directly. After attacking, you can use Metamorphosis to turn it into Dark Balter the Terrible. Using Balter's effect to pay 1000 LP to negate normal spell cards gives Hikaru some solid pressure on the opponent's turn, not bad at all. You're quite the impressive human warrior. Magical Scientist clapped repeatedly, then arranged a few helper spirits and told Hikaru that Miss Winda seemed to really like cup noodles, so he prepared a few extra crates to give to him. Hikaru glanced at Tierra. Tierra nodded furiously, then floated behind Hikaru and said to the Magical Scientist, "Quick, reboot the system. I want to play too." Magical Scientist didn't mind and restarted the system, letting Tierra take the controls. Watching Tierra eagerly figure out how to dismantle the opponent, Hikaru shrugged, found a seat with the Magical Scientist, and struck up a conversation. To be honest, Magical Scientist had no plans to leave the village of spellcasters, but Tierra's words had sparked a bit of curiosity in him. Still, he had a lot of researchers and spirit staff under his command, and as the director of the lab, he couldn't just make decisions lightly. So, he decided to tell Hikaru his original idea. Card trade. Hikaru was genuinely surprised. Every dual spirit he'd encountered so far either shared their power or transformed into cards to follow him. None had ever proposed trading cards. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a trading card game. After all, wanting to trade cards is perfectly natural. For instance, Hikaru once traded Cybernetic Revolution with Zane to get Cyber Dragon. But thinking about it, Magical Scientist starting off by offering 30 fusion monsters made it understandable. It made sense. Magical Scientist was clearly a spirit who specialized in collecting cards for all sorts of experiments. So, having a stash of cards was only natural. He showed Hikaru his collection and card list. Hikaru looked through it, from the mediocre to some simply powerful monsters, all were present. Some of the fusion monsters had already been given to Hikaru as prizes, and were marked as out of stock, like the ultra-rare Elder Entity NTSS, which Magical Scientist didn't have a second copy of. On the other hand, normal monsters like Crimson Sunbird and Flame Swordsman, cards with no real effects and lackluster ATK, he had in abundance. Hikaru exchanged some spare fusion spells with Magical Scientist and got a Flame Swordsman and 2 Dark Flares in return. He never traded his monster cards with others. On one hand, dual spirits were real beings in this world, and deserved respect. At the very least, he needed to trust the other party. On the other hand, as a seasoned player, he had to be prepared. Just because a monster isn't useful now doesn't mean it won't be essential later. Even cards like Fabled Lurie, a level 1 light fiend that hadn't seen play in years, suddenly became meta-relevant because it fit into a new archetype. Any of his monsters might become vital combo pieces one day. He wasn't about to lose them. Besides, he had tons of extra fusion spells and traps. To Magical Scientist, those held way more value than fusion monsters he might already have, or have seen before. As for why Hikaru specifically grabbed Flame Swordsman and Dark Flares, it was purely for insurance. Even if they haven't evolved yet, if they do later and he doesn't have their base forms, he'll have to go hunt them down again. Better to prepare early. Hey, Hikaru. How do I deal with this part? Hurry up and tell me. By the time Hikaru was finishing up his card trades and promised to bring more fusion cards next time, Tierra was already getting impatient. She seemed to have hit the endgame with the last warrior from another planet, and its effect, preventing summons, had left her frustrated. She called out to Hikaru. Hikaru chuckled and shook his head as he walked over. You can set a monster, then use creature swap to shift the field. Wait, you can set monsters? Tierra was amazed. Got it. That's so simple. I didn't realize setting had this kind of use. I always thought that if you could summon a monster in defense position, what was the point of setting? So that's what it's for. This world really is special. Tierra thought. Hikaru shrugged. Normally, monsters are summoned in attack position, and defense position plays like Alistair's was another level entirely. Hikaru and Tierra spent a bit more time playing out some endgames with Magical Scientist, while Tierra seemed to enjoy it. Eventually, when Bastion called Hikaru back to the academy, they said goodbye to Magical Scientist. Until next time, Mr. Magical Scientist. Keep coming back with cool games. Magical Scientist laughed heartily and said he would. Like a kindly grandpa, he added that he also collects fusion monsters, and might have more new ones by Hikaru's next visit. Hikaru was genuinely looking forward to that. So far, Magical Scientist had been the greatest benefactor to his extra deck, giving him 30 different fusion monsters to choose from. It was fitting that such a powerful card, one that can pay 1000 LP to bring out fusion monsters endlessly, would be this generous with them. Hikaru wobbled out the door with several crates of cup noodles. Tierra looked over, saw how unsteady he was, and waved her hand. A few violet puppet strings emerged and wrapped around the crates, lifting them into the air to help Hikaru easily reunite with Bastio. The two of them exchanged a look and saw delight in each other's faces. This dimensional trip wasn't dangerous, and was incredibly fruitful. For both of them, it had been a huge win. Hikaru had fixed the gaps in his extra deck. And Bastion, with the mathematician spirit following him, had finally resolved his long-standing issue of weak spirit affinity, a timely solution, and a joyous one. In fact, after talking with mathematician today, he had already decided the direction of his next deck, and was ready to give Hikaru some serious competition this semester. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it, Shino. Humph, just you wait. I'm claiming the top spot in our grade this term. Ho ho ho, then you'll have to beat Chaz first, third place. The two laughed as they returned to the dimensional gate, lightheartedly stepping back into the human world for the first time, thinking maybe, just maybe, traveling to another dimension wasn't all that bad. Then they noticed students running everywhere across campus. What happened? What's going on? Next to Hikaru, the crates slowly descended and stacked up neatly. Bastion called out, but the students didn't even seem to hear him. He dropped his hand, disheartened. Ha ha ha. Hikaru couldn't help laughing, which made Bastion blush. Bastion had always struggled with presence. Even now, he'd been ignored despite calling out first. It was both funny and a little pitiful. One of the students from the Fusion Club stopped and shouted, Hikaru. Something crazy's going on. You should head back to the club and find a TV. News is blowing up. Mr. Kaiba discovered another new dimension with humans in it. He's calling it Dimension S. Dimension S. Hikaru and Bastion looked at each other, sharing a look of utter shock. No wonder. Another third kind encounter. Chapter 102, Tuners are Fusion Material 2. We're now outside Kaiba Corp headquarters. Hikaru rushed back to the clubroom, found a seat, and watched the news broadcast on TV. On screen, a swarm of reporters had crowded in front of Kaiba Corp's gates, pushing and shoving beneath two massive Blue Eyes white dragon statues. A female reporter fought her way to the front and raised her microphone high, trying to get a word from Seto Kaiba. President Kaiba, what kind of world did you discover this time? President Kaiba, we've heard you encountered an unimaginable new phenomenon. What is it? President Kaiba. But all that was met with a sharp humph. The entire crowd of reporters instantly fell silent. Like cicadas in winter, they froze, staring straight at Seto Kaiba, waiting for him to speak. Whoa, President Kaiba is so cool. Jaden sat cross-legged in front of the TV, both hands propping him up, marveling at how Kaiba had silenced everyone without a single word. Humph, of course. Chaz crossed his arms and raised his chin proudly. That's the Mr. Kaiba. Compared to him, you've got a long way to go, Chaz. Keep working hard. Atticus plucked a soft note from his guitar and cheerfully teased Chaz. Don't let his casual demeanor fool you, Atticus doesn't scare easily. Meanwhile, Seto Kaiba finally spoke. To all duelists around the world watching this broadcast. Brave duelists, proud duelists. Behold, a new era of dueling is upon us. With a dramatic flair, he pulled out a card from who knows where, pinching it between his fingers as he declared. I call it, the dimensional duel era. Soon, duelists from across dimensions will clash, surpass themselves, and reach greater heights than ever before. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving behind a confused crowd of reporters who had no idea what just happened. Those watching the live broadcast, Hikaru and the others, shared the same awkward but polite expressions. Even Chaz bowed his head, pretending he wasn't there. Only Jaden excitedly shouted, "Oh!" He was just thrilled by the words, dimensional duel era, and didn't care about the logic behind it. Well, chances are, Kaiba himself wasn't interested in explaining either. Fortunately, after Seto Kaiba marched off, a younger, composed, and handsome Kaiba Corp executive in a white suit stepped into view. Ah! It's Makuba, a reporter shouted in recognition. Mr. Makuba, what exactly is going on? Others rushed forward with microphones. With someone finally taking questions, the press surged like a tide, frantically asking for answers. As the world's strongest active duelist, Seto Kaiba was notoriously arrogant, and reporters rarely dared chase after him. But his younger brother, Kaiba Corp's vice president Makuba Kaiba, was known for his affable nature, clear explanations, and sense of responsibility. Now slowly taking charge of the company, he was the go-to after Seto left. Makuba coughed, paused to let the crowd settle, then cleared his throat again before explaining. What my brother just showcased was a brand new duel monster legend, the White Stone. As he spoke, he pulled a monster card from his pocket. The moment he did, cameras clicked wildly, and many reporters leaned in for a better look. Light attribute, level 1 monster. A tuner. What's that? With something completely new before them, the reporters burst into excitement. This is what we discovered in the new world. Makuba put the card away, folded one hand behind his back, and raised the other. According to research from Kaiba Corp's Science Division and Dr. Fudo, we've confirmed that a strange particle found in Dimension S also exists in our world. In other words, unlike other impossible summoning methods, this brand new one can be achieved in our dimension. Ah! Wow! So it's related to that tuner thing? Oh! Even Jaden watching the stream couldn't contain his excitement. Makuba nodded, then shook his head. Yes. This is a new special summoning method called Synchro Summon. However, despite Kaiba Corp's best efforts, we've been unable to fully implement synchros or synchro monsters yet. We may need deeper communication with Dimension S to fully understand its secrets. Unfortunately, the other world is extremely resistant to outsiders. Our Kaiba Corp expedition team met heavy opposition. Makuba sighed. Though Kaiba Corp was once an arms dealer, it had long since transformed into an entertainment company. After all, in this world, dueling makes far more money than war. And as two brothers who'd suffered greatly in the past, they would never choose invasion. Besides, Makuba could understand the other side. Their previous contact with Dimension X was a chance encounter. But this time, they had directly entered someone else's world and got caught by the local police. Of course, the higher-ups there would panic. Their company had to first ease the local suspicions, earn their trust, and only then foster friendly exchange. Still, while we can't yet synchro summon, tuner monsters can already be used. Kaiba Corp, along with Fantasy International, will be conducting pilot distributions soon, possibly through our subsidiaries or partner academies. Details. What followed was mostly marketing, but Makuba handled it with the composure of a seasoned executive. Having survived countless crises, including kidnappings, he'd grown into a capable leader. Compared to his older brother, who didn't bother with such trivialities, Makuba understood how to speak to ordinary people. Not bad at all. Nearby, Tierra suddenly floated up beside Hikaru. Hikaru, even though you forged Falco before, your dual disc kept showing an error with the card. Looks like that won't be a problem anymore. You should check later and see if it works. Hikaru nodded. Previously, with Tierra's help, Hikaru had obtained Shaddol Falco. In theory, that should have let him fusion summon El Shaddol Winda. But when he tried, he found Falco couldn't be used at all. After all, Shaddol Falco isn't just a flip monster, it's also a tuner monster. Hikaru had even considered modifying his dual disc himself, but it looks like Kaibacorp had fixed it already. Whoa! Makuba just said our school's getting the pilot program too. Awesome. I'll cut back on other stuff. I'm saving up for the next card pack release. Wait, we're in the Fusion Club, remember? Don't say that. A few former members of the Polymerization Club glanced toward Hikaru. He shook his head, smiling. Everyone, what's the big deal? Fusion summoning uses all kinds of monsters as materials. Who says tuner monsters can't be used as fusion material? And even if we start using synchro summoning, so what? He chuckled. It's not like I'm going to bite. Huh, exactly. Hikaru's fusion is the fusion that embraces all. Yeah. What's there to worry about? Hey, maybe someday Synchro and XYZ monsters will be usable as fusion materials. Haha, if anyone can pull that off, it's Hikaru. Tierra giggled and nodded nonstop. And funnily enough, Hikaru had just received a card like that yesterday. While Fusion Club buzzed with excitement, the Polymerization Club felt stiff and suffocating. Syra sat at the front, glancing left and right. He wanted to cheer, however the eerie silence around him made him suppress it. The longer he stayed in the Polymerization Club, the more he realized it just wasn't a place for people. Even if he wasn't in the Polymerization Club, he could imagine Hikaru's sunny smile saying, "It's okay. Even tuners can be part of fusion." Here. If no one had spoken up yet, it was only because the arguments hadn't started. The Polymerization Club was an exclusionary group. They rejected any summoning method outside of fusion, whether out of disgust or fear, the overall vibe was the same. Even someone as indecisive as Cyrus thought it was ridiculous. It's okay not to like something, but do you have to be hostile about it? Sigh. Big bro, if this keeps up, I don't think I can stay here. Meanwhile, Leo Akiba sat in silence for a while. Synchro dimension, huh? That means only one more world remains undiscovered, right? He calculated silently. That being the case, it's time to accelerate their own plans. Luckily, though Amaki Hikaru's influence had cost them many recruits, the power of the sacred beasts more than made up for it. Still, if a batch of tuner monsters is coming to the academy, that's an opportunity. Go. Dispatch someone. I want to buy every new card pack. Leo Akiba gave the order without a hint of emotion. Huh? Professor? Even the academy reps didn't understand. Buy all the card packs. That's bound to make enemies. Chapter 103, Duel of the New Cards. The day of the new card pack release arrived fast. With a thunderous hum, 5 or 6 planes flew in from overseas toward the island. A large group of students gathered outside the campus store, watching the planes in excitement, cheering loudly. A new series, even an entirely new category of monster cards, had sparked excitement among the students. Even girls like Alexis and others came over, eager to buy some packs. No matter if it didn't immediately boost their strength, pulling a powerful, rare tuner monster might make for a valuable trade. And, for Duel Academy students, that was a huge draw. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Polymerization Club's 3 dorms, Slifer Red, RA Yellow, and Obelisk Blue, finally squeezed to the front. To be honest, they didn't want to do this. Though they'd obeyed Leo Akiba's orders all this time, lately, they were starting to question their 3-year experience. The Blue Dorm rep had it easier, his time in the club was smooth sailing so long as he followed orders. But the Red and Yellow Dorm reps had begun doubting things. Were their actions really right? Nonetheless, after 3 years of pressure and threats, they had long since become accomplices. At this point, they couldn't just walk away. So, even when facing such ridiculous orders, they gritted their teeth and obeyed. Before long, the card packs arrived at the academy, escorted by black-suited agents. The students looked on as if witnessing a national treasure, while the agents carefully handed the boxes over to Tom-san. She ordered her team to carry the boxes inside, then hung promotional banners outside the shop. A level 3 Toon Warrior with 1600 ATK. Whoa, look at that Mist Valley Shaman, so pretty. No, wait. I can't betray Dark Magician Girl. Wait, what? Psychic type. That's a whole new race, right? The students were ecstatic as they gawked at the poster reveals. Even without synchro summoning, these tuner monsters and related cards were clearly superior to this world's usual low-level monsters. While many students were still using normal monsters with just 1000 or 1200 ATK, these cards started at 1500 and had effects. So, naturally, they were more than worth a pull. Even without synchros, this was a huge advantage. Of course, student interest in drawing packs skyrocketed. Just then, Tiara suddenly appeared beside Hikaru, pointing at a card. Hikaru, try to get that one. Hikaru glanced over and spotted the card she meant, narrowing his eyes in thought. It was a Gen X controller. Level 3, Dark Attribute, Machine-type normal tuner monster with 1400 ATK. Gen X, huh? Hikaru remembered. In card lore, Gen X were creations made by Tiara after she was defeated by Sophia, designed to restore and reshape the environment. Their goal was to transform Sophia's world into Tiara's world. Unfortunately, due to various factors, alien invasions, elder gods awakening, they got dragged into disaster and perished. Even so, they reshaped much of the dual terminal world. In short, that card was related to Tiara. You could use that one as a base for other monsters. Tiara, new possibility. In Leo, he saw a reflection of himself. I see, Aster muttered, rubbing his brow. After a pause, he sighed in resignation. Fine. I'll go check it out. Duel Academy, huh? He called it a childish playground, but having never properly attended an academy himself, he admitted it might be a rare experience. 2 months from now, he'd visit. Meanwhile, at Duel Academy, things entered a new phase. It was time for midterm exams. With Professor Banner gone, the alchemy course was discontinued, and Hikaru's best subject for gaining a lead over others was gone. Bastion and Chaz both fired up, determined to surpass him. But first came combat. And as fate would have it, Hikaru's test opponent was Bastion Misawa. This is our first official duel in the academy, right? Bastion adjusted his uniform, standing tall before Hikaru. Hikaru nodded. They had tried to duel or work together before, but it always fell through. Whoever wins becomes the top of our grade. This time, it's me, Hikaru. Bastion declared passionately. Heh, Bastion, talk like that after you win. Hikaru snapped back. Go, Hikaru. Bastion, don't let him off easy. Good luck, both of you. Friends gathered after finishing their own tests, cheering them on. Both duelists, ready. The referee, Professor Sartor of the Yellow Dorm, called out. Seeing his 2 prized students so fired up, even he felt hyped. Begin. Both activated their duel discs and shouted. Duel. Bastio, LP, 4000. Hikaru, LP, 4000. Chapter 110, Black Luster Soldier as Fusion Material. I'll go first. My turn, draw. Bastion quickly drew a card, glanced at it, and smiled. Hikaru, I should thank you. Thank me. Hikaru blinked. He hadn't given Bastion anything unusual, in fact, he often purposely got his name wrong. Interesting. What do you mean, Rex? I used to rotate decks all the time, building different ones to counter different people. But watching you duel made me realize what I lacked. That is, Conviction. Hikaru's eyes narrowed. Until now, I never held firm to one belief. But now, Hikaru, I want you to witness my new deck. Wow, Bastion's really fired up today, Jaden leaned in, intrigued. Hey, don't block everyone else. Chaz shouted, then added, Bastion was basically a bystander during the 7 Stars incident. He must be unhappy with that. Why are all the boys suddenly so fired up? Alexis sighed. I summon in attack position, mathematician. A white-bearded man with sunglasses and a staff materialized. Mathematician, level 3 Earth spellcaster 1500 ATK. Hikaru arched a brow. It was a spirit card. When this card is summoned, I can send one level 4 or lower monster from my deck to the graveyard. He flipped open his deck, and it auto-ejected a card by instinct. I send Carboneddin to the grave. Under pressure over the years, Carbon becomes something else. I banish Carboneddin to activate its effect. Special summon one level 7 or lower normal monster from my deck. I special summon Hyozanryu. From black coal to gleaming crystal, the black-scaled dragon transformed into a dazzling diamond beast. Hyozanryu, level 7 light dragon 2800 def. Hikaru glanced at Carboneddin. So it was that version of Carboneddin. They'd never dueled before, so he never knew what Bastion's deck looked like. I set one card. Turn end. A 1500 ATK and 2800 def monster off one card. Pretty strong, a student muttered. That's insanely strong. But after watching Hikaru's duels, this kind of field seems normal now. Still, it was impressive. To Hikaru, the real strength was the low hand cost, meaning hidden potential. 4300 combined stats also guaranteed that even if LP were lost, it wouldn't hurt much. Nonetheless, Hikaru glanced at his hand and smirked. My turn. Drawl, he drew and peeked at it, then said to him. Bastion, if that's all, I don't see much conviction. So your set card, that must be your true resolve, huh? Bastion only smiled. Then I won't hold back. Field spell, fusion recycling plant. Ting ting tang, clinks and clangs. The duel platform transformed as machinery and equipment materialized everywhere. Robots flew through the arena, scanning for data. I discard Metal Foe's fusion from my hand to activate recycling plant's effect. I add polymerization from my deck or GY to my hand. Bastion frowned slightly. Polymerization. He didn't choose diffusion or fusion substitute to recover combos, he added straight polymerization. Which means. Friends exchanged shocked glances. Hikaru was seriously fusing today. I activate the spell card, polymerization. Today, Hikaru's version was an alternate art polymerization. Fusion materials, Dark Magician and a Chaos Ritual monster. He revealed his hand. I use the Dark, Hex-sealed fusion to replace Dark Magician, then fuse it with Black Luster Soldier from my hand. Black Luster Soldier. No way. Isn't that the strongest warrior ever? The crowd jumped from their seats. Even Professor Sartor leaned in to glimpse the legendary card. Black Luster Soldier. One power leads to light, one to darkness. Hikaru drew a deep breath and slammed his hands together. When light and dark intertwine, chaos descends. Appear now. Level 8, Master of Chaos. A spellcaster clad in jet black armor slowly descended from the void. Master of Chaos, Level 8 Dark Spellcaster 3000 ATK. See Chaos, what? Though it wasn't the first time they'd seen the Master of Chaos, the last time Hikaru used Metamorphosis to summon it. This time was real fusion. And one of the materials was Black Luster Soldier. He actually owns Black Luster Soldier. Students buzzed in shock, while ritual duelist Alexis was already dizzy. That was one of the rarest cards ever. Meanwhile, yesterday Hikaru said his luck sucked. That card's collector value alone was beyond a student's budget. The crowd exploded with chatter. Even anti-fusion club students from the polymerization club craned their necks to see. But now, it had become something else. Master of Chaos's effect. If fusion summoned, target one light or dark monster in your GY and special summon it. Return to me, the dark, hex-sealed fusion. Various materials converged, reforming into a strange, orb-bodied creature. The dark, hex-sealed fusion, level 3 Dark Rock 1000 ATK. Master of Chaos, attack Hyozanryu. He raised his sword, swung lightly, and Hyozanryu shattered before it could react. Ugh! Bastion winced at the pressure. Black Luster Soldier, the mythical warrior card. Even a 2800 def wall was nothing. Hikaru glanced at his hand. I activate Metal Foe's fusion in the GY, return it to the deck, then draw one card. He drew. I set one card. Turn end. End phase, I activate Fusion Recycling Plant. Target one fusion material used this turn in your GY and add it to my hand. Hikaru raised his dual disc arm. Ding ding. A small drone buzzed over with a tray, gently returning a card to his hand. Wow, that's the Black Luster Soldier. So shiny. So cool. The audience forgot it was a test. Even duelists, farther, at other tables stopped mid-duel. That's how powerful the legend of BLS was. Black Luster Soldier is that popular? Jaden scratched his head. Why aren't you shocked? Chaz scowled. Ah, right. You're a hero idiot. You probably don't get what BLS means to other warrior duelists. Yeah. Jaden leaned back, arms folded. He had been excited the first time he saw BLS. But after witnessing the original BLS, Hikaru's copy didn't hit the same. Still, he wasn't the type to brag, so he just watched curiously. My turn. Bastion smiled as he drew. As expected, Hikaru. That's just like you. Even with a legendary card like BLS, you still use it as fusion material. You never abandon your core belief. And that's something I never used to do. But now. That's all in the past. He widened his eyes and pressed a button. Because now, I'm aiming for a new realm. Draw, I activate the continuous trap, ultimate offering. As long as this is face up, I can pay 500 LP to perform an additional normal summon. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Wow, a banned card. Without hesitation, Bastion revealed his card. I normal summon, Chemicritter Carbo Crab. Chapter 111, The New Strongest Form. Chemicritter Carbo Crab had the appearance of a transparent golden crab, with a right claw-colored gray symbolizing the carbon element, while inside its body, floating chemical bonds could also be seen. Chemicritter Carbo Crab, Level 2 FIR Aqua 1400 Def. What's that card? This duel today is really worth it. Not only is there Black Luster Soldier, but even cards we've never seen before. Chemicritter. Looks like one of Bastion's favorite chemical-themed monsters. The students murmured among themselves, and even Jaden and the others exchanged opinions, though none had ever seen these monsters before. And the person who would usually explain card effects to them was currently dueling up on the stage. Chemicritter, that's a Gemini monster, right? Hikaru watched the crab on the field, trying hard to recall. In his memory, it seemed to be the first archetype built around Gemini monsters, although it hadn't left a deep impression on him. Seeing Bastion using it now, he could only vaguely remember it being a Gemini. From his personal understanding, Hikaru thought Gemini monsters were among the most awkwardly designed types in duel monsters. Because when first summoned, they had no effects and were treated as normal monsters. To activate their effects, they needed a second summon, and by the time 2 turns had passed, the opponent might already be preparing to strike while the effect still hadn't gone off. However, seeing Bastion use this archetype looked rather fitting. I activate the effect of Ultimate Offering, paying 500 life points to normal summon again. I perform a Gemini summon on Chemicritter Carbo Crab. Bastion, LP, 3500. Now, Carbo Crab's effect activates. Send one Gemini monster from the deck to the graveyard. I send Chemicritter Hydron Hawk from my deck to the graveyard. Then, I can add one Gemini monster from my deck to my hand. I add Chemicritter Oxy-Ox to my hand. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. I activate Ultimate Offering again, defense position summon, Chemicritter Oxy-Ox. Then, pay another 500 life points to perform its Gemini summon. Oxy-Ox was a transparent green bull with two horns burning with flames, symbolizing the relationship between oxygen and combustion. Chemicritter Oxy-Ox, Level 2 WND Beast 2100 Def. Bastion, LP, 2500. What is Bastion even doing? He hasn't hurt Hikaru at all, and his life points are already half gone. Gemini monsters. I thought Phoenix Gearfried was the only one. I activate Oxy-Ox's monster effect. Once per turn, I can special summon one Gemini monster from my hand. Then, all Gemini summoned monsters I control have their levels become the same as the summoned monster's original level until the end of the turn. Wait. Seeing this, Hikaru immediately flipped open a set card, Quick Play spell, El Shaddol Fusion. Hikaru revealed the set card. Knew it. Here it comes, the monster that locks down special summons. Hikaru pointed to the monster on the field and the card in his hand. Fusion materials are a Shaddol monster and a Dark Attribute monster. I fuse the Dark, Hex-sealed fusion on my field with the Shaddol Falco in my hand. Hear the voice of the gods. Fusion summon. El Shaddol Winda. Without hesitation, Hikaru initiated a fusion summon. Amid a mass of purple puppet strings, a green-haired, purple magician appeared stiffly like a machine. El Shaddol Winda, Level 5 Dark Spellcaster 2200 ATK. As expected, Hikaru. Whenever the opponent attempts a special summon, you find a way to special summon Winda to lock it down. But too bad, Hikaru, today my specialty is normal summoning. Hikaru shrugged, unconcerned. Immediately, Bastion continued his special summon. Special summon, Polychemicritter Dioxyger. It appeared, the self-proclaimed ogre deity, Dioxyger. Dioxyger's body combined features from 3 other chemicritters, appearing like a fusion of all of them. Since it was a serious duel, Hikaru didn't tease Bastion, only chuckled inwardly. Oxy-Ox and Carbo Crab, Level 2 Level 8. My Shaddol Falco, when sent to the graveyard by an effect, special summons itself face down to my field. Hikaru retrieved the card from the graveyard and set it in his monster zone. Then he looked at Bastion and sighed, your deck really has evolved into something else. Chemical reactions, different elements combining to form entirely new chemical formulas, that's scientific calculation, different from your alchemy. This is my new choice. Bastion laughed and shook his head, no, rather, should have stuck to this path long ago. Polychemicritter Dioxyger, Level 8 Dark Fiend 2800 ATK. A monster with 2800 ATK is already quite a powerhouse. But standing opposite him is a Master of Chaos with ATK rivaling Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, that's a monster fused from Black Luster Soldier. Bastion smiled lightly, Dioxyger is also a Gemini monster, so it can undergo another normal summon. I pay 500 life points to Gemini summon Dioxyger. Bastion raised his hand, and the chemical bonds inside Dioxyger's body began flashing wildly. Suddenly, as if the air itself had been sucked out, everyone felt a momentary suffocation. Now, as long as Dioxyger remains on the field, Gemini summons cannot be negated. Moreover, once per turn, by banishing a Gemini monster from my graveyard, I can target one card on the opponent's field and destroy it. I see, with this, attack doesn't even matter. Smart move, Bastion. No matter how high the opponent's attack, destroying them bypasses that. Bastion nodded, not wasting words. He banished the hawk from his graveyard, activating Dioxyger's effect. Dioxyger's body blazed with fierce flames and charged at the Master of Chaos. Master of Chaos was hit by the flames, blasted away, and vanished into nothingness. Yet just as Bastion thought he had secured victory, Hikaru suddenly spoke up. Now, the Master of Chaos's effect activates. It still has an effect. Bastion thought. When a fusion summoned Master of Chaos is destroyed by battle or effect, I can target one spell card in my graveyard and add it to my hand. The graveyard opened automatically, and one spell card glowed. I add polymerization to my hand. That monster had another effect. Bastion frowned tightly. Before, I only knew it could banish monsters, but I didn't realize its fusion summoned form was this tricky. Luckily, it was dealt with. Having defeated Black Luster Soldier, Bastion breathed a sigh of relief. That monster's fame alone exerted tremendous pressure. Battle, Dioxyger, attack Winda. Dioxyger, still ablaze after defeating the Master of Chaos, destroyed the spellcaster before it as well. Hikaru, LP, 3400. Even though it wasn't me controlling her, I still feel a little displeased, Tiara said, suddenly appearing beside Hikaru. Well, Hikaru, this is my evolved deck, based on normal summons, a deck that doesn't rely on special summons. Bastion declared confidently. This deck has no fear of your Winda. Hikaru shrugged and nodded. Indeed, Winda wasn't a summon restrictor, nor was she a duel's meteor. She couldn't interfere with normal summons. However, now, Winda's effect also activates. There's more. Winda still has an effect. The surrounding students gasped. Interesting. As expected, Winda has hidden effects yet to reveal. Bastion showed no surprise. Exactly. Hikaru pointed at the graveyard. When Winda is sent to the graveyard, I can target one shadow spell or trap in my graveyard and add it to my hand. I retrieve El Shaddol Fusion to my hand. Guessed so, the destruction and recreation of alchemy. Hikaru, that card is just like you, Bastion said. From an ordinary card transforming into a powerful monster, indeed, much like yourself now. Chemistry versus alchemy. In the spectator seats, Chaz leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, murmuring, Bastion's chemical synthesis versus Hikaru's pulverization and recreation, which will prevail? I set one card face down and end my turn. Bastion set a card. Right now, fusion recycling plant's effect activates. I add the dark, hex-sealed fusion used as fusion material this turn from the graveyard to my hand. He recovered that card again. Bastion frowned deeply. When he saw Selena pull that card for Hikaru during a card pack draw, he thought it suited Hikaru. But he never expected that facing it would feel so frustrating. Even worse than learning that Master of Chaos and Winda could recycle cards. Facing him, Hikaru also silently admitted. Today's Bastion, from sheer presence alone, was far more impressive than the sidelined, forgotten version in the original. Though unfortunately, today, Bastion was very unlucky. Because now, he was facing the new, strongest version of Hikaru, that no material shortage, Hikaru. He drew a card. One day, Dark Hex-sealed fusion might suddenly transform into any fusion monster. So now, with a usable opportunity, Hikaru would naturally unleash it with full force. Chapter 112, Cycle of Fusion. My turn. Hikaru skillfully began activating the cards in his hand. Spell card, Polymerization. Hikaru revealed the card, and Bastion felt a chill run down his spine. Fusion materials, Dark Magician Girl and a Dragon Monster. Wait, what did he just say? If Black Luster Soldier had made them take the duel seriously, then now Hikaru said that name, many minds simply short-circuited. I fused the dark, hex-sealed fusion in my hand with Galaxy Serpent. Hikaru clapped his hands together. Bear witness to the sorceress who rides the legendary dragon. Fusion summon. Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. Boom! With a crack of violet lightning, a cute magician clad in silver-white armor appeared on Hikaru's field. Where's the dragon? Even Hikaru paused for a moment. Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight, Level 7 Dark Spellcaster 2600 ATK. Ah! Bastion looked completely dumbfounded. Whoa! Dark Magician Girl. And it's her fusion form too. Hikaru, where did you even get that card? You've never mentioned it. Hikaru. Can I defect from my club and join yours right now? I want to see Dark Magician Girl up close. Sadly, though Dragon Knight would appear, she wasn't as lively as the spirit of the original Dark Magician Girl. She stood primly on the field. Fusion card for Dark Magician Girl, looks like he never had the materials before, so it couldn't be used until now. Bastion calmed himself after the initial shock. Dark Magician Girl was indeed a unique card, but there were derivative works and variations of her. Still, no one expected that Hikaru, whose deck was always filled with oddball stuff, would have such a cute monster among them. I activate Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight's effect. Once per turn, discard one card to target one face-up monster on the field and destroy it. I discard Fusion Substitute to target your Dioxyger. Not so fast. I activate the counter trap, Divine Wrath. Bastion flipped his set card. I discard Double Summon to negate your monster's effect and destroy it. Ah! Bastion. Ah, Dark Magician Girl. A chorus of anguished groans rose from the students watching, unsure who they were even rooting for anymore. Hikaru was indifferent. As Dark Magician Girl hit the graveyard, he casually opened it. Then I activate the effect of Fusion Substitute in the graveyard, banish it to return the fusion monster to the extra deck and draw one card. Hikaru chuckled softly as he returned the card, making Bastion's brow twitch. Next is the spell card, Fusion Recovery. Bastion gasped. I can target one fusion and one fusion material used in the fusion summon in my graveyard, add them to my hand. I retrieve polymerization and the dark, hex-sealed fusion. The atmosphere quieted a bit. On Jaden's side, Chaz Princeton widened his eyes, watching the field intently. Amazing, Atticus gently strummed her instrument. Even though Bastion evolved from basic compounds to a fully formed chemicritter, it seems he hasn't put any pressure on Hikaru at all. He was, after all, once the king of Obelisk Blue Dorm. His eye for duels was keen. That the dark, hex-sealed fusion truly unleashed Hikaru's full potential. That talent for alchemy, it's like seeing Professor Banner all over again. Now then, Bastion, you should already know what's coming next, right? Hikaru flipped over 3 cards, the same ones from the previous turn, ready to finish what he started. Fusion materials, Dark Magician and a Chaos Ritual monster. I fuse the dark, hex-sealed fusion with Black Luster Soldier in my hand. Descend once more. The sorcerer who commands chaos and delivers judgment. Fusion summon. Master of Chaos. Seeing Master of Chaos reappear, Bastion could only break into a cold sweat. What a nightmare. His plan had been to take Hikaru by surprise using the chemicritter deck. After all, he knew a fair bit about Hikaru. If Hikaru didn't expect his new deck, it should at least disrupt him a little. That way, Bastion's test score would surely be higher. And, with the help of a few chemicritters, he could definitely bring out Dioxyger in one turn, a monster with resistance, destruction, and a powerful 2800 ATK. More importantly, since his deck relied on normal summons, it wouldn't be hindered by Winda's special summon lock. He'd considered using Water Dragon before, but it required a few special summons per turn, making it too vulnerable to Winda. But chemicritters didn't have that weakness. It was the perfect counter to El Shaddol Winda. Winda's ATK wasn't that high, but with Hikaru's fusion support spells, she could become a major problem if left unchecked. Even if Dioxyger was destroyed, as long as he wasn't OTK'd, he could rely on the synergy between his lower-level monsters to revive and summon again. There'd always be another Dioxygar on his field. That was the plan. Yet, Hikaru had shown him a possibility he hadn't anticipated. It was as if he said, "Your cards are powerful. But I don't care. Crush, recycle, transcend. All I need is to do what I do." With dark, hex-sealed fusion in his hand, Hikaru was unstoppable. Right now, Master of Chaos's effect activates. When this card is fusion summoned, I can revive one light or dark monster from the graveyard. I special summon the Galaxy Serpent used as a fusion material earlier. Galaxy Serpent, level 2 Light Dragon normal 1000 ATK. Though a vanilla card, it was a tuner, and thus quite rare, one of the highest rarity cards Hikaru had pulled before. It helped patch the gap Hikaru had in Light Dragon fusion materials. Next, I flip up the set Shaddol Falco. One light and one dark monster. Bastion took a deep breath. Light and dark. It's coming, Bastion. Just hold on. He vaguely heard the voice of a mathematician, while all he could do was smile bitterly. I activate Master of Chaos's effect. Send one light and one dark monster from my field to the graveyard. Banish all monsters you control. Split the heavens and the earth. Master of Chaos raised his weapon slowly and swung it. In the next instant, the world seemed to split in half. And a moment later, as if they had never existed, Bastion's field was wiped clean. He had paid a full 2000 LP for those Gemini summons. After that strike, there was no way he had any LP left. Ah, still lost. Bastion shook his head helplessly. I guess I'm still far behind. Huh, Bastion, it's only for now. It was clear. Bastion had only just decided on his new path, and even so, he was already much better than his past, sidelined self. And more importantly, Hikaru could tell too, Bastion hadn't even completed his deck yet. The Chemicritter's future lies in XYZ. Looking forward to our next duel. Battle. Master of Chaos, direct attack. Chaos Infinity Slash. In a blink, Master of Chaos appeared before Bastion. Instantly, without even feeling pain, Bastion found himself sent flying and crashing onto the ground. Bastion, LP, 2000. Chapter 113, Learning the Dimensional Gate. Hikaru once again became the top scorer in this round of the test. Although the absence of an alchemy class had narrowed the score gap between Hikaru and the other students, since his practical duel happened to be against Bastion, his score still firmly surpassed Bastion's. Humph. See that, Dax? As long as I'm still at this academy, there can only be one top student, and that's me. Where did you even learn to talk like that? After the exam, the group of friends gathered in the classroom to check the results. Seeing Hikaru's perfect score glowing on the screen, Bastion felt a rush of blood to the head. Don't take it too hard, Ogre. You'll definitely win next time. Jaden patted his shoulder heartily to comfort him. I don't need pity from the guy who nearly placed last. Bastion clenched his fists. And why are you calling me Ogre now, just like Hikaru? Don't you think Ogre sounds cool? Jaden laughed. Just like how lightning is still lightning. No, definitely not. That's dumb. Bastion. The two of them got into a scuffle, while the others laughed around them. Although later in the original, they all drifted away from the main plot for various reasons, outside of the story, their personalities were actually quite good, and they could joke around together. They all had similar goals, and attending classes together was still a joy. Outside of this, Hikaru had many personal matters to attend to. On one hand, the Full Metalphos Alcest had recently produced a new item, and he had finally managed to create a card representing his normal state. Unfortunately, that card couldn't be used in most worlds. Pendulum monsters simply didn't work in this world. So the card could only be kept as a collector's piece. On the other hand, Hikaru also had to dedicate time to studying the Emerald Book left behind by Professor Banner, the book which was Hikaru's most important textbook for learning alchemy, even containing references to worlds that Professor Banner had traveled through. So, if Hikaru wanted to meet him again, he would need to solve the riddles within the book and find that so-called realm of the spellcasters. Of course, the very first thing he needed to master was building an interdimensional teleportation gate. Relying solely on the school's dimensional gate was far too slow, and next time, it might not even take him where he wanted to go. From every angle, creating his own portal to travel to a desired dimension was a far more efficient choice. Therefore, lately, Hikaru's primary focus has been building a teleportation gate. And today was the day he planned to unlock his first, key gate and uncover its secrets. Tierra floated nearby with a cup of instant noodles, eating quietly so as not to disturb Hikaru's experiment. Right then, Hikaru was assembling metals into a specific shape and attempting to ignite and place them inside a container. Boom! As with previous attempts, Hikaru's setup exploded. Fortunately, Captain Crystal was there to shield him, so the flames and debris didn't reach him. Strange, I followed the steps in the book exactly. Hikaru flipped open the book and frowned. Tierra didn't understand mortal techniques. Seeing Hikaru fail again, she simply slurped her noodles, treating it like a relaxing break. Maybe it's insufficient spirit energy? Captain Crystal suggested. That's possible, but I asked Tierra to help. Based on her power, the constructed energy should be more than enough. There's no reason it should fail. Hikaru's own spirit energy might be lacking, even so, Tierra's definitely wasn't anywhere near that. Even without being revived, Tierra's current body held significant status within the Shaddol tribe of the spirit world. Her spirit level shouldn't be low. Nonetheless, that's just how alchemy is. Even if your actions match the book step for step, all kinds of unexpected things can happen. After all, it's more of a mystic art than a science. Could it be energy interference? After watching 2 more failed attempts, Tierra threw her empty noodle cup into the trash and said, "Your own energy might be conflicting with the alchemy lab's power." Conflict? No way, the Philosopher's Stone and super polymerization shouldn't clash, right? The Philosopher's Stone was a universal energy source and panacea, while super polymerization was a transcendent force that fused anything together. From any perspective, they were of the same nature. Then, maybe it's not a conflict, but suppression instead. Suppression? That could be it. Following this line of thought, Hikaru grabbed a calculator and began punching in numbers rapidly. At the same time, he called to the Full Metalphos Alcest, help me remeasure the materials. Increase the total quantity by 1.5 times, but for iron and silver, only by 1.2. Got it. The human and spirit resumed the experiment, placing the materials into the container to ignite slowly. This time, there was no explosion. Hikaru looked thrilled, and Alcest was visibly excited too. They had successfully learned alchemy from another world. After a green glow faded, Hikaru carefully used tongs to extract a strange, broken ring from the container. The ring, like an incomplete Ouroboros, floated a mysterious point within its interior, one of the special alchemical symbols frequently used by Professor Banner. Looks like the first step is complete. Thanks, Tierra. Hikaru wiped sweat from his forehead. Tierra might not understand alchemy, that said, as a divine being, her perspective far exceeded his. At the right moments, she could offer insights that helped him break through. Humph. This is divine favor. You need only accept it reverently. I don't need your thanks. Tierra spread her arms and radiated divine light, eyes closed as she delivered her divine proclamation. Unfortunately, her rare display of godly demeanor went unnoticed by Hikaru, who was already engrossed in building the idiot-proof interdimensional teleportation gate described in the book. Seeing that Hikaru wasn't responding, Tierra peeked with one eye, saw the duo tinkering again, and resignedly lowered her arms. She poured hot water into another cup of noodles. Oh well, there's still plenty of time. Chapter 114, Allied Machines. Compared to the first step of crafting the alchemical runes, the following steps were actually much simpler. All that was needed was to gather the materials, assemble them, and install the proper and sufficient runes. A must-have portal for lazy people would be ready just like that. However, that step wasn't simple either. The main challenge lay in the materials. Though the core components, such as stone, weren't expensive, in a Duel Academy centered on dueling, these materials were ironically the hardest to obtain. He just couldn't find them. Why did it have to be marble? Of course, after the initial round of complaints, Hikaru quickly accepted reality. Alchemy, requiring specific materials, was completely normal. He had already mentioned this to Alcest, having ordered the materials ahead of time, preparing to assemble the device himself in the workshop. At first, according to his plan, he would finish the basic runes while waiting for the materials, then gradually decipher the various interdimensional puzzles hidden in the book, pick one that interested him, and see what kind of dimension it led to. If possible, he was particularly curious about seeing the Golden Land. But Professor Banner's book recorded numerous dimensions, each one sealed with an alchemical puzzle. Only by solving it would one earn the right to explore. So Hikaru didn't know which one was the Golden Land. "This book of yours, no, the one that human left you, is quite intricate," Tierra remarked after reading alongside Hikaru for 2 days. "I can tell, he must have added these locks in a rush before the ceremonial duel against you all. Every lock builds on the previous one. Only by learning each step and mastering it can you proceed further. Even if he isn't teaching in person, the structure of this book is incredibly thoughtful." Hikaru nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. In this world, he hadn't actually interacted much with Professor Banner outside of class. In terms of personal relationships, he was closer to Professor Growler. He mostly visited Banner to ask about alchemy. Yet Banner had still treated him as a true disciple. "All the more reason I can't let Professor Banner down," Hikaru murmured, rubbing his temples. In the original, Professor Banner left the Philosopher's Stone with Jaden because he feared the sacred beasts. He remained at Jaden's side, quietly protecting him to the very end. Now, with the world transformed, Banner couldn't stay by his students' sides, he left behind a far more important book. And since Hikaru was the only one among the students who could understand alchemy and had been entrusted with it by Banner, he naturally had to study it seriously. Over the following days, with the help of spirits, he transported materials into the workshop. With Captain Crystal's immense power and precision over stone, Hikaru gradually constructed a dimensional gate that resembled the one used by Duel Academy. But there were still differences. That one was based on science. Hikaru's portal was based on mysticism. And truthfully, even after assembling it, there were many parts Hikaru couldn't understand. Unlike others, this portal was a portable version specially left by Professor Banner, even disguised to look like a regular portal, fearing Hikaru might struggle to use it. Standing before the gate, Hikaru flipped through the book one last time and, deciding it was ready, closed it. Next would be the safety test and round-trip test. Luckily, Hikaru only had a few coordinates: Village of Spellcasters, and Vampire Kingdom. He had no reason to visit the latter, and he couldn't apply for another challenge to the former for now. So, this free time was perfect for safety testing and maybe decoding a few interdimensional coordinates. During this lull, several events happened at the academy. First was a fire in the Princeton household. Chaz's 2 older brothers, heads of the Princeton group, wanted him to use their company's latest technology and deck at the academy. They also hoped to leverage this to acquire Duel Academy and boost their corporate position in dimensional affairs. Naturally, Chaz refused this nonsense. Especially after seeing the rare cards they offered him, he knew he'd be mocked by classmates for using them. But his brothers were relentless. They reminded him that he had always benefited from the Princeton group's resources, competing in tournaments since childhood, racking up championships, all thanks to the group's promotional efforts. Without them, how could he have become famous so fast and even caught Seto Kaiba's eye to become his disciple? That struck a nerve. The one thing Chaz hated most was people bringing up his background. He joined Duel Academy to prove he didn't win through nepotism or corporate power. He wanted victories earned by his own strength, not his name. Even if he'd lost a few times at the academy, Hikaru, Jaden, and Bastion never cared about his background. They joked with him, bonded with him. Jaden even often sparred with him, making Chaz open up more and even share some of his secrets with Hikaru. And now, his own brothers dared to claim they'd been orchestrating everything all along. Unforgivable. So he accepted their wager. No way. Chaz, your brothers are insane. Alexis stopped strumming her guitar, dumbfounded. You said you agreed to enter a brand new, dangerous dimension using only monsters with ATK 500 or less. Chaz covered his face and nodded helplessly. That's way too reckless, Bastion frowned. Are you sure they're your real brothers? Alexis asked skeptically. Even her flaky brother wouldn't set her up like this. At worst, he'd just take embarrassing photos. Chaz shook his head, silent. Listening nearby, Hikaru grasped the gist of the incident. It seemed to be something that had occurred in canon, just earlier than expected. There, Chaz used monsters with ATK less than 500 to defeat his brothers and their rare card deck. While in this world, his brothers had clearly re-evaluated his strength. They knew rare cards alone couldn't beat Chaz. Yet they still didn't believe in him, assuming his success was just manufactured by their efforts. What about the world? Hikaru asked. How dangerous is it? Can anyone go with you? Chaz took a deep breath. I'm allowed to bring one classmate as support. The duel must be solo, no tag teaming. My classmate is only there to forcibly extract me if things go bad. Everyone nodded. As for the dimension, Chaz rubbed his temples, thinking, the Union Machines dimension. Union Machines, the XYZ archetype. Makes sense. Hikaru nodded. His brothers weren't choosing at random. Chaz, I'll go with you. Jaden offered. If you need me, I'll come too, Bastion said. Just as the others began volunteering, Chaz suddenly turned to Hikaru. Hikaru, can you come with me this time? Hikaru nodded. Since he wasn't allowed to duel, anyone could tag along. He happened to be studying dimensional travel anyway, so it'd be a good experience. Despite that, he was still curious why Chaz had asked for him specifically. Chaz was undoubtedly closer to Jaden, having already been to a different dimension with him earlier in the semester. Chaz only shook his head and subtly gestured towards Selena, who was eavesdropping nearby. I see. Well then, since you trust me that much, and I do find fusion monsters quite fascinating, I'll accompany you. Chapter 115, Allied Hangar. The Princeton group wasn't using Duel Academy's portal. Instead, they brought their own dimensional gate. Suspended by 4 helicopters with steel cables, a massive metallic dimensional gate was transported overseas to the Academy's remote island. Amid a chorus of astonished students, with a loud thud, the gate landed in a clearing on Academy Island. Then Chaz Princeton's eldest brother descended along the rope. Huh? Chaz's brother is that impressive? Cyrus asked in surprise. They're amateurs, Chaz said with his head down. Even non-duelists can move like that. Jaden remarked. Alright, Chaz, get up here already. Slade and you're going too. Chaz looked uneasy. That's not a place for outsiders. Ha ha ha. You really are dead last, Chaz, Slade laughed. While you've been playing Duel Academy dress-up with kids, we at Princeton Group have enhanced our portal tech. Now, even ordinary people without spirit power can travel to other dimensions via transport pods. As he spoke, several staff members pushed a large, sheet-covered object to the portal's front. With a dramatic tug, Slade unveiled a shining white transport capsule. No way, even regular people can use it. The Princeton group is really that advanced. Chaz stared at the pod, then slowly nodded. So what's this duel all about? One of the students, after the initial excitement, asked aloud. Hikaru and his group already knew, but hadn't spread the word, so most of the crowd was still confused. Heard the Academy owes some company money. The debt collector's here. For real? Apparently, if Chaz loses, the Academy goes to that company. No way. Slade ignored the students and crossed his arms, glaring at Chaz. The Princeton group is a conglomerate that aims to dominate business, politics, and duel monsters. Your brothers have achieved greatness in their fields. Chaz, why are you still like this? We invested in you for years, helped you enter countless tournaments, yet here you are wasting time at some mystery school over some prideful nonsense. He snapped his fingers. If you lose today, you'll become the principal of Duel Academy. Then we'll immediately fire you and launch you as the world's #1 entertainment duelist. Hikaru shivered instinctively. Hey! That's too far, even for Chaz's brother. Jaden stepped forward. Chaz is a proud duelist. You can't just force his future. Even if you're family. Humph. That man already said it. Slade sneered, recalling a conversation with Sito Kaiba at Kaiba Corp about Duel Academy's ownership. Chaz. Whatever. Decide for yourselves. Whether it's entertainment, performance, or pro-dueling, I don't care. If you're a duelist, settle it with a duel. He echoed Kaiba's words, raising his hand with a grin. That's what he said. Ah. Jaden deflated. Other students and friends who had wanted to defend Chaz now found themselves silenced. When both brother and principal agreed, neither of them had the right to interfere. Only Chaz could speak now. It's fine, Jaden. Don't say anything. Chaz remained calm. It's okay. I'll prove the pride of Chaz Princeton. I'll protect this school and my future myself. Wow, Chaz was actually cool. Slade chuckled and clapped, signaling his team to start prepping the transmission and streaming equipment. Right then, he noticed Hikaru standing nearby. Ah, you're that student who won in Neo Domino City, right? Slade recognized Hikaru. Hikaru nodded. Top of your class, famous worldwide already. Interested in joining Princeton Group? Hikaru shook his head. Slade didn't mind. He turned back to Chaz. Don't think having the strongest classmate at your side guarantees anything. Our agreement with Kaiba Corp permits only you to duel. Chaz nodded. I remember, Slade and I. Good. He then resumed rallying the crew. Not only would he go himself, but camera crews had to be dispatched to that dimension, it all required time. Which gave Hikaru a few moments to talk to Chaz. Our group shouldn't be able to make something like that, Chaz said cryptically, glancing at the pod. Princeton Group's goal is to dominate business, politics, and dueling. We don't do scientific research. We don't even have a dedicated R&D department. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Recently, those investigators told me they might stop, Chaz spoke softly. Because they found out that the professor had ties to us. He meant the men Kaiba had dispatched. They had discovered that Leo Akiba had once visited the dimension Chaz was heading to. Because of that, they backed off. This implied a partnership between Princeton Group and Leo Akiba. In that case, everything depended on Chaz's decision. So that's what you meant yesterday, Hikaru murmured. Leo Akiba was a notorious schemer. In a world brimming with treasure and talent, it wasn't strange for him to seek partnerships. This wasn't the barren fusion dimension from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V. Here, there were plenty of troublemakers. Honestly, yesterday I thought this was about the portal. But seeing that pod today, I'm starting to doubt their intentions. A dimensional transfer system that even ordinary non-duelists without spirit power can use. What are they planning? Chaz's voice brimmed with concern. Hikaru shrugged. Hikaru. Yeah. I want to become president of the Princeton group. Hikaru blinked. Just like my mentor, I'll become the president. Whoa. Hikaru thought he had already seen Chaz as formidable, though unmistakably, he'd underestimated him. I suspect my brothers and Professor Akiba are hiding something in that dimension. Hikaru, can I count on you to check it out when we get there? Hikaru finally understood why he'd been chosen. Of everyone, Jaden was indeed closer to Chaz, since they had even traveled through dimensions together this semester. That said, if tag dueling was banned, Hikaru couldn't participate anyway. Yet there were some things only Hikaru could do. Let's confirm this. Are you really going solo? It's an unknown dimension, and your monsters can't exceed 500 ATK. A true duelist knows no fear. Though sweating slightly, Chaz's eyes burned with determination. Big bro, you're so cool. Just as Hikaru felt like clapping, 3 odd-looking little creatures popped up beside them, yellow, green, and black, each wearing only underpants, clinging to Chaz in excitement. Ah! Hikaru froze. He knew this would happen eventually, but seeing it for real still made it hard to keep a straight face. Shut up, you're so annoying, Chaz flailed, sending the 3 spirits flying. What's Chaz doing? Cyrus asked from a distance. Jaden stared at the flying creatures, unsure how to explain. After bickering with the spirits for a while, Chaz finally tucked his cards away and loudly declared, I investigated. There's a dry well in the corner of the island where old students dump cards. I went there and picked out a bunch of trash cards. Big bro, don't call us trash. Yeah, seriously. Hikaru looked away, watching the Princeton crew set up filming equipment and install the pod. Hey! You two. Why are you turning away? While Chaz wrestled his deck, Slade's team finished preparations. Watching his little brother flail about like a fool, Slade shook his head. When would this useless kid ever grow up? Alright, Chaz. Enough nonsense. Prepare the transfer. Destination, Allied Union Hangar. Chapter 116, First Strike. Boom, thud. Hikaru shielded his eyes from the light. He and Chaz had been directly teleported, so the instant they landed, the surroundings felt dazzling. As Hikaru recovered, he realized they were inside a massive warehouse. Though calling it a warehouse felt inferior, it was far beyond any average structure. You couldn't even see the edges. Only when looking upward could you barely spot a wall glowing green. Whir. Red lights flickered across the hangar, echoing with mechanical sounds. Chaz's older brother rubbed his head, groaning as he crawled out of his stasis pod. The dimensional transfer had left him queasy and close to vomiting. From Duel Academy's end, Slade's team emerged slowly from their pod. Lights and cameras were set up, and the streaming began. It started. Good luck, Chaz. Should we really cheer? Isn't he the 3rd son of the Princeton group? He just needs to duel casually and he'll become one of our board members. Don't say nonsense. That's the Chaz. Jaden snapped back. Besides, entertainment duelist isn't even a real thing, Bastion folded his arms. No way he'd accept that. The students exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, at their age, who really just did whatever their siblings said? Especially when it involved dueling. As chatter filled the air, Zane's expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Lights flickered ominously, while in the hangar, massive crates began descending vertically like elevators. Some marked with X, others with A or Z, all color-coded and unclear in meaning. Before anyone could make sense of it, the crates hit the ground with a thunderous crash and opened, revealing their contents. Blue twin cannon mechs, X-head cannon. Red electric dragons, Y dragon head. Single-eyed tread speeding across the floor, Z metal tank. And many, many more robots appeared from the containers. Several X-head cannons locked their gazes on the intruders. It's the XYZ archetype, Chaz smiled. Perfect. The cards Master once gave me. Hey, good to see you all. Seeing the familiar machines, Chaz relaxed slightly, stepping forward to greet them. But one of the X-head cannons suddenly lit up with red eyes, its cannons swiveling toward him and charging. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Initiating communication, communication failed. Eliminate the intruder. Watch out. Hikaru shouted. Captain. Leave it to me. Captain Crystal burst into action. The glittering diamond-clad knight appeared and raised a massive white crystal shield just in time to block the blast. Wah! This is dangerous. It's a dimension hostile to outsiders. Everyone back at the academy watching the stream turned pale. Light and darkness dragon. Chaz called out. In response, a mighty dragon burst forth from the shadows and radiance, soaring high and illuminating the surroundings with blazing white light. The moment it appeared, the robots locked onto it, cannons aimed, ready to face off. Wait, X-head cannon. We mean no harm. We're dimensional travelers. Chaz shouted. He poured all his sincerity into his voice. Responding to his will, the light and darkness dragon softened its glow. The warm light bathed the robots, and after a moment, they began flashing various signals. Then came mechanical voices. Communication. Are you evaluating? Human identities confirmed, not previous intruders. With that, their hostility abated somewhat, though caution remained. One robot rolled forward, scanned Hikaru and the others with blinking eyes, and spoke. Intruders. State your purpose. Chaz let out a breath. Being targeted by so many cannons had been terrifying. Slade, on the other hand, was shaken. As a regular human, he'd never set foot in another dimension. He hadn't had much awe for them either, after all, his younger brother had traveled with them often. If Chaz could do it, why couldn't he? But the moment they arrived, this dimension's residents gave him a proper welcome. So this was a dimensional exploration. Chaz does this regularly. Chaz took a deep breath and had the light and darkness dragon retreat. He stepped forward to X-head cannon. I am a duelist from another dimension, seeking the spirit's recognition. Beep. Beep. Dimensional warrior. X-head cannon seemed surprised. After a moment of calculation and internal messaging, it nodded slightly. Accepted. Human warrior. Chaz clenched his fist and cheered. This was X-head cannon. A spirit tied to the card his master had given him. Earning their acknowledgement would surely make his mentor proud. Chaz, don't forget. You're not allowed to use monsters with more than 500 ATK. That dragon is off limits. Slade shouted. He didn't fully understand dueling, but even he could tell that the dragon had immense power and had scared the robots off. It wouldn't be fair to bring it in. Chaz shouted back. Of course I know. Only use monsters under 500 ATK. X-head cannon sounded displeased. Insult. Trial becomes combat. No, X-head cannon. Chaz hurriedly explained. I follow my brother's restrictions because I respect the duel. True duelists press forward no matter the odds. I will defeat you using only monsters under 500 ATK. Then you'll recognize me, won't you? X-head cannon blinked twice. Then, to everyone's surprise, the robots silently retracted their weapons and backed away, leaving X-head cannon alone. Quick, lights. Cameras. Get everything. Slade barked orders. Chaz sighed and glanced at Hikaru. Message received. Before this was streamed to the world, Hikaru had to go. Hikaru nodded and turned to leave, heading off to explore. Wasn't he your helper? Yeah, Lightning asked me to collect other cards for him, Hikaru casually made up an excuse. Chaz, don't get too greedy. You were allowed one assistant. Humph, big bro, a duelist should always be fearless. Then come. Duel. Hikaru, don't worry about me. I won't lose. Chaz shouted with determined eyes. Hikaru walked farther away, no longer listening to Slade. This was the moment for faith. His heart beat faster. Until now, he had only reacted. This was his first time taking the initiative, actively seeking out whatever secrets Leo Akuba had left behind. The robots' wariness, their hostility toward outsiders, those weren't natural. They'd clearly been attacked before. Their analysis even mentioned that Hikaru's group was different. That made things simpler. He whispered twice. Humph, calling my name now, are you? Very well. I still haven't forgiven that fool for comparing me to the sacred beasts, time to unleash divine punishment. Tierra appeared beside Hikaru, eyes closed, staff raised. Puppet strings danced violently, forming a long thread in front of him. I can feel the aura of the sacred beasts. Hee, Tierra laughed softly. They have been here. Perfect. Those goons had bullied others and harassed him for too long, now it was his turn to show them what fusion really meant. Chapter 117, Amagi's Oppressive Presence. How curious, what on earth is going on? In a laboratory, a man in a white lab coat with a strange feathered emblem pinned to his chest stood before a massive machine, staring at it with intrigue. It was a Y-Dragon head. At the moment, Y-Dragon had lost all vitality, its body slumped on the platform, occasionally emitting crackling sparks. What exactly is the principle here, he murmured, stroking his chin. Clearly it's a machine, yet it's also a spirit, how can that be? His name didn't need to be mentioned. For now, let's call him the Union Doctor. In this world, ever since dimensional travel became a reality, many scholars who had no opportunities before, either because of their obscure fields or controversial methods, now found new avenues. Even among these researchers, there were some not recognized by Kybercorp, but especial ones who casually experimented on dual spirits. Whether driven by curiosity about the soul, the pursuit of immortality, or simply obsession, these researchers and their disturbing hobbies were rejected by Kybercorp. The Union Doctor was one of them. But then someone approached him, offering funding and resources, and a place beyond Kybercorp's reach, another dimension, to continue his experiments. Naturally, he accepted eagerly. After all, his benefactor not only funded him but even granted him power. In return, all he had to do was provide spirit soldiers that would never betray them. Simple, wasn't it? He had long since abandoned his scruples. Besides, they were just machines. What was the big deal? Boom! A deafening explosion shook the lab, and the doctor nearly lost his balance. What now? Those annoying robots acting up again? Humph, we just captured a bunch last time. Still haven't learned their lesson. As he grumbled, a soldier in a purple uniform ran over and saluted. Doctor, it's nothing serious. Just an intruder. An intruder? A human? Yes, someone in a RA yellow uniform. Nothing to worry about, the soldier puffed his chest confidently. We're proud Obelisk Blue graduates. Some yellow kid isn't a threat. The doctor didn't quite understand the academy rankings, however, it sounded reasonable. Still, how did a student get to this dimension? Wasn't this world discovered exclusively by Professor Akuba? Puzzled, he returned to disassembling dual spirits. He had taken apart a few already. Though they looked mechanical, they dismantled like no machine he'd ever known. Attempts to modify or arm them always failed. One day, he saw a part he'd removed dissolve into stardust. Was this really a machine? They seemed more like beings that merely resembled robots. Boom! This time, the explosion was even more violent. The entire lab trembled as if rocked by an earthquake. What is happening? Before he could react, another soldier burst in. What happened? The intruder. They're unbelievably strong. How can a RA student be this powerful? We'll call for reinforcements. That yellow can't possibly turn this whole place upside down. The doctor stared. Maybe you should call the commander. What? For a RA student? Never. The soldier's voice faded as he ran off. Moments later, the hallway flooded with soldiers and robot spirits. What is going on? On the other side of the lab, in the break room, a pale, masked man with sweat on his brow and a withered, twisted right hand staggered into view. He'd obviously been asleep, woken by the chaos. He looked terrible. Commander Morishima, the doctor greeted. There's an intruder. A dual spirit from Union forces? No, apparently a student from RA Yellow. RA Yellow. Morishima pondered. Then his eyes widened. Impossible. Another crash snapped him out of it. Doctor, come with me. Ah, okay. However, before they could leave, they heard a scream, direct attack. A soldier in purple was launched across the doorway like a ragdoll, groaning in pain as he tumbled. A calm boy's voice followed, that's all. Really, senpai? Damn it, other voices shouted, followed by the rapid tat-tat-tat of gunfire. It seemed the soldiers had abandoned dueling and opened fire. Then. Ping ping ping. More screams followed. The gunfire faded into silence. Sweat beaded on the doctor's forehead. Something was very wrong. Step, step. Slow, unhurried footsteps echoed. Someone was approaching. The doctor and commander stared at the door. With each step, the sweat on the doctor's brow doubled. Morishima's lips quivered as he finally whispered a name. Amaki Hikaru. Right on cue, Hikaru stepped into view. At the sight of him, the doctor collapsed in terror. Morishima swallowed hard. You recognize me? I thought no one here did, Hikaru said with a smirk. He glanced at Morishima's twisted right arm, then at the disassembled machine spirits around the lab, and frowned. He had considered hiding his identity, but clearly the fusion soldiers didn't recognize him anyway. Heh, the grunts aren't even allowed to watch human world news, Morishima explained. But you? You're on the professor's bounty list. Hikaru shrugged. So what? I've been attacked more times than I can count. What's one more bounty? To think you abandoned your peaceful school life just to cause trouble for us. Morishima raised his left hand as a dual disc expanded on his arm. Don't think I'm like those losers. Back at the academy, my spirit compatibility reached 7 stars. I'm stronger than you are now. 7 stars, Zane's current level. Despite that, what did spirit compatibility even mean? You think you'll just walk away from this? Morishima's body sparked painfully. I'll end you and claim the professor's reward. Using the terrifying power the professor bestowed upon me. Hikaru shuffled his deck and casually replied, so it's the sacred beasts, huh? What? Hikaru grinned. His eyes gleamed with manic excitement as he slammed his dual disc into place. Then let me show you the power of my fusion deck. A purple light flared from him, a fierce gust sending debris and clutter flying. Bam! Morishima stepped back instinctively. Who stood before him now? Amid flying rubble and spent bullets, Hikaru grinned madly, his body wreathed in eerie violet energy. Puppet strings twisted around him, fluttering like bat wings. At a glance, he looked less like a human and more like a demon from hell. I thought I was supposed to be the villain. Morishima gulped. No. With the professor's card, Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder, even hordes of robots couldn't break through its defenses. It was one of the strongest monsters ever. He couldn't possibly lose to a student who hadn't even graduated. Duel. Morishima Takeo, Union Commander, LP, 4000. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000. Chapter 118, A Duelist Still in His Right Mind. My turn. Morishima glared at Hikaru, forcing down the fear in his chest. Though Leo Akiba had issued an internal bounty for Amaki Hikaru, ordering anyone who encountered him in another dimension to capture him immediately, Morishima had never witnessed Hikaru duel firsthand. He only knew of his existence and had a general understanding of his deck. A pure fusion-themed deck. Now, facing him directly and seeing those eerie violet puppet strings forming around Hikaru, he had to admit, this guy had every right to challenge the fusion army. Still, as an obelisk blue graduate, as a senpai, Morishima wasn't going to be taken lightly. He was once a top contender for valedictorian. Drawl. He snatched a card from his deck and grinned at it. I activate the continuous spell card, Spell Absorption. He slammed it onto the field. A continuous spell. Around Hikaru, the puppet threads began to writhe, eventually spiraling together into a massive magic staff. Tiara floated beside him. Same start as last time. Hikaru nodded. As long as this card is on the field, whenever either of us activates a spell card, I recover 500 life points. He revealed another card. Then I activate the continuous spell, Archfiend's Oath. Rumble. A massive obsidian monolith appeared beside him, cracking parts of the ceiling. What's that card? Tiara tilted her head, intrigued. Never seen students at your academy use that. Hikaru nodded. It's a gamble-type card. Maybe Chumley had it. Hayato was a student who once had a draw-based duel with Jaden. Hikaru hadn't fought him in this world, so he wasn't sure. Morishima sneered. Spell absorption activates, and I gain 500 LP. Morishima LP, 4,500. Next, I activate Archfiend's Oath's effect, pay 500 life points and declare a card name. I reveal the top card of my deck. If it matches, I add it to my hand. If not, it goes to the graveyard. Morishima LP, 4,500. Isn't that just guessing? Tiara frowned. Why not just use Pot of Greed? Humph. You ignorant dual spirit, shut your mouth. Tiara clenched her fists, this man truly had a death wish. If it weren't a duel, she might have already turned him into a homunculus. Morishima placed his hand on the top card of his deck, closed his eyes, and golden electricity began to crackle around him. Then he snapped open his eyes. I see it. The next card is Frontline Base. He revealed it, it was Frontline Base. No way. Tiara exclaimed. Did he use some kind of prophecy? No. Hikaru frowned. Looks like his valedictorian status isn't a lie. Duel Academy taught card drawing techniques. There were even courses on how to draw the card you needed most. It sounded absurd, but in a world where cards responded to the user's heart, it was very real. If Morishima could do this, then he wasn't bluffing, and he might really have been in the top 3 of his year. He wasn't in the same league as the cannon fodder fusion grunts. High spirit compatibility, powerful draw control, and the card Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder, this guy's confidence wasn't baseless. I activate my second Archfiend's Oath. And now. I declare Y-Dragon Head. He pulled a card and revealed it. With a sharp zap and a burst of static, the revealed card showed a Y-Dragon Head, but not a normal one. It looked like a damaged, malfunctioning robot, leaking electricity and writhing in agony. I'm not done. I activate the continuous spell, Frontline Base. I recover 500 LP and normal summon X-Head Cannon. Morishima LP, 4,500. Then, frontline bases effect, once per turn, I can special summon one union monster from my hand. I special summon Y Dragon Head. Two sparking, barely functioning robots now stood on his field. Both X-Head Cannon and Y Dragon Head looked unstable and worn. Tiara scowled. They had entered a machine spirit dimension, and she was initially thrilled. When she realized Hikaru intended to strike first and seize the sacred beasts, she was even more excited. Now, these foolish, arrogant humans were enslaving Union machines with the power of the sacred beasts, forcing them into service and experimentation. She glanced at the scattered remains of dissected spirits, then at the doctor and the device he kept guarding. Oh. That mortal was subconsciously shielding that device. She made a mental note. With X and Y on the field, I can summon my Dex fusion monster. Witness the unique fusion of the Union machines, Amaki Hikaru. I fuse X-Head Cannon and Y Dragon Head. The two monsters broke apart, their parts linking and reconnecting. X's lower body fused with Y's upper torso, creating a new being. XY Dragon Cannon, Level 6 Light Machine 2200 ATK. I set one card and end my turn. Nice, the doctor cheered. He didn't really understand dueling, but he'd seen enough matches to know this was a solid start. Life gain, a 2200 ATK monster, one set card, and 4 continuous spells. Still, why not summon Hammond directly? He had seen that monster once before. Its barrier alone could isolate dual spirits outside the lab, and in battle, it instantly crushed opposition. Even a non-duelist like him could tell it was a win condition. However, Morishima didn't explain. He just coldly stared at Hikaru, clearly plotting something. This setup, not bad. Tiara nodded. Now that feels like a proper graduate. Having watched plenty of duels and studied the game seriously herself, Tiara recognized his strategy. He's saving those continuous spells to keep gaining LP. Then next turn, he'll refill his hand and summon a sacred beast. He hasn't lost his mind. He's not yet corrupted by their power. Hikaru nodded. In that case. He drew a card, a gleam of purple flickering in his eyes. Humph, I normal summon, Elemental Hero Prisma. Chapter 119, No Respect Given. Elemental Hero Prisma. Under Morishima's puzzled gaze, a warrior formed entirely of reflective crystal emerged onto Hikaru's field, shimmering with light. Elemental Hero Prisma, Level 4 Light Warrior 1700 ATK. What kind of monster is this? Morishima muttered. Elemental Hero was an extremely common archetype, to the point that nearly everyone recognized it. Thematically based on American superheroes, the deck was cheap and widely available, and with multiple fusion variants, it remained very popular among children. Yet, on its flip side was etched simplicity. In the public eye, Elemental Hero was a weak deck. The monsters had low ATK and often lacked effects, so they saw virtually no play in pro dueling circuits. Morishima remembered a pro duelist who once used hero cards. After being defeated by Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, he had a mental breakdown, quit dueling, and became a tabloid journalist. He didn't recall any hero like this. Morishima eyed Prisma warily, ready to activate his set card. Before using him, I'll play another card. Hikaru revealed a spell card from his right hand. Normal spell, Shadow Fusion. Fusion. Morishima's eyes shifted toward the card. As Hikaru activated it, countless purple threads began to spiral behind him, forming a massive void. Shadow Fusion is a fusion spell for Shadow monsters. It lets me send monsters from my hand or field to the graveyard for a fusion summon. But, if you control a monster special summon from the extra deck, then I can also fuse using monsters from my deck. What? Morishima's eyes narrowed. A deck fusion like Future Fusion? In this world, thanks to the existence of Future Fusion, the idea of fusion using deck materials wasn't completely unheard of. That said, Future Fusion was an ultra-rare card. Any other form of deck fusion was a massive advantage. Drawing one extra card meant easier fusions, which meant greater strength. Every duelist understood that. Fusion materials: 1 Shaddol monster and 1 dark monster. I send Shaddol Falco and the dark, hex-sealed fusion from the deck to the graveyard. Though no battle had started, Morishima already felt he'd taken a loss. Hear the voice of the gods. Fusion summon. Descend now, El Shaddol Winda. A green-haired sorceress riding a draconic mount burst through the wall and landed on the field. El Shaddol Winda, level 5 dark spellcaster 2200 ATK. Because of the spell activation, I gain 500 life points. Morishima LP, 4500 5000. El Shaddol Winda. Professor told us she's your ace and dual spirit, Morishima said. Her effects are incredible, blocks multiple special summons, can't be destroyed by effects, and recycles Shaddol spells/traps. But, he added, her special summon lock affects both sides. After summoning her, you can only special summon one monster this turn. His face curled into a grin. That's why students will always be students. The world outside your school is vast. This move was a grave mistake. Heh, senpai, the world is vast. Morishima's grin froze. I activate Prisma's effect. Once per turn, I can reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck, then send one of its listed materials from my deck to the graveyard. Until the end of the turn, Prisma's name becomes that of the sent monster. Huh. Morishima's expression changed dramatically. That monster can become any fusion material? That may have been a stretch, even so, for him, it was close enough. I reveal Cyber Twin Dragon from my extra deck and send Cyber Dragon from my deck to the graveyard. Until the end of the turn, Prisma is treated as Cyber Dragon. A copy of Cyber Dragon shot out of Hikaru's deck and dropped into the graveyard. Prisma's armor reflected its image like a mirror. Cyber Dragon. Morishima gasped. What's a Cyber Dragon? The Union Doctor asked. Fusion without fusion materials. Combination. Heh. Out of respect for your academy status, I'll call you senpai. If I were less polite, I'd just call you trash. I send Prisma, now, Cyber Dragon, and your machine monster to the graveyard. Fusion summon. Descend, Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. As Hikaru shouted, a massive metal dragon surged forth. 5 or 6 mechanical heads rolled and twisted, scooping up scrap metal as it moved, assembling into a hulking tire-bodied machine dragon. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, level 8 Dark Machine. ATK. Damn it. I didn't expect that. Morishima's face darkened. The professor's intel did mention this card, a fusion monster that could be summoned by sending Cyber Dragon and any number of machine monsters on the field to the graveyard. Still, he hadn't realized Hikaru could summon it without a real Cyber Dragon. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon gains 1000 attack for each fusion material. 2 materials make it 2000. Tierra's eyes gleamed. 2000 and 2200. If those attacks land, Morishima will be down to 800, the Union Doctor calculated nervously. But even if they do land, he'll only be able to use Archfiend's Oath once next turn, Tierra added. Hikaru nodded. While he usually aimed for one-turn kills, this was a time to whittle down life points first. Battle. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, direct attack. TCH. I activate my set card, Mirror Force. Morishima shouted, like I'd let you damage me that easily. Chimeratech's beam collided with a sudden mirror, which reflected the blast back, obliterating the dragon. Hikaru shielded his face from the blast. Winda is unaffected by the opponent's destruction effects. Battle phase continues. Winda, direct attack. Wielding her staff, Winda hurled her draconic mount forward. It crashed into Morishima with a massive shockwave. Morishima LP, 2800. I set one card and end my turn. Hikaru placed a card face down. Captain Morishima, the Union doctor cried faintly. If he lost, he'd be arrested next. He watched the smoke nervously. As it cleared, a figure emerged. Morishima stepped forward, electricity crackling from his body. Heh, my turn. Drawl. As he drew, scattered machine spirits around him screamed in pain, sparks dancing through the lab. Tierra said, "Careful, Hikaru. He's about to go all out." Chapter 120, Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder. My turn. Morishima drew his card, veins bulging in fury. I activate the effect of my first Archfiend's Oath. I pay 500 life points and declare, A Assault Core. Morishima LP, 2800-2300. He shouted, activating the card, as a flash of violent electricity sparked around him, pain flaring across his body. He glanced at his field and hand. Facing El Shaddol Winda, he was under special summon lock, only one special summon per turn. He eyed frontline base. If he used its effect to special summon another Union monster now, even if he had the materials for a fusion, he wouldn't be able to fuse them. Moreover, the A in his hand couldn't fuse with Dueling catapult. But he looked at the card in his hand. Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder. If he could play it now, he might win this turn. Hammon had 4000 ATK and dealt 1000 damage when destroying a monster in battle. If the attack landed, that meant 1800 plus 1000 from Winda, plus 1900 from A Assault Core, enough to win instantly. Still, if Hikaru's set card was a defensive trap, then he had to prepare for the next turn. He stared at the top card of his deck. His vision was getting fuzzy. Truthfully, he didn't want to use Hammon. This Hammon wasn't an original card, but a replicated one created by Professor Leo Akuba, so using it accelerated its deterioration. And every time he summoned Hammon, his body crumbled a little more, breaking apart from within. At this rate, its power would consume him alive. Regardless, it was decision time. He took a deep breath. Clarity or not, the moment was now. I activate Archfiend's Oath again. I pay another 500 LP. Morishima LP, 2300-1800. Placing his hand atop his deck, he focused intently. After a second, his eyes snapped open. I see it. The next card is, Dueling Catapult. He flipped the top card, exactly what he declared. Yes. Even if this play failed, he now had a follow-up card. With that, he looked to frontline base, his field was set. Amaki Hikaru, you should tremble and repent for forcing me to use this card. I send 2 copies of Archfiend's Oath and Spell Absorption from my field to the graveyard. Descend, Demon of Thunder from the Sacred Beasts. Come forth. Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder. Promptly, his roar unleashed a tempest that surged across the lab. Hikaru felt an unnatural presence drawn in from another spacetime as ice shards exploded from the card, plummeting the temperature. Shards accumulated above, and with a demonic roar, a terrifying creature bellowed into being. Xian. Cloaked in golden lightning, its body skeletal and massive, wings flapping as its presence shattered the ice above. Life force from nearby spirits was devoured, consumed into its core. Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder, Level 10 Light Thunder 4000 ATK. NNGH, static surged through Morishima's body. Whether by nature or design, the summoning took another toll on his deteriorating form, making him drop to a knee. Nice one, Hikaru. Tierra cheered. Now we can destroy it. Hikaru nodded. Their journey here hadn't been just a simple trip, he had reflected deeply on the nature of his struggle against Professor Akuba. So far, he'd damaged the limbs, but not the core. Even though he dismantled the Fusion Club and forced them to become the Polymerization Club, this had little real impact. Akiba still had an army of fusion graduates and private labs, just waiting around at the academy was far too passive. If he was serious about challenging Akiba, he had to strike where it hurt. And that's where Chaz came in. His expedition through alternate dimensions offered a new strategy: root out and eliminate Akiba's scattered forces. The bald bastard might be too strong for now, although that may be, his lackeys were fair game. Now, with Hamon's arrival, Hikaru got what he came for, a copy of the card temporarily imbued with Hamon's real presence. Defeat it? Morishima snarled at Tierra's voice, his face twitching as he gripped his arm. Don't be arrogant. The sacred beasts are beyond dual spirits. I'll show you true power. Tierra's mechanical body twitched in rage. She pointed directly at Morishima. Hikaru, make my card now. I don't need revival. I just want to kill him. Hikaru gave a strained chuckle. The duel continued. I normal summon, V-Tiger Jet. A broken mechanical tiger with cracked wings landed on the field. V-Tiger Jet, Level 4 Light Machine 1600 ATK. Battle. Hamon, attack Winda. Misery Thunder. His face twisted into a victorious grin. After all, he knew Hikaru's deck, a pure fusion deck. Its only battle traps were Flame Swords Dance and Salamandra with Chain. With no Flame Swordsman on the field and no special summons triggered, there was no way Hikaru could stop him now. If this attack landed, he'd deal 2,800 damage, then finish it with V-Tiger Jet. Yes, the Union Doctor howled with joy. He's done it. The commanders won. Foolish. Tierra abandoned her divine posture. Hikaru, show him. Hikaru shrugged, then flipped his face-down card. Quick play spell, duality. What? Morishima flinched. Hamon halted its lightning strike, baring its fangs with a low growl. Effect of duality. Each of its effects can be used once per turn. I tribute a light or dark monster on my field, then special summon a monster with the same level and type but opposite attribute from my hand or extra deck. Another fusion without materials. I tribute Winda and special summon in defense position, Musician King. Winda dissolved into light, as a shirtless, mop-haired rock star with a guitar appeared mid-riff, laughing atop the field. Musician King, Level 5 Light Spellcaster 1500 Def. This was a card Hikaru had brought back from the village of spellcasters. A completely effectless fusion monster, yet its materials were the terrifying Witch of the Black Forest and High Priestess of Prophecy. Winda's effect activates. When sent from field to graveyard, I add one Shaddol spell or trap from the graveyard to hand. I retrieve El Shaddol fusion. TCH, Cheap Tricks, Morishima spat. My monster changed, so the battle rewinds. Now, will you continue the attack or pass priority to V-Tiger Jet? Don't lecture me on basics. Battle continues. Hamon, crush that annoying guitarist. Misery Thunder. Lightning surged. Hamon roared and unleashed a storm, obliterating Musician King. Now, at this moment, Hamon's effect activates. When it destroys a monster in battle, it inflicts 1000 damage to my opponent. Go, Hamon. Hell's Requiem. Wings flared, ice shattered through the air, piercing Hikaru. Thankfully, Tierra was nearby, making it cold but painless. Hikaru LP, 4000-3000. V-Tiger Jet, direct attack. The tattered robot limped forward and struck. Hikaru LP, 3000-1400. Ha 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 ha. Your life is a flickering candle. One more turn and you're finished. With Winda gone and Hikaru at 1400 LP, the game looked sealed. Hikaru, if you attack V-Tiger Jet next turn, it's over. Tierra shouted. Ha! Impossible, the doctor laughed. As long as Hamon's on the field, he can't attack other monsters. Only Hamon can be targeted. That's an effect. Wasn't that a Yubel reference? Hikaru stared at Hamon, unsurprised. If anything, this was within expectations, and this Hamon was clearly based on the OCG version, more stable and reliable. The earlier version was just a prototype, while this one was the real product. Just in case, Morishima narrowed his eyes. Winda is gone. I activate Frontline Base's effect. Once per turn, I can special summon a union monster from my hand. I special summon, W-Wing Catapult. A battered wing dropped with a clang. W-Wing Catapult equips to V-Tiger Jet. It gains 400 ATK. If V-Tiger Jet would be destroyed, W-Wing takes the hit instead. Equip now, W-Wing Catapult. Even now, as Union Hangar Dimension Commander, Morishima retained remarkable clarity. The sacred beast corrupted his mind, yet his duelist instincts remained. Rather than combining them into VW, he equipped W to V, strengthening defense and stalling for the next turn. Plus, Hikaru had El Shaddol fusion in hand. If he fused again, Hikaru might use deck materials, he couldn't allow that. V-Tiger Jet, ATK, 1,600-2,000. I end my turn. He snorted, then smiled. The professor's bounty and a rank promotion were within reach. Struggle all you like, Amaki Hikaru. Ha ha ha. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Calm, rational, composed, despite your advantage, you remain cautious. You have strong spirit compatibility, enough to nearly resist the sacred beast's pull. As a duelist, you're undeniably powerful. Begging for mercy now? Too late. Morishima sneered. Heh. Hikaru shook his head. It's because you're powerful that you're unforgivable. You do this from your own heart, don't you? Do this? Morishima glanced around at the dismembered machine spirits and laughed without answering. Message received, Hikaru's expression turned icy, violet flames flaring around him. So be it. No reasoning with the likes of you, here and now, I'll utterly destroy you. Chapter 121, The Liberating Strike. My turn, draw. Hikaru drew a card and glanced at it. Utterly crush me. Upon hearing Hikaru's words, Morishima couldn't help but laugh like he had just heard a joke. Do you even understand what that means? He raised his hand and pointed at the massive Hamon beside him. Hamon is one of the strongest monster cards. Its power can make any spirit submit. In this entire Union dimension, no machine can rival Hamon. Are you saying you can accomplish what an entire dimension couldn't? Ha! Hikaru sighed inwardly and chuckled at his words. Union, those machines, huh? He could already picture it, how Morishima fought those robots and used Hamon to crush them. As one of the top-tier cards, maybe the sacred beasts are a bit embarrassing among the top bosses, but to ordinary spirits, they are still overwhelming in strength. Moreover, the machines in this dimension can't stand up to the power of the sacred beasts. Even though that doesn't mean the machines here are doomed to lose in a duel. If Hikaru had ABC, VW, or XYZ type monsters, he felt like he could slam Hamon down with ease. Spirits are spirits. Card power is card power. Besides, as far as I know, your strongest monster is just the 4400 attack ultimate ancient gear golem, right? Morishima folded his arms and laughed wildly. How are you supposed to defeat me with that? How to defeat you? Hikaru glanced at his hand and smiled faintly. Hikaru, he's right. Tierra looked a bit troubled. Your hand's all green cards. This might be hard, right? Hard? Heh, not at all. Hikaru pointed to the graveyard and suddenly shouted, I activate the effect of duality in the graveyard. During my main phase, I can banish it from your graveyard, then target one light and one dark monster in my graveyard, shuffle both into the deck, then draw one card. Hikaru raised his dual disc as the graveyard cards rotated and displayed automatically. I return Elemental Hero Prisma and Winda from my graveyard to the deck. Then I draw one card. Hikaru shuffled the cards back into the deck and extra deck, then drew a card. Got it. Seeing the golden monster, Hikaru's eyes lit up. His original goal could now be fulfilled. You returned Winda, huh? Heh, I knew it. Refusing to fuse was the right call. Despite half his body already being demonized, Morishima still retained a large degree of reason and composure. Hikaru shrugged. Then, I activate the continuous spell, Brilliant Fusion. This card can only be activated once per turn. When activated, I send fusion materials listed on a Gemnite fusion monster from my deck to the graveyard, then fusion summon one fusion monster from my extra deck, but its attack and defense become 0. Wait, Hikaru, you don't have any Gemnite cards in your hand. You can't summon Zirconia without them, right? Don't need them. Hikaru's eyes narrowed as he shouted, I will prove it head-on, with the simplest, most direct, and purest power. That I can defeat my enemies head-on. I send Gemnite Crystal and Gemnite Sapphire from my deck to the graveyard. Fusion materials, a Gemnite monster and a rock monster. Gentle Sapphire of Serenity, Diamond of Unity and Friendship. Now, at this moment, become one, and step into a new realm. Fusion summon, Gemnite Zirconia. Captain Crystal appeared on the field, with Sapphire swirling around him. Countless rocks detached from Crystal and merged into Sapphire's body, finally forming a knight clad in Crystal's armor, yet even larger and more muscular. Gemnite Zirconia, Level 8 Earthrock 2900 ATK. Gemnite Zirconia, ATK, 2900. Due to Brilliant Fusion's effect, its ATK decreased to 0. Ha 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 ha. Putting a monster with 0 attack in attack position. Hikaru, you really have gone insane. He waved a hand and laughed loudly. A monster with only 0 attack, how could it ever defeat the invincible Hammon? Hikaru chuckled. He looked off to the side, at the wall, as if seeing through it to another duel happening elsewhere. On the far end of the hangar, a student from our academy, from the Obelisk Blue Dorm, accepted a challenge, to complete a dual spirits trial using only monsters with 500 or less attack. Heh, maybe not even 500. Maybe they're all just 0. Ha. Morishima was dumbfounded. That's impossible. No way that can work. Heh, I believe he can do it. Morishima raised an eyebrow. It sounded like utter nonsense. He had dueled those spirits before, and even if they couldn't defeat him, using only monsters with 500 or less, or even 0 attack. No way. Doesn't matter. Either way, you and that guy are both going down in this world. Is that so? Hikaru offered no rebuttal. I activate the effect of Evil Hero Adusted Gold in my hand by discarding it. I add one Dark Fusion or one card that specifically lists it from my deck to my hand, except another Adusted Gold. Hikaru tossed the monster away. This card was given to him by Jaden after they fought the Shadow Riders together and faced the Golden Spirit, though he'd never had the chance to use it until now, and it had been lying dormant in his deck. I add Dark Calling to my hand. A dark aura surged into the brightly lit room, clinging to his hand. Dark Calling, could it be that flaming winged demon? But you don't have its fusion materials in the graveyard. Then. Fusion materials, one fiend monster and one rock monster. Hikaru's eyes widened as he raised Dark Calling. I activate the spell card Dark Calling. I banish monsters from my hand or graveyard as fusion materials, then fusion summon one fusion monster that can only be summoned with Dark Fusion. I banish Gemnite Crystal and Evil Hero Adusted Gold from my graveyard. Using these two monsters for fusion, witness the anti-hero who commands the power of darkness. Crush everything. Fusion summon. He clapped his hands in front of him, shattered rocks, broken debris, the corpses of spirits, everything seemed to lose gravity and twist in place. A hero born from inner darkness. Evil Hero Dark Gaia. Dark Gaia was an evil hero clad in rock armor with bat-like wings. He floated in mid-air, facing Hammon directly. Though they looked different, they were built almost identically. Evil Hero Dark Gaia, Level 8 Earth Fiend ATK. Dark Gaia's attack is the combined attack of the fusion materials, which means 4,550. F4,550. Morishima staggered back. How is that possible? That attack. It surpasses even the legendary Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Nothing is impossible. This is the power created by our Academy's new generation, so different from yours. Ugh. Morishima winced. Even so, even if you restore Zirconia's attack to 2900, I still have life points left. He quickly did the math, estimating how much LP he had remaining. No. Hikaru shouted. This was my goal from the start. Red light flared behind him, his eyes flashing. I activate the equip spell Spirit Illusion. Ah! Morishima's eyes widened in horror. No way, you can't. How could you do this to the unbeatable Hammon? Spirit Illusion can only be equipped to a fiend or zombie fusion monster. Not only does it enable fusion summoning, but when attacking, it reduces the opponent's monster's attack by the equipped monster's attack. That's 4,550 points. It's too late. Hikaru shouted. Battle. Dark Gaia, set it free. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Dark Gaia leapt forward, facing Hammon as black mist erupted from its body and wrapped around Hammon. Hammon let out a pained shriek, its attack rapidly plummeting. As its attack fell, brilliant white lights burst from its body, flying behind Hikaru, into shattered mechanical shells, or directly into cards. And along with them came countless voices. Thank you. Much appreciated. Forever grateful. Some lights even flew out of this dimension, off to unknown worlds. The machine-type spirits in the lab began to recover as their worn, damaged shells were instantly renewed and restored, gleaming as if newly forged. No. You can't do this. Morishima screamed hysterically, running toward Hammon. Those were the hard-earned souls of extra-dimensional spirits. Too late. Right then, Hammon's attack was already 0. Yet, instead of showing anger, Hammon looked ecstatic. It opened its mouth and laughed, shattering the ice on its body, and voluntarily collided with Dark Gaia. Yuaag. Chunks of ice smashed into Morishima. This once calm duelist could no longer keep his composure and rushed at Hammon, only worsening the impact. As if intentionally, Hammon hurled itself into him. Ah! Morishima, LP, 1800. Hikaru punched the ground in victory. Beautiful. Victory, rescuing all the spirits was his true goal. Otherwise, why would he have provoked Morishima into summoning the sacred beast? And now, he had succeeded beyond expectations. Chapter 122, Super Polymerization will give you the answer. Rumble. With the sacred beast collapsing, Morishima was crushed beneath its massive body, his already battered form finally falling into unconsciousness. Hikaru waved the smoke away and walked forward through the rubble. How is this possible? Even the commander lost? The Union doctor's face turned pale with fear. He fell to the ground, flailing his arms and legs in panic. In his memory, Commander Morishima could overcome any enemy with ease. He scrambled to his feet. That's when he noticed that the robot spirits around them had slowly begun operating again. Terror surged in his heart. Because Hammon's attack had dropped to 0, all the energy and life force it absorbed from the spirits had returned to their rightful owners. Which meant he still didn't understand what these machine card spirits really were. They were mechanical, dismantled by his hands, yet still had life. When their life force was returned, even broken shells and shattered gears could regenerate and renew themselves, transforming into pristine machines, as if freshly assembled. No, this wasn't the time to be thinking about that. The Union doctor's expression changed. He had disassembled those mechanical spirits. Now that they had regained their vitality, they would surely come after him. That couldn't happen. He still had research to do. With that thought, he scrambled up and reached for the nearby lever. However, as his hand landed on it, he realized that no matter how hard he pushed, even using both hands and leaping down on it, it wouldn't budge. He looked closely and saw that the lever was entangled in purple puppet strings wrapped lightly around the handle, seemingly easy to break, but despite that, no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't snap them. There could be only one reason. This thing belonged to that spirit beside Hikaru. Panic hit him instantly. Meanwhile, Hikaru had already made his way through the wreckage and reached Morishima. No. It didn't seem like unconsciousness at all. His life force was absorbed by the sacred beast, Tiara said with a single glance. Well versed in reincarnation, she quickly explained to Hikaru, the summoning of a sacred beast comes at a price. Until now, he had sustained the use of the card by sacrificing the lives of the spirits in this lab. She glanced back and added, the ordinary fusion soldiers, too. I see. Following her gaze, Hikaru looked over and then shook his head. This wasn't true death. They had simply been temporarily absorbed by the sacred beast spirit. As long as their bodies didn't rot, if the sacred beast ever released their souls, they could come back to life. Of course, that would require someone kind enough to do so. They may not all have been evil people, still, based on Morishima's behavior, he certainly hadn't just been brainwashed. Morishima was calm, precise, and rational. He knew exactly what he was doing, sacrificing spirits to fuel his climb upward using the sacred beast card. He wanted to become a general, a superior human, who could enslave spirits and humans alike. Someone like that, Hikaru had no reason to pity. He stepped to Morishima's side, fanned away the surrounding smoke again, knelt down, removed the dual disc from his arm, and carefully picked up the scattered cards. Detaching the deck, monster, and spell/trap zones, he shuffled the cards together, skimming through them fast. It was different from Kanbayashi's case. Kanbayashi had prepared in advance to assassinate, so after he lost the duel, his cards had become scrap, clearly temporary replicas, especially the sacred phoenix, which shattered after one use. Be that as it may, this was different. Morishima's deck used the spirits of this dimension, real, forcibly controlled cards. Even though Hammon wasn't the original, unlike Kanbayashi's test copies, this one wasn't just for experimentation. From its appearance, this was a legitimate card. However, Hikaru could feel it. Hammon's spirit had already left this card. Because the replication quality was higher than before, the card could briefly summon Hammon, just like how Hikaru's Flame Swordsman could appear across different Flame Swordsman cards. Hammon, as a sacred beast, could manifest even through replicas. Even so, that wasn't important. Hikaru could hardly command the true sacred beast either. His real goal was to liberate the spirits trapped inside Hammon, and he could sense it. Hammon had clearly chosen. Rather than devour greedy fusion soldiers to its content, it preferred not to be forcefully controlled at all. So this card had been perfectly under shackles. This sacred beast is surprisingly considerate, Tiara nodded. Even if it were shattered, it wouldn't matter, but having the full card saves us a lot of trouble. Hikaru nodded. Just as he was thinking that, his chest suddenly grew hot, and his arm began to tingle. The Hammon card in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding electric light. Simultaneously, a red glow shone from the spare deck box on his belt. What was going on? Before Hikaru could make sense of it, a card shot out from his deck, and from the spare deck, a burst of flame surged like a fire dragon. His hand loosened slightly, and Hammon floated up into the air. 3 cards formed a triangle, spinning in midair. Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames. Hammon, Lord of Striking Thunder. Hex-sealed fusion. No, wait, don't. Hikaru suddenly felt like he was back a year ago, when his Ancient Gear Golem and 2 other cards fused into Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Whoa, such power, Tiara blinked in awe. So these 3 demons weren't that weak after all. As a divine being, she had never seen a divine-level fusion before. Seeing it now was truly astounding. So the third sacred beast must be a dark attribute fiend? Hikaru shrugged and nodded. Most likely. He knew what the third sacred beast was. The strongest of the sacred beasts, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, a dark fiend monster. And the three sacred beasts could fuse. That would be the true form of the sacred beasts, the ultimate one, Armatile the Chaos Phantom. He had considered whether his sacred beast cards might one day fuse into Armatile under super polymerization. But he thought it would only happen after he got Raviel. Never expected this. Hikaru rubbed his head. After the whirlwind ceased, the three cards descended. Hikaru caught them, they had become a single card, emitting only a faint purple glow. Just like Winda earlier, no, even more incomplete. Well, this card will probably take a long time to mature. Losing the hex-sealed fusion wasn't a surprise, Hikaru had long prepared for that. In exchange, he now had Armatile the Chaos Phantom. With this card, he would never have to fear any sacred beast again. Because now, he was their master. Chapter 123, Don't call me about cursed seal beasts right now. To be honest, if Hikaru were allowed to choose, he would definitely prefer to keep his universal fusion material. But having come this far relying on super polymerization, he had long since accepted that super polymerization would randomly fuse him a stronger card. Although in terms of pure card strength, Hikaru believed the dark, hex-sealed fusion was far more significant to him than Armatile the Chaos Phantom. That said, if you considered other aspects, like combat power, then Armatile wasn't bad at all. If nothing else, it at least helped keep Tierra, who always wanted him to do something big, a little more restrained. And besides, Hikaru had already contacted Professor Growler. King of the Swamp, the dark, hex-sealed fusion, the more the merrier. If he could get more of them, it naturally meant he could draw them. Of course, he was actively acquiring them. These kinds of cards meant far more to Hikaru. After all, this kind of universal fusion material was like the very philosopher's stone of alchemy, but for fusion. Hikaru had long since prepared for the possibility that the dark, hex-sealed fusion would get fused away via super polymerization, so inherently, he'd already started sourcing more. King of the Swamp might be somewhat rare, but the dark, hex-sealed fusion wasn't all that expensive, he could still afford it. Then again, I still really want Phantom of Fury. Armatile the Chaos Phantom didn't only have one form, there was also Armatile the Chaos Phantasm, Phantom of Fury, which could hand over its control to the opponent, then banish all cards on its side of the field at the end of the turn, it's referring to the gifted opponent. Since the effect was considered activated by self, many one-sided immunity monsters couldn't stop it and would be banished directly. After banishing itself, it could let the original owner special summon an Armatile the Chaos Phantom from the extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions. Compared to the standard Armatile, which only gains 10,000 attack on your own turn, this form was powerful on all fronts. Obviously, Hikaru wasn't in a rush. Just like Flame Swordsman and Dark Flare Knight had potential evolutions, even Armatile the Chaos Phantom likely had more to show. Hikaru sighed slightly and pocketed the two cards, then flipped through Morishima's deck. Beep beep, ZZT. As he went through the deck, dual spirits gathered around. Some thanked Hikaru before quietly leaving, and he didn't stop them. Not all dual monster spirits had either the courage to fight or the qualifications to duel, most dual spirits were simply residents of the spirit world. Becoming a warrior wasn't that easy. Still, many stayed behind, hoping to lend Hikaru their strength. Among them, one being A Assault Corps. Besides that, he saw cards from VW and XYZ, though only the spirit of Y-Dragon Head was in the lab. Hikaru also spotted Ancient Gear Hunting Hound and Ancient Gear Howitzer. These two cards were a pleasant surprise. Until now, Hikaru had never obtained a Hunting Hound or a double Hunting Hound. Especially double and triple Hunting Hounds, those ancient gear cards belonged exclusively to the fusion army. As a so-called heretic, he had no chance of getting them through official channels. On the other hand, ancient gear howitzer was truly something. He examined howitzer's effect closely. Yes, it was the 0th edition version, even better. The original version had a once-per-turn effect that inflicted damage to the opponent equal to 1,000 times the number of face-up spell cards on your field. But the 0th edition only dealt 1,000 damage per turn. Still, though the 0th edition's damage was nerfed, it required no equipped cards and came with full immunity right out of the gate, unaffected by other cards' effects. Even more, if destroyed by battle, it could special summon an ancient gear monster from the deck, ignoring summoning conditions. What else could that be but ancient gear golem? Not bad at all. In fact, this card's fantastic. Hikaru was quite pleased. Its best feature. Extremely lax fusion materials, just any two ancient gear monsters. With such loose summoning conditions, top-tier immunity, and the ability to summon ancient gear golem upon being destroyed, this card made going first a huge defensive advantage. And if he activated ancient gear duel, he could fuse that fielded ancient gear golem with materials from the graveyard to summon ultimate ancient gear golem. Summoning difficulty and follow-up costs were dramatically reduced, truly, a great find. After studying Morishima's deck for a while, Hikaru cheerfully packed up. Then, he turned back to the spirits. Leading them, a assault corps drove its treads forward and stopped before Hikaru. Greetings, human warrior. Hello, assault corps. Hikaru returned the greeting. He then asked generally what had happened. Assault corps explained simply, one day, a group of humans had suddenly appeared in the spirit world. At first, the spirits didn't mind. After all, they'd long since left the machine homeland dimension and were curious about other dimensions, perhaps someday they could return. However, that group of humans suddenly attacked, catching the spirits off guard. They were swiftly overwhelmed, and many spirits were captured. These captured spirits were being held in the lab, used as both fuel for the sacred beasts and test subjects for the human researchers. Hikaru looked toward the Union Doctor. Speak, the Union Doctor lowered his head in fear. You should understand, if you want to live, you'd better explain what you're doing here. Hikaru pointed at the machines. Come clean now, contact Kaibacorp, and you might just be arrested. Refuse, and there's only one fate for you. He gestured toward the surrounding spirit machines. They had quite a lot they wanted to catch up on with him. Cold sweat poured down the Union Doctor's face like a waterfall, while he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Even if the spirits attacked now, it didn't matter. As long as that wasn't found, the professor could retrieve it later. Don't kid yourself. The professor was my savior. Funny how none of you cared about morals until now. The doctor shrank further under the pressure. Just as he was determined to resist and protect the lab's greatest secret, Tierra suddenly went, oh. Hikaru turned at once. What is it? Hikaru, this isn't something a few boxes of cup noodles can get you. So. When we get back, I want you to create a low-level Infernoid monster card for me. Hikaru frowned. A single Infernoid? That's huge. What kind of secret would prompt Tierra to name a condition like that? Her resurrection, in reality, came from the combined power of all Infernoids and the shell. In card terms, aside from her main form, Tierra, there was also a temporary revival form, Infernoid Tierra, which required the fusion of over 10 Infernoid monsters to summon. In other words, a single low-level, Infernoid, could count as 1/10 of her card material. 1/10 of a resurrection. And it was the first time Tierra had ever made such a demand. Then again, if she was asking for something that big, the lab's secret had to be massive. While she had been pretty cooperative with him lately, Hikaru never forgot, Tierra was not a purely benevolent god. She was a ruthless deity who wanted to reset the ecosystem. He wavered, weighing his options. After a while, he figured he could try. After all, it was just 1, and Tierra would need at least 10 cards as materials. Using one opportunity to assess her attitude toward cooperation might be worth it. Fine. If the secret is convincing enough, I'll help you. Tierra chuckled softly. Don't worry. She raised her staff. Countless puppet strings whirled out, smashing various equipment in the lab. Then the strings burrowed under the lever the doctor had desperately tried to pull earlier, writhing and searching. Wait, no, can we talk this out? Realizing Tierra had likely found it, the Union doctor panicked and turned to the machines. Now. Are you joking? Hikaru had already agreed to this price, he wasn't in the mood for nonsense. As he watched Tierra work, she suddenly brightened, yanked the strings, and pulled out a glowing red card from deep within the lab. The card floated and landed before Hikaru. He glanced at it, then froze, eyes widening. He looked up at the doctor. You even got your hands on this card. Where the hell did you find it? The doctor's face was ashen. He didn't even dare to reply. The professor's most important, experimental target, had been found. I figured from the start they were trying to create artificial spirits, Tierra shrugged. Though I didn't expect this to be the goal. Don't forget our deal. Without me, you wouldn't have found this card in 1,000 years. Hikaru stared at the card in his hand, the blood-red magical armor, the black skin, the long white hair. Only one thought remained in his mind. Forget the dark, hex-sealed fusion, let me enjoy a few days dueling with this card first. Why? Simple, this was a legendary, no mythical level rare card in this world. Not one of a kind, but so rare no one would part with it. Dark Magician. Who would still care about hex-sealed fusion after this? Not to mention, he'd originally wanted hex-sealed fusion just to replace this card. If he traded this card away, others would probably be willing to offer hundreds or thousands of hex-sealed fusions in exchange. Chapter 124, A New Name in the Book. Dark Magician is considered a mythic-level rare card in this world, comparable in fame to the Egyptian gods. After all, it's the ace card of the original king of games, Yugi Muto. Precisely because of that significance, even though Dark Magician isn't the rarest card per se, far outclassed in rarity by Dark Magician Girl, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and the recently discovered Crystal Beasts, its card value is by no means any less than those top-tier rarities. More importantly, since King of Games Yugi Muto has transitioned into card design, all remaining Dark Magician copies have become collector's items in every sense. The ones still in circulation among duelists are now the scarcest of the scarce. Even if someone wanted to make a replica, there's nowhere to do it. In other words, this one's the real deal. Tierra exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Hikaru's explanation. But why does the artwork look different from the promo posters we saw before? They're all Dark Magician, but some are labeled Legendary Magician, while others are just standard Dark Magician, Hikaru muttered, flipping through the cards. This alternate art version. I don't know where they sourced it, though, since they're trying to create an artificial spirit from this Dark Magician, that must mean that originally, this card had no spirit, it was just an ultra-rare collector's piece. Hikaru remembered that in the earliest Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, Yugi once dueled a magician named Arcana, who also wielded a Dark Magician. His Dark Magician would even occasionally react to him. But this one in Hikaru's hand felt completely devoid of soul. The Union Doctor was seized by two robots. Hikaru hesitated a moment before approaching A Assault Corps to ask what their next move would be. Headquarters has been contacted. A Assault Corps acknowledged Hikaru's question, then elaborated further. First of all, as recompense for their torment, there was no way they would let these humans go. They also needed to interrogate them to find out which dimension the other Union machine inhabitants had been taken to. Beyond that, since Hikaru was their rescuer, if he wished to take them into custody, they could reluctantly agree, as a favor to their benefactor. No need. I'm fine either way. But please check first to see if anyone's been brainwashed. Don't punish everyone wholesale. Understood. Hikaru had also considered how to handle them. Letting them go was out of the question. Either they would be kept as baggage under Leo Akaba's watch, or they wouldn't be released at all. After all, if these people survived, they'd just become accomplices again, unless they were sent straight to prison. Releasing them was a non-starter. Still, the period of contact between humans and other dimensions had been short, and although Kaibacorp had crafted many special Kaibacorp laws, those mostly applied to duelists. Seto Kaiba had always been that way, disinterested in anything outside dueling. To him, someone without a deck might not even count as a resident. This is, after all, the man who declared, anyone with fewer than 40 cards must leave Domino City. In other words, the rules currently followed by the majority regarding interactions with other worlds are really just accumulated tacit understandings over the years. Some stem from mistakes in spirit interactions, while others stem from the havoc wrought by lunatic humans. For example, spirit research is technically taboo, but what exact punishment it carries remains unclear. Right now, Hikaru's best course is to have the local spirits detain them, and whether it's a cryochamber or a spirit world prison, it should be done under local spirit laws and regulations. That way, if questioned later, Kaibacorp can always respond with something like, if you lost to a spirit in a duel, you must face the consequences. Afterward, he would coordinate with Chaz to prepare for what comes next. Chaz had already shown a strong interest in this subject, so collaborating would align with his current goals. Hikaru asked A Assault Corps to handle the nearby computers. As a machine-type spirit, it had no trouble scanning an unprotected network for data. Unfortunately, Hikaru didn't have any Cybers cards, otherwise, they could have extracted even more valuable intel. He had A Assault Corps delete all recordings, especially any footage of super polymerization fusing the three sacred beasts. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother covering his tracks, but the traces of super polymerization. Those were stuff he absolutely didn't want others to see. Then he did another sweep to check for any intel on other dimensional research facilities within this lab. Sadly, he found nothing. It was evident that each research facility operated independently, likely for confidentiality. So cautious, that egg-headed freak, Hikaru muttered with a frown. Master, A Assault Corps rolled back to Hikaru as he pondered his next move. Headquarters has issued a new directive. What is it? Regardless of whether your friend wins or loses, you and he shall be considered our greatest allies. Hikaru nodded. Also, please open your alchemic grimoire. Hearing that, Hikaru blinked in surprise, then carefully retrieved the emerald book he'd been guarding, opened it, and flipped through the pages. You guys know about this book, too? The legendary alchemic grimoire of the peerless alchemist, A Assault Corps beeped. It said that once you forge a contract through it, messages can be left within, enabling communication across dimensions. Hikaru nodded. He had already heard about it from the Golden Idol. The Golden Lord of the Golden Land, a lich in that world, could hear Banner's voice even from his own dimension. That's because Banner could communicate with anyone bound by contract through the book. Back then, it was through this method that Captain Gold was sent to the human world when Banner called for aid. However, because each interdimensional coordinate had been labeled as a subject by Banner, Hikaru hadn't been able to contact anyone. Until now. Hikaru drew a rune in the air. Green alchemic symbols floated up as A Assault Corps transmitted an electrical signal into the glyph. A grand voice echoed out, "Thank you for rescuing our people." An image appeared in the book. It was A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon. And on its image was an elaborate three-dimensional pattern, clearly this dimension's coordinate seal. Whoa! Hikaru marveled. Literally the combined form of all Union machines from A to Z, no wonder this dimension's strongest spirit was it. This was a truly powerful monster card, one that boasted the triple negate effect. When the opponent activates a monster, spell, or trap card, discard one card as cost to negate and destroy that activation. Unfortunately, it looked like its spirit power was being suppressed by the sacred beasts. Otherwise, with strength rivaling Hammon, it might have rescued the inhabitants itself. Warrior of humanity, its voice came from the emblem. Henceforth, in all matters regarding this faction, you may contact us freely. We shall assist from the sidelines. Our treads and cannons shall battle them to the death. So this is how Professor Banner had formed pacts and communication across spirit worlds. A smile crept onto Hikaru's face. The first contact. Thank you, A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon. He closed the book and was about to head back to Chaz to check on his progress when Tiara's voice chimed in again. Hold up, we should dismantle their dimensional gate too. That's all usable material. Ah, right. Time to shear the sheep dry. Chapter 125, The Disruptor's Final Assault. When Amaki Hikaru returned to the Princeton Group's teleportation gate, the duel had reached an intense climax. No, to be more precise, Chaz was already at his wit's end. Chaz, LP, 300. Across from him, X-Head Cannon, LP, 3500, still had nearly full life points. On top of that, X-Head Cannon had VW Tiger Catapult and B-Buster Drake on the field. The only silver lining, X-Head Cannon also had 3 bizarre-looking Ojama tokens on his field. It appeared Chaz had used Ojama trap cards to special summon 3 Ojama tokens to X-Head Cannon's field, and with his zones clogged, this was the only configuration X-Head Cannon could summon. Even so, Chaz himself only had 2 defense position monsters remaining, Ojama Green and Ojama Black. Both monsters had 0 attack and only 1000 defense. Beep, X-Head Cannon's eyes flashed red. VW Monster Effect, discard 1 card to change the battle position of one opponent's monster. Discarding Z-Metal Tank. Activating Monster Effect, change Ojama Green to attack position. Ah! The one-eyed monster with its tongue sticking out had been crouched in defense, but now quivered in terror as the VW unit pointed its cannon at it. Shaking and puffing itself up, it tried to muster courage. Ha, that's it. Looks like this is the end. Slade laughed from the sidelines. In the end, Chaz had miraculously survived over 10 turns using only 0 ATK monsters. Though he hadn't been able to counterattack, the fact he held on this long was starting to frustrate the beginner who didn't understand dueling. While his only offense had shaved 500 LP from X-Head Cannon using monster effects, Chaz's stubbornness was aggravating. Battle. VW Tiger Catapult, attack Ojama Green. Wah! Ojama Green ran in circles, panicking on the field. Chaz clenched his fist in tension. But just then, he shouted out, "Don't be afraid. I activate the trap card, Wabaku. This turn, my monsters can't be destroyed by battle, and I take no battle damage." Boom! The blast thundered toward Ojama Green, who shut his eyes awaiting doom. However, the fire never struck. Opening his eyes, he saw a graceful woman had appeared before him, shielding him from harm. X-Head Cannon paused mid-attack, lowering its arm. Impressive defense. Human warrior, even with 0 ATK monsters, you endured nearly every attack for more than 10 turns. In this dimension, perhaps no warrior is stronger than you. It noticed Hikaru arriving among the spectators as a flicker of data flashed through its gaze, recognizing him as the duelist who rescued the Union machines. Yet, it didn't shift focus, continuing to glare at Chaz. Still, pure defense only leads to exhaustion. If you cannot strike back, I will never acknowledge you as a true duelist. What X-Head Cannon admired was only one thing, all-out offense. Humph, a direct attacker deck, huh? Good. That's my favorite style too. Chaz roared. TZZZ, turn end. Unlike Hikaru, who had just arrived, the livestream audience had watched the whole duel. Now, hearing Chaz shout that slogan, those opposed to the Academy buyout looked deeply worried. Aggressive offense? No way, a student screamed, he's been turtling this whole time, barely hanging on with just 300 LP. That's barely a flicker of life. Even if he survives again, VW's effect will trigger next turn. Those past wins of his must have all been company-backed, right? Another student cried in despair. Don't say that. Chaz's strength is real. Jaden shouted. If we lose, are we even Obelisk Blue students anymore? Will we become Slade's dorm instead? Will Slifer Red be renamed Lightning Dorm? What? Hearing that, Jaden jumped. No. That can't happen. Chaz, hang in there. You mustn't lose. Though he never believed Chaz would lose, he cheered even louder now. Hearing him, the classmates realized the gravity of the situation and joined in. That said, Chaz couldn't hear them as he wiped the sweat from his brow and stood tall. From childhood, he'd won countless beginner and intermediate tournaments, earning praise and applause. Yet, few truly recognized him. Peers thought he leaned on family connections, his brothers believed this level of achievement was expected, no one acknowledged his effort or sweat. Everyone saw it as either luck or shortcuts. In his desperation to prove himself, he went beyond an extreme, entering Duel Academy to prove he could shine without family aid, only to lose to Jaden in his first-class duel and began to doubt his path. After training for months with Kybercorp AIs, he returned to re-challenge Jaden, only to find Jaden had not only lost to others, becoming the second duelist, but was laughing and joking with the one who beat him. So this is what it means to be a duelist. Even after losing, bonds remain. Even in defeat, he never saw Jaden as weak. When he challenged Hikaru, he lost again. And that line, I gaze upon the end of fusion. But your eyes see only Jaden. It woke him up completely. His pride and vision should not be shallow, victory alone was never enough. A duelist has no limits. Even a bunch of 0 ATK weaklings can win. My turn. Drawl. He glanced at his new card. I normal summon Ojama Yellow in attack position. Ojama Yellow, level 2 Light Beast 0 ATK. He went with attack position at this point. Looks like you gave up, Slade laughed. Maybe you should wear that monster's costume and become an entertainment duelist. You might be popular. Brother Slade, watch closely. Chaz's eyes blazed. For a duelist, nothing is impossible. When Ojama Yellow, Ojama Green, and Ojama Black are all on the field, something amazing happens. I activate the spell card, Ojama Delta Hurricane. When I control all three Ojamas, destroy all cards my opponent controls. What? Slade's eyes bulged. Those weaklings had that kind of hidden power. Go, Ojamas. Yes, boss. The three Ojamas leapt up, fused into a twister, and swept the field, destroying all of X-Head Cannon's cards. The Ojama tokens on your field were special summoned by my trap card, Ojama Trio. When they're destroyed, you take 300 damage per token. That's 900 total. X-Head Cannon, LP, 3,500 2,400. Isn't that still useless? A student muttered. Ojamas only have 0 ATK. As if predicting their thoughts, Chaz shouted. You fools. I switch Ojama Black to attack position and activate the spell card, Shield and Sword. All face-up monsters swap their attack and defense. Ojama Yellow, Green, and Black each had 1,000 defense, meaning now, they each had 1,000 ATK. The trio struck dramatic poses as muscle exploded from their scrawny bodies. Wah! Slade was dumbfounded. That's it. Genius. Chaz realized, the rules don't restrict defense. Just swap it. Amazing. Chaz is seriously the real deal. Once again seeming to hear their voices, Chaz roared. It's 100. Chaz it up. Every student watching the duel shouted his catchphrase in unison. Chaz raised his hand, pointing forward, Ojamas, attack X-Head Cannon. Beautiful. Hikaru was the first to applaud among those present. After all, this duel may have been even harder than the one against Slade in the original. Drawl. After the duel ended, cheerful victory music played from X-Head Cannon. Clearly, it was satisfied with the final battle. Destroying all cards and launching a direct attack, this was the thrill of all-out attack. Chaz exhaled in relief. He had won. He had finally lived up to his teachers' and classmates' expectations. Chapter 126, Observation. ZZZ. A soft static sound leaked from the interdimensional stream. Chaz watched as X-Head Cannon lost to him, letting out a long sigh. He seemed a bit dejected, yet somehow also relieved. Excited, Chaz high-fived Hikaru, then turned toward the camera and, as if on cue, began shouting his slogan, spouting dramatic lines about defending the school. Chaz's most defining trait was his unrelenting Chuyuni spirit, and he pulled it off in an oddly charming way. In front of a massive screen, a voice rang out, "Switch it. Brother. You're done watching." But those spirits were just exchanging fire with Chaz and the others. Humph. The voice snorted. At this point, the cannon fire is meaningless. Understood. A slightly shorter figure stepped up to the massive television and pressed a button. The screen split first 2 images, then 4, then 8, until dozens of tiny screens covered the entire display. Seated directly opposite the screen, dressed in a billowing white uniform, a man swept his gaze over the many fragmented scenes. He was the strongest active duelist in the world, the most brilliant mind alive, the one who created the system for dimensional travel, Kaiba Corp's highest authority, Seto Kaiba. As he surveyed the many discovered alternate dimensions, his face remained expressionless, yet thoughts raced through his mind. Brother, about what Chaz said earlier. Regarding Leo Akuba. Leo Akuba, huh? Seto Kaiba opened his eyes, evidently interested enough to comment. As a scientist, he's no amateur. But as a duelist, he's still far too lacking. Makuba knew his brother's style well. Kaiba didn't care about research prowess, what mattered to him was the strength shown in a duel. So he wasn't surprised. But it seems like Leo Akuba is up to something dangerous. Duelists settle things through duels. Kaiba glanced at the deck beside him, his most valued possession, never leaving his side. And if Chaz has made his choice, let them do as they will. Though his tone remained flat, Makuba could tell his brother was quite pleased with Chaz's performance today. More importantly, what about the trace of the dark magician girl? Ah! Makuba instantly caught his meaning and pulled up the relevant intel. According to interviews with Duel Academy instructors, the dark magician girl did appear on the island for a certain time. Based on our Kaiba Corp research, she's definitely a spirit of a card. That said, she didn't seem to have any agenda, she just participated in the school festival with the students for fun. After that, she vanished without a trace. He then scrolled through an electronic notebook. From the sequence of events, it seems that first years Amaki Hikaru and Bastion Misawa later found coordinates to the village of spellcasters, likely a lead from the dark magician girl. He shook his head. Brother, she must have come from there. Kaiba nodded. Though that spellcaster spirit girl seemed a bit unreliable, she was a top-tier magician. Naturally, she'd have ways to cover her tracks. Kaiba nodded again. He now had a general grasp of the situation as he leaned back into the couch. Kaiba said nothing. Makuba, taking the hint, turned off all the displays and restored the original stream. On screen, Chaz was already shaking hands with X-Head Cannon, excitedly accepting a card and chatting with the robot spirits. And then, Chaz turned around dramatically to face his elder brother and proclaimed that he would seize the helm of the Princeton group soon. Hearing this, Kaiba opened his eyes. Makuba, still watching the screen, laughed in exasperation. Huh, does he really need to copy you in everything? Seto Kaiba chuckled too. Makuba glanced at his brother in surprise. Was he genuinely happy? Interesting. Kaiba stood up. Seems the Duel Academy curriculum is far too easy. Huh. Makuba, get ready. It's time to give them some extra coursework. Oh. Huh, got it, brother. He understood immediately. Precisely because Kaiba was pleased with his students' growth, he planned to turn up the pressure by sending special duelists to the island for field demonstrations. I'll get on it right away. Kaiba didn't reply before Makuba hastily exited the room, a place only the brothers were allowed to enter. Seto Kaiba fell silent, deep in thought. Seeing his younger brother finally able to stand on his own brought him real joy. He'd once worried, if he truly reached the afterlife, what would become of this world? He had opened Pandora's box. To him, it wasn't such a big deal. But to the world, interdimensional travel may have come too soon. Yet his brother's growth pleased him deeply, and the student he once dismissed as mediocre had finally begun to understand himself. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, he could truly entrust this world to others. Only that. He couldn't help but wonder. Why had Chaz grown so fast? He hadn't faced life or death. Hadn't lost family or friends. So, how had he matured so rapidly? Kaiba turned back toward a feed he had previously ignored. Oh. That student was that Amaki Hikaru? Chatting with Chaz like old friends. Kaiba knew all about Chaz Princeton's upbringing under scrutiny. For someone to befriend him meant that Amaki Hikaru truly didn't care about social standing. Kaiba himself didn't believe in the concept of friendship, but he also understood. There are some things that only experience can change. Then he recalled something else. Last year, Kajamaru had proposed that young duelists participate in cross-dimensional exchange duels. He'd approved the idea. Among the participants was this very student. A duelist who used the purest fusion deck ever known. It was just a youth tournament, but the unshakable belief shown by that duelist had left an impression. At the top of his year, a firm believer in fusion is the noblest summoning method, opposing the impure fusion army. No wonder Chaz had changed. He suddenly noticed a detail in Hikaru's file. Black Luster Soldier. Most people thought it was just a rare card, but someone of Kaiba's level knew that card couldn't be drawn by luck. Fascinating. Seems that school is far more interesting than he thought. Chapter 127, Evil. The exploration team returned to the human world. Though Slade Princeton was a complete amateur at dueling, he wasn't some abstract villain. Naturally, he would honor the promise made with his younger brother. If anything, once he came to his senses and realized just how close to death he'd been in the spirit world, he even felt a bit relieved and shaken. The duel monster's world was deeper and more dangerous than he'd thought, not something he could easily handle. Still, his brother had dared challenge his authority on a broad live stream. Slade wasn't going to pretend he hadn't heard that. Chaz better prepare himself, he would make him regret those words. And with that, Chaz Princeton became the hero who saved the academy, instantly showered with praise from countless classmates as all the prior whispers and criticisms quickly quieted down. In no time at all, Chaz became the hottest name on campus, achieving a triple success in academics, cards, and reputation. However, he didn't let the excitement get to his head, he promptly calmed down. Chaz hadn't forgotten the most meaningful friend who had helped him change and reach this point. When they exchanged information, and Chaz heard about the many Union machines being dismantled and transformed, he was furious. If he hadn't been forced to fight spirit duels against his brother at the time, he would have joined Hikaru in the action. After returning to the academy, he didn't follow Jaden around like usual. He now had his own goal, to become the heir of the Princeton group. And for that, he had much to prepare. Not just in dueling, after all, both his older brothers were dueling amateurs. If he wanted it to be fair, he needed to show talent in other areas, too, such as business. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fair contest. Of course, he also guessed his brothers would soon start recruiting outstanding duelists to prepare for his challenge. As for Hikaru, who had returned to the human world, he had a lot more to do. First of all, from the Fusion Army's laboratory, he had acquired a large amount of dimensional gate materials. Though they were scientific branch teleportation components, many were also shared with the alchemy branch materials. This saved Hikaru a lot of time and made constructing the teleportation gate easier. Having used the Princeton Group's model of a dimensional gate once already, Hikaru couldn't claim 100% confidence, but he was at least 90% sure. All that remained was construction and testing. And on the other side. Hee ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Tiara floated beside Hikaru, giggling while rubbing her cheek against a card. The nearby dual spirits all stood frozen. Spirits like Flame Swordsman, Dark Flare Knight, and Captain Crystal, the veteran members, looked on in disbelief, doubting their own eyes. Was that strange and dangerous deity actually happy? Having just joined the workshop and behaving quite dutifully, Assault Core buzzed while lifting two huge boulders to embed into the dimensional gate structure with lasers. It turned and beeped curiously. Wasn't it just winda? Was it really worth this much shock? Tiara, after a long bout of glee, noticed the spirit staring and coughed lightly, returning to her usual faint smile. But the upturned corners of her mouth still betrayed her excitement. Inside Hikaru's alchemy furnace, countless machines and computers were being consumed. Hikaru wiped sweat from his brow, grateful he'd cleared out that lab, otherwise, he wouldn't have had nearly enough materials. This round of alchemy had gone exceedingly well. No, to be precise, failure wasn't even an option. In previous attempts, Hikaru had to worry about card crafting failures or wasted materials. But this time, with Tiara assisting, the process was essentially her power being extracted, given physical form, and sealed into card form. The only missing piece was a container. Tiara extended her hand. In her palm, bright white metal gathered. A fully metallic life form took shape, red-eyed, ram-horned, clawed, with steel bat wings and a white tubed apparatus on its back, gently dancing in her hand. It had a fearsome name, Permise. That's right. It was a fragment of Tiara's power, a shard of Tiara herself, Infernoid Permise. With its creation, Tiara's revival in another form became truly possible. One day in the future, she may return completely as a god within duel cards. Hikaru understood this was a very dangerous prospect. But it was something he'd agreed on with Tiara long ago. There was no turning back. How wonderful, Amaki Hikaru. Tiara softly withdrew her hand, the mechanical demon dispersing into white light. She turned back, face beaming with joy. As my divine envoy, well done. Hikaru shrugged. Tiara had always called him things like chosen one or the divine heir, though it usually seemed more like manipulation than sincerity. This time felt different. This time, she actually sounded sincere. And it wasn't just Hikaru's imagination. To Tiara, she was genuinely growing more and more satisfied with Hikaru. Even though their time together was just a blink in her long existence, Hikaru had given her many surprises. And now, he had truly fulfilled his promise and created a new card for her. Of course, Tiara had long noticed that Hikaru remained extremely wary of her. He feared what this god might do to humanity. To those who knew the history of the DT planet, his fear was justified. After all, Tiara's past actions essentially amounted to planetary extinction. She was no friend of humanity. But to Tiara, those concerns were meaningless. She only cared about the DT planet. Other worlds? They held no interest for her. What she wanted was to reset the DT planet's ecosystem, not meddle in anything else. Just that. Only that. That was the pride of a god. Of course, she would never explain such thoughts to a mere human. In her mind, she had all the time in the world. As long as she stayed with Hikaru, she could wait for her rebirth. What she didn't expect was how satisfying Hikaru turned out to be. So now, she genuinely wanted to make him her divine servant. I can't let you work for nothing, Tiara thought for a moment. Alright, here. She reached out her hand. At some point, she had taken a blank card. It was entangled with purple puppet strings. Before long, the card emitted a faint violet glow. Looks like that's the limit, she pouted. Only one component, still too weak. Anyway, do your best to complete this card yourself, Tiara said casually, placing it delicately in Hikaru's hand. Hikaru blinked, examining the card. Its artwork was blurred. The text was sparse. It was just like the first time he had received Winda. It was, El Shaddal Wendigo. A Wind attribute Shaddal deity. Chapter 128, The Pro-Duel Circuit. Compared to when he first received Winda, Hikaru wasn't nearly as excited when he saw Wendigo. It wasn't just because of the card's power. He admitted that Wendigo's effect was a bit underwhelming, fewer effects than Winda, to be sure. However, 2,800 defense and granting battle destruction protection against special summon monsters was still decent support for Winda. What really made the difference was the timing. Hikaru now had a card list packed with fusion pairings, Dragon Destroyer, Dracoaquist, the ABCs, Infernoids, and even the newly acquired Armatile the Chaos Phantom. His options and themes were overflowing. In game terms, it was like once he had only one side quest outside the main story. Now he had a dozen, all with promising rewards. But time and energy were still finite. So Hikaru had to choose a few to pursue. Fortunately, things were also different now. Back when he first got the Winda card, he had no options, no leads. It was pure luck whether he could complete Winda. Now, Hikaru understood clearly, participating in shadow duels, dueling with DT archetype decks, and crafting cards of the DT world would all charge Shaddal cards. So that made things much simpler. He could work on Gem Knights while charging Wendigo. And thanks to Kaiba Corp's Tuner Monster Test Program, at Duel Academy, many students now have DT series cards as well. Things like Mist Valley and Dragunity. Even if he couldn't synchro summon, these cards had good stats compared to most in circulation, which meant Hikaru had plenty of targets to farm. Within just 10 or so days, Hikaru, with higher spirit power and enhanced alchemy, had nearly completed Wendigo's card in a fraction of the time it took for Winda. The efficiency was off the charts. The Polymerization Club had practically gone radio silent after the adjustment pack incident. Though they still tried recruiting new members occasionally, they were clearly hands-off now. Aside from parading Cyrus around for publicity, they had no other real presence. That was a good thing. As long as they didn't stir trouble, their reputation might even recover. After all, if they didn't act, they couldn't mess up. Everyone had their own studies and business. Without them actively intruding, people naturally started forgetting them. First years even thought Hikaru had always been the face of the Fusion Club. In this peaceful environment, the Fusion Club hosted a special celebration today. Congratulations! Hikaru pulled a party popper and shouted. Congrats, Selena! Well done, Selena! Usually cold and expressionless, the girl was red-faced and awkward under the celebration. Jaden laughed and pushed a tray of tempura her way. Didn't expect you to actually pass that test. I was sweating bullets watching. It's all thanks to Sensei and Professor Misawa's teaching. Selena, uncharacteristically, stumbled over her words. Selena, we only helped you study. You passed because of your own effort, Bastian shook his head. Selena lived in the girls' dorms at Duel Academy and spent most of her time at the Fusion Club. Still, that didn't mean she had nothing else to do. Hikaru and the others still had classes and sometimes went on dimensional excursions. In her spare time, Selena had to go through makeup lessons and evaluations. As certified exam experts, Hikaru and Bastian would sometimes help her revise, and even Chaz dropped by to help now and then. Jaden, of course, was mostly there for morale. Growler had negotiated with Kaiba Corp. If Selena could pass Duel Academy's entrance exams and jump to first year, she wouldn't have to return to junior high. She could stay on the island. Yesterday, this former illiterate took the exam. Though barely passing, her score was still respectable. Next term, she would enter Duel Academy as a first year with the new students, officially becoming a junior of Hikaru and the others. Right, Selena, Hikaru nodded, impressed. In just 6 months, you learned what normally takes 2 years, that's all your effort. No amount of our help could replace that. Hearing him not take any credit, Selena clenched her fists, regaining her usual fire. No, it's because you're a great teacher. When I think of mastering fusion, I get fired up every day. She was fired up. Woohoo! Nice. Jaden fired up, too. Then shouldn't we duel? He glanced around. Wait, where's Kaiser? Hearing him, Atticus, teetering under a pile of gifts, poked his head out. Zane just finished his paperwork. He's about to enter his first pro match before graduation. Already? The students were shocked. He's going pro before graduation. Dimitri nearly fell over, only saved by a classmate catching him. Zane's amazing. Jaden exclaimed. A prominent sponsor took interest in him, Atticus explained, setting down the gifts. He's endorsing their product. I think they handle dimensional dueling tech. Because of Zane, Hikaru, and Chaz's performance this year, Duel Academy's visibility has skyrocketed. People started noticing top students like Zane. Apparently, Kaibacorp is organizing exchange visits too. Mr. Makuba himself is handling it. No wonder Kaiser Zane can do what no one else can. Still, we gotta give props to Hikaru. His fusion slogan probably reached other dimensions by now. Chaz too. Hey! What do you mean, Chaz too? Chaz instantly turned, pointing accusingly. Fusion Club members weren't surprised by Atticus's report. It was expected. Oh, by the way, Atticus continued, any of you want to duel Zane in his graduation duel? As third years, you can submit applications to challenge him. He picks the opponent, it's like a final academic duel. Maybe a way for seniors to pass the torch. He chuckled. Huh, if I hadn't vanished for a year, I might have picked a cute junior to duel. Graduation duel. Jaden froze. Graduation. He suddenly looked dazed. Slumped back into his seat, stunned. This past half year, though Zane was often busy prepping for his future, he still dueled Jaden often in the Fusion Club, helping hone his skills. Despite their age gap, the two had become close friends. But Jaden had never thought about this one thing. Parting. Jaden. Hikaru raised his hand. We still have a month. Think about it before then. He had no intent to fight Zane for the graduation duel. He knew Jaden would want that match more than anyone. He wouldn't take it from him. Instead, let's focus on what Atticus said, about the sponsors and pro-duelists visiting. Oh yeah. After a brief moment of daze, Jaden immediately perked up. Even Selena, who usually charged in recklessly, couldn't help but whisper. Jaden-senpai really loves dueling. Chapter 129, Who's Dueling Who? The exchange event hosted by Kaibacorp at Duel Academy was soon launched under the efforts of the faculty, with Sito Kaiba himself attending to give the opening speech. Duel Academy is a school dedicated to training duelists, but it has always had a moderate flaw, the future career paths of its graduates. They can't exactly guarantee job placements. After all, duelists are duelists, their career ultimately hinges on dueling. And good wine fears no alley. Yet even if a graduate is competent, most don't know what to do next. Especially with the intense competition in the pro-duelist circuit, jumping in right after graduation is a huge mental challenge. In the past, the academy supported whatever paths the students chose. Now, with Kaibacorp willing to initiate what is essentially a recruitment fair, it's the biggest improvement to the academy's development in years. Apologies, student. Our company's recent focus is dimensional development. It seems your physical parameters are not suited for high-intensity dimensional dueling. Ah, student, you have level 5 spirit compatibility. Would you like to consider joining our All Spirits International? The most sought-after talents were still duelists with high spirit compatibility. Though dimensional exploration hadn't yielded huge results yet, everyone knew it was destined to be one of the most attractive ventures for years, decades, even centuries to come. And discovering anything groundbreaking in another dimension could lead to overnight riches and global fame. Furthermore, companies that ignored dimensional ventures would be labeled as unambitious by assessment organizations, their stock value would tank, and they'd lose investor interest. Naturally, Amaki Hikaru, who was only a first year yet already had spirit compatibility of 6 stars, was spotted immediately by sharp-eyed recruiters and swarmed in an instant. "You're Amaki Hikaru, right? Your duel against the interdimensional duelist earlier this year really lifted our world's morale, your performance was perfect. Amaki Hikaru, you're a fusion duelist, correct? Are you interested in checking out our company, Fusion Motors? Amaki Hikaru, do you have future plans for your studies? Would you consider interning with us? Here's our business card." He was in no time crowded, unable to even move. "Ha ha ha, Hikaru, looks like you're popular, huh?" Tierra, unbothered by the chaos, even offered suggestions. "Quick, see if anyone's selling cup noodles. I bet instant fusion ramen would be a hit." She wasn't just joking, it was part of her divine scheming. As a god known for cunning, she figured if she ate all the magical scientists' cup noodles, she'd have to wait ages for more. So why not push humanity to mass-produce them? She'd tried other instant noodles, but none beat instant fusion in flavor. If Hikaru wanted a stable income, listening to her might not be a bad idea. "What's all the noise over there?" A tall, handsome boy in a white suit had climbed a cliffside and was brushing dust from his hands. Seeing the recruiters crowding Hikaru, he raised an eyebrow. "Are they fighting over a student?" It was Aster Phoenix, he figured it out instantly. Having been through this himself, he had no strong opinion. After initial confusion, he had adapted, and with Sartorius helping him handle logistics, he didn't mind them thereafter. He glanced up and spotted a green-haired spirit chuckling. "A duelist with a spirit, huh? No wonder. Even as a student, having a spirit companion was valuable in this new era." Aster stretched his limbs. At first, he intended to visit during recruitment season. That said, with Kaiba Corp hosting this event, he was invited as one of the most famous pro-duelists. He didn't mind arriving early. Officially, he was on the island as a future freshman. In fact, many heirs from prominent families were using that title to visit the island and meet the 3 students who had defeated the interdimensional threat earlier this year. Before leaving, Sartorius had performed a reading for him. The result? Certain victory. He would win any duel against students on the island. Only victory, huh? Aster looked mildly disappointed. Oh well. Before anyone noticed him, he headed toward the student area. Grabbing his massive bag, he pulled out a map, glanced at it, and put it away. Leo Akiba had made a deal with Sartorius. In exchange for power from beyond this world, Sartorius asked him to investigate the Fusion Club. Following the map, Aster walked along the path. Occasionally, he asked students for directions. Hearing he was looking for the Fusion Club, they warmly guided him. "Huh, you're a visiting freshman? You came to the right place. Just turn here, and that 2-story building with the Fusion emblem is their activity room." Weird, was Leo Akiba's club really this popular? Skeptical, Aster reached the Fusion Club door. Today, few members were around. Jaden and Bastion were gone, and Hikaru had been stopped on the way. He politely greeted the members. Dimitri, half asleep from boredom, perked up when he saw the suited Aster. "Oh. Are you here to visit our Fusion Club?" "Hello, senpai. I'm a prospective student for Duel Academy. I heard this club pursues fusion, so I'm really interested." Aster greeted him politely. "Oh. Then you came to the right place. Dmitri jumped up excitedly. See this badge? Our president made it overnight. I heard he used some kind of gold technique alchemy. Super detailed, really pretty. He showed off a fusion-themed badge, which Aster instantly recognized. It is exquisitely crafted. Despite having seen countless trinkets, he had to admit the badge was lifelike. When he accepted it, a voice echoed in his ear. Aster, this badge contains a faint power. It can amplify spirit energy. He asked in his mind, really? Indeed, Aster. It's subtle, but giving this to newcomers as a gift? That president is quite generous. His pupils narrowed. Impressive, Leo Akaba. Didn't expect you to be so generous. Looks like I underestimated you. Suddenly, another voice called out. Oh, it's that guy from the Polymerization Club. Dmitri saw Cyrus Truesdale approaching and looked displeased. He had once lost to Cyrus. Though it was fair, it still stung. Even after growing a lot in the Fusion Club, part of him still held a grudge. Polymerization Club? Aster immediately analyzed, and registered what he said. Got it. So that was the rival club Leo Akaba had sent him to deal with? In that case, no need for subtlety. Hey, senpai. Aster waved at Cyrus, who was looking for Jaden. I'm a new student visiting the island. May I have a duel with you? A duel? Me? Cyrus pointed at himself in confusion. Looking around and seeing no one else, he scratched his head and laughed, hee. Has my fame already spread off campus? He was a bit flattered. Sure. So, by the time Hikaru finally broke away from the recruiters and reluctantly accepted a few business cards, he returned to find Cyrus already prepping for a duel with Aster Phoenix. He was filled with questions. Who's dueling who? Can this duel even happen? Chapter 130, The Traits of Elemental Heroes. Who's that? Seems like a new student. Probably came to the island to visit during the event. Not long after, Jaden and Bastion also returned to the Fusion Club, waving at Hikaru from afar before curiously looking toward Cyrus and Aster in the clearing. He actually challenged Cyrus to a duel. Jaden grinned. Cyrus is really strong, you know. That new guy looks kinda familiar. Bastion stroked his chin, hesitating. Huh. Somehow, he looks really familiar. Chaz squinted at Aster, trying hard to recall. That's Aster Phoenix, Hikaru said plainly, not hiding anything as the others struggled to remember. Aster Phoenix. Chaz's eyes widened in shock. Wait, isn't that a pro duelist? What? A professional duelist. Not just any pro, a celebrity-tier professional duelist. Gradually, they all realized this wasn't just a simple, new student interaction. On the flip side, Hikaru was also recalling what he knew about Aster. Aster Phoenix, the closest thing to a true rival in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. In a show with a different secondary protagonist for each arc, Aster stood out on his own, surpassing many characters in both skill and conviction, arguably even Jaden at one point. He debuted by almost matching Jaden in a duel with random cards bought from a shop, then later crushed the undefeated Zane Truesdale in just a few turns, and eventually defeated Jaden outright. Only when Jaden obtained his Neospatian deck did he finally beat Aster, and even then, Aster remained stylish and dominant, repeatedly defeating strong opponents and teaming up with Jaden in memorable tag duels, earning Jaden's admiration. In terms of actual TCG relevance, Aster has always been a savior of hero decks, from Destiny Heroes to Vision Heroes to Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, many builds owe their strength to his cards. His ace, Destiny Hero, Plasma, has long been a powerhouse, a serious threat even in the meta Hikaru knew before crossing worlds. The only downside? After obtaining Plasma, Aster never won again. And he's one of the few characters to appear in Arc V from a previous series. Hikaru frowned. What kind of Aster would this world have? I summon Truckroyd in defense position and set one card, then end my turn. A cartoonish truck, like something out of a Disney animation, appeared and revved its front wheels like fists. Truckroyd, level 4 Earth Machine 2000 Def. Cyrus set his card and dramatically flicked his cape. After the likes polymerization members and Yamaguchi had repeatedly lost, Cyrus had become the last remaining representative of the polymerization club. Though short, he added a large robe over his usual purple uniform and even wore a mysterious medal, making him look like some kind of commander. As Cyrus ended his turn, everyone swallowed nervously and looked toward Aster Phoenix. This was a pro duelist. Cyrus was dueling a pro before Kaiser even entered the pro circuit. At the same time, they were all dying to know, what kind of deck would a pro duelist like Aster Phoenix use? Aster examined Cyrus's field and furrowed his brow in confusion. This is it. This week's setup was what gave Leo Akiba such a headache. Was Sartorius tricked? Still unsure, he drew a card and glanced at it before speaking up. I activate the spell card, emergency call. Jaden blinked in surprise, then immediately perked up. It's heroes. Heroes? Chaz uncrossed his arms, taken aback. If it's a hero deck, maybe Cyrus actually stands a chance, Bastion said. Oh. A hero deck. Cyrus instantly recognized the card. Huh, newbie, then you really picked the right guy to duel. I know heroes super well. As he spoke, he even raised his nose proudly. He'd had a pretty good time in the polymerization club, though timid, he was no longer bullied, and even the average soldiers of the fusion army didn't dare talk down to him. Plus, his dueling skills far exceeded those of a normal student, and he'd been doing quite well for himself. Of course, as Jaden's underclassman, his claim of knowing heroes wasn't a bluff. Aster looked down at his deck while thinking. So the intel checks out, this club led by Amaki Hikaru really does know all about fusion. Emergency call lets me add one elemental hero from my deck to hand. I add elemental hero Avian to my hand. What? Jaden gasped. Avian. What's the big deal? Is that hero really that good? Chaz asked Bastion, who shook his head. That card's not even available on the market. Spell card, polymerization. I fused the Avian in my hand with Burstinatrix. Aster casually revealed the two cards and sent them to the graveyard. Fusion summon, elemental hero Phoenix Enforcer. A burly, wind-winged hero quite different from Flame Wingman roared as it landed on the field, glaring down at the little truck. Elemental hero Phoenix Enforcer, level 6 Fire Warrior 2100 ATK. Phoenix Enforcer? Chaz asked. Isn't it supposed to be Flame Wingman? Elemental heroes have a special trait, they can fuse into different fusion monsters even with the same materials, Bastion explained, then looked to Jaden. Oh, is that how it works? What's going on? Aren't you using a hero deck? Chaz looked at Hikaru helplessly. Can you explain this? Hikaru nodded. Avian and Burstinatrix can be fused to summon a variety of elemental heroes. Besides the common Flame Wingman, there's Phoenix Enforcer, who can't be destroyed in battle, the evil hero Inferno Wing, and, depending on needs, Wind Attribute Tempest or Fire Attribute Nova Master. Jaden, don't you have all of these? Oh yeah. That's right. He'd obviously choose Flame Wingman first if possible. So that monster can't be destroyed in battle? Bastion and Chaz, already used to Jaden's inconsistencies, turned their focus to the duel. Compared to Flame Wingman, it lacks damage output, while having better defense. No, the key is the other card, Jaden coughed and tactfully shifted topics. It's Avian. Chapter 131, Hikaru Amagi. Cyrus had never seen elemental hero Stratos before. When he saw Aster Phoenix Fusion summon a monster with the same attack as Flame Wingman, he felt relieved. Elemental heroes, huh? I'm pretty familiar with those. He glanced at his set card. It was the trap card, Magic Cylinder. A powerful trap that could negate an attack and deal damage equal to that monster's attack. With that on the field, I normal summon, Elemental Hero Stratos. Aster glanced at the face-down card and revealed the hero in his hand. Come on. Stratos. Whoosh. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, a Stratos unlike the one in Jaden's memories appeared on the field. Elemental Hero Stratos, Level 4 WND Warrior 1800 ATK. Damn, it really is Stratos, Cyrus is in danger. Monster effect activates, Aster said calmly. When Elemental Hero Stratos is normal or special summoned, I can choose one of two effects to activate. 1. Add one hero monster from my deck to my hand. 2. Destroy spells or traps on the field up to the number of other hero monsters I control. Huh. I destroy the opponent's face-down card. A fierce wind blew past, lifting Cyrus's trap card and revealing its true identity. Magic Cylinder, huh. Aster thought that was too obvious, this student was evidently waiting to bait an attack. Whoa, what a strong monster. Bastion and Chaz on the platform were stunned by the effect Aster just announced. Even though no mighty elemental heroes were circulating on the market, their duelist instincts told them this was an outrageous card. Searching for any hero. And even blowing up back row if needed. Plus, a base attack of 1800. Battle. Phoenix Enforcer, attack. Phoenix Enforcer leapt up and kicked Truckroid, in a flash of fire, shattering it. Next, Stratos attacked directly, Aster said with a hint of boredom. Wah! Stratos howled like a storm, blasting Cyrus off the ground, his hair now disheveled. Cyrus, LP, 2200. You alright, senpai? Aster waved theatrically. I am fine, haha. Cyrus scrambled up when Aster addressed him, coughed once, and laughed loudly as if nothing happened. Aster raised an eyebrow. He nonchalantly said a card, then I said a card and end my turn. Heh. Cyrus coughed again, brushed off the dust, and took on a commander-like pose. He placed his hand on his deck. Freshman, don't think this gives you the upper hand. A duelist can do anything. Aster nodded lightly. He agreed with that theory. But, you gotta show something first. This is bad. Jaden watched the duel and couldn't help shaking his head. Cyrus hasn't realized it yet. Not only that, he seems to be getting reckless, Bastion said awkwardly. Cyrus drew a card. In this case, if he attacked with Submarinoroid and used its effect to go into defense position, then waited for follow-ups, he might have had a safer play. Even so, he couldn't back down in front of a freshman. Heh, rookie, watch closely. Our polymerization club's power activates the spell card, Viacroid Connection Zone. A massive three-way junction suddenly appeared on the field, and 3 different vehicles drove in from 3 directions. This is a fusion spell card exclusively for Viacroids, he said excitedly. I send fusion materials listed on a Viacroid fusion monster from my hand or field to the graveyard, and fusion summon one from the extra deck. The monster summoned this way can't be destroyed by card effects, and its effects cannot be negated. I fuse Steamroid, Drillroid, and Submarinoroid. Fusion summon, Super Viacroid Jumbo Drill. With his shout, the 3 different roids raced toward the center of the junction. Accompanied by mechanical noises, the robots combined into a massive drill that burst from underground. Super Viacroid Jumbo Drill, Level 8 Earth Machine 3000 ATK. Whoa, a monster with attack equal to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Jaden exclaimed. But, Chaz shook his head. Too bad he didn't hear our earlier conversation, otherwise, he'd know Phoenix Enforcer can't be destroyed by battle. Bastion nodded regretfully. Well, it makes sense. Cyrus probably didn't recognize Aster as a pro-duelist. Thinking he was the more experienced one is understandable, I guess. Even though the duel hadn't gone further yet, everyone could see where it was headed. No helping it, Cyrus was at too much of a disadvantage. Battle. Jumbo Drill, attack Phoenix Enforcer. Cyrus roared in excitement. Aster glanced at his face-down card. Forget it. Boom. Aster, LP, 3100. As the smoke cleared, Phoenix Enforcer still stood on the field. Huh. Why? Elemental Hero Phoenix Enforcer's effect, it can't be destroyed by battle. Ah. Aster sighed internally. He couldn't help feeling like this was a waste of time. If Senpai has no further plays, then it's my turn. Draw. He glanced at the card. Sparkman. Alright then, once again, I activate the spell card, Polymerization. I fuse the Phoenix Enforcer on the field with Elemental Hero Sparkman in my hand. Ah! That fusion material, Jaden recognized it right away. Come on. Aster pointed to the ground. Fusion Summon. Elemental Hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer. Countless armor plates gathered under the crackle of lightning and merged onto Phoenix Enforcer, transforming into plated gear that equipped him. Elemental Hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer, Level 8 Fiery Warrior 2500 ATK. Shining Phoenix Enforcer, don't tell me, he's like Shining Flare Wingman. Cyrus's face turned grim. You guessed right, Senpai. Shining Phoenix Enforcer gains 300 attack for each elemental hero in the graveyard. Ah. Crap. No need to count. Cyrus knew it already outclassed his Jumbo Drill by a lot. Cyrus, LP, 2200. Wah. With two heroes attacking, Cyrus was swiftly defeated, flattened beneath the dual projection. Aster sighed. On the other side, Jaden rushed over shouting, Cyrus, are you okay? Jaden. Cyrus was teary-eyed. He never imagined losing so badly to a freshman. Can't be helped. After all, your opponent is Aster Phoenix. Aster Phoenix? Cyrus looked over at Aster, who was fixing his uniform without a hint of embarrassment, no shame at all for beating his senior. Chaz, Hikaru, you said his name is Aster Phoenix? What? Aster's hand froze as he packed his bag. Hikaru. Amaki Hikaru. Huh. Tur 132, facing off against a pro duelist. For just a moment, Aster Phoenix's thoughts hit a brief snag. As someone world famous, even called the fourth greatest duelist in the world by Maximilian Pegasus himself, Aster Phoenix never lacked for composure or insight. And precisely because he had both, when Cyrus called out Hikaru, and the others referred to that person as Hikaru, Aster immediately realized. Crap. Did I just duel the wrong guy? Hikaru. Bastion. On the other side, Dimitri, who had been watching the duel, burst into laughter at Cyrus's inability to beat a freshman and quickly ran over, pointing at Aster, who was trying to blend into the background. He's the freshman who just came to check out the Fusion Club and said he might join us in the future. Huh? Seriously? Bastion and Chaz cried out in shock. Was their Fusion Club really that well known? Even someone like Aster Phoenix, a pro duelist, was interested in joining. Aster forced a polite, though awkward, smile, the so-called professional smile, a default expression for senior pro duelists like him. Hikaru noticed the badge pinned to Aster's chest. It was an alchemically made badge that Hikaru had rushed to craft overnight upon hearing of the exchange event. It didn't have any special powers, just mildly enhanced spirit compatibility, but only for low-tier spirits. It was designed simply to identify members of the Fusion Club. And this guy had pinned it onto his blazer? Even Hikaru was baffled. Could it be that this world's version of Aster really was here to check out the Fusion Club? He remembered that in canon, Aster came to the island because Sartorius divined that someone there would make him stronger. That person was Jaden Yuki, or so it was. As for Sartorius himself, because he had been possessed by the light of destruction and its waves of light, he developed a second personality and eventually walked the path of world destruction. Although not blood-related, Aster and Sartorius were sworn brothers, and Aster had long been searching for his father's killer with Sartorius's help, while Sartorius believed Aster could save him from his destined ruin. But, considering that in this world, darkness had already been defeated early on, who knows what the light of destruction might have been up to in places Hikaru hadn't seen. After all, even now, Hikaru still had no clue what exactly caused the spirit world collapse that every dual monster spirit had experienced. Of course, there was another possibility. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, Aster Phoenix joined Duel Academy and even became the supreme commander of the Fusion Army. Maybe he was just really into fusion. So in that world, he joined the Fusion Army, and in this one, he simply found his way to the Fusion Club and became a member. Hikaru thought it over for a while and found it quite plausible. Haha. Looks like all my efforts in building up the Fusion Club, even stealing the Polymerization Club's shine, have paid off. Hikaru greeted Aster, his face stiff with a forced smile. It was the best he could manage. Not greeting him wasn't an option either, a duelist had to stay true to their word, no way could he flip-flop so easily. Just then, Aster's phone rang, he bowed halfway toward the students, then hurried off to take the call. Probably a parent, huh? Or maybe a manager. Pro-duelists sure are busy. Aster ducked into a corner, looked at the caller ID, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hello. Sartorius, he answered, his tone tinged with rare frustration. Aster, how's the duel on the island? Sartorius's gentle voice came through the phone. The irritation Aster had felt was forcefully swallowed down. He looked back toward Jaden and Cyrus, his face twisting between embarrassment and disbelief. Don't even ask. It was, ugh. Disappointed? By now, Aster had overheard enough to realize that Cyrus was this year's Fusion Club representative, meaning he was the top freshman in Leo Akaba's faction. Top student. That guy. Honestly, Aster had been polite. When he saw Cyrus charge in recklessly, he'd almost activated his set card to win without taking any LP damage. However, he thought that might be too harsh on a regular student. He'd come to scout, after all, so he held back. Of course, if Sartorius had told him to go all out, he wouldn't have played it like that. Still, the fact that this was the Fusion Club's best freshman left him a little dizzy. Why did they want me to go to that place? Leo Akaba should have sent someone to find you, Sartorius continued. They said they would take you to his Fusion Army. But judging from the reading I just did, you might have already encountered someone who can change your fate. What? Aster looked at Dimitri. No way. Then at Cyrus. No. Could it be? He glanced over at Hikaru, Jaden, and Chaz. One of them, maybe. Though thinking about his current mess, he decided to put that aside and said, No, Sartorius, listen, things here are a bit complicated. Sartorius sounded puzzled. What's so complicated? Find the Fusion Club. Join the Fusion Club. Seek enemies. Duel. Win. All very straightforward. Aster noticed a group of students in purple uniforms approaching and hurriedly added, Sartorius, I'll explain everything when I get back. I can't talk about it here. Alright. The Fusion Army reps had already spotted Aster and began cheering. Found him. Aster Phoenix. Cyrus is here too. As expected from Cyrus, he found the elusive Aster Phoenix so easily. Everyone turned to look. Besides the Fusion Army members, the group also included several tall adults not in uniform but adorned with impressive medals, clearly people of status. There were also two very tall, rather curvy girls with odd hairstyles, one blonde, one silver-haired, running over to join them. Pro-Fusion Army graduates. Hikaru figured it out instantly. Since other pro-duelists and corporate staff were allowed to visit, it made sense that the fusion army could, too. What do you guys want with me? Aster asked, forcing the question out. It wasn't that he cared about appearances, it was just that, at this point, he had already talked with Fusion Club members, even taken a badge from Dimitri. There was no way he could now run off and say, haha, fooled ya. That'd be idiotic. And totally unbecoming of a duelist. Aster Phoenix, come with us. The professor should have already contacted you, right? One of the pro-duelists said casually. Hey! Jaden jumped in front of Aster. You polymerization club guys are too much. Trying to steal a student who hasn't even enrolled yet. Yeah. Chaz snapped, equipping his dual disc. Don't think you can do whatever you want in front of our fusion club. Aster covered his face. What was this? He only came for a casual visit. You again. One of the fusion army members recognized Hikaru and the others and flinched, but seeing pro-duelists and even fusion army elite warriors around them, they steeled their courage and said, you better not think this is like before. Aster Phoenix's manager personally contacted our professor, he's joining us. Really? Jaden looked at Aster in disbelief. Doesn't seem that way at all. Besides, he's already agreed to join our fusion club. Chaz added. Hearing this, the fusion army members went pale. They had no idea about any deal between Sartorius and Leo Akiba, all they knew was the professor had arranged something with Aster's manager. Aster's own wishes? They were clueless. I get it now. Hikaru's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. This all makes sense. Aster, you love fusion, don't you? So you wanted to join a fusion-related club at the academy. Your manager helped arrange it. Yeah. At this point, there was no way to say no. Aster could barely breathe. Meanwhile, Hikaru felt like all the pieces had clicked into place. He understood it. All of it. So, if everything had gone according to plan, Aster in this world would have joined the Polymerization Club because of his love for fusion, proven himself, earned Leo Akiba's trust, become the Fusion Army's supreme commander, and eventually invaded the XYZ dimension, everything connected. Which meant they could not let the Polymerization Club take him away. Not for any reason. This commander absolutely could not be stolen. Without him, how would they fight in the Dimension Wars? Amaki Hikaru, will never allow a duelist who loves fusion to be deceived. Hikaru equipped his dual disc decisively. He has to understand the difference between our fusion club and your polymerization club, and choose for himself. Again with this? Always with this, Amaki Hikaru. The fusion army members were fuming. Suddenly, a burst of clear laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, the two nearly identical girls laughed in sync. The blonde, seemingly the elder sister, said, we'd heard that Amaki Hikaru from the main academy was a real headache for professors. Seeing it in person, it's actually kind of fun, the silver-haired younger sister added. Them. Were they the Tyler sisters from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, the Fusion Army's infamous twins? Hikaru finally recognized them. In that case, senpai, why not settle this the way he likes best? The two spoke in unison, glancing at a medal-wearing adult in their group who appeared to be in his 20s. Fine. Amaki Hikaru, let's do it your way, a duel, he said, casually taking a Fusion Army dual disc that looked more like a sword. Even though I'm a pro-duelist, today's an exchange day, right? What do you say? Heh, a pro-duelist challenging a student. Interesting. Chaz scoffed. Sure, I'd like to see what level you Fusion Army pros are at, Hikaru said, unfazed. Aster was already dialing Sartorius, hoping for a new reading. Could he skip this academy? Sartorius didn't answer. Probably busy. Aster let out a long sigh. Forget it. A duelist of destiny, huh? He looked over at Hikaru, preparing to duel. Leo Akiba's thorn in the side. The Absolute Fusion Duelist, known far and wide. Interesting. If Amaki Hikaru could really beat a pro duelist, then joining the Fusion Club wouldn't be so bad. Let's duel. Chapter 133, Fusion Restriction Zone. I'll be taking the first turn. Hikaru really wanted to grab the first move, but facing a pro duelist, the opponent's hand speed was clearly faster. Before Hikaru could even shout, the other side had already drawn a card. Seeing this, Hikaru didn't mind too much. After dueling so many times in this world, he no longer cared as much about going first or second. After all, duels here aren't the same as in the OCG. Max, LP, 4000, Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000. What kind of duel will a pro duelist put on? Bastion felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This isn't a joke match anymore. That pro is going all out. The three from the main cast already had a clear understanding of the Fusion Club's ways. Seeing a pro duelist from the Fusion Army show up, they knew this wouldn't be some casual match like when Aster showed up and didn't even set a card. Even Aster was quietly watching the duel now, having stayed behind instead of leaving early as planned. Though this duel didn't have any stakes and was essentially just a sparring match to show the new freshmen around, Aster understood the situation far better than the surrounding students. Pro duelists are a different breed from normal duelists. This difference wasn't just about strength. Honestly, there probably isn't a single pro duelist who would dare challenge Seto Kaiba. The difference here is in mindset. Pro duelists have only one identity, duelist. Meanwhile, ordinary duelists often have other roles besides being a duelist. At a glance, it seems like the former is purer, but in reality, it's the opposite. Pro duelists are the less pure ones, because ultimately, they all have only one goal, money. Even though Aster didn't become a pro duelist for money, he did it to travel the world and hunt down his father's killer using the status of a pro. He still understood that pro duelists are never truly pure. My turn. At that instant, Max, Fusion Army's pro duelist with the Tyler sisters, had already drawn his card. Looking at his hand, the corners of his mouth curled upward. I normal summon, Alien Warrior. With a chilling screech, a humanoid creature dragged its claws across the ground as it appeared on the field. Alien Warrior, Level 4 Earth Reptile 1800 ATK. Reptile? That's a rare type. Bastion said, surprised. Yeah, not many people run reptile decks. Chaz nodded. Then, I set 2 cards and end my turn. Max's first turn was so short that the surrounding spectators hadn't even reacted before his turn ended. Huh. That's it, a student from the Fusion Army asked in confusion. Quiet. A blonde girl spoke with a hand on her hip and a smile on her face. The duel's just begun. The real show is still ahead. That's right, her silver-haired sister added. The students from the Fusion Army awkwardly fell silent. After all, the pair speaking were the Tyler sisters from the American Branch campus, well-known elite members of their own Fusion Army. Though their own club was newly founded, it had already gained a strong reputation thanks to the sisters' leadership, and compared to the polymerization club that had spent this year constantly taking LS, these girls had every right to talk down. There were even rumors they'd be transferring to this main campus next year, so in terms of standing, none of the boys dared to argue. The older sister was Gloria Tyler, and the younger one was Grace Tyler. Gloria had blonde hair and a sterner presence, while Grace appeared gentler. Their outfits were nearly identical, differing only in sleeves, glove color, and Gloria's pants and boots versus Grace's skirt over leggings. It was clear from just their clothing that they were a cut above the typical Fusion Army member, true elites. Even this pro duelist accompanying them wasn't the main event. He was likely here just to escort the sisters on their tour of the main academy. More precisely, to observe Amaki Hikaru. My turn. Hikaru drew a card, immediately revealing one from his hand. I activate the spell card, Instant Fusion. I pay 1000 life points. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000 3000. Naive. Max sneered, flipping a trap card. Continuous trap, non-fusion area. Hikaru's brow twitched. As long as this card remains on the field, neither player can conduct fusion summons. Max declared with a cruel grin. That's dirty. Cyrus shouted first. You know Hikaru loves fusion, and you play this kind of card. Captain, this affects both sides. We can't fuse either, one fusion army student said excitedly. Ugh. Cyrus was at a loss. Looks like that pro-duelist came fully prepared for Hikaru, Bastion muttered, his expression grim. He also built counter-strategies for individual students. That said, now that he was focusing on a Chemicritter deck, he wouldn't consider using that kind of card. Damn, if fusion summoning is blocked. Jaden looked at Hikaru with concern. Your deck is. Hikaru raised his eyebrow. Ha ha ha, what now, Hikaru? Tiara popped up next to him. Wanna use my cards? She snickered, conjuring a tiny demon floating beside him. Seeing her, Aster finally realized, the dual spirit he saw when arriving on the island was actually Hikaru's. Destiny, huh? As if I'd use that. Hikaru casually dismissed her. Besides, one copy of Permise won't help. He cleared his throat and declared, then I set a monster and one back row card. Turn end. Not so fast. Max activated another card. Quick play spell, Mystical Space Typhoon. It destroys one spell or trap on the field. I destroy your set card. Hikaru raised a brow as his set trap flipped open. Flame Swords Dance. Cyrus exclaimed. But that card won't help here, right? Dimitri frowned. Haha, my turn. Draw battle alien warrior attacks your set monster. Back at you, naive. Hikaru roared. From the graveyard, I activate Flame Swords Dance. During your battle phase, I can banish it to tribute one face-down defense position monster on my field, then special summon one, Flame Swordsman, or a monster that lists it by name from my deck or extra deck. Huh. Cyrus tilted his head. But isn't it just Dark Flare? Isn't that a fusion? Wrong. Hikaru shouted. This is not a fusion summon. It's a special summon of a fusion monster. Come forth, it's been too long, Dark Flare Knight. Black fire blazed forth, tinged with gold as a familiar figure emerged, blade in hand, standing before Hikaru. Dark Flare Knight, level 6 DRK Warrior 2200 ATK. He actually bypassed the non-fusion area and special summoned a fusion monster. Gloria gasped. Grace smiled in delight. How interesting. Fusion monsters can be summoned like that, too. Max looked embarrassed, his earlier confidence shattered. He stood frozen like a wooden plank, coughing a few times to mask the awkwardness. Battle take back. I won't continue attacking. Nice job, Hikaru. Chaz cheered him on. Amazing. That's our Hikaru, even when fusion's sealed, he still pulls out fusion monsters. Hikaru smirked, glanced at Aster, and declared, there are no limits to fusion. Let me prove that to you. Some puny fusion lock can't stop fusion itself. Chapter 134, Beyond Expectations. Ha. Max looked at his hand and raised an eyebrow. I'll admit, bypassing non-fusion area and special summoning a fusion monster directly is impressive. Still, how many times can you actually pull that off? Besides, even without non-fusion area, you think you can beat me? And that's not all. I also leave this on the field, continuous spell card, Code Ancient Ruins. He slotted a continuous spell into his dual disc. Behind him, a massive gate appeared, inscribed with strange, unreadable symbols leading to a glowing path. Humph, turn end. Aster Phoenix blinked. Max? That name sounded impressive, but in the pro circuits, he'd never encountered this person. Or rather, this guy had too few win streaks to ever cross Aster's path. Though that was to be expected. The pro-dueling scene was full of counterplay, one misstep and you'd be swarmed by a mob of pros out for blood. Aster constantly changed decks to hide his true one, so few ever succeeded in countering him, and that alone allowed him to maintain his undefeated streak in the pro circle. Even so, he knew how cutthroat pro-dueling was. Every pro-duelist wasn't in it for victory or belief. They played for sponsors and for money. So they had only two options, either ensure they didn't lose, or make sure the opposing company's representative lost hard. Between those two, the latter was far easier, that's why building a deck entirely to counter a single opponent became the pros' unspoken rule. According to Leo Akuba, Amaki Hikaru was a duelist who specialized in fusion and sought its ultimate form, thus, a pro stuffing their deck full of fusion hate cards against him. Entirely expected. And yet, Aster looked at Dark Flare Knight. Despite fusion being locked down, he still summoned a fusion monster. Impressive. Aster had to admit it, at least to himself. And only a student, just an ordinary kid, Hikaru's pursuit and mastery of fusion was far purer than the so-called pro from the fusion army. Wait. No. Why was I so distracted thinking about this? He shook his head. Sartorius, why didn't you divine this encounter for me? Who needs fortune-telling in duels, anyway? Non-fusion area I get, but what's with that ruin whatever? Chaz looked at Bastion. Even if you ask me. Bastion looked a bit awkward. I've heard that pros often use niche decks that aren't easy to counter. Maybe it's one of those. Bastion knew practically nothing about them. Reptile decks were rare, none of them had ever seen one in action. Plus, the school never actually covered such cards, and regardless, someone as studious as Bastion had limits, he couldn't study every obscure archetype. In fact, Hikaru figured this out in his time, most veteran players wouldn't immediately recall how the alien archetype worked. Remembering Alien City alone was already impressive. That's one advantage of obscure decks against meta ones, intel superiority. Hikaru shrugged, then looked at his hand. That card is a support spell for the alien archetype. Wait, alien is an actual archetype? What? I thought it was just a reptile one-off. Hikaru figured they'd say that and kept placing cards on his duel disc. Code A Ancient Ruins has this effect, every time a face-up alien monster is destroyed, place an A counter on it. Then, once per turn, you can remove 2 A counters from anywhere on the field to revive an alien monster from the graveyard. Whoa, Hikaru knows even that? Cyrus exclaimed. The Tyler sisters turned to a fusion army soldier. The soldier clenched his fists, a bit deflated. I hate to admit it, but Hikaru's always like this. He says to master fusion, he has to understand all the cards. That's the only way to reach the end of fusion. How interesting, sister. Guess things won't be boring at the main campus. I activate the spell card, Fusion Conscription. Hikaru casually placed another card. This allows me to reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck, then add one of its listed fusion materials from my deck or graveyard to my hand. Afterward, I can't normal or special summon that monster or monsters with the same name for the rest of the turn, nor activate their effects. I reveal Gladiator Beast Gizaris and add Gladiator Beast Darius to my hand. Gladiator Beasts? Max laughed. Forget that we fusion army folks discovered those in the first place. But with that restriction, Darius is deadweight if you can't normal summon him. Plus, non-fusion area is still on the field. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Clearly, this guy didn't understand fusion at all. Battle, Dark Flare Knight, attack alien warrior. Dark Flare Knight swung his sword down on the bizarre alien creature. Max, LP, 3600. When alien warrior is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, place 2 A counters on the monster that destroyed it. And don't forget, Ancient Ruins also gets 1A counter. Drip. A glowing rune lit up on the ruins, while Dark Flare Knight suddenly became encircled by 2 black spheres. My lord. The knight winced as he tried burning them off. This feels sinister. 2A counters. Bastion spotted the issue. I see. That means every turn, the opponent can use Ruin's effect to revive an alien from the graveyard. And still get an extra counter in the process. Heh, that's right. This is the power of alien invaders, immortal warriors from beyond the stars. Max burst into laughter. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. I activate the spell card, Metamorphosis. No wasted words. I tribute 1 monster on the field to special summon a fusion monster of the same level from my extra deck. Take a break, Flare. As you command, my lord. Dark Flare Knight hurled off the sticky spheres before vanishing. In his place, a blazing phoenix soared onto the field. Special summon, Crimson Sunbird. Crimson Sunbird, level 6 Fiery Winged Beast 2300 ATK. Whoa. Awesome. He dodged the counter effect and summoned another fusion monster. The Tyler sisters exchanged surprised glances. TCH, Max growled. Again with these fusion monsters that don't need actual fusion. He was starting to sweat. This was not how he imagined things would go at all. Chapter 135, Fusion to the very end. I set 1 card and end my turn. Hikaru glanced at his hand and set a card before looking at his opponent. Humph. Max inhaled deeply. He hadn't expected that someone using only fusion like Hikaru could stand toe-to-toe with him even under the effect of non-fusion area. But that didn't mean he was afraid. After all, even without the non-fusion area, he was still a solid duelist. My turn. Draw. He glanced at his hand and laughed. Alright, Amaki Hikaru, let's see what other tricks you've got. I activate the spell card, a cell recombination device. He sneered. Looks like your special summon fusion monster, and the trouble you went through to avoid those counters, were all for nothing, he declared. This targets 1 face-up monster on the field. I send 1 alien monster from my deck to the graveyard, then place A counters equal to that monster's level on the target. I send Alien Mother to the graveyard, she's level 6. That means your Crimson Sunbird gets 6 A counters. Black alien cells surged from the ground, swarming Crimson Sunbird while it tried to escape, yet couldn't avoid the encroaching corruption. 6 counters. What does that actually do? Bastion stared at the fusion monster, now covered in strange biomatter. I don't know, but seeing how confident that pro looks, there must be a hidden effect. Heh, let me show you. Max raised his hand. First, continuous spell code A Ancient Ruins effect, I remove 2 A counters from Crimson Sunbird to special summon Alien Mother from the graveyard. Ah! You can even special summon high-level monsters like that? Jaden exclaimed. A strange, otherworldly shriek filled the air as with maniacal laughter, a feminine alien life form appeared on Max's field. Alien Mother, level 6 Dark Reptile 2300 ATK. Same attack as Crimson Sunbird. I'm not done yet. I remove 2 more A counters from Crimson Sunbird to special summon Alien Overlord from my hand. Following the 4-armed Alien Mother came a 6-armed alien behemoth clad in armor that crashed onto the field from space. Alien Overlord, level 6 Dark Reptile 2200 ATK. This card can be special summoned by removing 2 A counters from the field. He special summoned 2 high-level monsters in 1 turn. That pro-duelist wasn't bluffing, Chaz muttered in surprise. Still, their ATK is the same as Crimson Sunbird's. Bastion hesitated. Hikaru should be able to survive this turn. Foolish. Max raised his head and laughed. Alien Overlord's effect activates. Once per turn, it places 1 A counter on all face-up monsters my opponent controls. Crimson Sunbird, nearly freed from its infestation, was suddenly overwhelmed again as more alien cells burst onto its body. Now it's over. As long as Alien Overlord is on the field, when a monster with A counters battles an alien monster, its ATK and def drop by 300 per counter. What? So the counters are not only used for summoning, they also weaken monsters. If this attack goes through, Hikaru loses. Oh ho ho. The Tyler sisters looked toward Hikaru with intrigue. Was this the end? If this was all he had, he couldn't be their match. Battle. Alien Mother, attack. Wait. Max froze mid-command, nearly falling forward. I activate my set card, quick play spell, Gladiator Beast United. Max was stunned. That's the Gladiator Beast fusion spell. But non-fusion area is still on the field, he shouted, pointing to his continuous trap. Yeah, he's right, Jaden murmured. You can't fusion summon with that in play. Even as a contact method, Gladiator Beast United shouldn't work, right? Ah. Bastion didn't have an answer and looked toward Hikaru. He knew Hikaru would explain. Heh. Hikaru chuckled. You guys have it wrong. While it is a fusion spell, and the monster enters properly from the extra deck, things like Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, VW to VWXYZ, and Gladiator Beasts aren't considered fusion summons. Huh. Using monsters on the field as materials and special summoning a fusion monster from the extra deck this way is called fusion, or combination, in a broader sense. Still, it's not fusion summon. The monsters are treated as materials, but not for a fusion summon. Wait, what? It sounded like a tongue twister. Cyrus got dizzy. Only Bastion understood immediately, while even Chaz had to mouth it over again. Interesting. Aster Phoenix murmured. So it's a matter of rule interpretation? Exactly. These special fusion monsters follow unique summoning conditions. Gladiator Beast United's effect, during either player's battle phase, return fusion materials listed for a Gladiator Beast fusion monster from your hand, field, or graveyard to the deck, then special summon that monster, ignoring summoning conditions. I return Gladiator Beast Darius and Bestiari from my hand to the deck. Come forth. Pride of the Gladiators. Gladiator Beast Gizzerus. Gladiator Beast Gizzerus, Level 6 DRK Winged Beast 2400 ATK. You should know what it does, Fusion Army Guy. Ugh, damn. Max cursed. When Gizzerus is special summoned, target up to 2 cards on the field and destroy them. Nice. If he destroys both monsters, he wins right now. Aster whispered. I destroy Alien Overlord and non-fusion area. Gizzerus flapped its wings, unleashing a shockwave that blew away the trap card and the 6-armed alien. What? Everyone gasped. He could have destroyed both monsters and attacked directly to win. Suddenly, they paused and understood. Interesting. Even Max laughed. So that's all you wanted, even in the end? Then show me your fusion. He slammed his dual disc. Turn end. If you don't win this turn, I'll use Code A Ancient Ruins next turn to revive Alien Overlord with the 2 remaining counters. You won't stand a chance. No such outcome. Hikaru drew his card and smiled. Here it comes. Continuous spell, Scatter Fusion. This can only be activated while my opponent controls monsters. I send fusion materials from my deck to the graveyard and perform a fusion summon of a non-rock Gem Knight fusion monster. Whoa. He actually drew it. He fusion summoned. Amazing. The Tyler sisters forgot their sides, thrilled to see fusion in action. Even now, Hikaru still sticks to fusion. Jaden cheered. Even while limited, even sealed, even with a chance to win another way, he stays true to his path. That's our Hikaru. Chaz nodded in admiration. Aster calmly shut his phone. Sartorius, looks like I didn't misread things. Destiny brought me here. Fascinating. This is it. I send Gemnite Crystal and Gemnite Tourmaline to the graveyard to fusion summon. Gemnite Prismora. Gemnite Prismora, level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Battle, Fusion Monsters. The bird shrieked, lightning boomed, and under a storm of fire and thunder, Max's life points hit 0. Chapter 136, A Twist Toward Destruction. A splendid duel. After his life points hit 0, Max dodged the illusionary impact and let out a sigh. No way. That Amaki Hikaru actually defeated a pro-duelist. One Fusion Army student covered their mouth in disbelief. What's so strange about that? Gloria's eyes gleamed with a predatory interest as she locked her gaze on Hikaru. Her silver-haired sister, Grace, smiled elegantly. Pros are still duelists. And as duelists, of course, they can lose. Besides, Max was only here to escort us on our tour. Gloria retracted her gaze and chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Max had already walked up to Hikaru. Jaden and the others were still cheering for Hikaru's win when Max reached out his hand. Hikaru understood and shook it politely. Fusion till the end, huh? I used to believe in that, too. A hint of nostalgia crossed Max's face. But in the pro scene, you're constantly countered. In the end, for the sake of the company, I had to give up fusion and constantly change tactics. That's understandable. I get it. Hikaru didn't blame him. Everyone had their own paths. As long as you weren't a fraud, Hikaru didn't mind if someone couldn't stick with fusion. Even if Max was a pro-duelist from the Fusion Army, he had obviously never been fully committed to fusion from the start, and Hikaru didn't see anything wrong with that. Actually, recently I've been considering trying XYZ summoning. Many alien monsters use quick special summons and can easily bring out same-level monsters. Max glanced toward the Fusion Army. That said, in our world, XYZ summoning seems impossible, so I gave up on that too. He considered learning XYZ. That surprised Hikaru. Max took a deep breath. Hikaru's unwavering pursuit of fusion reminded him of his own student days. Back then, he simply loved fusion, while the Fusion Club at the time wasn't anything like the current Polymerization Club. At the very start, it was just a small hobby club. Until one day, Professor Leo Akiba suddenly changed direction and requested a dimensional gate from Kaibacorp. That was the beginning of the transformation into the current Polymerization Club. He didn't know if Professor Akiba had planned it all from the beginning, or if something happened to spark that shift. Even so, ever since then, Akiba's ambition had only grown. A single academy's fusion army wasn't enough for him. He began spreading into branch campuses, and there were even whispers he was expanding operations into alternate dimensions. Anyhow, that was no longer Max's concern. The pro scene wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. Just protecting yourself from a losing streak was already exhausting. Plus, he didn't have the energy to study new systems. Besides, he hadn't seen Leo Akiba in ages. As a pro-duelist backed by the Fusion Army, Max had reaped their resources and had no right to challenge the current state. He came today just to help escort the Tyler sisters and maybe find Aster Phoenix. His original mission from Professor Akiba was to bring Aster Phoenix directly to the Fusion Army. Yet, things clearly didn't go as planned. It was odd. The professor had said he only needed to escort him away, so why had it turned into this mess? Max tried to speak with Aster again, but the latter coughed twice and said he came to visit after hearing there was a strong fusion club. Then, when he saw that Max didn't use any fusion monsters, he was clearly at a loss. What a shame. Max knew then and there that his mission had failed. He had no right to force Aster, since in the pro world, Aster was someone Max had to look up to. And just from looking at him, Max could tell, this wasn't hesitation, Aster had already made up his mind. Sigh. Should have brought a fusion deck. Oh, right. Here, take this. Non-fusion area. Senpai, I'm not going to use this card. Hikaru frowned as he saw the card. Take it as a token of respect from a senior. Who knows, maybe you'll need it someday. Max shoved the card into Hikaru's hand. Ah. Hikaru looked at it, unsure when he'd ever use it, but since it had the word fusion on it, he figured it couldn't hurt to hold on to it. Amaki Hikaru, you're quite interesting. Gloria walked over with the rest of the fusion army, fixing her gaze on him. After watching your duel, both my sister and I are quite excited. Seeing the steel-hearted sisters approach, without arrogance or dismissal, Hikaru couldn't read their intentions. He probed cautiously, and you are? Gloria Tyler. Grace Tyler. The strongest fusion duelist tag team. No one can stand before us. They said in unison confidently, no, with arrogance. What? A tag duel team? Count me in. Jaden shouted as soon as he heard the words. There was no way he'd let Hikaru face a tag match alone. I. Bastion opened his mouth. Ha ha ha. No way we're letting you take this one, Jaden. Let me handle it. Chaz pulled out his deck. I just upgraded mine, been looking for a worthy test. So, Bastion tried to interject again, but the Tyler sisters were already shaking their heads. We're just here to say hello today. Gloria pointed behind her with her thumb. We're students from Duel Academy's American branch, the Fusion Army. This was just a tour. Next term, we'll be transferring here. And then, there'll be plenty of chances, Grace added with a serene smile. When the time comes, we look forward to seeing how well you live up to the title of Fusion Duelists. With one sister laughing heartily and the other softly, they turned and left. Max followed, less like a leader and more like their escort. Shino, next time something like this happens, my advice is to jump in early to claim a spot, Hikaru said to Bastion. Just like I did back when we fought the vampires. A vein popped on Bastion's forehead as he clenched a fist. Haha, yeah, Rex, your presence really is forgettable, Chaz teased casually. Transfer students from the branch campus. Jaden's mind was already running. This next term's gonna be awesome. So, in the end. Hikaru looked at Aster. So, Aster. Yes. Aster picked up his bag decisively. That was an eye-opening duel. I think I will revisit the Fusion Club during the new term, Senpai. Well then, I'll take my leave. He smiled politely. Yes. We've got a new freshman joining our club. Jaden cheered. And it's another hero user. Awesome. We'll get to have tons of the same type duels now. Another hero user. Hikaru watched Aster's departing figure. The first arc of the canon Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was just a warm-up. So, with Aster's arrival, the real game begins. A world-ending scenario is about to unfold. Light destruction. Hikaru silently mouthed the words, mind heavy with foreboding. Chapter 137, Endorsement. Aster, what happened on the island? In a pure white room, Sartorius gently shuffled a deck of cards. Seeing Aster return, he spoke up. It's a bit complicated. Let me explain. Choosing his words carefully, Aster relayed everything, from the moment he set foot on the island to all that followed. Such a thing happened, huh? Sartorius's smile never wavered. Perhaps, that too was destiny guiding you, Aster. Destiny? Aster pulled out his deck, staring at the monster names printed across it. That glaring, Destiny Hero, label made his thoughts waver. Then, Sartorius, what is this destiny guiding me toward? Sartorius gently spread the cards across the table. Aster stepped up and drew one, flipping it over. The sun. Sartorius frowned. Upright Sunday. Isn't that card beneficial regardless of orientation? Aster recognized it and looked to Sartorius. He nodded softly. The sun represents light and hope. Light. Light. And with that, Aster understood Sartorius' hesitation. Had it been before, Sartorius would have been worried. This card wasn't necessarily a good omen, it could mean the force of destruction within him was growing stronger and hungrier to consume his body. However, today, Aster had encountered someone, Amaki Hikaru. What did this light truly signify now? Even they couldn't say. Anyway, Aster, it seems you were satisfied with your trip to the Academy Island? Aster nodded. That's good. Don't worry. Sartorius drew a card. It shimmered with radiant light, yet when it reflected in his eyes, it seemed cloaked in thick black mist. As for Leo Akuba, you don't need to concern yourself. I'll take care of it. After all, I am your manager. Heh, whatever you say. Aster smiled and packed away his deck. He still had to head to the next city to continue chasing clues about the man who murdered his father. Back at Duel Academy, inside the Fusion Club. Hikaru slapped a few photos onto the club's blackboard and declared, putting everything together, Aster Phoenix is the legendary Phoenix Man. Ooh. Jaden was too hyped to form real words. How did you come to that conclusion? Bastion was still confused. Yeah, really? Chaz frowned in disapproval. Sure, Aster does travel the world dueling, and Phoenix Man rumors do pop up where he appears. Still, there are also sightings in places where he didn't go, and vice versa. With such flimsy evidence, Hikaru, this sounds like pure speculation. Most of all, he's a famous, undefeated pro-duelist. Why would someone like that go after petty crooks and small-time thugs? It makes no sense. As the group's designated detective, Chaz didn't buy the theory even though his instincts told him Hikaru was probably right, the logic simply didn't add up. After Aster left, Hikaru and the others returned to the Fusion Club. Seeing everyone idle, Hikaru brought up an urban legend, Phoenix Man. According to the stories, Phoenix Man was a hero who traveled the world, catching criminals. Said to arrive amid fiery effects, he was a favorite among hero buffs and lovers of strange tales. Jaden had heard the legend, though never thought to link it to someone as public as Aster Phoenix. More importantly, what about motive? Bastion looked upward, deep in thought. What would drive Aster Phoenix to do this? A strong sense of justice. Jaden shouted. Maybe something from his family history. Hikaru stroked his chin, feigning uncertainty. Of course, he knew. In both the GX anime and manga, young or older, Aster always shared one trait, a father who died under mysterious circumstances. It sounded like a grim joke, and maybe it was. Considering how elemental hero archetypes were likely based on Marvel, their opposite, dark, destructive, brooding characters leaned more towards DC. Perhaps Aster was built as a Batman type. In the anime, someone invaded Aster's home as a child, killed his father, and stole a rare card. What his father left him was the unreleased Hero D series. Ever since, Aster styled himself as a Dark Avenger, punishing card thieves while hunting his father's killer. This stood in contrast to Jaden, who simply loved heroes for what they were. But in this world, things were more complicated, dimensional development had started much earlier. Hikaru had no idea why this world's Aster might still act as Phoenix Man in secret. News. Big news. Atticus burst into the club room mid-conversation, holding up a videotape. Zane's debut pro match results are out. What? No live stream for Kaiser's first match? Chaz grumbled. Well, he hasn't technically graduated yet. Even if he's high profile, not many would watch, Bastion said. Oh. So, after Hikaru, is it now Kaiser versus a pro? Let's go. Play it. Jaden was fired up. Atticus blinked at the mention of Hikaru versus a pro but shrugged it off and loaded the tape. The footage was a little blurry, though watchable. After watching for a while, everyone sighed in relief. Zane Truesdale, professional debut, victory. As expected of Kaiser, Chaz had been secretly nervous. Watching the whole duel finally relaxed him. Kaiser really is amazing. Even though Hikaru had beaten a pro today, that was a one-off. Until they saw Zane win, Jaden had been nervous. By the way, did anyone talk to outside companies today? Atticus asked with a grin. It's only a week-long exchange event, but it's better than nothing. Nope. Me neither. Jaden and Bastion both looked down, disappointed. As for me, Chaz pulled a stack of business cards from his pocket. I got this many. What? Lightning. Did you pay them? Jaden shouted. Heh, Big Bro's a superstar. The moment they heard his name, they swarmed him. Ojama Yellow floated in and chimed. Everyone turned toward him, and the pieces fell into place. So shady, lightning. Jaden banged the desk. Too shady. Twice. Shut it, you pest. Chaz shooed Ojama Yellow away and shouted, this is necessary. I'm going to be the next president of the Princeton group. Whoa, Chaz, you actually have goals. Atticus said, impressed. So, Hikaru, how about you? Well. Hikaru scratched his cheek awkwardly, while Tierra floated over with a mischievous grin, threatening to spill. Actually, I signed a short-term contract with a ramen company. What? You're already a brand ambassador. But we're still students. Even students outside the club rushed over at the commotion. What? The club president got a sponsor. Hikaru's only a freshman and already got a deal. Even Kaiser didn't do that. Hikaru grew more flustered, trying to explain. It's just a short-term deal, and I still have to duel one of their appointed duelists. If the flavor I create isn't good, they won't accept it. Plus, I need approval from Professor Magitek, and I'll have to visit the Spellcaster village. If he refuses, the whole thing's off. Regardless, his classmates had already started cheering. None of them were thinking that far ahead. After all, in their eyes, Hikaru never loses. Jaden looked to the sky and dreamed aloud, I wonder if there'll be shrimp tempura flavor. I'd love that. That means we'll have endless ramen and can spend all our money on card packs. Joining the Fusion Club is the best decision of my life. I'll even get my brother to join. Hold up, your intentions are too obvious. Your brother has to like Fusion at least. He will like it. Hikaru won't let you through with that. As his classmates erupted in chatter, Hikaru tilted his head, thinking. Now that he considered it, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Always eating curry was getting a bit dull, having ramen once in a while might actually be nice. Plus, it meant more budget for materials and cards. Maybe he could even upgrade his battle gear like Aster. With that thought, Hikaru stopped resisting the idea of partnering with the ramen company. Chapter 138, The Mountain. Huff. Huff. Hikaru took deep breaths. He was standing in a fairly lush jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees and various treehouses. Around these structures bustled peculiar lifeforms in strange garb, some in full wizard robes, others in sci-fi tech gear. Despite their wildly different outfits, they mingled harmoniously with no sense of discord. Lord Amaki, are you feeling any discomfort or unease? Captain Crystal stood before Hikaru, seemingly having waited for some time. Upon seeing Hikaru arrive, he asked. Don't worry, I already checked everything. Tierra floated beside them, glancing around. Despite her assurance, Hikaru still gave himself a once-over. After confirming he was in one piece, he bounced lightly on his toes to test his energy. Seems fine. Hikaru said, stretching out his body. He looked up at the symbol behind him, a green sigil, unlike the usual dark-dimensional gates, the very portal that he had arrived through in this world. Naturally, Hikaru was now in the place he'd visited once before, the village of spellcasters. After building his own dimensional gate, Hikaru first had Captain Crystal teleport over, using the Emerald Book to maintain communication and confirm his safety. After a few successful tests, he began human transmission. Throughout the process, the Philosopher's Stone ensured Captain Crystal could be forcibly pulled back, otherwise, Hikaru wouldn't have risked a spirit-body experiment. Thankfully, Professor Banner's guidebook, an idiot-proof dimensional gate blueprint, proved easy and reliable. As long as the process was followed correctly, everything worked fine. Compared to the school's limited-use gates, building and managing his own meant greater autonomy. Given Hikaru's high spirit compatibility, he could now handle a couple of dimensional trips a month harmlessly, letting him travel to other dimensions outside of Academy-sanctioned use. Now that the gate was complete, he could do this every month. If his compatibility improved or Tierra regained more components, his monthly limit might increase. Of course, the latter wasn't easy since Hikaru lacked the rare materials Tierra needed. Just creating Permise last time had cost him a rare Kybercorp card, Gen X controller. Until he acquired more base materials, restoring Tierra was on hold. Hikaru found the magical scientist, who was busy with a large experiment. Only after it ended did Hikaru get to explain recent events. Surprisingly, the magical scientist was fully supportive of Hikaru's plan to co-invest ramen tech with his instant fusion cup ramen. All he wanted was regular updates on product sales. Of course, Hikaru wouldn't freeload. He signed a contract allowing mutual access via the Emerald Book, syncing the scientist's computer to the human world and sharing half the profits. While many spirits had no use for human currency, the magical scientist had an interest in buying tools and samples from that world. So he agreed without reluctance. More importantly, Hikaru had come to this dimension for one major reason. A card trade with the magical scientist. While last time, he hadn't had the chance, this time, Hikaru brought excess cards like Fusion Substitute, Metal Foes Fusion, and Gemnite Fusion to trade. The scientist was eager to study them and, in return, opened his binder for Hikaru to pick missing fusion monsters. After the fusion of his card Galaxy Serpent into Armityle the Chaos Phantasm, some of his cards had become linked to the Dark, Hex-Sealed Fusion and others to fusion monsters like Sea Monster of Theseus. While searching through the binder, Hikaru finally found a copy of the fusion monster Dark Fiend Skull Dragon, useful as instant fusion material or for situational plays. Its effect restricting flip summons wasn't bad either. Hikaru then brought up something he hadn't had the chance to ask before: how exactly did the spirit world break? As a high-ranking spirit, the magical scientist frowned and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to tell you," he said helplessly. "Though I have some standing in the village of spellcasters, back when it happened, I was deep in research and missed the whole phenomenon. After that, the three sages investigated it directly. Even so, each of them encountered strange events. Crowley even went berserk and nearly became a monster, if not for a passing alchemist who saved him. So that was it." Hikaru now had a better idea of how Professor Banner met Alistair. Since then, the collapse of the spirit world became taboo among magicians. Besides, with their ability to travel across dimensions, life went on mostly unchanged. Few had the motivation to uncover those secrets. "I see." Hikaru nodded. After seeing Aster and thinking about the light of destruction, he remembered what Vampire Fräulein once said, that the spirit world was now fully fractured into scattered microdimensions. He'd already suspected Yubel might be behind it. After all, in canon, she caused massive disruption just trying to find Jaden. In this world, she hadn't been launched into space, instead ended up in another dimension. Her causing trouble there was entirely plausible. So Hikaru planned to ask high-ranked spirits about it. In the end, no one knew anything. It looked like he would need to explore the spirit world himself. He remembered the first puzzle Professor Banner had left him, coordinates of the mountain. No additional clues. No poetic hints. Just the mountain. A place where dragons, winged beasts, and thunder monsters gather. Chapter 139, Message from the Spellbooks. Having finished his exchange with the magical scientist, Hikaru was ready to leave. Although being able to travel between dimensions twice a month was an incredible privilege for a student like him, his spirit compatibility was still low, so even with Tierra's support, he was only at 6-star rank, and staying too long would affect his next trip. Plus, the magical scientist hadn't prepared any new endgame puzzles, so Hikaru wasn't planning to stick around. He would rest a few days, then use R.A. Yellow's dimensional gate to check out the mountain. If the village of spellcasters was home to spellcaster-type spirits, then the mountain might attract winged beast, dragon, and thunder spirits. It wasn't Dragon Ravine, still, since it was a field spell linked to those tribes, maybe he'd encounter some ancient spirits. With that in mind, Hikaru wasted no time. After agreeing to return in 2 months to challenge the scientist's new puzzle, he prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to exit the dimension, Tierra glanced back and warned him, "Hikaru, don't rush back yet." "What is it?" "A spirit is coming to see you." "Wait, seriously?" Hikaru was surprised. In the village of spellcasters, dueling spirits usually required formal applications. He hadn't expected anyone to seek him out. That said, when he turned around and saw who it was, he realized, oh. A spellcaster-type spirit in a blue robe and mage hat, panting and holding a glowing spellbook. At first glance, it wasn't obvious. Once recalled, Hikaru recognized the figure. Spellbook Magician of Prophecy. A once meta-defining monster in the Spellbook series, a powerful low-level card that could fetch any Spellbook spell card. Even in the timeline before Hikaru transmigrated, people still used this card to search things like Spellbook of Knowledge or Pot of Greed-like combos. In a nutshell, a deck-thinning expert. Still, with no connection to fusion, it was definitely not a volunteer ally, no such luck. Phew, so undertrained, the magician puffed, fanning himself. "Hello," Hikaru greeted. "Were you looking for me?" Assuming it was just a random encounter, he stayed polite. "Ah, yes, close call." The magician straightened his robe, coughed, and looked up. "You must be the fusion summoner from another dimension, heir to the peerless alchemist, Amaki Hikaru, correct?" Why yeah." Hikaru flinched at the title. That was embarrassingly grandiose. Excellent. The magician flipped through his spellbook. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am a magician of the Grand Spellbook Tower, Spellbook Magician of Prophecy." Though Hikaru already knew, he nodded anyway. "Our academy is devoted to spreading spellbooks so that all mages—" no, not that one." He flipped a page. "Right, here we go. Lord Crowley sent us to find you. We heard you were in the village of spellcasters, and I was dispatched to deliver his message." "Crowley?" Tierra tilted her head. "Didn't Injection Fairy Lily mention Alistair was also called Crowley?" "Indeed. Crowley is Alistair, and Alistair is Crowley," the magician confirmed cheerfully. "Wait, you came because of Professor Banner?" The magician nodded. "Yes. Lord Crowley wanted me to inform you, your teacher has successfully reached the realm of the spellcasters. You've been to the warrior's realm, yes? Then you know it's the closest realm to the underworld, guarded by Pharaoh's keepers." Hikaru let out a breath of relief. That duel with Professor Banner had been rough. He hadn't used the Philosopher's Stone, and had even attacked Hikaru's friends. Even so, Hikaru understood, he just wanted to test their growth. If Banner had been possessed by Yubel, the light of destruction, or darkness and fought them for real, Hikaru wouldn't have taken it lightly. He wouldn't just sit and lose, but it would have hurt to fight for real. "So what now?" he asked. "Reincarnated," the magician said, stroking his chin. "I haven't visited the realm myself, so I can't say for sure. But per Lord Crowley's message, your teacher will become a top-tier spellcaster." That wasn't explained in detail, but Hikaru understood. If Crowley said that, then it had to be a 10-star or stronger magician. Maybe even 12-star. Not that the spellbook magician dared say that out loud. Hikaru was overwhelmed for a moment. His teacher was reincarnated as a powerful spirit, no longer at risk of corruption. That alone was worth celebrating. And the higher ranked the spirit, the more memories it retained, right? Like Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, who ultimately remembered being Mahad and Mana. He'd tell the others back at school, it would ease their minds. Was that all? Hikaru asked. Oh, one more thing. The magician pulled a card from his book and handed it over, a spell card inscribed with strange glyphs. What is this? Spellbook Tower's coordinates. The magician shook his head. That's already recorded in your Emerald Book. We wouldn't dare give them out prematurely. Fair enough. This is our Academy's certification card. If you ever want to challenge a mage, show this at the Exchange Guild. He pointed toward a building in the distance. This will grant you access. Whoa. Hikaru was thrilled and a little regretful. Thrilled because now he could duel rare spellcaster spirits, regretful because aside from wanting to fight Alistair, he didn't need much else. He already had Dark Magician from the Fusion Army. Alistair had said they'd only duel again once Hikaru found the realm of the spellcasters. He clearly wanted to stay by Banner's side. Still, better to have it than not. If he ever got cards like Endymion the Mighty Master of Magic or Gravekeeper's Supernaturalist, he could always come back. For now, though, he needed to rest back in the human world. And go tour that ramen company. Chapter 140, The Legendary Duelist. The company interested in signing a contract with Hikaru was a ramen company named Funlo. In scale, it was tiny, barely making a dent on the global market, but precisely because of its size, it was willing to meet Hikaru's demands. After all, Hikaru's proposal was a new recipe, already branded as instant fusion cup noodles. A technical investment like this was not something they had prepared for prior to visiting Duel Academy. Who would expect a dueling-focused academy to produce something like this? Hikaru felt they were too naive. In this world, a duelist was synonymous with elite and genius. He was confident that their R.A. Yellow's Professor Sartor, the curry demon himself, could create curry they'd never even dreamed of. Anyhow, once they heard that Hikaru had acquired the recipe from another dimension, their attitude shifted. On one hand, Hikaru, though still a student, had literally participated in world-class duels, and had become the first in recent years to defeat a cross-dimensional duelist. His fame, for the time being, was significant. On the other hand, the other dimension was the new gold rush. A recipe from there, obtained from a duel spirit. As long as it wasn't inedible, it was guaranteed to attract attention. Finally, there was a bit of prestige involved. Hikaru was only a freshman, yet he'd already dueled on a global stage, while Zane Truesdale had just claimed his first win in the pro circuit. Undoubtedly, Duel Academy's students were worth investing in. Plus, if it were for someone like Hikaru, who had gone viral for saying, "Fusion is the noblest summoning method," found future success, the company could boast they recognized his potential first. One afternoon, after getting Professor Growler's signed permit, Hikaru took a boat to Funlo's Southern Island factory, there to tour the facility and test his flavor prototype to see if it was actually edible. While Hikaru was being shown around, a loud argument erupted from the other side of the factory. Wasn't it agreed that I would be the face of the brand? Who the hell is this random kid? Ah, so sorry, Hikaru, the woman escorting him said with an awkward smile. That's one of our promotional duelists. We plan to invite him tomorrow to meet you. Didn't expect he'd show up unannounced. This way, please. But it was too late. Staff failed to restrain the man, and he came storming over. Hikaru blinked. The man looked familiar. His red cap, scruffy hair, and green coat over a yellow shirt tugged at some distant memory. Ah. Mr. Rex, you're here today, the woman tried to ease the tension. Your presence truly honors our humble factory. Cut the crap. We agreed I'd be the lead spokesperson. What's going on here? Mr. Rex, yes, that was the plan. That said, our company needs to grow, and this doesn't mean we're canceling your contract. Hikaru finally recognized him. Rex Raptor. A character from the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, known for his dinosaur deck, and also for one very unfortunate stat, never winning. In the manga, Rex was humble even in defeat, warning Joey Wheeler to be cautious of psychic powers after losing to Esperoba. Despite constantly getting duped by Weevil Underwood, he still considered him a friend. All in all, he was a straight shooter who knew how to lose with grace. Hikaru vaguely remembered that near the end of the series, Rex was living on the streets in pretty dire straits. While Rex was arguing with the staff, another explained things to Hikaru. Turns out, when Feng Lo was starting out, they lacked a duelist face for the brand and were mocked for it. Therefore, their promotional campaigns flopped until they partnered with a then-struggling Rex Raptor. Despite his poor rep, Rex was still a legendary duelist. A legendary duelist? Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Then again, the Paradox brothers only dueled Yugi and Joey once and were called legends, while Rex had dueled Joey multiple times and even held the Red Ice Black Dragon at one point, so it wasn't too much of a stretch. He only got wrecked because he always fought top duelists. Against weaker foes or pros, he probably performed decently. Hikaru asked a few questions and learned that ever since Rex began endorsing Feng Lo's products, his win rate had improved. He also took his image seriously now, cut ties with Weevil, and lived a disciplined life, occasionally helping Weevil find work but keeping his distance otherwise. After thinking it over, Hikaru concluded. Rex Raptor had done nothing to deserve being sidelined. In that case, I think Rex Senpai is right. Ha. Ha. Kid. Rex stopped mid-rant and turned to face him. Hikaru cleared his throat. It's simple. If you're willing to dump a decade-long contract just because I'm currently more popular or came from another dimension, what's to stop you from buying me out in the future for someone even shinier? Why should I accept that risk? We'd never do that, Hikaru, the staff panicked. We never said we were ending Mr. Raptor's contract. Didn't we say we'd talk terms tomorrow? Everyone rushed to explain how long the contract was, how it had never changed, how much they valued Rex, and so on. Eventually, even Rex began to cool down. He had gotten worked up fast. After years of homelessness, he had a new outlook. Thanks to Feng Lo, he got his life back. Losing this role might not put him back on the street, nonetheless, it scared him. And when he saw that the rising star in front of him was that Amaki Hikaru, who defeated an interdimensional duelist, he panicked even more. He never expected Hikaru to defend him. For someone who had nothing but the title of legendary duelist, that support meant everything. Despite that, one matter still remained. This company was his new home. Oi, kid, Rex called out. Yes, Rex Senpai. Hikaru replied respectfully. Let's duel. He raised his arm, and his old-school dual disc clunked into action. Hikaru didn't hesitate, he put down his backpack and strapped on his own dual disc. Mr. Raptor, Hikaru. No need to duel now, seriously. We really just want you both on board. The staff started panicking again. Quiet, Rex smirked. Let duelists speak with duels. When it ends, the answer will be clear. Kid, you feel the same, right? An honor to duel a legendary duelist. Then. Duel. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000. Rex Raptor, LP, 4000. Chapter 141, Rex Raptor's Roar. A group of staff members cleared out a space, while a few others hurriedly called the president. They had no idea how it happened, but somehow the duel had just begun. At first, the plan was to have another duelist from the company duel Hikaru, and as long as the result wasn't too outrageous, the matter would be settled. Still, Rex Raptor was a different story. Even if he wasn't particularly outstanding among the legendary duelists, he was still a legendary duelist, in every sense. Back when their company first started developing, Rex Raptor was practically invincible. Even when facing duelists with decks specifically tailored against him, Rex could still usually pull off a win. Simply put, as long as the opponent wasn't cheating, Rex was solid. So, having a student suddenly duel someone like him? That was ridiculous. Bunch of worrywarts, Rex Raptor muttered, half slouching with hands in his pockets, looking bored. A real duelist, from the moment they become a duelist, has no age difference. If you're strong enough, even a beginner can beat a veteran. A compelling point. After all, Rex had once been taught that very lesson by the almost complete novice Joey Wheeler during Duelist Kingdom, through a coin toss and some dice. "Kid, you go first." He pulled his hands out of his pockets, shot a glance at the staff, then looked at Hikaru. "Oh ho, this legendary duelist is pretty confident, huh?" Tierra appeared beside Hikaru with a grin, eager to chime in and critique as the duel played out. After so much time studying dueling, Tierra understood very well, going first was a definite advantage. And yet Rex Raptor had given up the first move instead of rushing to take it like members of the fusion army from Duel Academy usually did. That meant he either underestimated Hikaru or had great confidence in himself. She was clearly trying to imply that Rex was looking down on Hikaru. Just stirring the pot. Hikaru didn't reply to her and instead promptly revealed a monster, I normal summon Ancient Gear Hunting Hound. Arf. The mechanical hound appeared on the field, growling. Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, Level 3 Earth Machine 1000 ATK. When this card is normal summoned, it inflicts 600 points of damage to the opponent. The hound howled again, causing Rex Raptor to wince slightly. Rex Raptor, LP, 3400. A monster card, huh? Rex stared at the creature, pondering. So that monster. Exactly. Just as you thought. Once per turn, during my main phase, I can use Ancient Gear Hunting Hound's effect to fusion summon an Ancient Gear fusion monster using monsters from my hand or field as materials. The fusion requirement is 2 Ancient Gear monsters. I fuse the on-field Ancient Gear Hunting Hound with Ancient Gear Knight from my hand to fusion summon. Roaring with fury, Ancient Gear Howitzer. The cannon-laden machine descended thunderously from the sky. Ancient Gear Howitzer, Level 8 Earth Machine 1800 Def. Its effect, once per turn, during my main phase, it inflicts 1000 damage to the opponent. The howitzer raised its barrel, gathered energy, and blasted Rex Raptor. He raised an arm to shield himself from the energy surge, unfazed. From that aura alone, he really did deserve the title of Legendary Duelist. Rex Raptor, LP, 3400 2400. That ends my turn. No way, not only did he summon a fusion monster, but he dealt 1600 damage to Mr. Rex. That's more than a regular monster's direct attack. Incredible. At this rate, if that monster activates its effect 3 times, he wins. As the duel escalated, some regular employees uninvolved in today's tour also gathered around, shouting in awe. Heh. Hearing their chatter, Rex Raptor actually smiled. Maybe to him, only when dueling on the field and fighting tooth and nail did life not feel so pathetic. Not a bad first turn. You dealt damage and set up a shield, but if you think that's enough for an easy win, think again. Rex said casually as he drew a card. My turn. I activate the normal spell, Graceful Charity. Whoa, a banned card. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Compared to Pot of Greed, drawing 2 cards, Graceful Charity drew 3 and discarded 2. At first glance, the hand size stayed the same, while in reality, it enabled major deck thinning and graveyard setup. Even in this world, Hikaru had only seen it in Professor Growler's deck, truly a super rare card. Draw 3, discard 2, I discard 2-headed King Rex and Superconductor Tyranno. Next, I normal summon Armored Lizard. A classic monster appeared on his field. Armored Lizard, Level 4 Earth Reptile 1500 ATK. A normal monster with only 1500 attack. Yeah, that attack can't even pierce defense. Why, though? Rex chuckled, glancing at his hand. A duel needs setup, climax, and twist. That's what makes it exciting, that's what gets the crowd going, that's how more people fall in love with it. I activate the spell card, Ultra Evolution Pill. Tribute one reptile from my field to special summon a dinosaur from my hand. I special summon Super Ancient Dino Beast from my hand. A massive dinosaur with silver blue fur, tiny wings, and laser breath roared onto the field. Super Ancient Dino Beast, Level 8 Earth Dinosaur 2700 ATK. Whoa! He just summoned a monster with 2700 attack. Then again, why not keep the Superconductor Tyranno from earlier? It has higher attack, right? I'm not done yet. I activate Monster Reborn. Rex ignored the crowd's gasps as he played another spell card. Revive Superconductor Tyranno from my graveyard. Fight for me, my dinosaurs. Lightning flashed as a massive mechanical T-Rex covered in armor descended. Superconductor Tyranno, Level 8 Light Dinosaur 3300 ATK. And it's not over. Super Ancient Dino Beast's effect activates. While it's on the field, if I special summon a dinosaur from the graveyard, I draw a card. Draw, heh heh heh. He glanced at the card and tucked it into his hand. Battle Phase. Chapter 142, This Strong. If this attack lands, that duelist over there will be left with just 700 life points. As expected of our company's symbol, a legendary duelist. Even losing a bit of life points in the first turn is nothing to worry about. Amazing, Mr. Rex. The clueless onlookers began to cheer for Rex Raptor. Hang in there, kid. A few others, unaware of who Hikaru was, just cheered for him out of goodwill. Super Ancient Dino Beast, Attack Ancient Gear Howitzer. The silver-blue dinosaur moved forward, clamping its claw on the mechanical monster before tearing into it with a massive bite, reducing it to scrap. Then next, Direct ATT. Hold on. Now, Ancient Gear Howitzer's effect activates. Hikaru shouted. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, I can special summon one Ancient Gear monster from my deck, ignoring summoning conditions. I special summon Ancient Gear Golem in defense position from my deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. Ancient Gear Golem, Level 8 Earth Machine 3000 Def. Oh. Rex paused slightly, then smiled. Whoa, 3000 defense. Not even Blue Eyes White Dragon can break through that. And it was summoned just like that. Still, even with 3000 defense, it still can't stop Superconductor Tyranno. That's right. That's our pride and joy, Mr. Rex. Rex laughed in response to the crowd and yelled, Battle. Superconductor Tyranno, crush that tin can. Even though Tyranno itself was part machine, he still roared to the command. The massive dinosaur charged and demolished the golem. I set one card and end my turn. With a swift movement, he set a card and concluded his turn. He's kind of impressive, Tierra commented with mild surprise. I thought all those so-called legends and pros were just hype. Hikaru drew a card and pondered his next move, while Tierra tilted her head again and added, now that I get a better look. Hikaru, the guy in front of you, doesn't seem normal. Not normal. Hikaru finally responded, lowering his voice. What do you mean? He looks like a regular human to me. But he's anything but regular, if anything, he's a disaster. Tierra carefully chose her words. Hikaru, his spirit compatibility might be in the negatives. What do you mean? Hikaru looked at his hand, thinking aloud. Spirit compatibility, as per Kaiba standard, measures how well a human can endure duels with spirit-empowered monsters without dying from life point loss. You're a 5-star. Even if you lose 4000 LP in a duel with a 5-star duel spirit, unless it's a shadow duel, you won't die. Meanwhile, that guy's compatibility is negative. She tilted her head. Even the average human should be at least 1 star, yet this one's like, drained. Not normal at all. I see. That clears things up. Looked like this world had already gone through the Doma incident. Makes sense. After all, if Dark Magician Girl handed him a Dragon Knight version of herself, they must have been through it. In the original anime, Doma was a storyline involving an ancient being named Darts using the power of orichalcos. The 3 dragons sought a duelist to help defeat him. During that arc, Rex Raptor was betrayed by his buddy Weevil Underwood and joined Doma, receiving powerful cards and the seal of orichalcos. He lost to Joey and got sealed into the orichalcos, used as fuel until Yugi Muto defeated Darts and freed everyone. So this world did go through that. Since Hikaru wasn't sure about Seto Kaiba's state in this world, he had assumed this was the movie version of Kaiba, however, now, maybe not. Hikaru glanced at his hand. The monsters on the field were a little too strong. Their attack points were too high. Even though they didn't have protection effects, with 2,700 and even 3,300 ATK monsters present, they weren't easy to deal with. First off, that super ancient Dino Beast had to go. The more revival cards Rex used, the fewer resources he'd lose. That couldn't be allowed. In that case, I discard Thunder Dragon from my hand to activate its effect, adding another Thunder Dragon from my deck to hand. Then I activate the effect again to add a second one. What a weird move. Yeah, Thunder Dragon can just add 2 copies at once, can't it? Maybe he's rattled by Mr. Rex and messing up. Rex Raptor stared at Hikaru, eyes sharp. He remembered this combo. Then, I activate the spell card, Thunder Dragon Fusion. I return 2 Thunder Dragons from my graveyard to the deck to fusion summon a Thunder Fusion monster. I fusion summon, Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, level 7 Light Thunder 2800 ATK. Whoa, so that's what he was doing. Wait, this technique, it looks familiar. Isn't he that guy? The student who dueled a cross-dimensional duelist on that live stream. That's Amaki Hikaru, the Fusion Hermit. Fusion Hermit. Fusion Hermit, Amaki Hikaru. Ha. Tierra burst into laughter. Not only did he conserve resources, he pulled off a fusion, too. Clean execution. But if he thinks putting up a wall will help him survive, he's mistaken. Mistaken, Tierra glanced at Hikaru's hand. Hey, Hikaru, use that next turn and pound that guy. Not sure it'll work, Hikaru replied, doubtful. Battle. Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, attack Super Ancient Dino Beast. The bizarre twin-headed dragon charged the winged dinosaur. The latter fired a laser in defense, but didn't expect the monster to have 2 heads. One snapped down and bit its body to pieces. Rex Raptor, LP, 2400-2300. I discard a Thunder Dragon from my hand to add the 2 returned copies back to hand. Then I set 1 card and end my turn. Man, this is intense. Monsters over 2500 ATK just keep showing up. So exciting. It's even better than watching it on TV. Seeing it up close is such a thrill. So, why is Amaki Hikaru even here anyway? Some staff overheard and tried to defuse the crowd, but Rex Raptor had already picked up on it. He laughed loudly and proclaimed. Isn't it obvious? We're about to welcome a new duelist, a powerful one who champions fusion. Kid, don't think it's over. The duel's only just begun. My turn. Draw. I activate the normal spell, Double Evolution Pill. I banish 1 dinosaur monster and 1 non-dinosaur from my hand or graveyard to special summon a level 7 or higher dinosaur from hand or deck, ignoring summoning conditions. Tierra exclaimed. Whoa! The crowd gasped. Even Hikaru was stunned. Rex Raptor, was this strong? I banished Jurak Brachus from my hand and armored lizard from the graveyard. Behold the mighty power of dinosaurs. My pride, my newest ultra-rare card. Ha ha ha. I special summon, Jurak Titano. Boom. Rex roared with all his might, and the air suddenly turned scorching. The already warm temperature spiked to near unbearable levels, warping the air itself as a dinosaur with sharp fangs, blazing skin like magma, and bristling spikes bellowed onto the field. Jurak Titano, Level 9 Fiery Dinosaur 3000 ATK Chapter 143, Necrofusion. That dinosaur looks really familiar. Tierra crossed her arms and stared intently at the creature. Nope, can't remember. Probably some small fry. Seriously? Hikaru was speechless. Jurak Titano was basically the chieftain of the Jurak forces on the DT planet. In the card lore, the Juraks were native to the DT world and deeply xenophobic. One day, insectoid aliens invaded, and their chaos awakened the fabled. Those lunatic gods broke free and stirred up havoc across the land. When the fabled began provoking the Juraks and attacking their kin, the Juraks had had enough. They gathered power, ascended into space, and hurled themselves down like meteor beasts, wiping out all enemies within their territory, and incidentally, themselves. So the deck's later support naturally reflected their all-out style. They'd been extinct before Tierra's resurrection, so it was no surprise she couldn't remember them. Still, as long as it was just Titano and not Superconductor Tyranno, it should be fine, not that Hikaru feared even that. I activate the quick play spell, Card Destruction. Both players discard their entire and draw the same number of cards, discard 2 cards, then draw 2. I discard Jurak Velo and Dark Triceratops. Hikaru discarded 2 Thunder Dragons he'd retrieved the previous turn and drew 2 new cards. Oh. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Now I activate Jurak Titano's effect. Once per turn, I can banish a Jurak monster with 1700 or less attack from my graveyard to boost Titano's ATK by 1000 until the end of the turn. I banish the just sent Jurak Velo to boost its attack. Jurak Titano, ATK, 3000 4000. 4000 ATK. My god, that's way beyond Blue Eyes White Dragon. Mr. Rex is incredible. What can Hikaru even do now? Some began to doubt. Isn't that guy a fusion duelist? What can he possibly do in this situation? Staff members began shouting, Mr. Rex, please wait. This wasn't the intended match. Rex Raptor wasn't who they'd planned. Hey, kid, you hear that? What? Those people who don't believe in you. Their doubts, their scorn. Doesn't matter. What matters is what you think, senpai. Ha. You've got guts, but if Titano attacks directly, you lose. Then bring it, senpai. Fine, battle phase. Superconductor Tyranno, attack twin-headed Thunder Dragon. The mechanical dinosaur surged forward, biting down and draining the lightning dragon's power. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 4000 3500. And now, this is the end. Titano, attack directly. Jurak Impact. With that roar, Titano leapt skyward, hovering shortly before targeting Hikaru and crashing down. In that moment, everyone watching had different thoughts. The staff escorting Hikaru panicked. The executives who'd just arrived with future plans stunned. Countless employees and bystanders electrified. A 4000 ATK direct attack. If it landed, it would be epic. Everyone thought Hikaru was finished. Everyone. Except the duelist himself. Senpai, I activate my face down. Trap card, Necrofusion. A purple trap flipped open, revealing its glow. What is that card? A fusion. Trap card? Fusion with a trap. What's it do? Rex adjusted his cap, curious. This card lets me fusion summon using monsters in the graveyard, banished face down. Graveyard fusion, huh? Fitting for a necro card, Rex nodded. Fusion again. Of course it's Hikaru. The staff collectively wiped sweat off their brows. Maybe they could survive the turn. I banish Ancient Gear Golem, Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, and Ancient Gear Howitzer face down to fusion summon. The ultimate technological weapon, descend. He raised his fists, then slammed them forward. Fusion summon, become my Iron Fist, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. A barrage of metal parts assembled into a titanic robot, its crimson eyes locking with Titano above, utterly fearless. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, Level 10 Earth Machine 4400 ATK. 4400 ATK. Just a bit short of Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon. My god, clashing 4000 plus ATK monsters in one duel. This is better than getting paid. Excitement exploded across the crowd. 4400 ATK. Rex stared at the giant robot. You're a freshman, yet you fusion summoned a 4400 ATK monster. You're impressive. But talent isn't everything. Just being impressive, eventually, someone better will overtake you. He sighed. Turn end. When my turn ends, Titano's ATK returns to 3000. Jurak Titano, ATK, 4000 3000. Oh no, someone cried out. Now, if that ultimate golem attacks, Rex's ace is toast. And losing a monster that could hit 4000 ATK. It's downhill from here. Even so, Hikaru wasn't celebrating. He glanced warily at Rex Raptor's face-down card. Still unused. Still Jurak themed. Self-destruction, maybe. Chapter 144, Fusion Heart, Dino Soul. Hikaru glanced at his hand. Thanks to Rex Raptor's card destruction, Hikaru had discarded 2 Thunder Dragons and drawn a new hand, surprisingly, a solid one. But now. Hikaru eyed Rex's set card. Hands in pockets, Rex didn't look worried. On the contrary, he seemed pleased, enjoying the duel so far. From the graveyard, Thunder Dragon Fusion's effect, banish itself, if it wasn't sent there this turn, to add 1 Thunder monster from the deck to hand. I add Gem Knight Tourmaline. Then. Hikaru stared at his cards. I activate the spell card, Gem Knight Fusion. This is a fusion spell for Gem Knight monsters. I fuse Gem Knight Crystal and Gem Knight Tourmaline from my hand to fusion summon Gem Knight Prismora. Gem Knight Captain Crystal tapped his shield with his spear, appearing in another form. Gem Knight Prismora, Level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it felt like the first time Hikaru had ever used Gem Knight Fusion properly from the hand. In the graveyard, Gem Knight Fusion's effect, banish a Gem Knight monster to add this card back to hand. I banish Tourmaline to retrieve it. Then I activate Prismora's effect. Once per turn, I can send 1 Gem Knight card from my hand to the graveyard, then target and destroy 1 face-up card. I send Gem Knight Fusion to destroy your superconductor Tyranno. Prismora raised his prism blade, targeting the massive Tyranno, which roared, sparks flaring, yet the reflected blast bounced back like a mirror and blew it to pieces. Heh heh. Nice one. Even after his monster was destroyed, Rex could sense the audience's tension rising. The hype had peaked. You're planning to attack with your 4400 ATK Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem and 2450 ATK Prismora to bring my LP to 0, huh? Even so, can you actually pull it off? Hikaru glanced again at his hand. On the left were the fusion cards gained after card destruction, on the right, a card to search fusion materials. If that set card was the card, then this attack wouldn't work. So. I activate the spell card, Fusion Conscription. I reveal a fusion monster from my extra deck, then add one of its listed materials from deck or graveyard to hand. Afterward, until the end of the turn, I can't summon or activate effects of that monster or its namesakes. I reveal Cyber Twin Dragon and add Cyber Dragon to my hand. Still adding cards at this point. Then, battle phase. Hikaru shouted. Whoa! Careful, Mr. Rex. This is what I've been waiting for. As Hikaru declared battle, Rex's eyes lit up and the tired aura vanished as he shouted. Activate trap card, Jurak Impact. Of course. Hikaru cursed internally. This trap can only be activated when I control a dinosaur monster with 2500 plus ATK. Destroy all cards on the field. All of them. Destroy. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Go, Titano. Jurak Titano roared and leapt, charging fire in its jaws. Meteors fell from the sky like an apocalypse. As the crowd cried out, Titano crashed to the field. Firestorm. Sunflower. Meteor rain. Cataclysm, Gem Knights and machines alike were obliterated. Nothing survived. The field was empty. After a moment, the smoke cleared. The duelists stood alone again. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 3500. Rex Raptor, LP, 2400. The field, completely bare. The crowd was stunned, as if the previous spectacle had been an illusion. Then Rex broke the silence. Amaki Hikaru, I saw you duel on TV, in that interdimensional youth match. You said fusion is the noblest summoning method. When I heard you be endorsing our products, maybe even investing tech, I had to see it for myself, whether you were really like you were on TV. I know what it's like appearing on television, becoming a star, thinking you're hot stuff. Then arrogance creeps in, you look down on others, maybe even join the darkness and steal souls. Champion, runner-up, glory means nothing. Whoa. Rex was practically roasting himself. Hikaru was stunned. He never expected Rex Raptor, years after the original series, to be this introspective. When you defended me during my argument with the execs, I was glad. Your duel performance so far. Genuinely impressive. But I can't take chances. I want to see your duel. It's still battle phase. Your field is wiped, but my LP is 2400 and I have more cards in hand. Next turn, I can summon another powerful dinosaur. If you don't win this battle phase, you lose. He glared sharply. Come on. Show me, show everyone, show us, show this company, show our future that you really are the fusion duelist they say you are. Whoa. God, Rex-san, that's so. The staff were speechless. Hikaru couldn't help but grin. How fun, senpai. He looked at his hand. I've heard the legends of Yugi Muto. I always thought you were just a clown. Rex didn't react. That said, now I see. You truly are a legendary duelist. So, with the 2 cards you let me draw with card destruction, I'll show you what fusion means to me. I pay half my LP to activate the quick play spell, Cybernetic Fusion Support. Amaki Hikaru, LP, 3517.50. For the rest of the turn, I can fusion summon one machine fusion monster by banishing its materials from my hand, field, or graveyard. 1 card. Rex said. You still have 1 card, Cyber Dragon. That means your last chance is that other card. My second card is, Quick Play Spell, Cyberload Fusion. Hikaru declared. The artwork showed 3 cyber dragons swirling into fusion. I returned fusion materials from my field and banished Zone to the deck, for a machine fusion using cyber dragons. That monster alone can attack, but other monsters can't. But thanks to cybernetic fusion support, I can also use monsters from hand and graveyard. First, Cyber Dragon. Then, Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem and Ancient Gear Knight from the graveyard. Hikaru raised his hand, I fused 3 machine monsters. Rex lowered his hat slightly. He knew what was coming. Ancient Ultimate Warrior, Steadfast Knight, swirl around Cyber Dragon. He clenched his fists and thrust them forward. Fusion Summon, Chimeratech over Dragon. Clang. 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 Whir. Countless cybernetic dragons assembled into a towering fusion beast, lightning sparking from each head. W.O.T. This is. The crowd was speechless. He actually pulled it off. Most thought Rex had forced him too hard. Chimeratech over Dragon, Level 9 d'Arche Machine ATK. Chimeratech over Dragon's ATK is 800x number of materials used. That makes exactly 2400. Rex let his eyes vanish under his hat brim and applauded. Well done. Chimeratech over Dragon, attack Mr. Rex directly. Rex Raptor, LP, 0. In the echo of applause, Rex Raptor's LP hit 0. Chapter 145, The Legend Reappears. WE1. He lost. While the staff and project heads were initially just worried about the duel, by the end, their minds were completely blown. But the audience didn't care about any of that. With Rex Raptor leading the applause, the crowd erupted. Soon, the entire arena was filled with thunderous clapping and cheers for both duelists. So cool. Fusion. He actually pulled it off. Mr. Rex, we'll always support you. Rex, hands in pockets, smiled as the duel ended. He walked over to Hikaru, extended his hand. Hikaru took it, and they gripped firmly. Then Rex turned, raising Hikaru's hand high. Everyone, give it up for our new ally. The duelist of Absolute Fusion. Pure Fusion. Supreme Fusion, Amaki Hikaru. He had always been the kind of man who could accept defeat. Sure, when the duel started, he hadn't planned on losing. Regardless, Hikaru's performance had delighted him. With someone like this joining the company, Rex couldn't be happier. After the duel, Hikaru felt something strange. Not the warm feeling he'd experienced in other duels, but a cold, eerie energy seeped into his body. What was that? Tiara had been clapping excitedly until she noticed. She glanced sharply at Rex, then it clicked. Alchemy. Crush, recycle, reforge. Rex Raptor's soul was in terrible shape. He was being reclaimed. Later. Hikaru, Rex, and several others gathered in a conference room since the company had prepared a test batch of Easy Fusion cup noodles. They added hot water and waited. Rex laid his head on the table, staring at the packaging. Kid, you really like fusion, huh? Ha ha ha, Hikaru chuckled without explaining. Once ready, everyone started eating. Rex's eyes lit up. Tastes great. Yeah, totally. Really delicious. Tiara nodded repeatedly. This was personally approved by her, of course, it wouldn't be ordinary. What do you think, Hikaru? It's about 90% close to what Professor Magitech gave me, Hikaru said. Those boxes Magitech had given him probably included ingredients exclusive to the spirit world, therefore, naturally, replicating it perfectly for humans was difficult. Still, 90% was good enough. So it's not perfect then? Tiara huffed. From there, everything moved quickly. Originally, the company just planned to let one in-house duelist test Hikaru. However, now that he had defeated their mascot, Rex Raptor, they had no reason to refuse the deal. If anything, Rex's loss might mean Hikaru would cost more to sign. That said, Hikaru was still just a student, and he beat a legendary duelist, his potential was limitless. Honestly, even if he'd lost, it wouldn't have mattered since they weren't a megacorporation. As long as Hikaru stayed true to fusion, branding him as the absolute fusionist would sell the noodles. A whole new market. During the meeting, Rex chimed in now and then that he was satisfied with Hikaru's personality and conduct. Even before the duel, Hikaru had defended him. And during the duel, Rex could feel Hikaru's conviction. To someone like Rex, a true classical duelist, technique, skill, and talent weren't what mattered. Conviction was. Without firm belief, you'd fall like he once had, succumbing to dark powers. In the end, the partnership concluded happily. Hikaru would become a spokesperson for Funglo's Cup Noodles, participate in various duelist endorsement events, and occasionally take part in commercial shoots. Given that Hikaru was still a student and often traveled to other dimensions, the company allowed flexibility. If possible, capturing footage of dimensional travel was even better. Funglo hadn't even gotten a foothold in dimensional markets. They didn't have a single dimensional gate. Missing out on that gold rush left them anxious. Hikaru understood the roles and duties just fine. But when it came to finances, he started getting overwhelmed. First salary. Then shares. Then, Easy Fusion royalties. Then, a bunch of other stuff that keeping count of was beyond him. Also, a separate agreement to provide Fusion Club with regular cup noodle shipments. Thankfully, Hikaru was just visiting today and hadn't signed anything yet. He was still a student, he'd need a guardian's approval to sign. Plus, he had no clue how to read a contract. He contacted Professor Growler. Growler patted his chest and promised, he had experience, and if not, he had friends who did. Growler was always diligent. But this? This was big. A freshman already securing a sponsorship. The school would be thrilled. Even if Growler disliked him, the principal would order him to help. Even so, Growler already liked Hikaru, so no problem there. Guess I have no excuse not to send Growler some support cards for ancient gears next time, Hikaru muttered to himself as he boarded the ferry. That really weird-looking human. He may look strange, nonetheless, he's decent. Also, he uses machine cards. That makes him solid. Oh, right, I remember that guy likes fame more than money, yeah. Ah, makes sense, Hikaru nodded fast. He nearly forgot, publicly, he was known as Growler's student. Still, forget all that mundane stuff, my advice. Check your spell cards. Right now. Spell cards. Hikaru pulled out his deck and flipped through the cards rapidly. There weren't any non-fusion related spells in the deck. How could anything be off? He double-checked. One too many. He looked again from the top. Midway through, he froze. A spell card which had no name, no artwork, no effect, no type. Nothing. He picked it up. It was ephemeral. It felt like air. One moment there, the next, gone. No wonder he hadn't noticed it. As he stared, a crimson dragon silhouette flashed across the card. What the? Hikaru took a deep breath. A legendary dragon. Chapter 146, How to Revive a Legend. A legendary dragon card. Judging from the flash of shadow earlier, it should be the Claw of Hermos. Hikaru rubbed the bridge of his nose. This card, something even super polymerization never drew out for him, had now appeared in his deck in this strange form. It genuinely caught him off guard. Still, even if it was an illusory card, Hikaru had to think about the source. How did this card come to be? Could the appearance of the legendary dragon mean that, the great Leviathan, the Orichalco's god, had returned to the world? But, it didn't seem like that. He hadn't heard of anyone suddenly appearing with Autolos Orichalco's seals. He had asked Rex Raptor a few things during their earlier conversation. Though Rex wasn't keen on discussing his past, especially the part before he ended up on the streets, he still spoke up, treating Hikaru like a younger version of himself, someone who needed warning. He had experienced the Orichalco's incident, too. That said, back then, he was a background character among background characters. He quickly lost to Joey Wheeler, and everything after that was a blur. Afterward, he started to feel weaker, physically and spiritually. Only after years of hardship did he finally find himself again, thanks to support from Feng Lo Company, becoming a respectable duelist. As for the last decade or so, he could only say Kaiba had become scarier and scarier. So, from this logic, it didn't seem to have anything to do with Doma or Orichalcos directly. And it wasn't like that egg-headed had gotten so powerful he absorbed Doma and tried to replicate the sacred beasts and touch the Orichalcos god. Not that it was impossible. Still, from what Hikaru had seen, Leo Akaba's research was mostly focused on the sacred beasts he had inherited from Chancellor Kajimaru and his dark ambitions to create artificial dark magician spirits for recruiting into the fusion army. Clearly still plotting interdimensional warfare. So, this card probably had nothing to do with past events. No matter how you looked at it, the card was most likely generated from the energy produced during the duel with Rex Raptor. In other words, something about Rex triggered it. Maybe it was his title, Legendary Duelist. Or maybe it was that strange, negative spirit compatibility state of his. Either way, it had to be one of those two factors. To confirm his theory, Hikaru asked Tierra for a more detailed analysis. Seeing how serious he was, from her perspective, she generously shared what she saw. Rex Raptor's condition was indeed extremely fragmented. If he continued dueling with spirits, it wouldn't be long before he passed out. It was a serious soul deficiency. Not that his soul was eaten, per se, rather, his energy, his strength, had been drained. To recover, he'd need to either regenerate through powerful dual energy or absorb someone else's force by dark means. So if Rex is still like this, then clearly he hasn't done anything shady all these years, Hikaru concluded. Tierra didn't care much for Rex as a human and lazily agreed. Then she explained. Thanks to Hikaru's mastery of alchemy, and his construction of a dimensional gate, plus the energy of the card he now carried, the duel caused Rex to feel hope and expectation again, which in return, triggered a recovery in his spiritual energy. And the impurities, unwanted fragments, were alchemized by Hikaru, manifesting as the flickering, nearly intangible card now in his hand. So I need to duel Rex a few more times. Not enough. He alone won't cut it, Tierra said offhandedly. But if it's those legendary duelists, then maybe. She tilted her head, assessed it again, and gave a firm nod. If they really are as legendary as claimed, then yes. Anyone like that Rex guy should work. So then. Could it be? He looked at the claw of Hermos in his hand. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, this was a card once held by Joey Wheeler, and Rex Raptor had been among those who dueled him. So, reverse engineering the logic, maybe it wasn't Rex's dual energy creating the card. Maybe it was because Rex was part of the legend. If so, then dueling other legendary duelists might also grant him cards tied to the legendary dragons. Hikaru slapped the table. What's wrong? Tierra, bored and about to try Funglo's easy fusion prototype, was surprised by his sudden outburst. Hikaru didn't tell her. He was a bit regretful. If only he'd crossed over sooner. Only if he'd met Jaden earlier, maybe he could have dueled the Paradox brothers. Maybe he could have earned the Gate Guardian fusions. Maybe he could even have triggered the legendary dragons sooner, instead of wasting a year and a mountain of alchemy resources blindly experimenting. Still, that was just a passing grumble. Not to mention, the Paradox brothers' legendary status was far from equivalent to Rex Raptor's. And back when Hikaru first arrived in this world, his strategy was just to blend into the fusion club and get some clout. Dueling Jaden back then wasn't realistic. Besides, Jaden hadn't gotten familiar with Hikaru through dimension travel yet. He was obviously closer to his buddy Cyrus. No way Hikaru would have had that chance. Tastes okay, Tierra said, slurping the cup noodles. Good enough. Once it hits the shelves, mortals will see what the gods choose. Hikaru let out a laugh. Then coughed twice, carefully pulled out the claw of Hermos, and slipped it into a separate card case. One way or another, he had a new path to follow. If Feng Lo could help arrange duels with more legendary duelists, Fusion would give him his answer. Next up, the final interdimensional journey of the semester. Chapter 147, Active Application. When Hikaru returned to the academy, he saw a huge crowd on the island holding banners to welcome him. For a moment, Hikaru thought he had been ice-kai'd again. Once he stepped ashore, he found out the academy had arranged the entire welcome party, apparently under direct orders from the principal. Geez, that principal really goes with whatever pops into his head. Thankfully, the students were just having some fun. After a round of fussing, they returned to their usual activities, grumbling about lost study time, missed dates, library plans, etc. Hikaru-kun. As Hikaru and Professor Growler walked toward the Fusion Club, the professor kept dabbing his eyes with a handkerchief, overwhelmed with emotion. If Professor Banner's spirit is watching, he would be so proud of you. Yeah. Hikaru wanted to say Banner wasn't actually dead, but had been reincarnated. However, realizing the professor might not exactly think in spirit world terms, he held back. After sharing some emotions and perspectives, Growler also asked about Hikaru's trip, how he got along with Feng Lo Company and what he experienced there. Truthfully, Growler had really wanted to go with him. Even so, he couldn't abandon the situation with Zane Truesdale. For the past while, he'd been running around non-stop handling it. He wasn't a multitasking wizard, so no matter how much he worried, he could only let Hikaru travel alone. Professor, technically, I'm the one who traveled far, Hikaru muttered. No, Hikaru-kun. This is your home, Growler said with rare seriousness, wiping his tears and squaring his face. He looked Hikaru straight in the eye. This academy is your home. You're always welcome here. Always. Don't lie to me, Hikaru-kun, Growler added solemnly. Ever since Hikaru came to him with a pile of gemstones, requesting him as his guardian to handle the sales, Growler had looked into his background. A complete blank. No parents. Hikaru had become a student of Duel Academy solely through dueling. He had no home. So the academy would be it. Professor. Hikaru understood. He took a deep breath. You really are the best professor I've ever had. Growler grinned proudly. Well, of course I am. They returned to the Fusion Club. Before entering, Hikaru noticed the place was decorated from wall to wall. Banners, streamers, even new ones saying, "Welcome back, victorious captain." But, no one was outside. Mamma mia, what is going on? Growler was baffled. Wasn't Hikaru supposed to be greeted by a whole crowd? Inside, they heard the noise and realized what was going on. Why did Mr. Rex use card destruction there? Couldn't he just normal summon and hit 4000 ATK? He probably had follow-ups in hand. We should ask Hikaru later. Whoa, field wipe. Hikaru's ultimate golem got taken out. Too bad. If there had been a second ancient gear golem in his graveyard, he could have won right there. Excited chatter echoed all around. Overload fusion. Whoosh. As expected, you have to use Cyber Dragon at a time like that. Whoa, he won. He actually won. That's Hikaru for you. He beat a legendary duelist. Hikaru and Growler stepped in. Growler cleared his throat. Ahem. Students who were mid-cheer turned, startled. Hikaru's back. And, Professor. The captain's back. Where's the welcome committee? We were watching the video. One student awkwardly scratched his head. Totally fair. Probably. Hikaru. You were amazing. You actually beat one of those legendary duelists. Jaden shouted excitedly. It was mostly luck. Hikaru tilted his head. Indeed, Rex really was strong. If we dueled again, I couldn't guarantee a win. Well done, Hikaru. Zane nodded. With this victory, more students will feel empowered to aim higher. After finishing his own pro duel and some paperwork, Zane had returned to the academy, heard what happened, and watched the duel replay with the Fusion Club. Getting to face a legendary duelist, it fired him up, too. Especially since Hikaru had used a cyber-style card at the end. That gave Zane, who hadn't participated, an odd feeling of involvement. He was kind of hyped. What's that? Hikaru looked at the screen. A video? Yep. Your duel with Mr. Rex, Chaz replied. Someone recorded it, making it already trending online. I found it and showed the club. Hikaru watched closely. From the camera angle, it didn't look like a random bystander's footage. Probably a pre-planned promo clip. Maybe something for the company's social media. Hikaru nodded and circled back to a student's earlier question. Rex had Tyranno Infinity in hand, whose base ATK equals the number of banished dinosaurs x 1000. So he wasn't just summoning power, he was also setting up banishes. He rubbed his chin. When I reviewed the duel, I realized if I hadn't finished that turn, he could have summoned a 4000 ATK Tyranno Infinity next turn. Game over. I see. So he held back because he had a field wipe card. Zane rapidly put it all together. Rex Raptor, he really is a legendary duelist. So cool, I want to duel him too. Jaden shouted. Hikaru laughed. If you're serious, you might get a chance. He said he might visit during break, maybe even as soon as tomorrow, depending on Kaibacorp's event schedule. Ugh. Everyone watched the duel again. The more they saw it, the more intense and thrilling it felt. As evening approached, Hikaru checked the time. Jaden, have you decided where to go for the next interdimensional trip? If Hikaru needed a partner, he'd definitely want the strongest, most compatible ally. Oh, the one you mentioned before, the dimension of, the mountain, right? Jaden tilted his head, arms crossed, clearly torn. I really want to go, but Atticus-senpai asked me to check if he could go instead. Atticus-senpai? Hikaru looked around. The Rhodes siblings weren't here. He never expected that guy, the musical, trolling, sister-pranking Atticus, to volunteer for an interdimensional mission. Though, honestly, that was fine too. He was still an upperclassman. Plus, as a vessel of darkness, his spirit level wasn't an issue. Chapter 148, Thunder in the Mountains. Hua. On a massive, open mountain, a tall boy in a blue Duel Academy uniform was shouting into the mountain air. Man, I've been dying to go climbing. Didn't think it'd feel this good once we were actually here. Ha ha ha. Atticus exhausted himself yelling, then bent over with hands on his knees, laughing heartily. He and Hikaru were currently standing at the summit of a great mountain. All around them, front, back, left, right, were towering peaks, while clouds drifted at their sides, thunder rumbled faintly overhead, and birds flew past, chirping friendlily at the sight of them. Atticus waved at them, then whipped out a camera and started snapping shots. Beautiful. Coming here with you was the right call. He looked at the prince of the cloud-draped scenery and smiled. Senpai, what is that? Hikaru looked at the camera. It seemed like a new model. Given the level of tech in this world, cameras and computers could easily surpass those of Hikaru's original world, but since most development was poured into duel-related tech, other fields lagged behind. After all, in most cases, having a dual disk was enough. Outside of AI, aerospace, and dimensional science, few things have progressed fast. This camera, not super high-tech, though clearly not something an ordinary student could get. You know, right? Atticus said with a grin. Back in the day, I was on par with Zane. We were the twin pillars of Duel Academy. Hikaru nodded. You even had the title, King, didn't you? Ugh, compared to Kaiser, King just doesn't sound as cool, Atticus laughed. Anyway, thanks to Zane's pro career and his performance in the interdimensional matches, some companies noticed me, too. Just because we were considered equals. Eh. He was smiling, but Hikaru could sense his frustration. Though Atticus had a comedic reputation in the original GX, never winning a single duel, he was unlike Rex Raptor in one key way. He stood by Jaden to the end. He even sacrificed himself to draw out darkness and search for clues. He just lacked the strength. After I chased off those creeps, this weird company contacted me, Atticus said, giving a thumbs up. It was a film company. They saw the photos I took of Alexis and said I had real talent. They asked if I wanted to be their photographer, not a duelist. Because I'm handsome, right? Plus, I take good photos. So they wanted me. They didn't even recognize me, and had no idea who I was. I see, Hikaru said. Despite the goofiness, Atticus had his own pride. But I can't let people think I'm just some scummy brother making money off pictures of my sister. Huh? Isn't that exactly what you are? Hikaru thought back to the past 6 months. During the school festival, everyone was dueling, Atticus was taking cosplay pics of Alexis. At the exchange event, everyone was dueling, he was working hard photographing Alexis. Practice match with the polymerization club, everyone was, yeah. And those pics definitely went to the Alexis fan club. Sold, no less. All that under the excuse of paying back a year of missed tuition. So I thought, I'm handsome, talented, universally loved, why not reinvent myself? A spirit photographer. Wow. I'm a genius. He burst out laughing. Hikaru pinched his brow. Hikaru, if you try to learn from this human, I will throw you off this mountain, Tiara muttered, rubbing her arms and warning her chosen duelist. Of course, I have a bit of personal interest here, too. This is the mountain. Home to dragons, thunder types, and winged beasts. All of which relate to my deck. Atticus didn't even react to Tiara's warning. Even if he heard, he probably wouldn't care. He scanned the vast surroundings. Still, this place is huge. If we walk, we might spend days without meeting a proper spirit. Hikaru nodded. From what they could see, few large dragons or birds were flying around, while the realm looked open and sparse. Occasionally, larger spirits could be seen guarding smaller ones. Then, he drew a card without looking. Let's go. Phoenix Beast Garuda. With a shout, a brilliant, armor-plated avian wreathed in golden light appeared. Atticus jumped up, grabbed its back, and swung on, then turned and offered a hand to Hikaru. Tiara tugged Hikaru back before he could take it. She snapped her fingers, and a tiny devil appeared beside her. In an instant, a mass of purple puppet strings whipped through the air, binding the tiny demon. A moment later, it inflated into a massive orb. Snap! The strings burst. A towering demon, larger than Winda, loomed above. Woa, Atticus yelped. It even had a seat. Hikaru, your spirit has so many features. Why yeah. Hikaru wasn't going to explain Tiara's powers. He let her drag him up onto the summoned demon, Permise. With a mighty flap, they both rose into the air. Hey! Atticus shouted through a megaphone. Hey spirits, wait no, is anyone here? We are noble students of Duel Academy, here to greet any spirit willing to join us. I am the future world's greatest spirit photographer. And this guy is a master of fusion. Hikaru noticed something. The previously bright, peaceful, mountain, world, was getting dark. Thunder was louder, clouds were gathering. Yet, Atticus didn't notice, still yelling. Until lightning crashed. Thunder boomed. Who dares disturb the youngling's training? A majestic voice roared with the thunder. Even Atticus was stunned and silenced. His spirit paused mid-flight, almost forgetting to flap. Crackling with energy, a massive dragon emerged from the storm. Its entire body glowed with electricity, a sacred beast with 4 horns, a snow-white body, violet-black scales, and orbs of thunder swirling around it. It looked just like the dragons from Chinese mythology. Thunder Dragon Lord. And it was furious, glaring at Atticus. "Oh crap." Atticus muttered, sweat forming. "I think I messed up." Oh no. Now he knew why there were so few large spirits here. Mountain must be a training and resting ground for baby spirits. Chapter 149, Battle Agonist, the Guardians of the Mountain. The enormous Thunder Dragon Lord glared down at Hikaru and Atticus, its massive body casting a shadow over several mountains. Atticus coughed awkwardly, trying to speak, but was immediately struck by a bolt of lightning from the Thunder Dragon Lord. He let out a shocked cry, swaying in mid-air as his spirit companion hastily shielded him with its wings. Seeing this, Hikaru hurriedly shouted, "O dragon! Please calm your fury. We did not come to disturb the young spirits on purpose." The Thunder Dragon Lord heard his voice and lowered its massive head, a head so large it dwarfed Hikaru and his demon mount several times over. The intense electrical currents crackling nearby added both physical discomfort and psychological pressure, making it impossible for Hikaru to even consider lying. "Humans, state your purpose." The Thunder Dragon Lord, though intimidating, wasn't unreasonable. After punishing Atticus a bit, it addressed Hikaru directly. Hikaru exhaled a breath of relief. He didn't know what rank this spirit was, but given its size and power, it had undoubtedly reached a high level of cultivation. Avoiding conflict was certainly preferable. He gave a simple explanation of their intentions. "Warriors in pursuit of cards and rights, are you?" The Thunder Dragon Lord translated Hikaru's words, about students, duels, seeking spirits, into terms more palatable to spirits. "Then, human warriors, you've clearly come to the wrong place. This is a sanctuary for young spirits to train and grow." As it spoke, a bird beast and a dragon spirit, each about the size of Phoenix beast Garuda, flew over. They saluted the Thunder Dragon Lord and landed before the 2 duelists to explain the story of the mountain. Long ago, the spirit world was simple: mountain, sea, wilderness, grasslands. But as spirits evolved and more cards awakened, the world expanded, creating factional realms like Skyscraper or the Village of Spellcasters. That was fine, many ancient spirits simply stayed in their original lands. Until one day, violent upheaval struck the spirit realm. Rifts and fractures split it apart. Many factions searched for the cause but found nothing. Eventually, the world splintered into smaller dimensions. To prevent further collapse and to protect the young, the dragon, thunder, and winged beast tribes allied. They enclosed the mountain dimension with their own realms, keeping only fledgling spirits and rotating guardians inside. All other grown spirits and ritual duelists set out to uncover the truth. This year, the Thunder Dragon Lord served as Mountain's warden. Hence, spirits here able to conduct ritual duels were all guardians. They could not leave their post just to enter other dimensions. Unless next year, when the rotation shifts, but then, they'd be gone from Mountain. Awkward. Hikaru scratched his head. So this trip was pointless. Ha ha ha. Thunder Dragon Lord. There is one more possibility, right? Atticus, seeing the 2 guardians finish their tale and no more lightning coming his way, resumed his confidence with a loud laugh. "One more possibility?" the dragon asked. "Please no, senpai." Hikaru could already guess what Atticus was about to say. "It's simple. Guardians. Let us duel you in front of the young spirits. If any spirit becomes interested and wants to see the human world or explore other realms, they can choose to come with us." Hikaru covered his face. "You're targeting the kids now, seriously?" Atticus flashed a sparkling grin and a thumbs up, like he was posing for a Fumlo promo. I don't need strong spirits, I just want fabulous ones. He pointed to Hikaru. As for my companion, he's incredible. He's a fusion duelist who seeks ultimate perfection. He dreams of spirits who believe in fusion, spirits filled with hope and vision for the future. Surely such spirits dwell within this mountain. You had to admit it, Atticus really knew how to spin a speech. Even the Thunder Dragon Lord paused to think. Don't judge me. I sometimes perform at kindergartens. Ah, that's like your world's mountain, but for children, Atticus added. It's important to inspire them early, right? Even the lightning eased. The Thunder Dragon Lord was actually thinking it over. Hikaru, beside him, couldn't help but nod. Coming to this dimension with Atticus had been the right call. If he had brought Jaden, they'd probably have bailed the moment things got hard. Interesting, human. I accept your proposal, the Thunder Dragon Lord finally said. Call the children. As it lowered its massive form, guards from all directions flew in, notifying or carrying young spirits to the gathering. Hikaru and Atticus slowly descended as well. Eventually, they reached a high ledge just above the ground. By now, the Thunder Dragon Lord had fully landed. Its enormous body coiled around mountains, vanishing into clouds. In that moment, the entire mountain seemed to flatten. Countless young spirits landed on its body, some ran, some flew, some slept, some even climbed its horns and tugged its whiskers. Yet the dragon only smiled affectionately. Click, click click click. Atticus spammed the shutter button. Wow wow. He grinned at the photos. I'm totally winning a photography award. Meanwhile, a dragon and a bird warrior, strong and majestic, flew down to stand before Hikaru and Atticus. The Thunder Dragon Lord's voice echoed through the clouds. The rules of the ritual duel, a proper 2v2 tag duel. Both sides share a field, a graveyard, and a banished zone. Attacks may begin on the second turn. We are elite warriors of the mountain. Human warriors, show our children your true duelist spirit. The two guardians lit up their spirit duel discs. Duel. Guardians of the Mountain, LP, 8000. Duel Academy students, LP, 8000. Chapter 150, Lesson by Fire, the Red Ice Tria. Huff, huff. The one taking the first move was the Dragon Warrior. As one of the Guardians of the Mountain, this Dragon Guardian had a rather imposing appearance. Orange-yellow scales, broad wings, and a confident smile. Hikaru glanced to the side. There was a super mini version of it, climbing up the body of Thunder Dragon Lord. Those familiar might recognize it instantly. This was one of the classics, 100 Dragon. No wonder he had found this dragon so familiar. So it's the adult form of Baby Dragon. It held a tiny card with its massive dragon claws, muttering to itself, I've never fought a human warrior before. It couldn't quite gauge the opponent's skill level. Should it go conservative, or play aggressively? Forget it, I activate the spell card, Foolish Burial. It extended its claw. This card sends a monster from the deck to the graveyard. I send Eclipse Wyvern to the graveyard. A forbidden card, huh? Even though he'd seen countless forbidden cards in this world, Hikaru still couldn't help but wonder at the sight of this one. Because this forbidden card. It was just too forbidden. When Eclipse Wyvern is sent to the graveyard, its effect activates. I banish one light or dark dragon-type monster with level 7 or more from my deck. 100 Dragon searched through its deck and pulled out a card. I banish Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Next, I banish Eclipse Wyvern from the graveyard to special summon, Black Dragon Collapserpent. A black energy orb floated before 100 Dragon. Then, the orb twisted. From its distortion, the image of a dragon emerged. Black Dragon Collapserpent, Level 4 Dark Dragon 1800 ATK. At the same time, Eclipse Wyvern's effect activates. When it's banished, I add the monster it banished to my hand. I add Divine Dragon Lord to hand. Set 1 card. End my turn. After finishing its plays, 100 Dragon let out a soft breath, as if finally at ease. Good luck, big brother. You got this. Whether they were just enjoying the show or genuinely cheering for both duelists, a group of little dragons came over, cheering for both Hikaru and Atticus. Seeing the adorable little dragons, and even dragon eggs, gathering, Atticus gave a light mm and raised his hand high. What am I pointing at? Huh. The spirits were confused. One of them instinctively answered, the sky. Atticus. Atticus snapped his fingers. Atticus. Wow. So cool. That's so funny. A bunch of naive spirits were immediately drawn in by Atticus's flashy self-introduction. Then, it's my turn. Atticus didn't forget the duel. He drew a card and casually asked, Hikaru, anything I should watch out for with that dragon? Black dragon? If it's sent from the field to the graveyard, its effect adds a level 4 light dragon to the hand, Hikaru warned. Whoa. That's right. That's right. Big brother, you know so much. This guy here is lame. Hey, you brats. Don't go giving them tips. 100 Dragon panicked. As expected of you, Hikaru. Hearing the effect, Atticus grinned, showing off his nice teeth. I knew you'd know. In that case, I won't destroy it yet. I'll deal with it when the time comes. I normal summon, Black Dragon's chick. A red dragon egg appeared on his field. With a shout, the egg cracked open, revealing a cute little dragon head. Black Dragon's chick, level 1 Arcade Dragon 800 ATK. Whoa. That's me, that's me. One of the baby dragons grabbed its shell and shouted excitedly. Lucky. I wanna be on the field too. The other spirits started getting envious. Black Dragon's chick's effect, I send it face up from the field to the graveyard to special summon, Red Ice Black Dragon from my hand. Atticus scooped up the chick, and in its place appeared a black dragon over 10 times its size. Red Ice Black Dragon, level 7 Arcade Dragon 2400 ATK. So cool. The baby dragons gazed longingly at the massive dragon. Will I become like that one day? Of course you will. As long as you try, as long as you grow, one day you'll become the you dream of. Atticus was very kind to the children. He glanced at his hand, then shouted, and next, it's finisher time. Spell card, Inferno Fire Blast. During the turn this card is activated, Red Ice Black Dragon cannot attack. I target one Red Ice Black Dragon you control and inflict damage to my opponent equal to its original ATK. Wah wah. That's so dirty, some of the younger spirits couldn't help but say. Huh. The two guardians didn't mind. Effect damage was a valid tactic, yet meanwhile, the Black Dragon's chick already had teary eyes. Wah. It burst into tears, forcing some of the older spirits to hurry over and console it. Still, on the field, Red Ice Black Dragon slowly charged its flames, then blasted a fireball at the two warriors. Guardians of the Mountain, LP, 5600. A red ice burning through LP was pretty standard. But to a dragon who'd always been protected and never seen many duels, who fantasized about being mighty and gallant, this may not have been what it had imagined. Oof, I didn't make a kid cry, did I? Atticus stiffened. He stared at his hand. Playing now would be bad, though not playing felt worse. Hikaru, help me out here. Hikaru sighed. Senpai, just keep dueling. You're not even calling me senior anymore, huh? I knew it. Atticus howled dramatically. Enough, human warrior, the voice of Thunder Dragon Lord rumbled once more. Let these children witness a true duel ritual, not just playtime. This is how they grow. Continue your turn. Ugh. Atticus frowned. Then. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Atticus awkwardly placed 2 cards face down. Now it was the Beast-Winged Guardian's turn. Unlike Hundred Dragon, whose identity required some familiarity to discern, this Beast-Winged Guardian was unmistakable. Because it was a giant peacock. But instead of normal feathers on its fan, it bore snakes. It was Kujakujaku. Hikaru thought, what a rare card. Chapter 151, He Who Commands Thunder. Compared to the Hundred Dragon that still required careful deliberation, Kujakujaku was much more straightforward. My turn, draw. I activate the spell card, Dark Hole. Atticus hadn't expected such an aggressive play from this winged beast warrior, but if you do that, your own monsters will be destroyed too. It doesn't matter. Kujakujaku gently pecked at its feathers with its beak. The next moment, a giant black sphere appeared over Thunder Dragonlord, absorbing the 2 different black dragons and then vanishing into the air. Ah! Why would you destroy your own monsters too? So sad. Some of the younger spirits couldn't accept this kind of play. That said, for them, this duel really was quite meaningful. I activate the effect of Black Dragon Collapserpent. What? Atticus was taken aback when Kujakujaku activated a graveyard effect. The currently popular, standard tag duel, in the spirit world was the version most duelists had grown accustomed to. Unlike the human world's tag duels, this one had gained traction due to being more refined. Under this rule, a tag duel wasn't so much 2v2 as it was a relayed duel. Despite being 4 players, each duo only had access to a single field, 5 monster zones, 5 spell/trap zones, 1 graveyard, and 1 banished zone. During any turn that isn't yours or your team's next turn, in other words, the opponent's turn, your deck is treated as non-existent. Under these conditions, effects that search the deck upon being sent to the graveyard cannot activate. For that reason, Atticus had chosen to go straight for life points rather than destroy monsters. Yet now, Kujakujaku was checking its own deck. I add Eclipse Wyvern from my deck to my hand. It showed the card briefly, then added it to its hand. Eclipse Wyvern. Don't tell me its effect searches for a dark dragon. If that's the case, then your decks have a total of 6 identical cards. Normally, a deck can only contain up to 3 copies of the same card. But in tag duels, that's a different story. Hundred Dragon and Kujakujaku's decks might even be similar. We are warriors who protect the mountain. To better defend it, our decks naturally share more connections. Kujakujaku said casually, next, I normal summon Harpai Channeler. Ichem. Along with Kujakujaku's action, a cute girl with a stylish circular hairstyle, black feathered arms, and bird-like claws on her hands and feet flew in from the sky. Harpai Channeler, Level 4 WND Winged Beast 1400 ATK. Harpai Channeler. Seeing this adorable monster appear, Atticus instinctively snapped a photo, then muttered to himself, I should have Alexis cosplay her. What is this human thinking? Tierra clenched her fist and lightly knocked on her forehead. Ha, don't worry, Winda. Harpai Lady is a very classic card, it was even covered in school, so there shouldn't be a problem. Hikaru was sort of envious of his confidence. If that Harpai Channeler goes into a synchro summon, what then? Thankfully, Kujakujaku's next move wasn't what Hikaru expected. I activate Harpai Channeler's effect. Discard 1 Harpai card to activate it. Special summon 1 Harpai monster from the deck in defense position, except Harpai Channeler. Discarding Harpai Lady Sisters, it special summoned Harpai Dancer. Responding to the summon, the silver-feathered winged beast who had just finished tending to the young spirits flapped her wings and scattered white feathers. In the breeze and among the falling feathers, she performed a soft, elegant dance as she stepped on the field. Harpai Dancer, Level 4 WND Winged Beast 1000 Def. So pretty. Atticus took another picture. The real beauty's just beginning, human. Kujakujaku seemed like a hot-blooded duelist. Seeing Atticus act without a shred of warrior's pride only made its anger spike. I activate this card in my hand. By banishing a dark and a wind monster from my graveyard, I can special summon it. Boom, boom, boom. A violent windstorm engulfed the field. The gales were so intense that they sent nearby spirits flying, forcing many adult spirits to cling to them for safety. A massive divine black bird, wreathed in luminous rings, slowly descended. I banish Black Dragon and Harpy Lady to special summon, Dark Simorgh. Dark Simorgh, level 7 Dark Winged Beast 2700 ATK. Battle. Dark Simorgh, direct attack. The feathers behind Kujakujaku all stood on end like blades, aimed straight at Atticus. A flurry of black feathers rained down, leaving Atticus, who usually took great pride in his appearance, especially disheveled. Duel Academy students, LP, 5300. I'm not done yet. Harpy Channeler, attack directly. Wait. I activate the trap card, Red Ice Spirit. Just as Harpy Channeler raised her staff to bonk him, Atticus hastily flipped his set card. This lets me revive a Red Ice monster from my graveyard. I special summon in attack position, Red Ice Black Dragon. Roar. The Black Dragon returned. Red Ice Black Dragon, level 7 Dark Dragon 2400 ATK. Heh, a dying struggle. I set one card and end my turn. Phew, survived that one. Atticus exhaled and muttered, sorry, Hikaru, I messed things up for you. While he said that, he glanced at Dark Simorgh. Dark Simorgh's effect prevents the opponent from setting cards as long as it remains on the field. Not only did I fail to preserve a good board state for you, I even left you facing a lockdown monster. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. It's okay, senpai. I can still handle it. To be frank, no offense, but Atticus was the certified lose legend of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Hikaru never expected him to set up a favorable board state. Besides, he was in the 4th position, the support seat in tag duels. For Atticus to leave a trap and a monster was already pretty generous. 100 Dragon was just so. If you can't take out your opponents in a tag duel, then you just have to go for endurance and support. He drew a card. Suddenly, Hikaru noticed quite a few spirits had gathered around them. Most remained silent, simply observing with curiosity, while their presence still made Hikaru slightly uneasy. Tierra, however, didn't stop them. Just then, Hikaru heard a zapping sound and instinctively tilted his head slightly. A golden, sparking little ball drifted past in front of him. The next instant, aha! You're totally gonna lose, huh? A high-pitched, childish voice reached him. That thunderball can talk. Ah, it's not a ball. Hey, Koyuin, don't interrupt a warrior's concentration, that's extremely disrespectful. A spirit came to grab it. But it's true. His hand is all, whatever, he's definitely gonna lose. Thunder Dragon Lord gently lowered its head, a flash of electricity capturing the mischievous ball and pulling it aside. It then sincerely apologized to Hikaru, apologies, warrior of the humans. That was Koyuin, a spirit of our Thunder tribe. He's usually very curious and didn't mean any harm. We didn't expect him to peek at your hand. And that's when Hikaru realized its identity. Thunder Dragon Matrix. No problem. Even if he says it, I don't mind, Hikaru said with a grin, completely unfazed, that's right. Every card in my hand right now is a spell card. What? Wah. Ha. A chorus of shocked squeals erupted from the young spirits. Even some of the adult watchers looked baffled. Ah, really? If his whole hand is spells, how's he supposed to win? Then let me introduce myself again. Spirits of this realm. Hikaru took a deep breath and shouted to the sky. Simultaneously, the ever-resourceful Atticus somehow pulled out a spotlight and shone it directly on Hikaru. The vibe was immaculate. I am a duelist who seeks the ultimate in fusion. I extend an invitation to all spirits here, if any of you desire fusion, and wish to walk that path, then come. Come unhesitatingly. For now, I shall demonstrate, the all-fusion duel. Wah, so cool. The young spirits, never having seen such a hero-like entrance, were completely swept away by the energy. They didn't even care anymore that Hikaru's tag partner played a burn strategy. Mriya. ZZZT. ZZZT. That golden thunderball began sparking wildly again. In its center, a serpentine dragon shadow writhed with excitement, its voice trembling with eagerness. Now, first card. Chapter 152, 2 Integrated. First card, spell card, Overload Future Fusion. Hikaru revealed a continuous spell card. This card lets me reveal a fusion monster from the extra deck and send its fusion materials to the graveyard. I reveal Meteor Black Dragon. Meteor Black Dragon. Atticus looked at the card and immediately laughed. Didn't expect that from you, Hikaru. You had this card just to match mine, didn't you? Hikaru nodded. On the other side, 100 Dragon lowered its head and whispered to its partner, asking why they didn't activate a trap. The furious Kujakujaku snapped that they had to wait until the fusion monster appeared to deliver a real blow. The fusion materials are Red Ice Black Dragon and Meteor Dragon. I send Meteor Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Hikaru moved fluidly to his second card. Next card, Equip Spell, Future Fusion. This card allows me to select a fusion monster in my extra deck, send all required materials to the graveyard, and perform a fusion summon. That fusion monster can't attack on the turn it is summoned. Hikaru opened his extra deck and revealed a monster. I choose Fusion Monster, Gem Knight Prismora. Fusion materials are a Gem Knight monster and a Thunder monster. I send Gem Knight Crystal and Thunder Dragon from my deck to the graveyard to fusion summon. Gem Knight Prismora. Gem Knight Prismora. Seeing the monster, Atticus, who was lighting the scene for Hikaru, paused for a moment. If it were future fusion, it should have been possible to directly summon Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Why go for a Gem Knight here? Wouldn't it make more sense to use Brilliant Fusion or Scatter Fusion, which are easier to access, and save future fusion for something rarer? Gem Knight Prismora, Level 7 Earth Thunder 2450 ATK. Whoa! Thunder Dragon is one of the fusion materials. A young voice echoed nearby. So that was it. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Hikaru to outshine him in this instant since he was supposed to be the more dazzling one. Prismora can discard a Gem Knight card to destroy a face-up card on the field. You plan to destroy Dark Simorgh with that effect? Kujakujaku raised its head. Naive. We are warriors who guard the mountain. Of course, we recognize that card. Activate trap card, Icarus Attack. I tribute one winged beast monster, target 2 cards on the field. Destroy them. Icarus Attack. Even before Hikaru had crossed over, this card occasionally appeared in Raid Raptors or Blackwing decks, an old but reliable pick. I tribute Harpie Channeler and destroy your future fusion and your set card. Then I chain my trap card. Hikaru countered promptly. Senpai, I'll borrow your card. Go for it. Atticus laughed. I activate the continuous trap card, Return of the Red Ice. When I control a red ice monster, I can target a normal monster in my graveyard and special summon it. Come, Meteor Dragon. A red-eyed, turtle-shaped red dragon descended like a meteor from the sky. But destruction continues. Kujakujaku shouted, pointing a feather like a sword at Hikaru. In the next moment, Harpie Channeler turned into enormous wings, stabbing like blades into Hikaru's field. The trap card that had just activated was shattered, and Future Fusion was also destroyed. Since Future Fusion was destroyed, your fusion monster is sent to the graveyard too. Crack. Gem Knight Prismora shattered in response. Ah, our hard-earned fusion monster is gone in an instant. Big brother Kujakujaku seems super angry today. Kujakujaku held its head high and coldly declared, to trespass into the mountain without permission and then boast about showing children a duel, once you lose, I'll throw you into the gorge to face the wind for a whole day. The angered preschool teacher type. Atticus chuckled awkwardly. Then he smiled and said, we'll see who's boasting soon. Spirit, don't forget, my Kohai still has 4 cards left in his hand. 4 cards? Are they more fusion spells? Of course they are. Hikaru shouted, activate spell card, fusion substitute. This card is treated as polymerization and can only use monsters on the field as fusion materials. What? Kujakujaku and 100 Dragon exclaimed. In this situation, oh, I see. Atticus watched Hikaru's moves and roughly understood his plan. Since Hikaru had already seen that his set card was Return of the Red Ice, he made both fusion attempts using normal monsters, baiting out the opponent's trap card with Prismora. Even though they were all fusion summons, Hikaru's mind remained sharp and calculated. I fuse Red Ice Black Dragon and Meteor Dragon from the field to fusion summon. The Black Dragon that symbolizes potential. A legendary monster. Meteor Black Dragon. Blazing flames surged through the battlefield. A massive black dragon flowing with magma crashed down from the sky like a fireball, landing on the mountainside and sending the older spirits scrambling to shield the young ones. Meteor Black Dragon, Level 8 Fiery Dragon 3500 ATK. Whoa! 3 cards, 2 fusion summons. Totally different from how the big kids usually show fusions. Hearing the cheers around him, Hikaru smiled and raised another card. We're not done yet. Kids. I activate the effect of fusion substitute in the graveyard. I banish it to return a fusion monster from the graveyard to the extra deck and draw 1 card. I return Gem Knight Prismora to the extra deck and draw a card. Then, spell card, Thunder Dragon Fusion. Thunder Dragon Fusion. Wah. Whoa. Even Thunder Dragon Lord glanced over, surprised. This card lets me return fusion materials listed on a Thunder Fusion monster from my field, graveyard, or banished zone back to the deck, and fusion summon it. Fusion materials are still a Gem Knight monster and a Thunder monster. I return Gem Knight Crystal and Thunder Dragon from the graveyard to the deck to fusion summon. Come forth again, Gem Knight Prismora. Captain Crystal, revived from the grave, stood once more before Hikaru. The cycle of death and rebirth stirred dark memories in Tierra, who shuddered involuntarily. Whoa! That's some serious fusion going on. He even revived his fusion monster. Little balls of lightning circled around Hikaru and fell into rare silence. I discard Gem Knight Fusion from my hand to activate Prismora's effect. Destroy your face-up Dark Simorgh. Prismora raised its shield, refracting light that bathed the dark avian monster. Within quick flashes, the large bird was purified and vanished from the field. Gwa, 100 Dragon clutched its snout in awe. Such a powerful fusion user. Even Kujakujaku fell silent, offering no response, clearly deep in thought about Hikaru, yet, when it turned to look at Atticus, the same vicious expression wore on its face. Chapter 153, Know Your Heart, Know Your Ally. Battle. Hikaru adjusted his hand. Gem Knight Prismora, attack Harpie Dancer. Then, Meteor Black Dragon, direct attack. Guardian of the Mountain, LP, 5600-2100. That was a huge hit. So cool. Come on, big brother Kujakujaku. Kujakujaku emerged from the veil of blocking feathers, staring down at Hikaru. What a remarkable duelist. Since Dark Simorgh has left the field, we can set cards again. Hikaru glanced at his hand. I set 2 cards. Although he had said earlier that his hand was full of spells, he'd drawn 1 more card, so neither Kujakujaku nor 100 Dragon could be sure what had just been set. That ends my turn. A splendid duel, warrior of humanity, 100 Dragon said, cradling his claws and nodding repeatedly. Everything you've used was fusion, wasn't it? In all my 100 years of life, I have never encountered such a unique duelist. But alas, as a guardian of the mountain, I cannot hold back. My turn, draw. He drew a card with his dragon claw. First, I activate the effect of Dark Simorg in the graveyard. If it's in the graveyard, I can banish one wind and one dark monster from my hand to special summon it. I banish Baby Dragon and Dark Flare Dragon from my hand. Rise again, Dark Simorg. A gale howled as the fallen divine bird returned to life. Interested in fusion. Catalyzed by your power, it transformed into a new Thunder Dragon. But even for one so close to evolution, fully becoming a new spirit takes time. Its tiny post-evolution form proves it. Hikaru nodded softly. Human, you're an alchemist, aren't you? Thunder Dragon Lord mused. Hikaru nodded again. Still just a student of alchemy. I thought so. Your powerful alchemy influenced Koyuan. Your spirit resonated with it, letting it evolve into a new Thunder Dragon. He cast a look at the sleeping Thunder Dragon Colossus and then turned back. Then, human. I entrust Koyuan, no, Thunder Dragon Colossus to you. He gently raised his head, releasing a soft electric spark that turned Colossus back into a card and returned it to Hikaru. Afterward, withdrawing his massive head, Thunder Dragon Lord stirred. It felt like the earth itself was shaking. He was rising. Well said. Tierra reappeared beside Hikaru, still controlling the permise, glancing at the card in his hand. Duels generate intense energy. That energy can disperse into the world, become something real, or even be emotion, a vessel for someone's spirit. That spirit was always curious. At this perfect moment, drawn by your fiery passion for fusion and the influence of your alchemy, it found new purpose. This may be the first spirit you gained purely by your own strength and passion, without relying on that card. Quite commemorative. True. After hearing her summary, Hikaru gently brushed dust from the card. A new friend, forged purely by passion and the strength of a duelist. He soared through the sky atop permise, feeling the wind again. Glancing sideways, he spotted a tiny armored bird playing cheerfully beside Atticus and smiled. Carefully, he stored away Thunder Dragon Colossus's card. It was still young, just beginning to choose its path. Regardless, it represented the future of fusion. To gather more partners and strength, to connect with others in mind and purpose, that was his new understanding of fusion. Chapter 157, The Story of the Famous Duelist and His Hero's Personality and Adventures. Jaden Yuki was a first-year student at Duel Academy, about to enter his second year. As a well-known student, he was infamous for skipping class, sleeping during lectures, sneaking into dorms, and wandering into restricted areas. To teachers, he was a delinquent and a problem child. Yet, as a duelist, the name, Jaden Yuki, was famous across not just the first-year class, but the entire academy. He was the only student considered comparable to Hikaru, and under most circumstances, he rarely lost a duel. In his match with Professor Banner, he nearly won and even exposed Banner's true identity, something even Zane Truesdale hadn't done. Occasionally, students from the Polymerization Club would try to pick on other Fusion Club members, and Jaden was often their target. Yet his heroes would always thrash them, sending them running with their tails between their legs. And when that happened, Jaden would flash his usual exaggerated grin and say, "That was a fun duel." To the Fusion Club's rivals, Jaden saying it was fun was 10 times more terrifying than Hikaru's scowl or sharp tongue. And it was this same Jaden who, today, found himself in trouble. As Hikaru and the others were preparing to return to the human world, Jaden was supporting someone and slowly making his way toward the portal. "Hang in there, Bastion." "Sorry, Jaden. I didn't expect that spirit to go berserk," Bastion said grimly. "It even broke our emergency teleporter." Blood still dripped from Bastion's forehead, a wound from the sudden spirit attack. "Also, I'm not actually that hurt. Don't say that. That attack was meant for me, wasn't it? If not for you, I'd be the one bleeding. Jaden cut him off, pained. Apologies, Jaden. I failed to block it, Avian said, bowing his head. Jaden, it was my negligence. I promise I'll be more vigilant next time. Captain Gold added, floating beside him. Burstinatrix and Bubbleman also voiced their regrets, clearly disappointed with their earlier inaction and ashamed they hadn't protected Jaden, letting a friend take the hit instead. To the heroes, failing to protect Jaden was already a sin. Letting his friend get hurt in his place. Unforgivable. It's okay, Captain, Jaden managed a strained smile. The duel was over. Who knew a spirit would go berserk? This dimension Jaden had come to was a broken one. He had heard Bubbleman might be here, so he came to find his partner. The Fusion Club had near-complete control of the Academy's dimensional gates, and since he hadn't joined Hikaru on his trip to the mountain, Jaden didn't want to waste the chance and invited Bastion on an expedition. Everything had gone smoothly. After finding Avian, Captain Gold, and most recently Burstinatrix, Jaden finally reunited with his most used hero, Bubbleman. Right then, after the duel ended, as they were happily chatting with spirits, one suddenly snapped and attacked. No one, not even the other spirits, had seen it coming. Jaden himself was caught off guard. If Bastion hadn't reacted in time, Jaden might have taken a blow straight to the chest. He knew it was an accident. Still smiling, he comforted Bastion and the heroes as he helped his friend walk. Captain Gold tried to take over carrying Bastion, but the moment he reached out, he saw the terrifying resolve in Jaden's eyes. He retracted his hand, allowing Jaden to keep holding Bastion. Jaden had grown up without friends. He'd lived alone since childhood. For some unknown reason, everyone who got close to him ended up mysteriously injured, some even fell into comas. Over time, other kids avoided him, and Jaden distanced himself in turn. With no friends, he started playing with cards by himself, even designing his own. Still a child, he fell in love with duels and monsters, especially heroes. Because they were cool. Because they were reliable. He treated his cards as friends. He dreamed of becoming a hero one day. One day, Kaibacorp held a major event. Only the most beloved or successful child would have their dream sent to another dimension as a goodwill gesture from humanity to the spirits. That day, Jaden excitedly sent in his homemade cards and dreams of the future. He packed all his hopes and his deck into that submission. And he was actually chosen. He became the luckiest kid in the world. After that, the misfortune that had always clung to him seemed to vanish. No one around him was mysteriously injured ever again. He was the luckiest. He repeated that to himself. As long as he believed, he always drew what he needed. Before Duel Academy, he had no real friends. But once there, he gained Cyrus, Chumley, Chaz, Bastion, Hikaru, Zane, Atticus, and Alexis. He and Hikaru founded the Fusion Club together. It was fun, and it meant he could duel with Zane every day. More importantly, the Fusion Club let them fight back against the arrogant Polymerization Club, letting them play the part of heroes. That was his good fortune. Even so, that journey was also laced with pain. He clenched his teeth, golden light flickering in his eyes. Against the Shadow Riders, he learned the brutality of shadow games. The pain was real and overwhelming. After the duel with Banner, he realized his own resolve wavered. He hesitated too much. Members of the Polymerization Club always picked fights, only stopping after being properly humbled. Hikaru and Chaz were secretly plotting something, clearly trying to keep it from them, afraid they'd worry. Then there was Zane. That reminded him, no matter how much fun they had in the Fusion Club, one day they'd part ways. Like Zane, who would graduate. But what about other partings? Not just graduation. What about death? That spirit just now. It wasn't a mistake. He saw it. Right before the spirit went berserk, it glowed with blinding white light. Smiling, he helped Bastion reach the dimensional gate. After glancing around, he chose to leave this world. Still smiling, a smile that was no longer the pure one from before. And as he left, he thought he heard a faint, ethereal voice ripple through the world. Jaden, wait for me. I will find you. Chapter 158, In the Hospital. Bastion got hurt. Having just returned from the world of the mountain, Hikaru and Atticus had been looking forward to sharing their new experiences with their friends, only to find the clubroom nearly empty, with just a couple of students waiting for them. Yes, Sensei. I heard that during an interdimensional exploration, he was attacked by a spirit and hit his forehead. Selena pointed at her own forehead. Everyone else went to see them. I stayed behind to wait for you. Hikaru and Atticus exchanged glances. Without another word, they quickly followed their two classmates to the school infirmary. One room in the infirmary was completely crowded, with a mass of students squeezing in and asking about Bastion's condition. On one hand, they were genuinely concerned. On the other, this was the first reported, interdimensional bloodshed incident of the year. While they hadn't had the chance to visit other dimensions yet, they knew such expeditions would be part of the second-year curriculum, so naturally they were eager to know what had happened. Among the crowd, Hikaru even spotted a few non-fusion club students joining the commotion. Alright, what are you all doing? You're crowding the room and disturbing his rest, get out, and if you want the details, wait until he's discharged, or nominate a representative. Professor Sartor shouted after taking a deep breath. The students, though not malicious, didn't dare disobey and gradually dispersed, leaving only those in close contact with Bastion, Hikaru, and his group. Hikaru waved goodbye to the departing clubmates and stepped into the room to check on Bastion. Overall, Bastion didn't seem too bad. His complexion looked healthy. The forehead injury had been treated with bandages, likely stitched up by the school nurse. He sat upright in bed, under a blanket, looking a little awkward. Beside him, Alexis was peeling an apple while Chaz raised a hand, deep in conversation with Jaden. Hikaru, brother, you're here. Alexis was the first to notice them. She finished slicing the apple, placed it neatly on a plate with a fork, and looked up at them. Her voice drew the attention of everyone else in the room. She stood and jogged over to Atticus, scanning him briefly. You didn't run into anything dangerous, did you? She was obviously worried about her brother. After all, he had only recently returned from the missing persons list and hadn't even been back for a full year. Now that Bastion had been injured, she couldn't help but worry about Atticus too. Alexis, you wouldn't believe it. In the mountain, we were sky-chasing birds and dragons. If luck hadn't been on our side, we could have fallen straight from the sky. What? At least we could have landed on Thunder Dragonlord's nice, meaty cushion. Ah, Hikaru, kind of a shame, huh? We missed that chance. Next time, we might get a different guardian. He tilted his head jokingly. Brother. Alexis smacked him in the waist. Ow. Ow, Alexis. Atticus groaned, milking the moment. The others, now assured of the duo's safety, visibly relaxed. So what happened? Hikaru asked. Before Jaden could explain, Bastion said, we don't know. After our duel with the spirits ended, one of them just snapped. It went berserk and charged at Jaden. I got hurt trying to shield him. Jaden looked unusually dejected. How could that happen? Hikaru tilted his head. He could see elemental hero Captain Gold, Avian, Burstinatrix, and Bubbleman standing in the room, all looking gloomy. Winged Kuribo clung to Jaden's side, trying to comfort him. His words weren't just a question to them, but genuine disbelief. With them around, how could he possibly get hurt? At the time, that spirit suddenly launched an attack, Captain Gold spoke up. I was immersed in the joy of reunion with my comrade and let my guard down. That lapse allowed it to go berserk, and Bastion was injured. Hikaru withdrew his gaze. Could that really happen? These were heroes, after all. Say what you will, protecting others was what they excelled at. Even if they were distracted, it shouldn't have been that easy to slip past them. He turned to Chaz. Chaz thought for a moment. I personally think there were some irregularities. He rubbed his chin and muttered. Jaden said he saw a flash of white light at that moment. Said the spirit didn't look the same as it had before. I suspect it might be something from the spirit world. A flash of white light. Hikaru blinked. Jaden, are you sure you weren't seeing things? I'm not really sure. Jaden cradled his head, full of regret. My mind went blank. I was too nervous. I honestly don't remember clearly. And afterward, the spirit was taken away by local spirits. I didn't see it again. Oh, and as we left that dimension, I think I heard something strange. But when I asked Bastion, he said he didn't hear anything. You heard something? Chaz immediately scowled, grabbing Jaden by the head. Why didn't you say so earlier? Use that brain you never use. But Bastion said he didn't hear it. So what did you hear exactly? I don't know. Just, a voice. Sounded familiar. But I couldn't make it out. Jaden froze, ignoring Chaz's grip, his eyes unfocused. That's all. I see. Hikaru nodded. So it really was Yubel. A terrifying spirit linked to Jaden. One that hurt people around him and even influenced other spirits' minds. In the original timeline, that card spirit had always protected Jaden, lashing out indiscriminately at anyone who made him sad, Yubel. In canon, Jaden launched it into space using a Kybercorp rocket. However, in this world, he never did that. Instead, he sent his cards and original drawings drifting through an interdimensional gate. It seemed that the divergence in events had led to Jaden encountering spirits influenced by Yubel during his travels. And Yubel's appearance had likely been moved up. This was bad. What state was Yubel in now? But if the orb of light had appeared, it must already be fused with the light of destruction. Hikaru looked out the window at the massive polymerization club headquarters and sighed. What a perilous world. Even worse, based on the curriculum, second-year students, even ordinary ones, would begin interdimensional internships. That was even more dangerous than canon. Yubel would indiscriminately harm everyone around Jaden just to monopolize his love. Out loud, he tried to lighten the mood. Uri, you should be grateful. Normally, you have zero presence, and now suddenly, you're the center of attention. Congrats. Hey. Bastion rolled his eyes. I'm injured, you know. Admit it, you're secretly enjoying this. Whoa. He actually started thinking about it. Which made Hikaru lose composure a little. In the original story, didn't Bastion give up victory and join the Society of Light because of something similar? Bastion, don't think too hard. I was just joking. Ha. Oh, ha ha ha. I was only pretending to think. Chapter 159, Promotion Period. The incident where someone was injured during interdimensional travel wasn't discussed for long among the students at the academy. Most treated it as a minor episode, talked about it for a few days, then simply moved on. After all, interdimensional travel had always carried risks. Everyone knew that. It's just that no one had been hurt before. Besides, even during Chaz's live-streamed duel, the spirits had bombarded him with artillery fire. It was par for the course. But for Hikaru, he couldn't let it go. The appearance of Aster Phoenix, the first manifestation of the light of destruction, this looming threat that was soon to emerge before the world, and before him, was something he had to consider carefully. So, on top of handling the curious Thunder Dragon who kept running around, he also had to continue his alchemy studies and carefully plan for what came next. You really are dedicated, Bastion said. His injuries weren't serious, and after a few days and confirmation from the teachers that he was fine, he returned to class. Today, As he came back to the classroom during a self-study period, he once again saw Hikaru's desk covered in books and notes and couldn't help but comment. Even though Hikaru was already top of the grade in both academics and dueling, he still worked this hard. Not to mention running the fusion club and studying the alchemy Professor Banner left behind. It truly left Bastian in awe. After all, he didn't have to study alchemy. And maybe that awe was why he told himself he absolutely couldn't lose to Hikaru again, at least not this time. At least when it came to academics, he had to beat Hikaru. Then he looked to the side and saw Chaz Princeton pulling at his hair, trying to calculate all sorts of things, including contracts from multiple companies. Looks like Chaz wouldn't have time to meddle in their battle this time. Even though Chaz had only beaten him once, that time when he had a heartbreak, it was still a lingering pressure. With final upgrade exams coming up, he couldn't let himself fall behind again. Compared to the high-achieving trio busy with academics, business plans, and alchemy, Jaden, Cyrus, and Chumley had it much easier. Jaden had just woken up groggy from another long nap, and Cyrus was about the same. Only Chumley was surprisingly serious today, writing something down diligently. Jaden rubbed his eyes, looked at Chumley's activity, and asked in surprise, "Chumley, what are you doing?" Chumley smiled and said, "It's an employment form." Employment form. Jaden nearly fell off his chair. He stared at Chumley. What company? He couldn't believe it. They were all still prepping for finals, and Chumley was already applying for a job. Industrial illusions. Industrial illusions. Gasps echoed around them. A bunch of classmates turned stiffly toward him, then immediately rushed over. Wait, Chumley, industrial illusions. The actual industrial illusions. Why yeah. The one with President Pegasus. Chumley, you actually got acknowledged by that company. Is it true, Chumley? Chumley, we're good friends, right? Can you maybe boost a few cards in my deck? Please, I'm begging you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime favor. A crowd swarmed around him. Hikaru looked up briefly, noted the situation, yet had no particular interest. He returned to his writing and calculations. He was currently tackling an extremely difficult alchemy challenge, trying to build a portal that consumed less energy. To do that, he had to rewrite the blueprint left by Professor Banner for the dimensional gate. That said, for a beginner, even the so-called idiot-proof interdimensional teleportation gate was actually the most optimized, safest, and most stable version. Rewriting it was anything but easy. Chumley getting into industrial illusions was something that happened in the original series, too. Later, he even designed a card for Jaden called Skyscraper 2, Hero City, a true bro move. Bro, I printed a card just for you. However, Hikaru remembered. In canon, Chumley had designed a card called Dare's Rock Sunrise, which impressed Pegasus. If he passed the finals, he would get a chance to work at Industrial Illusions. But, at that time, Professor Growler reminded the principal that Chumley had been a repeater, a student who once gave up on dueling. So his demand was, Chumley had to score high enough on the upgrade exam the next day, while Growler himself would act as examiner. No holding back. In the end, even though Chumley fused his self-designed Dare's Rock Sunrise to summon the 4200 attack Master of Oz and aimed to defeat the ancient gear golem, he failed due to Growler's limiter removal. Still, Growler acknowledged his growth, recognized he was no longer the lazy, hopeless student, and personally wrote a recommendation letter for Industrial Illusions. He even told him he was his proudest student. This proved that Professor Growler actually understood every student very well, even those who barely attended class or used to sleep away their days in the dorm, like Chumley. In this world, too, Hikaru recalled. During one of the Academy's exchange events, Industrial Illusion staff had indeed visited. It was probably then that Chumley earned Pegasus's recognition. Different path, same destination. So Chumley is leaving school soon? Cyrus asked, a bit reluctant. At times like this, you just gotta look forward, Jaden said cheerfully, on reflex. But the moment he said that, a sharp look entered his eyes. Suddenly, his demeanor changed. He rushed to pull out a bunch of miscellaneous items and finally found the application form he had submitted to Professor Growler half a month ago. That's right. Besides Chumley, there was someone else who would soon part ways with them. The Academy's strongest duelist. The pride of the school. The one he had once lost to the upperclassmen, he saw as an older brother. Zane Truesdale. Before he became a professional duelist, they had to give him the best graduation send-off. Chapter 160, Graduation Duel, 160. 1,000 points. Professor Growler stood before the score screen, his hands clasped in excitement as he gazed at the name and score of the top-ranking student. As expected of Kaiser. A perfect score. Hua. The students chattered excitedly as they stared at the leaderboard. In his third year at Duel Academy, Zane concluded his perfect academic life with a flawless score in the graduation exam. Based on this result, Professor Growler solemnly informed Zane that he would represent the students in the graduation duel and showcase his skills. Of course, the opponent would be of his own choosing. And naturally, there could only be one result. Jaden Yuki. Several days later. Why didn't I surpass Hikaru again? Because you were too focused on the written exam, Chaz said casually from behind, arms crossed. You used a different deck than usual, so you messed up in the promotion duel and didn't get a perfect score. Isn't that obvious? No, at the very least, Bastion did beat me on the written part, Hikaru said, glancing at his report card with a cold sweat. Just a little more, seriously just a little more, and his first-place ranking would have been taken by Bastion. Fortunately, he scored a perfect mark in the duel portion again, otherwise, things might have gotten tricky. As the three discussed their grades, Cyrus nervously watched the field. In the school duel arena, Jaden and Zane were already making their preparations for the final graduation duel. Why? He recalled the scene from a few days ago, when Zane had suddenly walked into their dorm and smilingly declared that he wanted to duel Jaden in the graduation match. Why what? Chaz asked offhandedly. Shouldn't a graduation duel be first versus first? Why did he choose Jaden instead? Whoosh. Just as he asked that, a figure crawled out from under the table, startling the surrounding students and prompting Alexis to give a helpless expression. A classic versus a free spirit. A tactician versus a feeler. Atticus stood up, arms folded, striking a pose that left everyone around speechless before continuing, those two are completely opposite duelists. I see, Chaz mused. If the axes were classic versus academy style, the most academic, most tactical would obviously be Kaiser. And the one who relies most on instinct and personal style is clearly Jaden. In contrast, while Hikaru is also unique, his dueling is firmly within traditional bounds. So, in a situation where their skills are close, choosing Jaden and witnessing his growth means more to Zane, Alexis muttered. By now, both duelists had completed their preparations. Hikaru also closed his book and looked up at the stage earnestly. What would this classic matchup from the canon look like in this world? Duel. My turn. Zane swiftly drew a card. I activate the spell card, Different Dimension Capsule. This lets me banish one card from my deck face down. On my second standby phase after activation, this card is destroyed, and the banished card is added to my hand. The original version of Different Dimension Capsule. Hikaru noticed the difference from his own memory, but wasn't surprised since the effect didn't differ. I banish one card from my deck face down. One card from the deck. Could it be Power Bond? Their friends began to speculate. Next, I normal summon Cyber Dragon Dre. A mechanical dragon adorned in golden lines appeared on his field. Cyber Dragon Dre, Level 4 Light Machine 1800 ATK. While Cyber Dragon Dre is on the field, its name becomes Cyber Dragon. I set one card and end my turn. Just one set card. Jaden eyed the face-down card. Could it be cybernetic revolution? My turn. The onlookers swallowed their saliva in anticipation. How would Jaden duel? I normal summon elemental hero Bubbleman. He quickly placed a monster on the field. Wow. Hikaru raised his eyebrow. Bubbleman, Jaden's exclusive card. A hero resembling Batman, with a water gun attached to his right hand, appeared. Elemental hero Bubbleman, level 4 Water Warrior 800 ATK. When elemental hero Bubbleman is summoned and I control no other cards, I can draw 2 cards. This is Jaden's signature draw engine. Too strong. In the original, many cards were later updated to match their OCG effects, but Bubbleman remained an exception. Even with an OCG version, anime Jaden could still draw freely with it. Truly an eternal support in his deck. Next, I activate the field spell, Fusion Gate. He slotted the card into the dual disc, and the field transformed, glowing with countless green lines that gave everything an illusory appearance. A fusion support card? He's using it now. Chaz said in surprise. This could help Kaiser summon Cyber End Dragon. But he's Jaden. He wouldn't think like that, Bastion said with a smile. I fused the Bubbleman on my field with Sparkman from my hand. Come forth, elemental hero the Shining. A radiant, white-clad hero made a grand entrance. Elemental hero the Shining, level 8 Light Warrior 2600 ATK. The Shining's effect, its attack increases by 300 for each banished elemental hero card. Elemental hero the Shining, ATK, 2600 3200. Battle. Go, the Shining. Attack Cyber Dragon. Jaden yelled excitedly. The hero bathed in sunlight leapt forward, charging at the mechanical dragon. Just then, Zane flipped his set card. Naive, Jaden. I activate the trap card, Attack Reflector Unit. What? Jaden was shocked. It wasn't cybernetic revolution. I tribute one cyber dragon on my field to special summon cyber barrier dragon from my hand or deck. Zane used a tactic Jaden had never seen before. Lights, lenses, and mechanical parts swarmed cyber dragon Dre, rapidly transforming it into a heavily armored mech dragon. Cyber barrier dragon, level 6 Light Machine 800 ATK. Ugh, keep attacking. Seeing it only had 800 attack, Jaden didn't hesitate. Zane said immediately, Cyber Barrier Dragon's effect, when it's in attack position, once per turn, it can negate an opponent's attack. Cyber Barrier Dragon raised its tail, reflecting the image of the Shining with its mirrors. The hero hesitated in confusion and abruptly halted its charge. As expected of Kaiser. Jaden shouted, pumped. Then, I end my turn. Chapter 161, Absolute 0, 161. The set card, it wasn't cybernetic revolution. As Jaden's turn ended, Bastion stared at the field in surprise. Zane's duels always revolve around summoning Cyber End Dragon, Alexis added, equally shocked. No, that's not how Zane duels. Atticus, who had once shared life-or-death bonds with Zane, instantly saw through it. Zane's dueling is logical and calculated. Jaden's deck is highly aggressive right now, so there's no way Zane would rush to summon Cyber End Dragon. Atticus smiled. He brings out a defensive monster first, weathers the storm, stores power, then seizes victory. That's Zane. As if in answer, Zane drew. Normal summon, Cyber Dragon hers. A small cyber dragon appeared, its body wired with mechanical tubes and veins. Cyber Dragon hers, level 1 Light Machine 100 ATK. This card is treated as Cyber Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. Then I activate the spell card, Machine Duplication. I target one machine-type monster with 500 or less ATK to special summon up to 2 cards of the same name from my deck. Huh? Chaz said, confused. Its name right now is Cyber Dragon. Zane raised his voice. I special summoned 2 Cyber Dragons from my deck. The shadow of Cyber Dragon her split, then expanded into 2 fully formed mechanical beasts. Cyber Dragon, Level 5 Light Machine 2100 ATK. There are 3 Cyber Dragons on the field. Avian materialized beside Jaden, nervous. It's coming, Jaden. Spell card, Polymerization. I fuse the 3 Cyber Dragons on my field. Hoo 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 hurrah. Cyber End Dragon. The 3 dragons spiral together, transforming into a single massive, 3-headed mechanical dragon. Cyber End Dragon, Level 10 Light Machine 4000 ATK. Wah, Cyrus turned breathless. I knew it, Zane still summoned Cyber End Dragon. But why not use Fusion Gate and save polymerization? Simple, Hikaru interrupted. Zane didn't want to banish monsters. He wants to retrieve cards from the graveyard. Question mark. Their question was soon answered. Cyber Dragon Herz's effect, when sent to the graveyard, I can add 1 Cyber Dragon from my deck or graveyard to my hand. I add the last Cyber Dragon from my deck. Now, battle, Jaden. Zane grinned. Cyber End Dragon, attack. Eternal Evolution Burst. The triple-headed dragon charged energy and unleashed a fiery breath that incinerated the glowing hero. Jaden Yuki, LP, 4000-3200. Now, the Shining's effect. When it's sent to the graveyard, I can return up to 2 banished elemental hero monsters to my hand. I retrieve Bubbleman and Sparkman. Interesting. Jaden. Zane laughed. So you've reassembled new fusion materials already? Then, Cyber Barrier Dragon attacks. ZZT. A refracted beam struck Jaden in the stomach. Jaden Yuki, LP, 3200-2400. Awesome. Zane is amazing as always. Jaden said excitedly, clutching his wound. Heh, set 1 card, end turn. Zane chuckled, setting a card face down. Jaden's turn. He drew. Beside him, Bubbleman appeared in spirit form, whispering, Jaden, leave it to me this time. Bubbleman, alright, let's do this. My turn, draw. I activate my field spell, Fusion Gate. I use its effect to fuse Sparkman and Bubbleman from my hand. Oh. Same materials again. What fusion monster this time? Zane was intrigued. Fusion materials, 1 hero monster and 1 water monster. Don't blink, Zane. This hero will send chills down your spine. Fusion summon, elemental hero Absolute 0. With Jaden's shout, a cold wind swept across the duel field. Alexis instinctively pulled her coat tighter as frost filled the air. A white-clad hero descended with a flourish, striking a perfect, heroic arrival, pose. Elemental Hero Absolute 0, Level 8 Water Warrior 2500 ATK. Hikaru sat upright right away, eyes fixed on the 3D projection. Seeing Hikaru so serious, his friends realized, this wasn't just any fusion monster. Elemental Hero Absolute 0. Zane smiled faintly. Looks like you've grown, Jaden. But with only 2500 ATK, it can't match Cyber End Dragon. Ah, but Absolute Zero's effect isn't that simple. Jaden showed a monster in his hand. Time to play one of my favorites. I fuse Absolute Zero with Burstinatrix from my hand. Fusion materials, 1 elemental hero and 1 fire monster. I fuse elemental hero Absolute Zero and Burstinatrix. Question mark. The crowd was dumbstruck. Why banish a newly summoned monster? Fusion summon, a hero born of flames. Elemental hero Nova Master. From the blaze emerged a hero with arms crossed over his chest, who leapt down to Jaden's side. Elemental hero Nova Master, Level 8 Fiery Warrior 2600 ATK. Trading a 2500 ATK monster for 2600. Only 100 more ATK. Doesn't help against Cyber End Dragon. Some students were puzzled. Hold up, Hikaru interjected as his friends looked to him. That card's about to show its true power. That card? Now, I activate Absolute Zero's effect, triggered when it leaves the field. Oh. Jaden raised his hand. The fiery duel field suddenly turned icy again, frost spreading. Absolute Zero's effect, when it leaves the field, destroy all monsters my opponent controls. What? Destroy all monsters. Just by leaving the field? That's, whoa. The cold engulfed Zane's field. Every monster, including Cyber End Dragon, froze solid and shattered into ice crystals. So strong. Chaz stared wide-eyed. Just leaving the field means the effect activates. Whether by battle, sent to the graveyard, or fusion. Bastion was taken aback. How can something be so easy to trigger? Amazing. I knew dueling you for graduation was the right choice. Even as his field was wiped out, Zane looked thrilled. Fantastic, Jaden. Hahaha. Jaden sheepishly rubbed his lips with a finger. Lately, you seemed distracted. I wanted this duel to see what was going on. Now I'm at ease. Zane's smile didn't fade. He looked truly satisfied. Now I can leave this academy and face the new world ahead with peace of mind. Then, unexpectedly, Jaden, who had been so cheerful, froze. His hand, poised to continue, suddenly stopped. Chapter 162, One day you have to learn to part ways, and learn to say goodbye to me before that, 162. Right before the attack, Jaden hesitated. Zane was right. Lately, he really had been a little out of it. Not just because of what happened in the other dimension, but because of the uncertainty about the future. Zane had actually said he was at ease now. Was it really the right time to attack? Jaden. As he spaced out, a voice called to him. He blinked and looked up, seeing Hikaru, who had stood up from his seat despite having been sitting calmly a moment ago. Hikaru. The others around them were surprised. When had they ever seen Hikaru so riled up as a spectator? One day, we'll all have to say goodbye. Before that happens, learn how to part with Zane. Jaden blinked, dumbfounded. Nearby, Zane, now looking at Hikaru, was moved by the shout. He lowered his head slightly, contemplative, so that's what it is. What did Hikaru just yell? Wow, I never thought Jaden would be like this. Ha ha ha. Atticus couldn't help but laugh. I thought Jaden was always so carefree. Turns out he overthinks things too. Jaden, Zane raised his dual disc, just like Hikaru said, one day we'll all go our separate ways. Before that, we need to learn how to say goodbye. Besides, parting now doesn't mean we won't meet again. Having been seen through by so many, Jaden felt a little embarrassed, but then, with his spirit flaring back up, he shouted, "All right, Zane. Then I'll defeat you today, so you can leave with no regrets." Battle. Elemental Hero Nova Master, direct attack on Zane. Molten Nova. The proud warrior leaped forward, flames blazing, engulfing the field.